The scruffy old beggar in front of me was actually the supreme powerhouse who swept the world 3,000 years ago, and in order to take you as his disciple, he even used a peerless skill as a gift for your meeting, and handed over a sect with a foundation of billions of years to you. However, when you stepped into the sect, you found that there was only you as the sole disciple in the vast sect. Apart from your master, the rest were 6 uncles who never left their rooms. If a few old fellows ascended or died, the entire sect would be left with just you. Thinking of this, you made a bold decision to take in disciples. You must take in disciples, no matter what kind they are today. You resolutely held the sect's register and went to open the mountain gate. The sect's recruitment of disciples is also called opening the mountain gate, and today is the day of the Xiantian sect's opening of the mountain gate. Before going down the mountain, Master San instructed that the sect is too poor and should not accept any disciples this time when opening the mountain gate. We must find all possible ways to eliminate all the disciples who came for the assessment. But you are not planning to do this. At the gate of the Xiantian sect, dozens of young people, both male and female, stood there, an unusually large number. When the young people saw the arrival of the Xiantian sect, they perked up, instinctively straightened their bodies, and looked at you with eager eyes. They had heard before coming that the assessments of the Xiantian sect were very strict, with only 3 people successfully passing the assessment to enter the Xiantian sect in 100 years. What kind of difficult assessment questions would the Xiantian sect present this time? Facing the eager gazes of the crowd, you smiled and asked, "I am the person in charge of the assessment for the Xiantian sect. I want to ask you all, do you want to join the Xiantian sect?" A group of people nodded frantically. Who would come here if they didn't want to join the Xiantian sect? Joining the Xiantian sect, as long as you have this sincerity, that is enough. I have already sensed your sincerity, and everyone has passed the assessment. You took out the sect's register and said to the crowd, "Come, drop your blood on the sect's register, and from now on, you will be disciples of my Xiantian sect. My name is Chu Chen, and I am your senior brother. If you have any matters in the future, come to me." Hearing this, everyone waiting for the assessment was stunned. The Xiantian sect not only had no threshold, but even the mountain gate had flown away. Here, flown away may be an exaggerated expression, describing the unexpected way of accepting disciples. "Do you not wish to join the Xiantian sect?" you asked. "I am willing." A chubby little boy stepped forward. He was already at his wit's end. Even if the Xiantian sect was a pit of fire, he would still jump in. The chubby boy bit his finger, pressing his bleeding finger on the jade tablet, and a flash of light passed by, showing the boy's figure on the jade tablet. Seeing that he had completed the registration in the sect's records, a heavy stone in the boy's heart was lifted, and he couldn't help but show a happy smile. Others also reacted quickly, rushing forward one by one, dripping blood onto the jade tablet. The figures on the tablet increased, alarming the current leader of the Xiantian sect, Qin Jianzi, who was in seclusion. Qin Jianzi scanned the sect with his vast divine sense and instantly understood what had happened. "Chu Chen!" The ethereal voice surged from Xiantian Peak, like a tide rushing towards the gate of Xiantian Peak, echoing in everyone's ears as if the mountains themselves were speaking. With a smile on your face, you heard your master's call, and your smile couldn't help but freeze. "Who told you to take in so many people? Get up here now." One could hear Qin Jianzi gritting his teeth from the voice. You hurriedly said, "Master, don't worry, there are still a few people who haven't finished registering. I'll come right after they're done. Hurry, hurry, who else hasn't registered in the sect's roster? If you miss this chance, don't blame me for not giving you an opportunity." Although others noticed something was off from the earlier situation, it was indeed an opportunity to join the Xiantian sect. Those who hadn't registered rushed forward and successfully registered in the Xiantian sect's roster. You put away the sect's ledger and said to everyone, "You are now disciples of the Xiantian sect. Your first task upon entering the sect is to run up this mountain path. I will wait for you in the main hall of the sect." After saying this, you leaped and flew towards the peak. The others exchanged glances and rushed up the mountain path in a swarm. You flew back to the main hall of the sect, where 7 people were already seated, both men and women, with Qin Jianzi sitting in the center. At this moment, Qin Jianzi was glaring at the disheveled-haired man on his left, scolding, "Third brother, I asked you to preside over this ceremony for opening the mountain gate. How are you handling this? Why did you let that brat Chu Chun take care of such an important matter?" Lao San looked aggrieved. "I was busy refining a furnace of elixirs, and it had reached a critical moment, so I asked that kid Chu Chen to run an errand for me. I reminded him on the way down the mountain that this time no disciples would be accepted at the opening of the mountain gate. I really want to ask senior brother Zhangmen, what exactly happened that made us all come here?" With everyone from the Xiantian sect gathered, it must be something serious. Did someone attack the Xiantian sect, related to life and death? What major event has occurred? Qin Jianzi happened to see you flying in, trembling as he pointed at you. You ask him, You ask him what he has done. You little brat. Take out the sect's roster. Take it out and show them. It's just a matter of taking in a few disciples. You muttered, activating the sect's ledger. When you saw figures emerging from the ledger, everyone present was shocked and looked towards the third elder. You really are asking for trouble. What's so great about your broken elixir? Why can't you just open the mountain gate yourself? Why do you have to make Chu-Chen go? Don't you know who he is? Now look, none of us can expect any peace. Old 3 clutched his chest, unable to say a word. Qin Jianzi sighed deeply, speechless to the heavens. In nearly 300 years, my Xiantian sect has only recruited 7 or 8 disciples. And this time we opened the mountain gate and recruited more than 80 at once. Heaven wants to destroy my Xiantian sect. Master, several uncles, it's not that serious. You comforted the elders. You little brat. You don't understand. Recruiting disciples requires providing them with cultivation resources. Qin Jianzi said with a frown. Our Xiantian sect is poor. With the current resources of the sect, we few can't even make ends meet. If it weren't for the fear that if we left, there would be no one to continue the sect, we wouldn't have accepted you as a disciple 10 years ago. Now you've suddenly brought so many people up the mountain. What resources do we have to provide for their cultivation? Recruiting disciples isn't just about taking them in, we have responsibilities. The 7 of them thought that just nurturing Chu-Chen was already a headache, and now with so many more people, everyone felt a wave of darkness before their eyes. Several elders, listen to me. You raised your voice. It is precisely because our Xiantian sect is poor that we have reached the time when we must reform. If we do not reform, our Xiantian sect will eventually go bankrupt. And the beginning of the reform starts with this opening of the mountain gate. Reform. A few people exchanged glances, somewhat bewildered. Master, I have read Xiantianji and learned about the history of the Xiantian sect. 1,000 years ago, the Xiantian sect was a top-tier sect, with over 10 million disciples at its peak, occupying a vast territory. But now, the Xiantian sect, along with you few elders, totals only 8 people. If the ancestors knew that the Xiantian sect had fallen so low, they would probably jump out of their coffins in anger. Why has our esteemed Xiantian sect fallen to this point? The first reason is that there are no people. With people, things can be done. Therefore, the first step of reform is to recruit disciples. You spoke passionately, spitting as you spoke. I have wanted to do this for a long time, but the elders have always disagreed. Finally, I have waited for the opportunity to implement the first step of reform. This time, dozens of disciples were accepted, and the Xiantian sect is about to soar. Qin Jianzi and the 7 others looked at each other, and they were still thriving. It was almost complete destruction. Qin Jianzi glared fiercely at the third brother. If it weren't for this guy slacking off, there wouldn't have been any mistakes this time. What reform? They could maintain the status quo anyway. When they leave in the future and only Chu-Chen is left, they can change it however they want. At that time, they wouldn't be bothered. But now all the heavy burdens are on their shoulders. You are filled with passion as you take a few steps to stand in front of Qin Jianzi, gazing at him. Master, I know your determination to seek the Tao is unwavering, and ascending to the immortal realm has always been your goal. Even if you set aside all matters of the sect, why have you only reached the nascent soul stage over the years? Because even though you have exceptional talent and a steadfast heart for seeking the Tao, you lack sufficient resources for cultivation. If you had enough spirit stones and elixirs to consume, you would probably have already achieved harmony with the Tao by now, right? If after the reform, there are enough elixirs and spirit stones for the master to cultivate, and other cultivation resources are continuously available, would the master still be willing to reform? Qin Jianzi's long silent Tao heart was stirred, but he said nothing. Having lived for hundreds of years, how could he easily break the life of the past? You turned to the first man in a blue robe on your right and asked, Uncle Ling Yun, you are a sword cultivator, and the most important thing for a sword cultivator is to practice swordsmanship. Usually, you treasure your flying sword so much that you treat it like a wife. However, these years, your second master's wife has had a really hard time following you, not getting any heavenly materials or earthly treasures, just plain broth and water. Don't you feel any pain for her? The man in the blue robe rubbed his fingers, expressionless. You smiled at Master San again and asked, Master San, would you like to have a continuous supply of spiritual herbs for your alchemy? Master San grinned. He practiced the way of alchemy and was deeply engrossed in refining pills. Otherwise, he wouldn't have let you open the mountain gate this time. You looked at the woman in the green dress and shook your head with a sigh. Fourth master, I heard there is a beauty elixir that can keep one youthful forever. But unfortunately, the price of the elixir is quite high, costing over 100,000 spirit stones each. The woman in the green dress sighed and cast a mournful glance at Qin Jianzi. Qin Yunzi's eyebrows twitched. The Qingyun sect was so poor, how could they have more than 100,000 spirit stones to buy a facial nourishing pill? He glared fiercely at Zhang Yang. Had he known that he would not have taken this kid as his disciple in the first place, Zhang Yang came in front of the man in black and asked with a slap on the table, "Fifth uncle, you just draw talismans all day long with the grass paper that's too hard even to wipe your ass. Can you afford to use your spiritual artifact grade talisman pen?" From his actions, it was clear that he was accustomed to not having a big deal with his fifth uncle. The fifth uncle laughed and stretched his hand towards Zhang Yang. "How about you give some good ones then? You kid is really standing on your feet. The worst talisman paper in the Qingyin Bazaar costs 100 spirit stones apiece. How many sheets of straw paper do I have to draw before I can buy a piece of the worst talisman paper? Even drawing charms on straw paper is somewhat useful for the average person, but only for a small fortune." Zhang Yang shook his head. He knew that the fifth master uncle acted as a money-making job. So many people, just referring to rely on such an individual to make money. It was hard to be poor. That's why we need to reform. Zhang Yang nodded heavily, his gaze sweeping over the last two before his eyes finally returned to Qing Yunzi. "Master, the problems of the Qingyun sect are imminent, and reform is imperative." The gazes of the others all gazed at Qing Yunzi. Qing Yunzi stroked his chin and didn't say anything, not denying or agreeing. Zhang Yang was pained. "Master, if you cultivate to the end and succeed in ascending to the immortal realm, and meet the immortal realm's ancestors, when they ask you how the Qingyun sect is doing now, are you going to tell them that the late generations are already so poor that they can't even afford to take in disciples? The Qingyun sect, which has been passed down for thousands of years, has ended up with only a few people? Can you say that? Even if you don't ascend to the immortal world, and you end up living to the end of your life, and you meet those ancestors in hell who didn't ascend, what are you going to tell them? As the current sect leader, you have to take the greatest responsibility for the situation in Qingyun sect. Now that disciple is willing to replace master and save the Green Cloud sect with reforms. Master actually disagrees? Zhang Yang stood on the moral high ground and gave his master an output, because he was forced to do the same. Refining qi all day long. The cultivation level is like a turtle crawling. The more you refine, the angrier you get. According to the current speed, and then refining qi a few hundred years, I'm afraid that I cannot practice the results. Are old and dead begging. More importantly, a few elders of Qing Yunzi had made it clear that they wanted Zhang Yang to be the next generation of the sect leader. When a few of the old guys ascend, or die, there will be only one person in the entire Qingyun sect. Zhang Yang shuddered at the thought of that desolation. When the time comes to reform, of course, it will be Zhang Yang's call, but will the centuries be wasted like this? There is also a situation where a couple of old guys are all over the place and it would be a shame not to have a hand in the reforms. A few other brothers and sisters were a bit surprised to see Qing Yunzi's output for a while, as he was disliked by Zhang Yang, and they were all observing Qing Yunzi's face. They knew best what kind of skills the sect master's senior brother had, and if he flipped out, they couldn't handle it. Although Qing Yunzi's face was expressionless, but, looking at his veins bulging in his fists, one could tell what condition he was in inside. He was cursing in his heart, this brat. If it wasn't for his heart's desire in the first place, how could he have taken him to the mountain? I've adopted a sinful son. Only after a long time did Qing Yunzi squeeze out a sentence through his teeth. This reform. Zhang Yang waved his hand decisively. Master, you don't have to care about anything, just go into seclusion. When you come out of seclusion next time, you will be able to see the results. Fine. Then I'll go into seclusion for a year. Qing Yunzi gritted his teeth. After a year, if I don't see any results, you'll see how I'll clean you up. Zhang Yang raised his eyebrows. 1 year? After half a year, master will know the result of the reform. I'm going to go into seclusion for half a year. Qing Yunzi turned around and was about to leave. Wait! Zhang Yang called out hurriedly. What again? Qing Yunzi asked, glaring fiercely at Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang smiled and extended his hand towards Qing Yunzi. Master, for the success of the reform, please give me the sect leader's token. I need the greatest authority of the Qingyun sect. Although the Green Cloud sect was poor, however, the heritage was still there. These underpinnings require a palm token to pass through. Qing Yunzi snorted coldly and casually threw over a token before dodging out of sight. He directly gave the sect master token to Zhang Yang. A few others looked at each other in disbelief. This is an early passing of the throne? Zhang Yang didn't scare and peacefully put the token away, smiling at the white-clothed woman sitting at the end of the table. Seventh uncle. I want to take a look at the Green Cloud sect's receipts and expenditures. The Green Cloud sect's account books were kept in old Seven's hands, and she was usually the one who managed the accounts. The seventh uncle laughed. She threw hot potatoes and threw a few account books to Zhang Yang. Here you go. I don't want to manage this crap. I can't gouge out a few spirit stones all day long, and I'm still causing everyone to complain. Just then, a clamor came from outside the Great Hall. A few people froze for a moment. It was really because the Green Cloud sect was used to being cold and quiet. and it was still a bit unaccustomed to the sudden arrival of people. Immediately afterward, it occurred to them that this was a freshly recruited disciple who should have run from the mountain gate to the main hall. You take in the people. You deal with them. In unison, the 6 men threw down a sentence to Zhang Yang and drifted away quickly. Zhang Yang walked out of the sect hall and looked at the few people who had already arrived at the square first. A strange smile appeared on his face. It's been 10 years. I've waited for a whole decade. Finally, I'm going to truly start my immortal cultivation career. You sleep in the cold. Meditate and practice qi. That's called cultivating immortality? That's the life the savages lead. Let me teach you all how to cultivate immortality. Chapter 3, Horribly Poor and Rich. Zhang Yang looked at the few people in the square and was a bit surprised that Fatty had arrived first. That's a flexible fat guy. He took out a piece of paper and a pen, handed it to little Fatty, and instructed, here's a task for you. Register everyone's names in the order of their arrival on the square. After everyone arrives, I will explain the matters of entering the sect. By the way, what is your name? The little Fatty grinned, reporting to eldest senior brother. My name is Wang Bail. I was also the first to arrive. Very good. Zhang Yang nodded and handed Wang Bail a pen and paper. Then, he took the Green Cloud Sect's account book and checked it out. The first task, of course, was to figure out how many assets the Green Cloud Sect still had. Wang Bail, on the other hand, took a pen and paper and asked the people for their names in the order of first come first served and started to register. Zhang Yang, who had just opened the ledger, changed his face at the first moment. Successive generations of ancestors are really losers. Zhang Yang muttered in his mind, shaking his head repeatedly. He had always thought that the Green Cloud Sect was so poor that it had only a few mountains left. As it turned out, it didn't occur to him that the first sentence in the opening of the ledger shocked him. With Qingyun Peak as the center, all 300 miles in a radius belonged to the Qingyun sect. What was the concept of a 300-mile radius? The past Zhang Yang knew best. That's a whole big province. Such a big territory. But no money? So poor that they don't even dare to take in disciples? What kind of loser would do that? Most importantly, there is not a single record of industry within these 300 miles. Zhang Yang clearly remembered that the Qingyun Bazaar was only a few miles away from the Qingyun sect, and it was also within the boundaries of the Qingyun sect, which was the property of the Qingyun sect. The most outrageous thing was that he had been to the Qingyun Bazaar, where the restaurants, pharmacies and other businesses were actually paying taxes. Where do these tax dollars go? The more Zhang Yang looked at the account book, the angrier he got. Were these immortal cultivators using all their brains for cultivation and didn't understand anything else? When he saw that at the end of the account book, the balance of 103 spirit stones were lying alone on the ledger, Zhang Yang's entire body became taut. The hallowed Qingyun sect, a sect with a heritage of 5,000 years, ended up with 103 spirit stones left. No wonder whenever he wanted to go and buy pills to take, seventh uncle advised in a serious tone, Zhang Yang, using pills to cultivate is an inferior behavior. Moreover, the aura cultivated that way is not pure and leads to impurities in the body, which is very unfavorable to us cultivators. The most superior cultivation is to refine the aura of heaven and earth. What underhanded behavior! Pressed for money. After all, the cheapest chi-nourishing pill would cost 200 spirit stones. In addition to spirit stones, there are no weapon refining materials, no alchemy spirit herbs. All sorts of things were absent. Throughout Qingyun Peak, the 7 Qingyunzi siblings moved to close their doors. As for Zhang Yang himself, he could indeed look for herbs to sell in the 7 peaks of Qingyun. How much could one person look for? Does he still practice? Therefore, Zhang Yang has been living a miserable life for the past 10 years and has long wanted to reform. However, Zhang Yang said in good conscience that several elders were quite kind to him. From the time he was admitted to the mountain 10 years ago, the first thing he did was to purchase a set of lines for him, and even high-grade goods such as a spatial ring. This whole set of flowers, without hundreds of thousands of spirit stones, could not be done. From this point of view, the 7 sons of the Green Cloud cultivating their disciples are indeed considered to be dedicated, and are a few responsible and good elders. Of course, this led to Qingyunzi and the others being like the end of the world once they heard that Zhang Yang had taken in dozens of disciples. Eldest senior brother, we have finished registering. There are 87 people in total. Wang Bail displayed the list in front of Zhang Yang. I would also like to ask eldest senior brother for instructions on what we should do next. Zhang Yang closed the ledger, took the list in Wang Bail's hand, scanned it, and put it away. He stood up and looked at the 87 teenagers in the square. The many teenagers also subconsciously stood up straight, waiting for Zhang Yang to announce things. They were already disciples of the Green Cloud sect, so of course they would have to act according to the rules of the Green Cloud sect in the future. Zhang Yang scanned the crowd and said, "First of all, I would like to congratulate all of you for being able to enter the Green Cloud sect. My Green Cloud sect was founded more than 5,000 years ago, and as many as 17 people have successfully ascended to the immortal realm in history, so it is an honor for all of you to be able to join the Green Cloud sect. However, have members noticed a problem? Where will everyone live from now on? The crowd couldn't help but look around. Besides the large hall in front of them, there were several towers. As for the rest, all of them are mountains and forests, with no houses at all. But they had joined the sect. Shouldn't the problem of housing be solved by the sect? Zhang Yang's expression became serious as he continued. You should have heard that my Qingyun sect has only recruited one person, namely me, in the past few decades. As per the usual custom, this time we will also strictly select our disciples. However, this time, our clan has encountered a great change not seen in 100 years. This big change is relevant to each and every one of us here. It is precisely for this reason that I have opened the door of convenience and extradited all my fellow disciples to the mountain, so that we can work together to cope with this great change that has not been seen in 100 years. If we cope well, the world of the future will have a place for us, and even those who ascend to the immortal realm will have us among them. If you don't cope well, it will be all over. Fellow disciples, don't think about escaping. This is something you simply cannot escape. I want to ask you, will you join me, to face it together? The crowd in the square looked at each other. They sensed the seriousness of the situation from Zhang Yang's words. But what the hell is going on? Wang Bail swallowed and asked, eldest brother, what should we do? Zhang Yang slowly said, the question of how to do it. Let's discuss it slowly afterwards. Right now, the first thing you guys need to do is to hurry up and build a place to stay. All the 7 peaks behind the main hall already have clan elders at the peaks. Other than the peaks, you guys can pick suitable locations on the mountains to build houses. Everyone hurry up and move your hands to solve the problem of dwelling as soon as possible. Give everyone 2 days, and after 2 days, gather here again and I will teach you the cultivation method. After a pause, Zhang Yang's tone turned cold. Remember, you are already fellow disciples, and fellow disciples should love each other. If you dare to bully others, the consequences are not something you can bear. After saying that, he flew away with a long leap. The crowd in the square was a bit confused. They felt that something was wrong. But, after all, this was their first time worshipping in a sect, and they didn't know what other sects were like. After being confused for a while, the group decided to go ahead and build a place to live. After all, if you're here, you can't sleep on the floor, right? At the top of the peak of Qingyun Peak, Qin Yunzi, who claimed to be in seclusion, and the other 6 people, were all sitting together. They were checking out the situation in front of the Great Hall through a precious mirror. Eldest senior brother, what should we do now? Senior Danshinzi looked at Qin Yunzi with a frown on his face. I can be sure that within these 87 disciples, most of them are traitors sent over by other sects. Now that Zhang Yang has taken all these people in, how should we react? Qin Yunzi said without a trace of anger. If it weren't for your laziness, would such a situation have occurred? Danshinzi smiled bitterly and said, I didn't expect Zhang Yang to come this way either. We couldn't just leave the sect in the first place, and all the spirit stones of the sect have been used on the great array. Feeding this group of disciples is a problem, not to mention the fact that there is a mole inside this group of disciples. Why don't we simply find a reason to drive them all off the mountain? Nonsense! Collecting up the mountain and then rushing down the mountain. Does the Qingyun sect not want to lose its face? Qin Yunzi glared at Danshinzi. Even if you want to do that, you have to wait for a while. Qin Yunzi was worried, now that the people had been collected on the mountain. If Qingyun sect couldn't feed the disciples and starve the people to death, the reputation of thousands of years would be completely destroyed. What to do? Suddenly, second senior uncle Ling Yunzi's face changed. No good. That Zhang Yang kid went to find me. What could be good about coming to the door at this hour? The others looked at the second master with a gloating expression. Go on, don't involve us, the crowd urged. With a bitter face, the second elder brother flew back to his peak. Chapter 4, Flying Sword Chopping. Uncle Shifu. Uncle Shifu. Zhang Yang arrived at the peak of Lingyun Peak, which was also where Ling Yunzi was. The 7 sons of the Green Cloud, each occupying a mountain peak, also had their own titles. Although the Green Cloud sect had a sparse number of disciples, it was definitely not a good thing for anyone to underestimate the Green Cloud sect. Ling Yunzi stepped out and asked in a nonchalant manner, what for? Zhang Yang smiled and said, there is something that I have to trouble senior uncle about. I want to inspect the boundaries of Qingyun, but my cultivation level is low. I am only a Jieden cultivator. It would be very bad if I encountered a powerful demonic beast or an outlaw who broke into Qingyun. Therefore, I would like to ask senior uncle to accompany me on my journey. Seeing that it wasn't a big deal, Ling Yunzi nodded in agreement. Senior uncle, before we leave, I would like to ask for a favor. Zhang Yang pointed in the direction of the main hall. If we just rely on them, I'm afraid we won't be able to build a shelter in 2 days. Please ask senior uncle to come out with his sword and help them peel some trees to make it easier for them to build a housing compound. The corners of Ling Yunzi's mouth twitched, and he really didn't know what to say. He is a Yuaning stage sword cultivator to chop firewood, or use a flying sword. A few other members of the crowd who had been observing Zhang Yang with their precious mirrors, ready to see how Zhang Yang would reform, snickered when they saw Ling Yunzi's expression. They knew that it would not be good to be found by Zhang Yang at this time. Ling Yunzi took a deep breath and leapt towards the direction of the grand hall. The person was still in the air. The flying sword had already appeared, and the sword chi rolled over towards the sky-high trees that had been growing for an unknown number of years that stood beside the great hall. He's already taken out his grievances on those big trees. The people in the plaza of the main hall were worried at this time, and many of them didn't know how to build a house at all. Most importantly, how are they going to cut wood to build houses when they don't even have the tools in their hands? Suddenly, a majestic and incomparable sword chi cleaved into a large tree, and the large tree, which was the thickness of a few people's joint embrace, quickly turned into a piece of wood under the sword chi. A big tree falls and a pile of wood appears. Zhang Yang flew over and looked at the stunned crowd and said aloud, "What are you standing there for? Why don't you thank Uncle Ling Yun?" The crowd returned to their senses and said, "Thank you, Senior Uncle Ling Yun." Didn't eat? Louder and neater. 3, 2, 1. Thank you Uncle Ling Yun. Thank you, Uncle Ling Yun. The crowd shouted in unison at the top of their voices, and the deafening sound resounded through the Green Cloud sect. Ling Yunzi, who was in the process of discharging his sword, felt the vigor of the crowd and saw the look on their faces. The resentment in his heart diminished quite a bit out of thin air. He then focused on his sword and put down another dozen or so large trees in succession. "Senior Uncle, that's almost enough. Stop chopping." Zhang Yang called out to stop. Ling Yunzi put away his sword and stood with his arms folded, an image of a tall man. The 80 or so people who had just joined the Green Cloud sect looked on with golden eyes. If they didn't have any concept of immortal cultivation just now, when Ling Yunzi made his move, they had more aspirations in their hearts for immortal cultivation in the future, and they also had more of a sense of identification with the Qingyun sect. "Everyone move and help each other to build up the houses you are living in as soon as possible," Zhang Yang commanded, then added to Ling Yunzi, "Senior Uncle, let's go." He took the lead and flew out towards the outside of the green clouds, with Ling Yunzi naturally following suit. On Qingyun Peak, the crowd watching the scene just now was pondering. After a moment of silence, Qing Yunzi said indifferently, "I have to go into seclusion. I'll see you in half a year. As for you guys, it's better to help those brats. Since they've joined our Qingyun sect, we can't leave them alone." Then he's gone. The other 5 looked at each other, but they didn't know what to say. Even if they wanted to help, they wouldn't know where to start. Repairing houses, they don't know how to do that either. In the end, a few people went back to their places separately, ready to wait for Zhang Yang to come back. Judging from Ling Yunzi's condition just now, if Zhang Yang needed them, he would have come to them. On the other hand, Ling Yunzi asked Zhang Yang with some confusion, "Where are you going?" How could he not see Zhang Yang's purpose? Zhang Yang smiled and said, "Senior Uncle, in fact, we Qingyun are not poor at all. We just won't utilize it." Utilize? Ling Yunzi was confused. What's so great about the Green Cloud sect? Zhang Yang smiled and pointed at the vast heaven and earth under his feet. The area of 300 miles in circumference is all my Qingyun territory. Everything in this territory should belong to my Qingyun. However, we have not explored these resources at all over the years. Ling Yunzi understood somewhat as he glanced at Zhang Yang. "So, you take in a lot of people and let them uncover resources?" Zhang Yang shook his head. "Of course it's more than that. I just didn't even realize that Qingyun owned such a large territory. There is a village up ahead. Let's land down." The people in the village, seeing someone flying towards the village, after being dumbfounded for a long time, could not help but kneel down and exclaimed, "Immortal Master." Zhang Yang hurriedly helped the crowd up and said, "Get up! You guys get up!" The crowd looked at Zhang Yang with both fearful and yearning gazes. They had heard about the existence of immortal masters, but they didn't expect to see them alive today. Zhang Yang looked at the crowd and inquired, "Where is the village chief?" The old man with white hair shivered and stood out. His head lowered and he didn't dare to look at Zhang Yang at all. "The little old man is the village headman here. His name is Li Fuguwei. I don't know what the immortal master has to order." "Old man, no need to be polite," Zhang Yang said with a smile. "We are from the Qingyun sect, about 70 to 80 miles away from your village, so we are all neighbors." "Qingyun sect," village head Li Fuguwei said in surprise. "We've heard of it. We didn't realize that Immortal Master actually came from the Qingyun sect. By the way, it seems like someone from our village also went to the Qingyun sect to participate in the examination. Lao Jiao, Li Daogo, Your family's child went to the Qingyun sect to participate in the examination, right? The man with the thick arms scratched his head and stood out, nodding his head in some embarrassment. My baby was born a little extraordinary, so I went to the Green Cloud sect to try my luck. Has gone for many days, has not returned. Immortal Master, my baby's name is Lier. I don't know if he succeeded in his examination. My baby is very good, but also please Immortal Master high hand. Zhang Yang nodded and laughed. He is already a Qingyun disciple. Anyone else who didn't make the test this time? He did see Lier's name, too. Li Degu froze and couldn't help but kneel down, tears streaming out of his eyes. Many thanks, Immortal Master. For an ordinary family to produce an Immortal Master, that's a great honor. Zhang Yang hurriedly picked up Li Degu and said with a smile, in the future, the Qingyun sect may take in more disciples. Once every 10 years, if they are under the age of 15, they can all go and participate in the examination. And the Qingyun sect is all very welcoming. I came here to inform you of one more thing. If the village encounters someone bullying you, or any other situation, you can go to the Green Cloud sect for help. Also, if you guys find any good spirit herbs or medicinal materials in the mountains, you can also send them directly to the Green Cloud sect. We will trade with you normally, or even trade some pills, spirit talismans, or whatever that you can use. All the villagers were overjoyed and asked, Immortal Master, is it true? This is one more way out for ordinary villagers. They were certainly more willing to deal directly with the Qingyun sect than going to the bazaar to trade. So, the crowd was very excited. Seriously, Zhang Yang nodded. When you guys arrive at the Green Cloud sect, just report my name. My name is Zhang Yang. Many thanks to Immortal Master Zhang. The crowd thanked again. If you guys find something you can't recognize and think it's good, you can also send it to Qingyun sect. We will appraise it for you and then you can decide whether to trade or not. Zhang Yang reminded once again before he and Ling Yunzi flew away from the village. The crowd in the village, with envious eyes, watched Zhang Yang and Ling Yunzi leave. Then, the crowd turned around and ran towards the mountains to look for medicinal herbs. Chapter 5, Theft of Mines. Ling Yunzi sized up Zhang Yang for a few moments and asked, you've already read the account book. You wouldn't be unaware of how much money Qingyun sect has, right? Those villagers picking medicine over there. I'll see what you're going to buy. Senior uncle, don't worry, there will be a solution. Zhang Yang replied with a smile. The reason why he had brought Ling Yunzi, an expert, out of the mountain was partly for self-defense, and partly to go to the Green Cloud Bazaar. The Qingyun Bazaar had collected taxes for so many years, and had actually not given a single cent to the Qingyun sect. He didn't know who was managing the Green Cloud Bazaar. In any case, he had to give a statement. I'm not afraid of running out of money when the time comes. Next, whenever he came across a village, Zhang Yang would go down there to pay his respects. When learning about the village's situation, he would also inform the village's people that whenever they found spirit herbs, or other things in the mountains, they could go to the Green Cloud sect to trade them. Ling Yunzi's expression was becoming more and more grave. He had taken everything in. This was already 7 or 8 villages. Did the Qingyun sect have that much money? With a serious look, he cautioned Zhang Yang, kid, I have to remind you that no matter how much you reform, you can't scourge those ordinary people. It's already not easy for them to survive. If you dare to rob them, I'm afraid none of us will agree. He now seriously thought that Zhang Yang had the intention of robbing the many villagers around him. It was really because the Qingyun sect could not take so much money. Zhang Yang looked at Ling Yunzi and said seriously, Senior uncle, at least we have known each other for 10 years. Have you ever seen me bullying ordinary people? That hasn't been the case. Ling Yunzi nodded. He sometimes even felt that Zhang Yang treated those ordinary beings better than he treated the cultivators. Zhang Yang said with a serious look on his face, over the years, all the elders have been overlooking a big problem. If the Qingyun sect wants to prosper, it is useless to rely only on strong cultivation. There are many things that the sect needs people to do, and this is the reason why the first step of my reform is to recruit a large number of disciples. Then where did the disciples of the Green Cloud sect come from? The first thing was these villages within the boundaries of the Green Cloud sect, which had quite a few people who could cultivate. For those who are gifted, we will focus on training them to become the backbone of the clan. For those who are not gifted, we will let them grow medicinal herbs and do some chores for the clan, which is better than dying in the village, right? So not only should we not bully the people of these villages, we should also protect them. The Tao is not far from people, and I'm afraid it's not that easy to cultivate any great Tao away from people. Ling Yunzi was relieved to hear Zhang Yang's words. Suddenly, his mind wandered, and the path was not far from the people? Over the years, their Green Cloud sect had put up a transcendent attitude because they were poor, and had been concentrating on closed-door cultivation in the mountains. It had been hundreds of years in a flash, and Ling Yunzi clearly felt that cultivation was getting slower and slower. Is it because you're too far away from the man, so you're too far away from the road? The Tao is not far from people. Ling Yunzi asked curiously. Where do you know so much truth? Zhang Yang rightfully called out. Seen your uncle. I'm afraid I'm the only one in the Qingyan sect who frequents the Qingyan bazaar, right? These truths, of course, were realized by me, he said in his heart. If you had experienced that era of information explosion, all kinds of Danjing and Dao books were read casually. He was afraid that you could know these things. Ling Yunzi nodded. In short, we can't bully ordinary people. Don't worry, Zhang Yang assured. And suddenly, he pointed in a direction and asked in surprise. Seen your uncle. This should also belong to the range of my Qingyan sect, right? This place is a little over 200 miles from Qingyan Peak, so of course it's within the Qingyan sect. Ling Yunzi replied. Zhang Yang groggily exclaimed. Then how come someone is mining within the boundaries of Qingyan sect? Isn't this stealing minerals from the Green Cloud sect? Who's got the guts? Ling Yunzi asked in confusion. What's wrong with that? It's probably the nearby villagers discovering minerals and digging. Zhang Yang rolled his eyes. These clan elders really did fix their brains by practicing. Villagers will mine the mountains and fields? Normally, when you go up to the mountains to collect medicines, you have to worry about fierce beasts, and when you encounter a demonic beast, there is the danger of the village being wiped out. Moreover, mining requires specialized tools and financial support, which is simply beyond the reach of villagers. Let's go check it out. Zhang Yang greeted and landed on the ground, approaching towards the mine. When approaching the mine, he found many ordinary people in ragged clothes, transporting minerals on their backs. Surrounding them were some powerful men with whips in their hands, chasing away the miners. You bunch of losers, run faster. If you dawdle, I will kill you. If you don't hurry to work, there will be no dinner today. Everyone must dig out another 300 pounds today. Whoever fails to finish, will be directly thrown into the wild to feed the wolves. Ling Yunzi frowned when he saw the state of the mine. Zhang Yang, however, was surveying the surroundings of the mine, checking it out for a long time before asking, Seen your uncle, have you found any experts? He was afraid that there would be an expert sitting in the mine, so don't be exterminated when the time comes. Ling Yunzi said impatiently. The strongest is that brocade-robed man, who has just stepped onto the path of cultivation, and even you can take care of him. Zhang Yang had a count. He revealed his figure and walked towards the mine and drank. Everyone stop. How dare you steal the mine? The many guarded big men couldn't help but freeze, and their gazes couldn't help but look at the brocade-robed man. The brocade-robed man also froze and said, In this barren mountainous area, we have never heard of an owner, so why would there be any talk of stealing the mine? Could it be that you guys are also interested in this copper mine? So you've come here to pick a fight on purpose? Then you've got the wrong idea. My Anqing City Xiao family isn't afraid of other people. Anqing City Xiao family? Zhang Yang froze for a moment. He knew of Anqing City, which was more than 300 miles away from Qingyun sect. It was the biggest city in the neighborhood. Then do you know who I am? Zhang Yang asked. The brocade-robed man laughed coldly. I don't care who you are. If you dare to come to my Xiao family's trouble, you have to be prepared to die. Everyone do it. Finish him off for me and throw his body into the wild. The burly men who were on guard around them instantly surrounded towards Zhang Yang. Seek death. Zhang Yang raised his hand and a heavenly thunderbolt descended from the sky and struck the ground with a rumble. He was at least a flying cultivator who had truly stepped onto the path of cultivation, not something that could be compared to these ordinary people in front of him. The brocade-robed man was startled when he saw Zhang Yang make the heavenly thunder and exclaimed, Don't do it. There must be a misunderstanding. I'm Xiao Jian from the Xiao family. Our family head is good friends with Taoist Master Qingfeng of the Qingfeng sect. He knew very well that those who were able to use the heavenly thunder spell were definitely immortal cultivators. So, up came the name of the backer. The Qingfeng sect? No matter what sect it is, it cannot steal my family's mine. Zhang Yang looked serious. This is my Qingyun sect's territory. Everything belongs to my Qingyun sect. Go back and report to your family head. And within a month, come up to the Qingyun sect to give us an explanation and make compensation. Otherwise we will take measures. Do not speak out of turn. Chapter 6, The Green Bazaar. Xiao Jian couldn't help but freeze when he heard the name of the Qingyun sect. What is this place? He hadn't heard of it at all. Over the years, the Green Cloud sect had long since stopped walking under the mountain, not even accepting disciples, and its reputation had been extinct for almost 100 years. It would be strange if Xiao Jian had heard of the Qingyun sect. However, he didn't dare to be ambiguous. The one who was able to make a heavenly thunder spell was definitely not someone he could offend. Don't worry, immortal. I will immediately report the news to the family head. Xiao Jian's posture was placed very low, not daring to be arrogant at all. Zhang Yang nodded. I'll wait for your family head's explanation. He walked straight to a large pile of copper ore mined next to him, probably tens of thousands of pounds. which should not have been transported yet. With a raise of his hand, he collected all the copper ore into his spatial ring. Xiao Jian subconsciously called out, "That's our copper mine." Before he could finish his sentence, he stopped, a cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. They've been busy in the wilderness for so long, spent so much money, and the copper they mined is just gone? Zhang Yang glanced at Xiao Jian and said indifferently, "Stop mining until your Xiao family gives a clear explanation. Otherwise, suffer the consequences. Senior uncle, let's go." He flew away. "No more mining," Ling Yunzi also warned, glancing at the miners and following. Xiao Jian stared blankly at the two who flew away for a long time before he hurriedly shouted, "Stop! Make them all stop! Everyone stop for me! Old sword, take the crowd to rest. No more mining until I return." He packed up and ran as he spoke. He had to get the message back in a hurry. "I'm afraid the Xiao family is really in big trouble this time." On the other hand, Ling Yunzi looked at Zhang Yang with a strange expression. "It's not proper for you to rob their copper mine, is it?" "Robbing?" Zhang Yang looked at Ling Yunzi. "That's our Qingyun Sect's copper mine. I'm just taking it back. Senior uncle, it's not that I'm talking about you guys. I'm afraid that there are still things like this happening within the boundaries of the Green Cloud Sect. I suggest that we need to get a few senior uncles to go out together and do a proper patrol. These are all my Qingyun's assets. We can't just let them be taken away. You guys are really so focused on cultivation that you don't even know that your homes have been stolen." Ling Yunzi was silent. Zhang Yang shook his head repeatedly. "Senior uncle, if this copper ore is smelted out and if you can refine a little bit of high-grade material, you can give it to your flying swords to eat and enhance the power of your flying swords. This is all treasure. You guys just don't care." Ling Yunzi said decisively, "I'll go back and have them all out. It's something that needs to be patrolled." Zhang Yang was speechless. In the next half a day, they toured a few more villages, but it was just less than 1/5 of the Qingyun Sect's range. "Senior uncle, we have to go back," Zhang Yang said to Ling Yunzi. "The 2 days I agreed with them is almost up, so I have to go back and take care of things." Ling Yunzi was probably a little more enthusiastic because of the copper mine. "Isn't there still half a day left?" Zhang Yang smiled and said, "For the rest of the half day, we have to go to the Qingyun Bazaar." He turned his head and flew in the direction of the Green Cloud Bazaar. Ling Yunzi realized, it's time to go to the Qingyun Bazaar to buy something. Those 80 or so people who just went up the mountain. But they are ordinary people. They still need to eat. Zhang Yang also did not explain the real purpose of his visit to the Qingyun Bazaar. Of course, buying household items was for sure. The reason for the formation of the Green Cloud Bazaar goes back hundreds of years. At that time, the Green Cloud Sect was still accepting disciples normally. The people who come to the Qingyun Sect to worship the sect always have to have a place to rest their feet. And the period of the Qingyun clan assessment of the disciples, these resting crowds also have to eat and drink. There is now the Qingyun Bazaar. Even in recent years, there were still some people who traveled to the Qingyun Sect to take the test in order to join the sect, coupled with the fact that people from the surrounding villages were migrating towards Qingyun Bazaar over the years. Qingyun Bazaar was becoming more and more prosperous, and it had now become a small town with a resident population of several thousand people. In the original Qingyun Bazaar, the various businesses were unmanaged and very chaotic. More than 20 years ago, a cultivator suddenly came and recruited a group of people and began to manage the Green Cloud Bazaar. And only then did the Green Cloud Bazaar have the act of collecting taxes. Of course, since then, the Green Cloud Bazaar has become organized. Zhang Yang, who often went in and out of the Qingyun Bazaar, was certainly clear about the situation of the Qingyun Bazaar. The only thing he couldn't figure out was how high the cultivation level of this cultivator who managed the Green Cloud Bazaar was, which was the main reason why he had brought Ling Yunzi to the Green Cloud Bazaar. Zhang Yang led Ling Yunzi to the hill in the center of Qingyun Jie's city, stopped in front of a pavilion, and said to the two guards in front of the pavilion, "Please go and report to the mayor of the town that Zhang Yang of Qingyun Sect is visiting." He decided to be polite first. Of course, the money is definitely in hand. After so many years of collecting taxes at the Green Cloud Bazaar, it was impossible not to spit out a little bit. Unless the manager of this Green Cloud Bazaar was so powerful that the Green Cloud Sect couldn't afford to mess with him. However, this possibility was slim to none. If there really was such a powerful cultivator, what was he doing hiding in the Green Cloud Bazaar? The two guards did not dare to be slow, and one of them went in to report. A few moments later, the guards hurriedly arrived and said to Zhang Yang, "We have an invitation for our honored guest." Zhang Yang nodded and said to Ling Yunzi, "Senior uncle, let's go." The two entered the attic and met Jiang Jiqiu, the administrator of the Qingyun Bazaar. Jiang Jiqiu, dressed in a green robe and with a vicissitude of face, rushed Zhang Yang and Ling Yunzi and saluted. "I've met you too. I wonder what is so important for you to come here." Zhang Yang opened the door. The 300-mile radius of Qingyan Peak belongs to my Qingyan Sect's territory. Do you know about this matter? Jiang Jiqiu's eyes turned up quickly as he smiled and shook his head. I really don't know about this. Now you know. Zhang Yang looked at Jiang Jiqiu with a serious demeanor. You've collected taxes for so many years in the Qingyun Bazaar, and I, the Qingyun Sect, want half of it. He also left half for Jiang Jiqiu, which was considered polite. Jiang Jiqiu's face instantly changed, and with anger, he asked, are you guys trying to rob? Although he was a loose cultivator, he had been collecting taxes at the Green Cloud Bazaar all these years, and was living no worse than the disciples of those big clans, and even better than many clan cultivators. Now that someone actually came up and wanted to take away half of his benefits, how could he possibly agree? Robbery? Zhang Yang laughed coldly. The area where this Qingyun Bazaar is located is my Qingyun Sect's territory. Even the appearance of the Qingyun Bazaar is because of my Qingyun Sect. For so many years, my Qingyun Sect has not collected any taxes. So what qualifications do you, an outsider, have to collect taxes? Therefore, me asking you to spit out half of it is already polite enough. If it wasn't for the fact that you've maintained the order of the Green Cloud Bazaar all these years, it wouldn't be half, it would be all. Jiang Jiqiu laughed coldly. Fine. Really think I'm easy to bully. Wanting me to hand over my spirit stones is absolutely impossible. The big deal is that I'll finish you off and leave the Qingyun Bazaar today. His aura bulged around him and he was about to strike, but he stopped immediately. In front of his head, a flying sword flashed with a cold light, pointing straight at his forehead. Chapter 7, Meeting in Half. Ling Yunzi had some patience for ordinary people, but he was never ambivalent about cultivators, especially a cultivator who claimed to want to get him killed. He's out of his sword. The flying sword was pressed against Jiang Jiqiu's forehead, and as long as Jiang Jiqiu made any movement, the flying sword could take Jiang Jiqiu's life, and the furious Jiang Jiqiu instantly calmed down. I'm afraid that anyone who had the tip of a sword pointed at their forehead would have to calm down. The Qingyun Sect was right next to it, so of course Jiang Jiqiu knew about the Qingyun Sect. However, didn't the Qingyun Sect not have any disciples walking outside these years? If it wasn't for the fact that there was still an opening of the gates every 10 years, it would almost seem like the mountain had been closed, especially since Jiang Jiqiu had been in the Qingyun Bazaar for more than 20 years. He felt that he was even more deserving of figuring out the Qingyun Sect situation. Therefore, when Zhang Yang and Ling Yunzi appeared, his first instinct was that there was a loose cultivator posing as someone from the Qingyun Sect. However, when the flying swords appeared and threatened his life with his unstoppable momentum, he felt that he was afraid that it was really the people from the Qingyun Sect who had arrived. He was puzzled in his mind. The Green Cloud Sect hadn't cared about the matters below the mountain for the last 100 years. Why had they suddenly changed their style? After my investigation, you have managed the Qingyun Bazaar for almost 22 years. Zhang Yang gazed at Jiang Jiqiu and said slowly, the Qingyun Bazaar has the presence of a restaurant, pharmacy, and weapons workshop, as well as a small chamber of commerce, all of which are traded with spirit stones. I have carefully understood that you draw taxes in the Qingyun Bazaar 20-1, and there are even some benefits that are given to you individually. Just calculating at 10,000 spirit stones per year, you've earned a total of over 200,000 spirit stones over the years. 50-50, now you should at least give me 100,000 spirit stones. Jiang Jiqiu's eyes were fixed on the flying sword in front of him, not daring to move at all. Hearing Zhang Yang come up and nibble away his 100,000 spirit stones in one gulp, he felt a great hatred in his heart, but he had no choice but to obediently hand over the 100,000 spirit stones. With a thought, the 100,000 spirit stones piled up in the room, and the rich spiritual qi suddenly spread towards the surroundings. Zhang Yang put away 100,000 spirit stones and looked at Jiang Jiqiu and said with a smile, you are very dishonest. Yo! In addition to the spirit stones, the other herbs and materials, I don't believe that you haven't gotten any of them at all over the years, and you won't share half of them with the Green Cloud Sect? You should know clearly that I didn't simply finish you off or take your space ring, which is already very polite to you. If you don't know better, then I'm afraid I'll just have to take over your spatial ring to scrutinize it. Jiang Jiqiu took a deep breath and said, Senior, put away the flying sword. I'll admit defeat. Ling Yunzi thought about it and put away his flying sword. In front of him, Jiang Jiqiu couldn't do anything at all if he wanted to run, whether it was in terms of Dao or cultivation. Jiang Jiqiu was too far behind. Without the threat of flying swords, Jiang Jiqiu was much more relaxed. He did not care about Zhang Yang and Ling Yunzi either. He sat down straight away and raised his hand. A dozen of brocade boxes were placed on the table along with dozens of spirit herbs. Subsequently, a variety of materials were also placed on the table. All the harvest is here. This time, Jiang Jiqiu was very sensible. On top of that, I can give another 50,000 spirit stones. That's all I've harvested over the years. Because just as Zhang Yang said, the Qingyun sect did not make a move to directly kill anyone, nor did they seize the space ring. This showed that the Qingyun sect came in a reasonable manner. Zhang Jiqiu had picked up a bargain for more than 20 years in the Qingyun bazaar, and now the time had come when he had to spit out some of it. Zhang Yang nonchalantly collected 50,000 spirit stones, then took away 8 brocade boxes, and then half of the spirit herbs, followed by picking away half of them inside the various materials as well. Only then did Zhang Yang say, "Let's call it a day after you've been in charge of Qingyun bazaar for the past 20 years. Zhang Jiqiu silently collected those spirit herbs and materials that belonged to him, and contemplated for a moment before saying, "I've put a lot of effort into managing the Qingyun bazaar over the past 20 years, and the other circumstances that I'm more familiar with the Qingyun bazaar. If you guys trust me, I can continue to be in charge. I can charge less for the escrow fee. 30% is fine. How about giving the surplus 70% to your Green Cloud sect?" Managing the Green Cloud bazaar was a fat meat. Of course he didn't want to hand it over so easily. However, looking at the posture of the Qingyun sect, I'm afraid that the Qingyun sect will have to manage itself. The last thing he wanted to fight for was to try to be able to keep this piece of fat meat, just because Zhang Yang was still reasonable. Ling Yunzi frowned and asked Zhang Yang, "This Qingyun bazaar was originally an unowned land. Now that people are able to live here, isn't it a bit unreasonable to charge them?" He felt that this tax collection was a bit unreasonable. After all, the Qingyun sect had never done this before. What he had received before was of course forgettable, and he wasn't stupid enough to return it, and it would be a little inappropriate to follow it up. Zhang Yang and Jiang Jiqiu both looked at Ling Yunzi a bit speechlessly. What was that saying? "Senior uncle, the Qingyun bazaar has become a system. If it is left unattended, it is going to be chaotic," Zhang Yang explained. "If there is no one to manage it, the Qingyun bazaar in the future will surely erupt with immense problems and even people will die because of the lack of rules. Therefore, the Green Cloud bazaar cannot be ignored. The way of heaven is to make up for deficiencies with losses, the way of man is to serve deficiencies with losses. Since the emergence of the Green Cloud bazaar is related to people, of course the way of man must be practiced." He knew that these senior uncles had bags in their heads, or else they wouldn't have let the Green Cloud sect become what it is now. In order to convince Ling Yunzi, he even deliberately dragged in a moral scripture. Sure enough, Ling Yunzi fell into the mood of the scripture. Jiang Jiqiu, who had also heard a line of scripture, also had his eyes exploding and looked at Zhang Yang like a monster, with a lot of thoughts in his mind. After Zhang Yang finished advising Ling Yunzi, he turned back to Jiang Jiqiu and said, "I have a suggestion. I don't know what you think. Please." Jiang Jiqiu unconsciously used honorifics. Zhang Yang smiled and said, "I want to accept you as a registered disciple on behalf of Master." Originally, this matter should have been done by Master himself. However, his old man is already in seclusion and will not be able to come out until half a year later. After he comes out of seclusion, you can then perform the rite of worship. I wonder what you think. In his opinion, the Green Cloud Bazaar should have belonged to the Green Cloud sect to manage. So why should he give Jiang Jiqiu 30% of the benefits? Moreover, an outsider managing the Green Cloud Bazaar wasn't very trustworthy. However, the old ones of the Green Cloud sect are not up to the task, and the young ones have only just been initiated. If they were to manage the Qingyun Bazaar, then Zhang Yang would have to do it himself. But Zhang Yang didn't even want to care. His goal was still on cultivation, and messing up so many things was still for the sake of cultivation. And Jiang Jiqiu had managed the Qingyun Bazaar for more than 20 years, so he was already familiar with it. More importantly, although Jiang Jiqiu had just been suppressed by Ling Yunzi, from the aura displayed, he was not weaker than himself at all. If Jiang Jiqiu worshipped under the Qingyun sect, all the problems would be solved, and the Qingyun sect would also have one more cultivator who was not weak, especially since Jiang Jiqiu was a loose cultivator, without the aid of the sect's resources, relying entirely on his own to figure out his cultivation. That's a talent. Therefore, Zhang Yang moved his mind to simply abduct Jiang Jiqiu to the mountain as well. However, before going through Qin Yunzi's consent, he could only agree to the title of a named disciple. Jiang Jiqiu is a little speechless. You just robbed me and coerced me. Turn around and let me join the Qingyun sect. He contemplated for a moment and said decisively, then thank you for your introduction. I'm willing to join the Green Cloud sect. Although the casual cultivator was free, he had no backing. Although the Green Cloud sect seemed to have fallen, it was indeed an ancient sect with a long-lasting legacy. The Qingyun sect's Dong methods were definitely better than the ones he cultivated, which was why Jiang Jiqiu finally decided to worship the Qingyun sect. Zhang Yang smiled and said, then, senior brother, prepare yourself and come with us up to Qingyun later to mark your name. Senior uncle and I have some other things to do. so we'll come back to you after we're done. After saying that, he greeted Ling Yunzi and left. Chapter 8, Where are my spirit stones? Zhang Yang had been in a very agitated mood after leaving from Zhang Jiqiu. Finally, there were spirit stones for cultivation. It was true that 150,000 spirit stones belonged to the Green Cloud sect, but how can you get a piece of it yourself? With spirit stones, the cultivation level would increase much faster. What's more, this time, he had also obtained many spirit herbs, so when the time came for third master to make pills, wouldn't he be able to raise his cultivation again? After having the spirit stones, of course it was a big purchase. Herbs, materials, talisman paper, vermilion sand. Apart from the things for cultivation, Zhang Yang also procured many things like rice, flour, meat, and even buns, steamed buns, baked cakes, and so on. The 87 disciples who had just been recruited to the mountain were ordinary people, and they all had to eat before they were able to break up the valley. Zhang Yang did not bother about these 2 days at the very beginning because these people were traveling to Qingyun Sect for the examination. The road could be close, and everyone was required to bring dry food with them. 2 days of not caring about them would not make them hungry at all. After making some large purchases and stuffing their spatial rings to the brim, Zhang Yang and Ling Yunzi went to look for Zhang Jiqiu and prepared to take him up the mountain with them. Zhang Jiqiu, who had already waited for an afternoon, departed immediately after seeing Zhang Yang and Ling Yunzi. The three of them flew towards the Green Cloud sect, arrived at the Qingyun sect. When you see the messy situation near the main hall, and the mountain, those strange-shaped wooden shed, and those carpenters, Zhang Jiqiu was a bit dumbfounded. Qingyun sect is at least a famous sect. How come it's like this? They are all disciples who have just worshipped the Green Cloud sect. Zhang Yang explained and then landed in front of the grand hall. Someone saw Zhang Yang appear and hurriedly shouted, "Eldest brother is back." A large group of people, from all directions, ran in the direction of the great hall. Wang Baiol walked out, scratched his head, and asked with some embarrassment, "Eldest senior brother, we all still have the dry food we ate. It's the water that's almost finished, and we don't dare to trespass into a few elders' mountains without authorization. So I wonder if eldest senior brother can find us a water source." Zhang Yang reached out his hand and pointed towards the back of the hall. "A mile away from here, there is a site of mountain springs that you can drink from. From now on, you guys will fetch water from there. Also, I didn't care about you guys for the past 2 days because I was looking at your ability to live. Now it seems that your ability to survive is worrying. Alright, the 2-day test has passed. Now you can come and collect your food." He would never tell the crowd that he was afraid he couldn't afford to feed so many people before 2 days. When a large amount of buns, steamed buns, and beef and mutton appeared in front of the crowd, Wang Baiol and the others were dumbfounded. Immediately afterward, the crowd reacted and rushed up one by one, shouting, "Many thanks to eldest senior brother. Though dry food doesn't starve, how can it be as good as meat?" Zhang Yang looked at the crowd who were wolfing down their food and said with a smile, "Starting from today, every 7 days you can receive food from the sect, so you don't have to worry about starving. After you finish eating, rest as soon as possible and tomorrow morning, I will explain the specific cultivation for you. Many thanks, eldest brother." The crowd thanked again. They had worshipped in the Green Cloud sect in order to cultivate immortality, and tomorrow they would finally begin. Only after settling down the crowd did Zhang Yang say to Zhang Jiqiu, "First, I will help you record into the Qingyun sect disk spectrum, and then tomorrow, I will take you to pick a Qingyun sect technique." He knew what Zhang Jiqiu needed most to worship the Green Cloud sect, and without any ambiguity, he directly gave his promise. "Many thanks to senior brother." Zhang Jiqiu thanked him. Zhang Yang signaled Zhang Jiqiu to find a place to cultivate on her own, while he and Ling Yunzi headed to the top of Lingyun Peak. "Senior uncle, please invite a few other senior uncles to come," Zhang Yang said with a smile. Ling Yunzi flew his sword to several other peaks, and the few people who got the message flew to Lingyun Peak. Just after sitting down, the 7th master smiled smugly and asked, "How is it? Green Cloud Sect's accounts are not easy to manage, right? There's still a need to hurry up and think of a way. 100 or so spirit stones to support so many people won't support them for long." Third senior uncle shook his head helplessly. "Everyone go look for herbs for me tomorrow. I'll refine some pills to sell some money back." The 5th master smiled bitterly and said, "Then I can only go write more charms. Even if the talismans are written on straw paper, writing more can sell for quite a bit of money. Don't worry, senior nephew, even though this time you've gotten into trouble and recruited so many people to the mountain, we can't just ignore it. We'll all help you." 6th senior uncle said firmly. Only Ling Yunzi looked at the other few with a strange look on his face. He was tempted to say, "Gentlemen, your worries are redundant. The Green Cloud sect in the future is probably going to be rich. Zhang Yang gave thanks to the several senior uncles one by one before saying, with the concerted efforts of all the senior uncles, this reform of the Qingyun sect will surely be a success. Third Master Uncle, I do need to trouble you to refine some pills. See how you can put these herbs to use and refine some cultivation enhancing pills. Especially the cultivation of a few senior uncles must be quickly raised up. In his opinion, several of Ling Yunzi's people lacked cultivation resources, which led to their cultivation not being able to break through. In the future, the Green Cloud sect, of course, would have to need an expert to sit in on it. Third senior uncle Dan Shinzi shook his head and smiled bitterly. Nay, there is no spiritual grass. He had just finished speaking when a pile of spirit herbs appeared in front of him, and there were even a few brocade boxes holding several rare spirit medicines. His eyes widened at once, and he hastily pounced on top of several brocade boxes, incredulously and strangely exclaiming, heart-washing lotus, spirit-quenching grass, and jade bone flower. These are all spiritual herbs for refining high-level pills. Where did you get them? Is it useful? Zhang Yang asked curiously. Dan Shinzi nodded his head repeatedly. It's too useful. With these herbs, I can refine a heart-cleansing pill that can wash away the heart barrier. Our cultivation has been stagnant for so many years. Our heart barrier is not small. There is hope for a breakthrough now. I can also refine a spirit-quenching pill. Zhang Yang, you have just the right use for it. You can use it to quench the golden pill. Then all these herbs will be given to senior uncle, so that the pills can be refined as soon as possible for everyone to take. Zhang Yang signaled Dan Shinzi to put it away. Dan Shinzi smiled with an open brow and put it away at once. This time, everyone looked at Zhang Yang with strange, expectant gazes. Where did these things come from? Sixth uncle, I'll leave these materials to you. Zhang Yang gave those weapon smithing materials, along with tens of thousands of pounds of copper ore, to Fire Spirit Z. With Dan Shinzi's matter in front of them, everyone expected the appearance of the weapon refining materials and was not that surprised. But everyone is curious as to where they came from. Fifth Master Uncle, I bought you the talisman paper that I promised you. Zhang Yang took out another pile of talisman paper and handed it to the fifth Master Uncle. There is also top-grade vermilion sand. I bought 2 taels of it as well. I hope that the fifth Master Uncle will be able to use these talisman paper and vermilion sand to draw powerful spirit talismans. These drawn spirit talismans have to be handed over to me, and I'll exchange them for money. The Qingyun Bazaar didn't have much money left for the time being, and relying on the Qingyun Bazaar alone wouldn't be able to support the Qingyun sect, so it had to open up new paths of earning money before it could be done. Fifth uncle laughed out loud. It's not in vain that I've been so good to you. You kid really hasn't forgotten my benefits. Don't worry, I'll go draw you a talisman later. His talisman drawing was cultivation, and he could sell it when he drew it, so why not? But the general talisman paper cannot carry his spiritual power. Ordinary grass paper is only boring to write and draw. In the cultivation does not help. Several others were eyeing Zhang Yang, having given favors to the others. What about theirs? Zhang Yang smiled helplessly. This time, I only got a few things that are useful to a few master uncles, so I will bring them to you when there are other master uncles that are useful. However, this time, I still have 120,000 spirit stones left after making some purchases. For these spirit stones, leave 50,000 as the sect balance, and for the other 70,000 spirit stones, let's split them by 10,000 each. How much? The crowd was stunned, especially the 7th master's uncle. That pretty cherry mouth could be stuffed with eggs. The 7th master said, click a follow and give a 5-star review. When has the Green Cloud sect ever been so rich? Moreover, one person is also given 10,000 spirit stones, which, this is really too much. The crowd happily yelled out. Quickly, 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 quickly distribute the spirit stones. Right at this moment, a grumpy voice rang out. Sinful disciple, there are spirit stones and you actually don't share them with me? And you guys, what a good thing. You forget about me as your big brother when you have spirit stones, right? Qin Yunzi, who claimed to be in seclusion, suddenly appeared in front of the crowd. Chapter 9, Big Brother's Discipline. There was no doubt that Qin Yunzi was a responsible sect leader. However, he might have ordered all his talent in immortal cultivation and was not good at anything else, which led to the Green Cloud sect becoming what it is now. Now that the Green Cloud sect had more than 80 extra disciples and hadn't landed anything yet, how could he be quiet enough to go into seclusion? Therefore, he had actually been paying attention to the changes in the Green Cloud sect, and was also thinking about what methods he was going to use to resolve the situation in the Green Cloud sect. Don't look at him yelling that he doesn't care about Zhang Yang's reform of the Qingyun sect. When something goes wrong in the Qingyun sect, he still has to step in and fix it, no matter what. He was the head of the Qingyun sect. When Zhang Yang returned to Qingyun sect, he noticed it at first. It was just that what he did not expect was that Zhang Yang had actually brought back a lot of spiritual herbs and weapon refining materials. What was particularly surprising was that it had actually gotten back many spirit stones. The next moment, he was furious. A man dividing 10,000 spirit stones, without mentioning him at all? Over the years, Qingyun sect has been used to being poor, and it simply doesn't have so many spirit stones. Back then, when they had gotten Zhang Yang that one, a few of them had also managed to use their strength to exchange for it without seeing any spirit stones. So, he jumped in at the first opportunity. He needs spirit stones too. Master. Zhang Yang was a bit surprised. Didn't you go into seclusion? He had truly thought that Qin Yunzi was in seclusion, which was why he hadn't distributed the spirit stones to Qin Yunzi. Besides, by the time Qin Yunzi came out from his half a year of seclusion, the Qingyun sect might not even be lacking in spirit stones. Qin Yunzi glared at Zhang Yang. You still know that I am your master? Where are the spirit stones that belong to me? Zhang Yang smiled and took out each person's 10,000 spirit stones separately and handed them to the crowd. Among them, of course, Qin Yunzi's was missing. Master, and all of you, after you get the spirit stones, you should hurry up and raise your cultivation. Our Green Cloud sect, in the end, will still have to rely on you all. However, all of you should not close your minds to death, lest you can't be found when it's time to look for your help. The extra spirit stones, I will keep them for now. After all, there are many places that require expenses. We'll discuss the issue of managing the accounts after the Green Cloud sect has been rectified. By the way, Master, I've taken in a named disciple for you. It just so happens that you are out of the gate. How about you meet him tomorrow and pass on a technique to him? Zhang Yang looked at Qin Yunzi. Qin Yunzi's smile froze. He just had some spirit stones and the sinful disciple found him another disciple? Seeing the change in Qin Yunzi's face, Zhang Yang explained, Don't worry, Master, you only need to meet him and pass on his disciplines. As for the rest, I'll just arrange it. Qin Yunzi was relieved and nodded. Then tomorrow at the hour, meet him in the main hall. Alright, since we have the spirit stones, everyone go and cultivate. After saying that, he left first. The other few of the 7 sons of the Green Clouds, with the exception of Ling Yunzi, had also left. Zhang Yang was the last to leave. His house was at Qingyun Peak. No matter what, he was a disciple of the sect leader. Returning to Qingyun Peak, Zhang Yang closed the door to his room and took out his spirit stone to cultivate as well. With spirit stones, the efficiency could be much faster than refining qi. Zhang Yang looked inwardly at the dantian, looking at the golden dan that was like a soybean, and kept taking out the spirit stones, absorbing the spirit qi from the stones to grow that golden dan. The spiritual qi of a single spirit stone was worth the past 5 days of all-out qi refining efforts. This is the real immortal cultivation. Zhang Yang smiled smugly. The next morning, the sunlight illuminated the Qingyun sect's main hall. The square outside the main hall was already filled with the 87 disciples of the Green Cloud sect. Today was the first day of imparting Gongfu, and everyone attached great importance to it. Coming to the Grand Hall square early, standing next to him was Zhang Jiqiu. At this time, Zhang Jiqiu was also a bit apprehensive. Although Zhang Yang had promised to let him join the Green Cloud sect, he had not really joined the Green Cloud sect so far. Another question was, could joining the Green Cloud sect really result in a true inheritance of feats? In the gazes of the crowd, a figure, from above the various peaks, drifted down towards the Grand Hall. As they watched the crowd come with the wind, the ordinary disciples' eyes glowed and their hearts surged. In fact, even Zhang Jiqiu was a bit excited in his heart. The Green Cloud sect was worthy of being a sect with a long heritage. There were actually so many experts whose cultivation he couldn't see. Qin Yunzi and the others entered the main hall and sat down. Zhang Yang instructed the many ordinary disciples, everyone sit quietly and wait. He gestured to Zhang Jiqiu and followed him into the Great Hall. The people in the Great Hall today were all refreshed and smiling. Apparently, all of them had good changes under last night's spirit stone cultivation. When Qin Yunzi saw Zhang Jiqiu who walked in, he said with a smile on his face, I've already heard Zhang Yang talk about you and am willing to accept you as a registered disciple. Although you are my disciple, you will not be counted among the sequence of disciples for the time being, and you will become a true disciple later on after you have cultivated the results. If Zhang Yang hadn't accepted him as a disciple on his behalf, he wouldn't have accepted Zhang Jiqiu at all. He wasn't one to take on disciples lightly. Zhang Jiqiu bowed with a big salute. Zhang Jiqiu pays his respects to master, and to all the uncles. Even if he was a registered disciple, he finally had a backer. Qin Yunzi raised his hand, signaling Zhang Jiqiu to stand up, then said, your cultivation level is a bit higher than Zhang Yang's, having reached the middle Jindan stage. However, Zhang Yang was initiated earlier than you, and is the candidate for the next sect head of Qingyun sect, so you should still be addressed as senior brother. up and down the Green Cloud Sect. You can look for him for anything. Later on, you'll ask him to take you to the hidden scripture cabinet to find a secret book that suits you. However, I have to remind you that if you worship in the Green Cloud Sect, you have to abide by the sect's rules. Fellow sect members should love each other and should not kill each other hand in hand. Otherwise, severe punishment will not be meted out. Disciple will definitely abide by the rules of the sect. Jiang Jiqiu said hurriedly. Qing Yunzi nodded. If you have any cultivation problems, you can come to Qing Yun Peak to look for me, or you can go to the other peaks to look for the other senior uncles. But we should all be very busy during this period of time, so come back to ask for advice afterward. Many thanks to Master and all the uncles. Jiang Jiqiu thanked them again. After the initiation ceremony, Qing Yunzi and the others left to go about their business. In fact, if Jiang Jiqiu wasn't bringing the art to the door, none of them would have come out to meet each other and let Zhang Yang take care of it. Now that there were spirit stones, and all sorts of resources, of course they had to hurry up and utilize them to raise their cultivation. Only after seeing off several elders did Jiang Jiqiu look at Zhang Yang. Senior brother, please take care of me in the future. Zhang Yang nodded. Wait for me to educate those brats outside the door first, then I'll take you to pick out a gong method. It's fine. Eldest brother is busy first. Jiang Jiqiu had already paid his respects to the Green Cloud Sect, so naturally he wouldn't be in a hurry. The people outside the hall, seeing Zhang Yang walk out of the hall, could not help but sit up straight and wait for Zhang Yang's lecture. Zhang Yang glanced at the crowd and said with a serious demeanor, not every sect will recruit disciples without any selection. You guys are lucky to worship the Green Cloud Sect at this point. Do you know why that is? The crowd shook their heads. They didn't know anything about cultivation at all. Zhang Yang said seriously, immortal cultivation requires talent. No matter how good the technique is, no matter how many resources are available, it is all for naught without talent. Every sect assessment, the test is actually also about cultivation talent. All of you have worshipped in the sect without going through an examination, so it can't be ruled out that some of you don't have a talent for cultivation. However, I am here to assure you that regardless of anyone, even if they do not have any cultivation talent, you can stay in the Green Cloud Sect, because, right now, the Green Cloud Sect is in need of people, and there must be a position where you can utilize your strength. Chapter 10 Cultivation Realm. Zhang Yang's words made the people who had already joined the Qingyun sect apprehensive. When they came to the Green Cloud Sect to take the test, they knew that cultivating immortals required talent. Only this time, all of them had joined the Green Cloud Sect and thought that there would be no examination, not realizing that the examination was here. However, hearing Zhang Yang's assurance, they were quite relieved again. No matter what, they were already Green Cloud Sect members, and having that was enough. Eldest senior brother, please test our talents. Wang Beol stepped forward and took the initiative. Zhang Yang glanced at Wang Beol and continued, before you guys start practicing, I have to tell you about the realm of cultivation and the general way of practicing. The most important step in immortal cultivation is foundation establishment, which represents that you can step onto the path of cultivation. Foundation building is just a generalized term, and there are actually several steps that are divided into Qi collection, body refining, Qi opening, and Dao seeds. To collect Qi is to sense the spiritual Qi of heaven and earth and to incorporate it into the body. At this step, the talent is already being divided. Some people are gifted and have a strong perception of the heaven and earth aura, and can easily enter the step of Qi collection, while some people have a weak perception of the heaven and earth aura. And just the step of Qi collection will take quite a bit of time, and there are even some people who can't sense the heaven and earth aura at all, which makes it impossible to cultivate. The people were heartbroken, but they could understand. How can you cultivate immortality when you can't even perceive the aura of heaven and earth? When the Qi harvesting is successful, the next step is to use the heaven and earth spiritual Qi to continuously quench the impurities in the body, so that the body becomes more and more pure. This step is rather less important. After all, there are many medicinal herbs that can help quench the body. After the body was quenched and pure, the next step was to open up the spirit sea. Opening the spirit sea would involve a different gong method. At this time, one could approach the sect to receive the technique one wishes to cultivate and open up one spirit sea. And after the spirit sea was successfully opened through the gong method, the Dao seed was successfully brewed in the empty spirit sea, and this was considered to be the true foundation building. There are 4 such difficult steps in just one foundation building, with 2 more hurdles in it. Therefore, before you embark on the path of immortal cultivation, I have to remind you that if you don't have enough perseverance and confidence, dismiss the idea before it's too late. Wang Beol smiled and said, Eldest brother, since we are all determined to take the test, we definitely have both the confidence and perseverance. Yes, we will definitely not let big brother down. Please, eldest brother, trust us. Various voices, one after another. Zhang Yang raised his hand, signaling everyone to be quiet. Then continued. The reason why I'm telling you all this is because the vast majority of this matter of foundation building can only rely on yourselves. The only thing the clan can do to help you is to give you some medicinal herbs to quench your body, as well as some experience in building the foundation. Only when you succeed in building your foundations and begin to step into the Jindan realm can the clan give you the most help. Here, I would also like to give you a little bit of information about the Jindan realm in advance, so that you can have an outlook on the path ahead of you. There were also 3 steps in the Jindan realm, which were divided into 3 levels: Jindan, Quenching Dan, and Yundan. The process of conjugation is the conclusion of the Dao seed into the Golden Dan. When one succeeds in conjugating the Dan, one can perceive the laws of heaven and earth and thus move through the air. And after successful conjugation, the lifespan could also break through. Living for hundreds of years was not a problem. Jiedan isn't really that hard. I'm in the realm of Jiedan, so there's still hope for everyone. The crowd's eyes were wide and their mouths almost watered. Zhang Jiqiu next to him couldn't help but freeze for a moment, muttering in his heart, was conjugation really that easy? He had spent more than 20 years for the end of the Dan back then. Don't look at him as such a young man. His actual lifespan is more than 100 years old, and 1/5 of his time, he is in the process of conjugating Dan. After Jin Dan, there is the Yuan-ing realm, Yuan-shun realm, harmonization realm, and the subsequent ferrying realm, all of which are too far away from us for you to need to understand for the time being. By the way, here's something to introduce to you. The one next to me is also your senior brother, called Zhang Jiqiu. He is also someone who has just joined the sect, but he is in a higher realm than me and has already reached the realm of hardened Dan. Zhang Yang smoothly introduced Zhang Jiqiu to everyone. Come, greet your senior brother. Elder brother is a big moneymaker. When he is happy, he might reward you with a spirit stone. Spirit stones are rich in spiritual qi, which can be quite helpful for you guys to collect qi. Greetings, elder brother. Wang Baol hurriedly saluted, and the rest of the crowd hurriedly greeted each other, eyeing Zhang Jiqiu. Hello, senior brothers and sisters. Zhang Jiqiu hurriedly responded. Then, each of them gave 5 spirit stones. He still had tens of thousands of spirit stones on him. Even if each person had 5 spirit stones, he would only be giving out a few hundred spirit stones, which was nothing to him. As for the people who got the spirit stones, all of them were in high spirits, and they were even more enthusiastic about Zhang Jiqiu. Zhang Jiqiu, who had just joined the Qingyan sect, had a few moments of recognition for his senior brother, and that, too, was Zhang Yang's purpose. Otherwise, he was still willing to spare a few hundred spirit stones. Once you get the spirit stone, make full use of its heaven and earth aura and succeed in harvesting qi as soon as possible. Zhang Yang reminded the crowd, but you guys have to do something to help the clan while you are cultivating. For example, with the recent construction of houses, the whole clan is in a mess and you guys have to clean it up. In addition, you can usually look for medicinal herbs to submit to the clan, and all of these things can be counted as your merits. When you need to receive something from the sect in the future, use these merits to exchange them. When he first went up the mountain, the 7 sons of the green cloud had covered all his cultivation. However, now that there were more people in Qingyun, they couldn't just give things away. The crowd didn't have any other objections. They felt afraid that the clan was supposed to be like that. Alright, everyone all go and spread out. Those who should cultivate, and those who should do something should go do something. Zhang Yang waved his hand, signaling the crowd to disperse, then turned to Zhang Jiqiu and said, Senior brother, I will take you to the Tibetan scripture cabinet to pick out a technique. Zhang Jiqiu hurriedly thanked him. Thank you, eldest brother. Zhang Yang took Zhang Jiqiu and crossed over the main hall to a tall tower at the back of the main hall, and as he walked, he introduced himself. This is Qingyun's scripture pavilion, which contains Qingyun's various cultivation techniques. The first layer is the foundation establishment techniques, the second layer is the Jindan techniques, and the third layer is the Yuanying techniques. You're at the Dan quenching stage now, so you can only pick a technique on the second floor. Zhang Jiqiu looked at the 5-story tower and was shocked, especially when he entered the second layer and saw a jade slit placed. His heart was even more shocked. What that means, he knows best. As a casual cultivator, all the other cultivation resources were fine. And the feats must be a great limitation. Without an inheritance, let alone getting a good technique, it would be nice to have the ability to cultivate. The Green Cloud sect, on the other hand, had so many Jindan stage techniques, not to say turnip and cabbage in general, but it was close. This was the depth of a great sect. In fact, this was the reason why he had agreed so easily when Zhang Yang had asked him to pay homage to the Green Cloud sect. Chapter 11 Inventory of Resources. Zhang Jiqiu looked at the many Jindan techniques within the hidden scripture cabinet, and for a moment he didn't even know what technique to pick. he was able to cultivate to the Jindan stage, so there was no doubt that he had Jindan feats in his possession. Now that he had entered the Green Cloud sect, of course he wanted to pick a better technique than what he had now. It's just that when there are so many feats, he's overwhelmed and doesn't know what's good anymore. After surveying him for a long time, he looked at Zhang Yang sincerely. Eldest brother, do you have any suggestions? Zhang Yang looked at Jiang Jiqiu and asked, what type of gongfu do you need? He had basically read all the feats here. Before today, he was the only disciple in the Qingyun sect, and he was even the next generation heir identified by Qingyun Zi, and the entire Qingyun was Zhang Yang's. So what's the point of looking at some gongfu? Jiang Jiqiu was different. Not to mention that Jiang Jiqiu had brought the art to the door, but just after worshipping the clan, he didn't have the right to look at the merit law as often as he wanted. Jiang Jiqiu also didn't inquire and directly divulged his old self. When I built my foundation, my Dao species was of the fire attribute, but the Jindan gongfu I obtained was of the wood attribute. Although I was also able to cultivate it, in the end, it couldn't completely display my talent. Therefore, if there is a fire attribute gong method, of course it would be the best. Zhang Yang raised his hand and pointed to a few jade slips. These are all fire attribute techniques. There's the Yin Yang technique, the burning sky technique, and the Nan Ming Li fire technique. You can choose from all of these. It's up to you which one to pick. Speaking of which, I'm a bit curious. Where did you get the gong methods you cultivate from? Senior brother? Jiang Jiqiu hesitated for a moment before saying, I'm not going to hide it from you, senior brother, but my experience is a bit complicated. When I was a child, I met a loose cultivator, probably because my family was not bad and I had talent myself. The master took me as a disciple and embarked on the path of cultivation. However, my master also obtained the cultivation of the foundation establishment technique by chance, and he didn't have the technique for the Jindan stage either. I snatched my Jindan stage technique from a cultivator. As he spoke, he picked the Yin Yang Gong and read the contents. The ones that can be displayed here should all be good feats that he doesn't pick. Zhang Yang glanced at Jiang Jiqiu. So you're still a genius. He added in his heart that he was still a ruthless person. Otherwise, he wouldn't have today's achievements. A loose cultivator without a master to guide him, who had fumbled his way through quenching the Dan on his own, was indeed considered not bad. Jiang Jiqiu laughed bitterly and shook his head. Senior brother is flattering. What kind of genius am I? Only someone like senior brother is considered a genius. If I'm not mistaken, I'm afraid that senior brother is only about 20 years old, right? As for me, senior brother, I am already over 130 years old this year. Moreover, because of the matter of robbing the merit law, he also offended people and had to stray in all directions, just for fear of being discovered. It was only when I finally arrived at the Green Cloud Bazaar that I was able to settle down for more than 20 years. How much suffering there is in this, he himself knows. Zhang Yang froze in his heart. This guy is over 100 years old. If he had been in the past, he would have had to kneel down and worship his 100-year-old grandfather. Forget about the past. If you join me, Qingyun, you are a Qingyun's man with the backing of the clan. Zhang Yang said indifferently. Let's work together to bring Qingyun forward. This is not without the efforts of senior brother. Jiang Jiqiu hurriedly said, willing to listen to senior brother's instructions. The Qingyun sect has no one right now, and the Qingyun Bazaar still needs someone to manage it. Anyway, you can also cultivate in the Green Cloud Bazaar. So after you pick out your technique, go back to the Green Cloud Bazaar. If you have problems with cultivation, when the several senior uncles aren't busy, I'll ask them to give you some pointers. Although he had allowed Jiang Jiqiu to pick the gongfu, he wouldn't reuse Jiang Jiqiu when he didn't have complete trust, and the Qingyun Bazaar was already in need of someone to manage it. Jiang Jiqiu had already managed it for 20 years, so he was just the right person for the job. However, you are now a disciple of the sect, so if you manage the Qingyun Bazaar again, you can't do it in the same way as before. Zhang Yang said to Jiang Jiqiu with a straight face, the income from the Qingyun Bazaar, apart from the fact that 50% needs to be handed over to the sect, the other 30% has to be used to develop the Qingyun Bazaar. As for the other 20%, it will be your hard-earned money. When the cultivation of Qingyun's disciples had risen, Qingyun himself would offer pills, talismans, magic treasures, and so on. These, however, are the income of the clan. Jiang Jiqiu nodded. Then we'll follow eldest brother's arrangement. If eldest brother doesn't have anything else to do, I'll return to the Green Cloud Bazaar first. After Zhang Yang nodded his head, Jiang Jiqiu flew towards the Qingyun Bazaar. After Zhang Yang saw Jiang Jiqiu leave, he once again came to Lingyun Peak and found Lingyun Zi, senior uncle. Besides third, fifth, and sixth uncle, there are two other senior uncles who are invited to come along. So let's take advantage of the time when all the disciples are building their foundations to do a proper inventory of the resources within the scope of the Qingyun. Ling Yunzi sent a message and soon, Bai Lingzi and Bai Yunzi flew over, looking at Zhang Yang with curious eyes and asked, "What do you need us to do?" Zhang Yang had given them the confidence to reform with 10,000 spirit stones, so of course they were willing to participate in the reform. Zhang Yang raised his hand to visualize the boundaries around Qing Yun, marking out a portion of it, and said with a smile, "The day before yesterday, Senior Uncle Ling Yun and I had already cleared these areas, and what we're going to do next is to do a good job of clearing out the rest of the areas as well. The first thing to be inventoried is whether anyone is stealing our mines, and if found, in addition to seizing the minerals, we must be held accountable. The second thing to do was to count the location of each village and mark them out. These people, in the future, will also be our Qing Yun's people. We have to treat them well. For now, these two things will be accomplished for the time being. As for the rest, we can only wait until the other disciples' cultivation improves before we make our move. He's got a lot to do, but it's got to be one step at a time." Without saying a word, Bai Lingzi and Bai Yunzi picked a direction and flew out. Ling Yunzi glanced at Zhang Yang and said, "You'd better stay busy in the sect. I'll just go by myself for the inventory of resources." If it was just him alone, he could fly much faster with his imperial sword. Bringing Zhang Yang with him instead tied his hands. Zhang Yang didn't think of going. Anyway, he had already sampled everyone. A few master uncles were in high realms and weren't afraid of bad guys, so it was just the right time to do the inventory of resources. After all, until the third master uncle had refined the elixir, the others couldn't cultivate much in seclusion. Only after Ling Yunzi left did Zhang Yang return to his place and took out his spirit stone to cultivate. Although his Jindan was successfully concluded, it still needed to be further upgraded before he could do so. It is only when the Jindan is great that one enters the realm of quenching the Jindan. 3 days later, a few disciples hurriedly came to the small courtyard where Zhang Yang was residing. Breaking Zhang Yang's cultivation, Zhang Yan walked out of the small courtyard and looked at the 3 men and 2 women in front of him and asked, "What's so urgent?" The 5 of them said, "Eldest brother, we've succeeded in harvesting qi. Shouldn't the next step be to refine our bodies? If we refine our bodies, can we receive herbs from the sect to quench our bodies?" Chapter 12, A Bunch of Geniuses. When Zhang Yang first worshipped in Qing Yun sect, he enjoyed the supreme VIP service. The 7 people of Qing Yun Zi not only explained the various conditions of qi harvesting to Zhang Yang, but also used a large amount of spirit stones to blockade within the formation, creating an environment of incomparably dense spiritual qi. In such an environment, Zhang Yang succeeded in gas harvesting in half a day. Now there are 5 people who, in 3 days with their own fumbling, actually succeeded in harvesting gas as well. Even with the help of a few spirit stones, it was still far from the treatment Zhang Yang received back then. This talent, genius. In order to be fully successful in harvesting qi, one had to first sense the heaven and earth aura and then incorporate it into the body, the latter step being very crucial. There were many people who had worked for as long as 3 to 5 months for this step before succeeding. For 5 people to accomplish it in 3 days, this talent was not simple. "You guys are great." Zhang Yang immediately praised the 5. When the heaven and earth spiritual qi is incorporated into your body, it will naturally quench your bodies. This process is also the process of grasping the operation of the heaven and earth spiritual qi and familiarizing yourselves with the habits of the heaven and earth spiritual qi. According to your talents, there is no need to use a body-quenching herb. Although this will lengthen the process of your quenching, it is very important for the subsequent opening of the spirit seed, as well as the Tao seed, and even has the effect of getting twice the result with half the effort. These words were all told to him by his master and his uncles back when he was cultivating. He now took that experience and used it to instruct these brothers and sisters. The reason why the 5 came to Zhang Yang was of course because they wanted to take one step at a time. However, now that they heard Zhang Yang's words, they understood. "Eldest senior brother, then let's go back and continue cultivating." Zhang Yang nodded. "Tell me your names first, then go back to practicing hard." The 5 geniuses reported their names and went back to their cultivation in high spirits. In the next few days, the disciples who collected qi had a blowout and came to Zhang Yang to report their happiness. In less than 7 days, all 87 disciples had finished harvesting qi. Such a scene caused Zhang Yang to freeze. All of the disciples recruited by the Green Cloud sect this time are at the genius level? To be able to successfully harvest qi within 7 days, even with the help of spirit stones, how can they be considered talents? All these geniuses, how come they all came to worship the Green Cloud sect? After thinking for a while, Zhang Yang understood. This is like his original world. If the Qingbei enrollment, only 3 per year, did not take the test 700 points or more, you are good enough to enroll? The Green Cloud sect had only recruited 3 people in the past 100 years, which showed the strictness of accepting disciples. In the outside world does not know that Qing Yun is very poor under. To be able to come to the Qing Yun sect to sign up for the examination, Without a little talent he dared to come? The genius of a clan. When thinking of such a scene, Zhang Yang was inwardly overwhelmed with excitement. However, when he informed Qing Yunzi and the others of this news, Qing Yunzi's 7 sons' faces once again changed drastically. Bad. It's broken. Qing Yunzi muttered. What can we do? The other 6, too, had heavy faces. They had thought that most of them were insiders, but now it seems that all of them are insiders? Zhang Yang was a bit puzzled. Wasn't it the geniuses that the clan recruited? With so many geniuses now, how come Master and a few uncles are still not satisfied? Master, is something wrong? Zhang Yang asked curiously, projecting the current situation. In 10 years at the most, our Changyun sect will have more than 80 Jindan stages. It won't be difficult for quite a few Yuaning stages to even appear. Qing Yunzi shook his head with a bitter smile. Zhang Yang, you don't know. When there are more geniuses, they naturally require more resources. How can we cultivate them? Zhang Yang waved his hand. Master, the Qingyun sect has already started reforming. The issue of resources will surely be nothing in the future. Fifth Uncle Painted Spirit Z said in a deep voice. The problem of resources can still be solved by gritting your teeth. 10 years ago, our Green Cloud sect was still poor, but didn't we still raise you up? However, the problem of resources is only a minor issue. The more important issue is that after these people's realms have been raised, they will have to enroll in the sect's gong methods. Zhang Yang was even more confused. What happened to cultivation techniques? Is it hard to believe that the sect can't afford to give the gongfu to these people to cultivate? Third Uncle Dan Shenzi let out a long sigh. Kid, the human heart is very complicated. These 80 or so people, just how many of them are loyal to the Qingyan sect? You don't know. Let me ask you. In these 100 years our Green Cloud sect has taken in 3 people. Other than you, where are the other 2? Zhang Yang froze for a moment. He had never really paid attention to this issue, and the elders of the clan had never said anything about it either. 100 years ago, we took in 2 disciples. Qing Yunzi slowly said. These 2 disciples, we also cultivated them with all our heart. These 2 disciples are indeed considered geniuses. They cultivated very quickly. In just 20 to 30 years, they cultivated to the Yuaning stage, making us all very pleased. We devoted our efforts to cultivating them, but these 2 evaded their responsibilities and broke away from the Green Cloud sect separately 60 years ago. Not only did they take away many of the Green Cloud sect's techniques, they also took away 2 heavy treasures. Since then, we've stopped taking on disciples. Otherwise, although the Qingyun sect was poor, it wasn't so bad that a few people couldn't afford to take them in. 10 years ago, if we hadn't met you kid, we wouldn't have planned to take on a disciple. As Qing Yunzi spoke, he could not help but think of the scene where he met Zhang Yang 10 years ago. At that time, he had come up with all sorts of questions to make things difficult for the disciples who were taking the test, eliminating everyone else, leaving Zhang Yang, as if Zhang Yang had come to make things difficult for him. In the end, Qing Yunzi had no choice but to keep Zhang Yang. Therefore, instead of saying that Zhang Yang worshipped the Qingyan sect, it was better to say that Zhang Yang had broken into the Qingyan sect by force. Zhang Yang frowned, not realizing that Qingyan sect had such a past. My 2 senior brothers, why did they do that? Zhang Yang asked in disbelief. Qing Yunzi glanced at the others without revealing the real reason. Although my Qingyun sect has a long history and a deep heritage, we are completely incomparable to the other great sects. Under the temptation of significant benefits from other great sects, the 2 of them developed other thoughts. Zhang Yang said seriously, then they are considered traitors to the clan. You guys just let them leave without chasing them back for punishment? Ling Yunzi said expressionlessly. Can't beat it. Zhang Yang was surprised. The 2 senior brothers have already surpassed you in cultivation? That's not so much. It's mainly the 2 clans that tempted them that we can't beat. Qing Yunzi said indifferently. These clans if it wasn't for the fact that I, Qing Yun, still had a clan formation in existence, they would have already made a move against us. Zhang Yang smiled. What are the names of these 2 clans? When my cultivation improves in the future, I must meet the 2 senior brothers. You don't need to know their names. That's not for you to know right now. Qing Yunzi decisively stopped Zhang Yang, lest Zhang Yang would go and cause trouble in the future. So, now you know how troubled we are after accepting so many people to the mountain, right? Now that there are over 80 geniuses, it will be even more troublesome once something goes wrong. Zhang Yang pondered for a moment and smiled. Master, a few uncles, don't worry, I won't let this happen. Starting tomorrow, I'll educate their minds. Chapter 13 Long live the letters of valor. Qing Yunzi's 7 people looked at each other in dismay. What did it mean to educate their minds? Is this thing any good for sensing the heavenly Tao? Zhang Yang wore a mysterious smile on his face and said, you guys don't need to care, you'll know when I get it out. By the way, 2nd uncle, 4th uncle and 7th uncle, I asked you to clear Qingyun's assets. How are you doing? Ling Yunzi raised his hand and manifested a map on which the places with villages had been marked. Bai Lingzi and Bai Yunzi similarly manifested a map, and likewise marked the location of the village. The three maps linked together were all the ranges of the entire Qin Yun sect. Zhang Yang scanned the area and totaled out that there were a total of 175 villages around Qin Yun sect. He secretly shook his head in his heart, somewhat less than satisfied. He had looked at those villages, and each of them had a few hundred people at most, and a few dozen at least. So the 175 villages didn't add up to much of a population, and it was far less populous than the world he had known in the past. Ling Yunzi then added, "On my side, in addition to the mine we discovered last time, we have now discovered another mine that has been exploited. We haven't dealt much with Qin Yun for the past 100 years, and some people have indeed exploited our loopholes and are stealing our resources." He now had a change of heart after knowing the importance of these mines. Bai Lingzi then added, "On my side, I found 3 mines that were mined by the Cloud Mountain Empire, which is 1500 miles away from our Green Cloud sect. When I was recovering the mines, I even clashed with them. However, the one sitting in the mines was just at Jindan stage, not a match for me, and all the minerals were taken back by me. I've already warned those people from the Cloud Mountain Empire not to set foot within the boundaries of the Green Cloud sect anymore." Bai Yunzi smiled and said, "I only found one mine, but the one I found was actually a silver mine." Sixth Senior Uncle Fire Spirit Z's eyes lit up and he hurriedly said, "Silver ore is good. The best part inside this silver ore can refine secret silver, which is one of the important materials for refining high-grade magic treasures. Forget about the other mines. The silver ore is something that must not be released." Bai Yunzi nodded. "Of course I got the silver mine back, but it was the Thousand Feathers sect that mined it, and they actually said that I robbed it and wanted to find me in trouble." Zhang Yang's brows furrowed. The Qin Yun sect, as a big clan with a long history, was actually being bullied like this? He looked at Qin Yunzi and said with a straight face, "Master, isn't it time for us, Qin Yun, to toughen up?" Qin Yunzi nodded silently, but did not say much. The rest of the 7 sons of the Green Cloud didn't make much of a statement either. Zhang Yang felt strange and didn't know what the problem was, so he could only say, "Master, and the 6 uncles, if there's nothing else, I'll go ahead and prepare for the ideological education. Go!" Qin Yunzi waved his hand. When Zhang Yang left, he lifted his hand in a ban, enveloping the 7 sons of Qin Yun. What was discussed next was not something Zhang Yang could hear. On the other hand, Zhang Yang returned to his room, recalled the history of Qin Yun sect, and began to compose the content of ideological education. This is equivalent to the past company vision, dream, mission and so on things. The emphasis is on the sense of belonging to the company, the sense of mission, mainly used to naturalize the hearts and minds of the people. The next day, the 7-day period he had agreed to with the rest of the crowd arrived. Zhang Yang waited in front of the main hall for the other disciples to come and collect the food. After everyone had arrived, Zhang Yang said with a smile, "As a member of the Qin Yun sect, it is a must for us to understand the history of the sect. If we don't even know the origin of our own clan, how can we have the honor to say that we are Qin Yun sect members? I've written a history about Qin Yun here, so everyone must memorize the contents on it and make sure to know it by heart." The many disciples were confused, but they all felt that as disciples of the sect, it was only right to understand the history of the sect. When each person came up to receive their food, they were also given a piece of paper that recorded the history of the clan. However, when they saw what was on the paper, everyone couldn't help but freeze and read it quite smoothly. "Qin Yun has stood for 5,000 years, and talents have created extraordinary. Our successors should strengthen themselves and work together to create splendor." Zhang Yang looked at the people who had already received the history of Qin Yun sect and said with a smile, "From today onwards, we should take pride in remembering the history of the sect, and take shame in forgetting the history of the sect. The next time we come to receive food, I'll be the one to test it." "Yes, eldest brother." Everyone heard that there was going to be a test and paid attention. They are not hard to remember, and they are so catchy to read that it's not a big deal to write them down. Not long after, the sound of reading was heard from the mountain of the Green Cloud sect. The 7 sons of Qin Yun, who had taken all this in, looked at each other in dismay, wondering what Zhang Yang's purpose was in making this move. This is ideological education? What's the point? However, as a disciple of the clan, remembering the history of the clan was really something that should be done. They could not understand it, but they had no other objections, and it was pushed through. Another 7 days had passed in a flash, and Zhang Yang was already waiting at the entrance of the main hall when many disciples came to collect the food. "Senior brother, I've come to collect the grain." Wang Baol stood in front of Zhang Yang smilingly. Question: How many years has the Green Cloud sect been around? Zhang Yang gazed at Wang Baol. Wang Baol grinned. 5,000 years. It's too simple a question. Zhang Yang also smiled and held up his fist in an encouraging manner. 5,000 years is not short. We have to carry on and revitalize Qingyun. Long live Qingyun. Wang Beiyou froze, not knowing how to answer the question. However, he quickly reacted and tentatively raised his fist, saying, revitalize Qingyun. Long live Qingyun? The children are teachable. Zhang Yang smiled and handed a bag of grain to Wang Beiyou. Zhang Yang looked at the second disciple who walked up and casually asked a simple question before saying, revitalize Qingyun. Long live Qingyun. With Wang Beiyou sampling, the ones behind got it and said, revitalize Qingyun. Long live Qingyun. The next people, all of whom didn't need Zhang Yang to open their mouths, would follow up after answering the question with, revitalize Qingyun. Long live Qingyun. It's all about educating the mind. More than 80 consecutive sentences of revitalize Qingyun. Long live Qingyun, which everyone has memorized deeply. Even on a normal day, you can't help but come up with a line like that, as if it carries magic. Long live Qingyun? Chang Yunzi's brows furrowed as he couldn't read it. Revitalizing Qingyun he certainly understands. What is the significance of this long live Qingyun? Even he is not sure that the Green Cloud sect can be inherited for 10,000 years. If that's the case, what's the point of shouting such an unrealistic slogan? This kid, in the 10 years that he had been teaching Zhang Yang, he used to think that Zhang Yang had some whimsical ideas and some new words, but they were all still in the realm of the understandable. Ever since Zhang Yang started reforming the Qingyun sect, he couldn't understand it. When he checked out the Green Cloud sect with his divine thoughts, he felt that the group of people who had just joined the Green Cloud sect were starting to be just as strange as Zhang Yang. Qingyun sect shouldn't be any worse. Let's just see. The Green Cloud sect was silently changing. In the blink of an eye, a month is here. Zhang Yang came to Lingyun Peak and found Lingyun Zi. Senior uncle, the period of January that we agreed with the Shao family in the first place has come and gone, and they actually didn't send anyone to Qingyun sect without any explanation. So it looks like we have to make a trip to Wanqing City. Chapter 14, Shao Family Provocation. Zhang Yang first greeted Lingyun Zi, then came to find Dan Zi. Third Master Uncle, give me all the pills you have successfully refined. Dan Zi was a bit stunned. I've only refined a batch of low-grade pills, all of which you guys can't use at the moment. The slightly better pills, I haven't refined them for a long time, and I'm going to wait until I'm familiar with them before opening the furnace. Zhang Yang laughed. It's not for us to use. This time when we go to Wanqing City, I'm going to sell some of them in Anqing and buy some more herbs back. As soon as Dan Zi heard that he was going to buy herbs, he gave Zhang Yang all the successfully refined pills without saying a word. Anyway, Zhang Yang was changing some kind of leather and exercising his duties as the acting headmaster, and all these pills were going to be given to Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang collected the bottles of elixir and turned his head to find his fifth uncle, drawing Spirit Z again. Uncle, have those talismans been drawn yet? Give them all to me when they are done. Go take them and sell them to buy you some new talisman paperback. Painting Spirit Z took out a bunch of talismans with fluctuating spiritual power and handed them to Zhang Yang, instructing, make sure to buy me better talisman paper. These talisman paper can't carry my power at all. By the way, the vermilion sand must also be bought me good vermilion sand. If you can, get me some high-level demonic beast blood back. If you get some dragon and phoenix blood back, you'll be rich. He wasn't polite with Zhang Yang at all, making all sorts of demands. Zhang Yang rolled his white eyes and simply ignored it. Good talisman paper would be excessive, but you still want high-grade demonic beast spirit blood? As for the dragon and phoenix blood or whatever, consider it a fart. Collecting the pills and talismans, Zhang Yang did not go back to the sixth uncle. Consumables like pills and talismans could be made as long as there were raw materials. However, smithing is not so simple, especially since the Green Cloud sect now had more than 80 more people, and everyone would inevitably be bestowed with the sect's magic treasures in the future. And the gap was still large now. Zhang Yang loaded up the pills and talismans and flew towards Anqing City with Ling Yunzi. Anqing City, a large city and a city belonging to the frontier of the Yunshan Empire, had a permanent population of millions and was very commercially developed. A few years ago, Qing Yunzi brought Zhang Yang to Anqing City once, and that was the only time Zhang Yang came to Anqing. With Qing Yunzi's several people's style, coupled with the Qing Yun sect's financial power, it was basically impossible for them to go to Wanqing City if there were no important matters. Half a day later, Zhang Yang and Ling Yunzi entered Anqing City, and after inquiring and learning about the location of the Shao family, the two of them went straight to the door. Go inform your family head that the Qingyun sect is visiting, Zhang Yang said to the concierge. As soon as the concierge heard the word Qingyun, his face instantly changed and he hurriedly shouted, Qingyun's people are coming. This sudden scene froze the Zhang Yang duo. What did the Shao family mean by this? Suddenly, Several silhouettes swept out of the Xiao family. The brocade-robed old man at the head snapped. I'm Xiao Jianchun, the Xiao family head. Who are you? How dare you come to my Xiao family to sow your wild oats? Zhang Yang gazed at Xiao Jian, who appeared later, and asked with a smile. He didn't tell you? Xiao Jian pointed at Zhang Yang and Ling Yunzi and said, Family master. They were the ones who claimed to be from the Qingyan sect in the first place and robbed our copper mine. Xiao Jianchun became furious. Who the hell are you people? How dare you impersonate the people of the Qingyan sect? Ling Yunzi frowned. We're impersonating? Xiao Jianchun laughed coldly. It's well known that the Qingyan sect has sealed off the mountain, and there are no sect members walking under the mountain at all. You guys are suddenly saying that you are disciples of the Qingyan sect. Do you have any proof? Ling Yunzi froze. He had never thought that one day he would need to prove that he was a member of the Qingyan sect. However, he thought of the sect master's token on Zhang Yang and said to Zhang Yang, show them the token you have on you. Zhang Yang didn't listen to Ling Yunzi at all and gazed at Xiao Jianchun as he slowly asked, the Xiao family doesn't want to discuss this properly? You didn't listen to a single word when I asked the Xiao family to bring a message in the first place? He wasn't going to fall into the trap of self-incrimination, no matter what tokens he took out. They were invalid if they didn't recognize them. Moreover, looking at the Xiao family's stance, it had already set up such a situation. Xiao Jianchun said coldly, you robbed my Xiao family's copper mine. When compensating for my Xiao family's losses, now you actually dare to come to my door. Do you really think my Xiao family is a vegetarian? I see. Zhang Yang nodded. Then what is the Xiao family going to do? Return our copper ore. That's a whole hundreds of thousands of pounds of copper. If you don't return it, you'll have to bear the consequences. Compensate us again for the losses we have incurred during this period of time due to the shutdown. And the two of you will have to publicly admit your mistakes. Xiao Jianchun pointed at Zhang Yang and Ling Yunzi and droned. Zhang Yang was a bit shocked. This guy has a knack for planting people. He asked, and what if we don't pay? You probably won't be able to leave without paying. Xiao Jianchun raised his hand and a duster magic treasure appeared in his hand. After the spiritual energy was injected into the duster, the silk threads of the duster fluttered, driving the laws of heaven and earth to stir. He pointed his hand at Zhang Yang and droned. Will you pay for it? It's not just a matter of making a move. Just say so. Zhang Yang clapped his hands. He took out a bunch of talismans from his spatial ring, pulled out one and activated it with his spiritual power. Instantly a ball of fire the size of a basin flew towards Xiao Jianchun. Xiao Jianchun laughed and casually waved out his duster. A pearl of rice also puts on a ho-hum light? Boom! The fireball exploded the moment it touched the duster, raising a huge blaze that inspired a monstrous fire. The fire was extinguished, and the dust whisk magic treasure in Xiao Jianchun's hand had already burned bald, and his entire person had become gray and stagnant. Standing in place, Zhang Yang once again drew out a talisman and Xiao Jianchun shrieked and instantly backed away. What are you afraid of? Zhang Yang glanced at Xiao Jianchun and waved the talisman and said to the surroundings, Explosive Inflammation Talisman, produced by Qingyan Sect. You have already seen its power. Each talisman has the power of a single blow from the peak of Jindan. It is a must-have item for searching for secrets and exploring treasures, and for avenging the enemy. If there is a need, you can come to me to order large quantities from the best. The surrounding crowd was a bit speechless. Wasn't this a fight? However, everyone did see the power of the talisman just now, and if the price was right, they could indeed buy a few for defense. Xiao Jianchun's face turned blue. Actually advertised after beating him? He turned his head to the green-clothed Taoist robe next to him and said, Taoist brother Liang Fong, we can only look to you. Liang Fong stepped out and took a look at the talisman in Zhang Yang's hand before he said in a deep voice, Young man, you dare to bully people casually just because of the talisman. If your elders don't educate you properly, let the poor Taoist come and educate you properly. Zhang Yang asked, Who are you? Liang Fong smiled proudly. Poor elder Liang Fong of the Qingfeng school. Cultivation? Currently at the peak of Jindan. Liang Fong stroked his beard, even more self-satisfied. Those talismans of yours are useless to poor Tao. Zhang Yang asked again, How many years of cultivation? The poor Taoist has been practicing for more than 100 years. I don't match your cultivation time. Find one that matches your cultivation time. Zhang Yang retreated back before he could finish his sentence and said to Ling Yunzi, Senior uncle, you're on. Chapter 15. Ling Yunzi was a bit speechless by Zhang Yang, but he was also a bit angry by Liang Fong. What do you mean no elder education? They had done their best to cultivate Zhang Yang in these 10 years and had spent a lot of effort. What Qingfeng sect? You haven't even heard of its name. How dare you speak so loudly? He struck, and when he did, it was for real. At this moment, Liang Fong was a bit speechless by Zhang Yang. What did he mean by mismatched cultivation time? He was just about to make a move, when suddenly his mind shook tremendously. only to feel an overpowering and unrivaled coldness coming straight to his head. With a thought, the defensive magic treasure on his body instantly activated. A mirror hung in the air, blossoming out a hazy light, enveloping his entire body. Humph. If you want to sneak up on the poor Taoist, there's no door. Liang Fong smiled smugly. Bang! Before his words fell, the defense shield instantly collapsed and the mirror became pieces. However, because of the blockage of the defensive magic treasure, Liang Fong finally saw what was attacking him. It was a palm-length flying sword. Flying sword. Liang Fong's mind was horrified, and he hastily drank. Fellow Taoist, stop. Elders, spare your life. Among cultivators, the killing power of sword cultivators far exceeded that of ordinary cultivators. More importantly, the one who was able to harbor such a terrifying flying sword was clearly no longer at the Jindan stage. Knowing that the situation was not good, Liang Fong could only shout for mercy. Ling Yunzi did not go overboard and put away his flying sword. The flying sword flickered away. Liang Fong sighed in relief, and just as he was about to speak, Zhang Yang appeared in front of him. Spare your life can be done. Pay the money to buy your life. Carefully calculate how much a peak Jindan costs and convert the price to me. What did you say? Liang Fong couldn't help but ask. He had just lost a body protection treasure before he could speak, and he was actually told to take the money to buy his life? Zhang Yang said indifferently. This was originally a matter for the Xiao family and had nothing to do with you, Qingfeng sect, but you took the initiative to jump out. Could it be that there is still a share of your Qingfeng sect in stealing my Qingyun copper mine? The Qingfeng sect is at least a sect, but to actually commit this kind of theft? The crowd of onlookers, astonished, looked at Liang Fong. No, this has nothing to do with our Qingfeng sect. Liang Fong hurriedly waved his hands and firmly denied it. He had to deny that if the reputation of the Qingfeng sect was ruined, who would still worship the Qingfeng sect in the future? Who would continue to do business with them? Xiao Jianchun and I are friends, and I came here this time to do a favor for a friend. Liang Fong went on to explain, selling the Green Cloud sect a favor in passing. He said that there were a few people posing as people from the Green Cloud sect looking for trouble. I thought that the Green Cloud sect is a great sect from the ancient times, and that its reputation should not be insulted. So that's why I took the initiative to come and help. The implication is, I've already done so much for your Green Cloud sect, and you still have the nerve to find trouble with me? Zhang Yang smiled slightly. That's not what you said just now, and you had to educate me on behalf of my elders. I heard it all clearly. He turned back to Ling Yunzi and said, Senior uncle, it looks like you need to pay a visit to the Qingfeng sect. Their Qingfeng sect looks very uncomplicated. Ling Yunzi nodded his head slightly. He was a straight man and that was what was in his heart. Liang Fong's expression froze, and only after a moment did he hastily say, this is just a little thing. How can I bother senior to laboriously run around? Alas, I finally remembered. So you are Qingyun Senior Lingyun, and back then you even instructed my master. My master has always told me that I dare not forget the grace of guidance, and if I am lucky enough to meet senior, I must offer a heavy gift. This is a little token of appreciation from my junior. Please accept it with a smile. After saying that, several jade boxes and bottles of pills were handed over. Ling Yunzi froze, really thought there was such a thing, and couldn't help but ask, who is your master? This confused Liang Fong. Why was the senior still pursuing him? You're not going to let me go? Zhang Yang stood out and took the jade box and pills from Liang Fong's hands and said with a smile, Senior uncle, it's normal that you can't remember since you're a nobleman. He knew very well that Qingfeng sect was hundreds of miles away from Qingyun. If Liang Fong's master really wanted to thank Qingyun, he couldn't afford to take these few steps. Ling Yunzi looked at Zhang Yang and did not pursue the matter any further. Zhang Yang then looked at Xiao Jianchun again and said indifferently, your Xiao family stole my Qingyun mine. I asked your Xiao family to go to Qingyun. Apart from explaining clearly, the other purpose was to talk about cooperating in opening a mining site. Since the Xiao family doesn't know what's good for them, there's no need to negotiate. We will find another person to mine the mine. However, your Xiao family will have to compensate for the income from mining over the past years. By the way, the talisman used to beat you just now has to be counted for me as well. Xiao Jianchun's face changed drastically. He hurriedly said, our Xiao family is willing to compensate. But one thing does not bother two masters. How about this mine is still given to us to mine? In fact, it had been a long time since anyone from the Green Cloud sect had walked outside, and to people from the outside world, the Green Cloud sect simply looked like it was closed. This is especially true since they have not even taken in disciples in recent decades. Therefore, the concept of green clouds has faded in the minds of many people. Another situation is that who knows where the boundaries of the Qingyun sect were back then, coupled with the fact that the Qingfeng sect was behind it. This was the reason why the Xiao family dared to enter the Green Cloud sect's territory to go mining. When the news of the Green Cloud sect spread out, The Xiao family and the Qingfeng sect didn't believe it at all. Their first instinct was that someone was acting under the guise of the Green Cloud sect. Another possibility was that the disciples of the younger generation of the Green Cloud sect had made an unauthorized decision. It was really this style of acting that was not at all like how the Qingyun sect had historically behaved. And then there was this joint action between the Qingfeng sect and the Xiao family. However, he did not expect that he had kicked the iron plate, and the Qingyun sect had actually walked out a powerful expert. After determining the situation, of course, it's just a matter of recognizing the situation. Especially when Zhang Yang stated that there was still a possibility of cooperation in mining. How could the Xiao family not seize the opportunity? Their Xiao family had consumed a lot of copper before they struck the mine. How could they possibly give up this bargain to someone else? Ling Yunzi frowned and transmitted his voice to ask Zhang Yang, why don't we pick it ourselves? Since the copper mine belonged to Qin Yun and was important to Qin Yun, of course it had to be held in his hands. Zhang Yang helplessly transmitted his voice and replied, we don't have anyone. Now that a few of the old ones in the Green Cloud sect aren't in charge much, and the ones who just joined haven't grown up, he's the only one who can be in charge now. So how much can he control? The other scenario is that if we don't allow the Xiao family to continue mining, then we would have completely offended the Xiao family and the Qingfeng sect. Zhang Yang then added, Qingyun hasn't traveled outside for many years. It's certainly reasonable to get back what we have, but not leaving any retreat for others at all will be very unfavorable for us to follow up with Qingyun. The Qingfeng sect and Xiao family can't withstand a single stroke of my sword. Ling Yunzi snorted coldly. Zhang Yang smiled and said, they're just stealing. They're not guilty of a capital offense. Anyway, you guys aren't good at these things. I'll handle it. After briefly explaining to his senior uncle, Zhang Yang then said to Xiao Jianxun, then let's pay compensation first and see the sincerity of your Xiao family before deciding whether to cooperate with you or not. Xiao Jianxun hurriedly reached out and gestured. A few of you please come inside. Let's sit down and discuss slowly. Chapter 16, Compensation from the Xiao family. In the main hall of the Xiao family, everyone seemed much more amicable this time. Zhang Yang and Ling Yunzi sat in the honored seats, while Xiao Jianxun and Liang Feng instead sat in the guest seats to keep them company, with polite smiles on their faces. We mined copper from 10 years ago. Xiao Jianxun opened the door and took the initiative to introduce the situation. Each year's production is about 100,000 pounds. It is really those miners mining is too slow. We really only mined out so much. If you two do not believe, you can go to the mine to survey. Zhang Yang didn't bother about the truth or falsehood of Xiao Jianxun's words and asked, in other words, 1 million pounds of copper ore was mined in these 10 years. The copper ore I brought back last time was about 50,000 pounds. And after we refined it, we were able to refine 1,000 pounds of cooked copper, 20 pounds of purple copper, and about 1 pound of copper mother from it. Then this 10 years, your Xiao family has earned quite a lot. All of these things were, collectively, materials for refining magic treasures. Ling Yunzi's gaze couldn't help but chill a few points when he thought that Qin Yun had had so many materials stolen from them that they were actually too poor to use their spirit stones. Xiao Jianxun saw that Ling Yunzi's expression was not right and hurriedly explained. Those copper ores at the very beginning didn't have the same content as the current copper ores. However, since Qin Yun's own is willing to entrust the copper ore to our Xiao family for mining in the future, then the past portion can be compensated to Qin Yun's own according to the current ratio. I wonder what you two think. Fearing that the Green Cloud sect would disagree, he hastily added, no matter what, we've put a lot of effort into mining copper over the years. He knew very well that there was absolutely no room for ambiguity now. If you're not a match in force, you have to admit it. If they upset Qin Yun and didn't give them the copper mine to mine, and they had to pursue the previous income, their Xiao family would really be finished. Zhang Yang pondered for a while, nodded his head in agreement, and said, we can promise. However, we must repay the past portion to us as soon as possible. Xiao Jianxun was relieved and couldn't help but have a smile on his face. As long as the problems left over from the past were solved. He then asked, and how about a 46% split regarding the copper ore? Zhang Yang was a bit surprised. You actually willingly took 40%? No. Xiao Jianxun hurriedly waved his hand. Our Xiao family is responsible for mining and also refining. If we only take 40%, that would be too much of a loss. Just 40%. Zhang Yang said indifferently. You don't need your Xiao family to refine it. You just need to be responsible for mining it out. And we'll pick it up ourselves. This. Xiao Jianxun looked hesitant. Zhang Yang snorted coldly. Your Xiao family has already taken a big advantage. Be contented. Xiao Jianxun smiled bitterly and nodded his head. Okay, then 40%. The Xiao family also had to share a portion of it with the Qingfeng sect, and even less of it landed in the Xiao family's pockets. But now the situation is stronger than ever and they have to agree. Our Qingyun sect will send people to patrol the mine. I hope you don't have any other problems with your mining, or else it won't be so easy to solve next time. Zhang Yang gazed at Xiao Jianchun. Also, get the compensation part ready for us. We want to bring it back to the sect. Xiao Jianchun immediately said. Don't worry, our Xiao family will definitely not think otherwise. As for the compensation part, we don't have that much in hand, so please give us a little time to raise it. How about it? Some of those cultivation resources went into the pockets of the Qingfeng sect, and the Qingfeng sect must have come up with some of this compensation. It's just that it's not good for them to negotiate in front of the Green Cloud sect. He was prepared to wait until he had finished dealing with the Green Cloud sect first, and then he would come back to discuss it properly. You will be given 3 days to prepare. Zhang Yang stood up and turned his head to Ling Yunzi. Senior uncle, let's go to the inn and discuss a little something else. He had advertised those talismans, so of course he had to sell them. Another situation was that he had to purchase some other resources to bring back to the Green Cloud sect. Xiao Jianchun hurriedly stood up and said with a smile, the two honored guests are perfectly capable of staying in my Xiao family, and besides, we would like to buy some talismans as well. Zhang Yang looked at Xiao Jianchun with a smirk. There is no money to compensate my Qingyan sect, but there is money to buy talismans? Xiao Jianchun blushed and smiled awkwardly. Zhang Yang did not pursue the matter any further and led Ling Yunzi away. Liang Fong and Xiao Jianchun sent the two out of the Xiao family, and only after the two figures had disappeared did Xiao Jianchun slap his thigh fiercely. Fellow Daoist Liang, doesn't your sect have any other experts who can deal with them? Qingyun? Liang Fong smiled bitterly and said, my Qingfeng sect has only been established for 100 years, while the Qingyun sect has been around for 5,000 years. Do you know what the concept of a 5,000-year-old sect is? Xiao Jianchun frowned. But didn't you guys say that the Qingyun sect isn't strong? If they were that strong, they would have dared to mess with them in the first place? Liang Fong was pondering. It is said that the Qingyun sect has encountered some changes before it became what it is now. But a thin camel is bigger than a horse. Even the current Qingyun sect is not something that my Qingfeng sect can compare to. We gambled on Qingyun regardless, and now that people have come to our door, we can only admit it. Xiao Jianchun had a stifled look on his face. So many materials that came into his hands. It's really ungrateful to give them out just like that. Now there is no other way. It can only be given. However, fellow Daoist Liang, for the part of compensation, how can your Qingfeng sect also have to come up with a little bit before you can do so? Liang Fong smiled. We will give 30%. Don't be in a hurry. The main reason is that our Qingfeng sect has already utilized those materials and there really isn't much left over. The part that your Xiao family has suffered a loss, we can make it up to you from other places, such as pills, magic treasures and so on. No matter what, we still have to continue working together, don't we? Xiao Jianchun did some calculations and nodded his head in agreement. Then I'll go back to raise the materials and also clarify the matter to the patriarch. Liang Fong arched his hand and flew away. After Xiao Jianchun watched Liang Fong leave, he began to give orders and raise resources. At the same time, he recruited his beloved and instructed, you go to the imperial capital, inform His Highness of this matter, and the most important thing to make clear is that in the future, our Xiao family won't have so many material offerings. Yes, the butler left with a long stride. After arranging things, Xiao Jianchun frowned and contemplated for a while, and couldn't help but let out a long sigh. On the other hand, Zhang Yang and Ling Yunzi hadn't gone far from the Xiao family when they were immediately stopped by a brocade-robed old man. Both of you, my master has an invitation. Please move, the brocade-robed old man said politely. Zhang Yang acted as if he didn't hear it and walked straight away without stopping his footsteps. Ling Yunzi did not stop when he saw that Zhang Yang had left. Although his cultivation level was high, he had to admit that Zhang Yang was much smarter than him, and he naturally acted with Zhang Yang's opinion in mind. The brocade-robed man's face became unsightly, so he could only walk a few steps closer and said in a lowered voice, both of you, I'm the butler of the city lord's mansion, so please give us the face of the city lord's mansion. This time we are here to buy talismans. We want all of your talismans. Zhang Yang finally stopped and asked, price, how about 200 spirit stones apiece? The city lord's housekeeper said with a smile. Zhang Yang's heart was on fire. Was he treating them like beggars? He smiled faintly, looked around, and raised his voice. We'll be openly bidding at the Hongqing building. So if you want to buy talismans, come and find us there. By the way, go back and tell your master that we are not selling a few of them, but we are directly cooperating with the Qingyun sect. So, show some sincerity. He finished speaking and left, not giving the city lord's housekeeper a chance to speak. Around them, several figures quickly disappeared. The city lord's housekeeper's face changed and he also hurried away. Chapter 17, Tenders for Hongqing Building. City Lord, this is how it happened. The butler added more fuel to the fire and told the meeting with Zhang Yang. They didn't give us face at all, and even threatened to openly bidding, presumably meaning that they want to sell it publicly. Anqing City Lord sneered. Do they, the Qingyun sect, really think that it's still the same year, that they don't take me, the City Lord, seriously just because of their high cultivation? In that case, let's give them some color. The butler was startled and hurriedly discouraged. Lord City Lord, it's not a good idea to offend them now, right? Especially since they have an expert. I'm afraid we don't have anyone who can deal with it. Anqing City Lord smiled lightly. Who said anything about taking action? Those clansmen's cultivation of immortality has spoiled their brains. Why should they need to take action against them? You now go to pass the order to all the chambers of commerce and family forces in Anqing City, not to go to Hongqing Building to participate in this bidding. Dare to violate this order. Expelled from the city. Anyone who dares to violate this order will be expelled from Anqing City, and won't even be able to get a foothold in the empire. I'd like to see to whom they sell the talismans of the Green Cloud sect. Cultivation is only based on talent. Doing business requires brains. No matter how high your cultivation is, it's useless. When the time comes, I'll make them personally beg to my City Lord's mansion before selling them to me cheaply. The butler's eyes lit up. City Lord is wise. He hurriedly sent for orders. The news that Zhang Yang was going to sell talismans had already reached the ears of those who were interested in Anqing City, and especially when they heard that Qingyun sect was planning to collaborate to help sell talismans. Everyone was very excited as they all realized how profitable it would be. Therefore, each family sent out people who could make decisions, and they all went to Hongqing House. Each of them made up their minds that they must take this talisman cooperation. When these people moved, the small chambers of commerce and forces in Anqing City also finally realized the end of the story and headed to Hongqing House. In a small, quiet courtyard in the south of the city, the green-clothed middle-aged man hurriedly pushed open the door and walked in, his voice saying eagerly, "Miss, our opportunity has come. What are the chances?" The red-faced woman walked out. "I just inquired about the Green Cloud sect wanting to sell talismans in Anqing City. This is our best chance. If we want to gain a foothold in Anqing City, we must have a unique item, and the talismans of the Qingyun sect are what we need. In addition, the Qingyun sect is not simple. Cooperating with them will be very beneficial to us currently," the green-clothed middle-aged man said excitedly. Red-faced Bane nodded slightly and asked doubtfully, "If this news is true, of course it's great. It's just that the Green Cloud sect hasn't heard news of them walking outside for a long time. Could this be false news?" The green-clothed middle-aged man smiled and said, "It's definitely not fake. The entire Anqing City has traveled to Hongqing House, reportedly to participate in the bidding? Bidding? Interesting." Scourge spread a smile. "Then we'll go too." She reached up and brushed her hand across her face, instantly changing it to flat. Then, she led her maid, followed by the green-clothed middle-aged man, to Hongqing House. Hongqing Building. After Zhang Yang took out his spirit stones and identified himself, the shopkeeper did not dare to be slow and directly invited Zhang Yang to the top floor. The 5-story Hongqing Building, though not the tallest building in Hongqing Building, was still one of the best. Sitting on the top floor, one could just overlook the whole city. "You two immortals, we have fine spirit tea. I wonder if you two would like to have a pot." The one in charge looked at Zhang Yang and Ling Yunzi carefully. "The price is only 100 spirit stones, although it is a bit expensive, but it should not be a big deal for the two of you right now. Moreover, the spirit tea has the effect of calming the mind and concentrating the spirit, which is most helpful for cultivation." When Ling Yunzi heard 100 spirit stones a pot, he wanted to refuse on the spot. This was the family fortune of their Green Cloud sect not so long ago. So how could they get away with a pot of tea? "Send it up." Zhang Yang waved his hand. "If there is any good spirit wine, send it up as well." The shopkeeper froze for a moment and rejoiced. "There is 100 spirit wine, said to be brewed with hundreds of spirit medicines, capable of accelerating the convergence of spiritual qi. The 100 spirit wine costs 500 spirit stones a pot. A pot for the two immortals?" Although the shopkeeper was not a cultivator, when he mentioned spiritual objects, it was as if he was very proficient. "2 pots. Zhang Yang signaled. Ling Yunzi felt his teeth ache and kind of wanted to slap this loser. He couldn't help but transmit his voice. "Although there are a bit of spirit stones now, we have to save them. You shouldn't have forgotten that you've taken in more than 80 people, and their cultivation resources haven't been prepared yet. Senior uncle, we are not here to enjoy ourselves, but to talk business," Zhang Yang said in a serious manner. Ling Yunzi didn't understand these human stories. How could you order something so expensive when talking business? However, he had watched Zhang Yang for so many days and found that Zhang Yang did all sorts of things in an organized manner, so he didn't send a message for the time being. A few moments later, the shopkeeper, an old face smiling like a chrysanthemum, walked in holding 2 pots of wine and a pot of tea. "Two immortals, your spirit tea and spirit wine. Please enjoy them slowly. Zhang Yang signaled the shopkeeper to step back. He picked up the immortal tea and poured a cup for himself and Ling Yunzi respectively. Signaling, "Senior uncle please." Ling Yunzi blinked. "It's not about business, right?" Zhang Yang didn't care about Ling Yunzi. He raised his spiritual tea and drank it all in one go, only to feel a wave of relief spreading all over his body from his chest. The Jindan in the spiritual sea actually fluctuated and changed a little. Zhang Yang's heart is happy. Right. This is what cultivation is all about. Isn't it good to eat and drink and then cultivate immortality? Do you have to sleep and eat and sit in the dark? Ling Yunzi looked at the dense mist in the teacup and then at Zhang Yang, and drank it all in one go. All this time, I've tired to trouble senior uncle to follow me around. All for my protection. It's hard work for senior uncle. Zhang Yang opened the 100 spirit wine and started pouring it. Senior nephew is here to toast senior uncle. I'm your senior uncle. It's only right to protect you. This time Ling Yunzi wouldn't hesitate as he picked up his wineglass and drank it down. It's delicious. He didn't even need Zhang Yang to do anything. He picked up the wine jug himself and poured himself another glass. Zhang Yang was secretly happy inwardly and raised his cup towards Ling Yunzi and drank it down as well. When the 100 spirit wine went down, he immediately felt a surge of spiritual energy surging chaotically in his meridians, and he hurriedly utilized his gongfu to direct the chaotic surge of spiritual energy to the sea of spirit, pouring it on the Jindan. A cup of wine's spiritual energy would take at least a month if he relied on himself to refine his qi. It's money well spent. Just as he had poured the second glass, the door to the room opened and the slim old man walked in. As soon as he entered the door and saw that he could smell the rich flavor of spirit wine and spirit tea, the old man couldn't help but walk 2 steps faster and introduced himself with a smile. I am Huang Qiao, the administrator of Hongfu Chamber of Commerce, the largest chamber of commerce in Anqing City. This time I came to discuss the issue of talisman trading with the 2 immortal masters in good faith. Zhang Yang nodded. Please sit down. Wait for half an hour until the others arrive. Then we will discuss in detail. Yellowbridge nodded repeatedly and sat down on his butt. As a steward of the Chamber of Commerce, it wasn't as if he hadn't had spirit tea and spirit wine, but with his salary, spirit tea and spirit wine were relatively rare items. Now you can drink it for nothing. Why not? Huang Qiao just sat down. The wine has not been poured. The second person arrived. Back and forth feet work. The third also arrived. It didn't take half an hour at all. In a quarter of an hour's work, one of the decision makers of the 7 or 8 forces was already sitting together. The decision makers of the various forces looked at each other. Their gazes contained hostility within them, and on the surface everyone smiled at each other. Since almost all of us are here, let's share a glass of Hongqing Building's 100 spirits wine before we start discussing the talisman monopoly. Zhang Yang began to pour the wine. The wine had only just been poured when hurried footsteps sounded and a young man ran in, whispering a few words in Huang Qiao's ear. Huang Qiao's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly stood up and said, Gentlemen, my concubine at home has given birth. Farewell. While talking, he walked out the door, looking really anxious. Chapter 18, Looking at the Moon. Huang Qiao's sudden move confused the others. An old man laughed and joked. This old Huang, he doesn't even have a wife, but he's playing with flowers. Let's ignore him. Let's talk about us. A few people nodded and smiled. It was just as well that Yellowbridge had left. It was just as well that there was one less competitor, or a strong one. Zhang Yang looked at the crowd with a smile on his face and said lightly, it's better to wait. Maybe someone's concubine will give birth again later. Although the whispers just now were very low, how could they be hidden from Ling Yunzi's spiritual sense? Lord City Lord will not allow any of our forces in Anqing City to cooperate with the Qingyun sect. Violators will be expelled from Anqing City. Those were the words the young man had just brought to Yellowbridge. The others were baffled. Did they not know if their concubines gave birth or not? But the Green Cloud sect immortal head had said so. So let's wait a little longer. In 2 breaths of time, a middle-aged man ran in and whispered in the ear of an old man, who turned pale and stood up. Everyone, my wife died. I have to go back. With 2 consecutive situations, the others could see the weirdness in it. Immediately after that, successive people appeared and successive people left. Everyone's face was embarrassed as they left, but the ones in front of them made some excuses, and the ones that followed simply didn't even make any excuses. They just arched their hands and left. In a matter of moments, the top floor room of the Hongqing building went from lively to quiet, and in the end, only Zhang Yang and Ling Yunzi were left. And dares to bully my Qingyun sect like this? Ling Yunzi became furious. I'll go and see just how much guts the city lord has. Seeing so many people coming to talk business, he thought that Zhang Yang would surely make a fortune for the Qingyun sect, not realizing that it would be ruined by the city lord in a flash. Thinking that he had just spent more than 1,000 spirit stones and the matter was not accomplished, Ling Yunzi was instantly enraged. The Green Cloud sect had kept a low profile over the years, but it wasn't left to be bullied. They had cultivated immortality for so many years, and they hadn't cultivated it to be aggravated. Senior uncle. Wait. Zhang Yang hurriedly stopped. If you go to settle the score with the city lord now, we won't be in a position of reason. At that time, if people think that our Qingyan sect is flighty and unreasonable, then no one will really cooperate with our Qingyan sect in the future. Ling Yunzi was furious. Just tolerate it? Zhang Yang shook his head. Of course not. But even if we want to find trouble with the city lord, it's not in such a way. Senior uncle, calm down. It's not a crime. Ling Yunzi sat down fiercely and manipulated the wine cup to drink it all in one go. We haven't sold any talismans this time. Ling Yunzi sighed. What can we do? Zhang Yang was also thinking about how to solve this matter. He also didn't expect that the city lord of Anqing City would actually not allow people from all forces to work together, which hindered Qingyan sect talismans' plan to penetrate Anqing City. To sell the hands of these talismans is certainly not difficult. The big deal is to set up a stall, or even in the Hongqing building open selling. This is just a disgrace. Cannot do so in the future, right? While Zhang Yang was still thinking, the door of the room was pushed open again and a few people walked in. Zhang Yang looked at the visitor with some surprise. There was actually someone else coming? A line of 3 people. The head of the black dress woman. Skin white snow, body enchanting, is how the face looks a little ordinary, surrounded by maids and servants. It looks like it should be a big family. That face doesn't match that body. Lit. Look at the bright moon. Hello guys, is this the wrong place? Zhang Yang asked with some surprise. The black-skirted woman laughed. If this is your Qingyan sect's bidding place, then I haven't gone wrong. Oh, miss, please sit down. I don't know how to address you. Zhang Yang got up and invited. Look to the bright moon. Thinking of your hometown? Zhang Yang blurted out. Wang Mingyue was embarrassed. The maid had a black line on her head, and the green-clothed middle-aged man raised his eyebrows. Zhang Yang immediately realized that something was wrong and hurriedly said with a smile, I am sorry. When I heard Miss's name, I thought of a poem. Please don't be offended by some abruptness. Miss. He hadn't really expected someone with that name, and had a hunch it was a fake name. Wang Mingyue did not pick up Zhang Yang's words and surveyed the state of the tabletop and asked, your bidding looks quite chic. The guests haven't arrived yet and the wine is poured first. Zhang Yang laughed and said directly, they were already here, but, perhaps we offended the city lord and he did not allow cooperation, so they left. Miss, please leave as well. You will have to leave sooner or later anyway. Wang Mingyue took a seat opposite Zhang Yang and asked, just tell me, aren't you afraid that the talismans won't sell? Zhang Yang smiled proudly. Are you afraid of not being able to sell the good stuff? Besides, this is something that can't be hidden in the first place. The lady will know sooner or later, so why hide it? The green-clothed middle-aged man nodded and said in a low voice to Wang Mingyue, Miss, it is indeed inappropriate for us to offend the city lord, especially since we have to settle in Anqing City. Offending the city lord will put us in trouble. Although there were benefits to working with the Green Cloud sect, the Anqing City lord was an imminent threat. Looking at the bright moon in contemplation, he didn't say anything. Zhang Yang keenly grasped the meaning of the middle-aged man in green's words and asked, you are not from Anqing City? The middle-aged man in green couldn't help but glance at Ling Yunzi. Looking at Zhang Yang, Wang Mingyue nodded her head and said, it is true that we are not from Anqing City, not even from Yunshan Empire. Therefore, it is true that we cannot offend the city lord. Even if we want your talismans very much, even if this is a money-making opportunity for us, we can only give it up. After that, she stood up and prepared to leave. Zhang Yang also stood up and said with a smile, if you guys just need a place to land, that's fine. Oh, Wang Mingyue stopped her steps and looked at Zhang Yang, waiting for his explanation. Zhang Yang pointed to the Green Cloud sect, 300 miles away. There is the Green Cloud Bazaar. That is my Green Cloud sect's territory. I can allow you to stay at the Green Cloud Bazaar right now and promise to cooperate with you in the sale of talismans. The bazaar? Wang Mingyue deflated. Obviously, she doesn't see the bazaar. Even if she was down and out here, she didn't go to the bazaar. Zhang Yang smiled proudly. Ms. Wang Mingyue, you may not be able to look at Qingyun Bazaar right now, but I can guarantee that in the near future, it will be as hard as hell for you to land in Qingyun Bazaar. If I were you, taking advantage of moving into the Green Cloud Bazaar now and taking a piece of land would be the best investment. There are always reasons for you to come here from a foreign country, and your safety is not guaranteed. And the Green Cloud Bazaar can guarantee your safety. Wang Mingyue smiled faintly. Isn't your Qingyan sect the biggest threat? Besides, what qualifications do you have to make guarantees for the Green Cloud sect? And what qualifications do you have to talk about expanding a small marketplace? Ling Yunzi glanced meaningfully at the middle-aged man in green and said to Wang Mingyue, He can indeed guarantee it. It's because he is the acting sect leader of the Qingyun sect. What? Wang Mingyue looked at Zhang Yang incredulously. The green-clothed middle-aged man also looked at Zhang Yang in shock. Such a small and weak acting sect leader. The Qingyun sect was crazy, right? Chapter 19, You've got the money. I've got the guns. Wang Mingyue resumed her seat, her eyes sizing up Zhang Yang in disbelief. Even after a long time, she still couldn't believe that the one sitting in front of her was actually the acting sect leader of the Green Cloud sect. She understood some of the Qingyun sect's past, and it was precisely because of that understanding that she found it unbelievable. Only after a long while did her expression return to normal as she slowly said, I believe that you are qualified. But there are certain reasons why the Green Cloud sect has fallen to this state today. Your sect leader hasn't even solved his own problems, and yet he dares to promise to let me gain a foothold? I'm sure you'll be able to guess without me saying it. My problems aren't that simple. Zhang Yang nodded. He knew very well that Wang Mingyue even had a fake name, was surrounded by powerful servants, and still came to the Cloud Mountain Empire from a foreign land and sought a foothold, and all the signs pointed to trouble brewing behind the scenes. Wang Mingyue did not wait for Zhang Yang to reply and then added, besides, a Qingyun bazaar. I really don't see where the future lies. Zhang Yang smiled faintly and asked rhetorically, do you know what the state of the Qingyun sect was when it was in its prime? I've heard something. Wang Mingyue nodded. Zhang Yang said indifferently, although the Qingyun sect has gone through some changes leading to its decline, and even because of the previous leadership's stubbornness and closed-door strategy, the Qingyun sect has fallen into disrepair. However, Qingyun sect's heritage is still there. Ling Yunzi next to him looked askance at Zhang Yang. The last leadership was talking about them, right? Zhang Yang acted as if he did not see Ling Yunzi's expression as he continued. If Qingyun sect's underpinnings were not there, how could the current Qingyun exist? I'm afraid that it would have long been divided up by all the people, right? What Qingyun lack is actually the confidence to reform. As long as there is confidence in reform, the heyday of Qingyun may not be lost. When Qingyun takes off again, it will surely come from all directions, and at that time, do you think the Qingyun bazaar will still be a small bazaar? Next to him, Ling Yunzi sighed quietly. 1,000 years ago, there was a Qingyun city that was 100 times larger than the current Anqing city. If it hadn't experienced a change 1,000 years ago, the green-clothed middle-aged man nodded slightly, in indicating that he had also heard of such a huge city. Instead, it was Wang Mingyue who was unmoved and calmly said, even though what you said is true, your Qingyun now dares to make things difficult for even a small city lord. If you can't even get past the difficult hurdle in front of you, your Qingyun, let alone taking off, will only be flopping around in a rotten pond for a few moments. Zhang Yang smiled. I admit that there are a lot of short-sighted people who don't think highly of Qingyun, and it's precisely because of the existence of these short-sighted people that the greatest opportunity exists. Just imagine, when everyone recognizes Qingyun, do I, Qingyun, still care about them? Wang Mingyue glared fiercely at Zhang Yang. This guy was cursing himself in a roundabout way? Her tone couldn't help but chill a few points. Your slogans are loud and clear, but even something like selling talismans requires you, the acting sect leader, to step in. So it's evident that you have no one available in Qingyun. To not even have anyone and still think about revitalizing Qingyun all day long is a daydream. Ms. Wang Mingyue, what kind of talent do you think 2 days of Qi collection is? Zhang Yang suddenly asked. Wang Mingyue did not know why Zhang Yang suddenly mentioned this. She froze for a moment, but still said honestly, count it as genius talent. Back then, it took me 3 days to successfully harvest Qi, and that was still with the help of my father. If you are able to collect Qi in 2 days, that's more excellent than me. She reacted somewhat and looked at Zhang Yang. Even if you've been collecting Qi for 2 days, with you alone, facing the situation in Qingyun won't help. Zhang Yang smiled meaningfully. There are 87 such geniuses in Qingyun. Although there were many traitors within this group, Sito Mingyue was unaware of them and happened to serve as one of the bidding underpinnings for Qingyun sect to develop. What it lacked was funds, and not a single opportunity could be spared. Impossible. Wang Mingyue was decidedly shocked and subconsciously retorted. However, she felt that Zhang Yang should not show off with such an obvious question. Suddenly, a cold smile surfaced on her face. All the geniuses in this world have been netted by your Qingyun sect? All the geniuses that are usually rare to see have come to Qingyun? It's so obvious that the Green Cloud sect can't find it? The green-clothed middle-aged man also looked at Ling Yunzi in surprise. It can't be? The leader of this term of the Qingyun sect was so bad that he couldn't spot such an obvious problem? Ling Yunzi was expressionless and didn't say a word. Zhang Yang looked at Wang Mingyue with a smile and did not say anything. Wang Mingyue was a bit embarrassed by the look and asked with some shyness, what are you looking at? You're smart. Zhang Yang nodded. But, have you heard of infernal affairs? Have you heard of the wind? Hope Mingyue was confused. What's wrong with the wind? What avenue is the infernal path? Not to mention Wang Mingyue, everyone else was in a daze. After all, they had never heard of any of these things. Seeing Zhang Yang's confident smile, Wang Mingyue had some urges in her heart to visit the Qingyun Bazaar. Although she couldn't understand it, she could imagine that the Qingyun in the near future must be stormy, especially with this guy in front of her. Knowing all about it and looking confident, she was eager to see how this guy would make Qingyun take off. And if this guy really succeeded, she was afraid that it would be really wonderful. But her reason overcame her impulses, and she didn't agree easily. I can head to the Green Cloud Bazaar to take a look before making a decision, Wang Mingyue concluded. After I decide, I'll make my plans. Zhang Yang smiled. I've already shown that Qingyun is worth cooperating with. So why doesn't Wang Mingyue show some strength? I'm rich. Wang Mingyue smiled proudly. Rich beyond your imagination. It's good to be rich. Zhang Yang couldn't help but rub his fingers together secretly. Qingyun Bazaar welcomes Ms. Wang Mingyue. Looks like a rich woman. Is this an exiled princess? Or a child of a large, broken clan? Or even the heir to a great clan after it's broken? No matter what the status, it's good to have money. Hee. Wang Mingyue smiled faintly. Don't be happy so early. Maybe it won't be as you want. After that, she got up and left. Only after Wang Mingyue left did Ling Yunzi say with a straight face, "This girl is not simple. That servant beside her is an expert." Zhang Yang asked with some curiosity. "Seen your uncle? You can't see through him? If you make a move, can you win?" Ling Yunzi smiled proudly. "There aren't many people who can beat me." On the other hand, Wang Mingyue returned to the small courtyard and looked at the green-clothed middle-aged man and inquired, "Uncle Qin, how credible do you think what he said is?" The green-clothed middle-aged man thought seriously for a moment before saying, "I don't know. However, Qingyun is indeed different from the past. That's for sure. Also, there's no need to question that kid's identity. One who can send out Ling Yunzi to protect him must be an important person in the Qingyun sect." Wang Mingyue asked curiously, "Uncle Qin, you know Ling Yunzi?" The green-clothed middle-aged man smiled and shook his head. "I don't recognize it. But, there are only the 7 sons of Qingyun left in this generation of the Qingyun sect, and the aura of that person is overpowering. So the probability is that he is cultivating the sword Dao. Among the 7 sons of Qingyun, only Ling Yunzi cultivates the sword Dao. So naturally it should be him. Which is weaker, you or him?" The green-clothed middle-aged man smiled helplessly. "Miss, although the Green Cloud sect is in decline, however, they are broad in the end. They have top-notch cultivation techniques, top-notch magic treasure inheritance, and top-notch cultivation cognition. And if it's a fight to the death, I'm definitely no match. If he still has a spirit weapon or something in his hands, then there's no need to fight." "So strong?" Wang Mingyue muttered. "Uncle Qin, do you think I should cooperate with their Qingyun sect?" The green-clothed middle-aged man shook his head. "My task is to protect you. This big matter of cooperation is still up to you." Wang Mingyue contemplated for a long time, and gradually came to a decision in her heart. Chapter 20, Flying Dragon Guards Chase. In the city lord's mansion, the city lord had a sneer on his face as he looked at Hong Changlu. He asked the steward beside him, "No one has disobeyed orders to cooperate with their Qingyun, right?" The housekeeper smiled and said, "Our spies have been watching Hongqing House. Originally Huang Qiao and the others had arrived, but suddenly they left again in droves. This Anqing city, it's still you, my lord. Who has the final say?" As soon as the words left his mouth, another scout came to report. "Lord City Lord, someone has entered the Hongqing building and hasn't come down." The butler's face turned bad. He just finished saying that no one disobeyed orders, and then someone punches him in the face? The city lord raised his eyebrows and laughed. "I'd like to know who in Anqing city has the guts to disobey my orders. It's a black dress woman with her maid and servants. Their identities are unknown for now. We know all the important people of all the forces in Anqing city. They shouldn't be forces in Anqing city." The butler's brow furrowed. This kind of cooperation is a big deal, and ordinary people can't make the decision. Therefore, these 3 people are a bit strange. Go find out where they came from. The city lord's voice went cold. "Yes." The butler left in a hurry. The city lord's brow furrowed, looking upset. On the other hand, Zhang Yang and Ling Yunzi leisurely finished a pot of tea and took away the rest of the pot of wine at Hong Changlu. This remaining jug of wine was naturally brought back for the rest of the clan to drink. Ling Yunzi looked at Zhang Yang and then at the glasses of wine that were placed on the table that had never been touched. He picked up one glass and drank it all in one go. Zhang Yang's eyelids fluttered. "Seen your uncle. It's not a crime. It's a shame to waste it." Ling Yunzi replied with a straight face. Zhang Yang was speechless, just a little sour in his heart. The good Qingyun sect. Why did it become what it is now? So much so that Ling Yunzi couldn't bring himself to throw away a few cups of leftover wine? Senior uncle, let's go buy some things first, then find an inn to meditate for 2 days, and finally go to the Xiao family to collect the money. Zhang Yang paid more than 1,000 spirit stones and left Hongqing building. Afterwards, Zhang Yang traveled to the major chambers of commerce and began a spending spree. The Qingyan sect currently had no use for keeping those tens of thousands of spirit stones, so it would be better to convert them all into resources, especially talismans and medicinal herbs, and those that couldn't be used could still be used to sell them for money. However, Zhang Yang did not buy the refining materials because soon the Xiao family would have to pay over a batch of them, which should be enough for the time being. After making some purchases, only 5,000 spirit stones were left behind, and all of them were spent, exchanged for a large amount of talisman paper and medicinal herbs, as well as a bottle of spirit blood from a Yuaning stage demonic beast and a piece of beast skin, which was purchased separately for painted spirit Z. Only after the procurement was completed did the two of them head to the inn, set up a forbidden 2 in the guest room, and sat down to cultivate. The spirit wine and spirit tea from earlier had not been properly refined, so take the opportunity to refine and absorb them now. 2 days passed in a flash. Zhang Yang and Ling Yunzi left the inn and headed to the Xiao family. The Xiao family, who had already made preparations, saw Zhang Yang and Ling Yunzi arrive and politely invited them in. This is already prepared copper ore, cooked copper, purple copper. There's also a little bit of copper mother. The rest, our Xiao family really can't take out, wanting to offset it with other things, or settle with spirit stones. I wonder what you two think. Xiao Jianchun had a sincere face. Zhang Yang examined all the materials and put them away before looking at Xiao Jianchun and said, settle the bill with spirit stones. Missing a third of the materials is expensive. Does the Xiao family have that many spirit stones? Xiao Jianchun finally felt relieved when he saw Zhang Yang agree. At the mention of spirit stones, he gained confidence and said with a smile, my Xiao family is one of the 3 great families of Anqing City, and can even be considered the strongest family power. So I still have some spirit stones. For the missing 1/3 of the materials, we are willing to compensate the Qingyan sect with 300,000 spirit stones. I wonder what you two think. No problem, Zhang Yang agreed. Spirit stones were likewise what the Qingyan sect was in short supply of right now, and this batch of spirit stones was enough for the Qingyan sect to use for a while. Xiao Jianchun delivered the spirit stone to Zhang Yang with alacrity, then lowered his voice and said, I have heard about what happened in the city lord's mansion. Our Xiao family still has to live in Anqing City, so it is not good for us to openly defy the orders of the city lord's office. If you two are willing, our Xiao family is willing to take all the remaining talismans for 500 spirit stones each. He bought the talisman as a gesture of goodwill to the Qingyan sect. When the Green Cloud sect left, he was prepared to sell a portion of this batch of talismans to the city lord's mansion again at a cheap price, which would do the trick of pleasing both ends. Anyway, their Xiao family and the Qingyan sect had cooperation on the minds, so they thought that the city lord's office should understand this approach. As for saying that the city lord's office is making things difficult for their Xiao family also has backers within the empire. Zhang Yang shook his head slightly. I am not selling this batch of talismans for the sake of selling them, but for the sake of specializing in them for a long time in the future. Since the Xiao family doesn't dare to offend the city lord's office, forget it. This kind of good stuff, there will definitely be people who know what they want. We are not worried about selling it, since he couldn't open up sales, and he wasn't short of money now. What was the point of selling talismans? The main reason is that 500 spirit stones apiece is too cheap to be cost-effective. Seeing that Zhang Yang was not selling talismans, Xiao Jianchun did not continue to ask for them, as this was in line with the city lord's rules anyway. After the mass purchases were completed, Zhang Yang and Ling Yunzi left the Xiao family and prepared to return to the Qingyan sect. Just after walking out of the Xiao family, the 3 of them, Wang Mingyue, were already waiting outside the door. Let's head to the Green Cloud Bazaar together to check out what's going on in the Green Cloud Bazaar, Wang Mingyue stated. Zhang Yang nodded his head and looked at the maid looking at the bright moon. I'm afraid she can't fly. There's a flying magic treasure. Wang Mingyue raised her hand and took out a boat-shaped magic treasure. And under her urging, the magic treasure grew larger, and the 3 of them boarded the flying magic treasure. Zhang Yang looked at Wang Mingyue with some days. Going out with a private flying boat? This is not an ordinary rich The 2 of them were not polite and boarded the magic treasure, flying towards the direction of the Green Cloud sect. At this moment in the city lord's mansion, the butler hurriedly ran in and said with a gloomy expression, the origins of those 3 people still haven't been found out. We only know that they came from the Yuntang Empire. Yuntang Empire and Yunshan Empire were neighboring each other, and their relationship was good and bad at times, with small fights constantly, but no major friction. Foreigners? The city lord's eyes glazed over. Take them. He wasn't even afraid of the Qingyan sect, but he was still afraid of foreigners? The butler was just about to turn around to issue orders when he saw the flying boat flying through the air and hurriedly said, "No good." They ran away. In the direction of Qing Yun Sect. By the looks of it, I'm afraid they made some kind of agreement at Hongqing House. Otherwise those few foreigners wouldn't have traveled to Qing Yun Sect. City Lord, are we still chasing after them? If we chase after them at this time, I'm afraid we'll offend the Qing Yun Sect. I'm afraid it's not a good thing for us to offend them openly. The City Lord hesitated for a moment, but still commanded, "Order the Flying Dragon Guards to go and test the waters. If the Qing Yun Sect has a strong attitude, come back." The Flying Dragon Guards were the army of the Cloud Mountain Empire that dealt with cultivators, consisting of cultivators with strong combat power. Yes. Subsequently, a flying boat also flew up in Anqing City and chased towards Zhang Yang and the others. Wang Mingyue realized the situation. The Cloud Mountain Empire's Flying Dragon Guards have actually mobilized. It looks like Anqing City isn't all crap. They should have traced our trail. It should be. The green-robed middle-aged man glanced at the flying boat behind him, his eyes looking towards Zhang Yang and Ling Yunzi. The Qing Yun Sect claimed that they could protect them, and now that the Flying Dragon Guards were here, they were prepared to see how the Qing Yun Sect would react. Ling Yunzi had no good feelings towards Anqing City because of the sale of talismans being destroyed by the City Lord, and now that he saw that the Flying Dragon Guards had arrived, he had finally found a place to take out his anger. He was just about to strike when Zhang Yang stopped him. "Senior uncle, I'll take care of it." Zhang Yang smiled faintly. "It's just as well to let Miss Wang Mingyue see our Qing Yun's attitude, as well as our potential, whether it really matches our plans and dreams. Miss Wang Mingyue will definitely be unconvinced if you step in. It's better for me to be more convincing." Wang Mingyue looked askance at Zhang Yang. That was the Cloud Mountain Empire's Flying Dragon Guards. The squad leaders were all Jindan cultivators, and all the ordinary team members were cultivators who had already succeeded in building the foundation and opening up the sea. The battle power of this Flying Dragon Guards team was far more than the Jindan stage. She wanted to see how Zhang Yang, a Jindan stage, could deal with the Flying Dragon Guards. Chapter 21. This Jindan stage is different. The flying boat stopped and Zhang Yang appeared in the air, facing the crowd of Flying Dragon Guards directly. What is the intention? The flying boats of the Flying Dragon Guards stopped with them, and the ordinary members of the Flying Dragon Guards bent their bows and arrows, and each arrow had talismans engraved on it, and their spiritual power fluctuated, so they were obviously not ordinary bows and arrows. The captain of the Flying Dragon Guards shouted aloud, "I suspect that there are enemy spies among you. Accept our inspection immediately or don't blame us for being impolite." Zhang Yang smiled coldly. "You Cloud Mountain Empire really doesn't have our Qing Yun in your sights. It's just that you sent people to steal my Qing Yun's mines twice in a row. But the Anqing City Lord is even more daring, not to mention counting on our Qing Yun. He even dared to send people to chase after them. Who gave you the guts to do that?" The Flying Dragon Guard squad leader said coldly, "Cut the crap. Everyone go back with me to be investigated, and only after the investigation is clear will you be able to leave. I gave you face?" Zhang Yang casually waved his hand and a golden rope flew out from his sleeve. When it first flew out of the sleeve, it was no more than 3 feet long, then it grew when it saw the wind, and soon grew to more than a dozen feet long and a bucket thick, like a flying dragon circling and winding towards the Flying Dragon Guard's flying boat. "Fabulous immortal binding rope," the squad leader shouted. "Release the arrows." Everyone in the Flying Dragon squad immediately shot out arrows of talismans in their hands, one arrow carrying spiritual power fluctuations and bombarding the binding immortal rope. Those arrows were simply like scratching an itch, and the binding rope of immortality, like a real dragon, did not move a bit, still circling and twisting in a circle to bind the flying boat. The small captain of the Flying Dragon Guards was alarmed. "This is a spiritual artifact-grade immortal binding rope. Quickly, open the shield of the flying boat and push the flying boat with all its might to withdraw to Anqing City." Mana treasures were divided into magic weapons, treasure weapons, spirit weapons, and the rumored immortal weapons, and each type of mana treasure was further divided by 9 grades. The first grade is the most expensive, and the 9th grade is the least. As the current highest grade of spirit weapon magic treasure in the immortal cultivation world, it was usually rare to see one, but I didn't expect to come across one right now. The Flying Dragon Guard squad leader immediately realized that it was not good and immediately ordered a retreat. With the full support of everyone in the Flying Dragon Guards, the flying boat sprouted a shield against the immortal binding rope, and the immortal binding rope was like a giant dragon, firmly tying up the flying boat. In fact, it wasn't just the Flying Dragon Guard captain who was shocked. Wang Mingyue was also incomparably shocked. She wasn't surprised that the Green Cloud sect had spirit weapons. After all, it was an ancient sect with a history of 5,000 years. However, the spiritual power needed to drive a spirit weapon was simply not something a Jindan cultivator could provide, and it was often a spirit weapon that could only be truly driven by a great cultivator to bring out its true power. She could see clearly that Zhang Yang was indeed a Jindan cultivator, or even a Jindan cultivator, and the Jindan was not even contained to perfection. So what made him able to drive the spiritual artifact level immortal binding rope? An even more shocking scene came next. Zhang Yang took out an elixir and took it, recovered his mana and threw out a green-colored flag once again. The green-colored flag rapidly grew larger under the urging of the spiritual power, attracting various laws of heaven and earth as it grew larger. Then Zhang Yang threw the flag in his hand towards the flying boat that was bound by the immortal binding rope. The shield that was originally resisting the immortal binding rope broke in response to the flag. A ban-breaking flag. It's still a spiritual artifact level banner breaker. The Flying Dragon Guard squad leader's face was ashen. He knew very well that they had planted themselves without the protection of the flying boat's shield. Even he, a Jindan cultivator, had no resistance, not to mention those ordinary team members. Get off me! Zhang Yang waved his hand and grabbed it, hard enough to suppress the flying boat from the air to the ground. Afterwards, he came to the flying boats and observed the rune patterns on those flying boats, and also didn't defend against the Flying Dragon Guards at all. However, everyone in the Flying Dragon Guards didn't dare to move at all. The spiritual weapon binding immortal rope was still wrapped around the flying boat. If they dared to move, they would surely die under the binding immortal rope. The only thing they had to do now was to wait for the Qingyun Sect sentencing. The Flying Dragon Guard squad leader's lips shivered as he looked at Zhang Yang, not knowing what to say, no longer having the arrogant look he had just had. It was just that he was a bit puzzled and wondered what Zhang Yang was staring at the flying boat rune patterns for. The runes of each flying boat are all passwords. If you don't know these passwords, you can't control the flying boat. These passwords, only the owner will know. Therefore, he couldn't understand Zhang Yang's move. In his mind, he was thinking about how he should be kind next. What he did not expect was that after Zhang Yang looked at it for a moment, he smiled slightly and his spiritual energy was injected along the runic pattern of the flying boat. Get out of here, all of you! With Zhang Yang's shout, the crowd of the Flying Dragon Guards only felt a tremor in the flying boat, sending them all flying out of it. Then, the huge flying boat shrunk into a palm-sized one and landed on Zhang Yang's hand. The crowd of Flying Dragon Guards is dumbfounded by this. Soon, the captain of the guards reacted and yelled as if he had lost his life. That's our flying boat. You can't take it away. He subconsciously rushed up to try to snatch back the flying boat, which was the core of every squad of the Flying Dragon Guards, more important than their lives. Losing the flying boat, this Flying Dragon Guard team of theirs would have to be removed from the list. Zhang Yang raised his hand and waved. Set it for me. A spell immobilized the Flying Dragon Guard captain, making it impossible for the Flying Dragon Guard captain to move. Go back and bring a message to the Cloud Mountain Empire. I've taken the flying boat. If you want the flying boat, come to the Green Cloud Sect to get it. After saying that, he put away the banner-breaking flag and the immortal binding rope and turned around to leave. The Flying Dragon Guards could only watch Zhang Yang and the others leave, and it was only after Zhang Yang and the others were out of sight that the Flying Dragon Guards captain said with a pale face, "Let's go. Go back to Anqing City, and hurry up to report this matter. It's gotten too big for them to fix." Soon, the Flying Dragon Guards returned to Anqing City. When he learned that the flying boat had been captured, the Anqing City lord sat on his butt in his chair, cold sweat involuntarily sliding down his forehead. How dare they? How dare they? The flying boat was an important strategic material for the Flying Dragon Guards, and the problem was not simple when the flying boat was robbed. Even if he didn't cause it, he bears significant responsibility, not to mention that he caused this incident. That is to say, he was at the end of his rope as the city's lord. It was just that he couldn't figure out how the Green Cloud Sect dared to make a move to rob the flying boat. The Green Cloud Sect had been in decline for so many years, but it actually dared to mess with the Cloud Mountain Empire? Immediately after that, he had a bright idea. If he went to Qingyun to admit his mistake and make compensation, wouldn't he be able to get his flying boat back? When he was about to do so, the captain of the Flying Dragon Guards reminded, "I heard that we in the Cloud Mountain Empire have other matters that we haven't resolved with Qingyun, and in addition, I'm afraid we won't be able to get the flying boat back." The Anqing City lord's lifted heart instantly fell to the bottom again. How could such a valuable flying boat be returned so easily? Even he, the Anqing City lord, couldn't give compensation for a single flying boat. He smiled miserably. It looked like he would just have to report the incident. At this time, his heart was incomparably regretful. Had he known this, why had he bothered to provoke the people of Qingyun in the first place? Wouldn't everything be fine without these things happening? Unfortunately, there are no ifs. Chapter 22, The Great Potential of the Green Sky. How did you do it? Are you hiding your realm? Wang Mingyue pulled Zhang Yang and kept asking questions. Her eyes were filled with incredulity. For a Jindan cultivator, it was already excessive to imperialize one spiritual weapon, but it turned out that Zhang Yang had actually imperialized two spiritual weapons. Where did a Jindan cultivator get so much spiritual energy? What was even more shocking was that Zhang Yang had actually taken forceful control of someone's flying boat. She was all a bit wary in her mind, worrying that Zhang Yang had gotten close to the core of her flying boat and had taken control of her flying boat as well. She couldn't figure out how it was all done at all. Not to mention that she couldn't figure it out. The green-clothed middle-aged man couldn't figure it out either. He could see clearly that Zhang Yang's realm was only Jiedan, yet that spiritual energy was even stronger than Yuanning stage. That's not normal at all. He looked at Ling Yunzi and realized that Ling Yunzi was also shocked, and was surprised when he transmitted his voice and asked, "Fellow Daoist Ling Yun, you don't know about him?" Ling Yunzi shook his head with a bitter smile and replied, "He hasn't fought anyone before today." Zhang Yang was the next generation of Sect leader that they had trained, and wherever he went, he would be protected by one of the 7 sons of the Green Clouds, and when things came up, the 7 sons of the Green Clouds had already taken care of things. If not for Zhang Yang's insistence today, Ling Yunzi was afraid that he wouldn't even be able to realize that Zhang Yang actually had such profound spiritual power. As for the spiritual weapons, they were all given to Zhang Yang for protection. Spiritual weapons had a spirit, and they could automatically protect their bodies without the need for their owners to activate them. Of course, without enough spirit power to drive it, the spirit weapon would not be able to exert its maximum power at all. Looking at the play of the immortal binding rope and the banner-breaking flag just now, although the power displayed was not great, but that was indeed catalyzed. Therefore, Ling Yunzi couldn't figure out what was going on. After pursuing Zhang Yang for half a day and seeing that Zhang Yang never answered, Wang Mingyue finally gave up and asked, "How long did you use to collect the qi?" "This, counted as 1 day." Zhang Yang replied honestly. Wang Mingyue was dissatisfied and grunted, "What do you mean by counting? If it's 1 day, it's 1 day. If it's not, it's not. I know that you have great talent, but hiding it is meaningless." Zhang Yang smiled and said, "When Master and my uncles taught me to collect qi, I had not been able to perceive the aura and it took a day. Later on, when Master and senior uncles gathered the aura, I could finally perceive the aura and succeeded at once. So, counted as 1 day." Hope Mingyue froze. In order to collect qi, one must first sense the heaven and earth aura, and then adopt the heaven and earth aura into one's body. This whole process is called qi collection. When she first collected qi, it took her 3 days to incorporate the first aura into her body. As for Zhang Yang, it only took a day because he couldn't perceive the aura at the beginning. Doesn't this mean that the time consumed for successful qi harvesting is far less than 1 day? Genius? This is the demon bar. She knew very well that someone who could be chosen by the Green Cloud sect to be the acting sect leader must be gifted. She just didn't think that it would actually be so heaven-defying. Only, she was even more puzzled. If you are so talented, why are you still at the Jiedan stage? Wang Mingyue looked at Zhang Yang. Which process of cultivation were you slow in? How long did it take to refine your body? Zhang Yang looked at Wang Mingyue and asked rhetorically. On the Qingyun clan, there are still 87 people who have been collecting qi for a few days. Are you able to see Qingyun's potential now? Wang Mingyue said with some impatience. I admit that your Qingyun has great potential. Alright, don't worry. Since we agreed to come to the Green Cloud Bazaar, we're almost ready to cooperate. As a collaborator, it's necessary for me to understand your talent. It's quite reasonable, right? Reasonable. Zhang Yang nodded. Since you want to know, there is no harm in telling you. I collect qi in a day, refine my body in a month, succeed in opening the sea in a couple months. And then in another 3 months the Dao seed appeared and I succeeded in building my foundation. And in the next half a year I'll be conjugating Dan. Wang Mingyue sucked in a breath of cool air. You've only been practicing for a year? 10 years of cultivation. 9 years ago it was the Jiedan stage. And it's still the Jiedan stage. This. Wang Mingyue didn't know what to say. 1 year of conjugation. Certainly demonic. Our 10 years or conjugation stage. This can only be considered an ordinary genius. Right? Zhang Yang smiled. It's probably because I've learned a little bit more and didn't rush to breakthrough. I've been at the Jiedan stage all these years. I have 1 master and 6 uncles, all of whom I learned various skills from. Wang Mingyue felt that this should be the case. She shook her head and said regretfully, if you had used all of your mind on cultivation, I'm afraid that you wouldn't have known what realm you'd be in long ago. Zhang Yang smiled slightly and did not say anything. It wasn't that he hadn't thought about breaking through. He really couldn't. His Jindan is bottomless, and he can't even fill it up after 9 years of refining. Otherwise, why would he be in a hurry to reform the Green Cloud sect? It is not just expecting to use a lot of resources to break through the Jiedan stage. The flying boat arrived at the Green Cloud Bazaar, and looking at the Green Cloud Bazaar, which was much smaller than Anqing City, Wang Mingyue sighed. This place is truly dilapidated. I'm afraid it won't be that easy to develop it. Zhang Yang nodded, and he recognized it. The current Qingyun Bazaar is caused by the gathering of villagers from the surrounding area, plus the stay of the Qingyun examiners who came to Qingyun in the past 100 years. Such a Qingyun Bazaar really doesn't have much appeal. However, when the name of the Qingyun sect enters everyone's view once again, the Qingyun Bazaar will definitely be noticed by the world, especially when the talismans, pills, and magic treasures produced by the Qingyun sect are sold at the Qingyun Bazaar. Many people will definitely come to the Qingyun Bazaar. Zhang Yang paused for a moment and continued. Moreover, in the future, the Qingyun sect will recruit a large number of disciples to the mountain. This will attract the four directions to come and take the test, and there is no lack of other forces converging on the Green Cloud Bazaar, which will also bring business opportunities. Moreover, our Green Cloud sect will also negotiate some initiatives to stimulate the economy of the Green Cloud Bazaar. For example, we might consider opening up the secret world or something. Ling Yunzi froze. Where in the Qingyun sect was there any other secret realm? Wang Mingyue didn't know the bottom line of the Green Cloud sect and was shocked at what she heard. The Green Cloud sect is actually willing to open up the secret realm to outsiders? Zhang Yang smiled faintly. If there's a chance, why not? Wang Mingyue looked at Zhang Yang in a daze. It was just that this guy had excellent talent, but he actually had this kind of vigor? She suddenly said, "It looks like I was right to decide to come to Qingyun Bazaar. I agree to this cooperation. I will invest in your Qingyun, and I hope that your Qingyun won't let me down." Zhang Yang was secretly happy in his heart. He was showing off his talent and fooling around. Wasn't he hoping to pull an investment for Qingyun sect? Now the investment has finally come. However, he didn't agree immediately, but said meaningfully, "Cooperation needs to be based on sincerity. Right now. Yet I don't even know where Miss Mingyue came from, and even her name might be fake. Without even basic trust, how can we cooperate?" Well said. Looking at Mingyue, she reached out and wiped her hand on her face, revealing her true face with a sweet smile. Sito Mingyue of the Yuntung Chamber of Commerce. I have met the acting head of Qingyun, fellow Daoist Zhang Yang, and I pay my respects to Senior Lingyun. Zhang Yang looked at the face and body in front of him and said in his heart, this must have been a top star in the past, right? Chapter 23, The True Face of Qingzi. Plate is straight and smooth, is used to describe beautiful women. If it's just a good body and a bad face, it's not nearly as interesting as the other way around. Earlier, Zhang Yang felt that looking at Mingyue. Situ Mingyue was a pity, obviously such a good figure, but hung such a face. Only now did he realize that Situ Mingyue had changed her face. Zhang Yang had to admit that Situ Mingyue was indeed as big and beautiful as those top star level beauties in the past, but he was not unseen in the end, and although he found Situ Mingyue stunning, he quickly returned to normal. He had been successful in his last life and had had a number of women, not the least of which were model stars, women and whatnot. He's already pursued them. Now that he was pursuing immortality and longevity, women would only affect the speed of immortality cultivation. Not bad. Zhang Yang nodded. What kind of chamber of commerce is the Yuntung Chamber of Commerce? Why have you come to the Yunshan Empire? Sita Mingyue had been watching Zhang Yang's expression, and when she realized that Zhang Yang was also shocked by her looks, she smiled inwardly to herself. She had seen a lot of people like this, and there was almost no one who was not shocked by her looks. However, when she saw that Zhang Yang quickly returned to normal, she inwardly wondered a bit. Recovered so quickly? So normal? She had seen many disciples of great sects blush for a good half a day when they saw her face. What's wrong with this kid's determination at such a young age? And just not bad? She inwardly snorted coldly and said with some dissatisfaction, at least you are the acting head of the Qingyun sect, but you are actually so uneducated? My Yuntang Chamber of Commerce is the largest chamber of commerce in the Yuntang Empire, and can almost be considered a royal chamber of commerce. Commerce spreads throughout the Yuntang Empire's territory, and there are also our industries in other places. Zhang Yang said smilingly, I basically have never stepped out of Qingyun sect, so it's only natural that I am short-sighted. On the contrary, it's you. The Yuntung Chamber of Commerce is so powerful. Why don't you stay home properly? Sita Mingyue only felt a blockage in her chest. She took a deep breath and decided that it would be better not to fight with Zhang Yang, and said blandly, I got into trouble and had to leave the Yuntang Empire. However, the other party is aiming at me, so as long as I leave, they can't easily offend my family. Now that you know about my trouble, do you still dare to cooperate with me? Zhang Yang pondered for a moment before asking, can you still mobilize the power of the Yuntang Chamber of Commerce? Is it possible for us, Qingyun, to cooperate with the Yuntung Chamber of Commerce? He knew very well that the trouble that could force even Sita Mingyue to have to flee was ironically not small. However, the Yuntung Chamber of Commerce, as a top-tier state-owned enterprise of a large empire, was able to draw closer, and even if they could cooperate, then Qingyun's problem would be nothing. Situ Mingyue frowned and said, Didn't you understand my words? I ran away because I didn't dare to go back. If I go back and contact the Yunteng Chamber of Commerce, won't I expose my tracks? My Yunteng Chamber of Commerce is crowded with people, and when the news leaks out, it will be big trouble for me, and may even harm the Yunteng Chamber of Commerce's interests. Just tell me if you can or you can't. Zhang Yang gazed at Situ Mingyue. Situ Mingyue snorted coldly. Yes, of course I can. Zhang Yang smiled. I have a suggestion. You can worship the Green Cloud Sect, my master, and the 6 uncles each have their own great skills. Especially the 4th and 7th uncles are both great beauties. It's only fitting for you to worship them as your teacher. If you can abduct the daughter of a major chamber of commerce into the Green Cloud Sect, the Green Cloud Sect will have a business path. Moreover, that green-clothed middle-aged man was also a great expert. The Green Cloud Sect was equivalent to having an additional expert instantly. It was cost-effective no matter how one thought about it. Situ Mingyue smiled coldly. You have a good idea. Wanting to borrow my Yunteng Chamber of Commerce to develop the Qingyun sect. But what about my troubles? Zhang Yang said seriously. Since you have worshipped in the Qingyun sect, you are a Qingyun sect member. Although Qingyun is declining. If anyone wants to bully a Qingyun sect member, our entire Qingyun sect will not agree. Right. Senior Uncle Ling Yun? Yes. Ling Yunzi replied. Situ Mingyue didn't say anything anymore. Just the fact that her eyes were darting around made it clear that she wasn't as calm on the inside as she appeared to be. At this moment, Situ Mingyue was secretly scratching her head. She wondered if the backing of the Qingyun sect was reliable or not, and if it was proper for her to join Qingyun rashly. After considering it for a long time, she then looked at Ling Yunzi and slowly asked, Senior, allow me to ask, can Qingyun protect me? Ling Yunzi said indifferently, although there are only a few people in Qingyun, they do not fall short of Qingyun's ambition and dare to meet any incoming enemy. What if it's a power like the Langya Holy Land? Situ Mingyue slowly asked, would Qingyun dare to face it? Ling Yunzi turned his head to look at Zhang Yang and said indifferently, one of those 2 people that I told you about earlier is the one who entered the Langya Holy Land. Oh, Zhang Yang knew one of the 2 abducted senior brothers mentioned. I remember. Ling Yunzi then went on to say to Situ Mingyue, 50 years ago, there was a battle in the Qingyun sect, with my eldest senior brother Qin Yunzi on one side, and Tan Xiao Shui of the Luwenjia Sacred Land on the other. Elder Tan. Situ Mingyue shouted strangely. The green-clothed middle-aged man couldn't help but speak up as well, asking, Taoist brother Ling Yun, what was the outcome of that battle? Ling Yunzi said proudly, this battle will end within 10 moves, and Tan Xiaoshui will not be allowed to set foot in my Qingyun sect's 10,000-mile territory for the rest of his life. Oh, the 10,000-mile territory was the boundary of Qingyun 1,000 years ago. Those big clans are aware of it. The 3 of them, Situ Mingyue, were stunned. In the Luwenjia Sacred Land, Tan Xiaoshui was renowned, even world-famous. I can't believe I planted a big head in Qingyun without a word. On the contrary, Zhang Yang did not know Tan Xiaoshui's background and was not surprised at all. Sect leader Chang Yun is also too terrifying. The green-clothed middle-aged man shook his head repeatedly. Taoist brother Ling Yun, it's not that I'm underestimating you. You're only at the Yuaning stage. The implication was that even if Qing Yunzi's realm was higher than yours, how high could it be? Ling Yunzi let out a bitter smile and said, on the surface, he is our eldest senior brother, but in reality, all of our skills were taught by him. Master didn't care about things in the beginning. It was all because eldest senior brother taught on behalf of Master in the beginning. However, eldest senior brother couldn't leave the Green Cloud sect for some reasons, or else the Green Cloud sect wouldn't be what it is now. I've decided. I'll worship the sect leader. Situ Mingyue immediately jumped up. I've decided to worship Qingyun. With such a powerful master, she would like to see if the Luwenjia Holy Land still dares to come and find trouble with her. Ling Yunzi shook his head. Eldest senior brother no longer accepts disciples. 10 years ago, if Zhang Yang's talent wasn't really too good, eldest senior brother wouldn't have made an exception. If you really want to worship Qingyun, both 4th and 7th senior sisters can teach you. Don't worry, my Qingyun's people are all very united. Situ Mingyue had a frustrated look on her face. How did it come to her that she didn't accept disciples anymore? Zhang Yang said smilingly, your Yinteng Chamber of Commerce is a big family. Our Qingyun sect is very poor right now. If you donate more money, I will make sure that Master can take you as his disciple. He didn't hesitate to sell the Master. Situ Mingyue sneered, not saying Qingyun has great potential now? Not saying how powerful Qingyun is anymore? You just fooled me into coming to the Qingyun Bazaar earlier. You've been lying to me. Do you really think I don't know? When I see my master, I'll properly sue you. After a pause, she immediately transformed her face and said boldly, eldest brother, I'm willing to donate 1,000,000 spirit stones. Do you think it's enough for Master to accept me as his disciple? Bring it. Zhang Yang was nonchalant. Don't worry. I'll take care of the worship. This kind of rich woman should never let her go. Chapter 24, Minghua worships her master. After Sita Minghua decided to worship the Green Cloud sect, the two sides got reacquainted. At this time, everyone also knew the identity of the green-clothed middle-aged man. Being a guest secretary of the Situ family, his name was Qin Yushu. The Situ family had saved his life, so he stayed with the Situ family to serve. This time when Situ Minghua fled, it was Qin Yushu who was responsible for protecting Situ Minghua. As for Situ Minghua's maid, her name was Chun Xiao. Only when Situ Minghua gave out the spirit stones, another dispute arose. 1 million spirit stones, and you're giving me this much? I'm afraid this is only 10,000 spirit stones. Zhang Yang glared at Situ Minghua. Although the spirit stones given by Situ Minghua had a more intense aura, the difference was too great. Situ Minghua rolled her eyes. This is a medium-grade spirit stone. You don't think I promised to give you 1 million medium-grade spirit stones, do you? You thought better of it. That's 100 million ordinary spirit stones. I couldn't give you that much even if I sold the Yunteng Chamber of Commerce. Zhang Yang had never seen a medium-grade spirit stone. It was really because Qin Yun Sect was too poor. Knowing that he had made a mistake of common sense, he laughed. Still, I have to ask. In case you're talking about mid-grade spirit stones, senior sister? Situ Minghua was speechless. She realized that this eldest senior brother was also too greedy for money. The few people made a brief stop at the Green Cloud Bazaar before rushing to the Green Cloud sect. Qin Yushu stayed at the Qingyun Bazaar because he didn't have any relationship with Cheng Yun, although Chun Xiao was also an outsider. But, for the sake of Situ Minghua's millions of spirit stones, Chun Xiao was allowed to go up the mountain and take care of Situ Minghua. Seeing Zhang Yang appear, Dan Chenzi and the others popped up. Last time Zhang Yang went out, he brought back a lot of spirit stones and materials and everyone got a lot of benefits. Now that Zhang Yang was back, he probably brought back a lot more. However, when they saw that there were outsiders present, they all maintained their high-class demeanor and didn't come forward to ask for anything. This is my master, Qin Yunzi, and the contemporary head of the Qin Yun sect. You have met the second uncle, Ling Yunzi, and the third uncle. Zhang Yang introduced the 7 sons of Qin Yun to Situ Minghua. As soon as Situ Minghua saw Qin Yunzi, her eyes glowed and she disregarded her reserve and went forward to pay her respects. Apprentice Situ Minghua pays her respects to master. In Situ Minghua's eyes, Tan Xiaoshui was a legendary master, and Qin Yunzi, who easily defeated Tan Xiaoshui, was like a god in Situ Minghua's heart. Now that she had the opportunity to worship such a high-ranking person as her master, where did she care about being reserved? Qin Yunzi was flabbergasted. What was the situation with this little girl coming up to pay her respects? Zhang Yang coughed and said to Qin Yunzi with a smile, Master, senior sister is also a genius and will definitely live up to your old man's teachings. Qin Yunzi understood. This kid brought back a disciple for him last time, and now he's bringing back another disciple. This is specifically picking up disciples back for him? Though he took in only one, he took in many. Seeing that Zhang Yang had been making eyes, Qin Yunzi grunted inwardly and said with a smile on his face, Get up. From now on you will be my disciple. He still gave this face, mainly because Zhang Yang's reforms had produced results, which gave him hope. Seeing that he had indeed worshipped under Qin Yunzi, Situ Minghua was thrilled to earnestly perform the ritual of paying homage to his master. In the future, she would also be a Green Cloud disciple. Qin Yunzi wore a smile on his face. Later on, I will have your eldest senior brother take you to find a good technique and cultivate it properly. He has already received my true teachings. If there is anything you don't understand, ask him, and if he can't solve it, come back to me. Ling Yunzi and the others beside him felt that this scene was so familiar. They all quickly recalled back to the time when they first worshipped. Situ Minghua froze for a moment, but she quickly understood. With the little cultivation she had now, she really wasn't qualified to ask Qin Yunzi for advice. However, she had already decided that she must cultivate well and raise her realm as soon as possible in order to surpass Zhang Yang. When that time comes, Zhang Yang would not be qualified to instruct her, and she could only let Zhang Yang take her to her master. After Situ Minghua finished paying her respects, she took her maidservant and went to prepare her residence. They would all have to stay in the Green Cloud sect to cultivate in the future, and they definitely had to have a place to stay in the Green Cloud sect to do so. Qin Yunzi waited until Situ Minghua had left before glaring at Zhang Yang and drinking. Who asked you to take on a disciple for me? It's already enough of a headache for me to take on one of you. I don't want to take on any more disciples. 1 million spirit stones. Zhang Yang said smilingly. Master, is a disciple worth 1 million spirit stones? What million spirit stones? The crowd was shocked. Even Qin Yunzi was a bit moved and asked, What's going on? Ling Yunzi glanced at Zhang Yang and said to Qin Yunzi, Eldest brother, he asked you to take Situ Minghua, Who gave him 1 million spirit stones and some materials? What? Painted Spirit Sun was overjoyed. Is there any good talisman paper? Is there any spirit blood? Bai Lingzi's spirit lifted and her hand reached out towards Zhang Yang. There's money. Give me the face-nourishing pill. Everyone had a smile on their face. It was really because the Green Cloud sect hadn't been this expansive in a long time. Qing Yunzi also couldn't help but reveal a smile. Immediately afterward, he reprimanded with a stern face. 1 million and you've sold your master. No talent. As the sect leader, I have to take the lion's share of this 1 million. At least give me 300,000 spirit stones. Zhang Yang said without any good humor. Master, this is all the development funds of Qing Yin sect. It's too much for you to take $300,000. I have a big use for this batch of spirit stones. I can't give you that much. No, I must be given $300,000. Qing Yunzi said with a straight face. Brat, when I bought you the spatial ring, it was also my money that I used. You kid, remember carefully. How have I treated you all these years? Now that you obviously have money, you won't even give me the spirit stones. Can you afford the favor I've done for you? Ling Yunzi nodded. This spirit stone has to be given. As if Dan Shinzi had also remembered something, he nodded his head repeatedly. Zhang Yang, you know how eldest brother treats you, so you have to pay for this spirit stone. Yeah, I'm in favor of having to give too. Zhang Yang looked at the 7 sons of Qing Yun with some surprise. Actually unanimously agreed? He thought for a moment and said, Master, if you need spirit stones for something important, just say so. Don't play this moral kidnapping thing. Although the Green Cloud sect is in dire need of spirit stones, they can find a way to earn them back. I'm afraid that 300,000 isn't enough. I'll give you 400,000, and you'll see what you can do with the rest. Something that could make the 7 sons of Qing Yun agree was not simple to think about, so he gave an extra 100,000. Qing Yunzi laughed. With this batch of spirit stones, I can get away with it for a while. You guys shouldn't look for me next. I have to go out for a while. Wait, Ling Yunzi said hurriedly. Eldest senior brother, there's something wrong with the Cloud Mountain Empire's attitude this time. We even made a move on the way back. Then, he told the story about Zhang Yang's move with the Flying Dragon Guards. However, the crowd's concern was not about the Yunshan Empire at all, but rather, they were looking at Zhang Yang in shock. Your kid can use spirit weapons at the Jiedan stage? Or 2 of them? Painting Spirit Sun looked at Zhang Yang strangely. Is your brat hiding something? Left something good behind? Qing Yunzi also looked at Zhang Yang strangely and suddenly asked, what was the sight when you looked into the Jindan internally? There's nothing in there. Zhang Yang looked at Qing Yunzi with some surprise. What's wrong with it? Isn't your Jindan like this? The others couldn't help but change their faces and immediately returned to normal. Zhang Yang had been looking at Qing Yunzi and had not noticed the expressions on the other people's faces. Qing Yunzi's expression couldn't help but stiffen as well. And soon, he shook his head helplessly. Your Jindan is too ordinary. Our Jindans, they all have the Tao that we cultivate. For example, your senior uncle Lingyun, a sword was brewed inside his Jindan, so he follows the way of the sword. I finally understand why you reformed the Green Cloud sect. For a Jindan like you to cultivate, you do need more cultivation resources, but the advantage also does exist, is that your spiritual energy is much thicker than other Jindan. After all, you have consumed more resources and cultivated for more time than others. It is normal for your spiritual energy to be thicker. Zhang Yang nodded his head repeatedly. He also felt that this was indeed the case. However, his intention of reforming the Qing Yun sect was discovered, but he was in denial. Master, I'm not reforming Qing Yun for my own sake. Toss it as you please. Qing Yunzi waved his hand. If you're fine, hurry up and go cultivate. I think I, Qing Yunzi, am also a generation of patriarchs, but I actually accepted such a disciple. Alas, alas. He looked very dissatisfied with himself. Zhang Yang left a little depressed. Was his Jindan really that bad? But he didn't know that he had just left with his front foot. Qing Yunzi waved his hand and laid down layers of prohibitions, and then looked up to the sky and laughed maniacally. God bless my Cheng Yun. There is actually another person who has concluded the Chaos Golden Pill. Blessings of all the generations of the ancestors. My Qing Yun will be completely relieved in this generation. Chapter 25 Golden Dan 3rd Grade. Ling Yunzi's 6 people looked at Qing Yunzi in shock. In their impression, Qing Yunzi rarely lost his temper. Now you're actually so out of it because of some Chaos Gold Pill? What is this Chaos Gold Pill? Eldest brother, it's almost time. Junior sister tapped on the table to remind. Ha ha. Qing Yunzi laughed for a while longer before he finally stopped and greeted. Sit sit sit. Don't be polite. Bai Lingzi said in a nonchalant manner. Who's being polite? Why don't you tell us what happened to Zhang Yang's chaotic golden pill? What is so peculiar about this chaos golden pill that makes you so perverted? Qin Yunzi glared at Bai Lingzi before saying, "You guys should be well aware that when a Dao seed concludes into a Jindan, there is already a prototype of the great Dao for cultivation, right? For example, when you, Elder 2, concluded your Jindan in the first place, there was a sword type in your Jindan, and you subsequently took the sword path. As for the rest of you, it should be more or less the same." The 6 of them nodded their heads. It was precisely because of this situation that they were surprised at the condition of Zhang Yang's Jindan. They just don't know if this situation is good or bad, so they don't show it. The 3 grades of Jindan determine the height of the future great Dao, Qin Yunzi said in a deep voice. The lowest grade of 3rd grade Jindan is muddy within the Jindan, with no shape whatsoever. This kind of Jindan is jokingly called White Plate Jindan by the cultivation community. The White Plate Golden Dan has already lost at the start, and it is undoubtedly very difficult to cultivate some results in the future. 2nd grade Jindan is what you are, and when you conclude the Jindan, you have already formed the prototype of the Great Dao within it, so it is also known as Great Dao Jindan. Although the Great Dao Golden Dan is much better than the Blank Slate Golden Dan, however, because the path is already fixed, it can only be classified as 2nd grade. For example, if you, Lao Air, have a Sword Dao Golden Dan, practicing the Sword Dao will make you grow by leaps and bounds in a single day, and if you are allowed to practice other paths, then it will become slow. The 1st grade Jindan is also known as the Mixed Jindan. The Mixed Jindan is unconventional and can be adapted to multiple paths of the Great Dao. Hey, I am the Mixed Golden Dan. I want to cultivate the way of the sword if I want to cultivate the way of the sword. I want to cultivate the way of the Dan if I want to cultivate the way of the Dan. Ling Yunzi's 6 people looked at the dejected Qin Yunzi with more than a hint of remembrance on their faces. This was the big brother they had met back then. The current Qin Yunzi was only a patriarch, and was far too far from the eldest senior brother they had met back then. Eldest senior brother. You're amazing. The youngest junior sister looked at her eldest senior brother with a face of adoration. Bai Lingzi glared fiercely at his little sister. His gaze went back to Qin Yunzi and asked, "You haven't even said anything about the chaotic golden pill." Qin Yunzi coughed dryly twice, putting away his dejected look and continued. The 3rd grade Jindan, although it has a grade, is not the real reason for determining the final height. Historically, there have also been whiteboard Jindan cultivators who have ascended to immortality. Similarly, there were also mixed golden danes who ended up crippling themselves by cultivating themselves because of their greed for the power of the many great paths. Instead, there was only one solitary path for the Great Dao Jindan, and each Great Dao Jindan was going all out and ended up achieving very high levels of success. But the Chaos Gold Pill is different. Speaking here, Qin Yunzi's expression tangled up. The Chaos Golden Pill is just a legend, and I don't know in great detail exactly how many peculiarities it has. However, just based on one of the characteristics, you guys know there are peculiarities. This characteristic is that the Chaos Golden Pill is fearless of any power of the Great Dao, and is not infested by spiritual chi, demonic chi, or devilish chi. It can refine all the power of the Great Dao for its own use, whether it is spiritual chi, devilish chi, or the power of the 9 specters. Chaos Golden Pillar are all raw and cold, absorbing them all. Ah! Ling Yunzi's 6 people were extremely shocked and looked at Qin Yunzi incredulously. Qin Yunzi said meaningfully, "You should all be clear that we are tainted with demonic and devilish chi, which needs to be refined and dispelled. If it stays on us, it will contaminate our golden pill, corrode our Yuaning and Yuanshan, and ultimately fall into the immortal path. Now you all should be clear about how important this chaotic golden pill is to us, right? Eldest brother, how are you sure that Zhang Yang's Jindan is a chaotic Jindan?" Ling Yunzi asked curiously. "What if his Jindan is a white plate Jindan?" Qin Yunzi said without a trace of anger. "How can I be sure? Because there have been chaotic golden pills in my Qinyan's history. There have been records of chaotic golden pills. Otherwise how can we be sure? Besides, the blank slate golden pill is a chaotic mess inside the golden pill. There is actually something inside that. And didn't you guys listen carefully to Zhang Yang's Jindan? There's nothing in there. It's empty. It's truly nothing. It is because there is nothing that it can hold everything. Then how will he cultivate?" Painted Spirit's son was a bit worried. Qin Yunzi shook his head. "I don't know. I'm not a chaotic golden pillar, so how do I know how to cultivate? His path can only depend on himself." However, the growth of the chaotic golden pill required countless cultivation resources, countless heavenly materials and treasures. That was for sure. When he grows up, I'll be relieved. I'll be sure to take a nice walk around the world when the time comes. The youngest senior sister volunteered. Eldest senior brother, "I'll accompany you then." Qin Yunzi laughed. "Of course there's no problem." Bai Lingzi snorted coldly and suddenly said, "Elder brother, listening to you, your mixed Yuan Golden Dan is not something great. Seeing your dejected vigor just now, I still thought that the mixed yuan golden dan was invincible. She got up and left. Qing Yunzi was dumbfounded, unable to speak for a long time. The others looked at each other and left. The youngest senior sister finally left, encouragingly saying, "Senior sister is such a character. Don't blame elder brother. Now that we have 400,000 spirit stones, eldest senior brother will be able to relax a lot. So it's better to hurry up and get things done." Qing Yunzi watched his youngest sister leave, tears streaming down his face. Still, the youngest is the sweetest. His figure disappeared in an instant. And at that moment, the owner of the Chaos Golden Pill was in a fierce confrontation with his senior sister. "This is my place. You guys hurry up." "I won't. I'm going to live here. If you dare to bully me, I'll tell master." Zhang Yang returned home after the meeting, only to realize that his home had been stolen. Situ Mingyue and her maid had taken over his small courtyard for themselves. Then there was an argument. Zhang Yang said with some annoyance, "It took me a few years to build the small courtyard, and you guys come and try to snatch it away? Let me tell you, no way. Besides, I am the eldest senior brother. How dare you disrespect me? Don't you forget that I was the one who brought you up to Qing Yun." Situ Mingyue laughed. "I'm the senior sister. You have to give in to me. Besides, in order to worship Chang Yun, I paid 1,000,000 spirit stones. You simply have your eye on my money. Think I don't know? Let's cut the crap. Your courtyard is very nice. Can I buy it? Name a price. Is 100,000 spirit stones enough?" Zhang Yang snorted coldly. "Is this a problem of spirit stones? Take a look at the fence wall of this courtyard. All of them have been engraved by me with talismanic patterns to repel mosquitoes, insects and ants. Inside the room, I've engraved a tranquility talismanic pattern, which can assist in cultivation by calming the mind and concentration. The window has been engraved with talismanic patterns, so that there can be a breeze, and the ground has been engraved with talismanic patterns, so that it's warm in the winter and cool in the summer. Besides, I've been repairing this small courtyard for 10 years, and with prices rising so fast now, you want to buy it away for 100,000 spirit stones? I've lived here for so many years. I have deep feelings for this place. So?" Sita Mingyue looked at Zhang Yang. "Gotta add money." Zhang Yang perked up. Chapter 26, "So I'm a blank slate." Sita Mingyue gave Zhang Yang the 2,000 medium-grade spirit stones and hummed. "Now you should be satisfied, right?" Zhang Yang happily collected the 2,000 medium-grade spirit stones. This was not the same as the last time. Last time, the spirit stones belonged to the clan, but this was the money he got from selling his house. So of course it had to belong to him. That golden dan of his had given Qing Yunzi such a headache. If he didn't get more resources, I'm afraid it would be very difficult to cultivate the results. With these spirit stones, how could there be some progress? "Senior sister, the house will be yours from now on," Zhang Yang said smilingly. "Come on, I'll give you the instructions on how to use this house. Don't worry, after taking your money, the after-sale service is definitely guaranteed." Inside this courtyard, it was indeed covered with rune patterns. However, as you know, this rune pattern is exposed to the heavens and earth, and it requires maintenance. If the rune pattern falls into disrepair over the years, and the rune pattern causes a riot, that would be greatly unfavorable. Conservatively estimated, these rune patterns could tear a Jindan cultivator to pieces if they rioted. Therefore, you have to be especially careful when you live here in the future. Be sure to pay attention to maintaining the rune patterns and never slack off. Situ Mingyue's face froze for a moment. Wasn't she living on a ghostly doorstep, and she didn't know when it would open? Living in such a dangerous place, how come you're not afraid? Situ Mingyue asked through gritted teeth. Zhang Yang blinked his eyes. "Because I know rune patterns. Didn't I tell you just now that I drew all these runes? Since I drew them, of course I know when the runes will be disordered. The yard you sold, you are responsible for getting it right for me." Situ Mingyue also looked back. "You just said after sales as well. You must be responsible for getting the after sales done." She was the daughter of a major chamber of commerce and quickly understood these new words of business. Zhang Yang smiled and said, "Since I said after sales, I must be responsible. I've roughly estimated that it will need to be repaired about once every 3 months, and I'll come and give the repairs after 3 months. However, you'll have to provide the materials to draw the talismanic patterns. Cinnabar, demonic beast spirit blood and whatnot. They're all useful. By the way, carving rune patterns also very much consumes spiritual energy and mental energy. You have to give some payment at least." Situ Mingyue said fiercely. "Say it, how many spirit stones?" It really caught her spirit stones, and she had never been so angry. "Not much, not much, 100 spirit stones will be enough," Zhang Yang replied with a smile. "Oh," Situ Mingyue was surprised and thought Zhang Yang was going to knock her off. 100 spirit stones for 3 months. "What's that?" Zhang Yang said with a straight face. I am a proper person. Engraving talismans is very laborious. You will know when the time comes. Charging you 100 spirit stones is never too much. Alright, senior sister. Have a good rest. Tomorrow morning, we will gather at the main hall and then take you to pick out your gongfu. Sita Mingyue looked at Zhang Yang, who flew away, somewhat confused as to what kind of person Zhang Yang was. On the other hand, Zhang Yang flew to Stroke Peak. When Painted Spirit Sun saw Zhang Yang, he thought about the Chaos Golden Pill and asked strangely, "Why are you here?" "Senior uncle. I'll have to stay at your place for the next few days. My small courtyard has been taken by my senior sister," Zhang Yang said with a smile. "By the way, I still need to practice and cultivate here at your place. Please get me a cultivation room from senior uncle. I need to utilize the spirit stones." "No problem." A pen appeared in Painting Spirit Sun's hand, and in an instant, he drew prohibitions all over the room, then said to Zhang Yang, "You can't even run out of aura even though you use spirit stones." "Thank you, senior uncle." Zhang Yang threw out 50 medium-grade spirit stones from the spirit stones he had just obtained. A large amount of spirit chi escaped from the spirit stones. The room's spirit chi was instantly several times thicker than that of the sky and earth, and it was continuing to increase. He sat in the spiritual sea and started absorbing spiritual chi with all his might, washing and quenching that golden dan over and over again. However, in his internal vision, the center of that jindan was just empty, like a black hole, allowing a large amount of spiritual chi to quench it, but not moving. Zhang Yang didn't care. He kept on absorbing aura and quenching his jindan. Gradually, Zhang Yang noticed the abnormality. Although the interior of the jindan was still empty, the shell of the jindan had become thicker. Moreover, the size of the jindan remained the same. Doesn't this mean that by filling it all the way from the outside, you can eventually fill up the inside of the jindan? In one night's time, 50 medium-grade spirit stones were consumed. In his inner vision, the shell of the jindan hadn't gotten much thicker. Zhang Yang inwardly sucked in a breath of cool air. How many spirit stones would it take to fill this up? Zhang Yang walked out of the cultivation room and saw Painted Spirit Sun guarding the outside and said with emotion, "Senior uncle, it's so hard to cultivate." Painted Spirit Z's eyebrows twitched. He wanted to say that you, a guy who formed a dan in a year, have the nerve to say that cultivation isn't easy? He said meaningfully, "A setback on the road to cultivation is nothing. It will always be resolved." Zhang Yang scratched his head. "Senior uncle, what's going on with this golden dan of mine?" Painting Spirit Z froze for a moment and said meaningfully, "Zhang Yang, there are 3 grades of jindan. This best first grade jindan is the mixed yuan jindan. Your master is the mixed yuan jindan. The second is the second grade Great Dao jindan. When I first concluded the jindan, inside the jindan was a pen. Then I chose to cultivate talismans. The worst is the third grade blank slate jindan. There is nothing inside." He deliberately did not introduce the Chaos Golden Dan to Zhang Yang and even misinterpreted the White Plate Golden Dan on purpose, because the Chaotic Golden Pill was implicated in too many things. Zhang Yang had to be allowed to remain hidden. "So I'm the worst White Plate jindan," Zhang Yang muttered. "It's quite an image." I said, "Why is it so hard to break through?" Painting Spirit Z patted Zhang Yang's shoulder and consoled him with a serious tone. "It doesn't matter. No matter what kind of jindan you are my nephew. I will always take care of you. Don't be discouraged on the path of cultivation. It's just a matter of consuming more resources. What does it matter? In the future, as long as there is a need to use the place of senior uncle, just open your mouth." "Thank you, senior uncle," Zhang Yang said gratefully. After a pause, he smiled and said, "Senior uncle, there's something I need to ask for your help right now." Painted Lingzi looked at Zhang Yang strangely, wondering what favor Zhang Yang was looking for from him. Besides, this kid knows that he is of White Plate Golden Dan, but he doesn't react at all? He didn't even know that Zhang Yang had experienced prosperity long ago and was bent on cultivating immortality. Even if it's a blank slate jindan, it's still cultivating immortality in the end, isn't it? Besides, he had found a solution. So what was there to be discouraged about? So, screwing money is real now, and screwing with money requires revitalizing Qingyun, which involves those 87 geniuses. I would like to ask senior uncle to go and give a sermon to those guys who have just started, just on the foundation establishment stage. Zhang Yang looked at Painted Spirit Z seriously. "Actually, it's not just you, senior uncle, but other senior uncles, and even masters might need a public sermon. After they have truly built their foundations and determined their future paths, they will then decide whether or not to worship a few of you." Master uncle. Since he had recruited the gate, cultivation was certain, regardless of the minds of these 87 geniuses. He also had to go through the process of nurturing to turn the hearts and minds of these geniuses. "No problem," Painted Spirit Sun agreed. Chapter 27, A different kind of immortal cultivation. Another 7-day period. Early in the morning, The 87 geniuses who had worshipped the Green Cloud sect had spontaneously gathered in front of the Grand Hall Square. This was their only chance to receive food in the Green Cloud sect, and they certainly did not want to miss it. After all, they hadn't even finished refining their bodies yet, and they still had to eat every day. This time, there were more Situ Mingyue and her maid. The two of them had no idea why they were gathered in the Great Hall Plaza and had to come. In fact, there was another very important issue here. Situ Mingyue's maid hadn't worshipped the Qingyun sect, and logically shouldn't have stayed in the sect, much less listened to the Tao. However, Zhang Yang didn't care, and the 7 sons of Qingyun treated it as if they didn't see it. After all, Situ Mingyue had spent millions of spirit stones to worship the sect, so how could she be given some privileges? Another situation was that the crowd didn't expect a brocade-clad $1,000 lady to deal with the chores of life. Zhang Yang glanced at the crowd and said with a smile, after another 7 days, everyone should have gained some insight in refining their bodies. Therefore, today, I will ask one of the Green Cloud Elders, Painting Spirit Z, to give you all a lecture on how to build the foundation. Elder Painting Spirit Z is a great cultivator of the late Yuaning stage, so everyone applaud. Situ Mingyue was stunned. Applauding? What the hell? The other 87 geniuses, too, were a bit puzzled, but when they saw that Zhang Yang was leading the applause, the crowd understood and applauded. They thought it was Qingyun's etiquette and foolishly followed suit. Even Situ Mingyue was the same. She still found Qingyun's rules quite new. To loud applause, Painted Spirit made his entrance. He actually didn't understand why these kids were clapping, because Qingyun didn't have any such rules at all, and even everyone was not big and small a lot of the time. Zhang Yang raised his hand and signaled for the crowd's applause to stop. As many of the children gazed at Painted Spirit Z with eager eyes, they hadn't even opened up their spirit seas yet, and they were asking the Yuaning stage to preach to them? Legend has it that the Yuaning stage of other sects that are not true disciples can't even see each other. The Green Cloud sect is really paying attention to them. Painted Spirit Sun looked at the crowd and spoke. To build the foundation is to build the foundation of the Great Tao. 1,000-foot mountain starts from a tired earth, a river and sea start from a stream. On this path of the Great Tao, how far one can go is often decided at the very beginning. So you must pay attention to the foundation establishment stage. I've already heard that you've all succeeded in harvesting gas, and I won't say anything more about harvesting gas. Next, I'll start directly with body refining. As you look at my hand, this is a piece of jade that I am now going to carve into a seal. Does it mean that when I get the jade, I'll just start carving it? Of course not. I have to polish it and cut it into the basic shape of a seal first. As he spoke, the jade flipped in his hands, and soon the beginnings of a seal appeared. See? Painted Spirit Sun pointed at the stone chips on the ground. These stone chips that I removed are the impurities that were expelled from your bodies when you were refining your bodies. As you expel more impurities, the purer your bodies become. When it comes to opening up the Spirit Sea, it will be easier, and the Spirit Sea that opens up will be more expansive. Next, Painted Spirit Z went deeper and deeper, explaining the various truths of the entire foundation establishment stage from body refinement to sea opening, and then from sea opening to Tao seed. If Zhang Yang had not stopped him, he was afraid that he would have continued to explain the various conditions of the Jindan stage. Senior uncle, you've been speaking for most of the day. It's time to rest, Zhang Yang said to Painting Spirit Z. The senior brothers and sisters are still mortal flesh and still have to eat. In reality, the many geniuses had long been hungry. It was just that Painted Spirit Sun's explanation was so wonderful that they couldn't call a halt and couldn't wait to hear more. It didn't matter if you didn't eat a meal at one time, but a sermon from the Yuaning stage wasn't something that was easy to hear. Painted Spirit Sun smiled and said, "Then I'll leave the rest to you." He was just about to leave when Zhang Yang hurriedly added, "Uncle Master, since that square seal has been polished, why don't you just carve it into a seal? For you, it's just a matter of waving your hand. However, I hope that senior uncle can carve 7 words on the seal. My generation should have the aspiration of the green clouds. I have great use for it." Painted Spirit Sun glanced at Zhang Yang and wondered what Zhang Yang was up to, but carving a side of seals is really commonplace for him. In front of the crowd, he carved the 7 characters on the seal in a matter of moments and handed it to Zhang Yang with a smile. "I used the talismanic way for those 7 characters. It has the effect of calming the mind and concentrating the spirit, so it's considered to be a small magic weapon. Thank you, senior uncle." Painted Spirit Sun waved his hand and flew away. "Respectfully send off senior uncle." Zhang Yang sent Painting Spirit Sun away with a respectful look. Normally, he and Painted Spirit Z didn't have a big deal, but in front of a large crowd, he was so respectful that he wanted to emphasize Painted Spirit Z's reverence in front of the many senior brothers and sisters. In fact, Zhang Yang's actions had caused many geniuses to hold their breaths, and it was only after the Painted Spirit Sun had disappeared that they breathed a sigh of relief. In their opinion, A high-ranking person of the Yuaning stage deserved to be honored in such a way. Painting Spirit's son just disappeared. Sita Mingyue jumped up, eldest senior brother. How about giving me that square seal? Or why don't you simply say how much it costs and I'll buy it? Senior uncle has said it's a small magic weapon. How about I offer 10,000 spirit stones? She knew Zhang Yang's nature and raised money to ask questions. Zhang Yang was inwardly happy, beautifully matched. Senior sister, he said with a serious expression, this magic weapon cannot be given to senior sister. Why? Sita Mingyue was a bit dissatisfied. It wasn't that she was short of spells, but the fact that this was carved by painted Spirit's son, which was monumental and worth a little bit of money on its own, was why she took the plunge. Zhang Yang slowly said, just now, senior uncle has already said that in cultivation, one should have high aspirations. It is especially closely related when it comes to the Tao seed. Therefore, I am here to set up an examination question for you, asking all of you to combine today's sermon by senior uncle and your own feelings and write an essay entitled Why I Want to Cultivate Immortality. The deeper the understanding, the clearer the goal, the smoother the monasticism will naturally be. Therefore, each person's essay must be no less than 3,000 words. Everyone looked at Zhang Yang dumbfounded. Cultivating immortals and writing articles? Situ Mingyue, in particular, was stunned. She had never heard of any clan doing this. However, when she thought about Zhang Yang's words carefully, they seemed to have some truth to them. Zhang Yang raised the seal in his hand and said, all the articles written, hand them over to me within 7 days. At the next gathering at the Great Hall Square, I will take the best few articles among them for evaluation, and the one who selects the first place will be rewarded with the seal. Once again, the crowd's eyes widened. They all heard it clearly just now. This seal is a magic weapon that can also assist in cultivation. Just write an article and get it? Eldest senior brother. I can't write. Wang Baol hurriedly stood up. Eldest senior brother. I do know a few words. What if I can't write the words? This time, a few more popped up in quick succession, all claiming not to have read a book. Zhang Yang reprimanded. If you don't know how to write, go and learn it. Who will help you in the future if you can't read Taoist books? Those who don't know how to read and write will be given an extra lesson on reading and writing in the future. How can there be illiteracy in my Qingyun sect? Wang Baol wailed. I recognize reading and writing, but won't there be no chance for this selection? People who can't read or write are frustrated. Zhang Yang shook his head helplessly. You guys don't know how to read and write, so think about it and then come to me. I'll write out the words you're thinking about, and it'll be considered as an article you've written. Remember, it must be your inner words, and don't forget, it must not be less than 3,000 words. The more the better. Ideological education. Let's start by recognizing the cultivation of immortality. Chapter 28, I have a dream. I have a dream of cultivating immortality. Sita Mingyue wrote a few words on a piece of paper and then began to fret. She wanted that seal. Then she had to enter the selection. It's just writing 3,000 words. What's it to her? Even if she made up 3,000 words, she still guaranteed that she would be able to pass the selection. But when she started to write, she couldn't. She realized that it didn't seem to be that easy to make up, especially since the title seemed to be straight from the heart, and she couldn't make it up if she wanted to. She began to wonder why she was practicing immortality at all. Gradually, the maid next to her looked at the young lady who was scratching her head straight, her hair scratched up, her clothes open and unnoticed, all revealing what shouldn't be revealed. Miss, why don't we not participate? The maid, Chun Xiao, tried to persuade. It's just a party seal. It's nothing rare. When the chance is right, let Painting Spirit Z Senior carve another one for you. You also cultivate. You also write. Sito Mingyue pointed at Chun Xiao. You have to participate in the selection as well. Give me the seal when you win the selection. I write too. Chun Xiao looked at Miss in dismay. How did she even draw fire? Right. Situ Mingyue could not be doubted. Chun Xiao just had to take out a pen and paper and start writing. She thought for a moment and put pen to paper. My name is Chun Xiao. I grew up in the family as a servant of the family. In order to better take care of my lady, I received guidance from my family seniors and began to cultivate. Situ Mingyue was shocked. How come she couldn't write it but Chun Xiao was so smooth? Let's see. She took Chun Xiao's article and read it for a while before falling silent. A moment later, she hugged Chun Xiao and said in a moved voice, You've been taking care of me since I was little, and I can't believe I didn't know this. From today onwards, although we are called master and servant, we are actually sisters. In the future, what I have, I will share with you, and when the time comes, we sisters will ascend to the immortal realm together. Chun Xiao, thank you, miss, it's not to be taken as such, this is all what I should do. Chun Xiao said hurriedly. Sita Mingyue waved her hand decisively. This matter is settled. She sat down, took a deep breath. and put down her pen to write. My name is Situ Mingyue, the Situ family's eldest miss. The Situ family's commerce spreads all over the Yuntang Empire. With such a large commerce, how can I allow a mediocre person to inherit it? Therefore, from a young age, my father taught me that I must have strength. Only strength can control everything in the Chamber of Commerce. This time she writes much more smoothly. Yet, there are many others, fuming with pen and paper in front of them. What exactly do you write about? Why do you want to cultivate immortality? How can the real reason be told? How about making one up? But it doesn't seem that easy to make up a 3,000 word lie. Even if it's not easy, you still have to make it up. Even if that seal is not available, the mission must be completed. Eldest brother. Wang Bail panted and ran towards the grand hall to find Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang walked out and asked, have you thought about it? Think about it. Wang Bail had a determined look on his face. I don't know how to write, so I'll also ask eldest brother to record it for me. Zhang Yang took out a pen and paper and signaled Wang Bail. You say it. My name is Wang Bail, the young master of the Wang family of White Tiger City in Cloud Mountain Empire. The family is very well off and my parents love me very much. Because of this, I can walk sideways in White Tiger City without having to look at anyone's face. Everyone has to be afraid of me for a few moments. Since I was a child, I have always loved practicing martial arts and disliked reading and writing. I think, as a man, reading is really bad. Fighting and killing is the real skill. Until one day, I finally got into trouble. Got into trouble with people I shouldn't have gotten into trouble with. Not only did I get into big trouble for myself, but also brought about the end of my family. Wang Bail's voice got lower and lower as he spoke, and gradually tears flowed out of his eyes. Zhang Yang acted as if he didn't see Wang Bail's state and was just silently memorizing. I overheard that someone was coming to the Qingyun sect to take the test, and said that the Qingyun sect was a great sect, and that such a great sect must not be one that my enemies would dare to mess with. So, I came to the Qingyun sect to take the test. The reason why I want to cultivate immortality is to avoid trouble. If I am able to cultivate successfully, I will also take revenge. After a long time, Wang Bail finally finished and Zhang Yang finished recording. And at this time, Wang Bail was already in tears and sobbing uncontrollably. Only after a long time did Wang Bail say, eldest brother, I hid the matter of worshipping the sect. I wonder how the sect will deal with me. Zhang Yang asked rhetorically, does the clan say that those who take revenge cannot join the clan? Is there a rule that one cannot hide secrets? Whose secrets are as big as his? But, Zhang Yang put away the pieces of paper. The clan is only responsible for training you, but will not step in to help you take revenge. Therefore, you can only take your revenge yourself. However, what I can guarantee you is that if anyone dares to kill you, the sect will definitely punish the murderer as well. Cultivate harder in the future. Read more when you have nothing to do. Such a big person. You can't even write words. It's a shame. Start practicing from your name first. This is your name. First practice these 3 characters well. He wrote down the 3 words Wang Bail on a piece of paper and handed it to Wang Bail. Many thanks, eldest brother. Wang Bail respectfully received the piece of paper. We will revitalize Qingyun together in the future, Zhang Yang said with a smile. Aha! Wang Bail nodded his head fiercely and turned around to leave, when he suddenly thought of something and turned back. Long live Qingyun! Without changing his color, Zhang Yang nodded his head and catered. Long live Qingyun! Wang Palak left and another one came in. Eldest brother, I can't recognize the words. Please help me remember them. Thank you, a naive teenager said with embarrassment. Zhang Yang took out another piece of paper and signaled to start. My name is Li Er. I'm from the village of Do. You are Li Er? Zhang Yang looked at Li Er. Li Er froze and looked at Zhang Yang. Eldest brother, you've heard of me? Zhang Yang said smilingly. When I toured Qingyun, I visited your village and met your father. When he heard that you had worshipped in the Qingyun sect, he was very happy. He even said that he would come to visit you in Qingyun sometime. So don't let your father down. Li Er's eyes couldn't help but redden and he lowered his head. Come on, you can start. Zhang Yang signaled Li Er. Li Er nodded heavily, took a deep breath, and began describing again. Zhang Yang also recorded it. While Zhang Yang was recording, people who had completed their tasks were constantly coming to hand in their work. As the date of the 7-day period drew nearer, those who had delayed until later had to turn in their assignments. Zhang Yang read through all the articles and had already mapped out the 87 people in his mind. Some people are just making things up at first glance, and of course such people have to be carefully guarded against, while people like Wang Bail and Li Er, who give an account of their real heart, are at least much more credible than those who are making things up. The earlier you hand it in, the more detailed you make it up. The less trustworthy such people are and the more you have to focus on them. The kind that is delayed until later and hesitant to submit can be fought for. Eldest senior brother. Here, Sita Mingyue hurriedly ran over and handed over a few sheets of paper. This is for Chun Xiao and I. We are also participating in this election. Ha! Zhang Yang looked at Sita Mingyue in surprise. He said to himself, I'm educating my mind. And I'm educating you too? Chapter 29 Baptism. Zhang Yang looked at Sita Mingyue's and Chun Xiao's articles, and unsurprisingly, they were all sickly stuff. Both of them came from big business families, and even Chun Xiao had never suffered at all, and cultivation was a spice for them outside of life. Not that the two didn't know each other well, of course, but not that well. After thinking about it, he still pulled out Sita Mingyue's article and added it to the list of articles for this selection. Because, Stuart talked about ideals. Inside the 87 people, there are quite a few people talking about ideals. Sita Mingyue can just appear as a typical. The main thing is that Sita Mingyue has good writing skills and writes sensationally. The 7-day period had once again arrived, and the crowd once again gathered in the plaza of the Great Hall. The mood of the group this time, though, was quite different from the previous one. Some people's gazes are evasive, some are expressionless, some have deep gazes, and some are complacent. Sita Mingyue was the complacent kind. She felt sure she had taken the seal. Zhang Yang glanced at the crowd and said with a smile, this time, we have set up a task and through the 7 days, everyone has completed it. He paused deliberately, anticipation becoming heavy, but there are those who accomplish their tasks without heart. The way of the road is to be sincere first. You know best in your own hearts how much sincerity you have in accomplishing your mission. I would like to remind these insincere senior brothers and sisters that if you haven't yet set your faith firmly on this path of cultivation, then it would be best if you don't set out. Otherwise, sooner or later, you will turn into a pile of withered bones on the path forward of the great Tao. Upon hearing this, many faces did not change color, while many could not help but lower their heads. It's true that all of these guys are geniuses, but they're just teenagers. Zhang Yang had been a man for 2 lives and knew so much that it was not difficult at all to pin down these kids. He still couldn't figure out what these people were doing by sending these kids to Qing Yun and chipping away at it. Was it really to obtain Qing Yun's techniques and magic treasures and then bring the people back? This was certainly damaging to Qing Yun, but by the time these geniuses grew up, it would be decades later anyways. How could the group have shown their cracks over the course of decades? Aren't these guys worried at all? However, when he thought about the behavior of Qing Yunzi and the others, he somewhat understood. Apart from their high cultivation, how much do they know about the human condition? Especially Qing Yunzi, obviously strong as a mess, actually was made to tie his hands, so much so that the Qing Yun clan is so poor that it cannot uncover the pot. Zhang Yang acted as if he didn't see the abnormality of those children and said slowly, I've drawn a few people to be selected from within the tasks that everyone has completed. Later on, I will pick someone to come out and read them aloud, and after the reading is done, everyone will raise their hands and vote for the person who completed the task the best. During the judging process, if someone thinks theirs is better, they can object. Here, Chun Xiao, come up here and do me a favor and read them all properly. Chun Xiao was a bit surprised. How did she pick herself? Nevertheless, she obediently stood in front of Zhang Yang, took the few sheets of paper he handed her and began to read aloud the contents on them. My name is Sita Mingyue. Chun Xiao could not help but look at her own young lady, and Sita Mingyue's eyes could not help but widen as she excitedly signaled Chun Xiao to hurry up and read aloud. Then, her eyes looked at the others, observing the crowd's reactions. The crowd's reaction was mixed, some were thoughtful, some nodded frequently, and some looked around and were not interested at all. Sita Mingyue is a bit puzzled. I write quite well how everyone reacts wrong. Sita Mingyue's article was quickly read. The next was written by a girl called Xiaoying, whose identity was likewise a child of a large family, but was a concubine's identity, and was not treated well in the family. During this time, she was bullied by the first family's children, and she couldn't even afford to eat, so she could only eat meat. Those meat made her want to vomit, and she wanted to eat. Many people were looking everywhere for the girl called Xiaoying, and they soon found her. A girl in an ice silk dress with a jade pendant on her waist stood tall and proud in the crowd. Li Er touched the person next to him, barred his mouth, and lowered his voice. I want to be bullied as much as she is. Then I'll have meat for every meal. Hey! The man next to him grinned. Zhang Yang wore a smile on his face and had been observing the reactions of the crowd. He had picked these articles for a purpose in the first place. Soon after, Chun Xiao read aloud from Wang Baiol's article. I have caused great trouble and brought disaster to the family. I couldn't have imagined that they were actually people from the Ding Wang Palace. Xiaoying, who was standing in the crowd, instantly glared at Wang Baiol and couldn't help but say, Your White Tiger City's Wang Baiol? Su Xingwei of the Ding Wang Mansion was injured by you? Do you know that he's been looking for you? And I didn't expect you to actually run to Qing Yun Sect. Wang Baiol coldly looked at Xiaoying without speaking. Quiet. Zhang Yang said indifferently. I didn't ask you to speak. If anyone speaks rashly, then I'm going to get angry. Xiao Ying muttered, and ultimately didn't say anything. Chun Xiao continued to read aloud Wang Bao's article, and gradually, Chun Xiao couldn't help but shed tears. Wang Bao's article is a personal pain, and the family broke the change. Coupled with Zhang Yang's writing touches, that effect is naturally needless to say. Soon, many of the people in front of the Great Hall were infected and cast sympathetic glances at Wang Bao. As for Wang Bao, his eyes were red and he didn't say a word. Xiao Ying glanced at Wang Bao with disbelief. A small white tiger city that dared to offend the prince of the Ding Wang mansion wasn't looking for death? Soon, the articles had been read aloud to the 5 people who had been selected. Zhang Yang stood out and asked, "These are the articles of a few people I picked out this time. Do you have any objections? Does anyone think they have written better? If not, then let's start voting by a show of hands." After the crowd had no objections, Zhang Yang continued, "Very good. Raise your hand if you think Sita Mingyue is a good writer. Those who think Wang Bao's writing is good, raise your hands. Very well, Wang Bao wins by more than the vast majority. Getting these people to write and read the articles aloud is the point. The subsequent selection doesn't matter at all." Zhang Yang signaled Wang Bao to come forward, took out the square seal, and handed it to Wang Bao. "When I asked the people to join the sect, you were the first to do so. When I asked the people to run to the main hall, you were also the first to arrive. Now the task is also well accomplished, which shows the firmness of faith. I hope that you will continue to work hard and live up to Qin Yun's ambition." "Many thanks, eldest brother." Wang Bao thanked and took the seal. Many people looked at Wang Bao. There was no elation, only sympathetic eyes. Only some people like Xiao Ying were looking at Wang Bao with indignation. Zhang Yang handed out numerous grains to the crowd and instructed, "After everyone receives their things, continue to cultivate. After 7 days, gather at the Great Hall Square again." Chapter 30, The Advent of the Strong Enemy. Zhang Yang left the Great Hall and arrived at Stroke Peak. Painting Spirit Sun looked at Zhang Yang strangely and asked, "What are you doing drumming up those things when you kid won't let them cultivate properly?" Zhang Yang said with a serious look, "Senior uncle, I have my own deep meaning. Now I have a request for you, Senior uncle, to monitor that group of disciples with your spiritual sense and mark their location for me." He was only at the Jindan stage, and his spiritual sense was not strong enough to envelop everyone. Painted Spirit Sun, as a Yuan Ing stage, was able to do it. Painted Spirit Sun frowned, feeling that it was a bit not so good, but he still followed Zhang Yang's instructions and marked out everyone's location on the map. Zhang Yang looked at the people who had gathered in 2s and 3s and smiled bashfully. He began to organize the list, but it was divided into 3. "What's wrong with these people?" Painted Spirit inquired. "This list is the one that has a high probability of not being a problem." Zhang Yang signaled the first sheet of paper with Wang Bao, Li Er and others on it. He picked up the second piece of paper with Chao Ying and the others on it. The odds are that the people on this piece of paper are problematic. At the very least, their purpose of worshipping the Green Cloud sect is not that pure. As for the list on the third piece of paper, it is something that cannot be determined for the time being. These are the people that need to be fought for, and it is possible for them to become a member of the Qingyun sect as well. Painted Spirit Sun asked in surprise, "How can you be sure that there is something wrong with them? Just based on that whatever mission you got? Is that reliable for you? Don't wrongly accuse those people and break the hearts of your fellow disciples." Zhang Yang smiled confidently. "Don't worry, Senior uncle. I'll only give it in case of an accident." Catching a mole was something he understood even though he wasn't a professional and had seen it more often. Besides, with the Painted Spirit Sun's spiritual sense to check the condition of those people, it was like opening God's perspective, just short of entering those people's sea of consciousness to check it out. With these conditions, catching the mole is easy. Painted Spirit Z shook his head. "I really don't know where your brat learned these things. Do we still need to learn this?" Zhang Yang spread his 2 hands. "Self-taught." Painted Spirit Sun speechless shake his head. He had to admit that this guy is indeed a genius. Chaos Golden Dan a little abnormal is only normal. After worrying about these things, it's better to hurry up and go raise your cultivation. Painted Spirit Sun pointed to the cultivation room. "If the chaotic golden elixir is not properly cultivated, can you afford that golden elixir?" Zhang Yang was just about to go and cultivate when suddenly, Painted Spirit Z stood up violently and looked out of the Qingyun sect, saying in a deep voice, "Something has gone wrong. Just stay here with me and don't move. I'll go and take a look." "What's the problem?" Zhang Yang said hurriedly. Painted Spirit Z said with a cold smile, "The Cloud Mountain Empire's people are here. They are coming in force and look like they are coming from a bad place. You don't have to care. We'll take care of it. It's better for me to handle it." Zhang Yang said hastily, "These guys will deal with whatever. It's best if he takes care of it. Senior uncle, don't forget, I am the acting sect master now, Zhang Yang hurriedly said. For such a big event, of course it's better for me to step in, Painted Spirit Z said seriously. Don't make a fuss, there's an expert coming from the opposite side. How high? Can you guys beat it? Is it better than my master? Zhang Yang asked rhetorically. Painted Spirit's son was disdainful. We were able to solve it, let alone eldest senior brother. It's just that we in the Cloud Mountain Empire don't want to cross paths, so it's a bit troublesome to deal with. Then I'm relieved. I'll take care of this kind of trouble. Zhang Yang flew towards the bottom of the mountain, with Painted Spirit Z following closely behind. Besides, I can drive a spirit weapon, so it won't be that simple for them to do anything about me. Painting Spirit Z instantly released, although this kid is only Jindan stage. But, being able to royal spirit weapons, the General Yuaning stage is afraid that they cannot help him. Immediately after that, Ling Yunzi, Dan Chenzi, the six of them flew to the mountain gate of the Green Cloud sect and looked into the distance. In the distant sky, a huge 40 to 50 meter long dragon-headed flying boat flew in from the distance. The flying boat was full of people and flags were flying. The first person, dressed in a bright yellow brocade robe, stood proudly at the bow of the boat with his hands in the air, his gaze looking directly at the Qingyin sect. The huge flying boat stirred up a powerful fluctuation of spiritual energy as it flew, which was the reason why Painted Spirit's son had spotted the flying boat early on. Gradually, the flying boat arrived closer, and anyone could see that the crowd on the Green Cloud sect was startled. This is the Cloud Mountain Empire's flying dragon army. Sita Mingyue looked at the distance in surprise. The Cloud Mountain Empire actually deployed so many flying dragon armies. They wouldn't be trying to start a war with the Qingyin sect, would they? Chun Xiao said worriedly. Miss, what do we do now? Should we make our identity known? If Miss shows her identity, I think the Cloud Mountain Empire should not dare to jeopardize Miss. Situ Mingyue deflated. The Flying Dragon Army's reputation is great, and it has also hunted many cultivators and even slaughtered many clans that have gone against the Cloud Mountain Empire. However, this is the Green Cloud sect. 5,000 years of heritage is not blown out of proportion. If the Flying Dragon Army dares to make a move, we'll just wait and watch the show. Go to the mountain gate. It's best to watch the show there. She laughed strangely. As powerful as the Flying Dragon Army is, can it still be as powerful as Tanxiu Shui of the Luenjia Sacred Land? Not many people knew about Qin Yunzi's victory over Tanxiu Shui. At this time, those little disciples on the mountain also discovered the trail of the Flying Dragon Army. Look, that's our Flying Dragon Army. The Flying Dragon Army is here. Chao Ying excitedly pointed at the flying boat in the distance and said to the crowd around her, the Flying Dragon Army is here. Let's go down and take a look. Everyone ran towards the mountain gate. At this moment, Zhang Yang, who was standing at the mountain gate of the Green Cloud sect, became gloomy. The flying boat was already about to arrive at the mountain gate of the Qingyin sect, and it actually didn't have the intention of slowing down. It looked like it wanted to fly directly to the Qingyin sect. This was a huge insult to any clan. Ling Yunzi and the others, their expressions became extremely ugly. They didn't want to cross swords with the Cloud Mountain Empire. But, right now, it looked like it was the Cloud Mountain Empire that had come for a bad reason. This matter, we must hurry to inform eldest brother, Dan Chenzi said. Zhang Yang took out the sect master's token. They've all crashed into the doorway. It's too late to inform master. Since someone dares to insult the Green Cloud sect, let's fight first. Uncle Ling Yun, tell them to stop. If they don't stop you can just strike. He is now giving orders as acting master. Ling Yunzi glanced at Zhang Yang, flew up and shouted, stop. On top of the flying boat, a middle-aged man wearing the uniform robes of the Flying Dragon Army flew out and looked at Ling Yunzi and said coldly, I'm Su Bai, the commander of the Flying Dragon Army, and you, the people of Qingyun, have beaten up my people. Today, I've come to retrieve the offense. Then try it. Ling Yunzi's flying sword came out in a flash. After he actually did it, the speed of the flying sword was many times faster than before. At the same time, Su Bai also struck out, as he imperiously wielded a shuttle-shaped magic treasure that flew up and down around him. Ding, ding, ding. The sounds of flying swords and shuttle-shaped magic treasures colliding with each other rang out continuously, evenly matched. Su Bai smiled coldly. Qingyun is nothing more than that. Your Qingyin sect can only bully my flying dragon guards because of your high realm? If you dare to bully my people, you'll have to pay the price. Flying Dragon Army, strike! Chapter 31, let's go. The two of them, Ling Yunzi and Su Bai, quickly fought to the side, and in a short period of time, it was impossible to tell the winner from the loser. On top of the flying boat, the young man in a bright yellow brocade robe glanced at Ling Yunzi and Su Bai who were engaged in a great battle, and turned his head to a red-robed eunuch next to him. What realm? Your Highness, it should be the late Yuaning stage. The red-robed eunuch replied. His Highness smiled faintly. Late Yuaning? The Qingyun sect really has a generation that is not as good as the next. Since this is the case, what qualifications does the Qingyun sect have to exist? A 5,000-year-old sect is nothing more than that. Start the flying boat and go up to Qingyun. The flying boat started up again and approached towards the Green Cloud sect. Zhang Yang frowned and flew into the air, gazing at the flying boat. Are you guys trying to start a war? If the first time he approached Cheng Yun was a lack of etiquette, approaching him again, his intentions were not simple, especially after Ling Yunzi showed up to block it and the other party sent out Su Bai. All of this showed that the Cloud Mountain Empire was trying to make a move against the Qingyun sect. Isn't this what your Qingyun sect wants? His Highness gazed at Zhang Yang and said indifferently, robbing my Yunshan Empire's minerals. Your Qingyun sect is already going overboard. To actually dare to take action against the flying dragon guards and snatch their flying boats, that would be declaring war on my Yunshan Empire. Your Qingyun sect provoked us first, so don't blame us for being impolite. Zhang Yang's heart surged with nameless fire. What a pig in a poke. Digging up Chungyun sect's mine and going to get it back is robbery? Sending the flying dragon guards after them instead becomes a provocation by Chungyun? Your opinion that can represent the Yunshan Empire? Zhang Yang asked rhetorically. The red-robed eunuch stepped forward and introduced. Your Highness is the third prince of the Cloud Mountain Empire, and is solely responsible for this docking with the Green Cloud sect. The third prince looked at Zhang Yang with a sneer on his face. Now you know if Lone has the power to represent the empire? Zhang Yang nodded. Satisfy you. Fourth Master Uncle. Start the formation. A formation disc appeared in Bai Lingzi's hand, and the sky and earth around the Qingyun sect seemed to ripple and began to fog up, instantly covering the Qingyun sect with a light veil. Fifth Uncle. Fill the vacancy. A spirit brush appeared in the hands of the painting spirit sun, and a runic pattern appeared out of thin air, hidden between the mountains and waters of the Green Cloud sect. And at this moment, on top of the flying boat on the opposite side, the third prince waved his hand and instructed the red-robed grand eunuch. Eunuch Shi, pay attention to observing the changes in the Green Cloud sect's protective formation, and find the cracks and break them in one blow. Old slave understands. The red-robed eunuch nodded. The flying dragon army obeys the order to break the enemy. The third prince shouted. The 3,000 flying dragon army on top of the flying boat were ordered, and 1,000 of them bent their bows and arrows, and every arrow was haunted by runic patterns. All of them were talismanic flying arrows. With a command, 1,000 flying arrows swept through the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, blasting towards the Qingyun sect's grand formation. Boom! With a loud bang, the clan protection formation shook. Shoot again! Another 1,000 flying dragon army shot arrows and once again crashed on top of the big formation. The third brigade continues. The third prince laughed coldly. What's so great about cultivating immortals? I don't even know how many sects this imperial prince has annihilated. Your gong methods. We can also cultivate. The resources of my entire empire can be used to feed the flying dragon army. With your Green Cloud sect, you want to fight us too? It's just that there's been no excuse to deal with you, so we've deliberately waited until now. He commanded the flying dragon army, the three brigades taking turns shooting arrows and continuously bombarding the Qingyun sect's great formation. Each arrow was a talismanic flying arrow, and it was simply not as easy as an ordinary bow and arrow for a sergeant of the flying dragon army to shoot a talismanic flying arrow. Therefore, only 1,000 men could shoot arrows at a time, and 3 teams attacked in turn. However, the talismanic flying arrows shot by these 1,000 people were more powerful than the power of a single strike from a Yuaning stage cultivator. The third prince firmly believed that the flying dragon army would be able to blast through the Green Cloud sect's protective formation sooner or later with just a few strikes. Inside the Green Cloud sect, the array disc in Bai Lingzi's hand was glowing, mobilizing the laws of heaven and earth. Bai Lingzi gritted his teeth. These damned bastards. How dare they offend Shengyun? They must be made to pay the price. Old 5. Can you draw the talisman faster? The array pattern is about to disconnect. Painting Spirit Z also said without a trace of anger. Haven't I painted fast enough? Does this broken formation of yours work or not? Senior sister? How is it useless? Isn't this blocked? Bai Lingzi said without a trace of anger. Third senior brother. Give me the Yuan return pill to replenish my spiritual energy. Come Lu. Dan Shenzi threw out the elixir. Zhang Yang frowned and asked, can this formation withstand it? Seventh uncle. Is this the power of the Qingyun sect's protector formation? A 5,000-year-old clan has fallen to this level of strength? Bai Yunzi shook his head. This isn't a protective formation. This is a formation drummed up by senior sister. Senior sister. Go for it. Bai Lingzi was indignant. Shut up. You're standing around talking. Zhang Yang shook his head helplessly. He hadn't joined the Qingyun sect for a short period of time yet and didn't know much about it at all. Now, although the name of the acting sect master, a few master uncles really do not give him face, he one also commanded not to move. so he is on the real secrets of the Qingyun sect. Pressure cannot be accessed. However, judging from the condition of the few people in front of him who were still quarreling in the nick of time, the situation should not be very serious. At this moment, Situ Mingyue and those disciples within the Green Cloud sect finally ran to the mountain gate. Seeing the might of the 3,000 flying dragon army outside the mountain, Chun Xiao was worried. Eldest miss, what now? Why don't you let Elder Qin take us away? It's too dangerous here. Situ Mingyue's brows were furrowed. She felt a little strange. Was the Qingyun sect really only this strong? The sect protector formation was actually obliterated by the 3,000 flying dragon army? This is a clan that has been passed down for 5,000 years, and there is absolutely no corresponding aura. Fear not, Master hasn't made a move yet. Situ Mingyue shook her head. Don't worry, as long as his old man is around, these flying dragon army pose no threat. But, fighting to this kind of scene, the sect leader has not appeared. In case he is not in the sect, if Master isn't in the sect, then it's really a bit of a problem. Situ Mingyue also became worried. The biggest backbone in her heart was Qin Yunzi. When Qin Yunzi didn't show up, she was also somewhat skeptical that Qin Yunzi had gone off to do something. At the same time, those teenagers who had just joined the sect not long ago were talking about it. A lot of teenagers, looking out with great concern. They had just joined the clan, so how did it look like the clan was about to perish? See, this is our flying dragon army. Chao Eng had a proud look on her face, completely disregarding the fact that the onlookers might find out as much as her identity. Our flying dragon army is invincible. As long as we step out, there is no enemy that we can't take down. Compared to Chao Ying's arrogance, Wang Beil glared fiercely at the flying dragon army. Just his heart is also a little sad. Just found the backer is going to be gone. His revenge is afraid that cannot be avenged. Elder Qin, shouldn't we step in to provide support? Outside the Qingyun sect, Jiang Jiqiu and Qin Yushu looked very grave as they watched the flying dragon army storm the Qingyun sect. They had long been startled by the might of the flying dragon army, but they didn't dare to openly show themselves, and could only hide on the sidelines and secretly observe. As a loose cultivator, Jiang Jiqiu would have turned around and fled if there wasn't still a Yuaning stage cultivator standing beside him. Although he had obtained a technique from the Green Cloud sect, his relationship with the Green Cloud sect was more like a transaction. Therefore, he didn't have much of a sense of belonging to the Green Cloud sect for the time being. Qin Yushu's brows were furrowed and he was also looking at the Qingyun sect in confusion. Qin Yunzi still won't make a move? Could it be that Ling Yunzi had blown his cover and there was no battle between Qin Yunzi and Tan Xiushui at all? Moreover, Ling Yunzi actually fought with Su Bai. How does this all feel so weak? Qingyun sect is so weak. What the hell is wrong with this? However, Qin Yushu had no intention of making a move for the time being. As long as Situ Mingyue wasn't threatened, he wouldn't make a move. At this time, the flying dragon army's arrow rain had already shot 17 rounds in a row, when all of a sudden, the red-robed eunuch struck. With a flash of red shadows, a long, pitch-black whip was like a black lightning bolt, splitting on Bai Lingzi's formation, while at the same time, another round of arrows rained down. Boom! After the earth-shattering roar, Bai Lingzi's formation was broken open. Bai Lingzi, who held the pivot of the formation, suddenly had a huge tremor in his hands and the formation disc flew up. Bai Lingzi, who was affected, spat out a mouthful of blood. Senior sister, Bai Yunzi exclaimed, quickly reaching Bai Lingzi's side and supporting her. She looked up at the flying boat and said fiercely, "Dare to injure my senior sister. You are in danger." The third prince smiled coldly. Dangerous? I'd like to see what danger Qingyun has. Kill Changyun. Qingyun will be destroyed from today. The red-robed eunuch also smiled coldly. Little girl, we don't see where there is danger. Before he could finish his sentence, a white cloud floating in the sky instantly fell. This white cloud was floating in the sky one moment, and the next moment it was on top of the flying boat. It was clearly a soft white cloud, but it was like steel, blasting on top of the flying boat. Boom! With a loud bang, the flying boat was slapped by a white cloud and crashed to the ground, smashing a deep pit in the ground. After the flying boat encountered an external force, the rune pattern automatically activated and a huge protective shield enveloped the flying boat. It was only at this time that the third prince and the red-robed eunuch realized that the situation was not right. Quickly defend! Activate the flying boat's defense with full force. The third prince shouted in panic. Eunuch Shi, quickly come back and preside over the dragon boat's defense. The red-robed eunuch hurriedly flew towards the flying boat, wanting to get back on top of it. The white cloud that was suppressing the flying boat instantly changed into the shape of a large hand. Finger gently flicked, just to fly back to the dragon boat. Yuaning stage red-robed eunuch burst into a cloud of blood mist in the air. Smoke. Afterwards, a large hand grabbed the dragon boat and then slapped it hard towards the ground. The 3,000 flying dragon army on the dragon boat had absolutely no resistance and could only watch as the boat smashed into the ground. The third prince's face was snow white, and his eyes were filled with fear as he sat on his butt on the deck, shivering and unable to say a word. Chapter 32 Binding the Flying Dragon Army. Eldest brother. Bai Yunzi's eyes glowed and his eyes narrowed in a smile. In fact, Zhang Yang and the other 7 sons of Qingyun knew that it was Qin Yunzi who had made the move. It was because the Green Cloud sect was the only one with such an ability. Green Cloud Z. Zhang Yang was dumbfounded. He truly did not expect that his master was actually so terrifying. The others of the 7 sons of the Green Cloud were almost all at the Yuaning stage. Therefore, Zhang Yang subconsciously assumed that Qin Yunzi was also at the Yuaning stage. It was not until the last time Ling Yunzi said that Qin Yunzi wiped Tanshuoshui of Luangjia Sacred Land that Zhang Yang realized that Qin Yunzi's strength was much more frightening than what he saw. However, this was still far beyond Zhang Yang's imagination. His heart was pounding. This is what Cultivation is all about. When he saw the large hand that Qin Yunzi had manifested grabbing the Cloud Mountain Empire's dragon boat and pounding it into the ground, his mind flashed and he hurriedly shouted, "Don't break it! Don't kill anyone! Keep them and make them pay the ransom!" How short of money is the Green Cloud sect now? Although Sita Mingyue had brought 1,000,000 spirit stones, this was far from enough. Now the Yunshan Empire has 3,000 flying dragon armies and a third prince, a huge flying boat. How much must this be worth? The big hand visualized by the white clouds was about to smash the dragon boat towards the ground. It should be that Qin Yunzi heard Zhang Yang's words and stopped his action. The dragon boat was rested on the ground. By this time, the 3,000 flying dragon army had long since gone numb with fear and didn't dare to move at all. The third prince sat on the deck of the dragon boat with a pale face, his previous arrogant attitude long gone. As for the red-robed eunuch, of course it's gone. Zhang Yang first came to Bai Lingzi's side and asked with concern, "Fourth uncle, is everything alright?" Bai Lingzi raised his hand to recall the array disc, wiped the corners of his mouth, and said fiercely, "You expect something to happen to me? It's just that the formation wasn't functioning properly and was backfired on. What could be wrong with it? But this time it's also a blessing in disguise. Finding a weakness in my formation, not a small gain." When Zhang Yang saw that Bai Lingzi was still discussing the improvement of the formation, he knew that Bai Lingzi did not have much of a problem. It was only at this time that he arrived in front of the dragon boat, glanced at the third prince, and said to the crowd of the flying dragon army, "All of you get out of the boat and crouch beside it with your hands on your head. Whoever moves will die. Fifth master, come and collect this dragon boat." His talismanic way could not catch up with Spirit Painting Z right now. With such a large and massive flying boat, it was still necessary for Spirit Painting Sun to manage it. The crowd of the flying dragon army hung their heads in shame and obediently disembarked from the ship according to Zhang Yang's orders, all of them crouching aside with their hands on their heads. They don't actually know why they have their hands on their heads. Now they can only do as they are told. Painted Spirit Sun cheerfully boarded the flying boat and studied the talismans on it. That, for him, is the greatest interest of all? Your Royal Highness the Third Prince, don't you go down yet. Do you need me to carry you and throw you down? Zhang Yang looked at the third prince and asked indifferently, "I am a royal family." "You," Zhang Yang smiled coldly, "if I hadn't left you alive, you would have died just now. Now get the hell down or I'll do it." He didn't have a good feeling about this third prince. The third prince lowered his head and stepped out of the flying boat, only there was indignation within his eyes. After Zhang Yang drove everyone off the flying boat, he started to collect all kinds of talismans, bows and arrows from the flying boat, and even found a large amount of spirit stones, as well as a large amount of supplies from the flying dragon army. In the air, Ling Yunzi and Su Bai, who were fighting fiercely, had stopped. When the flying dragon army was about to kill the Green Cloud sect, Su Bai thought that Ling Yunzi would return to save the day and desperately suppressed Ling Yunzi to prevent him from retreating back to the Green Cloud sect. However, he did not expect Ling Yunzi to make any other movements at all. It was only with the next scene that Su Bai finally realized what had happened. He looked at Ling Yunzi in shock and asked, "Your Qingyun sect still has such an expert?" If he had known that the Green Cloud sect still had such experts, he wouldn't have been so arrogant. Ling Yunzi smiled coldly, "We're not done fighting yet. Continue. It's a shame to find a rare opportunity to cut a deal and not continue. Is there a need to fight again?" Su Bai smiled bitterly. "They have, this time, planted a big one. Since you're not going to fight, then bind your hands." Ling Yunzi snorted coldly, "Blockade your own yuaning, or we'll continue fighting." Su Bai let out a long sigh and landed on the ground, blocking off his yuaning himself. He didn't think about escaping. He knew from what happened to Eunuch Shi that they couldn't run at all. Zhang Yang searched the flying boat before stepping off and said to Su Bai, "You can go back now. You guys let us go?" Su Bai was incredulous. Could this matter be settled just like that? Zhang Yang said indifferently, "Go back and tell your master. Just ask him how much the 000 Flying Dragon Army. A prince and a dragon boat are worth. After you figure it out, send us the money. Converting it to other materials is fine. By the way, apart from this time, the things in front of us are still unresolved. And the things in front of us have to be accounted for as well. Subai froze. This is a kidnapping, right? The immortal cultivators he had seen were all of high character. The kidnapping style of the immortal cultivator in front of him. He had not seen it before. Immediately afterward, his face changed. He could imagine how angry the emperor would be when he heard the news. But is there any other way now? Please also be kind to our people. I will bring the message back soon. Subai said bitterly. Please. Zhang Yang gestured. Subai nodded towards the third prince, unlocked the Yuaning blockade, and flew away. Subai had just left, when Qin Yushu flew from the Qingyun Bazaar and landed in front of the mountain gate. Looking at the 3,000 Flying Dragon Army, and the huge dragon boat in astonishment, he asked, was it the Qingyun sect leader who made a move just now? The 3,000 Flying Dragon Army's fully defended flying boats definitely exceeded the Yuaning stage in terms of battle power. Even under these circumstances, the flying boat was still being played with like a toy. The key problem was that Qin Yunzi hadn't appeared from beginning to end, and had exerted such power across a far distance. Is this the strength of Qin Yunzi? Zhang Yang did not answer Qin Yushu directly and said with a smile, Senior Uncle Ling Yun, since Senior Qin is worried about Senior Sister's safety, let's wait until this matter is settled before he leaves. In the meantime, I would also like to ask for your hospitality. Senior Uncle. Ling Yunzi gestured toward Qin Yushu and smiled. Please, fellow Daoist. Qin Yushu nodded and followed Ling Yunzi up to Ling Yun Peak. It was only when the dust settled that Sita Mingyue ran over and took a look at the situation before asking Zhang Yang, eldest brother, was it Master who made a move just now? I guess so. Zhang Yang wasn't sure. He hadn't seen anyone after all, and he didn't know if there were any more hidden people in the Qingyun sect. Ha ha, I knew that worshipping Qingyun was just too wise. Situ Mingyue laughed. She knew the strength of the Flying Dragon Army, which was the sharpest sword in the Yunshan Empire, solving a lot of troubles in the Yunshan Empire. In fact, in the Cloud Tang Empire, there was also the same such force. This was the only means of confrontation that ordinary empires came up with in the face of immortal cultivators, and it was also a necessary force. Now that the Cloud Mountain Empire had folded its wings, the Cloud Tang Empire wouldn't pose any threat to the Green Cloud Sect even if they knew she was there. She could stay in the Green Cloud Sect without worry. Those disciples of the Green Cloud Sect who had just worshipped the sect also saw the scene just now. And when they saw the Green Cloud Sect's great victory, a cheer erupted from the crowd. Those disciples who had hesitation in their hearts, the scales in their hearts slowly shifted and a decision was made. They are originally children. Their minds are inherently unstable, and they are easily disturbed by the outside world. Now that they had seen how strong the Qingyun sect was, coupled with the ideological education that Zhang Yang had engaged in earlier, they naturally began to identify with the Qingyun sect. Only Chaoying and the other disciples, but their faces were snow white. Their faces were filled with disbelief. The invincible Flying Dragon Army of the Cloud Mountain Empire had been defeated just like that? 3,000 Flying Dragon Army, all hold head squatting aside. This like what words? Immediately afterward, a scene that made Chaoying and the others even more unacceptable appeared. Only after Zhang Yang had collected the loot did he come to the Flying Dragon Army and asked, before the Cloud Mountain Empire ransoms you back, you have to help me work for Qingyun sect. There are many projects waiting for you guys to start. If you don't work, you don't get to eat. Qingyun, don't keep idle people. Chapter 33, 3,000 Construction Teams. Zhang Yang looked at the 3,000 Flying Dragon Army. It was a waste to have this group of people stay here with nothing to do and having to be watched. On the other hand, on the Green Cloud sect, because there were many more disciples, there were many works to be done. These 3,000 Flying Dragons are the existing construction team, aren't they? Uncles, you can't rest for the next few days. Fully monitor the top and bottom of Qingyun. As long as anyone has any abnormality, immediately execute them. Zhang Yang pointed at the Flying Dragon Army and said in a murderous manner, as long as there is any abnormality, do it immediately without any politeness. Ling Yunzi coldly glanced at the Flying Dragon Army and said, I'll just keep an eye on them. I don't need all of them. Zhang Yang shook his head. I'm going to spread them out and have them do something for us. Bai Lingzi and the others were a bit dazed. Isn't it a bit much to do things even though this group is the enemy and capturing them is all that's needed? Zhang Yang said righteously, I am hiring them as workers. Not for nothing. Don't worry. I will settle the payment with them when the work period is over. Besides, those disciples of my Green Cloud sect, their living conditions are really poor. It's a good time to take advantage of this opportunity to do some good construction. By the way, A few master uncles can also let them help if they need it. The group of disciples in front of them, under Zhang Yang's arrangement, they helped each other build up their houses. However, from Zhang Yang's point of view, it is simply a workhouse. However, he didn't have the energy to care about it before. Plus there were some problems behind this group of disciples, so he simply waited until after the dust settled. But now that the construction crews are coming to your door, wouldn't it be a waste not to take advantage of it? He came to the construction team, in front of the flying dragon army. He said to the third prince indifferently, I have some things that I need to talk to you about. What do you want to talk about? The third prince looked at Zhang Yang with a smile on his face. The third prince looked very wretched when he was experiencing intimidation, and now after calming down, his intellect once again occupied the spiritual high ground, and a heavenly aura naturally flowed out of his body. He knew very well that he must not provoke Zhang Yang now, judging from all aspects of his performance. Zhang Yang was very well established in the Qingyin sect. There is hatred in his heart again, but he has to wait until he returns to the imperial city. That's a bit of stoicism he still has. Zhang Yang pointed at the flying dragon army. As the construction leader, you will lead them to help me work. I want to repair 87 courtyards, and also repair a set of big mansions. The third prince, who thought he was good at stoicism, froze for a moment. He's a prince. Zhang Yang lowered his voice and said disdainfully, with an IQ like yours, how can you still play with power? This is the best time for the flying dragon army to wind down. Understand? From this point of view, you should thank me. The third prince's face could not help but change. He grew up in the palace, and under the influence of his ears and eyes, he had no knowledge of power and strategy. Now that Zhang Yang had woken him up, he instantly understood. He also lowered his voice, you let Lone's position fall to pieces, and Lone still wants to thank you? You let me help you dig, and I have to thank you? And why did you help Lone? Zhang Yang sat cross-legged in front of the third prince and glanced at him disdainfully. When you speak, you'd better consider who you're talking to. Don't you think you are distancing us by being alone? In this situation, do you think that distancing yourself is good for you? The third prince's face was red, and a wave of anger welled up in his heart. He wanted to hit someone so badly. Say, what exactly do you want to say to me? What to say? The third prince had a stern face. My name is Zhang Yang. What's yours? This emperor, Li Xiajie, MS. Li? Zhang Yang bared his teeth and immediately waved his hand again. I'm sorry, I'm not a professional. I just couldn't hold back. The third prince completely froze. He hadn't expected his name to be flirted with like that. And what kind of nonsense was this guy talking? It was obvious that he understood every word, so how could he not understand the meaning? Looking at the stiff-faced and speechless third prince, Zhang Yang hurriedly said, I'm sorry, I was rude just now. Let's start from the beginning. Have you practiced? No, the emperor cannot cultivate. The third prince replied with a stern face. Why? Zhang Yang asked rhetorically. The third prince shook his head. I don't know the exact reason. I only know that if the emperor cultivates, he will die when he reaches the Jindan stage. The state master has said that this is a limitation of the heavenly Tao, and I don't know if it's true or not. So, you want to fight for the throne? The third prince glanced at Zhang Yang, hesitated and said, born in the royal family, who wouldn't want to compete? He felt that there was nothing he dared not say. It would have been obvious, even if he did not admit it. Did the other brothers believe it? How sure are you? Zhang Yang continued to ask. The third prince couldn't help but frown. What exactly do you want? Do you know that we are now rivals? Even though you've captured me, sooner or later you'll have to release me back. Zhang Yang raised his eyebrows. Are you so sure that the emperor will definitely ransom you back? For the sake of the royal family's face, father will definitely try. And after it exceeds his bottom line, it will be impossible for him to agree. However, with this flying dragon army in place, the situation is different. The third prince said indifferently. For the sake of this flying dragon army, the empire has really paid out too many resources and will definitely not give it up. If you guys had really killed it in the first place, father would have certainly been heartbroken, but he might have forgotten about it in the blink of an eye. I have to say, you keeping the flying dragon army does make it difficult for father. Zhang Yang wore a smile on his face. Heaven has the virtue of good life. How can we beat and kill at will? The third prince didn't believe a word of it. He hadn't figured out what Zhang Yang was up to until now. So he simply kept quiet and waited for Zhang Yang's next words. I'll help you fight for your position. You take them and help me dig. Does that deal sound right to you? The third prince's heart was beating violently. Through this battle, he could see how terrifying the Qingyin sect was. If the Qingyin sect helped him, wouldn't he have the most hope? Before he could speak, Qing Yunzi's voice appeared in Zhang Yang's ears. Brat, we don't interfere in the affairs of the imperial dynasty. Master, don't worry, the Green Cloud sect will not appear. Zhang Yang explained before saying seriously, since the Qingyun sect is going to make changes, it will definitely be different from before. Even if we don't interfere in the affairs of the imperial dynasty, however, it is inevitable for us to deal with them. This time, when we fought with the Cloud Mountain Empire, we certainly won a big victory. But, if we don't solve the subsequent troubles, it will still be unfavorable to my Qingyun. You watch. Qin Yunzi's voice disappeared. Zhang Yang looked at the third prince seriously and said, when you go back, you'll announce that you're practicing immortality. The third prince was startled. What? He immediately responded. Pretend? Zhang Yang looked askance at the third prince. Of course, play for real. The third prince's eyes faded as he gazed at Zhang Yang without speaking. Help him fight for his position. That's how. Zhang Yang looked at the third prince and shook his head regretfully. With your kind of intelligence, what's the point of playing with power? Let me teach you what it means to retreat for advancement. Fake the way to conquer the state of Gua, and make a secret move. He didn't think such a person would live long enough to grow up if he were in that historical palace. Chapter 34, Refresher Course in Power. The third prince was dumbfounded. He knew about retreating for advancement. What was the darkness? Let me ask you, what sights will you encounter when you return to the palace this time? Zhang Yang gazed at the third prince. The third prince was silent. Zhang Yang helped him out. You made the Yunshan Empire lose face, and you also killed a Yuaning stage eunuch. And even more so, the Yunshan Empire's redemption of the Flying Dragon Army damaged a lot of resources. The emperor would be considered a kind old father if he didn't kill you. Under such circumstances, you still want to fight for the throne? The third prince's essence was gone in an instant, and his head drooped. He knew very well that such an end was inevitable. In such a situation, if a few of your brothers fall on their sword again, are you dead? Even if you don't make a mistake, they will make you make a mistake. Zhang Yang followed his advice. In that case, why don't you simply show your attitude and stop fighting? How to show your attitude cleanly? Of course, it's the most thorough to go and cultivate immortality. Just tell your father that you made a big mistake this time, and are willing to withdraw from the battle for the throne to lead the Flying Dragon Army and atone for your sins. The Flying Dragon Army is the biggest force in the empire, and it's always insecure to be in the hands of outsiders, so it's best to simply control it in the hands of your own people. Will your father give you a chance this way? Will your brothers not be hostile to you? Even if your father doesn't give you the Flying Dragon Army, after you've made it clear that you won't fight for the throne, will you be able to openly make friends with all the ministers? It's all come to this. Do I need to teach you the follow-up? The third prince's eyes couldn't help but light up. He felt that this was the best way for him to break the situation. At least, this time, when he returned to the palace, he shouldn't be in danger. He got tangled up again. But, if I ascend to the throne after cultivating immortality, won't I be dead if I reach the Jindan stage? Zhang Yang smiled faintly. Trying to conjugate Dan itself is incredibly difficult. With your stupidity, even if you were able to attain Dan, it would have to be decades later, wouldn't it? Besides, wouldn't you suppress your realm and not go for a breakthrough? Taking a step back, you have been the emperor for decades. When you feel like breaking through to Jindan, wouldn't it be fine to abdicate? At that time, you try to pass the emperor's addiction, and then you can cultivate immortality and live a long life. Damn, it makes me want to become an emperor. If not for the fact that I'm already at the Jindan stage, I could really try it. I see. The third prince let out a breath of air as he looked at Zhang Yang gratefully. Thank you for your guidance. After a pause, he asked. It's just that I still don't understand why you're helping me. Zhang Yang said indifferently. Although you Cloud Mountain Empire is the one who caused trouble this time, our Qingyun sect has at least not a large piece of meat on you. If we don't mitigate it in advance, both sides will have to fight a big battle sooner or later. It's not good for us. It's not good for you. The reason I'm helping you is that I hope to suppress this situation. The other situation is that the Qingyun sect has not gotten development for a long time, and I hope that after you go back this time, you promote trade with our Qingyun. Our Green Cloud sect has talismans, pills, and other goodies that are, by far, better than other sects. Your Cloud Mountain Empire can cooperate with us and get rich together. The third prince shook his head. The resources of our Yunshan Empire have been controlled by the Tianxian sect. Someone from the Tianxian sect is serving as the state master, so he should not allow such a situation to arise. Master, you still say that sects are not allowed to interfere in the affairs of the imperial dynasty? Look at the other Tianxian sect. I'm afraid they're all rich as hell. Zhang Yang vented in his heart towards Qin Yunzi in dissatisfaction. He said indifferently, it's not like I'm saying now. You just need to push this matter forward in the dark, and we'll deal with the Tianxian sect afterward. Fine. The third prince agreed readily. Then who do I look for to worship? Worshipping Qin Yun was definitely not an option, and with the emperor's current hatred of Qin Yun, it would only backfire. Definitely looking for someone with status who isn't from the Tianxian sect to worship. For example, Subai shouldn't be from Tianxian sect. He is the best master. Zhang Yang said casually. The third prince asked in surprise. How do you know that Commander Su is not from the Tianxian sect? Zhang Yang said without a trace of humor. The state master is a member of the Tianxian sect. And the Tianxian sect is so powerful. How brain-dead is your emperor to let the Tianxian sect command such a powerful force as the Flying Dragon Army? Isn't it obvious? Could it be that our IQs are really that much worse? The third prince was speechless. Alright, things are done talking. You take the Flying Dragon Army and go dig the ground for me. Zhang Yang pointed inside the Qingyan sect. 3,000 people divided into 30 small teams. Each team has exactly 100 people. You must finish the work within a few days. By the way, take 100 men yourself and follow my instructions for construction. The third prince was in a less hateful mood after some talk and therapy, and while he was happy inwardly, on the surface he sorrowfully explained the matter to the Flying Dragon Army. He then stated that all of this was caused by him, the third prince, and that he was willing to share the pain and suffering with everyone. The many Flying Dragon Army could not help but be moved, although they were cultivators. However, they were only Foundation establishment cultivators, and even more so, they were trained by the Empire to be sergeants, and their hearts were still very respectful of the imperial power. Now that the third prince was willing to suffer together for them, how could they not be grateful? 30 construction crews then went up the mountain. Can you repair the house? Will repair the house to repair the house? Will not repair the house to hurry to pave the road. All to use the green stone plate to pave the road, lest it rains to walk but also dirty shoes. By the way, the drainage on both sides should be done well for me, and the foundation should be compacted for me. Zhang Yang disguised himself as the chief engineer of the construction team and led the 3000 construction team to be busy in Qingyun zone. After arranging their respective tasks, he asked the third prince to bring 100 people and come to the Green Cloud Peak, shovel this place and tamp down the foundation. You're all cultivators? Some of you even have Dao seeds already. Can't you work with your spiritual energy? This is also considered a kind of cultivation for you guys. You know? Right. After the first floor is repaired, then the second floor will be repaired, and all of the second floor will be woven out with spirit bamboos for me. You guys don't have to care if the spirit bamboos are strong or not. I'll carve talismans when the time comes. Also, dig a big pool out for me in front of the house, for swimming and stuff in your spare time. When Sita Mingyue saw Zhang Yang's small two-story villa, she instantly felt that the yard she had purchased from Zhang Yang did not smell good at all. However, that was something she had spent 200,000 spirit stones on, and it hurt her heart to just part with it. Sita Mingyue glared at Zhang Yang with a puff of anger. Eldest brother, I bought a grass hut for 200,000 spirit stones and you live in such a grand house. Don't you have an explanation to give? Zhang Yang laughed. You've called me eldest brother. Is there any need to explain? I don't care. I'm going to tell my master that you punked me. Sita Mingyue twisted her head and ran away. Chapter 35 Cloud Mountain Empire Negotiations. While the Flying Dragon Army was working feverishly in the Green Cloud Sect, Subai finally returned to the Imperial City. Even if he was at the Yuaning stage, it was still hard to fly so far continuously again after the fight in the Green Cloud Sect. When Subai declared an audience with the Emperor was confused. Where is my Flying Dragon Army? Where is Lao San? Emperor Li Shiqing glared at Subai. Why are you the only one back? He already had a very bad feeling in his mind. Subai cried out and said, Your Majesty, both the third prince and the Flying Dragon Army have fallen into the hands of the Qingyan sect. What? Li Shiqing exclaimed. He has several sons. Not having a third prince is nothing. However, that Flying Dragon Army was one that the entire empire had spent countless amounts of money and decades cultivating. Even with the size of the Cloud Mountain Empire, picking a few thousand people who could cultivate was not easy, because the batch with the best qualifications had long been recruited away by the sect. Those with lesser qualifications, who would want to come to the imperial dynasty as a soldier if they could make their way in the clan? More importantly, the destruction of the Flying Dragon Army knocked out the emperor's ambition. He was still counting on this army to grow up and kill in a big way when each of them was at the Jindan stage. Now it's just gone? Thinking of this, Li Shiqing was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. The dragon case slapped the sky. The Qingyan sect is so bold. I sent someone to discuss with them, but they actually dared to take action against my people? Chuan Boisher, give me a way to exterminate their Qingyan sect, or else I won't be able to eliminate this breath. Subai hurriedly said, Your Majesty, the Flying Dragon Army is still here. The third prince is also here, and the Qingyan sect has captured them and asked us to pay the ransom. Can be redeemed? The emperor, who was raging, froze again. He breathed a sigh of relief, adjusted his demeanor, and glared fiercely at Subai. "Why don't you hurry up and tell us what's going on?" Subai told the story of what happened, then said bitterly, "We also didn't even think that the Qingyan sect actually hid such a terrifying power, and all of them fell into the hands of the Qingyan sect without any resistance." The emperor snorted coldly. This old third, still acting so openly and domineeringly. Obviously I have ordered him to go and discuss with Qingyan properly, but it turns out that this damn thing, that's how it works? Subai didn't say a word. He said in his heart, "If you didn't authorize the third prince to move, how dare he move? Moreover, sending out one of the few Yuaning stage she eunuchs of the royal family, and you still say you don't want to touch the Qingyan sect? It's just a kick in the teeth. Gotta find a scapegoat." The emperor lost his temper before asking Subai, "What level of power does the Qingyan sect probably have, as you estimate?" Subai smiled awkwardly. "Your Majesty, I'm only at the Yuaning stage, so how can I see what kind of power the Qingyan sect really has? However, judging from what happened to the Flying Dragon army, the power of the Qingyan sect surpasses the Yuaning stage. It's just that I don't know if it's the Yuanshan realm, or the harmonization realm, or even how many people actually possess such power. After all, the history of the Qingyan sect was simply too long to get a clear picture of the bottom line. Therefore, I think that it is an extremely unwise idea to make a move against the Green Cloud sect." The emperor had a stern face. "I don't know how Lao San made such a decision. When he comes back, I will punish him properly. On the contrary, the matter of redeeming the Flying Dragon army, what do you think about this matter?" Subai shook his head helplessly. "Your Majesty, regarding this matter, the micro-minister does not dare to speak out of turn. He was the commander of the Flying Dragon army, and when it came to matters involving the Flying Dragon army, naturally the emperor had to have the final say. If he had his heart set on the Flying Dragon army, it would be a curse instead." The emperor's brow was furrowed in contemplation as to whether or not he should seek out the master of the state to discuss the matter. After thinking for a long time, he commanded one of the eunuchs beside him, "Go and invite the state master. They, the Cloud Mountain Empire, would definitely have to hemorrhage money to compensate the Qingyan sect this time, just so they could reduce the Tianxian sect's offerings." The state master quickly arrived, and after hearing what happened, the state master hurriedly asked, "Commander Subai, who from the Qingyan sect made the move?" "Didn't see anyone, only a giant hand conjured by a white cloud," Subai answered honestly. The state master said with a serious expression, "It's not someone who has struck out, but rather the power of the Green Cloud sect's protective array, the Heavenly Green Extreme Cloud Array. Therefore, the power of the Qingyan sect shouldn't be that strong when you think about it. There might be a Yuanshan realm, but a harmonious Dao realm that surpasses the Yuanshan realm definitely won't be there." The main reason was that Qingyun had been in decline for many years, and if there was a great power like the harmonization realm, the Qingyan sect wouldn't be in the current state. Only those great holy places and super great clans have the harmonization realm, such as the world-famous Luangjia Holy Land's elder Tan Xiushui, who is a harmonization realm powerhouse. Emperor Li Shiqing shook his head helplessly. "State Master, the Green Cloud sect is still a big trouble even if it only has the Yuanshan realm. This time, the Flying Dragon army fell in the Qingyan zone, and my favorite third prince. Alas, the Qingyan sect has offered conditions for me to redeem them. As a human lord and father, I have to agree to such a thing. Therefore, I'm afraid that the next offerings to the Tianxian sect will have to be greatly reduced." The state master's gaze condensed. Then he added, "Your Majesty, why don't I report this matter to the clan, and let our clan use its good offices, and perhaps we can get Third Highness and the Flying Dragon army back at a very small cost." The emperor laughed happily. "If it can be like that, then of course it is excellent." The state master also smiled. That Heavenly Xian sect's offerings can't be understated. Naturally, the emperor promised. It didn't matter to him, he was going to have to hand over a ton of resources anyway. The state master then flew away. The emperor snorted coldly and pondered for a long time before commanding again, "Go and invite King Shenjun of Jinnan here." When the Jinnan king arrived, the emperor asked Subai to tell the Jinnan king what had happened. Then, the emperor said in a deep voice, "This time, you will be the main one to go forward to negotiate with the Qingyun sect, and make sure to bring back the Flying Dragon army." Shenjun, the king of Jinnan, looked at Subai and then at the emperor and asked, "Your Majesty, there must be a bottom line to the negotiations." "What is our bottom line?" "If the Green Cloud sect wants resources, feel free to negotiate. You bring over the spirit stones and resources we prepared, and if it's not enough, we can take credit." The emperor gritted his teeth and continued, "The biggest bottom line is the 1,000-mile territory of Qingzhou near the Qingyan sect. Even if he had to cut off his land, he would still get the Flying Dragon army. If the Green Cloud sect couldn't defeat them, they could go and fight others, couldn't they?" "I understand," the Jinnan king said in a deep voice. He was in a heavy mood. If he let Qingzhou cut out, He was afraid that he would have to carry a huge scolding, but there was no way he could push back. The emperor sighed and said, "Wait for news from the state master. At that time, someone from the Tianxian sect will go up to Qingyun with you to discuss this matter in detail. The Tianxian sect can help with the negotiations, but the real decision-making power is in your hands." "I understand." King Jinan nodded his head. After 2 days, 2 Yuanshan realms came from Tianxian sect, plus the 3 state masters, and followed the negotiating team to board the Tianxian sect's flying boat and flew towards Qingyun sect. Chapter 36: Ling Yunzi's True Strength. In the Qingyun sect, Zhang Yang invited the spirit-drawing son to draw talismans for his newly renovated grand villa. "Senior uncle, please," Painting Spirit Z said without any good humor. "I took a long time to finish painting that small courtyard of yours last time, and now you're asking me to paint such a big house all over for you?" Zhang Yang said in a serious manner. "It's not that you're highly competent, senior uncle. Moreover, from your talisman, I have realized the way of talisman. From now on, if anyone asks me who taught me the talisman, I will say that you taught me. Moreover, when my house is finished, you can come and stay as long as you like." Painted Spirit Son revealed a smile and nodded slightly. "You really should learn talismans properly, otherwise it's all a pity." He thought of Zhang Yang's chaotic golden pill. How powerful would he be if he learned the way of talismans? In the future, everyone would say that Zhang Yang's talisman was taught by him, and the thought of this matter made him happy. "I'm living well in Pen Painting Peak. What am I doing here in your place?" Painting Spirit Son took out his spirit brush and started drawing talismans for Zhang Yang. The wind talisman pattern can't be missing. The feeling of a fresh breeze is really refreshing. Zhang Yang guided from the side. The concentration talisman for calming the mind and concentration can't be missing either. It can help with cultivation, senior uncle. That pool has to draw me a purification talisman pattern, so I don't have to change the water in the future, right? It's best to be able to carve spirit gathering talisman patterns. I'm going to raise fish. These are all things that you're good at. It's simply easy and light for you, senior uncle. I can't do it in a million years. In fact, these rune patterns Zhang Yang could draw himself. However, the talisman patterns he drew were definitely not as subtle and long-lasting as those of Spirit Drawing Son. Lasting is very important. Third Prince Li Xiajie walked in, feeling a sense of relief from the refreshing air and breeze inside the villa. "I have to go back and find a way to get one in the imperial capital as well," the third prince said enviously. Zhang Yang glanced at the third prince. "You're a contractor and you have money, so there's no problem repairing the house. However, a talisman master like my senior uncle is not that easy to hire. It's only because I'm so close to my master uncle that I can invite him." He slapped Painted Spirit's ass in passing. The third prince shook his head emotionally. "So, I'm just thinking about it." During this period of time, he worked as a contractor in the Green Cloud sect and worked with the Flying Dragon Army, and the people of the Flying Dragon Army were much closer to him. Tired was a bit tired, but without the cautiousness and competition for power in the imperial capital, he felt that he was quite happy. Just as quickly, that happiness was gone from him. Tianxian Sect Su Mingyang, along with his senior brother Tong Lu, as well as Cloud Mountain Empire's Jinnan King Shenjun and State Master Zhang Yu, visited Qingyun Sect. A leisurely voice came up from the bottom of the Green Cloud Sect's mountain. "Zhang Yang, you are responsible for talking to them." Qin Yunzi couldn't see his person, but only heard his voice. "Don't mind the Tianxian Sect's people. Just talk." "Yes, master," Zhang Yang replied. The spirit drawing son who was drawing a talisman finished a talisman pattern and stopped his brush. "People from the Tianxian sect are here too? We'll draw the rest later. It's better to receive the people from the Cloud Mountain Empire first." Zhang Yang nodded his head and glanced at the third prince. "Go, get some mud and water on your body to look wretched. Grab a hoe and go dig me a garden. That's all I can teach you." "Master, please teach me some more. I want to progress too much," the third prince said sincerely. He had gained so much from furthering his studies on the subject of power and strategy with Zhang Yang during this period of time that he had already called Zhang Yang master in private. "Look, you're in a hurry again." Zhang Yang looked at the third prince and shook his head in disbelief. Striving for power is never a rush. The third prince was thoughtful and took his hoe to dig the garden. Zhang Yang arrived at the mountain gate of Qingyan sect, saw Subai and the others standing outside the sect gate, and said politely, "Zhang Yang of Qingyan sect, I have been instructed to greet a few seniors. Several seniors, please follow me up the mountain." Then, he signaled a few people to follow him and flew towards the mountain. The few people from the Tianxian sect and the Cloud Mountain Empire glanced at each other and followed suit. Flying up the mountain. On the way, when Subai saw the crowd dressed in the clothes of the Flying Dragon Army, actually digging and splitting firewood, a surge of anger surged in his heart. This group of people he usually babied were actually doing hard labor in the Green Cloud sect? If he hadn't gone through what happened last time, he'd have been furious, but he dared to be angry now. Jinnan King Shenjun naturally also saw the downfall of the Flying Dragon Army, and he secretly sighed in his heart, the Qingyun sect is so strong. I'm afraid that this negotiation is not good. On the contrary, it was the few people from the Tianxian sect who didn't feel any problems. Flying Dragon Army? It's a joke in their eyes. Even though the Yunshan Empire had made a name for itself with the Flying Dragon Army, in the eyes of Su Mingyang and the others, the Flying Dragon Army could be destroyed with the lift of a hand. They were more concerned about how much power was left in the Qingyun sect now. This is where I live, but it hasn't been repaired yet, so it's a bit simple. Please forgive me, Zhang Yang said politely. At this time, King Jinnan realized that there was a figure digging inside the garden, and upon closer inspection, it was actually the third prince. He was also a bit annoyed in his heart. This was really not taking imperial power seriously. Soon after, he reacted. Could this be the Green Cloud sect's downfall? In an instant, he had a countermeasure and took a few steps to the third prince. Ignoring the fact that the third prince was covered in sludge, he picked up the third prince and said sorrowfully, Your Highness, you've suffered. Uncle Wang. The third prince looked at the Jinnan king in a daze, as if he had seen his savior, and couldn't help but shed tears. Uncle Wang, you finally come. King Jinnan took a deep breath and patted the mud on the third prince. I came this time to take you home. He turned his head towards Zhang Yang and said in a deep voice, Isn't it too much for the Qingyun sect to treat the imperial son of my dynasty in such a manner? Excessive? Zhang Yang sneered. I invited you guys? Qingyun sect doesn't keep idle people. If they stay in my Qingyun sect and eat and drink, they have to work for my Qingyun sect. If they are in my Qingyun sect, they have to abide by my Qingyun sect's rules. Since they're here, let's talk about it, or else they'll have to continue to stay here and work. The third prince hurriedly pulled the Jinnan king. Uncle Wang, I want to go back. I don't want to stay here anymore. King Jinnan suppressed his anger and said coldly, Where are your people? Isn't it time to talk? Zhang Yang pointed to his nose. I am. If there's anything, talk to me. He silently graded the third prince's course in his mind, and it only scored a good, not considered excellent. Su Mingyang frowned and asked, Where are the elders of your clan? A Jindan stage disciple was worthy of talking to him? Moreover, he was also prepared to assess Qingyun's power by meeting the crowd of Qingyun. Zhang Yang looked at Su Mingyang with a smile. Senior, I have a master and a few uncles. I don't know who Senior wants to pay a visit to. It's not even the new year yet. Even if we want to pay our respects, it's still early, right? By the way, I haven't asked Senior. Why did you come to my Qingyun sect? It seems like we didn't invite Senior, right? Su Mingyang was instantly enraged. What kind of status does he have in the Tianxian sect? When he came to the Green Cloud sect, he actually sent a Jindan disciple to get rid of him? Su Mingyang looked at Zhang Yang and said coldly, The old man came here this time to mediate matters between the Cloud Mountain Empire and the Green Cloud sect. I'm afraid that these matters are not for you, a junior, to decide. Zhang Yang laughed and asked rhetorically, Seeing what senior means, you want to make a decision for my Qingyun sect instead? Su Mingyang snapped, Junior, how dare you be rude to me? Call out your master and uncle. I'd like to ask them how they discipline their disciples. Ling Yunzi's figure appeared and asked indifferently, I am his senior uncle. How we discipline our disciples is our business. None of your business. It's not like you were invited by your Qingyun sect, so you can leave if you're not satisfied. Yuaning stage. Su Mingyang looked at Ling Yunzi and said coldly, I'm at the Yuanshan realm. You're not worthy of talking to me. Let your Qin Yunzi come out. Ling Yunzi laughed coldly. If you're deaf, I'm roughly versed in some healing techniques and can also help cure you. This kind of thing, I won't bother senior brother, but I can warn you, since you're at the Yuanshan realm, I'll have to get real. With a movement in his hand, a powerful and unrivaled longsword was held in his hand, and an incredibly powerful vestment was worn on his body. Evergreen sword, Imperial Spirit robe. Su Mingyang stood up abruptly and looked at Ling Yunzi warily. Ling Yunzi smiled coldly. Deaf, but not blind. You are right. It is the very best spiritual weapon, Evergreen sword and Royal Spirit robe. You are Yuanshan realm. I am Yuaning realm. Realm difference of one realm. Using Evergreen sword and Royal Spirit robe is not bullying you. 30 miles north of the Green Cloud sect is deserted. Just right for us to fight with all our might. Please. Chapter 37, Retreat without a fight. Su Mingyang's expression froze, his complexion cloudy. He had wanted to take a look at the strongest forces of the Green Cloud sect. After all, he himself was at the Yuanshan realm, so he might be able to see some clues. However, he did not expect to force out an Evergreen sword and an Imperial Spirit robe. He was only at the Yuanshan realm, and there was no way for him to break through the defense of an extreme spirit weapon yet, and he would either die or be crippled if he took a hit from an extreme spirit weapon. How dare he fight in such a situation? How does that get him off the stage? 5,000 years of history of the Green Cloud sect. Just how many good things have been left behind? Seeing that the situation was not right, the Jinnan king hurriedly said, please don't make a move. In fact, this time, the Tianxian sect seniors also have good intentions. Our Yunshan Empire has come with sincerity this time, and has brought along a large amount of spirit stones and resources. As I am only a Jindan, I am afraid that I will not be able to keep these resources, so that is why I implore Senior Tianxian to escort me. For such a significant matter, your sect should also send a person in charge to step forward instead of sending a disciple. Therefore, Elder Su probably lost his temper because he was annoyed by this. Those who could mix with the throne spoke much more beautifully than Su Mingyang. The implication is that your Green Cloud sect is slacking off first, and you want to fight with your guests? Zhang Yang laughed and also saw the good and the bad and said, this matter is really the fault of the late generation. It is the late generation who did not make it clear. My name is Zhang Yang, and my master is none other than the sect leader Qing Yunzi. My master is already in seclusion, and a few of my uncles are drunk on cultivation. So currently, I am the one who is managing the affairs of the Qingyan sect in the capacity of acting as the sect master. Su Mingyang and the others couldn't help but look at Zhang Yang. The Qingyan sect had actually found a Jindan stage acting sect leader? The Green Cloud sect looked like it was really going to be finished. When the dragon soared, no one dared to easily offend the majesty. However, when the dragon fell, everyone wanted to pounce and take a nibble. Su Mingyang's gaze flickered, and his thoughts kept turning in his mind. Ling Yunzi said coldly, you guys have a big enough face. It's not enough for the acting sect leader to greet you, but you want to pick a fight? Bullying us, Qing Yun, for not being in decline, is it? Su Mingyang took a deep breath and said, it was the old man who took offense just now. His realm was high. However, Zhang Yang was speaking as a sect leader, so his status was higher than his. Coupled with the fact that he had other plans in mind, he took a few steps back, but grievances should not be settled. The Cloud Mountain Empire did offend the Green Cloud sect before. They have been taught a lesson and won't dare to offend so easily next time. My senior nephew Tim is the state master of the Cloud Mountain Empire, and under my nephew's plea, I would like to ask for a face for all of you from the Green Cloud sect. As an ancient sect, the Qingyan sect might as well be more generous. How about we just make the big deal out of the small matter this time? Su Mingyang then added. Zhang Yang asked rhetorically, Senior Su, how many resources are needed to train a foundation establishment stage disciple? Simply convert it into spirit stones. How many spirit stones are needed? 1,000 spirit stones are needed. I'm afraid. What about a flying boat that can hold 3,000 people in battle? How much is it worth when converted into spirit stones? Hundreds of thousands of spirit stones should be required. Zhang Yang smiled faintly. Even according to what Senior said, the 3,000 flying dragon army plus the flying boats would be a few million spirit stones, right? In other words, Senior's face is worth a few million spirit stones? Not that I'm saying, Senior, your face is too big. Su Mingyang was mocked to his face, and his face instantly turned gloomy. As a big shot of the Yuan Shen realm, who wouldn't face him respectfully? This time when he came to the Green Cloud sect, he was actually threatened by the Yuaning stage and mocked by the Jindan stage? However, he didn't dare to have a seizure yet. The fact that Ling Yunzi was carrying two extreme spiritual weapons was enough to threaten him, and with the addition of the rumored grand formation of the Qingyan sect, how could he dare to act rashly? It was only in his mind that he had already marked the Green Cloud sect with a large number of red crosses. Zhang Yang's expression also became serious as he said coldly, there is one more thing that Senior may not be aware of. The 3,000 flying dragon army came to Qingyun, not as guests. They brazenly attacked Qingyun. If not for the fact that I, Qingyun, still have reserves, what would have been the end? If someone treats the Tianxian sect in such a manner, is Senior also prepared to trivialize the matter and just let it go? If Senior is willing to come forward and let me stab you with a few swords, Senior can also smile and forget about it, and the latecomer will definitely just forget about it with the Cloud Mountain Empire. What do you think, Elder? Junior has good guts. How dare you talk to me like that? Su Mingyang couldn't help but shout angrily. Zhang Yang looked at Su Mingyang with amusement. What? It's about Senior's own self. So Senior isn't generous anymore? I haven't even made a move yet. Just a few words and Senior is so angry. It looks like Senior's magnanimity is really limited too. He was certain that although Qing Yunzi had not appeared, he must be concerned about this place. Therefore, he was not at all afraid that Su Mingyang would act in any other way. In his own land or Koi, he still cultivate a hammer immortal. Better to just die. Ling Yunzi chilled for a moment. It looks like some of the old guys are just standing around talking. A Yuanshan realm that dares to come to Qingyun to sow discord? Tan Xiushui's harmonious Dao realm had been blasted and hammered. The Yuanshan realm was nothing. Pissed off old me. Su Mingyang snapped, as he fiercely said to King Jinan, I don't care about your Cloud Mountain Empire. After saying that he took Ton Lu Fei and left. If he stayed any longer, he was afraid he wouldn't be able to resist making a move. After the two of them flew away from the Qingyun sect for hundreds of miles, Su Mingyang slowly said, the Qingyun sect's underpinnings are just too terrifying. A Yuaning stage holding two extreme spiritual weapons. I don't even have an extreme spiritual weapon at the Yuanshan realm. What makes him have one? Senior brother Su, with a history of 5,000 years, the Qingyun sect has accumulated far too many treasures. If it wasn't for the big change that happened 1,000 years ago, I'm afraid that the Qingyun sect would still be a top-tier sect even now, and we would only be able to look up to our noses. Su Mingyang snorted coldly. It's not 1,000 years ago after all. Their time is gone. If we are able to overthrow the Qingyun sect, I'm afraid that the Tianxian sect will soar into the sky. This matter, we have to go back and discuss it. Ling Yunzi is a Yuaning. I think Chung Yunzi's cultivation is not much higher. The others are even more worthless. The only thing we have to worry about now is the Qingyun sect's protector formation. That's the most troublesome. This matter cannot be rushed. Ton Lu smiled and shook his head. We've already sent people into Qingyun. When they grow up, they'll definitely become the backbone of Qingyun. How come they should have figured out the power of the sect protector formation? As long as we figure out the sect protector formation, when the time comes for us several sects to join forces, are we still afraid that we won't be able to handle the Qingyun sect? Su Mingyang nodded his head and looked towards the Qingyun sect, then shook his head. This time, it's cheaper for the Qingyun sect. These fools from the Cloud Mountain Empire, giving them a batch of resources for free. Ton Lu said smilingly, it's a good idea to send it. Only by sending resources over there can those people of ours grow up quickly. Su Mingyang was relieved when he thought about it. As for the Qingyun sect, after Su Mingyang and Ton Lu left, the Qingyun sect and the Cloud Mountain Empire officially sat at the negotiation table. Chapter 38, Ransom. King of Jinan, you have just heard from Elder Su how much the 3,000 Flying Dragon Army plus the flying boats are really worth. Zhang Yang opened the door. As for this bull prince, let's consider it as an addition, an extra offering to you. So, may I ask, how much ransom has your Yunshan Empire prepared? Jinnan King Shenjun smiled bitterly. The empire has spent more than 10 years cultivating the Flying Dragon Army, exhausting the empire's decades of reserves. It is precisely because of this that His Majesty has placed such importance on the Flying Dragon Army. We, the Cloud Mountain Empire, have come in good faith to ransom the Flying Dragon Army. But if the ransom really requires a few million spirit stones, we simply can't come up with it. I'm not afraid to laugh at you for saying this. The spirit stones produced by the Empire are only a few 100,000 a year. In such a situation, how can one give out millions of spirit stones? He knew that the Qingyun sect was very tough when he looked at its attitude towards the Tianxian sect. So, he comes up and starts selling out. Of course, we can force the people up and down the country to mine spirit stones, and perhaps we can raise this amount of spirit stones in 2 or 3 years of effort. However, in that case, I'm afraid that the empire would have to starve, and I'm afraid that the hundreds of millions of people would die with only 10 million left, right? When Ling Yunzi heard this, he couldn't help but send a voice message to Zhang Yang. Why don't we just pretty much forget about it? Zhang Yang replied in a voice transmission without any good humor. You're on the opposite side, aren't you? Seen your uncle? How about you sit on the opposite side? He is morally kidnapping. Can't you hear it? Forget it. You guys are just okay with your cultivation. So just cultivate properly from now on and leave these things alone. Ling Yunzi glared at Zhang Yang and did not say anything. Zhang Yang shook his head and sighed. That's really tragic. I can't help but feel compassion when I hear King Jinnan say that. In that case, why don't we just forget about the ransom? The Jinnan king smiled smugly in his heart and said secretly, young people. In the end, young He sadly bowed towards Zhang Yang and gave a big salute. Thank you, Zhang. Sect Master's magnanimity. On behalf of the hundreds of millions of people in the empire, I thank Sect Master Zhang. After I go back this time, I will teach those brats from the Flying Dragon Army a good lesson so that they actually dare to offend Qingyun. In particular, we must report to His Majesty that the third prince must be properly disciplined, and make sure that a similar situation does not occur. It should be. Zhang Yang replied with emotion. Thank you, Sect Master Zhang. The Jinnan king thanked him again. Then how about I take them back now? Ha! As if he had come back to his senses, Zhang Yang said, are you taking the third prince back? You just take it back. Leaving him here won't do any work and it's a waste of food. Eating and ting, the stench is overwhelming. The third prince next to him was speechless. He wanted to say that Master almost got it, but he's selling out right now and can't talk. The king of Jinan hurriedly asked, where is the Flying Dragon Army? Zhang Yang said with emotion, if we keep the Flying Dragon Army, The Yunshan Empire will surely spend a lot of resources to continue training the Flying Dragon Army. How much of a burden is this to the hundreds of millions of people in the Empire? The hundreds of millions of people in the Empire are living in dire straits. How can we let them live like this? Let us, the Green Cloud Sect, bear this pain on our shoulders. The Flying Dragon Army, we, the Green Cloud Sect, have raised it. It just so happens that my Green Cloud Sect is short of people right now. 3,000 cultivators who have already built their foundations. All of them will join the Green Cloud Sect. Don't worry, we'll treat them well. We'll pass on their techniques and give them pills to let them cultivate properly so that they can become successful soon. These pains will not have to be continued by the Empire in the future. The king of Jinnan was dumbfounded. He came to the Green Cloud Sect because he had to bring back the Flying Dragon Army. Everything else was bull asterisk 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 asterisk. His eyes rolled and he shook his head. The Flying Dragon Army are all sons and daughters of the people of the Empire. And their parents are still expecting them to return home. Even before I came here, their parents specifically found me and explained that I must bring them back. Some of their parents are already seriously ill and are waiting for them to go back for their old age. Therefore, even if the Empire is poor, we can't let those old people down. I have a proposal. Why don't we use a portion of the materials to cover the ransom? What does Sect Master Zhang think? Realizing that he couldn't morally kidnap Zhang Yang, he immediately started talking about the price. How many materials? Zhang Yang asked. 150,000 pounds of copper ore, 300,000 pounds of iron ore, 30,000 pounds of gold ore, and 100,000 pounds of silver ore. He reported out a part of the materials he had already prepared. Zhang Yang glanced at the Jinnan king. This bit of material, I'm afraid it's going to disappoint those old men. Add another 1,000,000 spirit stones. The Jinnan king raised the price. Zhang Yang asked rhetorically. My senior sister is the daughter of the Yunteng Chamber of Commerce. When she joined Shingyun, she saw that the sect was relatively poor and simply donated 1,000,000 spirit stones generously. Now, our Qingyun sect is not poor in this amount of money. Why don't we just let the Flying Dragon Army join the Qingyun sect? We can afford to feed them. Ha! The Jinnan king's eyes widened. No wonder the Green Cloud sect was actually unmoved after hearing these materials. He hurriedly said, the materials can be doubled, and the spirit stones will be added another 500,000. We really can only take out so much at the moment. Other than that, there's really no other way. Please ask sect leader Zhang to be gracious and accommodating. Zhang Yang said indifferently. Your Excellency, King of Jinnan, are you bullying me for not knowing the prices of those materials? I have estimated that the materials add up to more than 1,000,000 spirit stones, which means that you are still short of more than 1,000,000 spirit stones and you want to get back 3,000 foundation establishment cultivators? To be honest, my Qingyun sect is really short of people right now. Since you guys have given your sincerity, I'll be generous too. You bring back 2,000 people and leave 1,000 for my Qingyun sect. 3,000 Flying Dragon Army. I want all of them. The Jinnan king clenched his teeth. The 1,000 miles of territory belonging to Qingzhou will belong to you. Qingyun. From now on, the value of Qingzhou, how can it be worth more than 2,000,000 spirit stones? That's the biggest bottom line he can give. Zhang Yang froze for a moment and was delighted in his heart. How many resources were there in the 1,000-mile territory of Qingzhou, which was even larger than Qingyun's current territory? The most important thing was the people, which was too good a deal for Qingyun. He felt perfectly comfortable agreeing. As he was about to speak, Qingyunzi's voice rang in Zhang Yang's ears. Don't want Qingzhou. No land whatsoever. Master. Zhang Yang froze. Listen to me on this matter. Qingyunzi said insistently. Zhang Yang had no choice but to shake his head and say to King Jinnan, we, Qingyun, are a clan and have no desire to establish a dynasty. So what's the use of you giving me Qingzhou? Besides, I really can't bear to let you guys divide the territory. How about this? The rest of the money, you can just pay it back within 10 years. But after giving you this favor, you have to promise us a condition. What conditions? The Jinnan king did not let his guard down. He had exchanged blows with Zhang Yang and felt that Zhang Yang was not that simple. Zhang Yang smiled and said, we, Qingyun, are going to set up a chamber of commerce to sell some talismans, pills, magic treasures and such things, so I hope that Yunshan Empire can give us support. These things should be of great benefit to you guys as well, so I wonder what you think. Of course, we'll pay taxes according to your rules, but you'll have to give concessions on taxes. In a word, open up trade. Chapter 39, The First Dividend of the Green Group. The king of Jinnan thought about it and felt that this condition was not difficult to accept, so he agreed. There is no reason for him not to agree, because the Qingyun sect sells things that they can use, and they also pay taxes according to the rules. How good is that? For example, the Tianxian sect, they don't even pay taxes. Only after both sides had talked and signed the agreement was it finished did the Jinnan king give out the prepared spirit stones and materials. In reality, the Cloud Mountain Empire definitely wanted to bring the Flying Dragon army back this time, lest the night grow long. So what was to be traded was brought long ago. As for the difference, according to the Cloud Mountain Empire's original plan, it was to use Qingzhou to offset the difference. Now that Qingzhou was preserved, there was nothing better than this for the Yunshan Empire. I hope that our two sides can establish a friendly relationship and not clash again, the Jinnan king said with emotion. Conflict lost so much at once. The Cloud Mountain Empire really can't afford to conflict. Zhang Yang also said with emotion. My Qingyun sect has always been peace-loving and has never started disputes. This is evident from the fact that we are not willing to take your Qingzhou. This time, it was because someone was mining in the territory of the Green Cloud sect, and our intention was for you to give an explanation and then peacefully discuss and resolve this matter. Unexpectedly, our actions made the Anqing city lord think that we were weak and actually sent the Flying Dragon army against us before a series of problems erupted. But without a fight, follow up and maybe we can seek new developments. The Jinnan king's eyes were stern as he said smilingly, please rest assured, Sect Master Zhang, the Anqing city lord definitely won't live long. This time, the Yunshan Empire lost a lot of money. The third prince took the blame for the emperor, and with the identity of the emperor, there would definitely not be any major dealings. However, a small Anqing city lord would not be so lucky. After causing such a huge trouble for the empire, how could he justify it without taking a life to account for it? Zhang Yang smiled. I won't get involved in the internal affairs of your empire, but I have one more thing. I wonder if your excellency, King Jinnan, is willing to cooperate? What is it? King Jinnan inquired. Zhang Yang smiled and said, as you know, there are some mines within our Qingyun sect that need to be mined. Originally, the Flying Dragon army was the best to mine these mines, but now it's not given back to you. So I wonder if the Jinnan king is interested in cooperating with our Qingyun sect to jointly mine the mines? The Green Cloud sect was now short of people, and he had hit the Jinnan king with his idea. The Jinnan king didn't hear anything else, so he heard about the cooperation to open a mining site and asked hurriedly, how to cooperate? My Green Cloud sect's mines are placed there, and sooner or later, they will be able to be mined. So a 50-50 split definitely won't work. If you're willing, we can split it 30 to 70, with the Green Cloud sect taking up 70%. In return, King Jinnan, your children and grandchildren will have the opportunity to join the Qingyun sect, regardless of talent. We will definitely treat them as disciples of the sect and will not treat them poorly. Zhang Yang looked at King Jinnan with a smile. King Jinnan said decisively, deal. The Cloud Mountain Empire and the Tianxian sect were on good terms. However, the Cloud Mountain Empire did not prohibit worshipping other sects. Therefore, the king of Jinnan had nothing else to worry about. I happen to have a grandson with an okay talent, currently just turned 10. When I return, how about sending my grandson to the Green Cloud sect? At that time, my construction team will also come to Qingyun sect and be at their disposal. King Jinnan looked at Zhang Yang. No problem at all. Zhang Yang agreed. Afterward, he ordered the Flying Dragon army to be summoned and sent the third prince and the Flying Dragon army out of the Green Clouds, watching the crowd of the Cloud Mountain Empire go far away. The Jinnan king flew for a while with the Flying Dragon army sitting on a flying boat, without spotting Su Mingyang of the Tianxian sect, so he simply stopped waiting and headed directly to Anqing city. Let's go and take care of some small matters before we return to the imperial capital to report to His Majesty about this incident. He was satisfied with this trip to Qingyun. Not only did he not bear the charge of ceding land, but he also made a business for the Jinnan Wang family. He could be certain that even His Majesty was definitely satisfied with the outcome of this deal. So the Jinnan king's family should be getting a big benefit this time. And at this moment, on the Qingyun clan, King Jinnan and the others had just left, when Qing Yunzi and the others showed up at Zhang Yang's big villa in unison. And even Sito Mingyue had come. Eldest brother, you should have gotten rich this time. Sito Mingyue looked at Zhang Yang. Where is this coming from? Zhang Yang grunted. It should be that we, Qing Yun, have gotten rich. He smiled smugly. 1.5 million spirit stones, together with the balance from earlier. The Green Cloud sect already had more than 2 million spirit stones. More importantly, there were countless cultivation materials, something that was the most crucial for the Green Cloud sect. And through the hands of the Green Cloud sect, a lot of money could be earned back again. Qin Yunzi and the others, on the other hand, looked at Zhang Yang with some bewilderment. How poor the Qingyun sect used to be. It had only been a short while and they had so many spirit stones and resources. Could it really be that they were too bad? Master, see the benefits of the reform, right? Zhang Yang smiled and said to Qin Yunzi, in the future, Qingyun sect will have more and more money. Qin Yunzi said in a serious manner, I'm still not worried that you've scourged Qingyun sect. After all, in the future, Qin Yun sect will be handed over to you, so if I leave a broken piece of to you, you'll have to complain about me too, won't you? No need to worry now, right? Zhang Yang asked with a smile. Qin Yunzi shook his head and sighed. Just watch over it. If you need any help, just look for us. Seeing that Zhang Yang was so capable, what was there for him to be uneasy about? Especially since Zhang Yang was a chaotic golden Dan. When Zhang Yang grew up, he would be completely relieved. Zhang Yang looked at the many spirit stones, as well as the materials, and after thinking for a while, he said, half of the materials will go to the treasury, as the subsequent base of the Qin Yun sect, and the remaining half will be given to the third and sixth uncles. The responsibility of the two of you is to do your best to turn these materials into pills and magic treasures. These are the source of wealth for my Qin Yun sect, so you can't afford to be negligent. Dan Shenzi and sixth uncle nodded their heads smilingly, not complaining at all about having to work. In the past, when they wanted to refine pills and weapons, there were no materials for them, but now that they were open to using them, what was there to be unhappy about? Spirit stones are handled in the same way. 1 million spirit stones are returned to the treasury and kept as development funds. For the rest of the spirit stones, Master took away 500,000. As for the rest, the 6 senior uncles plus me and my sister, the 8 of us will share it equally. Almost 100,000 spirit stones each. Zhang Yang said slowly. He didn't know why Qin Yunzi needed spirit stones. However, he knew that Qin Yunzi must have had his reasons. So, once again, he gave Qin Yunzi an additional 400,000 spirit stones. Then I'll be polite. Qin Yunzi rolled away 500,000 spirit stones. On the contrary, Ling Yunzi and the others were a bit hesitant. Zhang Yang said seriously, several master uncles, you have to take this spirit stone. Your task is to close your doors and break through to the Yuanshan realm as soon as possible. 2 Yuanshan from Tianshan sect dared to come to our Changyan sect to show off their power. We cannot afford to encounter such a situation again. Your strength is the greatest guarantee for the development and safety of our Changyun. So please take the spirit stones and maximize your cultivation. With words having been said, Ling Yunzi and the others didn't need to be polite and took away the spirit stones. I won't need it, Situ Mingyue said smilingly. She wasn't bad with money. The initial spirit stones of the Green Cloud sect were still given by her. Zhang Yang glanced at Situ Mingyue. This is Qin Yun sect's dividend. Everyone has it. It's not good to have less. So just take it. Situ Mingyue was a bit speechless. It was obviously a good thing. Why did it sound so hard? Chapter 40, Wanting a Secret Realm. Master, does the Green Cloud sect have a secret realm? Zhang Yang inquired. Can I have the permission to open the secret realm? In his opinion, with a history of 5,000 years, how could the Green Cloud sect not have a secret realm? The key question is whether he can open it. Qin Yunzi looked at Zhang Yang curiously and asked, what do you want the secret realm for? Cultivation? You shouldn't need it at the moment. Zhang Yang shook his head. It's not cultivation. I want to release the news of the opening of the secret realm to draw the attention of the world. Qin Yunzi frowned and did not speak. It doesn't have to be too powerful a secret realm. Just enough for the foundation establishment stage to explore. And if it can be explored by the Jindan stage, that would be even better. Zhang Yang hurriedly added. Qin Yunzi was visibly relieved. If it's only for the foundation establishment and Jindan stages, then there's no problem. He smiled strangely. Just wait, the secret realm will be available soon. Zhang Yang was a bit surprised. What did he mean by secret realm soon? But he had gotten the okay to stop paying attention. Afterwards, several people from Qin Yunzi left. Eldest senior brother. Our secret realm of Qin Yun. Ling Yunzi looked at Qin Yunzi strangely. Qin Yunzi grinned. It's not just a secret realm at the Jindan stage. I'll put in some effort and create one. Small problems, all small problems, it won't take long to get it done. With 1 million spirit stones, I can also breathe a sigh of relief. Since this brat got me millions of spirit stones, how can I not fulfill his wish and get him a secret realm out? Ling Yunzi's few people were speechless. They then said that Qin Yunzi had agreed so readily. Where the secret realm came from. It's just that Qin Yunzi actually created the secret realm out of thin air. Wouldn't this be a bit too much? Eldest senior brother, what realm have you actually reached? Ling Yunzi asked curiously. Qin Yunzi gave the crowd a meaningful look. You guys, you should fight for your lives. After saying that, he instantly disappeared. The other few people looked at each other in dismay, and then each went off to retreat and cultivate. Eldest brother, what are you doing? Sita Mingyue looked at Zhang Yang with some confusion, wondering what Zhang Yang was doing by leaving her behind. Zhang Yang asked groggily, you seem to have forgotten what you came to Qin Yun for in the beginning, right? Sita Mingyue froze for a moment and quickly reacted. When she first came to Qin Yun, she came to cooperate in business. It was just that after she worshipped the Green Cloud sect, This matter was never mentioned again, and she thought that this matter was over. You're making so much money and you still want to sell things? Sito Mingyue looked at Zhang Yang in disbelief. Zhang Yang looked at Sito Mingyue without any good humor and said, as the eldest daughter of a business family, your performance has disappointed me a bit. Although Qingyun sect has a lot of spirit stones now, but sooner or later, these spirit stones will be spent if we keep them. We need to use the spirit stones we have now to invest and create more wealth. It just so happens that we've already made a deal with the Cloud Mountain Empire and will open a chamber of commerce within their territory in the future. Plus we can refine our own pills, talismans, and magic treasures. So isn't this the best business path? Another situation is that even a clan should never be less than a master of the intelligence of the world. Therefore, it is imperative for the Green Cloud sect to start a chamber of commerce. He was very dissatisfied with the past performance of the Green Cloud sect, and up until now, the Green Cloud sect actually had a black eye on many things in the world. In case there was a great change in the world and the Qingyun sect didn't react at all, even if Qingyun Z was powerful, what was he in front of the great power? Sito Mingyue looked at Zhang Yang in shock. Eldest brother, you're thinking too far ahead, aren't you? If people don't have far-flung worries, they will have near worries. Zhang Yang said seriously, Master and uncle, they will leave sooner or later. This Qingyun sect, from now on, can be ours. So far, only you and I are at the Jindan stage, and the other disciples don't even have the Dao foundation yet. What's even more troublesome is that many of these people still have problems within them. Therefore, the burden of the Green Cloud sect rests on our shoulders. Sister, shouldn't you do me a favor? Or maybe you don't even consider the Green Cloud sect as your home, and are just playing around in the Green Cloud sect until the time comes to go back home? I'll be disappointed if that's the case. Sito Mingyue looked at Zhang Yang in a daze, and only after a long time did she say with a bitter smile, there are times when I realize that you and my father are really alike. Ah, I look so much like your father? Zhang Yang asked in surprise. Sito Mingyue nodded. Then feeling wrong, she glared fiercely at Zhang Yang. I am talking about your temperament. Anyway, you just want me to help you, but you have to give me benefits. I can't help you for nothing. What favor do you want? Zhang Yang looked at Sito Mingyue. Haven't thought about it, but you have to promise to help me with a few things. I'll let you know when I've thought about it. Sito Mingyue said. Zhang Yang waved his hand. No problem. Promise. It was most appropriate for Sito Mingyue to organize the Chamber of Commerce as the eldest daughter of a business family. The other scenario was that it might even be possible to come and go with the Yuntung Chamber of Commerce, which would increase the chamber's business path in the future. Sito Mingyue smiled in satisfaction as she said, what is the name of the Chamber of Commerce? How about calling it the Bright Moon Chamber of Commerce? The Chamber of Commerce in Qingyun. Calling your name? Zhang Yang shook his head. Then call it the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce? Sito Mingyue asked rhetorically. Or, if one party takes a word, simply call it the Qingning Chamber of Commerce. Zhang Yang was speechless. Why did he feel that this Chamber of Commerce was going to end before it even opened? Alright, since you organized it, you really should have the right to the title. It's called the Green Moon Chamber of Commerce. Now you're satisfied. Sito Mingyue thought about it and nodded her head. The Green Moon Chamber of Commerce is fine. Will I be in charge of the Green Moon Chamber of Commerce in the future? You're in charge, but I have oversight. Also, when necessary, you have to listen to my development advice. Zhang Yang said. Sito Mingyue proudly said, Senior brother, I was born into a business family. Although my cultivation is not as good as yours, you should not meddle in business. Don't worry, I guarantee that I will earn back a large amount of spirit stones and various resources for our Qingyun. Oh, Zhang Yang asked rhetorically, are you really that proficient in the ways of business? Your Sito family, how many years have you been running business? The Sito family's 200 years of history is enough to prove everything. 200 years? Zhang Yang deflated. Do you believe me when I say I have 2,000 years of business history? This business thing, I will teach you later. You go back and get a plan first and show me your talent. All kinds of business practices, long ago, have already been worked out by a people, and probably no more tricks will follow. Sito Mingyue was astonished. Could it be that there were still talents proficient in business in the history of the Qingyun sect? She was a bit unconvinced and was prepared to wait until later to see what Zhang Yang could do. Then she went back to pulling Chun Xiao and writing her business plan. Zhang Yang, on the other hand, took 100,000 spirit stones and closed his door once again. After having his own villa, he didn't have to go to Stroke Peak anymore. In the cultivation room, 100,000 spirit stones were once again spread on the floor as Zhang Yang sat in the cultivation room and once again absorbed the spiritual chi furiously. Chapter 41, The Third Prince returns after completing his studies. While Zhang Yang was practicing in the Green Cloud sect, the Jinnan king had already arrived in Anqing City with the Flying Dragon army. This negotiation, The flying dragon army got it back. The price was lower than expected, and there was no need to cede land, so there is no doubt that this negotiation was very successful. However, this incident had a great impact on the Cloud Mountain Empire in the end, and someone needed to be used to take the blame and draw a conclusion. It was impossible for the emperor to take the blame, and the third prince could only take part of the blame. The other part, naturally, was the Anqing City Lord. The king of Jinan came to Anqing City and captured the lord of Anqing City and executed him on the same day. The charge declared to the public was that the lord of Anqing City had committed the unpardonable sin of provoking a fight with a neighboring power without permission. To say that Anqing City Lord's death was not unfair at all. The Cloud Mountain Empire had the intention of dealing with the Green Cloud Sect, but, indeed, this fight was also caused by Anqing City Lord. After dealing with the Anqing City Lord, King Jinan found the Shao family again. Shao Jianchun was very nervous. Even the Anqing City Lord had dealt with it. What would happen to their Shao family? As if he could see the Shao family's nervousness, King Jinan smiled and comforted. Since the Qingyun sect has agreed to cooperate with your Shao family, then let's cooperate properly. But cooperate as well as you can. Don't have other crooked thoughts. You should take the Anqing City Lord as a warning and not cause trouble for the Shao family. Don't worry, Your Majesty. Our Shao family definitely won't. Shao Jianchun guaranteed again and again. The Jinan king nodded and returned to the imperial capital with the flying dragon army. Arriving at the imperial capital, the Jinan king allowed Su Bai to settle down the flying dragon army, and took the third prince himself, entered the imperial palace, and met Emperor Li Shiqing in the inner hall. As soon as they met, the emperor pointed at the third prince and cursed, "Sinful son, look at how much trouble you've caused this time." Inside his eyes, there was a warning. The third prince, who had already trained, immediately knelt on the ground and lowered his head. "Father, my son is guilty. Raise your head and look at me." The emperor droned in a deep voice. Without hesitation, the third prince looked up at the emperor. When he saw that there was no indignation within the eyes of the third prince, the emperor finally felt relieved and said with a cold snort, "This time you have made such a big trouble. I haven't yet thought of how to punish you, so I will first ground you for half a year." Wasn't he aware that the third prince was taking the fall for him? But something has to be accounted for, and the crowd has to be given a reason to justify it. There is no reason for the empire to expend such a huge batch of resources that cannot be justified. My son admits his sins. The third prince first confessed before he continued. "Father, there is one thing that my son has, and I still ask for father's permission." The emperor's eyes were instantly alert as he slowly asked, "What is it?" "Through this incident, my son suddenly understands that even if he controls thousands of troops and horses, in front of those powerful immortal cultivators, it is still like a joke. Therefore, in the future, I will no longer have any attachment to the earthly world. And my son wants to cultivate immortality." "What? You want to cultivate immortality?" The emperor was shocked and couldn't help but stand up. The answer was really something he hadn't expected at all. Next to him was the king of Jinan, who watched with his eyes and nose, not saying a word. He was involved in this negotiation, which was why he was qualified to be here to listen to these secrets, but he didn't dare to speak out when royal matters were involved. "My son has thought it through. He must cultivate immortality," the third prince said firmly. The emperor sized up the third prince for a long time before he slowly sat down and asked, "Don't you know what cultivating immortality means?" "My son understands." The third prince revealed a hint of a smile. "After cultivating immortality, one will possess the power to move mountains and fill up the seas, and possess an immortal body. What are other things compared to this? The implication is that I don't want the throne even if it's given to me." The emperor looked at the third prince in a daze. He let the third prince take the blame this time, and was still a little worried that this child would come back to make a scene. In fact, his heart is very important to the third prince. Otherwise it is impossible to let him control the flying dragon army. But this kid actually wants to cultivate immortality? He suddenly thought, was it that this backstabbing had made the third prince sad? And then, having personally experienced the power of the immortal cultivators, he had such a mindset? Thinking of this, his heart softened and he slowly said, "I understand. You go back to your house first. I will give you 3 days to think about it, and after 3 days, I will make arrangements." "Father, my son has thought about it for a long time. It doesn't take 3 days. Even the master, Sunny, has found a good one." "Who is it?" "My son has been partnered with Commander Su Bai for a long time, and I have also seen how powerful Commander Su is with my own eyes. Therefore, if father allows it, my son would like to worship Commander Su as his master." Another situation is that such a powerful force as the Flying Dragon Army must be controlled in the hands of our own people. I am willing to share my father's worries, and when I am successful in my training, I will suppress the incoming enemies from all directions for my father. The third prince then followed what Zhang Yang had taught him and showed his heart sincerely in front of the emperor. He was still afraid that the emperor was jealous, but he didn't expect that the emperor just looked at him and said, "Since you insist on doing so, then I will allow it. But don't regret it in the future. My son will never regret it." The emperor glanced at the third prince and sidled up to ask, "Eunuch Hong, do you think you can instruct this child of mine?" A purple-robed eunuch ghostly appeared in front of him, and said to the emperor with a smile on his face, "Your Majesty, the old slave's body is crippled, and the cultivation method of immortality is a bit strange, so it's not suitable for Third Highness to cultivate. However, the old slave has cultivated some results in the end, and when Third Highness embarks on the path of immortality, there is no problem in giving Third Highness help in certain cultivation." The emperor nodded and gestured to the third prince. "I'll allow it. I'll summon Subai later so that he can teach you to cultivate immortality." He was actually afraid that the third prince would give him a hand in pretending to cultivate immortality and was secretly plotting for the throne. However, since Eunuch Hong had given his assurance, the emperor was relieved. The third prince got what he wanted and left the palace. When he left the palace, he walked out with a smile on his face. Only after the third prince left did the emperor look at King Jinan with a face of fleshly pain. "How is the situation?" As if he had only just woken up from his sleep, the king of Jinan hurriedly took a few steps forward and whispered to the emperor, "Your Majesty, Qingzhou has been preserved." The emperor froze for a moment and asked hastily, "Tell me quickly, how did you negotiate?" In his opinion, Qingzhou was sure to be lost this time, but he didn't expect it to be preserved. "I mediated with their Qingyun sect for a long time, insisting on refusing to agree to their Qingyun sect's excessive conditions, and after my reasoning, the Qingyun sect finally agreed to make concessions. In addition to those spirit stones and resources that I brought over, the rest will be repaid within 10 years. However, their Qingyun sect also made a condition, wanting to sell the talismans, magic treasures, and other things produced by Qingyun in our Cloud Mountain Empire, thinking that this would be considered a good thing for our empire, coupled with the fact that if Qingyun gives in, we have to give in as well. I privately agreed, and I ask for your Majesty's forgiveness." The emperor smiled. "Iching has labored hard. What is his crime? You did the right thing this time. I have a reward." The Jinnan king said with a bitter smile, "Your Majesty, I haven't finished reporting yet. They, Qingyun, are still quite disciplined, and although they sell things in our empire, they are willing to pay taxes and only beg us to give some concessions. In addition, we were not mining in the Qingyun sect's territory before. Qingyun promised to be willing to continue working with us. In addition, they probably felt that they still had a cordial talk with my minister, and also promised that if there is anyone in my family who is qualified to cultivate immortality, they can send them to Qingyun, and they are willing to give them cultivation." "Ha!" The emperor laughed even more happily. "Since you're the one who negotiated this, you'll continue to be in charge of the cooperation. Tell them Qingyun sect, I'm not a stingy person. They'll be fully exempted from taxes on their future sales. How much are those taxes worth? Besides, if the Qingyun sect doesn't pay taxes, do they dare to take action? Just like the Tianqian sect hasn't paid taxes all along, would they dare to collect? Since that's the case, might as well be generous. As for sending your children over to cultivate immortality, you can just make your own arrangements." The emperor said here and smiled wryly, "But I also have 2 candidates here, so let them be sent to Qingyun together in the name of your children and grandchildren. In the past, we could only send people quietly, but now we are sending people openly. Why not?" Next, King Jinan carefully reported the performance of the third prince seen on Qingyun Zone to the emperor. The emperor knew that the third prince had actually suffered so much, and in his heart, he felt love and care for the third prince, a royal son who had already cultivated immortality. He was certainly at ease. Only he did not think that this royal son of power has advanced his education. It has not been the same. Chapter 42, Creating a Secret Realm. Late at night, deep in the 100,000 mountains, in the darkness of the night, a 100-foot-tall mountain was moving rapidly, looking very strange. At a closer look, it was someone holding a mountain in flight. The 100,000 mountains are a dangerous place, and someone is actually acting here? Upon closer inspection, it was certainly Qin Yunzi. Had. With this mountain under the hood, this secret realm is even a bit of a looker. Qin Yunzi was holding a large mountain as if he was holding a toy. The vast laws of heaven and earth wrapped towards the mountain in his hands, and the 100 feet high mountain gradually shrunk under the laws of heaven and earth, finally shrinking to only about 10% of its original size, becoming a small mountain 10 feet high. Then, Qin Yunzi took the compressed hill and placed it into a scroll in his hand. Amidst the roar of the laws of heaven and earth, the small mountain was forcibly set into the scroll. The secret realm has taken shape. Qin Yunzi looked at the scroll in front of him that had been integrated into the mountain peaks. This secret realm is too monotonous. I heard that there is a spirit lake deep in the cloud dreaming marsh with strange rainbow fish. So why don't we just move that spirit lake over as well? A mountain and a water. It will seem much more coordinated. By the way, can the secret realm not have demonic beasts? Catch some more demonic beasts back. Qing Yunzi's figure flickered away, and when he reappeared, he was already far, far away from the 100,000 mountains. He came all the way to the depths of the southern Yunmangs, came to the spiritual lake, hands toward the spiritual lake. A 10-mile square lake was grabbed out of thin air, leaving a huge pit in the original place. Then, under the pressure of the laws of heaven and earth, the spiritual lake gradually shrunk and became a water pond, which was integrated into the scroll. Immediately afterward, the demonic beasts in the depths of the cloud dream marsh were seen flying up out of thin air one by one, disappearing into Qing Yunzi's scroll. 2 days later, an old Taoist came to Yun Mengze. It's been a long time since I've eaten rainbow fish. I miss it. This time passing by Yunmangs, how can I also come to play too to beat the teeth? Where's Spirit Lake? The old Taoist looked at the huge deep pit and was half speechless. Which Taoist is so bored that he actually moved the entire Spirit Lake? The old Taoist stuttered and beat his chest. This is just too much. How can you snatch something that was born and raised in the earth and take it home? Without the laws of heaven and earth that nourish this place in Yun Mengze, this rainbow fish would have less flavor and it would be a waste. Fellow Taoist, you're really going too far when you act like this. The old Taoist cursed angrily and deduced some more, but nothing came of it. In the end, all he could do was chant and leave. It was just that he really couldn't figure out who was so bored to come to a dangerous place like Cloud Dreamer and move the Spirit Lake. On the other hand, Qing Yunzi had already returned to the Qingyun sect. He opened the scroll and, like a pinnacle painter, sketched on it. It's done. It's just a secret realm that can be explored by the Jindan stage. It's not difficult for me in the slightest. Qing Yunzi proudly clapped his hands. Then, he scrutinized the scroll for a long time before he finally said, that kid Zhang Yang is also at the Jindan stage. So if he explores the secret realm, he might want to come in as well. This Chaos Golden Dan. It is necessary to spice up the secret realm and add a little something special to it. Old devil, don't blame me for not giving you a chance. How about dividing a few of your demonic seeds so that you can feel the outside world? Do you dare? A disembodied voice appeared from the depths of the earth. Qing Yunzi smiled faintly. Didn't I invite you guys? It must be a demonic seed that you have concluded seriously, and it is best to bring some of your demonic Dao laws with you. It will be meaningless if it is weak. Jia. Fulfill you. Several hazy figures with a chilly and incomparable aura appeared from the ground before being stuffed into the scroll by Qing Yunzi. Qing Yunzi clapped his hands. Alright, now the secret realm is considered completely done. He came to a canyon in the mountains behind Qing Yun and opened the scroll. Amidst the roar of the laws of heaven and earth, the scroll merged into the earth and disappeared. Qing Yunzi returned to the sect, found Zhang Yang, and threw an item towards Zhang Yang's hands. The secret realm you wanted. This is the key. Use the key to open the secret realm. Master? Zhang Yang looked at Qing Yunzi in astonishment. Is there really a secret realm in Qingyun sect? If you have a secret world, you're poor as hell? Qing Yunzi said in a serious tone. These are all the underpinnings of Qingyun, and I originally didn't want to hand them over to you so early. However, I see from recent events that you have some ability, and I am very relieved that the secret realm was handed over to you. He glanced at Zhang Yang and added, I, Qing Yun, haven't really had a blank slate Jindan become a sect leader for thousands of years. You are my carefully selected true disciple, and you are destined to become the sect leader in the future. I hope you use your heart and don't just labor over these matters. Cultivating up as soon as possible is the real thing. With a clear conscience, he continued to snub Zhang Yang about the white plate gold Dan. Zhang Yang nodded his head. Don't worry, master. I will definitely cultivate the results. His enlightenment has been verified and is perfectly fine. It was that the Jindan had to eat too many resources. He just needed to make more money and keep feeding it. He would definitely be able to enter the Yuaning stage. Qing Yunzi shook his head with emotion. I'm a mixed Golden Dan. Your senior uncles are all great Dao Golden Dan, and none of us have any experience with white plate Golden Dan, but we have at least cultivated for many years, so if you need any help from us during your cultivation, we will try to help you. It was true that he did not know how to cultivate the chaotic Golden Dan, lest he could not answer the questions Zhang Yang asked when the time came. Zhang Yang smiled and said, during this period of time, I have absorbed a large amount of spirit stones and finally made my Jindan skin a little thicker. I believe that if I continue to fill it up, I can definitely stuff my Jindan. Qing Yunzi pondered. Do you want to try filling it with other great Dao powers? You don't have anything inside that Jindan anyway, so maybe if you stuff some great Dao power in, you'll have more other great Dao power? He suggested a method of possibility based on the characteristics of the chaotic Golden Dan. Shall we try? Zhang Yang looked at Qin Yunzi with some dissimulation. Give me some of your great Dao power, master. Qin Yunzi nodded fiercely. I'll give you a little bit. Give it a try. Don't worry. I'll control my Dao power. Then, he controlled the great Dao power and probed towards Zhang Yang's Jindan. Allowing the Jindan to withstand the power of other people's Dao was like sending one's life into someone else's hands in general. A very dangerous move. However, Zhang Yang was sure that Qin Yunzi would not harm himself, so he frankly let his Jindan bear the power of Qin Yunzi's great Dao. Get ready. I'm coming in. Don't worry, master. It's ready. A moment later, Zhang Yang asked in surprise. Master, did you go in? I went in long ago. Qin Yunzi said without a trace of humor. Didn't you feel it? Zhang Yang looked at Cheng Yunzi in dismay. And Cheng Yunzi was also looking at Zhang Yang in dismay. How come he didn't feel any power of the great Dao? At this moment, Qin Yunzi was also a bit puzzled in his heart. The power of his great Dao, which was exploring through Zhang Yang's Jindan towards the interior of the Jindan, suddenly broke the connection. His power of the great Dao also disappeared partially. To him, this amount of power of the great Dao was nothing. But what realm is he in? What realm is Zhang Yang in? How come there's no reaction at all? This chaos golden Dan. It really is a perverted thing. Chapter 43, Testing the Chaotic Golden Pill. Has there been any change in the Jindan? Qin Yunzi asked curiously. After devouring a bit of his great Dao power, how should there be a bit of a reaction? No. Zhang Yang shook his head. Continue? Qin Yunzi asked again. He wanted to try the chaotic golden pill with a bit of great Dao power. As long as he could figure out the truth of the chaotic golden pill, even if he lost a bit of great Dao power, it would be fine. Zhang Yang also felt that he could try. If Qin Yunzi's power of the great Dao could make his blank slate golden Dan produce the embryonic form of the great Dao, the cultivation in the future would be much simpler, obviously involving the most important Jindan for immortal cultivators. The two actually tried it out. This time, Qin Yunzi's hand was going to be bigger, since a little bit of the power of the great Dao didn't respond. What about slightly more? How about a little more? Zhang Yang, on the other hand, was fully internalizing his Jindan. When he looked into the Jindan with all his might, he finally sensed the condition of Qin Yunzi's Dao power entering the Jindan. Gradually he realized that his Jindan shell had actually thickened again, even better than the effect of absorbing hundreds of thousands of spirit stones. He was thrilled. It was too fast of an upgrade. Suddenly, how did he feel that the power of the great Dao channeled by Cheng Yunzi had broken? Master, go on. Zhang Yang opened his eyes and looked at Qin Yunzi. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Qin Yunzi couldn't help but burst out and directly disappeared. He had just lost at least one peak Yuaning stage's Dao power, and this wasn't even enough to fill it up. And he was still continuing? Doesn't the power of the great Dao he worked so hard to cultivate cost anything? Zhang Yang fumed for a long time. He had really never seen Qin Yunzi lose his temper like this before. It was only after a long time that he came back to his senses. Compared to spirit stones and pills, it is true that eating people is the fastest way to cultivate. He had already verified that his white plate golden Dan could devour the power of the great Dao. Sure enough, there are no wasted Jindans, only wasted people. When I have accomplished my cultivation, I will go down to the mountains to subdue the demons and absorb their power of the great Dao, so I don't have to work so hard to cultivate. Zhang Yang already had an idea in his mind. Of course, he wouldn't dare to subdue the demons now. He felt that he was too weak as he was only at the Jindan realm. If this were to go down the mountain, it should be almost like giving benefits to the demons. Moreover, he was the one who was leading the Qingyun reforms and had collected 87 geniuses containing traitors on the mountain, and all of these matters were waiting for him to deal with. Before resolving these matters, it was also not appropriate for him to descend the mountain. He stopped his cultivation and began to deal with Qingyun's affairs. Meditating and practicing Qi didn't do much for him at all. Getting some resources was the real deal. He began to patrol the Green Cloud Sect. After the repairs made by the 3,000 construction teams, the Green Cloud Sect had changed greatly, with a courtyard spread throughout the top and bottom of the Green Cloud Sect, dispersed between the 7 peaks. The number of these courtyards far exceeded the total number of people in the Qingyun sect. These were all planned by Zhang Yang in advance. The future Qingyun sect would surely have a large number of disciples that would use these courtyards. As for the arrangement of these disciples, he saw that currently several senior uncles had no intention of accepting true disciples, so he would simply use the great lecture hall to cultivate them. Especially if the 87 geniuses hadn't completely reversed their thinking, it was even more unsuitable for them to become the true disciples of several master uncles. While Zhang Yang was inspecting the Green Cloud sect, he was also paying attention to the looks of the many disciples. After experiencing the Flying Dragon Army's attack on the mountain, the crowd's expressions were roughly divided into 2 categories. One type of person was fervent in cultivation. Even when doing clan chores, he was energetic. This type of person was represented by Wang Bail. The other kind of people were the ones who were downcast and drooped their heads, not having the spirit to do anything, and even cultivating very lazily. And this kind of people was represented by Chowing. Zhang Yang knew exactly why there was such a shift in the. He also didn't rush those who were lazy, as there was definitely no way for them to concentrate on cultivation until their psychological problems were solved. Zhang Yang went to check on a few more master uncles and realized that they were in seclusion, so he did not disturb them and turned his head to go to the Qingyun Bazaar. Not long after he left, Situ Mingyue chased after him. Eldest senior brother. This is a bit of my conception of the Green Moon Chamber of Commerce. You give it a look. Zhang Yang looked at Situ Mingyue with a haughty look on her face, obviously pleased with her conception. He took a few pages and roughly flipped through the contents on them, which were quite detailed. It involved a grading system, such as dividing the chamber into floors and treating those who could ascend to those floors separately, as well as the luxurious decorations of the chamber, reflecting the power and grandeur of the chamber, and so on. Zhang Yang handed a few pages to Situ Mingyue and asked with a smile, "This should be the trick of the Yunting Chamber of Commerce, right? Or even that this is the trick of almost all the chambers of commerce? Didn't he use the same tactics the last time he went to Hongqing House? What's wrong with that?" Situ Mingyue craned her neck. "Everyone does it. Of course we have to do better than them." Zhang Yang smiled and said, "It's precisely because everyone does it that we don't. If we were to enroll with them, how much resources would we have to spend in the early stages and how long would it take to earn them back? Doing business definitely requires investment. You don't want to invest still open what chamber of commerce?" Situ Mingyue disdained. "Don't worry. I know you don't have money. I'll lend you some when the time comes." Zhang Yang shook his head. "It's not a matter of investment. It's a matter of cost." "Then what do you say?" Situ Mingyue asked back unconvincingly, looking at Zhang Yang provocatively. Zhang Yang stopped and looked at Situ Mingyue seriously. "The Chamber of Commerce is in the business of people. Since this is the case, it has to consider the people themselves. Let me ask you, are there more minor or major cultivators who buy things from the Chamber of Commerce? It must be that there are more small cultivators, right? Then let me ask you again. Suppose you are a minor cultivator, and you go inside the Chamber of Commerce, only to be told that the things upstairs are very expensive, and that you can't go up there without money, and that you can't even take a look. How would you mentally feel? Grading is right, and treating people differently is also right, but don't divide them so obviously. You have to give those small cultivators a chance to see the world. Today's small cultivator may be a big cultivator in the future. He has seen the expensive things in advance. Will he be the first to come and buy them in the future when he has money?" Another situation was to give people the mentality that they could buy cheap goods at the Chamber of Commerce. Therefore, the Green Moon Chamber of Commerce would have to regularly sell some things at cost, or even below cost, and only then could people be attracted to come. I've already taught you 2 tricks. Now I'm going to teach you another one called membership. Tell the guests that they can pay a certain amount of spirit stones at our chamber to become our members. Members are given priority to purchase our chamber's goods, and at the same time, member days are open for a certain period of time, and during member days, all goods are discounted. Zhang Yang casually picked up a few business measures that were rotten in the past and taught them to Situ Mingyue. He was very satisfied as he watched Situ Mingyue's dazed look. Since Situ Mingyue came from a business family, she quickly understood the power behind Zhang Yang's measures. She could be sure that the Green Moon Chamber of Commerce wouldn't be able to do anything without catching fire. She stared with wide eyes and a look of adoration. "Eldest brother, what else?" Zhang Yang waved his hand. "These 3 are enough, but I am certain that other chambers of commerce will soon follow suit. At that time, I will teach you new ones. By the way, who are you going to let host the Green Moon Chamber of Commerce?" Situ Mingyue was torn beyond words. "I'm having a headache about this." There was no one available in the Green Cloud sect, and it was difficult for her to cultivate as well. Zhang Yang smiled faintly. How is Senior Qin? If he didn't value Qin Yushu's strength, why did he seek cooperation from Situ Mingyue? Isn't this labor for nothing? Right. Uncle Qin can do it, but it's not too good to trouble him, right? Situ Mingyue looked back. A Yuaning stage expert. Protecting her because of favors, going to open a chamber of commerce was a bit much. Zhang Yang smiled slightly. So, this brings us to the issue of professional managers. We can hire Senior Qin as the Green Moon Chamber of Commerce's chief deacon, enjoying a certain share of the Green Moon Chamber of Commerce. I think he would agree. I also think he will agree, but we have to ask him first. Situ Mingyue nodded. Suddenly, she tilted her head and looked at Zhang Yang strangely. Eldest brother, using my money, using my people to make money for you, you are too treacherous, aren't you? How did she find herself being sold and paid for it? Zhang Yang looked at Situ Mingyue with a sincere face. The second generation disciples of Qingyun sect, the ones who can pick a fight at the moment are us. as the second-generation disciples inside the Qingyun sect. Eldest senior sister, shouldn't you contribute, and together we will build Qingyun up? At that time, you will have a share of the credit for the prosperity of the Qingyun sect, and your name will be recorded in history for posterity. Sita Mingyue nodded her head repeatedly, a feeling of grandeur welling up in her heart, but she always felt something was wrong, but she didn't know what. Chapter 44 The Terror of Connections. Zhang Yang brought Sita Mingyue and arrived at the Qingyun Bazaar. Sita Mingyue went to find Qin Yushu herself to discuss about the Green Moon Chamber of Commerce, while Zhang Yang, on the other hand, found Jiang Jiqiu, eldest brother. Zhang Yang nodded with a smile and said, Senior brother Jiang, there is something you need to prepare for. What is it? Jiang Jiqiu asked. After the last battle of the Qingyun sect, he was too satisfied with the backing of the Qingyun sect, and his heart was instantly much more loyal to the Qingyun sect. It's not a big deal. It's just that the Green Cloud sect is preparing to open up a secret realm not long from now, which the Jin Dan stage can enter. You, as one of the Golden Dan stages of the Green Cloud sect, will also be able to enter the secret realm, so you'll have to arrange things in the Green Cloud Bazaar ahead of time, lest you leave the Green Cloud Bazaar in disarray. Jiang Jiqiu fan's spirit lifted. I can also enter the secret realm? Zhang Yang was surprised. You are also a Jin Dan of Qingyun sect. Why can't you enter? Moreover, this opening of the secret realm is not only for the Qingyun sect. Other sects will be invited to come and participate. You are one of the 3 major Jin Dan of my Qingyun sect. Can you not participate? Jiang Jiqiu froze, still a little embarrassed. Facing so many multiple infants in the Qingyun sect, wasn't it a bit too bad to mention the 3 great Jindans? However, he really hadn't expected that the Green Cloud sect opening the secret realm would actually invite others to participate. Secret realms, which often involved heavenly materials and treasures, as well as various opportunities. Therefore, the secret realm was very important to any power or individual. A secret realm with an owner. If you want to enter, you have to go through the owner's consent, and people who are not acquainted with each other cannot enter at all. An ownerless secret realm would be even more troublesome if it was discovered, and those who entered it would be killed in a bloodbath because of all the various heavenly materials and treasures. Therefore, Jiang Jiqiu was certainly very grateful in his heart for being able to enter the secret realm. Don't worry, eldest senior brother. I will definitely arrange for all sorts of things, and I definitely won't delay the Green Cloud Bazaar because of entering the secret realm. Jiang Jiqiu said firmly. He was well aware of how beneficial it was to be able to enter the secret realm, and made sure to fight for this opportunity. Eldest senior brother, when is the secret realm opening? Jiang Jiqiu inquired. Half a year later, Zhang Yang said. It will take some time to invite the other sects. In addition, we also need to prepare for it, especially for the Green Cloud Bazaar. It is necessary to prepare it properly. When the disciples of the various sects come to the Qingyun sect, we can't invite all of them to the mountain, so they can only stop by the Qingyun Bazaar. Therefore, we must entertain them well. Jiang Jiqiu hurriedly said. Don't worry, eldest brother, I'll start preparations right now, and I'll make sure that they'll stay comfortably in the Green Cloud Bazaar. Zhang Yang realized that Jiang Jiqiu was still unenlightened, so he had to say in a serious tone, senior brother Jiang, what kind of person should be able to lead the Jin Dan disciples of the various sects to come to Qingyun? It has to be Yuaning stage at any rate, right? There are many big clans that may even have people from the Yuanshan realm. So let me ask you again, did they have a lot of money on them? Jiang Jiqiu froze, and tentatively asked, what eldest brother means is, these Yuaning stage, or even Yuanshan realm, it's too dangerous to target them, right? Zhang Yang was speechless. It was different when a casual cultivator came from a different background. He shook his head. Forget it, call senior sister here later and we'll discuss it together. On the other side, Sita Mingyue told Qin Yushu about the Green Moon Chamber of Commerce, then looked at Qin Yushu with some embarrassment. Uncle Qin, I would like to ask you to be the first chief steward of the Green Moon Chamber of Commerce. I don't know if you're willing to do so. Uncle Qin? Qin Yushu shook his head and smiled bitterly. Miss, I realized that coming to the Cloud Mountain Empire this time was a mistake. We shouldn't even be able to return. It was no big deal for the eldest young lady of a business family to be snubbed into the mountain. After all, the Qingyun sect had deep roots and an expert like Qingyun Zi. It was certainly a lucky thing to be able to worship such a sect. And now you're being lured into opening a chamber of commerce. Do you know what your father does? Are you going to start a chamber of commerce to go against your dad? Now it's good. Not only is the lady herself being lured on board, but it seems like she's going to be on board herself as well. Sita Mingyue laughed embarrassedly. We wouldn't have been able to return until the trouble was resolved. Just tell me, what should I do? Qin Yushu asked helplessly. What else could he do when they were begging in front of him? Talking about the Chamber of Commerce, Sita Mingyue got serious. The rough plan of the Green Moon Chamber of Commerce is as follows. She then spoke those thoughts of Zhang Yang as she understood them. Qin Yushu had been in the Situ family for so many years, and under the influence of his ears, he had some understanding of business. Moreover, he was a Yuaning sage and had lived for hundreds of years, with an incomparably rich experience. Just by hearing Situ Mingyue's plans, he knew that the Green Moon Chamber of Commerce would definitely be able to make money. Miss, I didn't realize that your knowledge of the Chamber of Commerce actually exceeds that of your father, Qin Yushu said with emotion. Situ Mingyue shook her head. This is eldest brother's measure. I now realize that eldest brother is far more powerful than what I've seen. Even he knows so much about business. I believe that he will definitely be able to lead Qingyun to prosper, and I also believe that the Green Moon Chamber of Commerce will definitely work. As for Uncle Qin's payment, in the future, Uncle Qin, you will occupy 2% of the Green Moon Chamber of Commerce, and no matter how much money the Green Moon Chamber of Commerce makes, the 2% will be yours. Qin Yushu froze for a moment. He had thought that he was doing Situ Mingyue a favor, but now he had become working for himself? He pondered for a moment and said, no problem, I promise. Originally, for Situ Mingyue's face, he was too embarrassed to refuse, and knowing that the Green Moon Chamber of Commerce would definitely be able to make it, and that he would still have a big benefit, why didn't he agree? However, there is something that I would like to ask you, miss, to do me a favor. Qin Yushu was also a bit embarrassed when he said this. I have been at the Yuaning stage for many years, and it is a bit difficult to break through, and I want to find someone to guide me, but I don't have any other doorway. Therefore, I would like to ask Miss to help me introduce your master. I would like to pay a visit to Senior Qin Yunzi and seek the way from him. The person who was able to burst Hammer Tan Xiushui was undoubtedly at the harmonious Tao realm, or even above. However, it is incredibly difficult for such a person to meet, let alone seek the way. Qin Yunzi was possibly the most likely harmonization powerhouse Qin Yushu could get close to in his lifetime, so he wanted to seize this opportunity. Situ Mingyue cried and mourned, Uncle Qin, I've also only seen my master twice, once or when I was worshipping. It's really not that I don't help you. I can't even see master his old man face to face. She's been an aggrieved disciple. Qin Yushu coughed dryly. Your eldest senior brother might have other ways. He also must not move a little mind. Really do not move the mind cannot see ah. Situ Mingyue immediately looked back and hurriedly said, let's go find him, he definitely has a way. She brought Qin Yushu to Zhang Yang and opened the door when they met. Senior brother, my uncle Qin has agreed to help. However, he wants to pay a visit to his master, so you have to make some arrangements. Uncle Qin is a Yuaning stage, so he has gone out of his way to help us. No problem, Zhang Yang agreed. It's just a meeting. What's the problem? Situ Mingyue froze when she saw Zhang Yang agreeing so dryly. She had wanted to find some other reasons. You just agreed to do it without consulting master first? Situ Mingyue looked at Zhang Yang. Wouldn't it be a shame if you can't do it when the time comes? Zhang Yang said in a nonchalant manner. Master is right there on the mountain. It's not like he's going to run around. So what's wrong with taking some time to meet? Don't worry. After we finish arranging things, we'll take Senior Qin up the mountain with us. Situ Mingyue and Qin Yushu were speechless. You just don't take harmonization powers seriously, do you? They now experienced the benefits of connections, but in the past, it was others who relied on their connections. Now it was them who relied on Zhang Yang's connections. Chapter 45, Give me all your money. Half a year later, the Green Cloud Mystic Realm will open. After Zhang Yang finalized the matter of the Green Moon Chamber of Commerce, he began to discuss the matter of the Green Cloud Bazaar. In half a year, it won't even take half a year for the Qingyun Bazaar to make an impact. So, in these few months' time, one has to plan out the Green Cloud Bazaar. Zhang Jiqiu already knew about the opening of the secret realm, and he was now waiting for an answer on how to plan for the Qingyun Bazaar. Situ Mingyue hurriedly asked, what realm can be entered? Jindan stage and below. Ah, then won't I be able to enter? Situ Mingyue said excitedly, there must be a spot for me, right? There's also Chun Xiao, let her enter as well. Eldest brother, we're fine with 2 spots, right? She was also present at the last talks, but at that time, Qin Yunzi wasn't even sure if the secret realm was there or not. So she didn't care. Now that it was on the agenda, the secret realm must exist. She was also very excited to be able to enter the secret realm. Zhang Yang took it for granted. Surely we have to satisfy us within Qingyun first. Not only will we all be able to go in, but the disciples who will open up the Spirit Sea by then will all be able to go in. These benefits will not come without everyone. What we are discussing now is how to plan for the Qingyun Bazaar. This time, I'm going to put some spots out so that people from other forces can come to the secret realm as well. Situ Mingyue immediately understood the importance of Zhang Yan wanting to plan the Qingyun Bazaar. Those clansmen came to Qingyun and definitely stopped at the Qingyun Bazaar. The Green Cloud Bazaar was equivalent to the front stop of the Green Cloud Sect, and it also involved the face of the Green Cloud Sect, so it definitely had to receive this group of people well. When she thought of this, she couldn't help but think of Zhang Yang's words when he had invited her to come to Qingyun. She took a deep breath, and sure enough, the gears of Qingyun Sect's fate began to turn. Eldest senior brother, what are your thoughts? Situ Mingyue inquired. Zhang Yang smiled and said, these Yuaning realm, or even Yuanshan realm must have a lot of spirit stones and all kinds of resources on them. We have to find a way to pull out the money from them. Situ Mingyue was a bit speechless. She realized that this eldest senior brother was excited at the mention of money. However, she also felt that it was a very good opportunity to make money. So many masters are not short of money. How to make them pay is the most important thing. We have to work on clothing, food, housing and transportation. Situ Mingyue immediately had a thought. People above the Jindan stage have pretty much already eliminated grain, so the food article can be ignored. These people can fly, and there's no way for traveling, so we can only work on living. So, open an inn. Make sure to open a high-grade inn. Zhang Yang pondered for a while and said, I'll go to the third master when he comes out of seclusion and ask him to research on some teas, wines and whatnot that are useful for the Yuaning stage and even the Yuanshan realm, so that even if they're incapacitated, they'll still have to obediently shell out their money to me. What's more, this time, we've invited the foundation establishment stage disciples. They're going to need to eat, prepare some spirit materials and sell them. Situ Mingyue's eyes lit up. All of these things have to be placed in the Green Moon Chamber of Commerce for underwriting. Why don't we simply open the Green Moon Chamber of Commerce in the Green Cloud Bazaar first? She could imagine that the Green Moon Chamber of Commerce must have been a hit. Or else, Zhang Yang said slowly, Senior brother Jiang, later on, you go and refer to my set of mansions. Come back and follow that kind of thinking. Pick a piece of place with beautiful scenery along the edge of the Qingyun marketplace, and fix up a few dozen sets of mansions for me. These mansions can be rented or sold. In short, as long as the price is right, it's all negotiable. Yes, eldest senior brother, Jiang Jiqiu said hurriedly. He always thought of doing it secretly, but now it seemed that it was still eldest brother who was superior. He'll just cooperate later. Zhang Yang pondered over the past ideas of making money combined with Immortal Cultivator in his mind to see what could be utilized. Sound and fury. None of it seems good. Clothing, food, shelter, and transportation. Have solved a few of them. Clothing, refining magic treasures, combining fashion. He felt that he went back to find his fifth and sixth uncles. Perhaps the two of them teamed up. One designing runes and the other refining materials. Perhaps they could get a different batch of fashions out. Finding some form of entertainment for these cultivator powers? Play mahjong. Fight the landlord. You can get them all. In short, it was necessary to make these Yuaning stage and Yuanshan realm throw down a good amount of money in the Qingyun Bazaar, and still leave satisfied. Even lingering around was best. Jiang Yiqiu, on the other hand, visualized the map around the Qingyun Bazaar and kept implementing projects on it according to Zhang Yang's requirements. After discussing for a long time, the project of the Green Cloud Bazaar was implemented. At this time, Jiang Jiqiu began to agonize as he looked at Zhang Yang in a tangled manner. Eldest brother, we don't have enough manpower. Also, there might not be enough money on my side. How many people were there in the Qingyun marketplace? And it was indeed too tight to move such a large project and finish it in a few months. Zhang Yang sighed. He remembered the 3,000 Flying Dragon Army. What a great construction team. Should have held that group back in the first place and waited until the various projects were completed before releasing the people back. Manpower should be deployed from the surrounding villages as much as possible. Hire them at a high price. Don't be afraid to spend money. Zhang Yang said firmly. As for the money, there is still a balance in the Qingyun Sect's coffers. I will allocate 200,000 spirit stones to you, so that should be enough in any case. However, these are all projects of the sect, so you can't have all the money earned. You can only take a small portion. Jiang Jiqiu smiled and said, I'm all from the clan. It's only right that I contribute to the clan. It's fine if I don't want money. Zhang Yang waved his hand. You don't have to excuse yourself from the benefits that you should get, and you shouldn't take what shouldn't be given to you. Don't worry, the sect will soon enter a period of high-speed development, and you, as a Jindan stage, have already hitched a ride on the high-speed flying boat. The future benefits are beyond your imagination. The only thing you have to pay attention to, wait until one day when you are in a high position. Just don't forget your beginnings. Yes, at your service, eldest brother. Jiang Jiqiu nodded. Although he was much older, he felt that all kinds of thoughts and insights were really too far away from this elder brother. When they had finished discussing the matters of the Green Cloud Bazaar, Zhang Yang and Sita Mingyue returned to the Green Cloud Sect with Qin Yushu and Zhang Jiqiu. When seeing Zhang Yang's big villa, Zhang Jiqiu was a little weirded out that his big brother got such a big set of house, with a rockery and a swimming pool. Isn't this cultivation too easy? He felt like a commoner in his old days, let alone the years in the dispersal, which were escapes. You refer to it. Bring the drawings back, and fix it according to this style. Our main focus is high-end atmosphere. As for the rune pattern, this can only be made a bit simpler by then. It definitely won't be as good as mine. Zhang Yang told Zhang Jiqiu to make herself at home, and greeted Qin Yushu as he personally headed to Qin Yun's sect. In fact, he was perfectly capable of calling out to his master and inviting Qin Yunzi out. But if he invited it out like that, wouldn't it be too easy for Qin Yushu to seek the way? Therefore, he was prepared to give Qin Yushu a good lesson, so that Qin Yushu would know how hard-won this chance really was. Chapter 46, Compulsion. Zhang Yang arrived at the top of Qin Yun Peak and didn't care if Qin Yunzi was there or not. He barged into Qin Yunzi's room. Qin Yunzi sat quietly on the futon and looked at Zhang Yang without speaking. Some years ago, his place Zhang Yang often came to, and when Zhang Yang entered the Jiedan stage, he didn't come often, because this kid every time to come are looking for the east and west, favoring him. This room is empty. Valuable things cannot find a peace. The rat came in to cry and leave the place. Therefore, Zhang Yang later did not come, and simply shouted directly if anything happened. Now you're actually visiting in person. Are you holding back a big one? Therefore, although Qin Yunzi sat quietly, he was still a little nervous in his heart. Master, your old man is there. Zhang Yang laughed and sat on his butt in front of Qin Yunzi. Looking around skillfully, he sighed in his heart. There was still nothing. Master, you took so many spirit stones and didn't decorate it properly. This room looks really simple. Zhang Yan lamented. Qin Yunzi remained silent, not even moving his eyelids. He muttered a little. Was this kid testing something? Zhang Yang didn't care if Qin Yunzi answered or not, and said to himself, Master, in a few days, I'll find something for you to come and decorate your room a bit. No need. I'm used to it. Qin Yunzi finally spoke. People in cultivation. The pursuit of the great Tao is our ultimate goal. Everything else is outside of the body. You should also pay attention. Don't let other things delay your cultivation. It would be redundant for him to decorate anything, and he would surely be shunned by Zhang Yang soon. So what's the point of decorating? Zhang Yang smiled and said, Master's lesson is right. However, the more polite he was, the more Qin Yunzi muttered. Was something encountered? Qin Yunzi took the initiative to ask. No. Zhang Yang shook his head. Everything is fine now, and I haven't encountered any problems with my cultivation. Anyway, I'm fine, so I've come to have a chat with Master. By the way, I asked Master if he is busy tomorrow. If not, there is someone who wants to meet you. Qin Yunzi snorted coldly in his heart. He knew that this kid was unprofitable. Is it about taking on another apprentice? But all the previous ones were preemptive. But this time they came to ask for instructions, which is not a big improvement. Say, who are you taking on as a disciple again? Qin Yunzi asked. In less than a month, he's taken on 2 disciples. Not so many in the first 100 years. It's not an apprentice. Zhang Yang shook his head. It's that Senior Qin has been a yuaning for many years and is unable to break through. So he wants to find you to give him some pointers. You can't refuse. Master, he's going to help our Changyan sect make money in the future. So you have to give him some favors. Qin Yunzi steeped in relief. Just this? Just let him come. I'm always available. It's not just pointing out a yuaning stage. What is this? Zhang Yang shook his head. Master, I knew it was like this. You are the sect leader of our Qinyan sect. With the historical status of the Qinyan sect, your status should be incredibly honored. On top of that, you are. That said, Master, you're at the harmonization realm, right? Consider me at the harmonization realm. Qin Yunzi replied casually. Yes, you are still a big brother of the harmonization realm. A numbered expert in the world. Zhang Yang looked at Qin Yunzi with a straight face. As a big brother, how can you not be a pushover? What? Qin Yunzi looked at Zhang Yang in shock. What's a pussy? Zhang Yang froze instead. How could this be explained? It's the gravitas, the qualifications, the posture, the style of being a bigot, and other things, or for short, compulsion. Zhang Yang was serious. Master, you are such a high-ranking person, yet you act like an old man on the side of the road. When others ask for Tao, you give it? Master, you know about the greenhouses, right? The women there even charge money. Qin Yunzi asked in a deep voice. What exactly do you want to say? Comparing him to a greenhouse girl, he couldn't stand it. If it wasn't for the disciple he personally took in, he would have already gone up in smoke. Zhang Yang was not afraid and lowered his voice. I will go back later and tell Qin Yushu that after my persuasion, you have agreed to instruct him. However, when he comes tomorrow, you have to make him stand outside the door for at least an hour before you can call him in. You have to make him understand that your instruction is not something that can be obtained so easily, and you have to make him grateful to our Qingyun sect. If Qin Yushu was someone familiar with the Qingyun sect, Zhang Yang would not have made such a move. It is true that Qin Yushu was a member of the Situ family and was ordered to protect Situ Mingyue, but it is all but impossible to say what Qin Yushu returned to the Situ family. After all, now that Situ Mingyue had entered the Green Cloud sect, she was safe and secure. Plus, Qin Yushu would have to take control of the Green Moon Chamber of Commerce for some time to come and familiarize himself with the secrets of the Green Moon Chamber of Commerce. If Qin Yushu returned to the Situ family and brought back the secrets of the Green Moon Chamber of Commerce, this could not be a small threat to the Green Moon Chamber of Commerce. Even if Situ Mingyue belonged to the Situ family, as long as it was a Chamber of Commerce, competition was bound to exist. That's why Zhang Yang had to defend his hand. Qing Yunzi's instruction was to bestow grace on Qin Yushu, so that he would consider more when making decisions in the future. This was also the reason why Zhang Yang was cautious to come to Qin Yunzi when it was obvious that he could have called him. Qin Yunzi said without a trace of anger, "Wasn't it you who wanted me to instruct you? The other Yuaning stages, they don't even have the qualifications to see me." He was truthful. Zhang Yang's eyes lit up and he exclaimed outright, "Yes, yes, master, this is the compulsion. You are the one who maintains this kind of demeanor, letting people know that you have a lofty path and easily do not fall into the realm of the mundane. By the way, it's best for you to furnish this room as well, so that it doesn't look so simple, as if our Qingyun sect is really too poor to uncover." Got it, got it. Qin Yunzi waved his hand impatiently. "Go cultivate your Jindan. Do you still need to be taught these things?" Zhang Yang turned around and walked away. Before he left, he reminded again, "Master, pushy." Qin Yunzi shook his head repeatedly. Having accepted such a disciple, their Qingyun sect had truly created a sin. However, he could not help but smile when he thought that ever since Zhang Yang had come to the mountain, Qingyun sect had broken the dead feeling it used to have. My Green Cloud sect is considered extremely sublimated. Having fallen for so many years, it's time for us to raise our heads. When this kid grows up, the future of the Green Cloud sect will definitely be wonderful. He thought about receiving Qin Yushu tomorrow. Pushy. Qin Yunzi smiled faintly, and in the humble quiet room, suddenly the laws of heaven and earth surged wildly, and the power of the great Tao erupted. It was obviously a small room, as if it had become a small world. Zhang Yang returned to his villa, found Qin Yushu, and said with a serious look, "Senior Qin, after a lot of requests from me, Master has agreed to see you. Tomorrow morning at the stroke of the hour, I will take you to see Master." "Many thanks." Qin Yushu hurriedly thanked him. Situ Mingyue also hurriedly said, "Thank you, eldest senior brother." Zhang Yang shook his head with emotion. "To be honest, Master doesn't know what he's been busy with lately, and he actually has some reluctance to meet. However, after I argued with reason and added that Senior Qin is helping us manage the Chamber of Commerce and is very important to us, Master reluctantly agreed. Fortunately, I have finally lived up to Senior Qin's trust." "Thank you." Qin Yushu gratefully thanked again. He did not doubt Zhang Yang's words at all. It was really a high-ranking person of the harmonization realm who had his own high-ranking style. He even had a sense of fortune in his heart that he would be able to receive guidance from a great man of the harmonious Tao realm tomorrow. Chapter 47, Seeking the Way. Early in the morning of the next day, Zhang Yang personally brought Qin Yushu, accompanied by Situ Mingyue, to Qingyun Peak. After all, Zhang Yang had spoken so seriously in front of him, it was unreasonable for him not to lead it himself. Besides, Qingyun Peak is also a Qingyun important place. It is indeed not something that outsiders can just intrude into. Arriving at Qingyun Peak and standing in front of those houses of Qingyunzi, Zhang Yang bowed towards the houses and said softly, "Master, my disciple has brought Senior Qin here." Seeing Zhang Yang's serious demeanor, Qin Yushu felt a huge pressure in his heart as he was clearly facing a few houses. Situ Mingyue even dared not speak and waited respectfully. It was also the third time she had seen Qin Yunzi, and she had some awe in her heart for this harmonization realm master. "Come in." Qin Yunzi's voice came out from the house. Zhang Yang froze. Hadn't he agreed to stand for at least 1 hour? He had planned to personally stand with Qin Yushu for an hour. Why didn't this old dang listen to his advice? However, since Qin Yunzi had already spoken, Zhang Yang had no choice but to say to Qin Yushu, "Senior Qin, please." He was prepared to wait until after this matter. Then he would have a good theory with the old guy. "Thank you, Senior." Qin Yushu thanked him first before following Zhang Yang into Qin Yunzi's house. With a depressed mood, Zhang Yang opened the house, and when he saw the sight of the house, he couldn't help but blurt out, asterisk 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 asterisk. At this moment, where was Qin Yunzi? The way he was usually seen? A look of immortality. A look of a highborn man. Most importantly, the entire room was filled with all sorts of great Dao power, especially on Qin Yunzi. That great Dao power was even more terrifying. Just by looking at it, it was as if you saw the starry sky rotating, then in an instant it turned into a great wave, and the next time you saw the grass and trees withering away. Zhang Yang couldn't believe it. This is my master? Is this the old guy who usually can't squeeze out a few spirit stones? Zhang Yang was shocked, and for the first time, he intuitively felt the horror of a super-strong immortal cultivator. Even Zhang Yang, who was most familiar with Qin Yunzi, was so shocked. So the two of them, Situ Mingyue and Qin Yushu, could be imagined. My disciple pays homage to master. Situ Mingyue was already in awe of Qin Yunzi, and now that she saw this sight, she simply knelt down and bowed respectfully. Qin Yushu also bent down at the same time and performed a great salute. Senior Qin Yushu, I pay my respects to Senior Green Cloud Sect leader. Only now did he realize that the harmonious Dao realm was actually so terrifying. He, a late Yuaning stage, faced Qin Yunzi and felt much more terrifying than when he faced the Yuaning stage when he was immortal. Of course, he was also very excited in his heart to be able to receive guidance from such a terrifyingly high person. The subsequent great path would definitely be rewarding. Mingyue, get up. Qin Yunzi raised his hand towards Situ Mingyue, and Situ Mingyue stood up involuntarily, unable to pay her respects even if she wanted to. Many thanks, master. Situ Mingyue thanked again. Qin Yunzi said indifferently, your talent is actually quite good, and the Dao species is a relatively rare Xianin Dao species, so if you cultivate properly, you will definitely be able to achieve good results. However, there is a problem with the cultivation technique you chose. My master suggests that you choose a new immortal cultivation technique. The Green Cloud Sect had the Xianin technique, which was passed down by the Xianin Immortal 2000 years ago. Xianin Immortal created her own Xianin Kung Fu, and after practicing for 300 years, when she was crossing the threshold, she ended up failing to cross the threshold and sat down in the green clouds because her base was too poor. Therefore, you must pay attention to building up your Tao foundation in your subsequent practice. In this regard, you can consult your eldest senior brother. His Dao foundation is very deep. If you want to cultivate the Xianin technique, have your eldest senior brother take you to the scripture pavilion to pick it out later. Situ Mingyue hurriedly said, Master, I am willing to cultivate the Xianin technique, although the Xianin fairy is sitting down. But she did not learn a lesson. Wouldn't it be okay to raise the bottom line now? Qin Yunzi said indifferently, I haven't finished yet. There were certain drawbacks to cultivating the Xianin Dao species to a later stage. In the path of the great Dao, solitary Yang does not grow and solitary Yin does not grow. The Xianin avenue, however, takes the path of extremes. Therefore, when you cultivate to the end, if there is no Yin and Yang to harmonize, something will go terribly wrong. This is one of them. Secondly, it was also precisely because the Xianin Dao species had such problems that it could easily be used as a furnace by others who practiced pure Yang techniques. Therefore, you have to be especially careful about people with pure Yang Kung Fu approaching you. Situ Mingyue drifted off and hurriedly said, Master, I was targeted by Tan Yaoguang of the Luanjia Holy Land. I heard that he seems to cultivate the pure Yang technique, so it turns out that he actually has such a nasty mind. She'd always thought it was her being pretty that caused the trouble, but she hadn't realized it was the Taoist seed that caused the trouble. Don't worry about him. They, the Luanjia Holy Land, can't manage my Qing Yun Sect's affairs yet. Thanks for the guidance, master. I will now ask eldest brother to take me to find the Xianin Kung Fu. Situ Mingyue looked at Zhang Yang. Eldest brother, please. Stunned, Zhang Yang hurriedly said, Master, I didn't see the Xianin Kung Fu in the hidden scriptures. He had read all of the Jindan stage-level techniques in the hidden scripture cabinet. Where was the Xianin technique? Qin Yunzi glanced at Zhang Yang. You hold the sect leader's token and try entering the Tibetan scripture pavilion again? Oh, follow me. Zhang Yang greeted Situ Mingyue and turned around to leave. He didn't realize that the hidden scripture cabinet actually had a secret door, so he had to check it out. However, he immediately reacted again and had to continue to maintain Qin Yunzi's pushiness, and hurriedly bowed to Qin Yunzi. Master, then I'll take my senior sister and go first. Go! Qin Yunzi waved his hand. Only after Zhang Yang and Situ Mingyue had left did Qin Yunzi look at Qin Yushu, who had been standing for a long time, and waved his hand as a futon floated over. Sit. Many thanks, senior. Qin Yushu knelt on the futon and performed the disciple salute as a sign of respect. In fact, seeking the way is such a thing that even masters and disciples who are not true disciples find it difficult to truly pass down the way. Not to mention that he was not a member of the Qin Yun sect now, much less a disciple of Qin Yunzi. He could have worshipped Qin Yunzi. The key issue was the question of whether Qin Yunzi would accept him or not. And if there was no intention of accepting a disciple, it would be offensive to Qin Yunzi to say so. Even so, Qin Yushu treated Qin Yunzi as a master for advice in this moment. Wind attribute Dao seed, great Dao Jindan. The Dao foundation is still quite solid. Qin Yunzi sized up Qin Yushu and continued. What you're practicing should be the wind walking record, and the technique is not considered very good. Your talent, it's not considered very good either. Qin Yushu lowered his head. My junior is ashamed to have wasted 100 years at the Yuaning stage. For a Yuaning to break through to Yuanshan, the most important thing lies in the word transforming emptiness. Qin Yunzi slowly said. So, how do you refine the void and transform the god? He asked Qin Yushu a question first, but he didn't expect Qin Yushu to answer. After all, if Qin Yushu knew how to refine emptiness and transform God, wouldn't he have entered the Yuanshan realm? Watch me, Qin Yunzi commanded Qin Yushu. Qin Yushu hurriedly looked at Qin Yunzi, only to see that Qin Yunzi was holding a ball of something in his left hand, and upon closer inspection, it was the wind of the heavens and earth compressed into a solid ball of mist. Then, as if by magic, the mist in Qin Yunzi's left hand disappeared out of thin air, and on his right hand a mist once again appeared, two masses of mist, pouring back and forth in Qin Yunzi's hand. He didn't even talk to Qin Yushu, and directly used his superb magic power to show the transformation of void into reality of the wind system Dao in front of Qin Yushu. Then, it was up to Qin Yushu to see how much of the mysteries of void transformation he was able to comprehend from this transformation of reality and emptiness. This kind of preaching is too crude and direct. Chapter 48, Xianin Gong. Zhang Yang brought Sita Mingyue and hurriedly arrived at the scripture pavilion. He desperately wanted to see the other true face of the hidden scripture pavilion and what feats were inside. Entering the hidden scripture pavilion, on the first floor he used his spiritual power to activate the Sect Master's token. When he injected the Palmas token with his spiritual energy, the Palmas token emitted fluctuations that caused a reaction from the hidden gold pavilion. The hidden pavilion was like a woman who had taken off her outer garment, revealing her true appearance underneath, hiding quite a few gullies within it. Zhang Yang marveled as he entered those parts of the hidden scriptures that he had never entered before. Picking up a jade slip to review the information inside, Situ Mingyue, who followed behind, hesitated for a moment and also entered those spaces. However, although she saw many secret books, she did not touch them with her hands. She knew very well that being the same disciple of the Qingyan sect, she and Zhang Yang were completely different. There was no doubt that Zhang Yang was being groomed as the next generation of headmasters. These secrets, for her to be able to come in and view them was already a favor from Qin Yunzi. If she went to view the contents without authorization and upset Qin Yunzi, I'm afraid that the outcome would be very unpleasant. Especially after seeing Qin Yunzi's other face, she really didn't dare to not take this cheap master seriously. There was a huge difference in the number of feats in the hidden space and those officially displayed. Zhang Yang browsed through the jade slips one by one and soon found the desired technique. This is the Xianyin technique you wanted. Zhang Yang handed the jade slip to Sita Mingyue. But master has already talked about the Xianyin technique, so you'd better think about it carefully. What's there to consider? It's just a matter of the Dao foundation. Situ Mingyue didn't care at all and took the jade slip. Master, but he said that he wants you to teach me how to build my Dao foundation deeper. Don't take it seriously, Zhang Yang said without a trace of anger. What master said was that Xianyin Gong would be in big trouble in the end of its cultivation, as well as don't give it to someone as a furnace at that time. Bah! Situ Mingming snorted coldly. With master here, who dares? Zhang Yang shook his head. Don't bother with you. Hurry up and memorize the contents of the foundation establishment stage. I'll go back to the Jindan stage part. As for saying there's something to be said for a deep foundation, don't break through. Just absorb the aura vigorously. Situ Mingyue hurriedly jotted down the contents of the foundation establishment stage, and a moment later, she returned the jade slip to Zhang Yang. Eldest senior brother, quickly take me to the Jindan stage content. She had already read about the foundation establishment stage, and the cultivation method was completely different from her current Gong method. She tried running it for a bit, causing her Jindan to tremble, and it was clear that the Xianyin Gong was the Gong method that best suited her. At this time, she looked forward to the Jindan stage Gongfu. According to the current situation, as long as she cultivated carefully, the Yuaning stage should be a breeze. Zhang Yang put away the jade slips and took Sita Mingyue up to the second floor of the Tibetan scripture pavilion. Activating the Sect Master's token again. The second floor of the Tibetan scripture pavilion also had quite a lot more space, and even more jade slips. These feats are really much more powerful than the ones I saw earlier. Zhang Yang was a little excited in his heart. I have to memorize all of them so that I can try to cultivate them later as well. He was a blank slate Jindan anyway, without a fixed Dao prototype, so naturally cultivating other techniques was not a problem. Moreover, he felt that he might even be able to get the Dao fledgling out ahead of time because of practicing these powerful techniques, and that would be a great breakthrough. Soon, He found the Xianyin Gong Jindan stage technique and handed the jade slip to Sita Mingyue. Only after Sita Mingyue had memorized the contents did the two leave the scripture pavilion. Eldest senior brother. Thanks a lot. I have to go cultivate. Sita Mingyue finished her greeting and left. She got the most suitable gongfu for herself, so of course she had to hurry up and cultivate it. Zhang Yang returned to Qin Yun Peak again and saw that Qin Yushu was already in a state of meditation. Master, he's... Qin Yunzi nodded and smiled. He's not bad. He's starting to realize the Tao. When he finishes his enlightenment, he should be able to enter the Yuan Shen realm. He had shown the mysteries of transforming emptiness so intuitively, and he still couldn't comprehend it. So much for his life. Master, Zhang Yang glanced at Qin Yushu and did not say anything. Qin Yunzi understood and nodded his head. Just say it, he can't hear anything right now. I've set up a prohibition, lest any unforeseen circumstances disturb his enlightenment. Zhang Yang asked, what if he gets your favors and doesn't work for us, or even become powerful one day and have other ideas about Qing Yun sect? Qin Yunzi smiled faintly. From now on, the higher his realm, the more fearful he will be of me. As long as I am in the Qing Yun sect, he won't dare to have any thoughts about the Qing Yun sect. That's a relief. Your sister in the division. Qin Yunzi said the beginning and then stopped. Zhang Yang was surprised and asked, what's wrong with senior sister? Qin Yunzi shook his head and said, there's nothing more for you to do here. So hurry up and go cultivate your realm. That's the most important thing. There were some things he hadn't gotten to the bottom of, and he kept his mouth shut. Zhang Yang felt that Qin Yunzi was a bit strange today, but he didn't think much about it and excused himself and left. Up and down the Green Cloud sect, there were indeed many things waiting for him to do. Qin Yushu finally woke up after half a day of meditation, respectfully kowtowing 3 times to Qin Yunzi. Many thanks for your guidance, senior. Frankly speaking, he felt that his master had never even preached to him so seriously. And of course, his master couldn't do the kind of preaching that Qin Yunzi did. He had gained too much from this quest for the Tao, and the Yuan Shen realm was a certainty. Qin Yunzi nodded slightly and accepted Qin Yushu's big gift, saying, I've already heard from Zhang Yang that you're helping them. In the future, help them well and use your heart. Don't worry, senior. Senior will definitely not fail senior's favor. Qin Yushu replied sincerely. Qin Yunzi sighed. What I mean is, if you help them with all your heart, you will definitely receive great benefits in the future. The successor that I personally chose was not chosen randomly, and his achievements will definitely be above mine in the future. Qin Yushu was a bit shocked. He was truly surprised that Qin Yunzi actually commented on Zhang Yang in such a way. From his previous preaching, he had an intuitive understanding of Qin Yunzi's strength, and in his heart, he revered Qin Yunzi as if he were a heavenly being. And Qin Yunzi actually said that Zhang Yang would surpass him. So how scary was Zhang Yang? Don't worry, senior. Whether it's senior's gift of preaching or Zhang Yang's gift of introduction, I will keep it in mind. Qin Yushu stated once again. Qin Yunzi waved his hand. Go! He told Qin Yushu to leave. Qin Yushu saluted again and excused himself. He left Qing Yun Peak, found Zhang Yang and said to Zhang Yang, I'm going back to Qing Yun Marketplace to attend to the mysteries of the Yuanshan realm, but I won't be in seclusion. So if there's anything you guys need me for, just come and find me directly. Thank you, senior. Zhang Yang said with a smile. Qin Yushu also smiled and said, I'm in the same generation as your senior uncle and the others, and this time, I've received your master's guidance thanks to your kindness. There's really no need for our relationship to be so rusty. My age is quite a bit longer than yours. If you are willing, you can call me uncle. If you don't want to, that's fine. Zhang Yang obediently said. Uncle Qin is talking nonsense. Sooner or later you will become Yuan Shen realm. If I don't take advantage of now to get closer to you, I'm afraid I won't have the chance in the future. Ha ha, Qin Yushu laughed cheerfully. It's indeed possible for other people. For you instead, it's possible that I'm overpaying. Alright, I'll go back to the Green Cloud Bazaar first. Uncle Qin, take care. Zhang Yang watched Qin Yushu descend into Qing Yun. Chapter 49 on the offense and defense of the Qing Yun sect. Zhang Yang once again came to the square in front of the Green Cloud Great Hall. Another 7-day period had arrived and he distributed food to those Foundation Establishment stage disciples. In the entire Green Cloud sect, he was basically the only one who did things. Sita Mingyue didn't care about anything after she arrived. It was a good thing that she had brought a maid, Chun Xiao, to help with something. Chun Xiao knew that she was not an official disciple of the Green Cloud sect, so she took the initiative to do things in the Green Cloud sect. She was also at the Foundation Establishment stage realm, but her talent was a bit far from those geniuses. After all, she was not acting as a bodyguard, but rather handling matters of Sita Mingyue's life. Mr. Zhang, in the future, you can leave these things to me, Chun Xiao said with a smile. You guys can use this time to properly cultivate. Zhang Yang shook his head. It's fine. I'm not in a hurry to cultivate. His cultivation needs resources to pile up. In addition, to these foundation stage disciples not only distribute food, but also involves ideological education. It would have to be him. Today, another education in thought. Zhang Yang glanced at the crowd in the square. Half a month had passed after experiencing the Flying Dragon Army's attack on Qingyan Sect. The group of people who were agitated had stabilized their mood, while the group of people who were depressed had calmed down. Today, it's time to give this group another ideological education. Half a month ago, the Green Cloud Sect suffered a fierce encounter. Zhang Yang looked at the crowd. We clashed with the Cloud Mountain Empire due to some misunderstandings. Although this conflict was eventually resolved after negotiations between the two sides. What should we do if we encounter such a menace again? Seeing Zhang Yang mentioning the conflict with the Yunshan Empire, those who lurked in could not help but feel their hearts tighten. The emotions of those who had already belonged to the Green Cloud Sect were excited again. Zhang Yang deliberately paused for a while before slowly continuing. Qingyan Sect has been around for 5,000 years now, and like those conflicts last time, it must have experienced quite a lot. Let's even say that there are many situations that are much more dangerous than the last time. And our Green Cloud Sect is still standing today because of the tireless efforts of generations of Green Cloud Sect members. Now, the task of revitalizing Qingyun falls on our shoulders. Likewise, the dangers that may befall the Green Cloud Sect fall on our shoulders. This time, it was our elders that helped us through the danger. In the future, can we always rely on our elders? When things go wrong, do we stand up and take responsibility? Or did we escape the danger and choose to be a spectator? Or even surrendered? What's more, choose to secretly defect to the enemy and betray the Qingyun Sect? A lot of people are silent. Those who were lurking in the dark, their faces changed and their heads lowered, not daring to look at Zhang Yang at all. Eldest brother, if we encounter enemies again, we'll fight them, Wang Baiol said loudly. Yes, fight them. Zhang Yang shook his head. What's the use if you only rely on the spirit of bravery and courage without a proper method? For example, Wang Baiol, you are at the foundation stage now. If you meet the Yuaning stage, will it be useful if you fight as hard as you can? So, we have to think and use our brains. This time, leave a task for everyone. And the content of the task is, if Qingyan Sect encounters an enemy like the last time, what can we do for Qingyan Sect? And what kind of methods can we use to resist that kind of enemy? Please think hard and get the job done for me at the next gathering. Each mission counts mission points. And mission points seem useless now, but will be of great use later. Half a year from now, the Green Cloud Sect will open up the secret realm and allow a group of people to enter into the secret realm. And you all will have the chance to enter as well. If everyone is able to successfully open up the sea by then the person with higher points will be chosen to enter. So make sure to complete each mission properly. The crowd reacted differently. Some of them simply didn't know what was meant by the secret realm and what it did, and were at a loss. However, they were also clear that the task that everyone had to accomplish, they had to accomplish as well. And some, on the other hand, are ecstatic. The look of this part of the group had fallen into Zhang Yang's eyes. After the meeting was adjourned, the people returned to their yards with food and stepped up to the task. Brat, what's your purpose in always tossing them around? Painting Spirit Sun appeared beside Zhang Yang and asked with a smile. Zhang Yang froze for a moment and hurriedly asked, Fifth uncle, you're in the Yuan Shen realm? Several of the senior uncles were in seclusion, and if they hadn't broken through the Yuan Shen realm, they shouldn't have come out. Painted Spirit Sun smilingly asked back, I've been a Yuaning stage for decades. Shouldn't I break through the Yuan Shen realm? Your kid didn't bring back some spirit medicine. The third senior brother refined some pills for us, and with the aid of spirit stones, we naturally broke through. There was another reason that he did not say. Recently the people of Qingyan Sect were having a very cozy time. Some of the problems that were weighing on their hearts were solved, and they saw the future of Qingyan Sect in Zhangyang, and with the assistance of the elixir, the breakthrough was just a natural one. Good, good. Zhang Yang was overjoyed. With a few more experts in the Qingyan Sect, there would be even less need to fear others in the future. Fifth senior uncle, walk around and go sit at my place. Zhang Yang warmly invited Painting Spirit Z. You still have some talisman patterns that you haven't finished painting before the seclusion, so it's the perfect time for you to go and fill them up for me. Now that your old man is at the Yuan Shen realm, the talisman patterns you draw will definitely be more powerful and more effective. Painting Spirit Z laughed and scolded. Old man breakthrough. It's just as well that you brats don't send congratulatory gifts, but you even asked me to go and paint a talisman for you. Although he said so, he did not push back and really went to draw the talisman for Zhang Yang. We will take care of the defense of the Qingyan Sect, and ordinary people will not dare to offend the Qingyan Sect. Drawing Spirit Sun said to Zhang Yang as he drew the talisman. So, It's useless for you to ask those little guys to think of ways to defend Qingyan sect. Zhang Yang smiled. Fifth uncle. Asking them to find a way to defend the Qingyan sect is, on one hand, to inspire their sense of belonging to the Qingyan sect and, on the other hand, to probe their minds. They are teenagers. Don't I know that the defenses they come up with are impractical? But what they have in mind comes to the surface as they conceptualize their approach. Zhang Yang paused when he said this and said faintly, through their thoughts, we can roughly find out some of their purposes for coming to Qingyan sect, or at least figure out their direction. Oh, Painted Spirit Sun gave Zhang Yang a surprised look. Where did you learn so many twists and turns? He was a scholar, and he and Zhang Yang usually interacted more. The two were named Master Uncle and Master Nephew, and they were usually as close as brothers. This was the reason why he had come to Zhang Yang immediately after he had emerged from the gate. But he really didn't think that Zhang Yang was thinking too much. Zhang Yang was helpless. If you guys don't care, it's not like I have to think too much. Until they are completely turned around, one has to be careful and on guard. As in the case of the past two senior brothers, it must not happen again. The people I have worked so hard to cultivate, if anyone takes them away from me, I will be angry. Painted Spirit Sun sighed. You think we're not angry, but some things aren't that simple. Forget it. Anyway, eldest senior brother intends to make you the next generation sect leader, so just keep worrying about it. After this rune pattern is finished, what other type of rune pattern do you want to draw? Zhang Yang inclined his head and suddenly asked, Senior uncle, do you know that kind of rune pattern that can retain images? It is the rune pattern that can record what happened. It's similar to the images that are usually conjured up. However, it's a rune pattern that continuously records them and can even play the images back later. Painted Spirit Sun froze, and after a moment, he jumped to his feet. Playing with me? How can this be realized? If I know such a rune pattern, I might as well just become an immortal. He could imagine that if he was able to draw such runes, he would not be creating a world. Not to mention whether or not it was possible to realize. Just imagining this rune was too big to imagine. Can it be realized if it is aided by other magic treasures? Zhang Yang asked hurriedly. Ask old Six about that. Zhang Yang frowned. Let's discuss this when Sixth Uncle is out of the gate and see if we can manufacture it. He was going to develop a cultivated version of a household appliance. Chapter 50 equals you're a Triton, aren't you? Fifth Uncle. These are some clothes I designed. See if you can design some rune patterns on top of the clothes to enhance their defense. Zhang Yang displayed a drawing in front of Painted Spirit Sun. Painted Spirit Sun looked at the clothes on the drawing and asked with a strange expression, where are these clothes from? Zhang Yang's face did not change. Last time I saw some people from faraway places wearing them, I thought it was quite a novelty, so I made a note of it. He designed a set of leather jacket and pants because leather jacket and pants could be used with animal skins, which were capable of carrying rune patterns. If it was any other material, there was no way to carry rune patterns for the time being, or rather, clothes made of those high-level materials could not be mass-produced. If it's just made into fashion, it won't sell for a lot of money. Painting Spirit Z's brow furrowed as he mused. There is no problem with designing talisman patterns, but I'm afraid that the level of demonic beasts needed to inscribe talisman patterns on this beast's skin is not low. It must be at least a Jindan stage demonic beast for the clothes made to be meaningful. He wanted defensive capabilities first and foremost, not good looks. As soon as he mentioned Jindan stage beast skin, Zhang Yang extinguished his flame, and it looked like he could not take this route at the moment. Qingyan seldom saw Jindan stage demonic beasts around him. If he went to buy Jindan stage beast skins, the price would be too high to be cost-effective. He was going to design some fashions with no defense capability to cope with this Qingyan sex exhibition first. Eldest senior brother, what are you busy with? Situ Mingyue came to inquire. Zhang Yang didn't even lift his head. The design plans for the Qingyun Bazaar. You all are closed one by one, so I'm the only one to get it. Situ Mingyue smiled and said, I got the Xianin technique, so of course I have to cultivate it all over again, so I won't just close my eyes in the future. Cultivated? Zhang Yang then looked up at Situ Mingyue. His gaze froze for a moment. Situ Mingyue herself was already a scourge-level beauty, and now, probably because of the cultivation of Xianin Gong, her snow-white skin had become white and red, and her body even exuded a unique charm that snapped people's hearts. Eldest senior brother, is there anything wrong with my cultivation? Zhang Yang came back to his senses and hurriedly said, no problem, but you'd better cover your face. Senior sister, luckily, eldest brother has enough stamina, or else he would have been mesmerized by you. Situ Mingyue's face showed a different look at Zhang Yang, and she did not take Zhang Yang's words into account. She looked down at the drawings of Zhang Yang's design. Is this the dress you designed? Do you think anyone likes it? Zhang Yang asked curiously. He designed them all according to past clothing styles. Anyway, the ordinary fabrics used wouldn't cost much. However, these fashions were mainly novel, and if they didn't sell for hundreds of spirit stones, they would all be sorry for his designs. There was also gold and silver in this world. It was all used by the general public. As for the exchange between gold and silver and spirit stones, roughly 1 spirit stone could be exchanged for 1 or 2 gold. In all conscience, Zhang Yang thought these things were dead expensive. However, these things are specialized in selling to those Jindan and Yuaning big families. They don't even slaughter those with too little family money, and their main focus is on luxury goods, specializing in wealthy people. Sita Mingyue curiously surveyed the drawings, which had all been visualized by Zhang Yang with his mana and came to life. She nodded repeatedly. Someone should like it, but how does it work? Situ Mingyue asked, pointing at a women's underwear. You guys use it. Use it here. Zhang Yang held his hands in front of his chest. Situ Mingyue froze for a moment and quickly understood. Her face brushed red and she glared fiercely at Zhang Yang and turned her head to run away. Zhang Yang didn't care and buried his head to continue designing. He thought about it and said to himself, there are still some cultivators who have wives, so we have to get some erotic models out that are convenient and easy to tear. With the power of these immortal cultivators, wouldn't ordinary materials fulfill the requirements? He disguises himself as a costume designer and buries his head in the sand. Not long after, Situ Mingyue ran back again. Seeing Zhang Yang still designing, she said in a bad mood, the Jinnan king of Yunshan Empire is here, asking for an audience at the mountain gate, wanting to find you. Oh, Zhang Yang came back to his senses and said hurriedly, this is the one who sent us the money. I have to go and meet him. He put down the drawings, turned his head and flew towards the mountain. Situ Mingyue looked around to see that no one was around and furtively picked up those things that Zhang Yang had gotten out and compared them. She also used her hands to hold them up in front of her chest according to what she had designed, and instantly changed her appearance, which made her eyes light up at once. As the eldest daughter of a business family, she immediately judged that there must be a market for this. This thing is so much better than a breast wrap. At this moment, she felt that her eldest senior brother was so mysterious. How was that brain able to come up with this thing? At the mountain gate, Jinnan King Shenjun was waiting with a few guards and 3 children. Seeing Zhang Yang flying in, Jinnan King laughed. Greetings, Sect Master Zhang. Acting Sect Master. Zhang Yang laughed. My master is the real Sect Master. Call me Zhang Yang all you want. We are acquaintances, so there is no need to be polite. King Jinnan also took the opportunity to close the distance and said with a smile, Mr. Shen has taken the liberty of calling you elder brother Zhang. No problem. Old brother Shen, please follow me up the mountain. Zhang Yang warmly invited. Respectfully, the Jinnan king greeted with a smile and told his guards to stay at the bottom of the mountain. Bringing his own 3 children up the mountain with Zhang Yang, Mr. Shen came to Qing Yun this time because I have a favor to ask of elder brother Zhang. I have a few juniors with okay roots and bones. I want to send them to Qing Yun Sect to cultivate them a bit. I don't know what elder brother Zhang thinks. He said so on the surface, but secretly, he transmitted, elder brother Zhang, forgive me, only one of these is my grandson. The other 2, they are all hard pushed by the emperor. I can't do anything about it. I don't dare to deceive elder brother Zhang. If there are any difficulties, you can let them all go back and wait until later. It's fine. Zhang Yang replied secretly and said smilingly on the surface. Since our Changyun sect has opened its gates widely, of course we have to recruit outstanding disciples. Since they are all old brother Shen's juniors and their roots are fine, our Changyun sect can cultivate them. However, they will be disciples of the Qingyun sect in the future and have to abide by the rules of the sect. Thank you, elder brother Zhang, the Jinnan king immediately stated. Since they have worshipped Qingyun, of course, the rules of Qingyun will prevail. By the way, there's one more thing this time I've come. I've already prepared the construction team for the cooperation of those several mines. After we sign the contract, we can cooperate on the mining matters. Zhang Yang couldn't help but stop and hurriedly asked, did you bring the construction team? How many people? The Jinnan king was a bit surprised by Zhang Yang's reaction, but still nodded his head and said, elder brother Zhang said that last time, so we definitely had to be prepared and brought them all here. It is with them that the road was so slow. They are at the Qingyun marketplace right now. There are more than 300 of them. Great! Zhang Yang clapped his hands and said excitedly, elder brother Shen, you are really a blessing to me. You sent me whatever I lack. How about lending me this batch of construction team first? Can the king of Jinnan not agree? There was just something unnatural about his look. Something twisted in his mind. Last time, he had delivered spirit stones and resources, and this time he was delivering a construction team. Could it be that he was really delivering to the Qingyun sect? Chapter 51 News of the opening of the secret realm. The construction team can be lent to old brother. The king of Jinnan agreed despite his awkwardness. However, if they delay for too long, our cooperation in mining will have to be delayed. He's subtly reminding me that if mining doesn't work, I'm going to lose money, and you're going to lose money. Zhang Yang laughed. Don't worry, there won't be much delay, 2 to 3 months at most. Moreover, during this period, I'll also pay them for their labor. Then there's no problem. King Jinnan was relieved. Then I'll send someone to call them over? In his opinion, Zhang Yang was afraid that he was moving some kind of project in Qingyun Zone. After all, the last time the Flying Dragon Army did this job. No, they will stay in Qingyun Bazaar. Zhang Yang waved his hand. The place where they have to work is also in Qingyun Bazaar. This time, I am going to repair some courtyards in Qingyun Marketplace to receive guests. I am really short of manpower, and it just so happens that you are here. It's really great. Ha! The Jinnan king laughed dryly. Zhang Yang glanced at King Jinnan and continued smilingly. In half a year, Qingyun Sect is preparing to open the secret realm to welcome visitors from all directions. Those below the Jindan stage can enter. I see that old brother is also at the Jindan stage, so I can give old brother a spot. What? The Jinnan king screamed incredulously. He was both surprised that the Green Cloud sect had opened the secret realm, and even more surprised that he could go in as well. Am I really able to enter? The Jinnan king eagerly pursued. He was in a bit of disbelief and wanted to be reconfirmed by Zhang Yang. Since we allow all the other Jindan stages to enter, and since we're so familiar with you, old brother, it's not a problem to give a quota. Zhang Yang smiled faintly. However, that is my Qingyun Sect secret realm after all, and the heavenly materials and treasures inside the secret realm have a value. So to enter the secret realm, one needs to pay an entrance fee of 10,000 spirit stones. Of course, after entering the secret realm, the heavenly materials and treasures obtained will be completely owned by the individual. I'll give it. The king of Jinnan agreed without hesitation. He pulled Zhang Yang and gave him a serious thank you. Many thanks, old brother. I will definitely not forget your kindness. As the Jinnan king, how could he not know the benefits of the secret realm? What's 10,000 spirit stones if you can enter the secret realm? Even if it was 100,000 spirit stones, he was very willing. Zhang Yang laughed and patted the Jinnan king's hand, saying, there is no need to be polite. Old brother, this time, we are opening up the secret realm so that all forces in the world can come and participate, and anyone who can pay 10,000 spirit stones will be able to enter. Our secret realm is limited, and we can't have too many people entering this time, so each force is allowed 3 people each at the foundation stage and Jindan stage. The Cloud Mountain Empire itself is also considered a party, so I would also like to ask you, old brother, to inform your majesty that he can send someone if he is willing to come and participate. Of course, since I've already promised my oldest brother, that quota for my oldest brother won't be counted. It's been a long time since our Green Cloud sect opened its secret realm, so I'm going to have to ask old brother to do us a favor and inform the others of this news, lest the others don't know about it. This time, he even has someone to publicize it. He felt that the Jinnan king had helped Qingyun too much, and it was only right to give a place. King Jinnan was so excited that his face was reddening. He could imagine that the emperor would be very happy to bring this news to him this time. Over the years, the Cloud Mountain Empire had also been trying to find ways to cultivate its own experts. Nay, despite having the resources of an empire, there were no good and famous teachers to guide them, and they couldn't keep the geniuses. The truly talented people were all recruited away by those sects, so how could they possibly look at the Cloud Mountain Empire? Now Zhang Yang had given Yunshan Empire a quota to enter the secret realm, which meant that it left a path of promotion for those geniuses. In this way, those geniuses might choose to stay in Yunshan Empire. How could the emperor not be excited when faced with such a situation? The king of Jinnan, on the other hand, can completely take the credit for this on himself. Therefore, in the future, the Jinnan king's status in the Cloud Mountain Empire was even higher. Don't worry, old brother. I'll go and do this for you right away. Those construction teams, I'll leave it to you. If it's not enough, I'll transfer another 1,000 people from the empire to you. It's quick to come from Anqing City. It won't take long to arrive. The Jinnan king did his best to help Zhang Yang figure out what to do. Zhang Yang laughed. Thanks a lot then, old brother. With more construction crews, you can get the guest house up and ready as soon as possible. King Jinnan didn't sit for long in Qingyun Sect, threw the 3 teenagers to Zhang Yang, turned his head and left in a hurry. Zhang Yang looked at the 3 teenagers and instructed, starting from today, you guys will move together with the brothers and sisters who have worshipped in the sect in front of you. There are enough houses in the sect, so later on, you guys will go and pick 3 to live in. After you have finished refining your bodies, you will be given the chance to pick your merit techniques. He threw 3 teenagers right into that group of geniuses. Anyway, there were supposed to be their acquaintances in there, so maybe something different could come out of the collision. The center of his attention was at the Green Cloud Bazaar. Now that there was a construction team, the Green Cloud Marketplace side could finally get started in a big way. Senior sister, go and inform senior brother Jiang so that he can speed up the work schedule and don't be afraid to spend money. Zhang Yang said to Situ Mingyue, I've already put the word out. It won't be long before the Qingyun Bazaar is coming, on the side of the Green Moon Chamber of Commerce. You have to arrange it as soon as possible as well. Situ Mingyue asked groggily, what about that batch of clothes? You think someone will buy it? Zhang Yang asked rhetorically. I'm not sure about the others, but some of them, I'm sure. Situ Mingyue forced herself to calm down. Zhang Yang was relieved, but he was a bit torn. I can't find any workers to make it. Situ Mingyue smiled and said, I have a way. How about letting the Yunting Chamber of Commerce side take charge? If you agree, I'll have Uncle Qin make a trip back to the Yunting Empire. Zhang Yang pondered for a moment before he said decisively, if your Situ family is willing to lend me a batch of people, then we can work together. However, this batch of borrowed people will not be able to return to the Situ family until 2 years later. He had to make a big profit before he could leave this opportunity to the Sito family. No problem. Situ Mingyue nodded her head in agreement. Her father, she felt sure, had that kind of long-term vision. Afterwards, she went to the Green Cloud Bazaar and found Qin Yushu, explaining what had happened. A few moments later, Qin Yushu flew towards the Yuntang Empire in a hurry. Situ Mingyue, on the other hand, was personally supervising the construction of the headquarters of the Green Moon Chamber of Commerce, while at the same time joining hands with Jiang Jicho to build the Green Cloud Guesthouse. The entire Green Cloud Marketplace was drying up a storm, especially after the subsequent construction team from Anqing City also arrived, together with a portion of the local people in Qingyun Bazaar. A few thousand people worked hard every day, and Qingyun Bazaar changed one day at a time. 2 months. Within 2 months, it must all be completed. Zhang Yang inspected the Qingyun marketplace and gave a serious order. We can't let other outsiders see a mess when they come to Qingyun marketplace. I guarantee that after a few months, everyone will have an endless supply of spirit stones. Chapter 52, Building Momentum. Only after King Jinan arranged a construction team for Zhang Yang in Anqing City did he return to the Imperial City. However, before returning to the Imperial City, he revealed to the Shao family that Qin Yun was going to open the secret realm. He was about to release the news, and the Shao family was working with Qin Yun, so it was only natural to give the Shao family the news. Shao Jianchun was shocked and delighted to get the news. Cultivators from small clans like them, who were only slightly better than casual cultivators, had a chance too? Shao Jianchun got the news, thought about it for a long time, and told the Qingfeng sect about it. The reason why the Shao family is where it is today is inseparable from the Qingfeng faction. The last time he dealt with the Qingyin sect, the Qingfeng sect had also contributed, and now that he had the benefit, it would not be sensible or reasonable to not tell the Qingfeng sect the news. The Qingfeng sect was also a bit surprised when they got the news. Although their Qingfeng sect was a sect, they were a third-rate sect, and the sect was only supported by the Yuaning stage. If there really was a secret realm that was explored by the Jindan stage, their Qingfeng sect was definitely eager for it. However, the Green Cloud sect hadn't made a move in how many years, and now that they suddenly opened up the secret realm, how did it seem sudden? Another situation was that they had even crossed paths with the Qingyun sect last time, so could the Qingyun sect give them a chance? After contemplating for a long time, Liang Fong said to Shao Jianchun, your Shao family is not cooperating with the Qingyun sect. It's been a month or two now, and some of the copper ore has been mined. Under the pretext of sending copper ore to Qingyun sect, go to Qingyun sect to test the waters. If the secret realm really opens up, it won't be too late for us to prepare properly then. They were close to the Green Cloud sect, and the Jindan stage could go back and forth in a day, so asking for clarification was the most appropriate. Shao Jianchun also felt that this should be the case, and he made some preparations and headed to the Qingyun sect with the copper ore. When he came to the Qingyun marketplace and saw that the entire Qingyun marketplace was undergoing a major construction, Shao Jianchun was dumbfounded. It looked like the Green Cloud sect was really different. Shao Jianchun arrived at the mountain gate of Qingyun sect and waited for half a day without seeing any reception, which made him very entangled. It was only after half a day that Zhang Yang hurriedly arrived, and it was only after Chang Yunzi could not see past it and informed Zhang Yang that Zhang Yang realized that Shao Jianchun had been standing at the mountain gate for a long time. Family Master Shao, I'm really sorry. Our Qingyun sect has been too busy lately and we have neglected to receive them. Please forgive me, Zhang Yang said with embarrassment. He felt that he would have to turn around and arrange for those disciples to guard the mountain, and he had to arrange for a reception to do so, although Shao Jianchun had resentment in his heart, but he saw the busy situation of the Qingyun Bazaar with his own eyes. He didn't say anything more, but only stated that he had mined a portion of the copper ore for 2 months, and had come to hand over a portion of the Qingyun sect to the Qingyun sect. How can I bother Xiao family master to make a trip for such a small matter? Zhang Yang said smilingly. Besides, it's perfectly fine to deliver it once every 6 months. It doesn't matter. Xiao Jianchun smiled and said, after all, this is our first time working together. We don't know the situation. In the future, we'll just deliver once every 6 months. By the way, sect leader Zhang Dai, I heard that the Qingyun sect is going to open up the secret realm and still allow outsiders to participate? Zhang Yang now understood why Xiao Jianchun had come, and he nodded with a smile. We are indeed going to open up the secret realm, but for the time being, we are going to do it on the basis of clans, or imperial forces, and each force will be allowed to have 3 participants at the foundation establishment stage, and Jindan stage respectively. It is only when there are spare slots that we will allow the casual cultivators to participate. Xiao Jianchun's heart rejoiced. There was indeed an opportunity. Their Xiao family has a good relationship with the Qingfeng sect, so it's not too much to ask for a place, right? He tentatively asked. Our Xiao family and the Qingfeng sect have a pretty good relationship, and last time we had a conflict with your sect, they even participated in mediation. If they want to participate, is it okay? Of course it's fine. Zhang Yang agreed with a full mouth. The entrance fee of 10,000 spirit stones per person is fine as long as you pay it. We welcome any power or sect to participate. It's been so many years. It's time for our Qingyun sect to have a good time. Besides, we and the Qingfeng sect are just a small misunderstanding that has been explained a long time ago, and we welcome the Qingfeng sect to come and participate in the secret realm. Thank you, sect leader Zhang Dai, Xiao Jianchun hurriedly said. Then I must hurry to inform the Qingfeng sect of this news so that they can make early preparations. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Xiao Jianchun excused himself. When the Qingfeng sect received the confirmation, they immediately began to prepare their manpower, and at the same time, they also informed their familiar sects of the news. The news, which is spreading with great speed. The Green Cloud sect is opening up its secret realm? Many clans and forces, the first time they received the news, were not quite convinced, but the news is getting around. It's better to send someone to Qingyun to inquire about it. A round trip won't take long. There are still a few months left anyway. It's not too late to prepare then. Many sects had sent people to the Green Cloud sect to inquire about the truth of the news. In the Cloud Mountain Empire's imperial capital, when Emperor Li Shiqing received the Jinnan King's return, he asked in surprise, "Is this true? Your Majesty, the news is confirmed to be true." The Jinnan King hurriedly said, "We, the Yunshan Empire, have 3 spots to enter." Excellent. The Emperor stood up in excitement. I'll release the news right away. This time, we can use this opportunity to recruit a few loose cultivation experts. He hesitated and glanced at the Jinnan King. Iching has labored hard. This time the quota will definitely have one for Iching. Don't worry. The Jinnan King laughed embarrassedly. Your Majesty, the Qingyun sect might have been looking at my relationship with them as a collaborator. And this time, they asked me to release this news to them, so they gave me a quota. I thought that this would give our empire an extra quota. So I agreed. The Emperor gave the Jinnan King a meaningful glance and said with a loud laugh, "If the Secretary of Love takes one more quota, this is also a good thing for our empire. So what do I blame him for? Don't worry, Your Majesty, I will always be a member of the Cloud Mountain Empire." The Jinnan King also hastened to state his position. "Don't worry, Ai Chung, I will always believe in you." The Emperor sat back in his position and said, "In that case, then hurry up and inform the other clans of this news, and we'll prepare for it. And when the time is almost right, we'll head to the Green Cloud sect." "Yes, Your Majesty." The Jinnan King excused himself and left. The Emperor looked at the Jinnan King's back and pondered for a long time without speaking. Tianxian sect. Su Mingyang frowned. They, Qingyun sect, actually opened up the secret realm? What exactly is the meaning of this move by the Qingyun sect? I think that their Qingyun sect is raising its influence. Tong Lu was thoughtful. The Qingyun sect has disappeared from everyone's view for a long time, and this time, through a secret realm, it has attracted everyone's attention. It looks like the Qingyun sect, which has been silent for many years, is coming back. Su Mingyang smiled coldly. I guess they have recruited dozens of geniuses this time to give them such confidence. However, they don't even know that those geniuses, some of them are our people. Tong Lu laughed. When the time is right, the Qingyun sect will eventually collapse and be destroyed. This time, we have to cooperate with Qingyun and let them show their colors properly without adding to the chaos. In 20 to 30 years at most, all of our people will become the backbone of the Qingyun sect, and great things can be expected then. This amount of time, we can afford to wait. After the discussion, the Tianxian sect simply cooperated with the Qingyun sect to create momentum, spreading the news farther and farther. Chapter 53. In the Yuntang Empire, Qin Yushu had returned to the Situ family and met Situ Haonan, the Situ family's family head. Mr. Qin, why have you come back? Situ Haonan looked at Qin Yushu in surprise. But something happened to my daughter? If nothing had happened to Situ Mingyue, how could Qin Yushu leave without authorization? Missy won't have to worry about safety in the future. Qin Yushu said with a smile. She has already worshipped the Qingyun sect and become a disciple of the Qingyun sect. Situ Haonan's brows furrowed. With that little strength of the Green Cloud sect, it was able to protect his daughter? The threat his daughter faced was the Luanjia Holy Land. He was unwilling to send his daughter to the Holy Land, mainly because the brat from the Luanjia Holy Land wasn't a good person, and he didn't want to offend the Luanjia Holy Land before arranging for his daughter to escape. I didn't realize that Situ Mingyue had worshipped the Green Cloud sect. He admitted that the Qingyun sect was indeed powerful 1,000 years ago. However, it is no longer 1,000 years ago. I'm afraid that the Qingyun sect, which has suffered a change of heart, is not even as good as a second-rate sect now, right? He was a bit upset and said, Mr. Qin, when I asked you to protect my daughter from leaving, it was specifically stated that you could not leave her. What's happening now is completely at odds with what we arranged in the first place. Qin Yushu could see that Situ Haonan was displeased. He knew that Situ Haonan was merely in love with his daughter, and didn't care in his heart, but said with a mysterious smile, Family Master, I'm at the Yuanshan realm. Situ Haonan froze. He knew that Qin Yushu had been stuck at the Yuaning stage for many years, so how could he suddenly be at the Yuanshan realm? Also, was the deliberate mention of the realm a warning to himself? He looked at Qin Yushu and said in a nonchalant manner, Then we should congratulate Mr. Qin for finally getting his wish after so many years. Doesn't the family head wonder why I suddenly entered the Yuanshan realm? Qin Yushu asked with a smile. Why? Stuart asked patiently. Qin Yushu sold out before saying. This time, Missy paid her respects to the Qingyun sect, and because of Missy, I was also given the opportunity to pay my respects to the Green Cloud sect master. It was under his old man's guidance that I entered the Yuanshan realm. Missy's master is also none other than his old man. Situ Haonan couldn't help but take a deep breath. He knew very well in his heart that those who were able to instruct a Yuaning to a Yuanshan couldn't have a realm lower than Yuanshan or even higher. For one's daughter to be able to worship such a powerful person was clearly a great opportunity. The Green Cloud sect has been in decline for so many years and still has such power? Qin Yushu smiled and said. The decision for the eldest young miss to make the decision to worship her master was not taken lightly. A few decades ago, there was an unknown great battle that took place in the Qingyun sect, and the two opposing sides were Qin Yunzi and Tan Xiushui, an elder of the Luanjia sacred land. The reason why this great battle was not known to outsiders was that the Green Cloud sect leader had crushed Tan Xiushui, and even Tan Xiushui was restricted from entering the range of 10,000 miles of Green Cloud. It was because of this that Missy decided to worship the Green Cloud sect. For this, Missy even paid 1,000,000 spirit stones. Good. Situ Haonan couldn't help but stand up and shouted loudly. He was so happy that he took a few steps inside the hall before finally returning to his seat and sitting down, saying excitedly, to be able to worship such a strong person. What is 1,000,000 spirit stones? To my Situ family, it's just a drop in the bucket. I've finally gotten rid of a piece of my mind and don't have to worry about her anymore. He truly hadn't thought that the Green Cloud sect, which had been in decline for many years, actually still had such a terrifying strength. That's Tan Xiushui. It was actually crushed, so much so that the battle ended without even a ripple appearing. If it was just this matter, one could still doubt the strength of the Qingyun sect. However, Qin Yushu, who had been unable to make a breakthrough for many years, actually broke through to the Yuanshan realm after being given some guidance by Qin Yunzi. This presses the question. Situ Haonan calmed down after a long time and asked, You've seen sect leader Chen Yun? Qin Yushu nodded and said with emotion, I also didn't expect that I would be able to obtain such a chance this time around by protecting Missy. How? Stuart asked curiously. Like a true immortal descending to the world. Qin Yushu said decisively, Family Master, although we have not been able to pay homage to the harmonized Dao realm before, we have seen it from afar. However, the awesomeness of sect leader Qin Yun far exceeds that of other harmonious Dao realms. I was just blindfolded by his old man's preaching, and I couldn't even muster up any thoughts of being an enemy, let alone being his opponent. In him, I see heaven and earth changing color, the mulberry fields and the sea changing in general, terrifying to the point of being unimaginable. Situ Haonan was lost in thought as he muttered, That would be truly terrifying. After a long time, he came back to his senses and said with a smile, Scary some good. Now he is my daughter's master. This is just a great thing for us. By the way, Mr. Qin has also entered the Yuanshan realm. The offerings must be raised, and in the future, the annual spirit stones, raised to 200,000. The family has good cultivation resources. when priority is given to satisfy Mr. Qin. Thank you, family master, but I'm afraid that there's no way for me to stay in the Situ family for long in the future, Qin Yushu said with a bitter smile. Situ Hanan asked hurriedly. You're leaving? Qin Yushu sighed and looked at Situ Hanan and said helplessly. Family master, your daughter has created a chamber of commerce that she has no way to manage, so I can only take charge. Therefore, I'm afraid there's no way for me to come back in the future. Situ Hanan smiled. That's not the same thing. Don't worry. I'll send a few people from my family over to help manage the Chamber of Commerce is all. No way. Qin Yushu shook his head. This Chamber of Commerce is called the Green Moon Chamber of Commerce, with the Green Cloud Sect taking up a portion of it and Missy taking up a portion of it. And the Green Cloud Sect is still taking up the majority of it. Ha! Sito Hanan felt that he had been surprised more times in this bout than he had been in half his life. He couldn't help but laugh bitterly and said, although this girl understands some business things, but, in the end, she hasn't concentrated on getting it to know anything. On the side of the Green Cloud Sect, they also allow her to fool around like this? Qin Yushu smiled and said, Family Master, you'd better be careful. I'm afraid that in a few years, we might be rivals. By the way, I haven't told the family head yet. Missy she has a big senior brother who is also the disciple of the Green Cloud Sect leader. This kid. Very weird. Situ Hanan laughed, not taking it seriously at all. The Yuntang Chamber of Commerce had been running the country for 100 years, and there was still someone who could compete with them? He could admit that the heir to the Green Cloud Sect was gifted, but this business thing was not something that could be done with strength. Mr. Qin, you've come back this time. Is there something you want? Situ Hanan didn't want to talk about his competitor's business, and he digressed. Qin Yushu made his intentions clear. This time I came back for two things. The first thing is to borrow people. The Green Moon Chamber of Commerce borrowed a group of craftsmen proficient in weaving from the Situ family, and returned them 2 years later. As the price for borrowing people, the cost for each craftsman is 10,000 spirit stones. Situ Hanan waved his hand. I'll send a few craftsmen over. Forget about the money, the Situ family isn't that bad, Qin Yushu said with a straight face, although the two sides are on good terms. But, blood brothers are clear about their accounts. Money must be paid. Moreover, we want 30 artisans. We can have more. Not less. 30? Wouldn't that be 300,000 spirit stones? In this way, Situ Hanan was not so generous. It wasn't that he lacked $300,000, but this was the nature of business, and he couldn't just let it go. He pondered for a long while before saying, I can give a few more smiths, but, sign a contract that they must be returned intact after 2 years. No problem. Qin Yushu took out the contract. It's already prepared. You can take a look at it. Family head. But the money can't be given now. It has to wait until half a year later. Sito Hanan was speechless. He didn't make it mandatory though. After all, his daughter was in on it. After signing the contract, the Situ family lent 40 artisans, and the Qingyun sect paid 400,000 spirit stones after 2 years. What's the second thing? Stuart inquired. The Qingyun sect is preparing to open up the secret realm, where Jindan stage and below can enter. Qin Yushu said with a straight face. Any power in the world is invited to enter the secret realm, but each power has a maximum of 3 people from each realm, and has to pay an entrance fee of 10,000 spirit stones. Situ Hanan dawned. No wonder he had to give it after half a year. So it turned out that after half a year the Qingyun sect would be able to make a huge amount of money from the initiation fee. We can go too? Sito Hanan asked. Of course. Qin Yushu nodded. You can also notify the Yunting imperial family, or even any other power can participate. Alright. I'll put the word out, and in half a year's time, my Yuntang Chamber of Commerce will also send someone to participate. Situ Hanan replied. He was prepared to personally go to the Green Cloud Sect to see what they were doing. Chapter 54, The Crowd. 3,000 li to the west of the Yuntang Empire was Mount Langya, the location where the Langya Holy Land was located. Standing dozens of miles away, one could feel the majestic aura on Mount Langya, worthy of being one of the top sects. As one of the top sects in this part of the world, the Loengia sacred ground had a great deal of prestige, and also gained the admiration of the beings who received it. The news of the Green Cloud Sect's opening of the secret realm spread everywhere in the world, and naturally, it also spread into the Langya sacred ground. The bottom disciples of the Loengia sacred ground were just amazed that the Qingyun sect actually had a secret realm open. The top tier of the Loengia Holy Land, on the other hand, hurriedly converged on the Great Hall to discuss this matter. Are they Qingyun crazy? What secret realm can they have open? Isn't it that secret realm? But is that secret realm able to be opened? What the hell are they doing in the Qingyun sect? Opening the secret realm is not a problem, but in case something is released, this world will be in chaos. Does their Green Cloud sect not even understand this? Everyone, who was talking, was accusing the Qin Yun sect of their behavior. Looking at the crowd of people in the main hall who were all talking, the Holy Master of the Langya Holy Land's brow was furrowed, and he was also a bit puzzled by the Qin Yun sect's move. And at this moment, the murmuring crowd finally noticed the Holy Master's expression, and couldn't help but quiet down as their gazes looked towards the Holy Master. Saint Master, is this matter to be dealt with Qin Yun? An elder inquired. Sage Langya slowly said, the crux of the matter lies in the fact that we don't know if what the Qin Yun sect has opened up is that secret realm. If it's not, then it's just not justified for us. The crowd was silent. Someone suddenly said, didn't their Green Cloud sect put out the word that everyone in the world could participate? Since that's the case, then we can just send someone to participate. If it's that secret realm, then find them Qin Yun to deal with. If not, our heirs can also go in and fight for the chance to get 2 for 1. Every secret place is worth exploring. To be able to give a Jindan stage disciple a chance, they were also very willing. An elder was indignant and said, their Qin Yun sect has been silent for so many years, and this time they deliberately opened their secret realm, so I'm sure it's to raise their prestige. If our people also enter their secret realm, isn't this helping them? I concluded that their Qin Yun sect would definitely not dare to open that secret realm. Everything is just a gimmick for their Qin Yun sect to compete for the right to speak. Their Qin Yun sect has long since fallen out of the ranks of the top clans, and wanting to compete for the right to speak isn't that easy. When the crowd thought about it carefully, they also felt that this wasn't a deliberate stunt by the Green Cloud sect. They didn't know that this was just a move made by Zhang Yang in order to make money, but they thought too seriously about the opening of the secret realm by the Qin Yun sect. In the situation where they couldn't figure out the intentions of the Qin Yun sect, the people of the Langya Holy Land were a bit troubled. Elder Tan's words have some truth to them. Another elder stepped forward, but who knows what the Qin Yun sect is actually doing. So, with this move to open up the secret realm, we have to send someone over to check the results no matter what. What I mean is that we can't go in the name of Luengia's sacred ground, but attend in the name of other sects. Anyway, there are so many sects under my Luengia sacred land, so if I pick one at random, won't I be able to use their identity? Feasible. Sage Langya nodded. Arrange it that way. With so many Jindan disciples in the Luengia Holy Land, picking out a few and finding a Yuanshan realm to lead the group should be enough. Subsequently, the Luanhua Holy Land arranged it, and at this time in the world, there are many other top sects that have encountered the same troubles as the Langya Sacred Land. They were all clans with as long a history as the Green Cloud sect, and they also knew the bottom line of the Green Cloud sect, so they couldn't figure out this move of the Green Cloud sect. However, there were many clans that were certain that the Green Cloud sect wouldn't dare to mess around, while some, like the Langya Sacred Land, chose to go and take a look first. While some people who didn't know the bottom line so well about the Green Cloud sect were making moves to travel to the Green Cloud sect with the intention of plotting against the Green Cloud sect. On the other hand, there were some lower tier clans that completely viewed this matter as an opportunity and participated in this secret realm opening with excitement. With an entrance fee of 10,000 spirit stones, even if the clan had 6 disciples participating, it would only be 60,000 spirit stones. This amount of money could be taken out by even the end of the line clans. However, if one were to bring out a heavenly treasure from inside the secret realm, then I'm afraid that the reward would be more than 60,000 spirit stones. Under such circumstances, countless people headed to the Green Cloud sect under the leadership of the clan elders. This kind of scene, the closer one got to the Green Cloud sect, the more one could feel the convergence of people. Anqing City, which was originally not far from the Green Cloud sect, coupled with the moves that the Qin Yun sect had made in front of them, many people on this side of Anqing City were aware of it, especially those family forces in Anqing who had gotten the news. Now that the Green Cloud sect was going to open up the secret realm, these family forces only hated that they didn't have the opportunity and were very sorry. However, many clans reacted quickly. If you don't have the chance to enter the secret realm, you can go to the Green Cloud sect to make money. In the past, no one looked up to the Green Cloud Bazaar, and only some family forces that really couldn't grab any meat in Anqing City would head to a place like the Green Cloud Bazaar. However, now that the world is coming to a head, who doesn't know that there are huge opportunities in the Green Cloud Bazaar? Therefore, many family forces brought their funds with them and rushed to the Green Cloud Bazaar, ready to do a job. And at this moment, the Green Cloud Bazaar could be described as crowded. The news of the Green Cloud sect's opening of the secret realm had already been released for over a month. For more than a month, the entire Green Cloud Bazaar did only one thing, and that was construction. No effort was spared in the construction. Quickly, everyone must move quickly, and after this period of busyness, you will be able to take a good rest. I can give you my word that the pay you get for this period of time will be enough for half a lifetime of hard work. I'm afraid, you guys should be clear that after this project is over, it will be settled in spirit stones, not in gold or silver. For each worker, there will eventually be no less than 100 spirit stones, converted into gold. This is enough for 100 taels of gold. For you guys? Let alone half a lifetime. I'm afraid a lifetime is enough. Jiang Yiqiu, who was the mayor of Qingyun Town, a Jindan stage cultivator, personally supervised the construction. There was actually nothing he could do for the project to end. Zhang Yang had given a death order, and the burden eventually fell on Jiang Yiqiu's head. Jiang Yiqiu can only pressure those construction teams. The means is high price. He even took out some elixirs and blended them into water as a drink to restore the construction team's strength. There's no way to get it done otherwise. In the main center of the Green Cloud Marketplace, a building had already been repaired 3 stories high, and it was also intensifying its cultivation in a tight manner. This building was none other than the headquarters of the Green Moon Chamber of Commerce. The Yuan Shen Realm Grand Cultivator, Xin Yushu, was also personally supervising the battle. For his mission, he also had to have the Green Moon Chamber of Commerce's headquarters built within 2 months. Xin Yushu urged while laughing bitterly in his heart. He's a Yuan Shen Realm Grand Cultivator. You don't go to a good retreat to cultivate, and you're here to supervise some ordinary people's construction? What is this world coming to? Chapter 55, The Shock of the First Meeting. Third Senior Uncle. How many pills have been refined? Zhang Yang hurriedly came to Qingmu Peak and found Danshenzi. Danshenzi sat down on the ground with a haggard look and said sadly, Zhang Yang, alchemy needs to consume energy or else the elixir won't come out. I haven't slept for 10 days. You have to let me rest and take a break, right? In the past, his worry was that there were no spirit medicines to make pills, but now he was too busy to do so. Senior Uncle, just hold on for a little longer. Just hold on after this period of time. Zhang Yang encouraged Danshenzi. This is our chance. If we miss this opportunity, we don't know when we will encounter it. Senior Uncle, just work harder and harder. I promise you, after you are busy for this period of time, you don't need to refine pills. Take a good rest. At that time, I will give you endless amounts of spirit stones and endless amounts of spirit medicines. This time, it involves the reform of the Green Cloud Sect. We must not slack off. Danshenzi laughed bitterly. Here we go again. I'm afraid that the pills he had concocted during this period of time, from low grade to high grade, were several thousand, right? Isn't that enough? However, when he saw Zhang Yang's reddened eyes, he knew that Zhang Yang hadn't rested during this time either. So, he just said, don't worry, leave it to me. Senior Uncle, thanks for your help. I'm off. Zhang Yang finished his greeting and turned his head to go to the refining peak again. On the artifact refining peak, Fire Spirit Sun's hand stimulated the flame and was calcining the materials. Seeing Zhang Yang's arrival, Fire Spirit said expressionlessly, don't worry, I'm busy. During this period of time, Fire Spirit Z had refined some strange things according to Zhang Yang's request. He didn't know what those things were for until now, so he simply didn't care about anything and just followed Zhang Yang's request. He wanted to see what Zhang Yang had gotten out of it in the end. Sixth Uncle, you're worrying too much. I just came over to have a look. I'll be leaving soon. Zhang Yang greeted with a smile and turned his head away. He does not supervise these elders, who are always slack in their work. There were some things that only these two could do, and he couldn't do it without oversight. When he arrived at the brushstroke peak, the painting Spirit Sun was burying his head in inscribing talismanic patterns with his spirit brush, and didn't even look up to pay attention to Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang glanced at it and ignored it, going back to Bian Peak. That was where Bai Lingzi was, and now the female cultivators of the Qinyan sect were gathering at Bai Yin Peak. On top of that, there was also the group of artisans that had been borrowed from the Situ family, and they were all housed at Bian Peak as well. These artisans, who were doing their best to weave all sorts of novelty clothes according to Zhang Yang's requirements, were also doubling up as models. At this time, Bai Yin Peak had already been shrouded by Bai Lingzi with a formation, and no man was allowed to approach. Zhang Yang came to the front of the formation and waited for a while before Sita Mingyue came out and said with a smile, eldest brother, you can't go in right now. Inside you are trying out those clothes you designed. Zhang Yang's eyes lit up as he asked, well, what do you think? He was now glad that Sita Mingyue was born in a business family and had enough sensitivity to business. After many things were designed, although Sita Mingyue had never seen them, she was able to grasp Zhang Yang's purpose. Otherwise, facing a group of women, Zhang Yang would really have some trouble in this regard. Sita Mingyue was also excited. No problem. We'll get out a few sets of all kinds of styles. There will definitely be people who want them. Zhang Yang nodded his head fiercely and finally asked, are you sure that those powerful cultivators also have Dao couples? And even some of them have quite a few Dao couples, right? It was true that the Green Cloud clan were all orphans, and he was a little unsure. Others, such as the king of Jinnan, do not have commonality. Don't worry, the Luanjia Sacred Ground Saint Masters all have Dao couples, as well as sons and daughters, so your worries are non-existent.
Sito Mingyue nodded her head in certainty. Then I am relieved. Zhang Yang nodded.
Senior sister, urged them to speed up their progress without delay. The entire Green Cloud sect was so busy. This hectic situation continued until 3 months later. At this moment, there was still a month before Zhang Yang announced the opening of the Green Cloud sect's secret realm. Construction crews in Green Cloud Township, finally, don't have to work overtime anymore. One by one, the construction team members who were already on the verge of being paralyzed with exhaustion, when each of them received 200 spirit stones, although they were tired. However, their faces were all filled with smiles. With these 200 spirit stones, they could exchange them for gold and silver, enough to live a happy life. You can also use spirit stones and seek an immortal fate for your son or daughter, which is also very cost-effective. The construction team, they're pulling out of Green Cloud. On the Green Cloud sect, Dan Chinzi, Fire Spirit Sun, and Painting Spirit Sun were invited to Zhang Yang's villa, and the 3 Yuan Shen realm great cultivators, who had continuously labored for several months, were lying on the lounge chairs by the poolside, leisurely blowing the wind, eating melons, and just feeling that life was so good. Not to mention, Zhang Yang's place is indeed very comfortable to live in. Fire Spirit Sun lamented. Painting Spirit Sun also lamented. I still drew these rune patterns, and usually I really don't feel it, but when after laboring and getting tired, it's really comfortable to lie here. Dan Chinzi also felt very much the same way as he asked with some curiosity. How many spirit stones can Zhang Yang earn this time? This question was also what Painted Spirit Sun and Fire Spirit Sun wanted to know. This kid used such a large amount of manpower and resources this time. How can he earn more spirit stones than he did earlier? Painted Spirit Sun said with a smile. Wouldn't that be several million spirit stones coming in? Fire Spirit Sun was surprised. Although he had earned a few million spirit stones in the front, most of it was the ransom money from the Flying Dragon Army, something that was unattainable. As for the 1 million spirit stones that Sita Mingyue had donated, it was definitely too embarrassing to ask Sita Mingyue to donate anymore. We'll know the results when this open mysteries realm is over, Painted Spirit Sun concluded. At this moment, Zhang Yang brought Ling Yunzi to Qingyun Town, and said to Ling Yunzi, Senior uncle, I'm going to trouble you to sit in Qingyun Town. They could only receive other people in Qingyun Town, unless they were special guests, then they would be invited to Qingyun Sect. Ling Yunzi said with a serious expression, Tell Zhang Jiqiu to come to me if he needs anything. He couldn't help up front, and now it was time for his force to come on. After reaching the Yuanshan realm, he hadn't moved his hand yet. Zhang Yang looked at Zhang Jiqiu next to him. Senior brother, your people are already waiting over at Qingyun Town, right? We, Qingyun Sect, must do a good job in this reception. Don't worry, eldest brother, it's ready, Zhang Jiqiu assured. Just then, a huge flying boat slowly flew in from the distance. After reaching Qingyun Town, the flying boat automatically landed outside the town and then entered Qingyun Town on foot. The person who arrived was none other than Sito Haonan of the Yuntang Chamber of Commerce arriving. Sito Haonan had just gotten close to Qingyun Town when he saw a huge banner pulled up outside Qingyun Town that read, The Green Moon Chamber of Commerce warmly welcomes all guests to Green Cloud Town. The Green Cloud Guest House welcomes you all to come and stay. 100 Spirit Pill. You deserve it. A heavenly talisman. A seesaw. As a woman, who doesn't like lace? Sito Haonan was dumbfounded. What was Qingyun Sect doing? For the sake of publicity, has it gone this far? He had been in business for so many years. How had he ever seen someone so shamelessly labeling himself, even pulling out such a huge banner? Chapter 56 Everything that shocked Sito Haonan. Sito Haonan came to Qingyun Sect early. On the one hand, to see his daughter earlier. He hadn't seen her for a long time. On the other hand, he wanted to see what qualifications the Green Moon Chamber of Commerce actually had that actually made Qin Yushu think that he could compete with the Yuntung Chamber of Commerce. However, he had just arrived at Qingyun Town and was taught a lesson. It was really Zhang Yang's move of pulling banners and advertising that made him feel a bit shameless. But as shameless as he felt those names on the banner go straight to his heart. Green Moon Chamber of Commerce. Green Cloud Guest House. 100 Spirit Dan. Also, what the hell is this lace? He had a lot of doubts. With great doubts, he entered Qingyun Town. Just after entering Qingyun Town, someone immediately came forward and asked, Several honored guests, would you like to stay at an inn? We have heavenly rooms at the Fuck Lai Inn, so you're guaranteed to be satisfied. Sito Haonan's heart stirred as he asked, Where is the Qingyun Guest House? Guest, Qingyun Guest House is dead expensive. Ordinary people can't afford to stay there. Really, they're a pit for people. Why don't you stay at my Fuck Lai Inn? The heavenly room is only 100 spirit stones a day. You don't mind if it's too expensive, but there are too many people in Qingyun Town right now, so we can't help it. I'll be honest with you,
The price is going to go up in a few days.
Just tell me where the Qingyan guest house is.
Situ Haonan said with a smile. Is he short of money? Moreover,
the Green Cloud guest house looked a bit like the one made by the Green Cloud sect.
So he couldn't go to see it?
The receptionist of the Furii sighed and could only point his hand towards the west of Qingyan town.
See that area?
That's the Qingyan guest house.
If you don't believe me, just go.
Situ Haonan smiled faintly and led his entourage to the Qingyan guest house. Having just arrived at the Green Cloud guest house, he saw that the person receiving him was actually Chun Xiao and hurriedly asked,
Chun Xiao, where is Missy, master?
Chun Xiao was so shocked at the sight of Situ Haonan that she could not help but kneel down.
However, she thought of Zhang Yang's orders and could only say with a bitter smile, My apologies, family master.
I am now in charge of the reception of the Qingyan guest house.
Is the family head going to check in? Situ Haonan gave Chun Xiao a strange look and said, Well, set us up. Then I recommend you guys to stay in the 9th courtyard. The 9th courtyard has the best location. It's just that the price is a bit more expensive. 2,000 spirit stones per day.
Chun Xiao said shyly.
How much? Situ Haonan was really surprised. 2,000 spirit stones? How did you guys manage to collect it?
Although he had spirit stones,
they didn't come from the wind, did they? 2,000 spirit stones.
Chun Xiao looked at Situ Haonan awkwardly.
Settled daily. It's a bit more expensive. However, it's still worth it. The family master will know when he moves in. Situ Haonan took a deep breath. Not just money. He'd like to see what was worth it. 60,000 spirit stones. I'll stay for a month first.
Situ Haonan handed the spirit stones to Chun Xiao. Chun Xiao received the spirit stones and then said to Situ Haonan,
Family master, there are 3 rooms in the 9th courtyard, which can only be occupied by you and the 2 guest seniors. The other guards, I'm afraid they can only live in the ordinary rooms outside. The ordinary rooms outside, 100 spirit stones a day. Each room can accommodate 2 people. Situ Haonan once again relented and said, Just tell me how much in total. With so many of you, you'll have to spend 100,000 spirit stones a month.
Chun Xiao said with embarrassment. She really felt that the guest house Zhang Yang had made was a bit of a pit, but having arranged for her to be here,
she could only be honest. Situ Haonan gasped and laughed.
How poor must the Qingyan sect be? He threw 100,000 spirit stones to Chun Xiao and turned back to the other guards and commanded, You guys can stay outside. After saying that, he took the 2 most important guest ministers and entered the 9th courtyard. Along the way to the 9th courtyard, he found that the other courtyards were separated by walls, and there were also formation prohibitions. It's just that these formation prohibitions are not strong. I'm afraid that a foundation establishment cultivator would be able to break through them.
Situ Haonan patiently entered the 9th courtyard. Just after opening the door, the runic pattern on the doorway was activated,
and a gentle voice appeared. Welcome to the Green Cloud guest house.
Have fun. Isn't this Mingyue's voice? Situ Haonan was shocked. Mingyue, where are you?
Chun Xiao hurriedly said.
Family master, the eldest young lady is not here,
and only a passage from her is placed here as a welcome.
Situ Haonan froze, suddenly fuming. They actually made my daughter do such a thing? How honorable is the young lady of his Situ family? Even if it's just sound, it shouldn't be like that, right? Eldest miss volunteered.
Chun Xiao said with a bitter smile.
Family master, after you see the eldest young miss, you'll understand if you ask her in person. Then go get her for me. Situ Haonan immediately said.
Chun Xiao shook her head. Eldest miss is busy with the Green Moon Chamber of Commerce.
I'm afraid she won't be able to come for a while,
but I will tell her the news of your arrival.
Family master,
and she will come when she has time.
Situ Haonan couldn't tense up. His daughter did flee to come, but how did he feel lost now? He's holding back. He huffed and puffed his way into the guest room, and just as he entered, the rune pattern sparked again, and the light of CC filled the room, causing Situ Haonan to freeze for a moment.
The Yuaning stage guest minister next to him said with a grave expression.
Family master, the talismanic pattern attainments of these things are not low. With this level of talisman, the Yuaning stage is only a conservative estimate. At this time, Situ Haonan also noticed the abnormality. He sank down and began to survey everything in the room. The 9th courtyard, divided into 3 rooms,
with himself occupying one and the 2 guest ministers each occupying one.
Entering his room, Situ Haonan actually had a refreshing feeling. He was also cultivated, so of course he knew his stuff. Condensation rune patterns. Push open the window and the breeze automatically blows in a fresh breeze. Wind spirit rune. The room also had a pool that was crystal clear and permeated with aura in it. Spirit gathering rune pattern. Purification rune pattern. No wonder it costs 2,000 spirit stones a day. Situ Haonan muttered. He being a business family, the Situ family also had an inn, and it was also luxuriously decorated. However, he felt that compared to the Qingyan guest house, The inn run by his Situ family was simply trash, including the inns he used to stay at. All of them were trash. Yuntung Chamber of Commerce, can do the same. Situ Haonan moved and immediately smiled bitterly. Are they not wanting to do that? It is not possible. Where would one go to hire a master capable of inscribing these rune patterns, even if they were hired? I'm afraid the money to hire a master would not even be enough for the check-in fee, right? In his heart, there was no more indignation. Under the effect of the concentration rune, he calmed down before he began to recall the scene he saw when he entered Qingyun Town. He was surprised to find out that Qingyun Town was really not simple. These deeds, is that some big brother Qin Yushu said did them? Through these deeds, Situ Haonan was eager to meet the Green Cloud Sect's senior brother. Chapter 57, So Much Money. The Green Cloud Guesthouse had already opened. However, the Green Moon Chamber of Commerce still hadn't opened yet, currently in a closed state. Not only is Qin Yushu personally sitting in the Green Moon Chamber of Commerce busy, even Bai Lingzi and Bai Yunzi are inside and busy. Of course, this was more than enough for Zhang Yang and Situ Mingyue. Eldest brother, will this work? Situ Mingyue looked at the scene in front of her and was even too embarrassed to look at Zhang Yang. Not to mention Situ Mingyue, Bai Lingzi and Bai Yunzi. Neither of them bothered to look at Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang's hands were busy, but his mouth didn't stop. Why not? It's just a few sculptures. What's there to be embarrassed about? If you don't demonstrate it yourself, who knows how these things work? We can't have a Vimeo show, so we have to do it this way. He's putting underwear on a couple of statues. There were also several statues, wearing black and white stockings. It's just that those statues, that figure is too much. For that matter, it was only after Zhang Yang had begged the painted spirit son for a long time that he carved it out. Because painting spirit always feel that Zhang Yang's use of this thing is not proper. If you really want to do it urgently, you can find a Taoist couple. He even suggested Zhang Yan to go to Situ Mingyue. Anyway, senior brother and sister, right? It was only after Zhang Yang had explained many times that the painted spirit son reluctantly came up with these sculptures, which were eventually placed in the mystery area of the Green Moon Chamber of Commerce. Yes, that's right, the mystery zone. This place was set up with a prohibition, and the Yuanshan realm couldn't even peek inside to see what was inside. Even Zhang Yang would not dare to shock the world by blatantly putting out the mystery zone without this heaven and earth accepting some of the trends of thought. He was a little worried that after disgracing the Qingyun sect, Qin Yunzi would come and whip him. After fiddling with the sculpture, Zhang Yang said, everything inside is almost ready. Tomorrow, let's open. Situ Mingyue was a bit excited. Opening tomorrow? She was somewhat looking forward to it. Although there was still a month before the opening of the Green Cloud Sect's secret realm, many sects had actually arrived in Green Cloud Town long ago, thanks to the banner advertisements. Everyone knew the name of the Green Moon Chamber of Commerce, and many people had come to inquire about it, knowing that the chamber had not yet opened and were waiting. After Situ Mingyue finished her work at the Green Moon Chamber of Commerce, everyone went to the Green Cloud Guesthouse before realizing that Situ Haonan had already arrived. Father! Situ Mingyue rushed into the 9th courtyard. Why are you guys here so early? There's also Elder Zhou and Elder Tao here as well. Situ Haonan was also happy to see his daughter. Then, he said somewhat painfully, I heard your voice when I entered the 9th. How could you do such a thing? Eldest senior brother said that I have the best voice. That's why he let me come. Situ Mingyue said happily. I only got this opportunity after I won the competition with 4th senior uncle, 7th senior uncle, and Chun Xiao. Eldest brother said that my voice has affinity and youthfulness. And for that, 4th and 7th uncles were still upset. Situ Haonan was speechless. Is that what he meant by that? He was worried, twisted, and a little angry. Was this Zhang Yang setting his daughter up? I want to meet your eldest senior brother. Situ Haonan said with a stern face. Situ Mingyue shook her head. No, eldest senior brother doesn't have the time right now. He's busy with the opening of the Green Moon Chamber of Commerce tomorrow. After he's done, I'll introduce you. Father, you have to go to the Green Moon Chamber of Commerce tomorrow. Situ Haonan said without any good humor. I'm the president of the Yuntang Chamber of Commerce and the head of the Situ family, and I can't even meet anyone, and I still want me to go shopping? Situ Mingyue said smilingly, Father, tomorrow you'd better go and see. There are some things that I think the Yuntang Chamber of Commerce can learn. If the Yuntang Chamber of Commerce doesn't learn, I'm afraid that it won't be long before our Green Moon Chamber of Commerce will sooner or later outperform the Yuntang Chamber of Commerce. Situ Haonan smiled coldly. Alright, I'll definitely go check it out tomorrow. He would like to see what is going on with this Green Moon Chamber of Commerce. It was just that Qin Yushu said so, and now his daughter is saying so. Situ Mingyue accompanied Situ Haonan for a while and inquired about her mother's situation at home before leaving the 9th courtyard. The next day, Situ Haonan left the house early, taking 2 guest ministers with him, and headed to the Green Moon Chamber of Commerce. The auspicious time has come to open. Amidst a clamor, the Green Moon Chamber of Commerce opened its doors. The crowd looked at the brightly lit door of the Green Moon Chamber of Commerce and stepped into it with some curiosity. And then, they saw the shelves on both sides filled with all sorts of things, labeled with all sorts of descriptions, as well as prices. When the crowd saw the price, they couldn't help but bubble over. How come it's so cheap? All the other Chamber of Commerce's chi-nourishing pills are 200 spirit stones apiece. How come they're selling them for 118 apiece? You notice the words member price on the front. What is this membership thing? Soon, everyone was chasing down information on membership prices. In fact, when Sitohanan walked into the Green Moon Chamber of Commerce, he couldn't help but be taken aback. For example, the chi-nourishing pill. The market price is 200 spirit stones a pill. This kind of inheritance for countless years of pills has long been the whole world uniform price. Want to suppress the price cannot be suppressed. However, the Green Moon Chamber of Commerce actually came up with a membership price that was 20 spirit stones cheaper. Various other pills, talismans, and magic treasures were almost all labeled with member prices. This member price was not obvious when it was reflected in a price like the chi-nourishing Dan, but the performance was horrifying when it was on top of some valuable items. A treasure artifact grade longsword was normally labeled at 300,000 spirit stones, and the member price was 270,000 spirit stones. It's a whole 30,000 spirit stones cheaper. Sitohanan instantly understood that the Green Moon Chamber of Commerce had come up with this membership, and I was afraid that it was going to subvert the general business. He hurried over to the counter and inquired, "How do I become a member?" On the first day of the Green Moon Chamber of Commerce's opening, Zhang Yang personally took command of the Green Moon Chamber of Commerce and looked at Sitohanan and said with a smile, "Becoming a member is very simple. All that is needed is for you to purchase one of our identity cards with 10,000 spirit stones, and you can become a member of ours." After becoming a member, in addition to enjoying a 10% discount, the 10,000 spirit stones that you have recharged in can also be deducted when purchasing things in our Chamber of Commerce. However, you can only deduct 1,000 spirit stones per day, and it's only valid for the first 10 days, after which it will be null and void. Let's say, as long as you become a member of the Green Moon Chamber of Commerce, you can take away a 1,000 spirit stone explosive inflammation talisman for free today, and you can also get a 10% discount on other purchases. Tomorrow, you can continue to come and take away one explosive inflammation talisman for free until the membership fee is deducted after 10 days. The matter of membership could only be explained thoroughly by Zhang Yang himself. Sitohanan did not yet know that the person in front of him was Zhang Yang, and after a little thought, his complexion changed. That's a terrible membership. How many people must be attracted to buy things? Just the membership fees for recharging are going to reach a horrifying figure, right? Zhang Yang glanced at Sitohanan and said in a raised voice, "The identity cards of our Green Moon Chamber of Commerce have our Green Moon Chamber of Commerce's unique logo and specialized number, which cannot be imitated by others. These identity cards are particularly difficult to make, and we asked Yuanshan Realm Talisman Masters to make them, and we only prepared 100 of them for today's opening. 100 membership IDs, first come first served. The following will have to wait. Without a membership identity card, you won't be able to enjoy the 10% discount." Many people, who were still hesitant themselves, once they heard Zhang Yang say that there were actually only 100 of them, hurriedly said, "Give me one. As long as you stay in Qingyun town for 10 days, you'll get all the money back from recharging your membership. Normally, you can even get a 10% discount on your purchases. And I'm afraid that this kind of good thing will really not be available if you miss out on the Green Moon Chamber of Commerce. And there are only 100 of them, so why don't you grab one?" Countless people, with spirit stones in their hands, rushed towards Zhang Yang. 10,000 spirit stones were desperately handed over to Zhang Yang. In a short while, 100 membership cards were sold out and 1 million spirit stones arrived. Sitohanan shuddered at the sight. Is that how money is actually made? Chapter 58. Situ family head stunned. The 300-year-old business family, Sitohanan, the lord of the Yunteng Chamber of Commerce, was completely shocked by the Green Moon Chamber of Commerce's way of making money. With his Yunteng Chamber of Commerce's ability, it wouldn't take long to earn 1 million spirit stones. However, has he ever seen one that collects spirit stones before the goods have been delivered? 10,000 spirit stones for a membership card, and those people are still happy and not complaining at all? Immediately afterward, a scene that shocked him even more appeared. These people who had gotten their membership cards rushed into the Green Moon Chamber of Commerce. Buy. For the crowd, buying something at the Green Moon Chamber of Commerce is also buying it, and buying something elsewhere is also buying it. And the Green Moon Chamber of Commerce also offers a 10% discount. Why don't you buy it? Those who had already gotten their membership cards made a big purchase at the Green Moon Chamber of Commerce. Those who did not get a membership card were looking at Zhang Yang with a particularly torn eye. Let them buy it now. They can't afford it. But the membership card is not. Zhang Yang faced the eyes of the crowd and said regretfully, to be honest, we didn't expect at all that the membership card would actually be liked by so many people. And there was really not much preparation. I can also see that people do like our membership cards, right? The crowd that didn't get membership cards nodded frantically. Zhang Yang sighed. Don't worry guys. I'll send a message later and ask my 2 master uncles to refine the membership cards. I promise. I will make sure they make it as soon as possible and bring it to you all tomorrow. If you all trust me, you can pay the money first and come back tomorrow to get the membership card. I'm afraid that there won't be many membership cards made tomorrow, and you won't be able to grab them by then. Today, the first 50 people to pay, I guarantee you will get your membership card tomorrow. By the way, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Zhang Yang, the disciple of the Green Cloud Sect Master, and I am currently handling the affairs of the Green Cloud Sect as the acting Sect Master. The Green Moon Chamber of Commerce, with our Green Cloud Sect as a guarantor. We guarantee that there won't be any problems. Those who were still somewhat hesitant immediately said loudly, Sect Master Zhang Dai, count me in. I want a membership card too, paid in advance. And me. Amidst the rising and falling voices, Zhang Yang's 500,000 spirit stones were in place again. This scene completely shocked Sito Hanan silly. That's another 500,000 spirit stones for selling nothing? Is it really that easy to earn spirit stones? And this kid is Zhang Yang? He called out to the guards around him and went up to pay 10,000 spirit stones as well. He had to get a membership card as well. He had to experience the membership card for himself. And more importantly, he wanted to bring this back with him. If he was able to duplicate the membership card, wouldn't it be possible for the Yuntung Chamber of Commerce to copy it as well? He was really a bit scared when he saw those people who were madly grabbing the goods. If the Green Moon Chamber of Commerce opened up to the Yuntang Empire, they wouldn't be able to compete with the Yuntung Chamber of Commerce. It has to be dealt with in advance. Otherwise, in the future he would have to rely on his daughter's old age. Only after successfully reserving a membership card did Sito Hanan begin to pay attention to the situation within the Green Moon Chamber of Commerce. All kinds of pills, talismans, magic treasures, all of them were being frantically shipped. A river of spirit stones flowed towards the Green Cloud Sect. Sito Hanan could fully imagine that by the time the secret realm opened, the spirit stones earned by the Green Moon Chamber of Commerce would probably pile up. It was just that what made Sito Hanan a little surprised was that besides selling some things for cultivators, how come the Green Moon Chamber of Commerce seemed to have clothes for ordinary people? Supplies? What is this phonograph? Steward asked, pointing to a square on the shelf. Oh, this thing is able to record sound. Situ Mingyue, who was busy, turned her head, saw Sito Hanan, and couldn't help but freeze. Father. When Sito Hanan saw the unfamiliar face in front of him, he knew that Sito Mingyue had disguised herself. He coughed dryly and said, Introduce me. Oh, didn't a voice appear when you entered the ninth? The phonograph is the equivalent of that thing, only with that rune pattern inscribed in the box. When you want to use it, you open the box, the rune pattern is activated, and you can record the sound. Sito Hanan looked at the price of the phonograph. 10,000 spirit stones, a rune pattern, plus a few pieces of scrap metal sold for 10,000 spirit stones, a few pieces of iron tops a few spirit stones. Sito Hanan glared fiercely at Sito Mingyue and turned his head away. He turned his head to the guards and whispered, Go, buy it for me. All kinds of different things. Make sure to get me one. I want to bring it back to Yunting to study and research. He decided to study the Green Moon Chamber of Commerce today. Strolling around, Sito Hanan suddenly realized that there was a mysterious area. The mysterious area was arranged with a forbidden system, and it was also labeled that only women were allowed to enter, which made Sito Hanan even more puzzled as he was curious. What is the Green Moon Chamber of Commerce up to? He's just outside the mystery zone to see what's going on. Not long after, a female cultivator walked out from the mysterious area blushing and still with an excited and thrilled look. Sito Hanan was even more curious. What was going on here? Is someone doing something nasty in there? Immediately after that, the female cultivator who had just left came back in a hurry. This time she didn't come alone. She brought a group of women and rushed into the mystic zone. The crowd froze. Can't hear any sound. Can't see any scene. And who wouldn't be curious under those circumstances? Then, those female cultivators naturally went in. A male cultivator yelled out, Your Green Moon Chamber of Commerce is unfair. How come there's another place that doesn't allow men to go in? Are you guys doing some kind of collusion in there? Zhang Yang smiled faintly and pointed at the person who had just made the remark and said to Sito Mingyue, Mingyue, go in and inform him that he wants to enter the mystic zone. Sito Mingyue smiled back and entered the mystery zone to inform. Immediately afterward, A group of women killed out aggressively, roaring, Who wants to go in? Stand out for us. You're the one who wants to go in, aren't you? You're from that sect. Which power? Report your name. We'll go visit your sect together someday. It's not good for them to visit, seeing as they're killing each other. This time, no one dared to clamor to enter the mystery zone anymore. Those with sharp eyes noticed that the group of women were holding some white and black, woven with silk. What is this? There are also some bowl-shaped ones that are still attached. What the hell is this? When Sitohanan saw this scene, his heart scratched like a cat's claw. His instincts told him that there must be a big business in the mystery district. Too bad he couldn't get in. Make sure you have a good chat with that Zhang Yang kid. No. We should honor Master Zhang. This ability to make money had reached the level of a patriarch in his mind as a business tycoon. Sitohanan toured the Green Moon Chamber of Commerce and spent hundreds of thousands of spirit stones, taking a bunch of things and a bunch of curiosity back to the Green Cloud Guesthouse. And the busy day at the Green Moon Chamber of Commerce finally came to an end. Zhang Yang brought Sita Mingyue and Bai Lingzi back to the Qingyun Sect Villa, where the crowd was already waiting. Everyone wants to know how much money was made today. Chapter 59, The 7 Sons of the Qing Dynasty are stunned. When Dan Shenzi, Painting Spirit, and Fire Spirit, who were lying by the pool unwilling to move, saw Zhang Yang coming, they rolled over and sat up, looking at Zhang Yang. They had been fooled by Zhang Yang for so long, working overtime for months, and now that the harvest was here, of course they cared about the results. Zhang Yang waved his hand and signaled. A few uncles have labored hard. Lie down and listen. Have a good rest. Qin Yunzi said without a trace of anger. Seeing as they've been lying around for a day, you brat, hurry up and report on the situation. These past few months have stirred up unrest up and down Changyun. It's time to come up with a result. Zhang Yang sat down with a big horse and looked at Bai Lingzi. Fourth uncle, report on the situation on your side. On my side, I sold 157 pieces and harvested over 1,300,000 spirit stones. Bai Lingzi was a bit excited, and at the same time a bit puzzled. Those with a bit of advanced materials, clothes are just fine. There are people who will recognize them even if they sell tens of thousands of spirit stones. But those silk woven socks, there are people who will buy them even if you sell them for 300 to 400 spirit stones. Why is that? For socks knitted out of ordinary silk, the material cost plus the handmade fee, 20 spirit stones tops the sky. Zhang Yang actually priced it at 399 spirit stones, which Bai Lingzi found excessive. But people actually buy this stuff. She didn't know what was good about it or why. Zhang Yang laughed. I guess those who buy these socks must have a Taoist couple. This stuff, is for use at special times, so it's only right to sell them more expensively. Just wait. If they have a fellow Taoist couple, they'll come back tomorrow to buy them again. If you go back tonight and tear it up, you'll have to buy it tomorrow. A room full of people were looking at Zhang Yang strangely. Qin Yunzi and the others really didn't get it. Situ Mingyue kind of got it, but she didn't know why Zhang Yang got it. Mingyue, report from your side. How many talismans, pills and magic treasures were sold? Zhang Yang looked at Situ Mingyue. Situ Mingyue smiled sweetly. On my side are all the things that cultivators use. The prices are all on the expensive side. Today I sold more than 500 talismans, more than 500 pills, 23 magic treasures, and ended up harvesting 5,300,000 spirit stones. How much? Chang Yunzi couldn't help but groan. Green Cloud Sect actually has so much money? Originally lying down, Dan Chenzi, Painting Spirit Sun, and Fire Spirit Sun couldn't help but roll over and sit up, excited. It was worth all the hard work they put in a while ago. Of course, what they sold today was only a portion of their hard work. That is to say, if all of it is sold, they don't dare to think about it. Once again, Bai Yunzi was stunned, dumbfounded and speechless. When she was managing the accounts, she couldn't gouge out more than a few spirit stones a day. And now, the spirit stones of the Qingyun sect were counted in millions? Zhang Yang waved his hand. Calm down. I'll briefly summarize it from my side. The membership fee collected 1.5 million. The various ordinary clothes sold too little to keep track of. Fifth uncle, those novelties that you and I researched, such as phonographs, flashlights and whatnot, sold over 200,000 spirit stones. Therefore, the Green Moon Chamber of Commerce opened with great success, earning a total of over 8 million spirit stones today. Let's not get excited. Inside this 8 million or so spirit stones, we have to deduct the cost and give Senior Qin a 20% share. On top of that, my scheming accounted for 20%. My senior sister accounted for 10% due to the various resource consolidation, as well as her busyness in the midst of it, so the Green Cloud Sect ended up reaping 4 million spirit stones. Qin Yunzi glared at Zhang Yang. You brat. Qingyun Sect will be yours from now on. Why do you still want 20% of it?
Ling Yunzi and the others looked at Zhang Yang and shook their heads helplessly. Master, I've been busy for so long before and after. And it's exhausting and personally involved. So 20% is not too much, right? Zhang Yang rolled his eyes. It's not like you guys don't know my situation. I need spirit stones. Can he not ask for more spirit stones for that golden pill? Eating tens of thousands of spirit stones at a meal and not even seeing progress. He had gone to such lengths to make money. Wasn't it just to pile up the Jindan with spirit stones to produce a result? The 7 sons of the green cloud looked at each other. They felt as if they were hiding too much to the point of making this child anxious. But luckily, once you've pushed for so much money, and by the looks of it, you're going to have to keep pushing. Qin Yunzi sighed and said, alright, your situation is indeed special. In this aspect, you are far inferior to Mingyue. It's only right to share more. You'll just take up 20%. Anyway, you are in charge of all this money. We are relieved. But you still need to use care. Your situation is really too special. It's really rare in the history of our Qingyun sect. Yes, Master. Zhang Yang was a bit speechless. Wasn't it just a blank slate golden elixir? So much so that it was repeatedly reminded? He decided to hurry up and cultivate the great Tao so that he wouldn't be repeatedly lectured by Qin Yunzi and the others. The 4 million spirit stones belonging to the clan. How much do you want, Master? Zhang Yang looked at Qin Yunzi. He knew that there were some places where Qin Yunzi had to use spirit stones, but Qin Yunzi never said anything about it, so he expected that it must be a major event as well. Therefore, when the Qingyun sect had the spirit stones, they definitely had to satisfy Qin Yunzi. This was the biggest backer of the Green Cloud sect, and it had to be provided for. Give me as much as I want. Qin Yunzi smiled casually. There was already a large amount of spirit stones in front of him. Now it wasn't as urgent. He even left Qin Yun to go on a trip now. Of course, the more spirit stones, the freer he is. Zhang Yang frowned and said, then give 1 million spirit stones to Master, and then give them again when they are subsequently available. Another 200,000 spirit stones will be given to each Master Uncle, and the remaining 1,800,000 will be sealed in the treasury and opened when it needs to be utilized subsequently. He and Sita Mingyue couldn't ask for more when they had already split a portion. In fact, the Green Cloud sect had been poor for so long before he would have the money to immediately distribute it to everyone. For one thing, everyone needed spirit stones, and for another, it was also to give confidence to a few Master Uncles, who would be able to continuously support him in reforming the Green Cloud sect. Besides, a few of you have taken credit for this time, so you must hurry to get some of the spirit stones to appease them. After distributing the spirit stones and sealing the 1.8 million spirit stones in the treasury, Zhang Yang brought Sita Mingyue with him overnight and went to visit Qin Yushu. Likewise, he had to hurry to give the Green Moon Chamber of Commerce's confidence to Qin Yushu, which would enlist Qin Yushu to continue selling. Uncle Qin, great joy. Zhang Yang opened the door and said to Qin Yushu with a smile, on the first day of our opening, we made a profit of 8 million spirit stones, and now we're sending you money. Uncle Qin, this is the 600,000 spirit stones belonging to Uncle Qin that you deserve. Please keep it. Also, I want to say to you, Uncle Qin, that you worked hard some time ago. Qin Yushu was dumbfounded. How many spirit stones did he offer in the Situ family for a year? Now on the first day of the opening, the share of 600,000 spirit stones. This, he knew there was something to gain, but he really didn't think there was this much. He quickly reacted and hurriedly said, actually, it's only the first day. There's no need to give it to me so quickly. Besides, Rao is also willing. Can he not be willing? The cultivation is there. The backing is there. The money is there. What could be better than this? Chapter 60. You can't learn from my operation. Qingyun sect. After Zhang Yang and Sita Mingyue left, the others looked at Qin Yunzi, eldest senior brother. This time our spirit stones are also given to you. With this many spirit stones, it should be enough for a short period of time. Ling Yunzi said with a serious expression. No need. Qin Yunzi waved his hand. The spirit stones in front of us were already quite a lot, and with another million spirit stones this time, there is not much of a problem anymore. Besides, didn't that Zhang Yang kid say, this is only the first day of opening, there will be more to follow. Ling Yunzi's few people thought about it, and it was true. They did not insist any further. Eldest senior brother. Then go now? Dan Chenzi inquired. Qin Yunzi nodded and came to Qin Yun Peak, leading several people within another space. He took out 1 million spirit stones and used his powerful cultivation to directly shatter the million spirit stones. The berserk aura immediately filled the space within. Qin Yunzi mobilized the laws of heaven and earth and began to refine this raging aura. And gradually, a pattern emerged in front of everyone. This pattern, under the raging heaven and earth aura, rapidly expanded.
It was only at this time that he realized that it was actually the map that surrounded the Qingyun sect, and at this moment, outside of the green cloud sect, between heaven and earth, scaly white clouds emerged, extending towards the distance. Unfortunately, it was in the night sky, and the number of people who saw this scene was extremely small. Even if they saw it, they thought it was the rising and falling of clouds in the sky and earth and didn't care at all. When Qin Yunzi's aura of millions of spirit stones had been refined, the scaly white cloud had already enveloped the Qingyun sect within a radius of 1,000 miles. This included a portion of the Cloud Mountain Empire's territory, as well as a portion of the Cloud Tang Empire's territory. The Qinzhou where the Cloud Mountain Empire was prepared to compensate the Qingyun sect last time was clearly within this range. Recovered 10%. Qin Yunzi looked at the pattern in front of him and said indifferently, "That brat Zhang Yang, last time he wanted Qinzhou. What's there to want with that Qinzhou?" Painting Spirit Sun laughed. "He doesn't know the situation. That kid, if he knows that is my Green Cloud sect's territory, he is afraid that he would not have already gone crazy." "Right, big brother, we have to hide him to win? Until he is capable enough, continue to conceal it." Qin Yunzi lamented. "I, Qin Yun, am fortunate to have Zhang Yang, or else I would really be in some trouble. I've taken in 3 disciples, and I didn't realize that it was this last one that gave me hope. Things don't come in threes. Indeed there is truth in heaven and earth." Bai Lingzi reminded. "Eldest brother, you are now 4 disciples. We've all watched Mingyue's actions during this time. She's actually not bad." Qin Yunzi lost his smile and nodded. "That's right. There's also the bright moon." Although he had promised to take Sita Mingyue as his disciple, he had only instructed Sita Mingyue once, and had only imparted the techniques. As for the rest, they haven't been on the ball. On the one hand, the experience in front of them had made them a bit miserable, and they didn't dare to trust people casually, especially since Sita Mingyue was still a member of the Yuntung Chamber of Commerce. It was even harder to make them believe. On the other hand, they already had Zhang Yang, so they naturally cared less about Sita Mingyue. Qin Yunzi pondered for a moment and said, "In a few days, summon Mingyue over and give her a few treasures." This meant that they officially accepted Sita Mingyue. Afterwards, the crowd left from the space and returned to Qingyun Peak. "You guys are only at the Yuanshen realm, so cultivate more when you're not doing anything." Qin Yunzi glanced at the several people. That kid Zhang Yang has already caused Qingyun to surface again, so naturally, he will be involved in many karmic consequences. When the time comes, he will definitely need your help. A few of you at the Yuanshen realm are still not enough to look at, so raising your cultivation is the most important thing. Ling Yunzi's 6 were speechless. On the other hand, after Zhang Yang and Sita Mingyue delivered the money to Qin Yushu, they briefly discussed the matters of the Green Moon Chamber of Commerce tomorrow before Zhang Yang and Sita Mingyue excused themselves and left. "Eldest brother, my father wants to see you. I wonder if you have time." It was only after she finished her business that Sita Mingyue remembered her father's matter. Zhang Yang smiled and said, "Even if I don't have time, I definitely have to make time to meet Uncle Situ. Abducted people's daughters up the mountain, and also got the most important million spirit stones in the early days. Plus now the main backbone of the Green Moon Chamber of Commerce has 2 people from Situ's family. Surely have to meet." Situ Haonan bought back a whole bunch of things from the Green Moon Chamber of Commerce, and after he returned to the 9th courtyard of the Green Cloud Guest House, he began to study a wide variety of things. The 2 Yuaning guest ministers sensed the situation and said with bitter smiles, "Family Master, I'm afraid we can't do it. First of all, this membership card was refined by a master refiner, and most importantly, it contains the Talisman Master's runes, so the cost of trying to imitate it is too high. If we want to imitate it, I'm afraid that the price of hiring a refining master and a Talisman Master is not simple." Sito Haonan had a headache. The cost of this kind of mastermind was too exorbitant. However, if he did not refine something like this, he could imagine that when the Green Moon Chamber of Commerce began to expand, the Yuntang Chamber of Commerce would surely be impacted, causing the business of the Chamber of Commerce to fall apart. Lack of technology is really a very ballsy thing. What makes Sito Haonan even more painful is that the Master Refiner and the Talisman Master have joined forces and come up with those phonographs and whatnot. Doesn't this thing have a big impact on the Yuntang Chamber of Commerce? I can't see the use of it now, but what about later? And that mystery zone thingy? What the hell is that? How would they, the Yuntang Chamber of Commerce, face the competition? Just as Situ Haonan was having an immense headache, Zhang Yang and Situ Mingyue walked in. Seeing Zhang Yang, Situ Haonan hurriedly said, "You're just in time. I have something to discuss with you." "What do you want to discuss, Uncle Situ?" Zhang Yang inquired with a smile. "Membership cards. Can you sell me some?" Situ Haonan opened the door. "How much does it cost for us to customize membership cards from you?" "Membership cards that belong exclusively to the Yuntang Chamber of Commerce?" Zhang Yang instantly understood Sitohanen's intentions. Want to replicate the Green Moon Chamber of Commerce's membership model?
Membership card mode is actually not difficult to crack. The most critical lies in the membership card imitation. This anti-counterfeiting technology is the most important.
However, the Green Cloud Chamber of Commerce hadn't actually put any effort into the imitation of the membership card,
which was a random rune pattern set by the painted spirit sun.
Because
the biggest loss on a membership card is the 10% discount.
However,
most of the things were refined by the Qingyan sect, which was a profiteering in itself. Even a 10% discount was a burst of profit.
So Zhang Yang was not up on the anti-counterfeiting technology. Seeing Sitohanen's meaning, he wants to sell membership cards in a big way? He smiled.
Uncle Situ, you are the father of senior sister. We are all relatives, so I'll be honest with you. Those who learn from me live. Those who resemble me die. If you follow me in the inner volume of the membership card, the Yuntung Chamber of Commerce will be finished sooner or later. Of course, I can make you a membership card, as many as you want. Don't come blaming me when you lose out. He's still selling memberships, and below that, he's ready to top up and give away deals. When the time comes, make a big profit. The concept of financial derivatives, Sitohanen probably has never even heard of it, and he dares to come to the inner volume of the membership card?
Chapter 61. Sitohanen looked at Zhang Yang in disbelief.
He had dominated Yunting in business for so many years and had never lost in business. He would not admit that he was inferior to Zhang Yang and would only think that he lacked the skills to make membership cards.
Just refine it for me, Sitohanen insisted. How about 1,000 spirit stones for each membership card?
The 1,000 spirit stones he had bought were the labor costs of the two masters, and the materials were pressed into service.
2,000 spirit stones. Zhang Yang was nonchalant.
If I were to move to the two master uncles to refine it, it would still take a bit of effort and they would have to be delayed as well. My senior uncles and they are both at the Yuanshan realm,
so they really don't care about a little bit of money. Other than me, it's unlikely that anyone else would want to invite them. Sitohanen, who originally wanted to haggle, stopped for a moment. It was actually asking the Yuanshan realm to make a move. He was even a bit shocked that the Qingyan sect actually had a Yuanshan realm. It didn't look as weak as he thought. However, Qin Yushu had even advanced into the Yuanshan realm in the Qingyan sect, and it was only natural for the Qingyan sect to have a Yuanshan realm. Okay,
I'll reserve 1,000 membership cards first,
Sitohanen decided. 2 million spirit stones. Zhang Yang nodded his head and agreed. No problem.
When the opening of the secret realm is completed, 1,000 membership cards belonging to the Yuntung Chamber of Commerce will be refined for you.
However,
pay a $1 million deposit first,
and the subsequent final payment can wait until the time of delivery. Sitohanen felt it was reasonable and immediately paid 1 million spirit stones.
As for the other things in the Green Moon Chamber of Commerce, other than the things inside the Mystic Zone,
he wasn't interested in anything else. If I want to know what's inside the mysterious area, what are the conditions? Sitohanen inquired tentatively.
Zhang Yang smiled.
No need. I'll just tell you if you want to know. I have some samples here, so I'll just show you directly.
He took out the samples and Sita Mingyue left the room in embarrassment.
Sitohanen had already imagined that it was a female product, and when he saw the sample, his eyes froze for a moment.
He thought for a moment and quickly realized what the underwear was for and his eyes couldn't help but widen.
This stuff.
He looked at the stockings again and tentatively inquired.
Are these gloves? Women's socks. Wear them on your feet.
Zhang Yang was speechless.
Of course, it's fine if you use them as gloves, as long as you don't put them on your head. The overlay is of a different nature. Sitohanen could not help but feel a heat in his old face.
This thing he had never seen.
Some misunderstanding is not normal? You're just going to tell me these things like that? Sitohanen looked at Zhang Yang curiously. Relatives, I can give you all the design drawings you want. You take them back and make them yourself. By the way,
these things were originally made by your batch of craftsmen,
Zhang Yang said with a smile.
In fact, it's a wonder that these things can be hidden. It won't be long before they're everywhere in the world.
The benefits are there and they tend to be there. In that case, why don't you tell Sitohanen generously?
Zhang Yang accompanied Sitohanen and chatted some more about the Green Moon Chamber of Commerce before leaving.
The next day,
the Green Moon Chamber of Commerce opened as scheduled. Many people crowded at the entrance of the Green Moon Chamber of Commerce, waiting to get their membership cards so that they could enter the Green Moon Chamber of Commerce to spend money. The other group of people, on the other hand, went to deduct today's 1,000 spirit stones. It would be a waste if they didn't.
However,
when entering the Green Moon Chamber of Commerce,
how many people could bear to spend only 1,000 spirit stones?
The Green Moon Chamber of Commerce,
once again, made a huge profit. The days, it seems, just go on until the opening of the secret world.
It didn't take long for a change to occur. The people from the Langya Holy Land have arrived.
led by Yuanshen realm cultivator Jiang Hegui. 3 Jindan stages and 3 foundation establishment stages from the Luwenjia sacred ground posed as disciples of the Easy Sect and entered the Qingyan Bazaar. The Jindan stage that came this time happened to include Tan Yaguang. A few people chose to stay at the Qingyun guest house after learning a bit more about the situation. They were from a holy land, and ordinary inns couldn't look at them. The Green Moon Chamber of Commerce was so lively in Green Cloud Town that they had naturally heard of it, and then they went to the Green Moon Chamber of Commerce. Their Luwenjia sacred land came over this time to scout Chengyun's reality. Having just entered the Green Moon Chamber of Commerce, when he saw Situ Mingyue, Tan Yaguang immediately screamed strangely, "So you're here? I've been searching for you for a long time and finally found you. Don't think that I don't recognize you just because you've changed your face, the scent on your body, and that feeling can't be hidden from me." After saying that, he nonchalantly shot out to grab Situ Mingyue. Situ Mingyue was startled, and before she could strike, Xin Yushu, who was sitting in the Green Moon Chamber of Commerce, instantly appeared and stopped in front of Situ Mingyue. "Drinking! Stop!" At this time, Situ Mingyue also saw the person in front of her and exclaimed, "Tan Yaguang, it's you! It's me!" Tan Yaguang hemmed and hawed, staring at Situ Mingyue. "This time, your Situ family will no longer have any excuses. You hurry up and go back with me. Otherwise, I want the Situ family to become extinct. If the Yuntang Empire dares not to release anyone, I will make the Yuntang Empire pay as well. How dare you?" Situ Mingyue said hurriedly, "I've already worshipped the Qingyan sect. I'm now a member of the Qingyan sect." Tan Yaguang laughed. "What about the Qingyan sect? Still in charge of my affairs?" The guests of the Green Moon Chamber of Commerce all froze. "Didn't you say the Chamber of Commerce had the Qingyan sect behind it?" Someone was openly slapping the Green Cloud sect in the face in front of the Green Cloud sect? Zhang Yang also noticed the situation and hurried over, asking Situ Mingyue, "What happened?" "Eldest senior brother. He's someone from the Langia sacred ground." Seeing that there were people around, Situ Mingyue lowered her voice and said, "It's him that wants to bring me back to the Langia Holy Land." Seeing Situ Mingyue and Zhang Yang's intimacy, Tan Yaguang suddenly looked cold and drank. "He's already mine. I'm going to take her away now. Who dares to stand in the way?" Being from a holy land allowed him to defy the world. Zhang Yang smiled, came to Tan Yaguang and asked in a low voice, "Someone from Langia Holy Land?" Tan Yaguang smiled coldly, "Good to know, Pa dash." Zhang Yang slapped Tan Yaguang on the face and asked affectionately, "Did you just dream? Are you awake?" Tan Yaguang was dumbfounded by the slap. Knowing that he was from the Holy Land, and still beating, he asked incredulously, "What are you doing, Pa dash?" Zhang Yang slapped Tan Yaguang in the face again and asked with concern, "You had a nightmare. Are you feeling better?" Tan Yaguang finally reacted with rage. "You dare to hit me? I want you to die." He was a genius of the Luwenjia sacred ground, and he even had an old ancestor like Tan Xiu Shui. In such a situation, who would dare to offend him? He struck out, and the moment he did, it was a killing move. The shuttle-shaped magic weapon carried a stern and incomparable killing intent, and flew straight at Zhang Yang. The shuttle-shaped magic treasure had just appeared. Zhang Yang reached out his hand and a silver net circled towards the shuttle-shaped magic treasure. The shuttle-shaped magic treasure was like a fish caught in a net, dashing left and right inside the silver net, but it was unable to stand out from the net's encirclement. In the end, the silver-colored net tightened and tightened, eventually imprisoning the shuttle-shaped magic treasure. Catch a fish. Zhang Yang calmly put away the fishing net and fish. Chapter 62. From the time Tan Yaguang got up his killing intent and released the shuttle-shaped magic treasure, to the time Zhang Yang exhibited the silver net and took away the shuttle-shaped magic treasure, it was just a breath of time. The battle broke out quickly and ended quickly. It was only after a moment that the people next to him reacted and looked at Zhang Yang with fiery gazes. Skyrocket. That's right. It's the Green Cloud Sect's famous spirit weapon Tian Luo Net from 1,000 years ago. It's actually in his hands? Jin Dan stage, holding a spiritual weapon. For a while, the eyes of the crowd turned weird. The piker is not guilty. The piker is not guilty. It was only that this was the Green Cloud Sect's territory, and no one dared to act rashly. And at that moment, Tan Yaguang finally reacted. He looked at Zhang Yang incredulously. "You actually took my cave shuttle?" When the surrounding crowd heard the name of the cave shuttle, they immediately shrieked. That was the famous top spirit weapon of the Luwenjia Holy Land, claiming to have the ability to pierce through heaven and earth. How could such an important spiritual weapon be given to a Jindan cultivator? Even Zhang Yang was shocked. The cave shuttle was one of the limited names he had heard from Qin Yunzi and the others. He couldn't help but take out the heavenly Luo net and looked at the cave heavenly shuttle that had been imprisoned in it. That's it? This is a top-level spirit weapon? Facing the crowd's shocked gazes, Tan Yaguang's face turned red as he hurriedly explained. This is a replica of the cave shuttle. The crowd was speechless. Even Zhang Yang, speechless, put away the heavenly nets. How dare you bring out a fake product to pretend? Zhang Yang looked at Tan Yaguang disdainfully. Don't call it that if it's not real. Shame on you. You care about me? Tan Yaguang was furious. You hurry up and return my cave heaven. Shuttle back, and then apologize to me on your knees. Also, I'll take this woman. No one can stop me. Zhang Yang's complexion cooled down. It looks like you are still awake. It's a disgrace for the Langia Holy Land to have a scum like you as an heir. Someone from the Luangia Holy Land? The surrounding crowd was once again in an uproar. They didn't expect Tan Yaguang to actually be from the Langia Holy Land. However, the crowd quickly thought of the name of the cave shuttle and then looked at Tan Yaguang. It's just that everyone can't figure out how the people from the Luangia Holy Land, how can they be so low-key and actually come to the Green Cloud Sect without saying a word? Tan Yaguang was confused. They had come to the Green Cloud Sect this time, but they had hidden their identities and came with other purposes. I didn't expect that my identity would be exposed just after I entered Qingyun town. Will they still be able to fulfill their purpose of wanting to enter the secret realm? Tan Yaguang blushed and wanted to deny his identity. But how could he hide it when Sita Mingyuan knew him and the cave shuttle had appeared? Just then, a voice came from Tan Yaguang's ear. Try him. It was a divine transmission from the Yuanshan realm of the Luangia sacred ground. Because the identity had already been exposed and hiding was impossible. In that case, let's test Zhang Yang's strength in the meantime. Getting permission, Tan Yaguang calmed down and gazed at Zhang Yang. Dare you fight me? If you lose, return the cave shuttle to me and this woman has to come with me. Zhang Yang smiled faintly. Since my senior sister has worshipped in Qingyun, no one dares to insult her. Not even the Luangia Holy Land. When you used my senior sister to propose a betting match, you've insulted her, so you'll have to pay the price. Cut the nagging. Do you dare to fight me? Tan Yaguang shouted. Go! Zhang Yang reached out and pointed outside the Green Moon Chamber of Commerce. Tan Yaguang revealed a smug smile. I know you have the Heavenly Luo Net, but the Heavenly Luo Net is a spiritual weapon that can only be used for passive defense. You can't drive it. With the little spiritual energy you have at the Jindan stage, driving a spiritual weapon can suck you dry in an instant. Kid, without the Sky Luo Net, what will you use to fight me? Quack! Zhang Yang threw out the Heaven's Nest, which this time instantly grew larger as it was powered by spiritual energy and enveloped towards Tan Yaguang. How are you able to drive a spirit weapon? Tan Yaguang was stunned. I've never heard of a Jindan stage being able to drive a spiritual weapon. Could it be that this kid has hidden his realm? In his panic, he hastily activated his defensive magic treasure. However, the Heavenly Luo Net was like wrapping a ball of eggs, along with the defensive magic treasure, firmly trapping Tan Yaguang in the Heavenly Luo Net. You're not at the Jindan stage. Seen your uncle. Help! Tan Yaguang shouted loudly. Stop! Zhang Hegui of the Yuanshan realm of the Luangia Holy Land shouted, and the laws of heaven and earth transformed into a large hand that grabbed towards the Heavenly Luo Net. Have some face. The flying sword carried an overwhelming sword intent and stabbed at Zhang Hegui's illusory large hand. With one strike, the large hand that Zhang Hegui had conjured up collapsed. At the same time, Ling Yunzi and Zhang Hegui instantly appeared. Let go of him. Zhang Hegui gazed at Ling Yunzi with an annoyed expression. Is this the way you treat guests in the Qingyun sect? Bullying the small with the big, despicable and shameless. Ling Yunzi smiled coldly. Are you deaf? It's your Luangia Holy Land that first insulted my Qingyun sect in the first place. Have you come to be a guest like this? As for bullying the small with the big, my master nephew is at the Jindan stage. Why bully the small with the big? Zhang Hegui gasped and laughed as he pointed at Zhang Yang. A Jindan stage. Driving the Sky Luo Net for 3 breaths now? Ling Yunzi sneered back. You're a good Yuanshan realm. What are you doing with your eyes? My master nephew has deep spiritual power. What's wrong with that? Zhang Hegui's eyelids fluttered as he could indeed tell that Zhang Yang was at the Jindan stage. However, you are ing Jindan stage with a spiritual weapon. Yuaning stage exhausted all the strength, but also only drives spirit weapon a few breaths of time. You spirit power can still deep more than Yuaning stage, is not it? At this moment, Zhang Yang was still controlling the Heavenly Luo Net, compressing Tan Yaguang's defensive magic treasure. Tan Yaguang's defensive magic treasure was obviously not simple, and under the suppression of the Sky Luo Net, coupled with Tan Yaguang's peak Jindan strength resisting with all his might, he had not yet been taken down by the Sky Luo Net, but the skyrocket was shrinking smaller and smaller, and it was already almost taken. After another breath, Tan Yaguang finally collapsed and was bundled into a ball by the Heavenly Luo Net. Brat! You're going to scare people with such thick spiritual energy. Hurry up and disguise yourself. Qin Yunzi's voice sounded helplessly in Zhang Yang's ears. He very much didn't want to expose the matter of Zhang Yang's chaotic golden pill, or else he would surely cause great trouble. Zhang Yang received the message. pretended to take out 2 elixirs to restore his aura and took them, wiped his forehead of non-existent sweat, and said with a big gasp, "It's not that simple to take you down. If not for the fact that I had prepared for it, you would have gotten away with it." He lifted Tan Yaoguang with one hand, insulting my Qing Yun and depleting the aura that I had accumulated for months and was preparing for my impact on Yuan. "That's all sealed on me by my master. You have to pay for it." He jerked off Tan Yaoguang's spatial ring and collected it in a dignified manner. "My space ring?" Tan Yaoguang exclaimed. There were his cultivation resources in there, and even more pills and magic treasures, as well as a large amount of spirit stones. Jiang Hegui's gaze also went cold as he gazed at Ling Yunzi. "Your Qingyun sect, are you sure you want this? If you dare to make a move against my Qingyun's people in the vicinity of my Qingyun sect, you'll have to pay the price? If you don't submit, there is no one 30 miles west of Qingyun town, just so we can compete." Ling Yunzi reached out his hand to indicate, "Your Luanjia Holy Land's Jindan stage has already lost. Does the Yuanshen realms want to try again?" Chapter 63, 1 million. Jiang Hegui's expression was very cold as he realized that the Qingyun sect was completely different from what he remembered. A Jindan disciple's spiritual power was too deep to be true. Even if someone sealed their spiritual power on their body, it was still very wrong. And Ling Yunzi, these Yuanshen realms, are also all full of wariness. What's wrong with this Qingyun sect? Where was the Qingyun sect of the past that kept a low profile and hid when they met anything? He took a deep breath and said, "My senior nephew was reckless in the first place, and has already received the punishment he deserves. Let go of him and let this matter go." The performance of the Qingyun sect made him feel that something was wrong. He had to investigate and survey the situation of the Qingyun sect first. Of course, Tan Yaoguang is definitely going to be saved. Ling Yunzi, still wary of Jiang Hegui, said to Zhang Yang without looking back, "Release that kid." "No." Zhang Yang shook his head. "They caused trouble first, insulted their senior sister later, and lost the challenge. Since they fell into my hands, let them pay the ransom." Jiang Hegui couldn't help but growl. "Didn't you snatch his space ring? Senior, don't be mistaken. He is my captive, and it is only right that I collect the loot. However, he is of no use as a person. Just pay the ransom and I will let him go back." Zhang Yang was uncompromising. "If you don't want him, then I'll have to hang him up for public sale outside Qingyun town." Jiang Hegui, a killing intent could not help but emerge from the bottom of his heart. He really did not expect a disciple of the Qingyun sect actually dared to treat the Luanjia sacred ground in such a way. Is it because of a decades-old grudge? He endured and endured, but he still didn't dare to make a move because the Qingyun sect still had Cheng Yunzi. The matter of Tan Xiu Shui being crushed decades ago was certainly known to the higher echelons of the Langya sacred land. With Qing Yunzi around, how could Jiang Hegui dare to make a move? He grimaced and asked, "How much do you want?" "My master sect spent millions of spirit stones to train me to become a Jindan stage. My Qingyun sect is so poor that it has spent so much. I think the Langya Holy Land has spent even more spirit stones, but since Senior is in your face, I'll give Senior a discount. You can just give 1 million spirit stones." The surrounding crowd was egg-struck and shocked when they saw Zhang Yang's careful and serious calculation. A Jindan stage, extorting the Yuanshan realm of the Luanjia Holy Land in a grand manner? Does this have a bottom line? Or is it just that the ignorant are fearless and unafraid to die? Jiang Hegui only felt an anger in his heart that he couldn't suppress. Extorting him for 1 million spirit stones and acting like he was giving him face. He really couldn't hold back a bit. Ling Yunzi suddenly appeared beside Zhang Yang, grabbed Tan Yaoguang, threw him to Jiang Hegui, and said faintly, "All right, the man is yours." He just couldn't watch it anymore. Humph. Jiang Hegui turned around and left. Tan Yaoguang glared fiercely at Zhang Yang, killing intent inside his eyes. $1 million? What are you looking at? Zhang Yang was very reluctant. "If you keep looking to bring you here, you will have to ransom yourselves again then." Tan Yaoguang turned his head and walked away. He couldn't help but strike if he didn't. However, he also knew that he was no match, so he could only leave first. Zhang Yang watched Tan Yaoguang leave before he turned back to Ling Yunzi and complained. "Senior uncle, my 1 million. You work well for me." Ling Yunzi flew away. "Ugh." Zhang Yang sighed and took a deep breath before he smiled and said to the crowd around him, "Everyone just think of it as a circus. Don't take it to heart. Everyone hurry up and pick something from the Green Moon Chamber of Commerce. Don't miss this opportunity. We didn't expect so many people to show up this time, so we were a little unprepared and severely understocked. So, some things sell out and are gone." The crowd stared at Zhang Yang in a daze. Many people had actually seen Zhang Yang in the past few days, but they didn't pay much attention to it. A Jindan stage. Who would care if he looked peaceful? However, this guy actually drove a spiritual weapon, but also crushed the core disciple of the Luanjia Holy Land, Tan Yaoguang, and also dared to extort the Yuanshan realm of the Luanjia Holy Land. but in a flash Zhang Yang is selling again. These things had overturned their impression of Zhang Yang. Which side of this was true? The crowd entered the Green Moon Chamber of Commerce with various thoughts. A lot of them did come here for the Green Moon Chamber of Commerce, and now that the inventory was running low, they really had to hurry up and pick. Senior brother. Thank you. Sita Mingyue walked over and thanked Zhang Yang gratefully. Although she had joined the Qingyan sect and Zhang Yang had said that the Qingyan sect would protect her, she always had doubts in her mind. After all, it was the Luanjia sacred ground that she had to face. However, seeing Zhang Yang's strong suppression of Tan Yaoguan just now, and Ling Yunzi facing Zhang Hegue straight on, her heart was completely relieved. In the future, she would be a member of the Green Cloud sect through and through. Zhang Yang smiled. If you call me senior brother, I will definitely help you. Don't worry, there won't be any problems in Qingyan sect in the future. Just go about your business. Aha! Sita Mingyue turned around and entered the Green Moon Chamber of Commerce, continuing to go about her business. Zhang Yang looked at the Green Moon Chamber of Commerce and realized that there was nothing else he needed to help with, so he simply left. The clash between the Qingyan sect and the Langia Holy Land spread throughout Chengyun town at a very fast pace. In the ninth courtyard of the Qingyun guest house, Situ Hanan couldn't help but reveal a heartfelt smile when he heard the news. Good. Good. I don't have to worry about Mingyue anymore. This time, the Qingyun sect had openly displayed its attitude, and anyone who dared to touch his daughter again would be related to the Qingyun sect. On the other hand, Zhang Hegui's few people who resided in the 25th courtyard of the Qingyun guest house had a grimace on their faces. They've been humiliated this time. Zhang Hegue gazed coldly at Tan Yaoguang and asked coldly, don't you know that we're here this time to hide our identities? Why did you make a move? Now that our identities are exposed, the Qingyun sect will surely be on guard. So how are we going to investigate the secret realm of the Qingyun sect next? Tan Yaoguang looked bitter. Senior uncle, I didn't expect that woman to worship the Green Cloud sect. That's the Xian Vagina Sea that I've been searching for a long time. It's a huge help to my cultivation. Zhang Hegui's brows furrowed as he finally understood why Tan Yaoguang couldn't help but make a move. Because Tan Yaoguang's Dao seed was a pure Yang Dao seed. Cultivating the pure Yang Dao. If he had the Xianing Dao seed as a stove to help him, the benefits would be enormous. He pondered for a few moments before saying faintly, she has already worshipped the Green Cloud, so it would be inappropriate to make a move against her again. Use your brain. The Qingyun sect is not as simple as it appears to be. Unless there comes a day when the Green Cloud sect is already going to perish, only then can you be at ease with the Green Cloud sect. He turned his head to look at a few others and commanded, Tan Yaoguang is no longer fit to go out in public now. You guys go and probe in secret. I want to know the changes in the Qingyun sect in the last few years. Also, investigate that kid for me and find out what's going on with him. It was too abnormal for a Jindan stage to behave like this. Yes, Uncle Sherfu. A few others nodded their heads and then quietly moved about in Qingyun town. Chapter 64, A Splash of Riches. After experiencing the conflict in the Luanjia Holy Land, the various clans that came to the Qingyun sect no longer had any thoughts of belittling the Qingyun sect. The Qingyun sect even dared to be tough on the Luanjia Holy Land, and the other sects were too far away from the strength of the Luanjia Holy Land. It was just that the apparently calm Qingyun town had instead become even more turbulent. Ling Yunzi is actually in the Yuanshan realm? The few people from the Tianxian sect were incredulous. They had been plotting against the Qingyun sect, and now that Ling Yunzi had become at the Yuanshan realm, then the Qingyun sect's strength had risen a notch. Ling Yunzi has been at Yuaning stage for many years. Becoming Yuanshan realm is understandable and okay. The key is what is the status of the other few. Su Mingyang frowned. If everyone else in the Qingyun sect became Yuanshan realm, if they wanted to deal with the Green Cloud sect on, they would have to prepare at least a few times as much power to do so. After all, Qin Yunzi, who hadn't shown up, was defined as being at the harmonious Dao realm. In such a situation, trying to deal with the Green Cloud sect was not that simple. I do think that it's actually not bad to think differently. Have you guys seen that Zhang Yang kid? Last time, he displayed the forbidden flag and the immortal binding rope, and this time, he took out the heavenly Luo net. That's 3 spiritual weapons. Wouldn't we be rich if we could take him down? I'm afraid it won't work to deal with Zhang Yang and the Qingyun sect. Under the eyes of the harmonious realm, to be discovered was to seek death. For this secret realm, wouldn't it be fine to have Zhang Yang participate as well? Su Mingyang said slowly, if the Jindan stages of several of our clans join forces, it won't be a problem to take him down even if he is carrying a spiritual weapon. Why don't we just give some of the clan's goodies to our disciples this time, and we'll all join forces and divide up the spirit weapons. Right. Another person slapped his thigh and shouted, it's difficult to deal with the Qingyun sect, but isn't it easy to deal with Zhang Yang? It's decided. Let's give our magic treasures to the disciples now, so that they can refine them before going to the secret realm to deal with Zhang Yang. What if Zhang Yang doesn't go in? Someone asked the question. Suming Yang pondered for a moment and said, their Qingyun Sect's secret realm. If their Qingyun Sect doesn't participate, we can suspect that there are other problems with their Qingyun Sect. Therefore, this time, their Qingyun Sect must participate. And the only people in Qingyun Sect are Zhang Yang and that Situ Mingyue. They have to go in. Yes, let's unite to force them to agree. Some clans, plotting in secret. On the other hand, a few Jindan stage and foundation stage disciples from the Luwenjia Holy Land have been investigating in Qingyun town for 2 days, and have found Zhang Hegui to return the news. How is the situation? Zhang Hegui inquired. Senior uncle, after our investigation, the Green Cloud town fought a big battle with the Cloud Mountain Empire a few months ago, but the battle ended very quickly, so I don't know what the specifics are. According to the gossip, the Green Cloud Sect and the Cloud Mountain Empire have been traveling closely with each other since then, so they should have shaken hands and made peace. A Jindan stage disciple replied. Another Jindan stage disciple also hurriedly said, Qingyun town having the current changes started about 4 or 5 months ago. A lot of people came and built the current Qingyun guest house. By the way, I also got a message that half a year ago, the Qingyun sect opened the mountain gate to recruit disciples, and it is said that all of them were accepted into the mountain gate. Zhang Hegui frowned. Hadn't the Qingyun sect almost closed the mountain before? Especially after the disciples in front of them entered the Luwenjia Holy Land. The Qingyun sect looked like they were all in shambles. Why the sudden change? So what's up with Zhang Yang? Zhang Hegui asked. I don't know. Everyone shook their heads. I only know that Zhang Yang should have worshipped in the Qingyun sect more than 10 years ago, and often came to Qingyun town, and didn't see anything unusual. Zhang Hegui sighed. There was no useful news at all. How could he have possibly thought that the changes in the Green Cloud sect had occurred in the last half a year? And all of this change, just because there is a person cultivation is too slow, want to get some resources, began the Qingyun reform, and became the current situation. I don't care about the other news. You guys cultivate well. Zhang Hegui finally decided. This time when you enter the secret realm, give me a good greeting for that Zhang Yang kid. Tan Yaoguang, don't you want Situ Mingyue? That secret realm. That's your biggest chance. You just have to finish the job inside the secret realm, and the Qingyun sect will have to recognize it even if you don't. Senior uncle, are we still going to enter the secret realm? Tan Yaoguang asked hurriedly. Zhang Hegui nodded heavily. Exploring Qingyun's secret realm is the most important thing. This is a dead mission given by the Holy Master. Everything else is unimportant. Even if we give the Qingyun sect a bit of advantage and fulfill their reputation is unimportant. Remember, you only have one purpose. Record all the changes inside the secret realm for me. He actually didn't know exactly what was inside the secret realm, but the Saint Master had commanded so he just did as he was told. While all parties were scheming, the Green Cloud sect was splitting the money. There's still half a month to go before the secret realm opens. So, those who should be here are basically here. Zhang Yang said with a smile. This also means that the money we should scavenge is almost all in place. We can't squeeze any more oil out of it, so the subsequent activities in Qingyun town will not be our focus anymore. On the side of the Green Moon Chamber of Commerce, it's enough for Senior Qin to be in charge. With half a month of continuous operation, the Green Moon Chamber of Commerce was fully able to cope with it. Qingyun guest house side, almost also move-in completed. Let Chun Xiao put the other work arrangements down. Also have to return to the mountain. For the next half a month, we should prepare for entering the secret realm. Once the 7 sons of Qingyun heard Zhang Yang's words, they were relieved. They were afraid that Zhang Yang would just focus on getting money and forget to cultivate, wasting the treasure that was the Chaos Golden Pill. Just tell me how much money you made? Bai Yunzi looked at Zhang Yang curiously. Zhang Yang looked at the ledger in his hand and revealed a smug smile. Currently, all 55 courtyards of Qingyun guest house are fully occupied, and combined, the revenue is 3 million spirit stones. Of this, the ordinary rooms contributed 500,000 to 600,000 spirit stones. The big head is all those courtyards. Of course, the place that made the most money was still the Green Moon Chamber of Commerce. In addition to the initial 3 days of explosive profits, the subsequent days were able to maintain 400,000 to 500,000 spirit stones per day, which was already very difficult. All totaled, it made $23 million in half a month, and that's taking out the 8 million from the first day. The 7 sons of Qingyun's jaws dropped. There were actually so many spirit stones? Situ Mingyue muttered. A year's worth of revenue from the entirety of the Yuntang Chamber of Commerce's industries is almost this much. The Yuntang Chamber of Commerce earned more. However, the cost they paid was much higher, and the cost paid by the Qingyun sect, which Situ Mingyue was aware of, was not much at all. Like those membership cards, the cost is almost negligible. It's too easy money. The way she looked at Zhang Yang was like looking at a god. Zhang Yang laughed. There's more. And? The crowd groaned. Zhang Yang nodded. So many people coming to spend money in Qingyan Town has boosted the overall economy of Qingyan Town. I've asked Master Jiang to estimate the tax revenue of Qingyan Town during this period of time. It's several millions. It is true that the development of tourism is the best means to boost consumption. Moreover, let's not forget that those people have to pay an entrance fee to enter the secret realm. For so many people to enter the secret realm, it's quite a lot of money again. Zhang Yang looked at Chang Yunzi. Master, our secret realm can afford it, right? I've estimated it. I'm afraid there are more than 1,000 people who are going to enter the secret realm. He had put out the message that all the forces were participating, so the number of people far exceeded the estimate. Qing Yunzi's eyelids jumped a bit and said calmly, it's fine. It's bearable. He's going to expand the secret world later. The truth is that he also enjoys the great benefits that come from making money, and it is imperative that he makes sure that this is done beautifully. In short, in a word, this time, the Qingyan sect had to take this wave of sky-splitting riches. Chapter 65, The Storm Over the Taoist Name. After the people of the Green Cloud sect summarized the money-making, the next natural step was to divide the money. Give me $2 million if you have more spirit stones. You shouldn't want it in the short term. Qing Yunzi looked at Zhang Yang enthusiastically under the charm of money. Zhang Yang frowned a bit. He really couldn't figure out what Qing Yunzi had used so many spirit stones for. However, he didn't pursue the matter and said, that's fine. Master will take 2 million spirit stones. As for the rest, in the short term, everyone shouldn't be short of spirit stones, so they will be stored in the treasury for the time being. Don't think that these spirit stones are a lot. Other than the initiation fee, we will never have the chance to earn so many spirit stones again in a short period of time. Therefore, we have to arrange this money properly. Ling Yunzi and the others nodded. They all had hundreds of thousands of spirit stones with them anyway, so they wouldn't need them for a short time. Senior Uncle Ling Yun, Senior Brother Jiang is also going to enter the secret realm with us this time, so I will have to trouble you to manage the affairs of Qingyan Town. Zhang Yang looked at Ling Yunzi. No problem. Ling Yunzi agreed. Most things in Green Cloud Town were done by the book, and he would just support it by force. Tomorrow, the registration for entering the secret realm will begin, as well as the collection of the entrance fee. Zhang Yang said to Bai Yunzi, Seventh Uncle, it should be fine to leave this matter to you, right? He was still a little worried about someone who could manage the Green Cloud sect into bankruptcy. Bai Yunzi was speechless. She could still have problems collecting money? Don't worry, it's guaranteed to be fine, Bai Yunzi said with certainty. Alright, if everyone is fine, let's adjourn the meeting and get ready, Zhang Yang finally said. However, the rest of the 7 sons of Qin Yun were looking at Qin Yunzi and did not leave. Qin Yunzi's expression, too, was very serious as he looked at Situ Mingyue and said, it has been almost half a year since you worshipped in the Qingyan sect, and we have been leaving you alone. It's not that we have other thoughts about you, but there are some things that we can't help but be cautious about. During these 6 months, we have seen all your moves, and there are some things that we should tell you. In fact, you have 2 other senior brothers. Perhaps, you've also heard of their names. One is called Nangong Chichio and the other is called Zhang Qianshou. As expected, Situ Mingyue was shocked. Langya Holy Land's Nangong Chio, 10,000 Spirit Sects Zhang Qianshou, are actually our senior brothers? The Langya Sacred Land and the 10,000 Spirit Sect were both top-tier sects, and furthermore, Nangong Chiyu and Zhang Qianshou's positions in the 2 top-tier sects were still very important, and their reputations had spread throughout the world. However, these 2 people actually came from the Qingyan sect? Master, what is going on here? Situ Mingyue hurriedly inquired. Qing Yunzi let out a long sigh and said, 100 years ago, we took them in to be cultivated as disciples of the sect's legacy. To be honest, we cultivated them more than we spent on Zhang Yang. They were also very competitive, and in just a few decades, they became Yuaning stage, and at that time, the realm had already caught up with your senior uncle and the others. However, there were some changes during the period, and they left the Qingyan sect separately, one worshipping the Langya Holy Land and the other worshipping the 10,000 Spirits sect. It's just as well that they left, but they took away 2 of my Qingyan sect's most special techniques, as well as 2 magic treasures. It was because of this experience that we stopped taking disciples. If I hadn't met Zhang Yang 10 years ago, I'm afraid that the Qingyan sect would still have no disciples now. Situ Mingyue was stunned. She didn't expect there to be so many changes in this. To be honest, we didn't take it seriously when you worshipped the Qingyan sect. Qing Yunzi looked at Situ Mingyue and said seriously. However, it's not like we're blind to everything. You may have your reasons for worshipping the Green Cloud sect, but we have to have our attitude as well. From today onwards, you are truly a disciple of the Green Cloud sect, ranked 2nd in the rankings of 2nd-generation disciples. bestowed with the Dao name manhwaezi. Before Sita Manhwa could say anything, Zhang Yang hurriedly said, Master, forget about the other things, don't worry about this Dao number thing. Senior sister, hurry up and think of a Dao name you want, or it will be too late to regret. manhwaezi. Looking at the Dao names of a few masters and uncles, one can see what level Chang Yunzi is at when it comes to naming. Sita Manhwa looked at Zhang Yang strangely and suddenly asked, Master, what is the Taoist name of eldest brother? Qin Yunzi glared at Zhang Yang, this rebellious disciple. When I gave him the Dao name, he actually didn't want it and set his own Dao name. Dao Xian, a small Jindan, with no skill whatsoever, actually called Dao Xian, not afraid of being laughed at. Zhang Yang stretched his neck, very unconvinced. You don't even look at what you started. What is it? Queen Sita Ming asked curiously. Is Qin Yangzi bad? Qin Yangzi asked rhetorically. Sita Manhwa bared her teeth and her eyes smiled into a curved moon as she stared at Zhang Yang's body trembling. She felt that her name, manhwaezi, was good enough. Really? Zhang Yang rolled his eyes, not wanting to spit. Many thanks to Master for giving me the Dao name. Sita Manhwa discreetly thanked him. Adverse disciple. Look at your senior sister. Qin Yunzi looked at Zhang Yang in dissatisfaction. Zhang Yang laughed and didn't bother to retort. Qin Yunzi snorted coldly before looking at Sita Manhwa and said in a pleasant manner, after you officially become a Qin Yun disciple, anything you don't know about cultivation, you can look for me, or for your several senior uncles. Of course, your eldest senior brother can also help you out. In addition, you have practiced the Xianin Kung Fu, so this spiritual weapon is yours. This is that ancestor who practiced the Xianin Gong back then, with the Xianin Gong to refine out of the native spiritual weapon, called Xianin Jade Plate, and your Xianin Dao seed matches very well. You can experience the mysteries on your own. In addition, granting you the Xianxian Underworld Dharma robe goes well with your Xianin technique. With these two spirit weapons, there's nothing the Yuaning stage can do to you. Sita Manhwa was dumbfounded. Actually directly granting a spiritual weapon? When did she ever think that she was treated like this? She also finally understood why Zhang Yang had so many spirit weapons on him. Qin Yunzi handed over 2 spirit weapons and said with a smile, in the 5,000 years of history of the Qin Yun sect, there were as many as 17 people who ascended, dozens of people who cultivated into the ferrying stage, and countless numbers of people at the harmonization realm. Although the seniors have passed away, the spirit weapons they left behind are all the heritage of my Qin Yun sect. When he said that, he looked a little proud and a little sad. The huge Qin Yun sect ended up with just a few people left. If it wasn't for Zhang Yang's insistence on reforming and taking in dozens of disciples, there was really no telling what the Qin Yun sect would have become in the end. Many thanks, Master. Sita Manhwa paid her thanks before receiving the 2 spirit weapons. Alright, you have a good time sacrificing it. I'll go and get busy first. Qin Yunzi left after giving the spirit weapon. Sita Manhwa put away her spirit weapon, too excited to calm down. Spirit weapons? Ah, top-level magic treasures. She's got it, too. Zhang Yang deflated. Only 2 5th-grade spiritual weapons. See how happy you are. How many do you have? Sita Manhwa asked rhetorically. She just saw 3 of them. Ling Yunzi and his people shook their heads and left. Ask Zhang Yang how many spirit weapons he actually has. Their residence was once adorned with quite a few spiritual artifacts. Especially Qin Yunzi's room was decorated with a lot of spiritual vessels. After Zhang Yang's constant visits, everyone became simple. Chapter 66 Remodeling the Secret Realm Again. Sita Manhwa returned to her small courtyard and recognized the Xianin Jade Plate and the Xian Underworld Dharma Robe. The reason why a spiritual weapon is called a spiritual weapon is because it has a spirit. In addition to obtaining the recognition of the artifact spirit and smoothly recognizing it, of course, it was also possible to strongly obliterate the artifact spirit by virtue of its powerful cultivation and rebreed it. However, that would definitely cause the spiritual weapon to fall to the level of a treasure weapon, and its power would be greatly reduced. Therefore, no one would use this move if they didn't have to. The Xianin Jade Plate and the Xianin Dharma Robe were bestowed by Qin Yunzi, and with Sita Manhwa being a Xianin Dao species, the recognition was very smooth. Sita Manhwa's mind moved, and the Xianxian Underworld Dharma Robe enveloped her body, hidden during her long black dress, so that it could not be seen at all. However, the Xianxian magic robe could only passively defend her on her behalf, but it could not utilize the power of the Xianxian magic robe. As for the Xianin Jade Plate, Sita Manhwa could only use it as a mirror, and did not have enough spiritual power to drive it. So, the gap between eldest brother and I is so great. Sita Manhwa smacked her lips. She exhausted all her spiritual energy and could not get the Xianin Jade Disc and Xianshur Dharma Cloak to activate while she witnessed Zhang Yang driving 2 spiritual weapons, the Immortal Binding Rope and the Forbidden Breaking Flag, into battle. I really don't know how he cultivates. Situ Mingyue muttered. On the other hand, Zhang Yang returned to his cultivation room, threw 100,000 spirit stones in the room, and started to cultivate. He split a few million spirit stones, enough for him to cultivate for a while. The chaotic golden Dan transformed into a black hole and was devouring the endless spiritual chi, turning it into nutrients for the golden Dan. In one night's time, the 100,000 spirit stones were all sucked dry. However, Zhang Yang felt as if it was getting harder and harder to raise that golden Dan. Are the spirit stones useless? Zhang Yang frowned. Why did he feel that the 100,000 spirit stones were not as effective as the power of the great Tao that his master had injected into him last time? Zhang Yang was torn. If the spirit stones were ineffective, he was afraid that his subsequent cultivation would be troublesome and he would have to take the path of devouring the power of the great Tao. However, I am afraid that the power of the great Tao cultivated by others is not so easy to give. With a heavy heart, he arrived at the Great Hall Plaza. Another 7-day period had come and gone, and he still had to juggle giving food to the little ones, the original 87 geniuses, plus the 3 sent by the Jinnan King. That would be 90. Inside the 90 disciples, many of them could not help but leap to their feet when they saw Zhang Yang coming, their bodies shaking and pressing. Zhang Yang took it all in and smiled. Looks like there are quite a few more people from Pai Hai. Come on, raise your hands for me to see. Swish. More than half of them raised their hands. The part of the group that didn't raise their hands was frustrated. This time when the secret realm was opened and the Green Cloud sect made such a big commotion, their disciples who were practicing hard in the mountains were feeling it. However, Zhang Yang had clearly stipulated that only those who had incised the sea could enter the secret realm, which meant that those who had not incised the sea could not go in. Thinking of the lost opportunity, how could everyone not be lost and frustrated? Zhang Yang secretly nodded his head. Half a year to open up the sea. Although it was not as good as he was back then, but these people were considered geniuses in any sect. Although some of these were sent in by other sects for various purposes, there were others who came in by mistake. These are the treasures of the Green Cloud sect. Are there any Dao Seed successes? Zhang Yang inquired. Everyone looked at each other, visibly relieved to find that no one had raised their hands. Zhang Yang smiled and said, "It looks like you all still have to work hard. I started concluding Jindan when I was your age, so don't be complacent. It's not too late to relax until after you conclude Jindan. Also, there are still a few days left for the opening of the secret realm, so if you haven't succeeded in opening the sea, hurry up. If you have broken through in these few days, you can still enter with us, and those of you who have not succeeded in opening up the sea, don't be discouraged, we'll give you another chance later." This time, it was a joint operation with other clans, and you were not allowed to enter, mainly for the sake of your safety. Well, without further ado, here's your food for 7 days. Hurry up and collect it and go practice. If you reach the Jindan stage early, you'll be able to dispel the grain. Work hard. It was ineffective to engage in ideological education at such a critical juncture, so he did not buck the trend. In fact, Zhang Yang had continuously engaged in ideological education for half a year, and the effect was outstanding. Disciples like Wang Bao's love for the Qingyan sect had reached the level of madness. Even Chaoing, the disciples who had lurked in, began to have a change in attitude. After all, the emperor had openly sent people into the Green Cloud sect, so what mission were they still on? There were only a few stubborn elements that still carried some persistence in holding on to their initial idea of entering the Green Cloud sect. Zhang Yang is still in the process of fighting for these stubborn people. After all, these are geniuses. The people came forward, collected their things and then all returned to their training. As for Zhang Yang, after distributing the food, he went back to continue absorbing the spirit stones to cultivate. No matter what, he had to first suck up the more than 1 million spirit stones on him first. Zhang Yang and Sita Mingyue were preparing to enter the secret realm while Qin Yunzi was preparing the secret realm. Qin Yunzi stroked his chin, looked at the secret realm he had created, and muttered to himself, a mountain, a lake, more than 1,000 people. It seems to be a bit insufficient. I'll go move some more stuff in. No matter what, I can't lose my Chanyan's face. The secret realm was originally fused in the heaven and earth, but he snapped it out again and brought the scroll with him in a flash. Now that the Green Cloud sect had a few million spirit stones refined in a large formation, he would be fine even if he went out for a little action. Qing Yunzi took the scroll towards the North Sea and Twilight Songhai, quietly walked around the world. A few days later returned to the back of the Qingyan sect. The whole journey took him 5 days. This time, how it's enough. Qing Yunzi took out the scroll, which had 3 more mountains, canyons formed, a huge jungle, a vast grassland, and a huge lake. Amidst the roar of the laws of heaven and earth, the scroll once again merged into the heaven and earth at the back of the Qingyun sect's mountain, and at that moment, There are a few places in the world where people are breaking out in tears. They had no idea that someone had actually come to steal the land. It's understandable for you to steal some spirit medicine and herbs. What do you mean by removing the whole plot of land? Those who could make such a move were undoubtedly top-notch powerhouses. Which one of these great powers is so boring? Another 7 days had passed, and there were only 3 days left before the opening date of the secret realm. Almost everyone who could make it, near or far, did so. Even people as close as the Qingfeng sect had come to Qingyun town to wait for the opening of the secret realm. Qingyun town crowed with all the cultivators. As soon as there were more cultivators, some of the forces and clans that had originally been in conflict also began to rub out sparks, and with only Ling Yunzi alone, it was simply too much to suppress. Aside from Qin Yunzi who never showed up, the 6 Ling Yunzi openly showed up, and with the 6 Yuanshan realms sitting in Qingyun town, coupled with Qin Yushu sitting in the Qingyu Chamber of Commerce, the 7 Yuanshan realms finally stifled the outbreak of conflict. Although many clans didn't find it strange when the Green Cloud sect appeared at the 6 great Yuanshan realms. After all, so many people had heard of the Green Cloud sect. It was an ancient great sect, one of the topmost sects 1,000 years ago, and 6 Yuanshan realms were not surprising. However, those who were familiar with the Green Cloud sect were somewhat surprised. Zhang Hegui frowned. Qingyun sect's strength has recovered so quickly? It looks like we'll have to be careful of the Qingyun sect in the future, and we'll have to take the Qingyun sect seriously as well. Su Mingyang and the others, all of them were dumbfounded. They were still counting on the Qingyun sect, and now that the 6 great Yuanshan realms had appeared, how could they still make a move against Qingyun? How many Yuanshan realms could they come up with? This time when we enter the secret realm, we must decimate Zhongyang, Su Mingyang said fiercely. After destroying Zhongyang, our talents will be able to rise to the top in Qingyun. They realized that they could only outwit the Qingyun sect when dealing with them. Chapter 67. All clans and forces that wish to participate in the secret realm, go to the Green Cloud Hospitality Center to report, register, and receive a sign to enter the secret realm. Ling Yunzi's divine thoughts swept through Qingyun town, delivering the information for everyone to know. The people who got the news immediately rushed to the Qingyun guest house. Steward Hornung also received the message and was ready to go out and register. Before he even left the house, the junior of the Green Cloud guest house came to the door and said to Situ Hanan very politely, Master Situ, you are the most honored guests of our Green Cloud guest house, so you don't need to register. We'll take care of anything for you. May I ask, does anyone from your Situ family want to participate in the secret realm? How many in total? Situ Hanan froze for a moment and hurriedly nodded. 6. 3 foundation stage and 3 Jindan stage. Alright, this is the identity mark belonging to the 6 of you Situ family. Please take it. 3 days later, head to the Green Cloud Sect's mountain gate and wait to enter the secret realm. Also, please ask the Situ family head to pay the fees for the 6 of you to enter the secret realm. Situ Hanan took the 6 identity symbols and gave another 60,000 spirit stones. Then he watched thoughtfully as Junior left. He realized that after entering the Qingyun guest house, the facilities inside were first class, the layout was first class, and even this service was first class. Compared to the service of the Green Cloud guest house, what kind of faces do the other inn's waiters and shopkeepers have? He felt that this stay at Qingyun guest house was so worthwhile that if he had the chance next time, he would definitely stay at Qingyun guest house again. In fact, this thought was shared by the rest of the crowd staying at the Green Cloud guest house. As cultivators, their status was transcendent, and it had become commonplace for them to enjoy reverence. However, this reverence from Qingyun hospitality was not groveling or admiration for the cultivators. This reverence made them comfortable. On Zhang Hegui's side, a junior was also welcomed. Although Zhang Hegui was the identity of the Luwenjia Holy Land, however, what they registered when they checked in wasn't the Luwenjia Holy Land at all. The hostel's junior, too, didn't mention the clan's problem at all, and didn't mind the conflict between the Qingyun sect and the Langia sacred ground not long ago, but was just asking Zhang Hegui normally if he was sending people into the secret realm, registering a few people, and then paying the money. This instead caused Zhang Hegui to get tangled up in what identity they were actually using to enter. Moreover, the Qingyun sect actually let their Luwenjia Holy Land people enter the secret realm just like that? Is there really nothing wrong with this secret world? The number of registrations was surging, and so was the Green Cloud sect's income. However, when it came to registering the Tianxian sect and the others, there was a change of heart. When Su Wei, a Jindan cultivator of the Tianxian sect, was registering, he questioned Bai Yunzi, who was in charge of the registration matters. Will your people from the Qingyun sect participate? Bai Yunzi glanced at Su Wei and said indifferently, you guys don't think that this secret realm is just a bargain for you guys, do you? Why can't my own people participate in my Green Cloud sect's secret realm? She thought it was because these clans didn't want people from the Green Cloud sect to participate and had a bad attitude. Let me tell you, not only will the 3 Jindan stages of my Green Cloud sect participate, the 50 Foundation Establishment disciples who have already succeeded in opening up the sea will also participate in this secret realm. Suvi stayed awkwardly. He was still preparing to wait for Baiyunzi to say that he would not participate when he called on the crowd to pressurize the Qingyan sect to allow Zhang Yang and the others to participate. I didn't expect that there would be so many people attending from the Green Cloud sect. We're relieved that someone from the Green Cloud sect is participating. Su Wei hurriedly said. We're just worried that the Qingyun sect's secret realm has problems and is deliberately victimizing the rest of us. By the way, there's another question for Senior. This time when we enter the Qingyun sect's secret realm, will the Qingyun sect be responsible for our safety and security? Or will we be responsible for our own lives and deaths? Baiyunzi's brows furrowed. She didn't really know how this matter could be resolved. Zhang Yang had only asked her to come and register the number of people entering the secret realm and collect the money, but he had not explained anything else. With over 1,000 people living and dying, this matter is not trivial. She hurriedly sent a divine message to Zhang Yang, asking him how he made his decision. The matter of the secret realm was decided by Zhang Yang, and Zhang Yang had brought such a huge change to the Qingyan sect. Baiyunzi and the others trusted Zhang Yang's decision. Senior uncle, ask them if they want the Green Cloud sect to be responsible for their lives and deaths, or if they are responsible on their own? Zhang Yang finished answering Baiyunzi before shouting at the top of his voice. Master, is the secret realm dangerous? Can you control it? He seeks out his masters by shouting at the top of his lungs. The secret realm is right under my nose. Xin Yunzi replied lightly. He made it, right under his nose, didn't he? Zhang Yang had a number. Now he was just waiting for an answer from Baiyunzi's side. After Baiyunzi questioned the crowd about the same words, Su Wei and the others flickered their gazes and smiled. With so many people coming to participate in the secret realm, I'm afraid it's a bit difficult to have the Green Cloud sect be responsible for everyone's safety and security. Especially when entering the secret realm, it was inevitable to clash when seeing heavenly materials and treasures. In this situation, I'm afraid that the Green Cloud sect wouldn't be able to take care of it. Since that's the case, I'd like to think that after entering the secret realm this time, how about everyone lives and dies on their own? A few clans of the Tianxian sect that had good contacts immediately said, Right. When the time comes, everyone will not be able to keep their hands off, and there will really be casualties that can't be blamed on anyone else. Baiyunzi passed the situation to Zhang Yang, who smiled and immediately told Baiyunzi the answer. Baiyunzi raised his eyebrows and said indifferently, Our Green Cloud sect's secret realm hasn't been opened for many years, and we can't even be sure of what dangers are inside the secret realm. Therefore, our Green Cloud sect originally tried to ensure the safety of everyone involved in the secret realm as much as possible. So if there were any oversights and there were any changes, we would have to ask for your forgiveness. However, now that a portion of the population is willing to live and die on their own, then we happen to focus our energies on protecting the other portion, which should be very cost-effective for everyone. However, those who enter the secret realm at their own risk of life and death, please ask the elders of your clan, as well as yourselves, to come up and sign a life and death contract. Everyone must witness together that it was you who voluntarily gave up the protection of the Green Cloud sect, and you cannot blame my Green Cloud sect for what happened. Suvi and the others froze. Do they sign? Suming Yang stepped out and gazed at Baiyunzi and asked, Will you people from the Qingyan sect sign? Baiyunzi gave a strange smile. The disciples of the Foundation Establishment stage. Their realm is too weak. That is the future of our Qingyan sect. We are the ones who must ensure their safety and security. The Jindan stage disciples have already cultivated. We have confidence in our Jindan disciples, so we don't care about them whether they sign or not. In fact, we Jindan stage disciples enter the secret realm with a mission. The secret realm hadn't been opened for many years, and the 3 of them had to finish exploring the secret realm to find a path for the Foundation Establishment stage disciples behind them. Therefore, they all knew that they might encounter great danger, and had long ago put life and death at risk. Also, this time, the secret realm is open for a month, and I'll make sure that our clan's disciples are the last ones to come out. Since the disciples of the Green Cloud sect are ready to deal with the danger, then we disciples have nothing to fear. Sign it. Suming Yang and the others said one after another. Then they, along with Suvi and others, left their signatures, and the crowd witnessed it. As for Baiyunzi, he looked at the crowd of signatures with a strange expression. She had already communicated with Zhang Yang and knew that these people might be carrying other thoughts, but trying to mess with a Green Cloud sect disciple? Are you guys on the wrong track? Chapter 68, Entering the Secret Realm. 3 days passed in a flash. All those who entered the secret realm came to gather at the mountain gate of the Green Cloud sect as instructed by the Green Cloud sect, waiting to enter the secret realm. At the mountain gate, Zhang Yang, Situ Mingyue, Jiang Jiqiu and Chun Xiao.
With a large group of Foundation Establishment stage disciples who had succeeded in opening up the sea, were already waiting. As for those Foundation Establishment stage disciples who had not succeeded in opening up the sea, they had come to watch the fun with envious eyes. Seeing that there were really so many people entering the Qingyan sect, some of them were relieved, thinking that the Qingyan sect would definitely not victimize their disciples, and their disciples would definitely be fine. Some of them, on the other hand, were looking at Zhang Yang and the others with a weird look on their faces, while some were even looking at the group of Foundation Establishment stage disciples of the Qingyan sect,
commanding something in their divine sense voice transmission.
Zhang Yang looked at the arriving group and said in a low voice,
Master, since you are so familiar with the secret realm, I have to ask you for one more thing. Keep a close eye on all the people who enter the secret realm. See if any of those people are contacting our disciples, and also, see how the people from other sects behave after entering the secret realm. Although he didn't see Qing Yunzi, he knew that Qing Yunzi could hear him. This is his 10 years of experience in the Qingyun sect. In the Qingyun sect territory, Qinji Yunzi can simply be said to be everywhere. It's best to be able to record all the images. These things are fine for us to look at ourselves, not for others to see. Zhang Yang finally emphasized. Just go inside and cultivate properly for me.
Qing Yunzi replied without a trace of anger. This secret realm was a scroll refined into a painting, and all the behaviors were preserved in the scroll, which he could look at any time. Of course, it was also because it was a scroll that he was sure of everyone's safety. Bai Lingzi looked at the crowd having arrived and said, Everyone prepare. She activated the formation she had set up and transferred all the people who had come to participate in the secret realm to the secret realm on the back of the mountain. Everyone was all randomized when they entered the secret realm and landed in various parts of the secret realm. Zhang Yang felt a shift in space and landed on the edge of a huge lake. He was still observing when, all of a sudden, a red shadow from the lake rushed towards him. Zhang Yang threw the sky luo net and pedaled it head on towards the red shadow. However, only just after the heaven's nest had appeared, the red shadow made a U-turn and entered the water, disappearing. It seems like a fish. Zhang Yang was a bit surprised. In his senses, the power of the red shadow just now was no less than the strength of the Jindan stage. Demon fish. Demon fish? He got a little excited. If he caught this fish, could he try to absorb the power of the great Tao from the demon fish? He waited silently at the edge of the lake for the fish to show itself. However, the water was calm. Not to mention the fish demon. Not even a single worm. Zhang Yang silently waited by the lake. He was in no hurry to explore the secret realm. He could come in any time anyway. By this time, the 1,000 or so people inside the secret realm had converged into a group. Find her. I have to take her down this time. Tan Yaoguang said fiercely to the two Jindan stage disciples beside him. Our Luenjia sacred ground can't lose face like this. After we take Sita Mingyue, we'll be able to succeed in dual cultivation here. And by then, the Qingyun sect will have to release her even if they don't. Senior brother Tan, we still have to investigate the secret realm, so we can't forget. The other two Jindan stages reminded. It's only just come in. There's still a month to go. There's plenty of time to investigate the secret realm. Tan Yaoguang was confident. Although the belongings he had on him were snatched away by Zhang Yang, Zhang Hegui only had to give Tan Yaoguang some more magic treasures in order to enter the secret realm and complete the mission. These magic treasures were not inferior to Tan Yaoguang's original magic treasures, or even better. So now Tan Yaoguang is very confident. However, this secret realm was not small. Who knew where Situ Mingyue was? Senior brother Tan, do you see if this looks like the longevity fruit for refining the 10,000 longevity pill? A Jindan stage suddenly pointed at a green-colored fruit in the distance and asked in shock. Tan Yaoguang took a closer look and rejoiced. It's really the fruit of longevity. This must be brought back. Some of the elders of our clan's prolonged life depends on him. After saying that, the three of them ran towards the everlasting fruit. Just before he was about to approach, a man in yellow clothes had already plucked off the everlasting fruit. Put it down. That's ours. Tan Yaoguang was furious. The person in yellow clothes turned to look at the three of them, Tan Yaoguang, and smiled faintly. People from the Langia Holy Land? The fruit of eternal life. It's mine. Tan Yaoguang said coldly, since you know about our Luenjia sacred ground, then put down the everlasting fruit. Otherwise, we will be impolite to you. Even if you take away the everlasting fruit, your sect will obediently send it over to our Luenjia Holy Land. The man in yellow smiled oddly, revealing a mark. Are you sure? Tan Yaoguang's three men saw the markings and couldn't speak. We might have to work together later. So go ahead. The man in yellow walked away. The three of them, Tan Yaoguang, watched them leave, then exclaimed, the people from the 10,000 spirits sect are here as well. They actually kept such a low profile and didn't reveal their identities. The other two Jindan stages couldn't help but look at Tan Yaoguang.
If it wasn't for this guy looking for trouble at the Green Moon Chamber of Commerce, who would have known about their identities? Tan Yagwang's brows furrowed. It looked like these top clans were a bit wary of this Qing Yun Sect's secret realm. What exactly is in the secret realm of the Green Clouds? After the three of them realized that the secret realm actually had the fruit of eternal life, they began to pay attention to the heavenly treasures inside the secret realm. Although they were still searching for Situ Mingyue, they were also searching for heavenly materials. Inside the secret realm, battle soon broke out because of the competition for the heavenly treasures. The group of people waiting outside the mountain gate of the Green Cloud Sect, however, suddenly realized that it had only been a day since they had entered the secret realm, and someone had appeared outside the mountain gate covered in blood. Apparently there was a life and death incident and he was rescued by the Green Cloud Sect. These people, of course, are the ones who didn't sign the life and death contract to get such benefits. When he saw his clan's heir apparent appear, a Yuaning sage rushed forward and asked anxiously and regretfully, "Why did you come out? What exactly happened?" "Master, I got the 9 revolutions soul restoration grass. Many of them came to snatch it. I swore to protect it, and at the point of life and death, a sudden force pulled me out." The genin froze for a moment and yelled in excitement. They had spent a lot of spirit stones to come to the Green Cloud Sect to participate in the secret realm this time. However, getting a single 9-turn soul restoration grass was already far more than enough to cover all the expenses. That was one of the high-level alchemy elixirs, or the main elixir for refining the 9 revolutions soul restoration pill, and it was worth a lot of money. Whether this elixir was traded out or offered to the upper-tier clans, it could be exchanged for a huge benefit value for the clan now. The others around them all heard the conversation just now. The crowd's expression became serious. This time, the Green Cloud Sect was kind enough to open up the secret realm, and it was really something. There were even high-level spirit medicines like the 9-turn soul-restoring grass. They were beginning to look forward to the other things inside the secret realm. However, just a few moments later, a bloodied figure reappeared in front of the mountain gate, just came out screaming for help. The crowd looked at the man who had nearly opened his mouth and stared at each other in disbelief. What kind of situation is this? This secret realm is more dangerous than expected. Chapter 69, Killing in the Secret World. Let's all join forces and kill it. One-on-one, no one is a match for that. In a jungle, huge tiger-shaped demonic beasts were chasing and killing the many people who had entered the secret realm. The reason why it was said to be a tiger-shaped demonic beast was because this demonic beast was too huge. 6 or 7 meters long, 4 or 5 meters tall, with a strong demonic aura all over its body, and a strangely pointed horn on its head, which was terrifying. The foundation stage was crippled when it touched it, and the Jindan stage couldn't block it for a few times before it had to back off. At this moment, the tiger-shaped demonic beast was incomparably furious. It had absolutely no idea why it had suddenly come to this place. Not at all a place it had been familiar with in the past. The unfamiliar environment, coupled with the many cultivators, made it feel threatened, and its ferociousness completely erupted, killing on sight. What made it even more incomparably angry was that it was clearly about to kill those cultivators. But those cultivators suddenly disappeared from in front of it. This inexplicable phenomenon made it more fearful and berserk. Unable to do anything else, the many cultivators were uniting to fend off this demonic beast. In the end, the demonic beast became more and more fierce, and everyone simply couldn't resist it, and could only scatter and run away. The demonic beast could only roar up to the sky when it realized that no one was around. Situations like this are happening all over the secret territory. The Jindan stage was fine and had some power to resist. For the Foundation Establishment stage, it was simply extinction. Of course, as long as a person who hadn't signed a life and death certificate was in danger of certain death, they would somehow be pulled out of the secret realm by a burst of power and appear at the entrance of the Qingyun Sect's mountain. This kind of security made all the clans participating in the secret realm very pleased. Some of them were those small clans, and they were even more grateful to the Qingyun Sect in their hearts. Zhang Yang waited at the edge of the lake to catch the fish demon in the lake, but instead of waiting for a movement in the lake, he waited for a few people. Found it. With a loud shout, 3 or 4 Jindan stages violently struck out. All of them were treasure weapons leveled magic treasures, and together with the spells, they came down towards Zhang Yang in a blanket. The sudden move made even Zhang Yang freeze for a moment. He hadn't even found any heavenly treasures yet, and someone made a move on him? It looks like the spirit weapon he's carrying has aroused the greed of quite a few people. He didn't even make a move because, before he could do so, a shining silver armor emitted a dazzling light, blocking all of the several treasure weapons as well as the 4 Jindan stage spells. Spirit artifact grade defensive treasure armor. A Jindan stage couldn't help but curse out. A spiritual weapon level defensive armor. Even if Zhang Yang did not make a move, just the defense of the spiritual weapon itself was not something that the 4 of them at Jindan stage could handle. Even if it was a different Yuaning stage cultivator, he wouldn't be able to manage it in a short period of time. Withdraw. The 4 Jindan stages saw the situation and turned their heads to run. Seeing that the 4 were about to run, Zhang Yang flung out his hand and threw out the binding immortal rope. As I recall, you 4 are not responsible for the life and death of our Qingyan sect, so don't run away since you've made a move on me. Another spirit weapon. Numerous Jindan stages shrieked in shock, and they were still somewhat fearful in their excitement. The excitement was that if they took down Zhang Yang, the conservative 4 spirit weapons could be shared. The fear was that the spirit weapon was hunting them. Under Zhang Yang's full power, the immortal binding rope steeply lengthened and turned into a large circle, lassoing towards the 4 Jindan stages. Fly upwards. He was shouting about flying upwards, but he was running downwards himself, expecting the bundle of ropes to be catching the others so he could escape. The other 3 saw this happen, but, nevertheless, 2 flew upwards, and the other followed and crashed to the ground. Either way, they're going to have to escape one of them. As long as the news was reported to the others and they knew that Zhang Yang had 4 spiritual weapons on him, the many Jindan stages would surely join hands to deal with Zhang Yang. However, the 2 had only just flown up into the sky, when the net of heavenly ropes came down from the sky, on the ground. The circle of bundled fairy ropes was getting smaller and smaller. The 4 Jindan stages, their faces were pale. They knew very well that under the siege of 2 spirit weapons, escape was impossible. They could only hope that Zhang Yang's spiritual power would hurry up and run out. For a Jindan stage, imperializing 1 spirit weapon was excessive. Imperializing 2 spirit weapons would not last long at all. The heavenly Luo net automatically contracted, and the 2 Jindan stages, along with their treasure weapons, were collected into a ball, still stubbornly resisting and struggling. Similarly, the 2 Jindan stages who were trapped by the immortal binding rope were also struggling hard. Don't struggle. It's useless to struggle. Zhang Yang walked over and another sword appeared in his hand, violently breaking the defense of the 2 Jindan stages of the immortal binding rope, which firmly bound the 2. He took down the 2 Jindan stages in the Sky Luo network as he had done. The 4 Jindan stages had long been scared silly. Nima, another spirit weapon. Zhang Yang put away his longsword spirit weapon and sensed the condition of his Jindan, which was still glowing with golden light, indicating that the aura was not in a depleted condition. He was satisfied, living up to his years of refining qi and the million or so spirit stones he had recently fed. Then, he sealed the dantian of the 4 people and put away the heavenly Luo net and the immortal binding rope. Names. Actually, your names are not that important. Just tell me what clan you come from. Zhang Yang looked at the 4. What do you want? One of the Jindan asked nervously. Zhang Yang raised his eyebrows. What do I want? Aren't you the ones who came to sneak up on me? As he asked, he very nimbly removed the space rings in the hands of the 4 people. The 4 people's faces changed, and they hurriedly said, we just came to deal with you because we saw that you have a spirit weapon. We already know that we are wrong. Please let us go. Wrong? Zhang Yang smiled faintly. He knows he's wrong when he catches them and then just lets them go? It's too cheap, isn't it? Looking at the 4, Zhang Yang gave a strange smile. It's fine to let you guys go. You guys stay by the lake and don't move. Stay well for 30 days and I'll let you go. The 4 men froze, and were actually so nice? They hurriedly nodded their heads, indicating that they were willing to cooperate. And since their dantians were sealed anyway, they could only expect the others to come and unlock their dantians and save them once they saw them. Zhang Yang mentioned the 4 people to the edge of the lake, and the heaven's nest had been quietly spread around the 4 people. Then he hid himself in the back and observed. The 4 captured Jindan stages thought that Zhang Yang really let them go just like that, and while they were rejoicing, they were also laughing in their hearts that Zhang Yang had a bad head. The 4 of them realized how Zhang Yang didn't show up and thought that Zhang Yang had left. The 4 of them started discussing in low voices. We were still too adventurous. We should have waited for the others to come along. 5 spiritual weapons. This kid is really enviable. When our people come over, he'll be dead. No matter what. Don't give their Qingyan sect a chance this time. The 4 men discussed in a dignified manner, especially when they realized that Zhang Yang did not appear to be moving at all. They became even more reckless. Suddenly, the lake flashed with red light, and a red shadow violently rushed towards the 4 people. The 4 men were confined by Zhang Yang and could not move at all. They could only roar in terror and watch the red shadows rushing towards them. Seeing that the red shadow was about to rush over to one of the Jindan stages and open its mouth to swallow him, a giant silver-colored net suddenly popped up on the ground and quickly wrapped the red shadow in the giant net. After waiting for you for half a day, you finally couldn't help it, right? If you had waited a little longer, my spiritual energy would have been exhausted by you and I would have had to retreat. Now, finally, I've caught you. Zhang Yang leisurely walked out and looked at the guy still struggling frantically in the heaven's nest, and couldn't help but strangely exclaim, Koi, Chapter 70 Rainbow Fish. Zhang Yang expended his best efforts and finally caught the red shadow in the lake. He looked at the red shadow that was still struggling in the net of heavenly ropes, more than 3 feet long, with a 7-colored body that looked a lot like the koi he had seen in the past, only much larger. Is this stuff edible? Is it good? Zhang Yang scrutinized the strange fish in the Tianluo net. At this moment, those 4 Jindan stages, who had been numbed by fear, finally reacted. They looked at Zhang Yang with horrified looks. This asshole actually used them to fish? At that moment just now, they all thought they were going to die under that red shadow. That sense of fear that death was coming crushed their minds deeply. At this time, the 4 of them also finally got a good look at the red shadow in the heaven's nest, which was actually a fish clad in a rainbow. Rainbow fish. A Jindan stage screamed strangely, pointing at the strange fish in Zhang Yang's Tianluo net with an exaggerated expression. Zhang Yang looked at the Jindan stage and asked, "You recognize it? You don't recognize it?" The Jindan stage asked rhetorically. "The rainbow fish, that's a big name in the entire immortal cultivation world. It's a treasured item. A single fish can bring unexpected benefits, and there simply aren't many of them in the entire world." "Oh?" Zhang Yang's eyes lit up and he hurriedly asked, "What are the benefits? Tell me and let you go." "Really?" The Jindan stage was a bit disbelieving. Zhang Yang said indifferently, "If you don't tell me, I will wrap you in a heavenly net now and throw you into the lake. I'm afraid there's more than one rainbow fish in this lake. Maybe I can even fish one out." The Jindan stage couldn't help but shiver when he thought of the sight just now, and hurriedly said, "In the rumors, the rainbow fish contains a magical substance that is able to help people break through, especially for cultivators of some great realms. It is said to be able to nourish the divine soul. Moreover, the rainbow fish has a very delicious flavor." "That's all I've heard, and it's the first time I've seen it." "That means you are not even sure if it is a rainbow fish?" Zhang Yang looked towards the Jindan stage. Body length of 3 feet, body of 7 colors, resides in the lake. Ferocious nature. These are the introductions of the rainbow fish. This is definitely the rainbow fish. The Jindan stage looked at the rainbow fish with envious eyes. Zhang Yang raised his eyebrows and took out an ancient bronze tripod and said with an affectionate smile, "Little tripod, how about cooking a fish for me? Be good, don't lose your temper. This fish is a rainbow fish. It is said to have great benefits. Being able to cook this kind of fish is not insulting, is it? I know that it's aggravating to let you cook such a fish. In the future I'll catch a stronger one to cook for you, okay?" The 4 Jindan stages next to him looked at Zhang Yang as if he was a psychopath. "What are you talking to yourself over a tripod?" Zhang Yang touched the bronze tripod again and found that there was no other movement in the bronze tripod before he filled it with some lake water and then threw the rainbow fish inside the tripod and closed the lid. Afterwards, he urged the bronze tripod with a serious expression. The bronze tripod was impassive. "Egu, don't be so pretentious, cooperate. As I'm the next generation of the Green Cloud Sect master, and you're the senior of the Green Cloud Sect, it's not right to take care of the juniors. Now a magical rainbow fish is right in front of me. If you don't cook it for me, can you stand up to the ancestors of the Qingyan sect? Are you worthy of your former master?" Zhang Yang was a bit furious as he spewed at the bronze tripod. The bronze tripod moved like a tardy old man. The 4 Jindan next to him felt a heat wave coming from out of nowhere. In particular, they felt a sensation of spatial vibration that even caused their bloodline to run stagnant. "No way! Another spirit weapon?" Moreover, it was still the kind of spirit weapon with a very terrifying power. The 4 Jindan stages looked at Zhang Yang very blankly. They still thought Zhang Yang was a psychopath? It turned out that they were the clowns themselves. Seeing that the bronze tripod had agreed to cooperate, Zhang Yang hurriedly urged his spiritual energy and poured it towards it. The rainbow fish that was still struggling violently inside the bronze cauldron turned into a cauldron of fish soup in a matter of moments, and a strong fragrance wafted out, stimulating the 5 people next to them to swallow their mouths. Zhang Yang resisted the urge to smother the tripod for a while longer before finally opening the lid. "I don't know if the scent is all internalized, but I can't smell any scent anymore. Only a pot of 7-colored soup remains." Looking at the colorful fish soup, Zhang Yang muttered in his heart, "Could he eat it? Is it really a rainbow fish?" He used to know the law of food: the weirder it looks, the faster it dies if you eat it. With a twinkle in his eye, he looked to the 4 men next to him and smiled. "You guys paid too. Here's one for you." The 4 Jindan stages looked at Zhang Yang unbelievably. This kind of good stuff, actually sharing a share with them? Don't be polite. Come on. I'll fill a bowl for each of you." Zhang Yang took out his utensils and affectionately filled a bowl for the 4 and handed it to them. "Don't be polite. Eat." The Jindan stage, who knew the rainbow fish was not polite at all, and drank it all. The other 3 followed suit with a drink. Zhang Yang held a spoon in one hand and a bowl in the other, carefully watching the reactions of the 4. Suddenly, the breath of the 4 people rose greatly. All the dantians that were originally sealed by Zhang Yang shook open, and their bodies carried an even more inexplicable aura. The 4 Jindan stages that had already gotten out of the trap didn't even think about running, but their eyes looked inside the bronze tripod. They had just felt that all of their Jindans had become more perfect, and were even close to breaking through the Jindan stage. If I take another bite, I'm sure I'll break through. If it had been before, they would have gone out and grabbed it. However, now that all the magic treasures had been seized by Zhang Yang, coupled with the fact that Zhang Yang had so many spirit weapons, they did not dare to make a move at all. Zhang Yang saw that there was nothing wrong with the fish soup before he took the bowl and served himself a bowl and drank it down. Then, he felt an abundance of power surging towards his Jindan. The Jindan that hadn't changed for a long time. Under a bowl of fish soup, he felt that the Jindan shell had actually thickened a little bit more. Good. Zhang Yang couldn't help but let out a breath of air and drank another bowl. And another. The 4 Jindan stages next to him looked at Zhang Yang with grudging eyes. They were watching with such bated breath. Not to give them some? After drinking 3 bowls in a row, Zhang Yang finally got a bit propped up and did not dare to drink anymore. In addition to the substances inside the fish soup that were effective for Jindan, there was also a huge amount of spiritual energy running around inside the meridians that had to be refined. It was at this time that he looked at the 4 and asked with a smile, "More for you?" The 4 Jindan stages nodded their heads in succession and politely thanked them. "Thank you, fellow Daoist Zhang." Zhang Yang had a leisurely look on his face as he asked, "If it is known to your elders that you are drinking rainbow fish soup with me, what do you think your elders will think? Will your elders think that you have betrayed the clan?" The 4 Jindan stages' faces changed dramatically. They then thought that they were not friends with Zhang Yang, but hostile relationship. The rainbow fish soup was given to them, and they said they didn't betray the clan. Can the elders believe them? Even if they were, they wouldn't believe it. Zhang Yang looked at the 4 with a smirk. "I can help you keep this information a secret. However, you have to take your clan's secrets in exchange. Those who tell the secret, continue to drink the fish soup and I'll even let you go back. Those who don't tell the secret, not only will the fish soup be gone, I'll also throw them into the lake to go fishing." The 4 men looked at Zhang Yang in shock. What was in front of them was not a human being, but actually a devil. Right? Chapter 71, Selling Out. "Come on, let's all share the fish soup and we'll be good brothers." Zhang Yang served another small bowl of fish soup and handed it to the 4 of them. The 4 Jindan stage were speechless. Who would throw a good brother into a lake to fish? But they have no other choice. "It's time for you to tell your secret before you drink the fish soup. By the way, you haven't told me your name and clan yet." Zhang Yang held the fish soup and looked at the Jindan stage in front of him. Then, he took out a strange object and pointed it at the Jindan stage. Signaling, "You may begin. My name is Li Qi, from the Tianxian Sect. What is that thing in your hand?" Li Qi inquired Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang laughed and took the strange thing and showed it to Li Qi. An image was being shown on it and it was Li Qi's shadow. "My name is Li Qi. I come from Tianxian Sect. What is that thing in your hand?" This thing was Zhang Yang's best thought, and with the cooperation of the Fire Spirit Sun and the Painting Spirit Sun, as well as Zhang Yang's conceptualization, it finally unfolded. However, this thing had already reached the level of treasure weapon when it was refined and could not be mass-produced, so Zhang Yang could not afford to sell it, so he kept it for his own use. "The first time I used it, the results were outstanding." Looking at the scene in the image, Li Qi's face changed at once, and the other 3 Jindan stages also looked horrified. "Don't run. I've saved the scene of you guys drinking my fish soup just now. You can't run away. Hurry up and tell me." "Li Qi, it's your turn. You start with why the 4 of you came to kill me." Zhang Yang signaled. Li Qi was dumbfounded, and only after a long time did he say woodenly, "The Qingyun sect is not as strong as it was back then, and it has a lot of treasures, so that's why we discussed taking down the Qingyun sect. However, the Qingyun sect's protector formation is too powerful. We simply couldn't break in, so we had to use other methods." Next, he told what he knew. For example, sending the talented disciples selected by the clan to infiltrate the Qingyun sect, how to contact everyone to finish off Zhang Yang, and so on. "I am satisfied." Zhang Yang nodded. "Now, it's your turn to talk about the secrets of Tianxian sect. Don't worry, don't mind the 3 of them, the secret won't leak out. Later on, you guys will prove to each other, and whoever gives out that one of them is telling lies, I will immediately throw them in to go fishing." 4 people were forced by Zhang Yang to record a video. "You've all done very well, and now, you can have your fish soup." Zhang Yang took the fish soup promised to the 4 people and gave it to each of them. However, the 4 men felt why the otherwise delicious fish soup was so sour. When the 4 of them drank the fish soup, Zhang Yang took out the space rings of the 4 of them again and signaled, "I haven't touched any of your space rings. However, you have to hand over half of what's inside to me. As for the magic treasures you attack me with, Of course, you can't give them back to you. All four of them had wooden faces and dutifully did as they were told. Under Zhang Yang's actions, their psychological defense had long been destroyed, and now of course, they would do whatever Zhang Yang ordered them to do. Alright, you guys can go now. Zhang Yang waved his hand to signal the four to leave. You guys have to go and tell the others to come and kill me. If you kill me, won't your secrets not leak out? But I have to remind you that you can't divulge any of my other spirit artifacts other than this spirit artifact, the heavenly Luo net. The eyes of the four people finally had some color. They could indeed find someone to kill Zhang Yang. The four men got motivated and flew away. Zhang Yang, on the other hand, prettily collected the four secrets, as well as a bunch of spirit stones, spirit pills, and so on. Among them, Zhang Yang heatedly realized that some of the things were still purchased by the Green Moon Chamber of Commerce. This, when the time comes, put it in the Green Moon Chamber of Commerce and then sell it. Zhang Yang put away the bronze tripod and sat by the lake to refine the spiritual energy inside the fish soup, while also fishing with himself to see if he could get another rainbow fish out. However, that lake was calm and no rainbow fish appeared. I still don't believe there is only one. Try another direction. Zhang Yang changed direction, and at this time within the secret realm, the killing had become more and more intense. As long as they saw the appearance of heavenly treasures, no matter anyone, they would make a move. It was really the heavenly treasures inside the secret realm that far exceeded the crowd's imagination. In fact, the various elements inside this secret realm were all moved by Qin Yunzi from various dangerous places. These places could not be reached by ordinary people at all, and these heavenly materials and treasures were not within the reach of ordinary people, so they were naturally valued by the crowd. At this moment, Zhang Jiqiu was fleeing for his life. He got lucky and picked a few vermilion-colored fruits on a mountain, which was accidentally seen by 3 Jindan stages. And then he was chased by 3 Jindan stages. For the sake of the Green Cloud sect, put down the blood spirit fruit and spare your life. The 3 Jindan stages drank. Zhang Jiqiu laughed coldly. He didn't believe the words of the 3 Jindans at all. Besides, even though he had worshipped in the Green Cloud sect, he was only a registered disciple, and he didn't think that the Green Cloud sect would step in to protect him. So, he could only run away. Coming from a casual cultivator, this kind of career of escaping for his life was not unfamiliar at all. And there was even a sense of excitement that had been missing for a long time. The 3 Jindan stages gritted their teeth and chased Zhang Jiqiu all the way to the lake. Just as he chased after the lake, a red shadow in the lake flickered and disappeared. Zhang Yang waited for 2 days before he finally waited for a rainbow fish to take the bait. He stood up angrily and drank. How do you want to die? Senior brother Jiang, why did you run here? Eldest senior brother. Zhang Jiqiu couldn't help but stop in his tracks. Then his face was a bit unnatural. He had just gotten a piece of heavenly material treasure, and as someone who had been robbed by Zhang Yang, he was naturally wary of him. Moreover, he was a bit worried if these heavenly treasures would be surrendered to the clan. At this moment, Zhang Yang had already seen the situation clearly. He did not hesitate to strike. The binding rope of immortality and the heavenly nets were paired together, and the 3 Jindan stages who were chasing Zhang Jiqiu were taken down in a moment. Scare away my fish. You guys will be my bait. Zhang Yang tied up a Jindan stage with an immortal binding rope and threw it directly into the lake. The other 2 were pocketed in a skyrocket net and thrown into the lake as well. Brat! These 3 can't be killed. We have to make sure they are alive. Qin Yunzi's voice rang in Zhang Yang's ears. Zhang Yang got it. These 3 didn't sign a life and death contract. Then pay attention when fishing and leave them alive. However, if they dare to chase after the Green Cloud disciples, then the space rings and magic treasures on their bodies don't want to take them away. Senior brother Jiang, come and have a sip of the fish soup. Zhang Yang said smilingly. Rainbow fish soup. It's rare in the world. I went through a lot of effort to get it. There was one about to take the bait just now, but it was scared away by you guys. He knew that Zhang Jiqiu should have gotten a heavenly treasure and was being hunted down. Since Zhang Jiqiu did not say anything, Zhang Yang was too lazy to care what heavenly treasure Zhang Jiqiu got. Zhang Jiqiu put down her heart and took the fish soup in Zhang Yang's hand, hesitating for a moment before saying, Eldest brother, I picked a few red fruits. They should be blood spirit fruits, which have the effect of cleansing the marrow and altering the body's constitution. Oh, Zhang Yang nodded his head slightly. You can go back and look for your third uncle so that he can have the time to help you make a marrow cleansing elixir for your body. He glanced at Zhang Jiqiu and said meaningfully, Senior brother Jiang, the Qingyan sect is actually not as complicated as you think. Although you are a registered disciple, you are also considered a member of the Qingyan sect. For our own people, we still cherish them very much. Aha! Zhang Jiqiu nodded and silently drank the fish soup. Chapter 72, The Siege. The 3 Jindan stages were struggling frantically in the lake under the control of the immortal binding rope and the heavenly Luo net. If you are fishing in general, you definitely can't catch it. However, rainbow fish are not ordinary fish, but very ferocious demon fish. 3 food in front of So alive and kicking. A rainbow fish finally could not help. A red shadow straight at the 3 Jindan period ran over. The moment the red shadows were about to rush over, the 3 Jindan stages broke free of the heavenly Luo net and the binding immortal rope out of thin air and disappeared, being thrown out of the secret realm by the Qingyin sect. The sudden situation made Zhang Yang also froze for a moment and muttered, "It's not like I was thinking of killing them. My fish." The heavenly Luo net was coupled with the immortal binding rope. The 2 spiritual weapons united to capture a rainbow fish once again. Jiang Yiqiu, who was next to him, also finally saw the true face of the rainbow fish. He had just watched very clearly from the side. The kind of speed of rainbow fish's surprise attack was something that ordinary people couldn't defend against. Moreover, caught by the heavenly net, the struggle is still so powerful. The peak of Jindan can't even move when grabbed. This rainbow fish is stronger than the Jindan stage. Ha ha, Zhang Yang laughed proudly. This fish is even bigger and can stew more fish soup. Xiao Ding, come and stew it into a pot as well. Bring it back to master and all of them to savor some. He prodded the bronze cauldron and stewed the second rainbow fish together. Taking a look at the tripod full of fish soup, Zhang Yang used the bucket he used to fill with water to fill up the fish soup and put away the bronze tripod with satisfaction. Catch 2 in a row and it should be difficult to catch another rainbow fish. Take this opportunity to wander around other places. Senior brother Jiang, are you going to act on your own? Or are you joining me? Zhang Yang looked at Jiang Yiqiu. Jiang Yiqiu laughed bitterly. I'd better join eldest brother. 3 Jindan stages could hunt him down and make him run everywhere, while Zhang Yang could trap 3 Jindan stages. It was safer to follow Zhang Yang. The 2 had just walked for a while when they soon came across a foundation stage cultivator being chased by a Jindan stage cultivator. This time, in the secret realm, the Jindan stage and the foundation establishment stage were not separated at all and were mixed together. However, with Qing Yunzi there to ensure the safety of the crowd, it wasn't a big deal. Of course, as in the case of the Tianxian sect that had signed a life and death contract, it was out of their hands. Just a Jindan stage shamelessly chasing after a foundation establishment stage. This was too much, right? The Jindan stage, who was chasing after the foundation establishment stage cultivator, could not help but let out a strange cry when he saw Zhang Yang and Jiang Yiqiu. Zhang Yang is here. Then he turned around and ran. With this sudden scene, not only Zhang Yang and Jiang Yiqiu froze, even the tiny foundation establishment stage cultivator froze. What happened? Before Zhang Yang could come back to his senses, more than a dozen Jindan stages surrounded him from all directions. And before the people arrived, spells and treasures from all sides flew over first. The foundation establishment stage minor cultivator's face was pale. He had thought that he had been saved, but he didn't expect to be reduced to a situation of certain death instead. Before he could react, he had already appeared in front of the mountain gate of the Green Cloud sect without being able to help himself. Senior brother, Jiang Yiqiu was bitter beyond words. He had thought that it would be safer to follow Zhang Yang, but he didn't expect to fall into the encirclement of a dozen Jindan cultivators. Zhang Yang also did not expect that this group of Jindan stage had actually come with so many people in order to kill him. Don't move, Zhang Yang reminded, backhanding a bamboo basket to hold Jiang Yiqiu inside, which emitted a powerful fluctuation of spiritual energy. At the same time, the bright light armor on Zhang Yang activated. A dozen Jindan stage spells and magic treasures all bombarded on top of the light shield of the bright light armor. And the bright light armor light shield shook under the fierce bombardment of a dozen Jindan cultivators. But, in the end, it didn't rupture. In the crowd, a Jindan stage snapped. Qingyun Sect Defense Spiritual Armor Bright Light Armor. Defense Spiritual Weapon Dragon King Basket. That's a total of 6 spirit weapons. Everyone hurry up and make a move. Finish him off and we'll divide up the spirit weapons. There were a dozen Jindan cultivators with excited expressions. They did not expect that Zhang Yang actually had a spiritual weapon on him. Li Qi and the others standing behind the dozen or so Jindan stages had complex expressions. Where are the 6 pieces? And the tripod? A dozen of Jindan stages can break through the defense of 6 spiritual weapons and take down Zhang Yang? They hoped to take it down, so that no one would be able to find out about their betrayal of the clan. In their excitement, a dozen Jindan stage cultivators fiercely bombarded the defenses of the bright light armor and the Dragon King basket. Zhang Yang did not activate his spirit weapon, but was maintaining his defense ability by simply relying on the power of the spirit weapon itself. He was a bit gloomy in his heart. There were more people who wanted to deal with the Green Cloud sect than expected. And these clans are outrageous. This was the Green Cloud sect's secret realm. And to openly surround and kill the Green Cloud sect's people in the secret realm? Zhang Yang smiled coldly. In that case, don't blame me. He took out a piece of animal skin, which had many scarlet lines drawn on it. This was the beast skin that he had bought back from Anqing City last time. as well as a bottle of demonic beast spirit blood, which had been painted into a powerful talisman by spirit drawing sun. This talisman Zhang Yang didn't have the heart to sell, so he kept it on himself. Now, it was time to move this beastly skin. He urged the beast skin with all his might and threw it out. Then, he fully activated the bright light armor and enveloped the Dragon King basket. Under the drive of the aura, a scarlet pattern was activated, as if it had fallen off the beast's skin and fluttered in the air. These red lines quickly turned into fiery red chains, one interlaced in the air, enveloping dozens of meters of space. The chain interlaced and circled and flew, constantly strangling everything within the dozens of meters of space. Over a dozen Jindan cultivators, more than half of them were within range of the attack. Amidst the terrified screams of the crowd, many Jindan cultivators were strangled by the fiery red chains. Some were torn to shreds and then burned to ashes, while some were torn into several pieces. Living was definitely not going to survive. The few Jindan cultivators who were at the edge screamed in terror and fled as fast as they could. Senior brother Jiang, pick up their spatial rings. I'll go after them. Zhang Yang retrieved the Dragon King basket and went after the fleeing Jindans. If he dared to kill him, he would have to kill these people so much that they wouldn't dare to entertain that thought again. Jiang Yiqiu, who had gotten out of the Dragon King's basket, looked at the mess all over the ground and was completely speechless. He had thought that he was in danger this time, but he didn't expect that. Instead, it was the dozen or so Jindans on the opposite side that were in danger. This cheap senior brother of his, was he really only at the Jindan stage? In fact, Li Qi and the others, who can only throw some spells on the periphery because their magic treasures had been snatched by Zhang Yang and they did not have the powerful strength to participate in the battle, were also completely stunned. They had thought that they might be able to finish off Zhang Yang this time, but they didn't expect it to turn out like this. They were now beginning to wonder if those elders of the clan were out of their minds. Even a Jindan stage had such depth. Where were those Yuanshan realms of the Qingyan sect? Facing the Qingyan sect with such a powerful base, what could they take on? For the first time, they began to doubt the correctness of those clan elders. Chapter 73, The Chase. The 5 Jindan stages who were frantically escaping were getting more and more panicked when they saw Zhang Yang chasing closer and closer. Run separately, one of the Jindan stage shouted. Spread the news that Zhang Yang has 6 spiritual weapons on him so that everyone can come together to finish him off. I don't believe that no one will be moved by the 6 spiritual weapons. With so many people joining hands, even if he has 6 spiritual weapons, it's useless. The 5 Jindan instantly split into 5 directions and fled. Faced with such a situation, Zhang Yang was helpless and could only arrest this Jindan stage in front of him. That Jindan stage knew that there was no hope of escaping and looked at Zhang Yang as if he was dying. You're dead. As long as the news that you have a spiritual weapon on your body spreads out, you won't dare to leave Qingyan sect for the rest of your life. Not only does the Yuaning stage want to kill you, the Yuanshan realm and the Harmonization realm all want to kill you. As the most powerful treasure in the immortal cultivation realm, the Yuanshan realm and the Harmonization realm were bound to get greedy, which was why the 5 Jindan stages made sure to pass the message on. If one piece of the heavenly Luonet, for the sake of the Green Cloud sect, the general public would not dare to offend. With 6 spirit weapons in their possession, I'm afraid that the top clans would all make secret moves. Zhang Yang smiled faintly. Then let's see who kills who. You should all have signed the life and death contract. You don't need to be responsible for your deaths for the Qingyan sect, right? In that case, go ahead and die. He didn't hesitate to slap the Jindan stage to death and take away the space ring and magic treasure on him. After the death of the Jindan stage, the imprint on the space ring disappeared and Zhang Yang recognized the owner once again and transferred the spirit stones, pills and so on inside the space ring to his own space ring. Then, he returned to find Jiang Jiqiu. Zhang Yang had only just left when a ghostly shadow emerged from the ground and burrowed into the corpse of the Jindan stage. In an instant, the Jindan stage corpse dried up, leaving only a human skin falling to the ground. Immediately afterward, the phantom disappeared once again. Eldest brother, did they catch them? Jiang Jiqiu inquired as he looked at Zhang Yang who had returned. Ran away 4, killed 1. Zhang Yang threw the space ring in his hand to Jiang Jiqiu. Take all these with you. There are still quite a few disciples in the sect who do not have space rings to use. And keep the magic treasures inside. Give them to them later. As for the spirit stones and pills, you keep a portion of them. The rest will all be included in the sect's inventory. Yes. Jiang Jiqiu nodded. He realized that this senior brother was more terrifying than what he had seen on the surface. And awe grew in his heart. Zhang Yang looked in all directions with a cold gaze, pondering in his mind. His purpose at the very beginning was to take advantage of the news of the opening of the secret realm and just make a big fortune. As it turned out, he had done it, earning tens of millions of spirit stones for the Green Cloud sect. However, he didn't expect the group to actually have another purpose. Isn't it good to send some spirit stones properly? If you have to give my Green Cloud Sect magic treasures, space rings, and resources, we can reluctantly accept them. Zhang Yang snorted coldly and signaled Jiang Jiqiu to follow him. Find your senior sister first, then we'll move together and accept their heavy gifts. On the other hand, Tan Yaguan led his men and blocked Sita Mingyue in a valley, with Tan Yaguan revealing the identity of the Luanjia Holy Land. There were many clans whose Jindan stage chose to follow Tan Yaguan. This was equivalent to defecting to a Holy Land, which was 1,000 times more agreeable to some small sects, not to mention some small clans. Even some second-rate clans had to give face to the Langia Holy Land. Otherwise, the consequences of offending the Holy Land were very serious. As for the Green Cloud Sect, although it was an ancient great sect, the Green Cloud Sect had always declined. Under such circumstances, Tan Yaguan gathered more than 20 Jindan stages, determined to take down Sita Mingyue. Facing more than 20 Jindan stages, Sita Mingyue was simply unable to fight back and fled all the way to the valley before being blocked. When Sita Mingyue was faced with a crisis, the Xianxian underworld Dharma robe automatically protected her master, and no one else was able to get close at all. Qingyun Sect's 5th grade spiritual artifact, the Xian Nixian Dharma robe. Zhang Huan, a Jindan stage of the Langia Holy Land, looked towards Tan Yaguan with a gloomy expression. This shows that the Qingyun sect has already taken Sita Mingyue as a true successor, and in such a situation, I'm afraid that the consequences will be very serious if we move Sita Mingyue. If Sita Mingyue was just an ordinary disciple, it would be fine if they moved the Luanjia Holy Land. However, true disciples are completely different. Tan Yaguan's eyes widened as he looked at the Xuanhe Dharma robe. He pondered for a while and said fiercely, "Don't care about anything, take her down for me. As long as I take her, when I succeed in dual cultivation with her, at that time, I will go back and ask my old ancestor to intervene and marry her is all. When the time comes, having a Xianxian underworld Dharma robe as a dowry is too good a deal for our Luanjia Holy Land. Everyone give me a shot to consume the power of the Xianxian underworld Dharma cloak." More than 20 Jindan stages struck out at Tan Yaguan's call. As a 5th grade defensive spirit artifact, although the Xianmei Dharma robe was very powerful, Sita Mingyue was not Zhang Yang and was unable to provide the spirit power needed for the Xianmei Dharma robe. How long could it be defended with just the power of the Xuanhe Dharma robe itself? Zhang Yang brought Jiang Jiqiu with him and searched for Sita Mingyue everywhere in the secret realm. He would go up to people whenever he saw them. Some Jindan stages showed strange looks when they saw Zhang Yang. They had all heard about Zhang Yang having a couple of spiritual weapons. There was no one who was not greedy for spiritual weapons. However, the average person would not dare to make a move against Zhang Yang. And some, on the other hand, shook their heads and said they didn't know. Zhang Yang met another Jindan stage and asked, "Have you seen Sita Mingyue from our Qingyun sect?" Jindan stage. Female. A female Jindan stage? The Jindan stage's face changed. "I did see people from the Langia Holy Land besieging a female Jindan stage. I wonder if it's your Qingyun sect Sita Mingyue." "Thanks, buddy. I'll give you a favor when I'm done looking for me." Zhang Yang thanked him and turned to Jiang Jiqiu. "Follow me." He flew in the direction that the Jindan stage was pointing, and while he was still on his way, he took out a bunch of talismans and handed them to Jiang Jiqiu. "When you see someone later, just throw them at them. Don't be polite to me. Whatever the what Holy Land, don't be afraid to kill anyone. Count it all on me." He saw the scene of more than 20 Jindan stage attacking Sita Mingyue from far away. At this time Sita Mingyue was already in a precarious position. The light of Xianmei Dharma robe was dimming. Obviously could not resist any longer. "A bunch of sons of Es, daring to plague my senior sister." Zhang Yang roared angrily and took out his bronze tripod. "Senior, although you haven't recognized me as your master yet, but, now that the disciples of Qingyun sect are in danger, please cooperate with me to save them." He urged his spiritual energy and injected it towards the bronze tripod. Suddenly, his connection with the bronze tripod became very close. The bronze tripod recognizes its owner. Zhang Yang was pleasantly surprised. He had been grinding this tripod for 9 years since he got it, and it just wouldn't recognize its owner. He was also unable to force this tripod, and the two sides had been at a standstill for several years. I didn't expect the bronze tripod to agree to recognize its owner at this moment. After recognizing the master, the connection between the two parties became close, and under Zhang Yang's spiritual power, the power became even more amazing. The 1-foot-high bronze tripod, under Zhang Yang's urging, became more than 1 zhang high, and with a terrifying and incomparable might, it suppressed down towards the more than 20 Jindan stages below. The 20 or so Jindan stages that were besieging Sita Mingyue suddenly felt something unusual in the air. Looking up, Zhang Huan roared, "Get out of the way. It's the Qingyun sect's immortal refining cauldron, which is claimed to be able to refine a true immortal, so don't touch it." In fact, there was no need for Zhang Huan to remind them. As the 20 or so Jindan stages scattered and fled in all directions, Tan Yaoguang's eyes were red and he unwillingly fled while looking back at Zhang Yang. It was so close. It was so close. You damn you. Why did you come? And why were you able to catalyze the immortal refining cauldron? Is there any justice left? He looked at Sita Mingyue who was within reach and had to flee. Because, if he didn't escape, he was going to be suppressed to death by the immortal refining cauldron. Chapter 74, Sister Green Tea. Eldest brother. You're finally here. Sita Mingyue looked at Zhang Yang who descended from the sky, smiled miserably and fainted with her head tilted. Under the siege of 24 Jindan stages, it was already not easy for her to support herself for so long. Although she was relying on the Xian negative Dharma robe and the Xian Yin Jade disc, it was a huge drain on her mind and spiritual energy. She knew very well what would happen if she fell into Tan Yaoguang's hands. If something really happened, would the Green Cloud sect really kill Tan Yaoguang? At the last minute, she was relieved to see Zhang Yang arriving. Zhang Yang looked at Sita Mingyue, who had fainted on the ground, as well as the still barely holding on to her Xianying Dharma robe, and said, "There is no need to hold on to her. With me here, she is fine." There was no doubt that this time, the consumption of the Xianxian Dharma robe was also great. Although the power of spiritual weapons was terrifying, without enough power to utilize their power, they could only consume their origin. More than 20 Jindan stages attacked with full force. Their power exceeded that of the Yuaning stage, so I'm afraid that the Xianmei Dharma robe would take a long time to recover. Spiritual artifacts had a spirit, and the Xian diabolic robe converged back into Sita Mingyue's body after sensing those familiar spiritual artifacts on Zhang Yang's body. It was also in the moment when the Xian underworld Dharma robe was retracted that a ghostly shadow entered Sita Mingyue's body from the ground. Zhang Yang bent down and picked up Sita Mingyue and walked out of the valley, not even seeing the appearance of the shadowy figure. Jiang Jiqiu hurriedly arrived. He had just taken a bunch of spirit talismans given to him by Zhang Yang and chased after those Jindan stages for a while. He did not dare to chase after them for more than a while, so he returned. Seeing Sita Mingyue's appearance, he hurriedly asked, "Eldest senior brother, how is she?" "Senior sister?" Zhang Yang frowned. "It should be exhaustion. When she sleeps, she should be fine." "Right. Give her some rainbow fish soup." This fish soup was a good thing. It also had abundant spiritual energy, so it might help Sita Mingyue. He poured out a small bowl of fish soup and gave it to Sita Mingyue. Perhaps it was the replenishment of the fish soup's spiritual energy that made Sita Mingyue wake up. She glanced at Zhang Yang and asked with a demeanor that looked dainty, "What did you give me to eat?" The tongue even swirled around his lips as he spoke. Zhang Yang, who had never seen this side of Sita Mingyue before, couldn't help but speed up his heartbeat by a few points, and he felt that this moment of Sita Mingyue, how did she look so enchanting? If it wasn't for Zhang Yang's determination being enough, I'm afraid he would have to point angrily at the sky. He laughed a little and pulled out the pot of fish soup. "I fished for a few days to get the rainbow fish soup. Still want to drink it? Rainbow fish?" Sita Mingyue's eyes widened. "There are actually rainbow fish in our secret realm? Rumor has it that it's something that only exists in the depths of the Cloud Dream Marsh. And last time, there was a rainbow fish auction that fetched over 5 million spirit stones." "Ah!" Zhang Yang let out a strangled cry and glared at his pot of fish soup. "Then wouldn't this pot of fish soup be worth more than 10 million spirit stones?" He sighed. What did he care about spirit stones when it was all stewed into soup? "In your state, you should be able to drink 2 more bowls. Refine it properly and you should be able to recover." Zhang Yang somewhat despondently handed the fish soup to Sita Mingyue. "Hurry up and recover. Then let's go find that group of people to avenge you." He was not going to be polite when he dared to deal with the people of the Green Cloud sect in the secret realm of the Green Cloud sect. This time, he's going to go on a killing spree. Even those who hadn't signed a life and death contract and had the right to save their lives in the Qingyan sect could only give them a life. Sita Mingyue did not take the fish soup, but opened her mouth and stretched it towards Zhang Yang. "Ah, what are you doing?" Zhang Yang looked at Sita Mingyue strangely. "Eldest brother, you feed me." Sita Mingyue looked at Zhang Yang daintily. Zhang Yang looked at Sita Mingyue dumbfounded, and suddenly, took back the fish soup and said faintly, "Forget it if you don't eat it." Why did he suddenly feel that Sita Mingyue was starting to be green tea? He was a man who was going to cultivate immortality, and he should have been wary of women, let alone having him try to impress them. "Hello? Hey you big man." Sita Mingyue's eyes flashed a ghostly aura. There was surprise in her eyes. Humming, "You bullied me. I'm going to complain to master." "Okay, don't go. I'll drink it." "Yo, and green tea?" However, Zhang Yang felt that green tea like Sita Mingyue could only be considered first class among the women he had seen in the past, not good enough to be a special class green tea. Special green tea is the finest green tea. Zhang Yang looked at Jiang Jiqiu and said with a serious expression, "These Jindan stages that have entered our secret realm this time, there are too many with ill intentions." Next, As long as we see those who have made a move against us, then give me a fight. Those who signed the life and death contract will be directly ed to death. And those who didn't sign the life and death contract will snatch their magic treasures and spatial rings, and then drive them towards the direction of the spirit lake. If we're lucky, we might even catch another rainbow fish. Yes, eldest brother. Jiang Jiqiu nodded repeatedly. He now admired Zhang Yang to the core, partly because of his strength and partly because of his determination. Just now, with those hands of Situ Mingyue, he was watching from the side and his mind was shaken. I didn't expect their senior brother, but he didn't react at all? That said, Sifu is really pretty. At this moment, deep within Situ Mingyue's sea of consciousness, a ghostly shadow was communicating with Situ Mingyue's consciousness. Little girl, you really have grown a good body, but you can't make use of it. Once you learn to conquer men, you will be able to conquer the world. If you listen to me, the world will all be yours. Situ Mingyue laughed coldly. Just those few moves you made just now? You can't even handle my eldest senior brother, and you still want to conquer others? She couldn't control her body, but she took in the scene she had just witnessed. She blushed when she thought of all the actions her body had made under the control of the shadow of the phantom. But then again, there was something strange about her. She actually wasn't attracted to eldest brother at all. The phantom shadow grunted coldly. I was only trying my hand in a small way just now, and I haven't even brought out my real masterstroke yet. If you cooperate with me wholeheartedly and give me your body completely, I promise to let you see my true strength. Otherwise, I'll still have to suppress you and my body will become abnormal. Situ Mingyue looked at the phantom shadow warily. Although I don't know what you are, but, if you want to trick me, no way. You girl, if it wasn't for me trying to find an heir, I would have looked at you? The ghostly shadow shook her head in disbelief. Don't resist. I'll go deal with that brat first, so you can see my methods. Eldest brother, I haven't recovered my aura yet and you're asking me to fight again. Situ Mingyue looked at Zhang Yang sadly. Rainbow fish soup. I still want to drink it. Give me some. I promise. I'll drink it myself this time. Drink what you like. Zhang Yang snorted coldly. Despite what he said, he handed over a bowl of fish soup. Bringing a Situ Mingyue with her strength restored was better than bringing a liability. However, when he saw Situ Mingyue taking small sips of the fish soup and flying a wink every now and then, he only felt egg pain. He thought to himself that this Situ Mingyue wouldn't have hid an evil spell, right? How come it's changed so much? Chapter 75, Sister's Evil. Deep in the depths of the Qingyan sect, Qin Yunzi looked serious as he observed everything in the secret realm scroll with all his might. In his eyes, several hidden apparitions were slimly visible. These few devil tires, he had deliberately put them in. The main purpose was to see the results of the devil tires on Zhang Yang's chaotic golden dan. It was just that he hadn't expected that these few demonic fetuses would be unexpected in the secret realm. One of the demonic fetuses had actually pestered Situ Mingyue. They had officially recognized Situ Mingyue. That was a true disciple. And now that the demonic fetus was on Situ Mingyue's body, he had to pay attention to it. Ha! Qin Yunzi let out a shocked gasp, realizing that a new situation had arisen. On the other side of the secret realm, the 24 Jindan stages that had just surrounded Situ Mingyue under the leadership of Tan Yaoguang had already gathered once again. Damn! Their Qingyan sect really deserves to die. Tan Yaoguang cursed. A spirit weapon heavy treasure, actually given to the Jindan stage to use. All the brains of this Qingyan sect are broken. He was furious. He had thought that he could easily take down Situ Mingyue, and when he succeeded in his dual cultivation, his realm would grow by leaps and bounds. At that time, he could still marry Situ Mingyue by virtue of the fact that he had already double cultivated. As a result, he didn't expect that Situ Mingyue was carrying two spirit weapons. However, Situ Mingyue could only defend passively, and after they had surrounded them and were about to win, Zhang Yang actually came back with his spiritual weapon. Zhang Yang, on the other hand, was able to catalyze spiritual weapons. This caused them to retreat and recondition for later. Seeing that the Situ Mingyue that was within his reach just flew away, how could he be willing to do so? He was inwardly stifled. A spirit weapon was a heavy weapon for any clan. How could it be given to the Jindan stage? For example, in their Luwenjia Holy Land, there were many spirit weapons, but none of them were held in the hands of the Yuanshan realm or even the harmonious Dao realm. Unless it was a very special Yuaning stage, it was only possible to be bestowed with a spirit weapon. However, that would only be the bestowal of a spirit weapon, which was even more of a heavenly favor. And Zhang Yang, how many spirit weapons are in his hands? What was even more speechless was that the Qingyan sect had actually given such a heavy weapon as the immortal refining cauldron to Zhang Yang as well. I'm afraid this thing would have to be the treasure of the clan in a first-class clan. Therefore, Tan Yaoguang was both annoyed that Zhang Yang had ruined his good deed and jealous that Zhang Yang was able to obtain so many heavy treasures. In fact, The other Jindan stages were speechless while envious and jealous. When the Green Cloud sect gave so many spirit weapons to the Jindan stage, weren't they afraid that the Jindan stage would die outside and the spirit weapons would all be lost? Just as Tan Yaoguang cursed more than once, a ghostly shadow emerged from the ground and directly entered Tan Yaoguang's body. No one has noticed, and Tan Yaoguang, who was cursing more than once, suddenly had a body lurch and shouted angrily, "I don't share the same fate as the Qingyan sect. This time, we must finish them off. If we join forces again, we can definitely take them down. Zhang Yang has so many spiritual weapons. After we finish him off, it will be enough for one of our clans to split one. I only want Sito Mingyue. I won't take all the others from you. Do you want to charge with me once more? I'm telling you, anyone who tries to be uncooperative is my enemy. When I return to the Luwanjia Holy Land, I will definitely have my old ancestor go to your clan and find trouble with you. My old ancestor is at the harmonization realm. Elder Tan Xiushui of the Luwanjia Sacred Land. Think about the consequences for your clan before answering my words." The Jindan stages of the other sects looked at each other in dismay. How else could they reply? The two Jindan stages from the Langya Holy Land frowned at Tan Yaoguang. They felt that Tan Yaoguang was afraid that he had gone crazy. But when they thought that Tan Yaoguang had been irritated by the Qingyan sect twice in a row, it was only normal for him to have a mental disorder. They thought of the spirit weapons on Zhang Yang and Sito Mingyue and were excited if they could really lay their hands on these spirit weapons. Therefore, they did not obstruct Tan Yuquang. Under some threats from Tan Yaoguang, the 20 or so Jindan stages united once again, and this time, everyone revealed their ruthlessness for the sake of their spirit weapons. In addition to us, we have to go and unite with other sects, contact some more people and take them down in one fell swoop. Let's all split up and say that all the consequences will be borne by us. We will bear all the consequences. There are great benefits to following our Luwanjia Sacred Grounds actions. Tan Yaoguang had a ferocious expression on his face. I'll personally go find these big clans like the 100 Spirit Sect and pull them over as well. I still don't believe that so many people still can't take down a tiny Qingyan sect. The crowd actually got a little excited as they watched Tan Yaoguang's ferocious look. If they really wanted to gather so many people, they really weren't afraid of the Qingyan sect. Doesn't this mean that they might have a spirit weapon to share? On the other hand, amidst Zhang Yang's egg look, and Zhang Jiqiu's toothy look at the show of love, Sito Mingyue finally finished her bowl of fish soup. A small bowl of soup. She drank hard for a few minutes. After finishing her drink, she even spat out her tongue at Zhang Yang. "I'm done." Zhang Jiqiu looked at the sky with both eyes, wondering if he should leave for a while. He really didn't know if eldest brother and eldest sister really had any feelings for each other. But wasn't it a bit too much to engage in such a mess in front of him? He decided that in the future, where there was an eldest brother and sister, he would hide himself away so as not to disturb the two. Zhang Yang's mouth twitched as he really wanted to ask Sito Mingyue what the hell she was doing. "Yes, I did save you, but you act like you're giving your life away. Do you have to?" He was helpless. "Eldest brother, the fish soup you stewed is so delicious." Sito Mingyue smiled daintily and reached out to pull Zhang Yang's sleeve. "I'm full of strength after eating the fish soup." Zhang Yang flung away his sleeves and said coldly, "Go, eldest brother, are you going to avenge me?" People's hearts are so fond of it after hearing that. Sito Mingyue chased after him. "Eldest brother, you look so cool when you don't speak." Zhang Yang was going to break down. Is this something a normal person would do? Why hadn't he realized before that his senior sister was actually so green tea? Had he known this, he would never have brought Sito Mingyue up the mountain. He would have willingly given up that 1,000,000 spirit stones. Suddenly, he saw Li Qi sneaking around, and with a twitch in his expression, he drank. Stop. Once Li Qi saw that it was Zhang Yang in his face, he wanted to run on the spot. However, he immediately thought of the consequences of running away and could only stand still with a bitter face. "You were very successful in your attraction last time. I haven't complimented you yet." Zhang Yang was finally in a much better mood. "Who did you contact this time? Tell me the truth, or else I'm going to flip out. I'm not afraid of the number of people you contacted. I only care if you tell me the truth." Li Qi was inwardly speechless. He was indeed contacting the others with a view to finishing off Zhang Yang together. How could he still be bumped into? Now that Zhang Yang was holding something on him, what could he do? As soon as Zhang Yang released those evidences in his hand, he would be dead even if he contacted other people to besiege Zhang Yang and the news leaked out. Thinking about it, he could only tell the story in a nutshell. Yo-ho! Zhang Yang's eyes widened. "You guys are actually so generous. A few holy lands and so many clans have joined forces. This is too much of a favor to me, isn't it?" Zhang Jiqiu looked grave and said, "Eldest senior brother, I'm afraid we'll have to avoid its peak for now. With so many people, even if we have spirit weapons to protect us, we're no match." There were simply too many people, and the power gathered was terrifying. Sito Mingyue tilted her head and looked at Zhang Yang without making a mistake. That demonic fetus also wanted to see how Zhang Yang would deal with the current situation. Zhang Yang's brows furrowed as he pondered for a while and said faintly, "Wait for them with ease. Just wait for them here," he said to Richie. "Go tell them that I'm here and tell them to come and surround me." Richie left with a strange look on his face. When Li Qi disappeared, Jiang Jiqiu hurriedly said, "Eldest brother, let's run. By the time they get here, we'll have already gone somewhere else." Zhang Yang smiled coldly. "Run? Just dig a pit here and bury them." Chapter 76, The Killing Spree. "Let's hurry up and set up while Li Qi goes back to report." Zhang Yang commanded up Jiang Jiqiu. "I have spirit weapons and spirit stones in my hands, so I can set up a simple formation here. Senior brother Jiang, follow my instructions and bury all the talismans." During his 10 years in the Green Cloud Sect, he had also learned quite a lot of formation skills by following Bai Lingzi. Although it couldn't catch up to Bai Lingzi's level, using a spiritual weapon as the foundation of the formation, supplemented by a large amount of spiritual stones, plus dozens of talismans with the power of a single strike from the Jindan stage. When the formation burst open, it was definitely enough for those Jindan stages to drink a pot. Moreover, they had spirit weapons to protect them. Those Jindan stages didn't have spirit weapons. This wave could probably kill a lot of people. The two of them were busy in a tight circle, and next to them, Sitomingyue's eyes were flickering non-stop. Although the Devil's Tire felt that Sitomingyue's Xianyin Avenue was very good, but how did he feel that Zhang Yang's temperament was more to his liking? If we can take down Zhang Yang, won't that be a better disguise? The Devil's Tire contemplated for a long time and decided to shift his goalposts. He was looking for an opportunity and didn't do anything rash. On the other hand, Li Qi mysteriously found the others, announcing that Zhang Yang's location had been discovered. Sitomingyue should have been injured under the siege just now, and they are still in that canyon without leaving. Now let's go over there together, just in time to exterminate them. He was apprehensive, both wishing that everyone would come out together and go to destroy Zhang Yang, and worrying about what he should do if Zhang Yang should reveal his secret. The 40 to 50 Jindan stages that had already gathered instantly wanted to head to that valley and destroy Zhang Yang before snatching the spirit weapon first. Who doesn't want a spiritual weapon? However, seeing the few people who were discussing in the distance, they didn't dare to act rashly. That was the power of several top sects. If they offended these top sects, even if they returned to the sect, their lives would be hard to protect. "What are you guys still hesitating for?" Tan Yaoguang said impatiently. "I've already said that Zhang Yang is carrying the immortal refining cauldron on his body, and apart from that, there's also the heavenly Luo net and the bright light armor, in addition to the other spiritual weapons. Even if he doesn't have any other spirit weapons on him, Sitomingyue still has 2 more on her. This time I only want Sitomingyue, nothing else. With the reputation of your 10,000 spirits sect, you can completely take away the immortal refining cauldron. There's no need for me to say how important this treasure is, right? Zhou Hao, the Jindan stage of the 10,000 spirit sect, frowned as they came in this time. Their main purpose was to ascertain the condition of the secret realm. Targeting the Green Cloud sect was not their intention. They had already been exploring inside the secret realm for several days, and had obtained quite a few heavenly materials and treasures. Yet they still hadn't figured out the abnormality of the secret realm. As for heavenly treasures, which secret realm didn't have any inside? Senior brother, I think we should act. A Jindan stage from the 10,000 Souls sect made a suggestion. Anyway, with so many people, if we all act together, even if we don't reveal our identities, the Qingyan sect won't dare to find trouble with us. Moreover, if we can get one of those spirit weapons, our clan's reserves will increase a bit, which is very beneficial. Tan Yaoguang gave Zhou Hao a disdainful look. So you guys are afraid of exposing your identities? Don't worry. No one here knows that you guys are from the 10,000 spirit sect except for me. You guys just hide your identities, and we have us, the Langya sacred ground, at the front of everything. After repeated persuasion, Zhou Hao finally agreed. Alright, then we, the All Souls sect, will participate in this operation, and after we get our hands on it, we will refine the immortal cauldron. Zhou Hao looked at Tan Yaoguang seriously. Moreover, we must not expose the identity of our All Souls sect. No problem, Tan Yaoguang promised. He took Zhou Hao and a few others and joined the group. The rest of the crowd looked a little impatient, wondering why Tan Yaoguang had to go and invite these few people, and some even couldn't stand to see Zhou Hao and the others dragging their feet. Zhou Hao smiled faintly. This time, when I explored the secret realm of the Qingyan sect, I brought a third-grade defense treasure with me. Aside from the people of their Qingyan sect, there shouldn't be anything higher than my treasure. Right? With one word, the crowd shut up. Tan Yaoguang didn't care about that much and droned. Since we've already discussed this, let's set off together and go finish off their Qingyan sect people. Dozens of Jindan stages, led by a few people from Tan Yaoguang, aggressively killed that valley. The power of dozens of Jindan stages gave the crowd endless confidence to level everything. Even if the Qin Yunzi disciples had spiritual weapons to protect them, they believed that with their strength, they could take Zhang Yang and the others down. Pay attention to your guard. Whenever you strike it's at full strength, don't give them any chance. Tan Yaoguang drank. As they got closer to the canyon, the crowd raised their guard. In their opinion, even if Zhang Yang had a defense, it should be within the valley. They did not expect that Zhang Yang's formation was placed right at the entrance and exit of the valley. Besides, Zhang Yang hadn't shown any talent in practicing formations at all, so how could people think that Zhang Yang knew formations? Seeing that most of the people had entered the area covered by the formation, Zhang Yang, who was hiding within the canyon, immediately activated the formation. With the immortal refining cauldron vibrating steeply, it absorbed the large amount of spirit stones contained within the immortal refining cauldron, and then transmitted the spirit power along the array pattern, along with a few other spirit artifacts that were also being activated. The aura within the entire range of the formation surged, and the various spiritual weapons began to radiate their might. It was only at this time that Tan Yaoguang and the others realized that something bad had happened and hastily drank. There's an ambush. Quick defense. Everyone, regardless of whether they were magic weapons or treasure weapons, activated their defensive magic treasures. A small formation. What is there to fear? Charge me and finish them off. Tan Yaoguang pointed in Zhang Yang's direction. Just at this moment, buried in the formation space of a talisman under the sufficient spiritual chi was inspired. Dozens of talismans all power. A variety of explosive inflammation talisman, lightning talisman, blistering wind talisman, all sorts of chaotic forces mixed together, all of them stirring up the laws of heaven and earth. When the laws of heaven and earth were in chaos, it instantly caused the formation space to go berserk, and even brought about a riot of the laws of heaven and earth in a good-sized radius. Rumble. In a series of loud sounds, all sorts of heaven and earth laws ripping power rolled toward dozens of Jindan stages. Some of the Jindan stage did not say a word, and were annihilated in the law storm. Some had only half of their bodies left, and the other half of their bodies were blown far away and annihilated under the power of the law. Only a few, such as Zhou Hao who had a treasure weapon to protect his body, were like a lone boat in the ocean wind and waves, and did not know when they would be annihilated by the law storm. Qin Yunzi, who had been staring at the scroll all along, couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh and hurriedly exerted his great magical power to calm the heaven and earth in the scroll, lest the scroll be torn apart by the laws of heaven and earth. At the same time, he was responsible for getting those who hadn't signed the life and death contract out. Of course, he only made sure that the ones he saved were alive. As for only half of such, he couldn't care less. With so many people plotting against the people of the Green Cloud Sect, it was polite enough if he didn't help out with a strike. Outside of the Green Cloud Sect, spatial fluctuations continued to emanate, and in front of the eyes of the crowd, mutilated and half-dead bodies, as well as figures whose bodies were intact but drenched in blood, appeared in front of the crowd. The elders of the many clans waiting outside all stood up in shock. What had happened to make such a gruesome sight? Chapter 77 Demon Fetus Attack. Sect leader of the Green Cloud Sect, aren't you going to give a statement? When Zhang Hegui saw that the two Jindan disciples of the Luangjia sacred ground had lost an arm and a leg, and Tan Yaoguang was even left with only half of his body, he instantly roared. If you, Qingyun Sect, don't give an explanation, then don't blame us, the Luangjia sacred ground. There were many clans that were also looking angrily at the Green Cloud Sect. Their disciples came to the secret realm to explore it, not to get killed. Now, there is such a huge change of heart. Leaving aside the question of whether or not there are any heavenly materials and geomaterials, it was not easy to cultivate the disciples to the Jindan stage, but they were just ruined. Painted Spirit Sun walked out, looking at Zhang Hegui with a strange expression. Eldest senior brother asks, is your Luangjia sacred land sure you need an explanation? Zhang Hegui gazed at Painted Spirit Z and said coldly, my sect's disciples have been maimed to this extent, shouldn't you give an explanation? There are also so many of the clan's juniors, who are also injured like this, and it is estimated that their cultivation will be wasted in the future. Didn't you Green Cloud Sect promise to guarantee the safety of our disciples? Now that one by one is maimed to this extent, you need to give an explanation to all of us. Are you sure? Painted Spirit Sun continued to ask. Let me remind you again. Are you sure you need an explanation? Without first waking them up and asking what happened, he turned his head to the other clans waiting for an explanation, and also asked groggily, do you need one too? When the crowd saw Painted Spirit Sun's mysterious attitude, some of them were not happy. Was this a case of pressing them to bow down based on their strength? Zhang Hegui, however, changed his expression as he sensed something unusual from Painted Spirit Sun's words. But what anomaly has taken such a turn for the worse? Painted Spirit Sun said slowly, think about it, Why some people came out unharmed with heavenly treasures, while these people are crippled like this? If you guys need an explanation, I can give you one right away. Zhang Hegui was silent for a long time before slowly saying, I firmly believe that even if there is something wrong with our disciples, it must be because of your Qingyun sect's poor care that such a situation has occurred. Therefore, your Qingyun sect is responsible. Painted Spirit Sun sneered. Give face. Since you want to know the truth, then I will give you an explanation. With a lift of his hand, a piece of image materialized in front of the crowd, and in the image, it was Tan Yaoguan leading a siege against Situmingwe. Immediately after, Zhang Yang appeared and repelled the crowd. Next, the crowd conspired once again, trying to execute Zhang Yang and the others, and eventually, under the ambush of the formation, they created the appearance before them. The group of people who were still blaming the crowd of the Green Cloud sect turned their gazes towards Zhang Hegui. The disciples of the Luwenjia Sacred Land actually forced the disciples of their sects to join forces and make a move against the Qingyun sect? In particular, Tan Yaoguan's arrogant demeanor in the picture fell in the eyes of everyone. The crowd didn't know that Tan Yaoguan was controlled by the demonic fetus. All they saw was that Tan Yaoguan was holding their disciple hostage based on the identity of the Luwenjia Holy Land. The Luwenjia Sacred Ground is really something worthy of a sacred ground. A strange voice rang out, but it was not known who had spoken it. Obviously, there were still people who didn't dare to openly offend the Luwenjia Holy Land. He, a Yuaning stage sneered a few times, stepped forward to save his disciple, and just after waking him up, he slapped his face. Stupid, being used without even realizing it. Zhang Hegui only felt that this slap on his face was fiery. He really didn't think that Tan Yaoguan would actually do something like this. The cheek of the Luwenjia Holy Land was pressed to the ground and rubbed. Completely lost awe. He was furious. He had clearly instructed Tan Yaoguan to focus on exploring the secret realm and deal with Situmingwe when he had the chance. Why didn't this bastard listen? Another thing that shocked him was that so many of the spiritual weapons of the Green Cloud sect had actually been given to the disciples. Was the Green Cloud sect really not worried about a repeat of what happened decades ago? With an iron face, he probed his hand and grabbed back the 3 disciples of the Luwenjia Holy Land. Although he was angry in his heart, he still had to rush to save them. He didn't doubt that the Green Cloud sect had given false images because there were still quite a few living Jindan stages, so as long as he asked the others, he would surely know the truth. It was just that what he couldn't accept was why such a situation had occurred. Painted Spirit Sun said coldly, the fact that we were able to save them shows that our Qingyun sect is already very disciplined. You guys wait, after this matter is over, we will pay you a proper visit. So many people targeting my Qingyun sect's disciples. Do you really think that my Qingyun sect is easy to bully? The faces of many clans changed, especially some second and third-rate clans, and their hearts were even more fearful. Now that we've offended the Qingyun sect, what should we do? Their clan's highest cultivation level was the Yuanshan realm, and that was all the power of the sitting clan, which could withstand the Qingyun sect's questioning. In their minds, they cursed those disciples for a while, still thinking of countermeasures. Zhang Hegui, who was rescuing Tan Yaoguan, suddenly felt something vibrating on his body and his face changed dramatically. This item was something that the Holy Master had specifically explained to him. If this item caused a tremor, then it meant that something heavenly had happened, and that he must return to the sect immediately. He didn't dare to be slow, took out his flying boat, loaded a few disciples onto it, and hurried back to the Luwenjia Holy Land. The crowd thought that Zhang Hegui was too embarrassed to face the crowd and escaped, and each of them scoffed. Bah! What the hell? And a holy place. At this moment, within the secret realm, numerous Jindan stages were dumbfounded as they looked at the blood and mutilated bodies all over the ground, each of their faces pale. They hadn't expected that the union of dozens of Jindan stages would end up with this. Moreover, the current generation of the Qingyun sect was so ruthless that they actually counterattacked with such ferocious means. Li Qi, in particular, looked at Zhang Yang with a fearful face. He had thought that he could take Zhang Yang down this time, but to his surprise, they had failed again. In his heart, fear had risen against Zhang Yang and he no longer dared to go against him. The others also had a look of fear. Although the spirit weapon was very good, however, one had to have a life to take it. Where the crowd couldn't see, a black shadow roared up to the sky. This black shadow was the same demonic fetus that was hidden in Tan Yaoguan's body. Just now, when Tan Yaoguan was pulled out of the secret realm, the demonic fetus thought that it could escape, but he didn't expect that when Qing Yunzi threw Tan Yaoguan out, he rigidly pulled it out of Tan Yaoguan's sea of consciousness again. The devil fetus was very angry and could only growl and lash out at Qing Yunzi, but there was nothing he could do. And in the valley, Zhang Yang, who had just fully energized his spirit weapon to play the formation, was satisfied to see the result in front of him. If you dare to come and kill him, you must be prepared to be killed.
Only one strike just now had also consumed his spiritual energy tremendously. He took out the fish soup and began to replenish his spiritual energy. Just then, a warm and soft body hugged him from behind. Eldest brother, you're awesome. Sitomingue's voice sounded from behind. Zhang Yang's body couldn't help but freeze when he was violently attacked. A ghostly shadow took this opportunity to enter Zhang Yang's body from Sitomingue. Chapter 78 Devil Fetus Sends Warmth. Qingyun's Sect. Qingyunzi looked very grave. All his attention had been attracted by Zhang Yang. Although the demonic fetus was put into the secret realm and to try out Zhang Yang's chaotic golden Dan, he definitely did not want anything to go wrong with Zhang Yang. It was so hard to take in such a satisfactory disciple, or a chaotic golden Dan. How could he allow something to go wrong? Even if he had confidence in Zhang Yang's chaotic golden pill, he could not afford not to pay attention to it. As soon as anything went wrong, he immediately stepped in. Senior sister. Zhang Yang was shocked and speechless again. Did he think that Sitomingue had arrived in spring? You were just moving your mouth. Now you're doing it? Immediately afterward, his body shook violently, feeling that something wasn't right, and something was rushing directly towards his Jindan. He was so shocked that he couldn't care about Sitomingue. His mind was all over the Jindan. He could leave his Jindan open to Qin Yunzi, and that was because Qin Yunzi was his master, whom he trusted. What the hell is this? Coming right at his Jindan? The first thing the demonic fetus did when it entered Zhang Yang's body was to imprison Zhang Yang's Jindan. He had watched Zhang Yang on Sitomingue for a long time and knew that Zhang Yang's spiritual energy was not normally thick. If he didn't take advantage of Zhang Yang's weakness to confine his Jindan and wait until Zhang Yang recovered, if he wanted to deal with Zhang Yang, he would have to do it in a similar way to Sitomingue, only by punching the sea of consciousness. However, from the exchange between the demonic fetus controlling Sitomingue and Zhang Yang, it could be seen that Zhang Yang's mind was very determined and it was much more difficult to deal with Zhang Yang than Sitomingue. The only way, that was to imprison Zhang Yang's Jindan first, and then figure out how to deal with Zhang Yang's body, and in turn, Zhang Yang's sea of consciousness. The demonic fetus rushed into Zhang Yang's dantian, and the power of the demonic soul imprisoned towards Zhang Yang's Jindan. Zhang Yang, on the other hand, had already spotted the shadow of the demonic tire under his inner vision. What the hell is this big, shadow-like, weird-looking thing? Also, this thing actually tried to deal with his Jindan? He operated his Jindan with all his might, resisting the demonic soul power of the demonic fetus. However, his Jindan seemed to be indisputable, and it was just as well that it didn't have any resistance to that demonic soul power. It was vaguely welcoming. At this moment, Qin Yunzi was also torn. He clearly saw that the demonic fetus had already taken a shot at Zhang Yang's Jindan. However, he was torn on whether or not to capture the demonic fetus. He had personally tested that Zhang Yang's chaotic golden pill could devour the power of the Great Tao. But could the power of this demonic fetus be devoured? It was rumored that the chaotic Jindan was fearless of the power of the Great Tao, and he had personally verified it. But the Jindan was the most important thing for a cultivator, and the slightest deviation would lead to endless consequences. Just as Qin Yunzi hesitated, a huge change occurred within Zhang Yang's Jindan. Under Zhang Yang's resistance, the Chaos Golden Pill could only reject and welcome the demonic soul power of the demonic fetus. However, the demonic soul power of the demonic fetus had eventually invaded the Jindan. In the sense of the demon fetus, the power of his demon soul entered Zhang Yang's Jindan and disappeared before he could confine Zhang Yang's Dao seed. The devil's fetus wondered what was going on. As for Zhang Yang, after the demonic soul power of the demonic fetus entered his Jindan, he felt like his Jindan had taken a tonic pill. Not only did it become a bit bigger, but it also became more complete. It was as if he had waited for this tipping point and had finally waited for the leap of Jindan. Zhang Yang froze for a moment. He had thought that this strange thing in his dantian was here to harm him, but he didn't realize that it was here to deliver warmth. In that case, he simply did not resist. It's not good to refuse when other people are sending warmth up to the point of delivering it to your home. After he did not resist, the demonic soul power of the demonic tire quickly surged in towards Zhang Yang's Jindan. Zhang Yang only felt that his Jindan was so soothing that he screamed out, "Ah, so good." Sitomingue hugged Zhang Yang under the control of the demonic tire. When the demonic fetus disappeared, Sitomingue finally took control of her own body. She was clear that she was hugging Zhang Yang, so the first moment she came to her senses, she hurriedly retreated while explaining, "Eldest brother, it's not me." As a result, Zhang Yang's sentence "so good" made Sitomingue completely freeze. Her face instantly swelled red. She covered her face and twisted her head and flew away. She was just too embarrassed to face her eldest brother in this moment. Jiang Yiqiu, who was watching everything from the side, secretly shook his head straight. In the end, it's the young people, alas, cannot control. It's hard to help yourself. He turned his back so he wouldn't see what he shouldn't.
and Qing Yunzi, who had taken the truth in, cried and laughed. When he realized that the demonic soul power of the demonic fetus kept invading, Zhang Yang not only did not feel any discomfort, but also exclaimed, "It's so good." He did not care. As it turns out, the Chaos Golden Pill is really a sick contraption. He could safely and boldly give something to Zhang Yang. Inside Zhang Yang's dantian, the demonic soul power of the demonic fetus continuously disappeared into Zhang Yang's jindan. Not only did he not have any fear, but instead, he laughed triumphantly. This jindan has already been contaminated by my demonic soul power, and it can't be of any use anymore. Now, it's my turn to control his body. The jindan of an immortal cultivator. As long as it is contaminated by the power of the demonic soul, if it is light, it will no longer be able to use any spiritual power. If it is heavy, it will be completely reduced to an invalid, or even fall into the devil's path. This is common sense in the world of cultivation. So, the devil's tire was relieved. Although his demonic soul power had been consumed a lot, Zhang Yang could not move now and he was fearless. However, when he tried to leave Zhang Yang's dantian and control Zhang Yang's body, he realized that Zhang Yang's golden dan was glowing with golden light, enveloping the entire dantian. If you're here, don't run away. Zhang Yang had already discovered that this strange thing was of great benefit to his jindan, so how could he let go of it? He mobilized his power with all his might and devoured the strange thing. The devil's fetus was shocked. Isn't this jindan contaminated? Why does it still have power? Immediately afterward, he realized that the golden dan was actually actively devouring his demonic soul power, and immediately exclaimed, "What kind of golden dan is this? How can you devour demon soul power? What kind of monster are you, kid?" In the midst of the demonic fetus panic, the entire demonic fetus was swallowed whole by Zhang Yang's golden dan, and at this moment, a loud roar came from the depths of the Green Cloud Sect. "My demonic fetus has disappeared. Little ghost, didn't you say to let my demonic fetus out? You actually laid your hands on my demonic fetus. You don't keep your word." With a huge roar, an immense and incomparable spectral shadow shook the heavens and earth, wanting to overturn everything, but he was like a grasshopper in a bottle, bouncing around as much as he wanted, to no avail. At this moment, there were more white clouds in the sky of the Green Cloud Sect out of nowhere. It was just that the Green Cloud Sect remained cloudy and breezy, not causing anyone to be alerted. Qing Yunzi smiled faintly, allowing the huge demonic shadow to struggle. He was very happy in his heart at this moment. Sure enough, the Qingyun sect was going to be relieved. He's going to be free. 2. Chapter 79, Beginning of Revenge. The devil fetus was composed of the power of the devil soul, plus a wisp of consciousness from the main body. The power of the demonic soul itself was a type of the power of the great Tao. And now that it was replenished into Zhang Yang's jindan, all of Zhang Yang's spiritual power from the front that had catalyzed the formation was restored. He opened his eyes and saw that only Jiang Jiqiu was in front of him and asked, "Where is senior sister?" Jiang Jiqiu was all a bit speechless as he said meaningfully, "Eldest brother, sometimes you can't be too blunt. He's hugging you and you're just yelling that it's so good. Is that a good thing to say?" Zhang Yang was puzzled. He just asked where is the senior sister. How can he be so blunt? Just now, his entire mind was focused on the demonic fetus, and he didn't even pay attention to what was happening around him, not knowing the specifics. He also didn't nag with Jiang Jiqiu and said directly, "Where did senior sister go? Let's find her and hurry to take revenge." Jiang Jiqiu pointed to the direction where Sita Mingyue had left, signaling Zhang Yang to go and look for it, but he himself stood still, waiting silently. At a time like this, it was better for him not to be a buzzkill. In reality, Sita Mingyue hadn't gone far at all. She was just so embarrassed that she didn't want to see anyone. During the time the devil tire was on her body, those actions, although awkward, were nothing more than winking and talking became weird. However, in the end, the demonic fetus came in for a bit of physical contact, and Zhang Yang was still very satisfied with the way it looked, which made her embarrassed to the core. When she saw Zhang Yang flying in, Sita Mingyue's face flushed red and she inclined her head, not daring to look at Zhang Yang. "Still not recovered?" Zhang Yang asked in surprise. "It's been half a day and you've had fish soup. How can you recover so slowly?" "Recovered," Sita Mingyue replied in a muffled voice. "Then what are we waiting for?" Zhang Yang said without a trace of anger. "Let's go and seek revenge on those people. For those who signed the life and death agreement, don't spare any of them except for a few. Kill them all. Those who didn't sign the life and death contract, as long as they have attacked us with their hands, all of them will leave behind their space rings and magic treasures. Then drive them to go fishing." Sita Mingyue was speechless. Did she care about this now? She gathered her courage and glanced at Zhang Yang. "Eldest brother, it wasn't me before, nor was it me who wanted to hug you." Zhang Yang laughed. "I guessed it. A weird thing is controlling you. That weird thing was still trying to control me. but I ended up taking care of it. He said that a good senior sister could not suddenly become green tea. Now that all the misunderstandings were cleared up, he was relieved. Ha? Sito Mingyue looked at Zhang Yang. This is just going to be forgotten? Zhang Yang asked rhetorically. Any more questions? It's just a hug. What's that? No. Sito Mingyue shook her head. She was a bit unhappy instead. How is it that what she seems to value, eldest brother doesn't value at all? Could it be that he really thought he was behaving frivolously? Go, take revenge. Keep up. Zhang Yang urged again. Oh. Sito Mingyue followed and got up, temporarily suppressing the strangeness in her heart. Finding Jiang Jiqiu, the three of them went out together and started searching up everyone inside the secret realm. Stop! Zhang Yang immediately shouted when he saw that a Jindan stage was escaping. However, as soon as he made a sound, the other ran faster. This time, Zhang Yang understood. The immortal binding rope plying dragon out of sleeve flew towards the Jindan stage, binding that Jindan stage tightly. Grabbing it over and looking at it, Zhang Yang asked in a good-natured manner, Aren't you Chang Yuan who drank my fish soup? What are you running for? You asked us to bring people to mob you. You can't come after us. Chang Yuan cried out. He thought Zhang Yang was going to back out. So many people had been killed, and some crippled, and a few of them might have died in the formation if they hadn't known that the situation was different and hadn't dared to charge ahead. How could they not be afraid when faced with such a situation? Don't worry, since I promised to let you go. You few will be fine. Zhang Yang said seriously. But the others are dead. Tell me, where are they? I know that a few people have run to the other side of the mountain. They don't dare to mess with you anymore and are going to hide until the secret realm opens up and then go out. Chang Yuan revealed the bottom line. Zhang Yang waved his hand. Alright, you can go now. Keep poking around for me. We won't spare any of them as long as they are out of the way. You four, I'm afraid you're the only lucky ones this time. After letting Chang Yuan go, Zhang Yang and his trio went straight to the peak inside the secret realm. The mountain peak was more than 100 feet high, with jagged rocks and caves still quite a few, so it was very difficult to find a few people who were hiding. Zhang Yang and his trio searched for 2 days without finding any hair. Zhang Yang was a bit furious and asked directly, Master, where are these people hiding? Qin Yunzi was speechless. It's not good for him, a great cultivator, to personally go out and look for someone, right? Master, we have been bullied to our doorsteps and you guys are still muffled? Zhang Yang was annoyed. If we didn't still have some skills, I'm afraid that my senior sister would have been spoiled, and even your favorite disciple, me, was killed by dozens of Jindan stages in a joint effort. All of the sects in this world think that our Qinyan sect is easy to bully, and if we don't give them enough power to fight back, they will continue to stomp on our noses. This time, I'll make them remember not to mess with me so easily no matter what. Mess with me? I'll them up. Tell me, where are they hiding? Don't worry, those who didn't sign the life and death contract, I won't kill them and promise to let them go. Next to her, Sito Mingyue poo-pooed. What did she mean by almost being spoiled? Qin Yunzi was silent for a moment, and decisively exploded the locations of those hidden in the secret realm of those who had laid hands on the disciples of the Qinyan sect. Over the years, he had been trapped in the Qinyan sect unable to move, and coupled with the problems of the Qinyan sect itself, it was true that there were many people who didn't take the Qinyan sect seriously at all. This time, so many clans joined hands and actually wanted to kill the disciples of the Qinyan sect in the secret realm of the Qinyan sect. This kind of behavior made him a bit angry as well. The other scenario was that Zhang Yang's chaotic golden pill could really solve the problems of the Qinyan sect, so what else did he have to worry about? This time, the Qinyan sect would properly let the world realize what it meant to be an ancient great sect. With Qin Yunzi reporting his points, Zhang Yang was sure of himself. He came to the entrance of a cave that had been camouflaged and could not be detected without careful inspection. Don't think I can't find you guys just because you're hiding here. Come out. If you don't come out, I'll blow the whole cave flat. Zhang Yang threatened loudly towards the cave entrance. Inside the cave, it was several people from the 10,000 Spirits sect, Zhou Hao, whose faces changed drastically. They hid it so well, and they were found out? In the battle in the valley, they relied on their third-grade treasure weapon defense and escaped. However, they also knew very well that without resolving the people of the Qinyan sect, the people of the Qinyan sect would definitely retaliate. For this reason, they didn't even bother to explore the secret realm and found a cave in advance, and also set up a secret method to hide it. I didn't expect to be found anyway. A few people were silent for a long time before Zhou finally stepped forward and colorfully rushed at Zhang Yang and said seriously, "You can't afford to offend us, so it's best if you don't make a move on us. None of us have anything to lose anyway. How about we just forget about it? Count on your paralysis." Zhang Yang was on fire and directly flashed the immortal refining cauldron. "Hand over all your space rings and magic treasures to me, and then close your Jindan self. Or else, although our Qingyun sect promises to let you live, crippling something will be impossible to say. Chapter 80. My last name is Zhang. Arrogant Zhang. Zhang Yang was angry. These grandsons somehow came to surround and kill him, and were ready to let it go when he killed them back? He directly activated the immortal refining cauldron and prepared to suppress it strongly. Zhou Hao and the others' faces changed drastically. They simply did not expect that Zhang Yang would be so savage and rude. He was startled in his heart and hurriedly shouted, "We are from the 10,000 Spirits Sect. You have already offended the Luenjia sacred ground. If you offend our 10,000 Spirits Sect again, I'm afraid that your Qingyun sect will perish." 10,000 Souls Sect? Zhang Yang turned his head to look at Situ Mingyue. His knowledge of the world over the years was too little. Bits and pieces of it were still unintentionally revealed by Qin Yunzi and the others. Like this 10,000 Spirit Sect, for example. He had never heard of it. Situ Mingyue's expression changed as she said solemnly, "The 10,000 Spirit Sect is also a top-tier great sect. Its strength is only stronger than the Langia Sacred Land." Zhou Hao snorted coldly. "Our Wanling sect is stronger than the Luenjia Holy Land because we have late ferrying ancestors, which are the top few ranked experts in the world. Your Qingyun sect is at most at the harmonization realm. My Wanling sect has many harmonization realms. If you guys dare to touch us, a few harmonization realms can take down your Qingyun sect. Therefore, I advise you guys to better not cause trouble." Eldest senior brother. There is indeed a need for caution. Zhang Jiqiu was a little frightened in his heart and spoke out to advise. Zhang Yang frowned as he looked at Zhou Hao. "Your 10,000 Spirits Sect is so powerful, and you're still so shameless to come and participate in our secret realm?" Zhou Hao was furious in his heart and said loudly, "You think I'm willing? If it wasn't for the sect ancestors' words about investigating your secret realm, I wouldn't bother coming to such a poor place. Speaking of which, he's still aggravated. They came in grossly uninvestigated and got beat up." Zhang Yang froze in his mind. What was wrong with the secret realm of Qingyun sect? What are these people investigating? He also felt that the 10,000 Souls sect was very powerful, and it was true that the Green Cloud sect might not be able to match up to it at the moment, but it was not his style to just rest on his laurels after being beaten. He said coldly, "I'll say it again. Hand over your space rings to me, leave all your magic treasures behind, and seal your own Jindan. If you wait for me to make a move, I won't guarantee that your bodies are intact. Old me will count to 3. If you don't follow my orders, I will make my move. 1. Does your Qingyun sect really want to cause trouble?" Zhou Hao was incredulous. 2. You guys are simply unbelievable and stupid. You'll all regret it when the big one comes. 3. Don't do it. We surrender. When Zhou Hao and the others saw that the immortal refining cauldron had really gotten bigger and came down with a terrifying pressure, how could they dare to hold on to the end? One by one, they endured the pain and threw out their spatial rings, as well as their magic treasures, and then closed their dantian up and tied their hands. "Shame on you." Zhang Yang snorted coldly and added another layer of restriction on the dantian of a few people. "I have no grudges with you guys, but you actually brought people to surround and kill me, and you want to threaten me with the clan? I would like to see if you all Soul Sect still have any more shame. How could the 10,000 Spirits Sect send out a great power like the harmonious Tao realm for a matter of a few disciples?" He really didn't believe that the 10,000 Souls Sect was so shameless. After taking down Zhou Hao's men, Zhang Yang turned his head to Zhang Jiqiu and instructed, "You escort them to wait for me at that spirit lake, but don't get too close. Then, you'll watch over them there and come back to deal with them together after I've captured all of them." Zhang Jiqiu had an evil chill in his heart. As soon as he heard it, he knew that his big brother was going to use this group of people to go fishing. He had thought that he was ruthless enough for a casual cultivator, but he hadn't expected that this eldest senior brother would look even more terrifying. Thinking about the flavor of rainbow fish, he very actively escorted Zhou Hao and a few others to the lake. Zhang Yan watched Zhang Jiqiu leave before instructing Situ Mingyue, "You put these space rings away and we'll move on to the next batch." It was also the first time for Situ Mingyue to see this face of Zhang Yang, and she was a bit surprised in her heart. Originally thought that the founding of the Green Moon Chamber of Commerce, the Green Cloud Hospitality House and these projects are the true face of the eldest senior brother. I did not expect that there is also such a murderous and decisive side. In the next few days, Zhang Yang captured all those Jindan stages that had besieged them, 12 in total. A few of them had helped the Luenjia Holy Land and had besieged Situ Mingyue. Of those 12, 8 are in signed life and death certificates. You guys are lucky. Your lives are saved. Zhang Yang looked at Zhou Hao and the other 8 people indifferently. "I hope that you will remember me from today onwards. My name is Zhang Yang, arrogant as in Zhang, flighty as in Yang. When you make an enemy of me in the future, you must think carefully about it." After saying that, he simply threw those 4 Jindan stage who signed the life and death contract directly into the lake. A Jindan stage that had its dantian sealed. That was an ordinary person. The 4 Jindan stages fluttered a few times in the spirit lake before sinking. Zhou Hao and the others watched as their faces turned white. They really didn't expect that as a Jindan stage, they would actually be drowned alive. At this moment, Zhang Yang had been elevated to the level of a demon king in their hearts, especially when they saw that the 4 Jindan stages were swallowed by a few behemoths rushing out from the bottom of the lake and swallowing them before they could sink into the water. Their hearts were even more fearful to the extreme, and they no longer had the arrogant look they had before. The 8 of you, obediently sit by the lake for me. No one is allowed to move. For the next few days, just wait silently for the secret realm to open. Zhang Yang gave instructions to the 4 Jindan stages. Then, he, Jiang Yiqiu, and Situ Mingyue hid. Situ Mingyue hadn't seen this scene before and asked, "Eldest brother, what are we hiding for?" "Fishing." Zhang Yang looked at the lake without blinking. "There are rainbow fish in here, and these rainbow fish like to eat cultivators. I managed to catch 2 of them. Let's see if I can catch another one." Situ Mingyue looked at Zhang Yang with wide eyes. This eldest brother was really a devil. However, when she thought of the group of people working together with Tan Yaoguang and the others to round her up, she felt that if she could use Tan Yaoguang to fish for her, that would be the best thing to do. Qin Yunzi, who had taken all of Zhang Yang's actions in his eyes, shook his head more than once. "No wonder I took this brat as a disciple in the first place. He really does have a few of the right temperament for me. My Qin Yun sect. I should have a disciple like this to sit on the fence." His gaze looked down the mountain, and there was coldness in his eyes. 10,000 souls sect. Langya Holy Land. Not to mention abducting their Green Cloud sect's disciples, but now they're investigating their secret realm? After the opening of this secret realm was completed and the arrangements for the Green Cloud sect were made, he would have to go out and walk around. He will let the world know that although the Qingyun sect has very few disciples, in the depths of Spirit Lake, a red shadow scurried about, its ferocious gaze constantly on the lake's group of fragrant people. They're already missing 2 of their brothers. They can't fall for it again, but they just can't resist the temptation. Especially see those 8 people sitting there motionless. They were annoyed and greedy in their hearts. It was really obvious that they wanted to fish them. A red shadow stirred restlessly, but did not act. As for Zhang Yang, he was a bit depressed as he watched the time for the closure of the secret realm getting closer and closer. These rainbow fish don't look stupid. I can't believe they won't take the bait. Suddenly, the spirit lake set off waves, a red shadow that rose and fell continuously among the waves, and the waves became more and more ferocious. The rainbow fish showed up. This time, however, instead of 1 or 2 rainbow fish, there were dozens. The leading one, like a colorful dolphin with fierce eyes, led dozens of rainbow fish, lifting up waves and rolling towards the few people on the shore. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Zhang Yang was dumbfounded. He was trying to fish, but there were so many coming at once. "Eldest brother, quick, it's coming. So many." Situ Mingyue excitedly pointed at the lake. "Silly girl, run." Zhang Yang was speechless as he tugged on Situ Mingyue and turned around to fly away. An ordinary rainbow fish can confront the Jindan stage. So many rainbow fish, and a head so big. Do not run and wait for death. Chapter 81, Face Stepping in Friction. Situ Mingyue was a bit confused. She felt that the rainbow fish had obviously been caught out. What was the point of running? She had only heard of rainbow fish and had no idea how horrible they were. And she only came back to her senses when she was dragged by Zhang Yang and fled a long way away. "You let go of me." Situ Mingyue glared at Zhang Yang as those words popped up in her mind again. Zhang Yang let go of Situ Mingyue. He also didn't expect that fishing ended up with such a big nest. The rainbow fish directly exploded. Moreover, he felt that Li Qi's words were not reliable at all. What did he mean by the rainbow fish being 3 feet long? The biggest one. Is that rainbow fish more than 3 feet? This rainbow fish doesn't seem to be that stupid. I'm afraid it will be a bit difficult to eat rainbow fish in the future. Zhang Yang shook his head in disbelief. I had wanted to catch another one at the end, but since I don't have the chance, let's prepare to leave the secret realm. The opening time of the secret realm had come to an end. Everyone else had almost gone out, and their Green Cloud sect had sort of kept their promise, with the 3 Jindans leaving last. In the midst of the spatial transformation, Zhang Yang, Situ Mingyue, and Zhang Jiqiu also appeared in front of the mountain gate of Qingyan sect. At this time, Zhang Yang also saw Zhou Hao and the others. Zhou Hao and the others' faces were snow white and they were furious and terrified when they saw Zhang Yang and the others coming out. They hadn't known what Zhang Yang was doing with them at the lake, and at the last minute they realized that he was actually using them to fish. They were disciples of the 10,000 souls sect, true geniuses, and they were actually being used to fish? At this moment, they felt that Zhang Yang was a demon in human skin. Facing the gazes of Zhou Hao and the others, Zhang Yang smiled coldly. He just wanted to let everyone know that those who dared to lay hands on him would surely encounter his counterattack regardless. For that, He didn't mind carrying a bad name. Ling Yunzi announced, "This opening of the Green Cloud Sect's secret realm is over. If there is another opportunity to open it next time, we will notify everyone." "What?" Su Mingyang exclaimed. "The opening of the secret realm is over? Then how come only one Jindan from our clan came out? Where are the others?" Several clansmen also shouted out that their clansmen, too, hadn't been seen out. In fact, it's not that they don't understand what's going on. When they saw Zhang Yang, they knew they had failed. In fact, judging from the downfall of a few people from the Luanjia sacred land, they also knew that their plot had failed. The reason for deliberately making a noise now was to take advantage of the fact that the power of so many sects were here. Thinking of finding trouble with the Qingyun sect, Ling Yunzi asked with a cold smile, "Before entering the secret realm, I told you that the secret realm has not been opened for many years, and that it is extremely dangerous inside. Originally, our Green Cloud sect was prepared to be responsible for the safety of your disciples, which you voluntarily gave up by signing the life and death contract, so naturally they are responsible for their life and death. If you're really that stupid, then I'll tell you bluntly that your disciples are either dead or trapped inside the secret realm. Got it?" Su Mingyang was furious and snapped. "So many of our sect's disciples died in your Qingyun sect. Your Qingyun sect must give me an explanation. Otherwise, don't blame us for not being polite. In order to enter your sect's secret realm, several of our talented disciples died just like that. Your sect must compensate." Several other united clans also screamed for compensation, and those clans that weren't involved stood on the side and watched the fun, revealing a different look. Their disciples, the disciples of their disciples, had gotten out of the secret realm peacefully. From inside the secret realm, a lot of heavenly treasures were found. These heavenly materials were the greatest benefit to any sect. Now that the Tianxian sect and the others had joined forces to turn on the Qingyun sect, they definitely wouldn't let go of the opportunity to pick up the slack if they had the chance to do so. So, none of these people left and watched the events unfold. Ling Yunzi coldly looked at Su Mingyang and the others and asked, "What compensation do you want?" Su Mingyang grinned, revealing his white teeth. "Doesn't your Qingyun sect have a lot of spirit weapons? Our clan lost 2 talented disciples. Compensating for 2 spirit weapons is enough." His body flew up just as he finished speaking. Pa dash. After a crunching sound, Qin Yunzi, who was dressed in green and Taoist robes, stepped on Su Mingyang's face with one foot and rubbed it fiercely on the ground. Chang Yunzi leaned over and looked at Su Mingyang, faintly asking, "Want compensation? What compensation do you want? The last time you came to Qingyun sect, I couldn't help but want to whip you, and now you jump out again. Do you think that old me really has a good temper?" The surrounding crowd, all of them, dropped their jaws in shock. It was very certain that Su Mingyang was at the Yuanshan realm. A Yuanshan realm, being punched in the face and now being stepped on? What's more important is stepping on the face and rubbing it on the ground. Whoever still wants compensation, step forward for me. Qin Yunzi looked up at the others. "I didn't hear you just now. Who exactly are all of them?" With Qin Yunzi's gaze, those who were shouting for compensation retreated a few steps in succession. Even those who were watching the spectacle shifted their eyes away, not daring to look at Qin Yunzi at all. For a Yuanshan realm to be crushed so easily, anyone could understand that this must be a harmonious Dao realm strength. Facing a harmonious realm, who would dare to be reckless? Zhang Yang jumped out and pointed at the ones who screamed the loudest. "Master, they're the ones who want compensation and screamed the loudest just now." The Yuaning realm and Yuan deity realm of several sects, their faces white with fear, frantically shook their heads. "It wasn't us. We didn't say that. Don't you talk nonsense." Qin Yunzi was speechless at this sudden move by Zhang Yang. He suppressed a Yuanshan realm. Just shock and awe. It's hard not to really kill everyone? He looked down at Su Mingyang, who was stepping on his feet, and said coldly, "Don't think that I don't know what kind of petty maneuvers you guys are up to. It's just that I'm too lazy to count with you guys. Can you guys stand it when the old man is calculating?" Being stepped on the feet of Su Mingyang did not say a word. Not that he is really very tough. At least it is also the Yuanshan realm. The courage to resist is certainly there. However, Su Mingyang sadly realized that he couldn't move in the slightest. He couldn't even move his Yuanshan power. Just like an ant being pressed by a finger. Life and death was at the mercy of someone else's thoughts. He deeply felt the immense and incomparable gap between him and Qin Yunzi, and his heart was infinitely sad. They were still thinking of counting on the Green Cloud sect. How could they deal with this? Get lost and go back. Have Daoist Tianxian come to the Qingyun sect to give me an explanation. Or else there is no need for your Tianxian sect to remain in this continent. Qin Yunzi indifferently glanced at Su Mingyang before he let go of his foot. Su Mingyang, who was finally relieved, couldn't even say the scene and instantly flew away. He has no shame in staying here. Moreover, he heard Qin Yunzi say that he also knew their Tianxian sect's ancestor? The Tianxian sect, the very sect started by Taoist Tianxian.
Qin Yunzi let out a cold snort before looking at the clans that had made the mistake and said indifferently, "You all do well for yourselves as well." Then he suddenly disappeared from sight. Those clans that were named by Qin Yunzi, each one of them sweated coldly and left in a hurry after nodding and bowing. Those who had not intervened from the beginning were secretly glad that they had not jumped out. Otherwise they would have been the ones to lose face. Then, one by one, they boarded the door to thank the Green Cloud sect before turning to leave. In reality, although these clans had paid money when they came to participate in the Qin Yun sect's secret realm, the heavenly treasures that they obtained from inside the secret realm were completely worth the price of admission. By all rights, it would have been appropriate for them to say thank you. It was only when Chang Yunzi didn't show up that anyone forgot about this matter. After seeing Chang Yunzi, there were many people who felt that they would have to reconsider their relationship with the Qin Yun sect. As the others left, Sito Haonan also came to say goodbye. Regarding his daughter's well-being, he no longer had to worry about it at all. All his thoughts were now on the membership card. After paying the final balance and getting 1,000 membership cards, Sito Haonan went back to the Yuntang Empire to promote the membership card model in a hurry. Chapter 82 Summary Report of the Practitioner. In front of the mountain gate of the Qin Yun sect, the crowd of the Qin Yun sect saw that Qin Yunzi had personally struck out and crushed a Yuanshan realm with a single strike, which caused everyone's expression to be incomparably excited. In fact, even Ling Yunzi and the others were a bit excited. Eldest senior brother hasn't put up a fight in decades. His power has gotten deeper and deeper. Bai Yunzi laughed daintily. Bai Lingzi glanced at Bai Yunzi, and there was a look of admiration in her eyes as well. That's the big brother who taught them. The style remains the same. Master is too good. Sito Mingyue said excitedly to Zhang Yang. The last time Qin Yunzi spaced out, he was still facing the Flying Dragon Army. And although the Flying Dragon Army was large in number, however, each and every one of them was at the Foundation establishment stage. And this time, it was to face the Yuanshan realm. A Yuanshan realm, already a Grandmaster level figure of a second-rate sect, was just stepped on by her master without even uttering a word. Even Zhang Yang was happy. He was really surprised that this old guy who looked like a young man actually made such a dry move, directly stepping on the face of the Yuanshan realm. When will he be able to have such strength? Comparatively speaking, on the contrary, it was the group of Foundation establishment stage disciples who didn't feel shocked because they didn't have much of a feeling for the Yuanshan realm. Of course, they were still excited because they saw their sect leader beating the other sect's experts to the point where they couldn't even return the favor. Alright, go back to the mountain. Ling Yunzi looked at the crowd with a smile. The matter of opening the secret realm is over. Everyone is supposed to cultivate properly next. Wait! Zhang Yang shouted. Take this opportunity to tell everyone something. The crowd, which was about to move, couldn't help but stop in their tracks. Forget about a few senior uncles. However, the others have a count of one and have to summarize this operation. Zhang Yang said seriously. All the senior brothers and sisters who entered the secret realm, write a summary report to me on what you have seen and heard through this entry into the secret realm. The education of the mind. It must continue. We're going to write too? Sito Mingyue and Jiang Jiqiu looked at each other. Summary report. They had never heard that cultivating immortals had to do this before. Right. Zhang Yang said seriously. Senior brother Jiang, as the mayor of Qin Yun Town, you are responsible for a lot more. More so, you have personally witnessed various sects coming to Qin Yun Town and being hunted down again in the secret realm, so I'm sure you have a lot of feelings. Sister Mingyue, don't you have any feelings? How does your heart feel when so many people from the Luenjia Holy Land surround you? With so many things going on, shouldn't you summarize them properly? There are other Foundation establishment stage brothers and sisters. Don't you have any feelings about how other sects treat us? Even if you guys didn't enter the secret realm, you saw how the other clans bullied us just now, right? Why did they keep quiet after the sect leader made his move? Don't these things, don't they inspire you? So everyone has to write. After 7 days, hand in the summary report to me. And those of you who complete the task, you'll get extra points in the clan's merit. Any benefits in the future will also be given to you first. If you don't complete the task, then you will have to lose points. People with low points, don't complain if you don't get benefits in the future, because you're the ones who don't get them. Alright, now hurry back to the mountain gate and finish your mission. The Foundation stage disciples, who had gone up the mountain, they had already been disciplined by Zhang Yang for more than half a year and were used to their big brother suddenly giving tasks. On the contrary, Sito Mingyue and Jiang Jiqiu were very uncomfortable, but Sito Mingyue had at least written a report once. She had some experience. Jiang Jiqiu was confused as he hadn't been there even once. However, on this trip to the secret realm, they had also seen another side of this big senior brother, and they admired this big senior brother in their hearts. Since eldest brother had arranged the task, they went to complete it with a strange mood. After Zhang Yang had finished arranging the crowd, he was just about to pull a few senior uncles to share the fish soup when Qin Yunzi's voice came over. "Brat, come to me. Master, coming." Zhang Yang went to Qin Yunzi's place. Seeing Qin Yunzi, Zhang Yang immediately took out the rainbow fish soup. "Here, Master, have some. I've left a portion for a few other senior uncles. It's a pity that I didn't catch any in the end. Or there would have been more." Qin Yunzi laughed. "You do have filial piety. He's the one who put the spirit lake into the secret realm. Can he not know about the rainbow fish?" However, he was no longer someone who craved for that little bit of mouth and stomach. And these things were reserved for the future generations of the Green Cloud sect. To his satisfaction, Zhang Yang got the benefit of the doubt and actually kept it for them. This apprentice, that's very sweet. He couldn't help but think of the two disciples in front of him, and sighed in his heart. There really is a big difference between people. "Master, what are you talking about? You guys are good to me. It's only right for me to honor you." Zhang Yang laughed. Under the culture of another time and space, he was still very filial to a few elders. Of course, a couple of the elders were nice to him. Qin Yunzi, who didn't need to eat, took the fish soup handed over by Zhang Yang and drank it down before asking, "You finally got the immortal refining cauldron to recognize its owner?" Zhang Yang heatedly smiled. Although the senior is stubborn, he took care of his junior when he was in danger, so he recognized his master. "You." Qin Yunzi shook his head helplessly. So many of their spirit weapons had been shunned by Zhang Yang. However, spiritual weapons had a spirit, and if one wanted to recognize the owner, they naturally needed the approval of the spirit of the weapon. With Zhang Yang's little strength, it was impossible to make the artifact spirit yield. However, this kid took an alternative path. He actually pestered those spirit artifacts every day, tirelessly communicating with those artifact spirits. These behaviors were seen by Qin Yunzi and the others. They had thought that Zhang Yang wouldn't take long to give up, but they didn't realize that the kid had persisted for more than 10 years. After persisting for 10 years, he was really persuaded by this kid to recognize many spiritual weapons. This kind of endurance, as well as the firmness of the Tao, caused the Qin Yunzi few to smack their lips. Come to think of it, who can go on talking to a dead thing for 10 years without getting tired of it? Just by virtue of this Taoist heart of Zhang Yang, he had gained the approval of Qin Yunzi and the others, which was the reason why Qin Yunzi and the others didn't care about Zhang Yang's passing off of the spiritual artifacts. The immortal refining cauldron was the original spiritual weapon of an ancestor 700 years ago, and he all but almost ascended to the immortal realm at that time. Qin Yunzi reminded Zhang Yang. At that time, that ancestor was very ambitious and was intent on evolving this spiritual artifact into an immortal artifact. But unfortunately, it did not work out in the end. In the past 1,000 years or so, very few people had recognized the immortal refining cauldron as their master. For him to recognize you as his master is partly because he cares for you and partly because he values you. So don't let it down. Zhang Yang's eyes lit up and he laughed. Don't worry, master, I will definitely not fail it. In the future, I will evolve him to an immortal artifact so that he will live up to his name and become a true immortal refining cauldron. The immortal refining cauldron, which was on Zhang Yang's body, sensed Zhang Yang's mind and vibrated for a moment before returning to calm. Qin Yunzi nodded slightly for a moment before asking, "What are your thoughts on this trip to the secret realm?" Zhang Yang froze. He was still asking the others to hand in their summary reports. He didn't expect that he would have to hand in his summary report as well. What a retribution. Chapter 83, Undefeated in the Face of My Death. This trip to the secret realm has shown me that the various sects in the world are determined to kill me. Zhang Yang looked serious as he was making a verbal report to Qin Yunzi. The decline of Qinyan sect over the years has given hope to many smaller sects that are bent on dividing my Qinyan sect. On top of that, such powerful sects as the Luanjia Holy Land and the 10,000 Spirits sect are actually involved in this. So we can't help but be vigilant. Qin Yunzi looked a bit strange. What he wanted to ask was not these at all, but since Zhang Yang had talked about these issues, he would listen to them. Zhang Yang talked about what he saw and heard inside the secret realm, combined with his own thoughts, and talked about the reform of Qinyan sect from all aspects. In the end, he said, this trip to the secret realm has exposed some of the shortcomings of our Qinyan sect to the sects of the world. If Master hadn't finally stepped in to deter it, there would have been a huge dispute by now. However, there is likewise a downside to Master making a move, and that is that it allows the other sects to completely figure out our strength. If within a short period of time, Master's realm is unable to break through, or if a few of his uncles are unable to break through, by the time these clans attack again, our Green Cloud sect will be in serious trouble. Therefore, the top priority now was the realm advancement of the Master and several of his uncles. I suggest that the resources we get next be used to fully fund your realm breakthroughs, even if it means spending more money. Qin Yunzi sized up Zhang Yang and shook his head.
You kid is more suitable to be the sect leader than me. Really, you don't have to worry about the clan's problems for now. Of course, it's true that you raised the issue of letting a few of your master uncles break through. They had been delayed for a long time, and it was time to break through with a refreshment. What I really want to ask is, didn't you encounter a strange thing inside the secret realm? How do you feel about this thing? And what effect did it have on you? This is good. Zhang Yang's eyes lit up. Qin Yunzi gazed at Zhang Yang. Something good? Zhang Yang said excitedly. Master, you can't even imagine how much this thing has helped me. After he entered my body, he tried to control my Jin Dan. Unfortunately, I am a blank slate Jin Dan with no Dao prototype, so there was no way for him to control it even if he wanted to. Then the strange thing was swallowed up by my Jin Dan for its power. After my Jin Dan devoured this strange thing, in my senses, the power of the Jin Dan increased by at least 1/10. If I'm given a few more of these strange things, I'm afraid that my Jin Dan will be able to nurture the embryonic form of the Great Tao and can cultivate the power of the Great Tao. Qin Yunzi was a bit speechless inwardly. He was worried that Zhang Yang had other ideas about the demonic fetus, but he didn't realize that it was all because of wanting to eat. He thought of Zhang Yang using those Jin Dan cultivators to fish, and inwardly laughed bitterly. Where was this kid by common sense? That's a demonic fetus, Qin Yunzi said slowly. It's something that a strong member of the Devil Dao concludes with the power of the Devil Soul, which can confuse a cultivator's mind, contaminate a cultivator's physique, and even take over the general population. Zhang Yang's eyes widened once again as he said incredulously. I said, why is the senior sister acting strange? I thought she had arrived in spring, but I didn't realize that she was being controlled by the demonic fetus. No good. That demonic fetus has stayed in the body of the senior sister. Wouldn't it contaminate her body? Also, how come I don't feel any signs of my body being contaminated? Master, why don't you check? Qin Yunzi said casually. You don't even have the fledgling form of the Great Tao, so there's no way for him to pollute you if he wants to. Oops. I told you that there is no such thing as a completely wasted golden Dan. Zhang Yang clapped his hands and shouted loudly with a happy expression. In some ways, I think a white plate golden Dan is more useful than a Great Tao golden Dan. Qin Yunzi coughed dryly and nodded. Yes, you are right. At your senior sister's place, there is no need to worry. Her body was not contaminated by the demonic fetus. After all, that demonic tire's purpose for her wasn't to contaminate the carcass going in. Moreover, the Xianin Dao seed is not easily contaminated. Then I am relieved. Zhang Yang looked at Qin Yunzi curiously. Master, why is there a demonic fetus in our secret realm? The origin of this demonic fetus should not be simple, right? Qin Yunzi was silent for a while and instead of answering Zhang Yang's question directly, he asked, Zhang Yang, do you think our Chunyan sect is poor? Zhang Yang smiled and said, Master, if we are talking in terms of money such as spirit stones, I don't think there should be any clan in the world that is poorer than the Qinyan sect. However, if we are talking in terms of assets such as spirit weapons, there aren't many clans in the world that are richer than the Qinyan sect either. I mean before. Of course, after my reforms, the Green Cloud sect will also become richer from the money aspect in the future. Shang Yunzi laughed and continued to ask, a clan with an inheritance of 5,000 years. Don't you think it's incredible to be so poor? I'm incredibly impressed with your level of management. Zhang Yang said nonchalantly. Brat! Qin Yunzi laughed and scolded, pointing at himself and asking, how old do you think I am, master? Zhang Yang sized up Qin Yunzi for a few moments before hesitantly saying, extrapolating from the history of the Qinyan sect, how can master be no less than 300 years old? However, I can't see a trace of age on master's body, so I can't guess how old. His face suddenly changed, and he hurriedly said, Master, is there some change in you, and your lifespan is about to run out? Why did he feel as if Qin Yunzi was explaining the aftermath? Qin Yunzi instantly blackened his face as he droned without any good humor. If you don't cultivate properly, I won't even die if you die. What does this head of yours think about all day long? Of all the disciples I've ever taken, you're the one that gives me the most headaches. I don't know why I took you as a disciple, always messing up my Dao. If this continues, I'll have to live a few years less. Zhang Yang hurriedly said, Master, don't be angry. You are in a high realm and have a long lifespan. It's fine if you live a few years less. Master, I feel that you are talking strangely today. What exactly do you want to say? Qin Yunzi glared at Zhang Yang for a few moments and shook his head helplessly. I have lived for over 900 years. 300 years ago, I accepted disciples on behalf of my master and took your senior uncle and a few of them into the sect. 100 years ago, took in 2 more disciples. Brat, do you think that someone who has lived for so many years really doesn't know how to manage a sect? Even if he's not as good at making money as you are, he's not so poor that he ends up with only 100 spirit stones, right? Why? Zhang Yang asked. He was still a bit confused. These elders had bags in their heads and couldn't manage. That was for sure. However, he felt that being able to cultivate to the Yuaning stage and the harmonization realm, their intelligence shouldn't be so bad as to be so bad. Qing Yunzi slowly said, because none of us can spare any time. Each and every one of us, we have important tasks to do. So there is no way for us to be distracted from making money. Especially me. I can't easily leave the Qingyun sect. It is because of this that the Green Cloud sect has become what it is now. Zhang Yang was shocked and hurriedly asked, what exactly happened to Qingyun sect? He suddenly thought of Ling Yunzi's remark that the Qingyun sect had a huge change of heart 1,000 years ago, and hurriedly asked, is it related to that change of heart 1,000 years ago? What exactly happened? Chapter 84, The Real Qingyun Sect. The Qingyun sect had fallen from a top-tier sect to what it was now, and it all had to do with the big change that happened 1,000 years ago. Zhang Yang had heard about this from Ling Yunzi, but did not know exactly what the change was. However, a change that could cause a top clan to decline was definitely not small. At the mention of the great change 1,000 years ago, Qing Yunzi's expression became despondent as he glanced at Zhang Yang and said, that great change led to the decline of the Qingyun sect, and even today, it still hasn't been completely resolved. Those two senior brothers of yours fled the Green Cloud sect because they knew about this matter. What exactly is the change? Zhang Yang was curious, but these two senior brothers are really inappropriate, enjoying the benefits and actually escaping when things go wrong. Qing Yunzi did not reply and looked at Zhang Yang in silence. Master, what exactly is the situation? Tell me, Zhang Yang urged. He knew very well that since Qing Yunzi had mentioned these things, he should have some situation to tell him about. But how did it stop when it mattered? He glanced at Qing Yunzi and drifted off. Master, you're not worried that I'll run away as well once I know the news, right? Master, since the words are here, if you don't tell me, it means that this danger is too great. I'll simply leave the clan tomorrow. You? Qing Yunzi shook his head in disbelief. He had watched Zhang Yang for 10 years. How could he not know Zhang Yang's character? This kind of no-nonsense style was exactly what was unique to Zhang Yang. But this kind of closeness was also something that no one else could do. Since you want to know about the changes that happened 1,000 years ago, I will take you to meet them. Just don't you ever get scared. Qing Yunzi said blandly. Zhang Yang smiled faintly. Master, not many can scare me anymore. He technically died once. So what was there to be afraid of? Go! With Qing Yunzi's voice, Zhang Yang only felt a blur before his eyes and had appeared in another place. The sky and the earth were gray and cloudy, like the kind of condition in which the sky is about to lighten. As far as the eye could see, there were ruins everywhere, filled with all sorts of inexplicable auras. This is the true face of the Qingyun sect, Qing Yunzi said as he pointed in front of him. This is the Qingyun sect? Zhang Yang was incredulous. Qing Yunzi said with emotion, the place where we are standing under our feet is the original Qingyun sect, and those ruins around us are the Qingyun city from 1,000 years ago. It was a huge and incomparable city, inhabited by tens of millions of living beings. After a change of heart, the tens of millions of living beings had almost died out. Only this much remains of the enormous Qingyun city remains as well. Zhang Yang looked at the ruins of the city that could not be seen in front of him. He marveled at the fact that he could see such a vast city even in this place. Master, what exactly happened 1,000 years ago? Zhang Yang asked. Qing Yunzi sighed long and hard. 1,000 years ago, the Qingyun sect, with 10,000 clans coming to the court, was one of the largest clans in the entire world. However, all of a sudden, out of nowhere, a group of strong people with abnormal Dao powers emerged. These strong people's Dao powers were completely different from ours. Their powers would contaminate our Dao bases, and even our bodies and genjutsu, and we called them the Demon Clan. After these demons descended, the battle naturally started. The Qingyun sect and those strong men who stayed in Qingyun city struck out and fought to the death with those demonic powerhouses. However, because their avenue power restrained us, not only did it bring us huge casualties, it even tended to get out of control. For this reason, the ancestor who was originally going to ascend 1,000 years ago, together with several ancestors at that time, as well as the many disciples of the Qingyun sect, and the many strong people who had tenaciously resisted the demon race, used the 7 immortal artifacts as the centerpiece, with countless spiritual artifacts as the supplement, to lay down the heavenly cyan extreme clouds formation that enveloped the entire continent. These 7 immortal artifacts are also the 7 peaks of the current Qingyun sect. Zhang Yang sucked in a breath of cool air. He knew that the Qingyun sect of 1,000 years ago was very powerful, but he had not thought that the Qingyun sect of that time was actually strong to such an extent. Immortal weapon. 7 whole pieces. Moreover, one of the current 7 peaks of the green clouds was actually a manifestation of those 7 immortal artifacts. Turns out, he's been sleeping on top of an immortal weapon. Master, what happened afterward? Zhang Yang asked. Qing Yunzi's eyes looked into the distance as he said with emotion. At that time, in order to avoid the leakage of demonic qi and its escape to other continents, the ancestor of the Qing Yun sect shrouded the entire continent with a large formation altogether. Then, they mobilized the Grand Formation to purify all of the demonic qi on the entire continent. While the heavenly green extreme cloud Grand Formation was purifying the demonic qi, the power of the Grand Formation was also shrinking towards the center. And eventually, the last of the Grand Formation's power condensed to a range of 300 miles, and the power of the many ancestors was exhausted. This 300-mile range is the current range of the Green Cloud sect. So, now you know why the Green Cloud sect has a 300-mile territory, right? This 300-mile frontier was the last space of the heavenly green extreme cloud formation. Inside this space, there were still many demonic powerhouses suppressed, and there was still a lot of demonic energy that hadn't been purified. For thousands of years, successive generations of the Green Cloud sect's heirs had fought to resolve this matter. Numerous disciples went forward and gave up their lives. On the one hand, we are responsible for refining and resolving those demonic powerhouses within the Grand Formation. On the other hand, we can't let these demonic qi escape out of the 300 miles of space. Otherwise there will be a great chaos in the world. Generation after generation of the Green Cloud sect, many people had exhausted their lives in this matter. Some of them exhausted their lives and their remains are in this secret realm. And some of them simply have no remains left behind. Your master, me, officially took over the Green Cloud sect 300 years ago. And then I became responsible for this matter. Later, he took on several of your uncles on behalf of his master. Now that the 7 peaks of the Green Cloud sect were each transformed into immortal weapons, they were able to help purify the demonic qi while the other 6 peaks were cultivating. Likewise, spirit stones can help provide the power needed by immortal weapons to purify the demonic aura. Qing Yunzi turned his head to look at Zhang Yang. Brat, when your master and I took over Qingyun sect 300 years ago, there were not many people left in the sect. In a helpless situation, I was forced to use a large amount of spirit stones to purify the demonic aura. This is also the reason why the Qingyun sect has been so poor for so many years. How long can we manage the spirit stones of Qingyun sect now? Zhang Yang asked seriously. He had earned back tens of millions of spirit stones for the Green Cloud sect. How could it be enough to withstand it for a while? Qing Yunzi was inwardly pleased that this brat knew such a significant matter, but instead of being shocked or escaping, he was thinking about the spirit stones. He smiled and said, "Last time I asked for a large amount of spirit stones, it was used to purify the demonic qi. With those millions of spirit stones, it won't be a big problem for a year or two, let alone the fact that there are still tons of spirit stones in the Qingyun sect now." Zhang Yang, your master, I haven't left the confines of Qingyun sect for hundreds of years. Luckily, I have you, or else I wouldn't be able to take a single step. He had the highest cultivation level, so he had to sit in the Green Cloud sect. Now, it's completely fine for me to walk around for a short period of time, Qing Yunzi said with a smile. Strictly speaking, he was a miserable prisoner. Zhang Yang looked at Qing Yunzi. Master, what do you need me to do? He was bound to Qing Yun in his life and was the next generation of the sect leader, so of course he had to consider how to solve the problem. As for escaping, he couldn't escape when he used the disciples of the Luenjia Sacred Land and the 10,000 Spirits sect for fishing. Chapter 85, Let's go. Zhang Yang's expression also became grave when he learned that Qingyun sect was actually facing such a great situation. As the next generation head of the Green Cloud sect, he will definitely suffer if something happens to the Green Cloud sect. Therefore, he hoped to change the situation of the Green Cloud sect. Qing Yunzi looked at Zhang Yang and said with a smile, "Actually, you've already done a good job. It was good enough that this kid wasn't scared after knowing the situation that the Green Cloud sect was facing, plus the large amount of spirit stones that he had earned back for the Green Cloud sect in front of him, freeing him up completely, which was the biggest help for the Green Cloud sect." Zhang Yang was deep in thought as he suddenly asked, "Master, could the 10,000 Spirit sect and the Langya Holy Land have something to do with this place when they came to our secret realm this time?" He had heard Zhou Hao say many times that he had come to explore the secret realm, and at first, he was puzzled as to what there was to explore in the secret realm of the Qingyun sect. Now he sort of understood that these two clans, "I'm afraid, we're here to investigate the underground ruins of the Green Cloud sect." Qing Yunzi nodded slightly. The other sects are not clear about the change in the Qingyun sect, but the Langya Holy Land and the 10,000 Souls sect are definitely clear. During the time of the original Great War, there were strong people from their clan who had contributed. After all, if these demonic powerhouses escaped, it would be a huge danger to them as well. So, they had to be involved in it. 1,000 years had passed, and they were also worried about whether or not something had gone wrong with these demon race powerhouses. So it was normal to send someone to check. But it's not so much that they're concerned about us, they're more worried about their well-being. Master, I'm afraid things aren't that simple, right? Zhang Yang frowned. I'm afraid that the Luwenjia Holy Land and the 10,000 Spirits Sect would be very happy if they were able to exterminate our Qingyun sect. I heard from Uncle Lingyun that one of the 2 disciples you took in earlier was abducted by the Luwenjia Holy Land. In reality, by poaching the 2 senior brothers, they are cutting off our back. Qing Yunzi nodded. Of course, they definitely want us to perish. He let out a sigh of emotion and pointed towards the surroundings. There are 7 immortal weapons here. As an immortal cultivator, who doesn't have an incomparable desire for immortal weapons? Therefore, not only the Luwenjia Holy Land and the 10,000 Spirit Sect, but also the other sects that know the bottom line of the Qingyun sect, they definitely all wish for the demise of the Qingyun sect. However, before the demonic powerhouse was completely resolved, they didn't dare to take action easily. If the demise of our Green Cloud sect causes the heavenly green extreme cloud formation to break open, allowing those demonic powerhouses to escape, it would be an incomparably great danger to them as well. In fact, as long as there was a single demonic powerhouse breaking into the continent they were on, it would be an incomparable headache for them. This is why they don't dare to make a casual move against the Qingyun sect even though their power is clearly stronger than ours. He paused and continued. Although they don't dare to do it in the open, they do it in the dark. A few decades ago, the Luwenjia Holy Land and the 10,000 Souls Sect sent someone to contact your 2 senior brothers, supposedly informing them of the dangers encountered by the Green Cloud sect. Therefore, the 2 rebellious disciples left the Green Cloud sect and joined the Langya Sacred Land and the 10,000 Spirits Sect respectively. I understand what they mean. They want to use their tactics to harden and exhaust our Qingyun sect, and when our Qingyun sect dies out, even if the demonic powerhouses aren't resolved, they can still send someone to take over. Unfortunately, man's plans are not as good as heaven's plans, and accepting you, this brat, as a disciple 10 years ago has brought changes to the Qingyun sect. Speaking of this, Qin Yunzi all sighed, and even more so, he felt the greatness of that heavenly will in the underworld. Zhang Yang was silent. In fact, he was a bit shocked in his heart, because, 10 years ago, he had appeared out of nowhere in the vicinity of the Green Cloud sect. It was as if he had slept in another world, woke up with another body, appeared at the foot of the Green Cloud sect mountain, and then went up the mountain to pay homage to his master and enter the Green Cloud sect. He still hasn't figured out how he was gone and how he's here now. Not even a memory of this body of his before he was 10 years old. These secrets, however, had been hidden in the deepest recesses of his heart, and he usually didn't even think about them. Master, so the demonic fetus inside the secret realm this time, was it the demonic energy of those demonic powerhouses that leaked out? Zhang Yang inquired. Qin Yunzi shook his head. No, those demonic fetuses are under my control. Those demonic fetuses were the ones he threw in to test Zhang Yang's chaotic golden dan. He was very pleased with the results. However, he was still lulling Zhang Yang into practicing, so he would not tell Zhang Yang about the chaos golden pill. Qin Yunzi pondered for a moment and said, those demonic fetuses came into contact with the people of the Luwenjia sacred ground, and those few brats didn't die in the end. And if this news is known by the higher-ups of the Luwenjia sacred ground, they will definitely guess that the secret realm has had an extra change of heart. At that time, perhaps the Luwenjia Holy Land will intervene. As he spoke, he said to Zhang Yang, let's go. You have already seen this place and know the biggest secret of Qingyun sect, but don't tell your senior sister about this news. She may not be able to handle it. We should discuss what we should do if the Langya Holy Land intervenes. Zhang Yang nodded his head silently and returned to Qingyun Peak once again under the leadership of Qing Yunzi. A few moments later, the rest of the 7 sons of the Green Cloud came to the Green Cloud Peak, and the crowd gathered together. Qing Yunzi stated the general situation before looking at the crowd. Do you have a chance to break through the harmonization realm in the short term? If Ling Yunzi 6 broke through the harmonization realm, the Qingyun sect would be able to completely reject the meddling of other sects. And if they wanted to meddle, they would have to see if the Qingyun sect would agree. When he saw the 6 Ling Yunzi people shaking their heads, Qing Yunzi couldn't help but smile bitterly. Over these years, the Ling Yunzi 6 had delayed for too long. Having just broken through the Yuanshan realm, the difficulty of sprinting to the Yuanshan realm again was undoubtedly enormous. This is somewhat troublesome. Qing Yunzi's brow furrowed. I'm almost certain that the Langya Sacred Land and the 10,000 Souls Sect will definitely intervene in our sect's affairs just like they did 300 years ago. They will use the safety and security of the world's living beings as the reason for their forceful entry into my Qingyun, claiming to help us suppress the demonic powerhouses. This kind of thing he experienced 300 years ago. It was only the strong refusal of the Green Cloud sect's elders at the time, at the cost of sacrificing themselves, that alleviated the situation. 300 years later, the crisis is upon us once again. Master, please tell me the location of a few sects. Zhang Yang suddenly said. Qing Yunzi manifested several vast continents and pointed to the one in the center. This place, is the Qingyun continent where our Qingyun sect is located. This entire continent, 1,000 years ago, belonged to the scope of my Qingyun sect, and strictly speaking, it is all my Qingyun sect's territory. This includes kingdoms such as the Yunshan Empire and the Yunting Empire, as well as sects such as the Tianqian sect. Zhang Yang suddenly realized, no wonder you told me last time not to have the Cloud Mountain Empire's Qingzhou. That was originally our Qingyun sect's territory. Qing Yunzi nodded. Then, he began to spread the map to other areas. This place is the area that the Langya sacred land belongs to, and on the other side is the area where the 10,000 Spirits sect is located. These two top clans are currently the closest to us. The other top-tier sects also each have their own area they belong to, but where they are located, they have to be a bit farther away from us. Zhang Yang looked at the entire vast territory of the world and suddenly said with a smile, Master, the matter of those demonic powerhouses is indeed troublesome, but, in fact, it's not that troublesome. Oh, how? Painted Spirit asked curiously. They haven't come up with a solution yet and this kid has? Zhang Yang's eyes narrowed as he said fiercely, the Qingyun sect has sacrificed enough for the sake of the world, for a whole 1,000 years, from a great clan in its prime, to a clan with only a few people now. Our Qingyun sect has already done its part. Since this is the case, we can announce to the world that the Qingyun sect's mission to subdue the demon clan is over. What? The 7 sons of Qingyun looked at Zhang Yang with wide eyes. Zhang Yang said in a serious manner, we have to send someone to inform the Langya Holy Land, the 10,000 Spirits sect, and the other top sects to prepare for the demonic onslaught. We also have to tell them that we have spent countless spirit stones and damaged countless resources over the years, and that the demonic powerhouses just can't be solved. Our Qingyun sect is running out of resources and can't hold on any longer, so we are preparing to move. This kind of worldly matter, Qingyun sect, can no longer afford it? Now, it should be the turn of the other great sects to take charge of the task. After a pause, Zhang Yang said groggily, of course, when we leave, we definitely have to take away our Qingyun sect's heavenly green extreme cloud formation. Let the various clans prepare their defenses. Otherwise, the demon race will storm their clans and brutalize their people. And those who don't prepare their defenses will have to bear the consequences when the time comes. Chapter 86, Retreat as Advancement. Zhang Yang's words made the 7 sons of Qingyun freeze. It was only after a long time that Ling Yunzi came back to his senses and said, you're not serious, are you? So many demonic powerhouses, really let them out. The world will be in chaos. When that happens, there is no telling what the world will become. Zhang Yang said seriously, Master, and a few uncles, our Qingyun sect has been morally kidnapped. Haven't you realized that? My Qingyun sect almost perished because of these devils, and now we're responsibly suppressing the devils. But how are the other sects treating us? They take it for granted that this is the responsibility of my Green Cloud sect. They even say that they are going to come at us under the banner of helping us. But let's think about it. How much does this have to do with our Green Cloud sect? We're obviously the victims. We obviously helped them block the demon race and gave them 1,000 years of peace and quiet. Not only are these bastards ungrateful, they actually want to deal with us? In that case, we're not going to town. There are only a few of us left in the Green Cloud sect, and only 300 miles of territory left, so where can't we go if we want to? With 7 immortal artifacts, plus the strength of the 7 of you, you could recreate the Green Cloud sect just about anywhere. So, we can retreat anytime. Tell the other clans that it's fine if they want us to continue to hold down the fort. Replenish us with the resources we've consumed in holding down the fort for 1,000 years, or else we'll retreat with our immortal weapons. I'd like to see how they respond. The 7 sons of the Green Cloud looked at each other in dismay. They had truly never thought that things could still be done this way. Qing Yunzi asked tentatively, what if they don't agree? Master said that the demon fetus has already entered the bodies of the disciples of the Luanjia sacred ground. They must have sensed it. Zhang Yang said with a serious look on his face. They must have thought that there was a break in the heavenly green extreme cloud formation that caused the demonic fetus to appear. In that case, let's go with the flow and put up a determined front. If they really dare to blackmail my Green Cloud sect, then our Green Cloud sect will really have to put up a retreat. Speaking of this, Zhang Yang said sinisterly, Master, a few uncles, I'll be honest, when it's time to be ruthless, you have to be ruthless. If you back down again, you'll really be eaten up. Anyway, now that my Qingyun sect doesn't have much of a home base anymore, the barefoot ones aren't afraid of the shoe wearers. It's the other big sects that should be worried. I'm seriously saying this, if you guys get bullied to death, and when I'm the only one left in the future, I'll really spread my legs. At that time, I don't care if the sky turns upside down, I'm definitely going to retreat. Moral kidnapping? As long as I have no morals, no one can kidnap me. The 7 sons of Qingyun looked at Zhang Yang again with surprise and strangeness. They did not expect that this kid is really ruthless. The 7 sons of the green cloud looked at each other, unable to speak for a moment. After a long silence, Qing Yunzi asked, "Then what if the other sects still don't agree?" Zhang Yang asked rhetorically, "Master, do you think the other clans are ready to deal with the onslaught of demonic powerhouses?" "Definitely not." Qing Yunzi shook his head. This group of demonic powerhouses were trapped by the Qingyun sect as soon as they appeared, and they didn't affect the other sects at all. Zhang Yang raised his eyebrows. For those big clans, even the Qingyun sect back then perished. Isn't there a high possibility that they will perish when this group of strongmen storm their clan when they are not prepared enough? If you are able to maintain the current situation by just paying a batch of resources, do you think these great sects will agree? Painted Spirit Sun shook his head. They can pretend to agree and then proceed to prepare their defenses. And when they're ready, won't they still continue to threaten our Qingyun sect? Zhang Yang smiled faintly. If they want to be ready, it'll take them a few years anyhow, right? In these few years, with the resources they gave us, we can go all out to develop our Green Cloud sect. We have dozens of genius-level disciples, as well as the powerful cultivation of our master sitting at the helm, and a few of our uncles have a chance to break through to the harmonious Dao realm. After a few years, the strength of my Qingyun sect has skyrocketed. At that time, if other sects wanted to intervene, they would have to weigh their options. With strength, we speak with a strong backbone. My Green Cloud sect's strength is improving every day. With enough power to be afraid of them? All fear stems from a lack of firepower. With enough firepower to be afraid of a ball. The 7 sons of the Green Cloud were silent again. After contemplating for a long time, Qing Yunzi said decisively, "Second, you go to the Langya Holy Land and just follow what Zhang Yang said and tell them our attitude." "Really go?" Ling Yunzi was stunned. He didn't expect his eldest brother to accompany Zhang Yang in his madness. Qing Yunzi turned back to Zhang Yang and said seriously, "Starting today, I will personally assist you in your cultivation. Within 3 years, you will enter the Yuaning realm, or even Yuanshan realm for me. Do you have any confidence? Only you can truly solve the problems of my Qingyun sect. When there are no more worries, we will truly not be afraid of them." The chaotic golden pill was the fundamental solution to the demonic powerhouses, which was why he had made this decision. 3 years should be enough. Zhang Yang nodded heavily. "Okay, I will definitely become Yuaning realm within 3 years. Ling Yunzi looked at the others and nodded his head. "Alright, I'll go to the Langya sacred land now." He left with his sword. Qing Yunzi looked at the others and said solemnly, "Now, all of you go and cultivate for me. Breakthrough is the first priority." The other 5 nodded. "You come with me." Qing Yunzi looked at Zhang Yang. "Master, it's fine for me to cooperate with your cultivation, but I still have to deal with the affairs of the sect." Zhang Yang hurriedly said, "My ideological education must not stop, or else there will be trouble. We already have external troubles. If we have internal troubles again, it will really be insurmountable." Qing Yunzi hesitated for a moment and nodded his head. "Alright, if there's something you continue to deal with." He felt that Zhang Yang couldn't delay much time in dealing with those matters. "Now, you come with me." Then, he led Zhang Yang, once again, into the depths of the Green Cloud sect, picking a place where the demonic aura was very dense. "You can cultivate here. Everyone else who comes to this place is worried about being infested with demonic energy." However, he came with a chaotic golden dan to actively absorb the demonic energy. Zhang Yang nodded his head and sat down to cultivate. In his senses, this place had an aura that was completely different from the aura. However, that aura was too abundant, more abundant than the aura he usually set up with spirit stones. Then, he revolved the chaotic golden dan and began to absorb the demonic chi. Jia. Where did the stupid kid come from? Actually absorbing our breath. Really looking for death. Do you really think it's our clan? Oh, they can't hold out. Using this method to drain our breath. We're about to get out of the trap. Since he wants to absorb our breath, give him more and prop him up. Countless thoughts lingered throughout the space, but Zhang Yang could not hear any of them. All of them were isolated by Qing Yunzi. At this moment, Qing Yunzi, exuding a terrifying and incomparable aura, suppressed within the space, monitoring the movements of those demonic powerhouses. He watched the tidal wave of demonic chi surging towards Zhang Yang. Although he knew that this kid was not afraid of demonic chi, he was always a little worried inside and closely watched Zhang Yang's changes. Chapter 87 Tianxian's Visit. Tianxian Sect. Su Mingyang had already returned to the sect. As a Yuanshen realm, he was insulted by Qing Yunzi stomping on his face in public, and he nearly collapsed his Yuanshen in anger. However, at that time, Qing Yunzi had made it impossible for him to even move a bit, and he was again deeply afraid in his heart. His master, Daoist Tianxian, was also at the harmonious Dao realm, and even when he faced his master, he didn't have that feeling of powerlessness. After pondering for a long time,
he still went forward to pay his respects to the closed-door heavenly Shen Daoist. Although Qin Yunzi's words meant that he knew Daoist Tianxian, but it had been hundreds of years since their master and disciple, and he had also become the Yuanshan realm, so he thought that his master should give a statement. If his master could step in and have his master deal with Qin Yunzi, they could pull in a bunch of Yuanshan realms and completely overthrow the Qingyun sect. After listening to Su Mingyang's words, Daoist Tianxian rebuked in a good-natured manner. You guys are really so stupid that I don't know what to say. The Qingyun sect has been passed down for 5,000 years. Even if they are in decline now, if they were really that easy to deal with, they would have perished long ago. Why would they need to wait until now? He was helpless and a little annoyed in his heart at this moment. How come a couple of apprentices aren't the least bit provincial? He had only been in seclusion for a period of time, and something so big had actually happened in Tianxian sect? Daoist Tianxian pointed at the land under his feet and looked at Su Mingyang and asked, "Do you know what the name of this continent is?" Qingyun continent. Su Mingyang understood what his master meant, and he hurriedly said, "Master, although the Qingyun sect is powerful, but that was all 1,000 years ago. Not long ago, Tong Lu and I personally traveled to the Qingyun sect to test the waters once, and although we didn't meet Qing Yunzi, Ling Yunzi and the rest of them are only at the Yuaning stage." Without any hesitation, the Green Cloud sect had declined to the extreme. This time, when we went forward to the Green Cloud sect, we found that Ling Yunzi and the others had actually become at the Yuanshan realm. This is enough to prove that my initial judgment was correct, so we have to deal with the Green Cloud sect, which is now, and wait until later when it will be more and more difficult to deal with. If we can take down the Qingyun sect, our Tianxian sect will also have enough reserves to become a top-tier sect. I really regretted not making a move in the first place, or else I would have already taken down the Qingyun sect. Daoist Tianxian shook his head with a bitter smile. What do people like Ling Yunzi count for? You fools, you can only look at the surface. As long as there is a Qin Yunzi, the Qingyun sect will not perish. Not to mention you young ones, even I have to honor him as a senior. In addition, he wasn't just at the Harmonious Realm now, but he was at the Harmonious Realm 300 years ago. Even I have received his guidance. I also don't know where the hell you guys got the guts to plot against the Green Cloud sect. How is this possible? Su Qingyang looked at Daoist Tianxian incredulously. If Qin Yunzi was at the Harmonization Realm 300 years ago, why is the Qingyun sect still poor like this? Daoist Tianxian sighed. Their Qingyun sect had a big change 1,000 years ago. What exactly was the change? I was born 200 years too late to know the specifics. I only know that this continent of ours still exists entirely because of their Qingyun sect. What is not polite to say? The living beings on our continent all owe them the Green Cloud sect. You guys are good, but you're counting instead. This old face of mine is a little embarrassed to go see Senior Qin Yunzi, but you guys have caused all the trouble. If I don't go, the problem will be even more troublesome, so I can only make a trip to the Green Cloud sect myself. A few words that caused Su Qingyang's face to turn red and white. However, he just couldn't forget the image of being stepped on by Qin Yunzi in front of many cultivators from all over the world. The resentment in his heart couldn't be dissipated. Of course, he had already buried this resentment in the bottom of his heart. After all, his master had said so. What else could he do? Even if he wanted to take revenge, he didn't have enough strength to do so. Daoist Tianxian sighed as he looked at Su Qingyang. He thought carefully before he commanded Su Qingyang, "Go and call Zi Yan to me." "Yes, master." Su Qingyang finally found an excuse to be able to leave. Zi Yan was the true disciple he had taken in with outstanding talent, and when he had first entered the sect, his talent had even shocked Daoist Tianxian. Subsequently, Zi Yan was cultivated by Tianxian sect as the most core disciple, and the resources of the entire Tianxian sect were tilted towards Zi Yan. Within just a few years, she had already entered the Yuanying stage. A moment later, the stunning woman in a long purple dress arrived in front of Daoist Tianxian. "Master Ancestor, you're looking for me." Daoist Tianxian smiled and nodded. "This time, I'm going to pay my respects to the seniors of the Qingyun sect and bring you with me to see the world." "Thank you, Master." Zi Yan hurriedly nodded her head. She didn't expect that Master Ancestor would actually be willing to take her along for the ride, or to visit her seniors. It was just that she was very puzzled in her mind. Wasn't the Green Cloud sect dying out? What other seniors existed? Daoist Tianxian took Zi Yan with him and selected a few more treasures as gifts before heading to the Qingyun sect. Being on the same continent, the two sides were a few thousand miles apart, which wasn't a far distance. Daoist Tianxian stopped in front of the upper gate of the Qingyun sect, and seeing that there was no one to receive him, he could only shout towards the Qingyun sect. "Tianxian has come with his disciple and grandson to pay a visit to Senior Qin Yunzi. Please do not be shy to meet him." Bai Yunzi floated over and said with a smile, "Senior Tianxian is here in person.
All of us in the Qingyun sect feel honored. However, eldest senior brother is busy with a very urgent matter. So I would like to ask Senior Tianxian to follow me to Qingyun Peak for a small sitting, and eldest senior brother will come to meet senior soon. Daoist Tianxian also hastened to return the salute. It is we who are intruding. Fellow Daoist, please. Bai Yunzi brought Tianxian Daoist and Ziyan to Qingyun Peak, and brought the people directly to Zhang Yang's villa. It was only now that they realized that in the entire Qingyun sect, it seemed like Zhang Yang was the only one who was suitable to receive people here. Compared to Zhang Yang's villa, the places they lived in were wooden huts. Usually it's just a matter of receiving ordinary people, but when it comes to an honored guest, their humble places can't really hold up. Of course, if it was a formal meeting with other people, there was still the option of the Great Hall of the Green Clouds, only that would seem to be a raw deal. Seeing Zhang Yang's small villa, especially sensing the talismans engraved in the villa, Daoist Tianxian couldn't help but praise it. Worthy of being the place where the seniors reside, it is indeed very chic. Bai Yunzi said with embarrassment. The rest of us in the Qingyun sect don't care much about our residences. Only my eldest brother's disciples have some originality and will spend a lot of time in this area. Thinking that it is also rare for senior to come to our Qingyun sect once, I was afraid of slowing senior down. So, that's why I invited senior here. Daoist Tianxian laughed, hiding his embarrassment, nodding his head and smiling. This kid is really interesting. Bai Yunzi smiled companionably and personally accompanied Daoist Tianxian. And at this moment, Qin Yunzi, who was said to be busy, was silently waiting for Zhang Yang to cultivate. When he saw that Zhang Yang had finally finished absorbing the demonic qi, he hurriedly inquired, "How is the situation, Master? I feel more comfortable than absorbing aura." Zhang Yang was excited. "Wait for me to rest for a few days and come back. Right now I'm still a bit worried about what to do in the future after these magic qi is absorbed." Qin Yunzi glanced at Zhang Yang and muttered a little in his heart. Could this chaotic golden pill really be so perverted? Let's go. There are guests coming. Go and meet them first. Qin Yunzi brought Zhang Yang and appeared on Qingyun Peak. Chapter 88, Do you want a couple? Qin Yunzi led Zhang Yang to Zhang Yang's villa. Senior brother. Bai Yunzi hurriedly stood up. Senior Tianxian has been waiting for a long time, and you have finally arrived. Daoist Tianxian and Ziyan also hurriedly stood up. Daoist Tianxian performed a junior salute and paid his respects to Qin Yunzi, and then said with emotion, I haven't seen Senior for many years. Senior still has the same appearance as when he was born, but instead, Senior is dying of old age. Senior's Dao is so far-reaching that it is really difficult for Senior to look up to him. He was indeed surprised in his heart that he hadn't seen Qin Yunzi for hundreds of years, and Qin Yunzi was actually still the same as he was back then. What level has this reached? A robbery? I haven't heard of any signs of transmigration. When a great cultivator crosses the threshold, the power is enough to destroy the sky and the earth. It is impossible to hide it. Qin Yunzi glanced at Daoist Tianxian and said, Your growth isn't small. When I saw you back then, you were only at the yuaning stage, and now you've already cultivated to the middle stage of the harmonization realm. As for the outer skin, red powder and skeletons, why do you need to be obsessed with appearances? Next to him, Zhang Yang secretly deflated. He was very unimpressed with his master. You're young. Of course you don't care about anything? You're going to advise people not to care when they're as old as they are? What's the difference between that and the one who said, I'm not interested in money? Everyone sat down in separate guests and hosts. Daoist Tianxian was not ambiguous and came up to take the initiative to say, This time, the late generation came to pay respect to the seniors. It is really because a few of the rebellious disciples were not competitive. A few guys were bewitched by desire, making offenses against seniors, but also thanks to seniors to raise your hand. Spared a few rebellious disciples. Qin Yunzi said nonchalantly, They are indeed lucky to have met the current me. If you had met me 300 years earlier, you probably would have had to re-adopt a few disciples. Daoist Tianxian smiled bitterly and said, A few people didn't know the prestige of seniors before they made such a big mistake. I taught them a hard lesson, and they should not dare to come back to offend senior. Although Qin Yunzi spoke in a very impolite manner, Daoist Tianxian had dealt with Qin Yunzi hundreds of years ago and had certainly witnessed Qin Yunzi's style of behavior. From Su Mingyang and the others, Daoist Tianxian already knew some of Zhang Yang's style. However, the Qin Yunzi of a few hundred years ago, his style was even better than Zhang Yang's, even because Qin Yunzi was in a higher realm, stronger, and did things with more ruthless means. Qin Yunzi sighed and said, It's not easy to preach. It's not easy to start a business. It's not easy for you to have a share of the Tianxian Sex Foundation. But it's even harder to keep it. Your disciples should really be taught well. In this moment, Daoist Tianxian was the one who started the business, and Qin Yunzi was the one who kept it. Daoist Tianxian sighed. He founded the Tianxian sect. How much suffering there was in between, he himself knew best. Senior is right. Taoist Tianxian nodded. This group of people who have never seen the world just don't know the heights of heaven, although Senior let them off this time. However, the late generation can't help but express some feelings. District thin gift, not honor. Also Senior do not excuse. As he spoke, he handed out several jade boxes and placed them on the table. Qing Yunzi shook his head and said, there is no need. I know very well that this time, the matter is just a few of your disciples acting privately, and since you've come in person, this matter will be left at that. Senior can let it go like that, but it would be too much for the late generation not to show some kindness. Taoist Tianxian insisted. He paused for a moment, smiled, raised his hand to indicate Ziyan next to him, and said to Qing Yunzi, this is my disciple's grandson Ziyan. How does Senior see her talent? Qing Yunzi sized up Ziyan and nodded his head in praise. Top choice. Many thanks, Senior. Ziyan thanked. Taoist Tianxian smiled and said, Ziyan has been cultivating for 7 or 8 years and has already broken through to the Yuaning stage, and the entirety of our clan is very satisfied with her. The main reason for the misunderstanding between our two clans is that everyone is rather rusty. If we were all closer, the previous problems wouldn't have happened. This time, I brought her here to meet Senior. Also because I want to bring our two clans closer together. Chang Yunzi looked at Taoist Tianxian. Zhang Yang looked at Taoist Tianxian. A bad feeling rose in his heart. This old guy will not be. I heard that Senior has a disciple, and I think it's this youngster. I see that this young fellow has clear bones and is extraordinary. I would like to betroth Ziyan to him to bring both of us closer. I don't know, what does Senior think? Taoist Tianxian glanced at Zhang Yang and eventually looked at Chang Yunzi again. Zhang Yang was speechless. As soon as he heard what Taoist Tianxian meant, he guessed that it might be this. Qing Yunzi looked strange and turned his head to Zhang Yang, asking, what do you think? Bai Yunzi also had a smile on his face as he looked at Zhang Yang, ready to see what Zhang Yang had to say. Zhang Yang looked at Ziyan and realized that Ziyan was also frozen. Ziyan was completely unprepared for the fact that Master Ancestor had brought her out to visit her seniors, and the end result had actually sold her out. Seeing Zhang Yang looking over, Ziyan's face turned red and she did not know what to say. Denial? It doesn't seem good. Promise? She doesn't seem that willing, especially since she's so talented and married to a Jindan stage. Zhang Yang smiled and said to Taoist Tianxian, Senior, there is no need for two clans to join hands in marriage in order to bring them closer. If the interests of both sides are aligned and their goals are the same, it is perfectly possible to work together even without a marriage. On the contrary, if the interests of both sides are not aligned and their goals are not harmonized, then even if they are joined in marriage, what's the point? You're not willing? Taoist Tianxian asked. Zhang Yang said with a serious look, it's not a matter of who is willing or not, it's the relationship between the two clans, and if it's just by marriage, then it's a child's play in itself. Moreover, I think even elders should follow the wishes of their juniors. This is something that my master did very well. I respect my master, and my master respects my opinion. In this way, the top will be able to get through to the bottom, and the clan will be able to develop in a healthy way. On the contrary, Senior, letting her come to the union without the disciples' permission can only backfire. Taoist Tianxian turned back to Ziyan. Ziyan, are you willing? Ziyan's face turned even redder. The hallowed Yuaning stage cultivator didn't dare to look at anyone. She lowered her head and whispered, everything is up to Master Ancestor. Look, she's willing. Taoist Tianxian looked at Zhang Yang. What do you say? Zhang Yang was speechless and could only nod his head. Well, I don't want to. He was already a blank slate Jindan, and if he didn't spend more time cultivating, he would be wasted. How do you have so much time for women? This answer puzzled the crowd. Even Ziyan couldn't help but look at Zhang Yang, with a shy look that was still somewhat puzzled and annoyed. I'm a Yuaning stage cultivator with outstanding talent, marrying your Jindan stage cultivator, and you're still not willing? Can't know what's good for you. Why? Taoist Tianxian asked curiously. Even Qing Yunzi and Bai Yunzi looked at Zhang Yang curiously. Zhang Yang said bluntly, I'm a blank slate Jindan. I need to get busy with my cultivation. Qing Yunzi and Bai Yunzi were speechless, especially Bai Yunzi, who gave Qing Yunzi an angry look. If Qing Yunzi hadn't snubbed Zhang Yang about some blank slate golden elixir, Zhang Yang shouldn't have been so nervous about his cultivation. This answer, too, was greatly unexpected by Taoist Tianxian. He was truly surprised that Qing Yunzi had actually taken in a blank slate Jindan disciple. He slowly said, if you are a white plate Jindan, then you should agree even more. I have a general understanding of the situation of the Qingyun sect, and I also understand the situation of the Qingyun sect. When the time comes, I'll take a portion of the cultivation resources of the Tianxian sect and have Ziyan bring them over as a dowry. Won't your cultivation be more convenient? Why is this old man still dead set on insisting on sending his female apprentice to his door? He was no longer short of spirit stones now. What he was short of were real heavenly materials and treasures, and these Tianxian sect would definitely not take them out. Moreover, now that the demonic chi had good results for him as well, why would he bother to ask for anything else? Zhang Yang looked at Daoist Tianxian helplessly. Senior, I still have one more question that I haven't said. Not long from now, my Qingyan sect will experience a big change and may provoke oppression from many top sects, so there's really no need for us to actually get that close. That wouldn't be good for your Tianxian sect. Xing Yunzi did not expect Zhang Yang to just say it and looked a bit strange. Daoist Tianxian, on the other hand, changed his expression. Chapter 89, Demanding Money. As the founder of the Tianxian sect and a cultivator of the harmonious Dao realm, what Daoist Tianxian did was not that simple. He had sent out heavy gifts, even sending out the most talented female disciple of the sect for marriage, so of course he wouldn't really be sending benefits. Through the recent series of changes in the Qingyan sect, he had judged that the Qingyan sect might be about to take off, especially if Qing Yunzi still existed, so he had come to defect to the Qingyan sect ahead of time. However, he had never expected that another big change had actually occurred in the Green Cloud sect. Senior, what happened? Daoist Tianxian looked at Qing Yunzi and asked with a grave expression. Qing Yunzi frowned with some hesitation. Master, when things have come to this point, there is nothing that can't be said. Instead, Zhang Yang was more decisive. My Qingyun sect has been fending off disasters for everyone for 1,000 years, and not only do the people not miss us, but instead, they are counting on our sect. This matter should have been made known a long time ago. In addition, even if we don't say anything, I'm afraid that things will be exposed after the arrival of several large sects soon. Therefore, telling it to Senior Tianxian in advance isn't much of a problem. In Zhang Yang's opinion, didn't the Tianxian sect want to come and pull in the Qingyun sect? Then they would put out the crisis of the Qingyan sect to see if the Tianxian sect was really trustworthy. Besides, it was long overdue for the Qingyan sect to let the world know about it after silently bearing the heavy burden for 1,000 years. Qing Yunzi thought about the fact that the Luangjia sacred ground already knew about the demonic fetus. He sighed and looked at Tianxian and said, all of this, we still have to start from 1,000 years ago. He told the whole story, roughly. Of course, he only said that the Green Cloud sect had suppressed the demonic powerhouse, but he didn't mention much else. So that's how it is. Daoist Tianxian finally understood. His heart was heavy. It turned out that there was actually such a great threat on this continent. All the demons were actually suppressed by the Qingyun sect. Zi Yen, who was next to him, was in a state of blossom. She didn't expect to hear such a secret this time when she came to the Green Cloud sect. Senior, is there anything we can do to help? Daoist Tianxian asked Qing Yunzi. Qing Yunzi was just about to shake his head when Zhang Yang hurriedly said beside him, what we are currently lacking the most is various cultivation resources. For one, the heavenly green extreme cloud formation needs huge resources to be truly effective. For another, our sect's disciples also need resources to raise their cultivation levels. Only when the cultivation of my several master uncles has risen, as well as the cultivation of our younger generation of disciples, will we be able to completely suppress that group of demonic powerhouses? Over the years, our Green Cloud sect's resources have been spent on suppressing the demonic powerhouses, which is what caused my Green Cloud sect to be so poor. Speaking of which, I'm not afraid of Senior's jokes. Not too long ago, our Green Cloud sect was so poor that we only had 100 or so spirit stones left. I told Master long ago that this matter isn't just about our clan. It's about the entire Green Cloud continent, and everyone should have been informed a long time ago. My master has a good face. He really can't say it. There's no other way. So I'm trying to make money. It's also when it comes to making money that you guys get into trouble. A comment that embarrassed everyone. Qing Yunzi was inwardly cursing Zhang Yang. Wasn't this making Qingyun sect ask for money openly? Do you want to lose face? However, Zhang Yang's words were out of his mouth, so Qing Yunzi could only force himself to calm down. Daoist Tianxian was also embarrassed. They were equivalent to enjoying so many years of peace and quiet in the Qingyan continent and owed the Qingyan sect a great favor. It was just as well that they didn't help out at a critical time. But in the end, they also bullied Qingyun. It was just too much of a bully. It was just that a great sect with an inheritance of 5,000 years was actually so poor that it only had 100 spirit stones left. Unimaginable. He would not doubt Zhang Yang's words because, to be able to make Zhang Yang say these words, he was obviously exposing himself. Who would do that if they weren't desperate? Daoist Tianxian hurriedly said, Senior, although our Tianxian sect isn't rich either, we still have a bit of a balance. After we return, I will immediately have Zi Yin send it over to you. Indeed, this kind of big event shouldn't be borne by one clan, the Qingyun sect. We should call on everyone to contribute and solve it together. What does Senior think? Qing Yunzi was silent for a while before he said indifferently, "Our entire mind is on suppressing those demonic clans. I have long since handed over the affairs of the Qingyun sect to Zhang Yang to handle various matters." "Zhang Yang, this matter, you take care of it." "Yes, master." Zhang Yang nodded his head as he looked at Daoist Tianxian and said with a serious look, "The Heavenly Cyan Extreme Cloud Formation is an absolute secret of my Qingyun sect, so anyone who wants to get involved in the Heavenly Cyan Extreme Cloud Formation will not be allowed by us. This is the bottom line, not to be discussed with any clan, and whoever dares to interfere in my clan's internal affairs, then don't blame us for turning the other cheek. To be honest, we have suppressed the demon race for so many years, and everyone has lived in peace for so many years, so we can afford to do right by everyone. Therefore, if we are pushed, we can take the Heavenly Green Extreme Cloud Formation with us and leave the Green Cloud Continent." Daoist Tianxuan's face changed drastically. He did not expect Zhang Yang to have such an idea. Zhang Yang grimaced coldly, and continued, "The clan has been passed down for 5,000 years and has left behind many spiritual weapons. These spiritual weapons are the foundation of our livelihood. Although we did our part to suppress the demonic powerhouses, we did not dare to squander our ancestral foundation. In the past 1,000 years, even if we are poorer, our Qingyun sect has no precedent of selling spiritual weapons, let alone giving them away. It's fine to come and help, but if you're hitting on our spirit weapons, again, don't blame us for flipping out. Honestly, even if you guys didn't help, haven't we kept it for the last 1,000 years? So it's fine to come and help, as long as we follow the two bottom lines, then we can talk. Otherwise, then don't come and ask for trouble." There was a pause before Zhang Yang, with an apology, rushed at Daoist Tianxian. "My words are not directed at senior, but rather, the ugly words are said in advance, so please don't be offended." It should be, Daoist Tianxian replied. Not to mention the others, even in his mind, he had actually had a plan. Since the Green Cloud sect can't defend it, wouldn't it be better for them to stay in the Green Cloud sect to help defend it together? So many spiritual weapons, the Qingyun sect cannot use, put in their hands will not be more useful? He didn't expect that Zhang Yang came up and laid out two bottom lines. "Senior, I'll go back and send the resources over to you first." Daoist Tianxian stood up. "After the resources are sent over, we'll consider the follow-up. What do you think, senior?" Qing Yunzi was so embarrassed that he didn't know how to answer. Zhang Yang, on the other hand, said with a calm demeanor, "Thank you, senior. Then we'll take our leave." Daoist Tianxian and Ziyan excused themselves and left. When the two of them left, Qing Yunzi looked at Zhang Yang and said in a bad mood, "We've both earned so many spirit stones, we definitely won't be short of them in a short period of time. This behavior of asking for money in front of your face is too humiliating, isn't it?" Zhang Yang asked with a serious look. "Master, if there were more spirit stones, would the power of the Heavenly Green Extreme Cloud Formation be even more powerful?" "That's for sure. In that case, what's the point of giving up your face?" Zhang Yang said with a smile. "Don't worry, none of you need to show up next. I'll do it, even if I am shameless. I will still get back hundreds of millions of spirit stones for Qingyun sect and completely solve the problem of Qingyun sect." Chapter 90, The Conspiracy. Qing Yunzi and Bai Yunzi looked at each other as they watched Zhang Yang's bravado. They had lived for hundreds of years and had seen many people, and Zhang Yang was different from anyone they had ever seen. When shameless, it is more shameless than the most shameless they have ever seen. When ruthless, the means are also very brutal. When usual, it is very easygoing. This kind of thing, just watch and deal with it. Qing Yunzi patted Zhang Yang's shoulder. "Wait until the people from the other clans come, you can talk about whatever you want. I'll give you a word of advice. Don't be afraid of anyone when you're within the boundaries of the Green Cloud sect. If anything happens, I'll take care of you. You've been cultivating for so many days. It's time to take a good rest, and I'll take you to cultivate again when you've refined it more or less." "Yes, master," Zhang Yang replied. Qing Yunzi and Bai Yunzi left, walking on the mountain path. Bai Yunzi looked at Qing Yunzi. "Eldest senior brother, you've worked hard all these years. None of us could help much. It's really a shame." It's also okay." Qing Yunzi smiled faintly. "You senior siblings have still given me a lot of help. Now after having Zhang Yang, I don't have to worry about the rest even more." Bai Yunzi said smilingly, "This kid is afraid he's going to cause a huge mess." Qing Yunzi smiled faintly. "As long as I'm free from suppressing those demonic powerhouses, I can focus on studying about fighting. When it comes to fighting, I haven't been afraid of anyone yet." Bai Yunzi nodded repeatedly. "Second senior brother has gone to the Langia sacred land. He shouldn't have any problems, right?" Qing Yunzi looked up in the direction of the Langia Holy Land and said indifferently, "If something goes wrong with the second one, then I really need to consider Zhang Yang's opinion. These damn things, they don't contribute when they are contributing. but they are quick to run away when they are picking up advantages. Elder sister, you should hurry up and go into seclusion as well. Break through the harmonization realm early. The current Qingyun sect needed everyone to break through as soon as possible. Spirit stones or other resources. The conditions have all been prepared. So it's time for everyone to make up for the cultivation that has been delayed over the years. Yes, eldest senior brother. I'm going into seclusion. Bai Yunzi flew back to White Cloud Peak. Zhang Hegui sped all the way back to the Langya Holy Land with a few crippled disciples. He had people bring a few people from Tan Yaoguang to be rescued, while he, himself, was the first to arrive in the Grand Hall of the Luangjia Sacred Ground. At the first moment Zhang Hegui returned, those experts from the Langya Holy Land already knew about it and headed to the main hall of the Langya Holy Land. How? The Holy Master inquired. Zhang Hegui took out a jade bottle and displayed it in front of the crowd. Demonic Qi. Tan Xiaoshui took a deep breath. This is demonic Qi alright. It's not just demonic Qi. There are also demonic laws. The Saint Master said slowly. That means that the power of those demonic powerhouses suppressed by the Green Cloud sect has seeped out. That's bad. An elder said with a grave expression. Back then, it was only by gathering the power of the entire Qingyun that we were able to suppress so many demonic powerhouses. Now that the power of the devil race has infiltrated, these devil race powerhouses will break the seal sooner or later, and the world will surely be in chaos at that time. We are adjacent to the Qingyun continent and will be the first to be affected. We have to hurry and prepare. An elder laughed and said, actually, there's no need to be nervous. Oh, the crowd looked at the elder who had smiled. Since Qingyun can't subdue those demonic powerhouses, we'll just help them. A few hundred years ago we offered to help Qingyun and they refused. Now that the demonic powerhouses are about to break the seal, I'm sure Qingyun no longer has a reason to refuse, right? The crowd was silent. In fact, who doesn't know what's going on here? With so many spiritual weapons in the Green Cloud sect, and especially with immortal weapons, who wouldn't desire them? With so many living beings in the entire Green Cloud continent, the Green Cloud sect definitely won't give up. Plus, their Green Cloud sect is incapable of guarding it, so they should be grateful if we help them. For us, sending a few harmonized Dao Realm elders will help them out, and a few harmonized Dao Realms won't have much of an impact on us. Tan Xiaoshui shook his head. Qin Yunzi won't agree. In front of the world's living beings, they have to agree even if they don't. Besides, this matter, if we, the Langya Holy Land, step forward as a family, they, the Qingyun sect, can refuse, but if we contact the 10,000 Spirit sect, the Guiyuan Temple, and the Shuyi Guan, several forces under the joint, even if they do not agree to the Qingyun sect, we can also take over the strong, a demonic powerhouse that can be suppressed by a single Qingyun sect. It doesn't make sense that so many of our clans have joined forces and still can't suppress it. In reality, the Green Cloud sect has long since lost the strength to be on par with us, and they don't have the qualifications to talk to us as equals. I think it's time to break the pattern of the world. The crowd was silent. Only after a long time did the Holy Master slowly say, what do you all think of Elder Jia Sheng's suggestion? I agree, Tan Xiaoshui signaled. Since the Green Cloud sect can't solve the problem, it should be us instead. I agree. I agree. A number of people inside the Great Hall expressed their agreement. Someone looked around and didn't say anything. The Sacred Master nodded slightly, and just as he was about to speak, a voice came in. Qingyun Sect's Ling Yunzi has a major matter that he wishes to meet with the Sacred Master in person. Jia Sheng smiled faintly. It looks like, without us taking the initiative, they've already come to beg for our help. The other elders, who nodded and smiled, also felt that the Green Cloud sect must have come to ask for help. Let him in, the Holy Master commanded. A moment later, Ling Yunzi was invited into the Great Hall. Greetings to the Holy Master. Ling Yunzi first saluted the Holy Master. Be excused. The Holy Master nodded his head. You have traveled thousands of miles to come to my MT. Langya, is there something important you want to do? Ling Yunzi said with a serious expression. This time, on the order of eldest senior brother, I have come to pay my respects to Saint Master for a very important matter. Thousands of years ago, the demonic powerhouse that our Qingyun sect spent a great deal of effort to suppress showed signs of breaking the seal. When the many elders saw that Ling Yunzi had indeed talked about this matter, they could not help but reveal a mysterious smile. Sure enough, it was just as they thought. The Green Cloud sect was just asking for help to come, and they had a reasonable reason to intervene. The Holy Master looked at Ling Yunzi. Ling Yunzi slowly said, eldest senior brother said that back then, when the demonic powers descended, it was a natural disaster. My Qingyun sect was unlucky, so it fell on our heads, but it was not a matter of my Qingyun sect alone. However, all the sects in the entire world clearly looked on but did not lend a helping hand. There are even many despicable clans that are shamelessly counting on us behind our backs. The smiles on the faces of the many elders froze. This, as if he didn't see the faces of the crowd. Ling Yunzi continued. Eldest senior brother said that we have been guarding the demon clan for 1,000 years, and the entire Qingyun sect has used up the last shred of its reserves, and even the sect's spirit stones are only left at 100. We in the Green Cloud sect have been able to do so much for all of you, and we have already done our best in terms of benevolence and justice. Therefore, 3 months from now, our Green Cloud sect is preparing to withdraw with the Heavenly Green Extreme Cloud Grand Formation. Eldest senior brother asked me to remind you all that the demonic powerhouses will soon break the seal, so everyone should make preparations as early as possible. Everyone in the entire hall stared at Ling Yunzi with wide eyes. Incredulously. What did he just say? The Green Cloud sect isn't holding down the fort anymore. They're pulling out? They felt it was absurd. Wasn't the Green Cloud sect holding down the fort well? Why are they withdrawing? There are so many people in the Qingyun continent. Don't you care? What about your responsibilities? Where's your high moral character? Where are your moral boundaries? At this moment, it was as if they saw the feeling of a woman who was obviously originally of a precious and unattainable status, but now actually stripped off her clothes and lay down on the side of the road, inviting everyone to get on the bus. Chapter 91. No. In the Luangia Sacred Land's main hall, the crowd finally came back to their senses after being stunned for a long time, and shouted out, "Why is your Qingyun so selfish? Unauthorizedly releasing a demonic powerhouse that has been suppressed for 1,000 years. What kind of reasoning is that?" Jia Shang looked at Ling Yunzi angrily. "Where have you put the lives of the world at risk?" Ling Yunzi asked rhetorically. "This senior, you have the lives of the world at heart?" "Of course." Jia Shang coldly grunted. "Our Luangia sacred ground is loved by the celestial beings. We would never do such a thing." Ling Yunzi had a sneer on his face as he slowly asked, "In these 1,000 years, why haven't we seen any powerful people from the Luangia sacred land traveling to Qingyun to help us, even to send us some resources? And the Qingyun sect, which you all claim to consider selfish, has been suppressing the demonic powerhouses for 1,000 years. The Qingyun sect has fallen from being one of the largest clans to the fact that there are only a few people left in the sect. What about even the resources of the sect, which ended up being completely depleted, with only 100 or so spirit stones left? Then I would like to ask, who is being selfish?" Jia Shang stammered, unable to speak at all. Tan Xiushui snorted coldly and said, "We, the Luangia Holy Land, offered to help you 300 years ago, and didn't you already turn us down? Is it because we didn't help? Or is it because you guys are treating the gentleman with a small mind? This gentleman, I remember it was you who abducted my senior nephew, right?" Ling Yunzi gazed at Tan Xiushui, abducting a Sect's true scholar behind his back, aiming for the top-grade spirit weapon on his body. This is what a gentleman does. Besides, how did you help our Qingyun 300 years ago? If you guys truly want to help our Qingyun, you should enter the Heavenly Green Extreme Cloud Formation and go fight the demonic powerhouses for your lives, instead of trying to take control of our Heavenly Green Extreme Cloud Formation, much less our immortal weapons. This is a gentleman? Just a hypocrite. Just because he's straight doesn't mean he's stupid. Precisely because of the straight. So the speech is also very direct. Do not give Luangia Holy Land face at all, in front of a crowd of strong people, scolded Luangia Holy Land people. Tan Xiushui opened her mouth and didn't know what to say. The Saint Master frowned slightly as he slowly asked, "Other things are just that. Isn't it a bit improper to release the demonic powerhouses? You, Qingyun, have spent all your efforts to suppress these devils, but now you want to release them. This is not right for your seniors who sacrificed their lives in this matter in the first place, is it?" Ling Yunzi smiled bitterly and said, "Senior, why don't we know? However, there's really nothing we can do about it in the Green Cloud sect. First of all, our Green Cloud sect already has no one left to succeed us. Other than a few of our senior siblings, the current second-generation disciples are pitifully scarce. Originally, 100 years ago, we devoted ourselves to training 2 people as successors, but this is no longer the case. Then we took in another disciple about 10 years ago and began to train. He has only cultivated to the Jindan stage, and was actually surrounded by dozens of Jindan stages from a dozen sects, which even included people from your Luangia Sacred Land. Our Green Cloud sect, we've actually been bullied to such an extent. The Heavenly Clan, not even prepared to leave us roots. We are really disheartened. I think that those seniors from 1,000 years ago, if they knew that the Green Cloud sect would be facing such a situation, they would have definitely chosen to retreat in the first instance, rather than fight those demons. 1,000 years. We've been fighting for 1,000 years for these devils. With the internal and external difficulties, we just can't support it anymore, so we really have no choice." Ling Yunzi's heart was incomparably angry as he thought of the grievances that the Qingyun sect had encountered. In fact, If Zhang Yang hadn't brought numerous spiritual weapons to protect his body and still had some skills beyond that, how could he have been spared with so many Jindan stages surrounding him? So, he is really speaking his heart out. It was precisely because of Ling Yunzi's serious and pained appearance that caused the hearts of the many powerhouses of the Langya sacred land to tremble. It looks like this Qingyun sect is really withdrawing. It's killing me. Those devils were suppressed for thousands of years have not died. That year has been about to ascend to the Qingyun sect ancestor did not kill those devils. Really put out who can stand it. No way. Jia Shang shouted angrily. You Qingyun sect can retreat if you want to, but the heavenly green extreme cloud formation must stay. That's the root of sealing down the demons. For the sake of the world's people, we won't allow you to withdraw. Ling Yunzi smiled coldly. This senior, put away your greedy face. To tell you plainly, the eye of the heavenly green extreme cloud formation is supported by an immortal artifact, but this is something that belongs to our Qingyun sect. We can take it away if we want to, and no one can interfere, nor dare to do so. Otherwise, you guys can try it. What if we don't let you go back? Tan Xiushui asked slowly. Ling Yunzi laughed. I'm just here to inform you, even if I don't go back, once the 3-month period is up, eldest brother and the others will withdraw. Maybe because I didn't go back, it's possible that they'll withdraw in a month. As for my death or survival, I will probably die from suppressing devils if I stay in the Qingyun sect, so you guys can scare me by keeping me? The crowd looked at each other with a look of constipation for months, unable to do anything. They could expect that when those demons were released, they, the Langya Holy Land and the 10,000 Spirits sect, would bear the brunt. The two clans were not very far from the Green Cloud sect and were bound to suffer. As for fending off the demons, with what to resist? Let the strong fight for their lives? Are they going to follow in Chen Yun's footsteps and fall into ruin? Therefore, the only way was still best to suppress those demons in the heavenly green extreme cloud formation. The Holy Master sighed and looked at Ling Yunzi as he slowly asked, what if we give you resources? No, Saint Master, don't. Their Qingyun sect is ambitious. We can't do what the Green Cloud sect wants. Numerous elders shouted out. In fact, no one is stupid. Everyone in this matter felt that the Qingyun sect was deliberately holding them to ransom. But what if the Qingyun sect really did so? It's nakedly phallic. No one would dare to bet on it. But it's not something people want to compromise on so quickly. The Holy Master waved his hand, signaling the crowd to be quiet, and gazed at Ling Yunzi as he continued to ask, what do you say? Ling Yunzi said frankly, eldest senior brother makes the decisions on matters of the Green Cloud sect. Eldest senior brother only asked me to come and inform everyone about the defense, but he didn't tell me anything else. The Holy Master pondered for a moment and said, you go back first. Within a month, we will send someone to discuss the specifics with you. Even if you were to retreat, it would be 3 months later. A month's time. Surely you can wait, can't you? Ling Yunzi nodded. If we promise to retreat in 3 months, then we will definitely do it. Of course, if someone purposely comes to blackmail us, then there's no telling. By the way, I also need to trouble Senior to inform the other sects of this news. I still have to continue to go back to help suppress the demon head, and if I leave for too long, eldest brother and the others will struggle even more. Alright, I know. You go back. The Holy Master signaled. Farewell Senior. Ling Yunzi saluted the Holy Master, striding out of the Luanjia Sacred Hall and flying away. Chapter 92 Conspiracy of the Sects. In the Langya Sacred Temple, after Ling Yunzi left, Jia Sheng immediately said to the Sacred Master, let's take the opportunity of looking for them to discuss. Contact the other sects, and send out a few strong people from one sect to simply eradicate them completely. As long as we eradicate them, we can take over the Heavenly Cyan Extreme Cloud Formation and continue to suppress the demons. Yes, that's what we should do. A small green cloud sect actually dares to blackmail us. It's really against the law. When the time comes for everyone to divide up the assets of the Qingyun sect together, our Luanjia sacred ground will once again increase in depth. Numerous elders spoke up, each expressing their own opinions. The Holy Master sat in his high seat, his brow furrowed, not saying a word. The crowd clamored for a long time before noticing the Holy Master's unusual appearance and hurriedly asked, Holy Master, what do you say? The Holy Master said slowly, Shang Yun is good to solve. The devil is not. Isn't there a heavenly green extreme cloud formation? Let's take it over and just control it directly. There are also those within our several great clans who are proficient in the Dao of formation, so it's no problem at all. The Holy Master sighed. The demon has already broken the seal and the demonic fetus is overflowing, which shows that the situation in Qingyun is indeed critical. In other words, one slip up and all those devils run out. Even if a few of our top clans were able to drive those demons back into the seal, how much would it cost us? The crowd was silent. Many of the people here live more than 1,000 years, They had seen the Green Cloud Sect in its heyday back then, and because of that, they couldn't forget about the assets of the Green Cloud Sect. However, the thought that 1,000 years ago, the Qingyun sect in order to suppress those demons, resulting in the decline of the entire sect to the present day, nearly extinct, the hearts of the people were very heavy. If the devils really ran out again this time, even if they were not as strong as they were 1,000 years ago, I'm afraid that they would have to die countless deaths to be able to subdue those devils. This was still the premise that the heavenly green extreme cloud formation would not be destroyed. If the heavenly green extreme cloud formation completely disintegrated, those few top-tier great clans would have no choice but to fight for their lives, or else their individual clans wouldn't be able to defend their territories, and even their clans would be in danger. The consequences of this are horrible. Therefore, if some resources can be paid to allow the Heavenly Cyan Extreme Cloud Grand Formation to continue to maintain its power and suppress those devils, it is very necessary. The Saint Master continued. Jia Sheng smiled. We can also use this to paralyze Qingyun. Then we secretly prepare our forces. After they let their guard down, we can then take down Qingyun in one fell swoop and finish the job in one fell swoop. We can also repeat the same trick and send someone to contact their disciples and poach them. Tan Xiushui also hurriedly said. Their Qingyun sect has already suffered and been fooled, so they definitely won't succeed that easily. Why don't we send someone to join forces and abduct all of their disciples through the means of marriage? Simply put, it's a beauty trick. Yes, it can also increase the voice of the Green Cloud sect. You can also invite their Qingyun sect to participate in the secret realm and continuously weaken their power. The many elders discussed again, and all sorts of plots and tricks came out. The Saint Master waved his hand and commanded, regardless of anything else, immediately contact all the other top clans, then send people from each of them, and make sure that the Qingyun sect agrees to suppress the demon head. Finalize this matter first, then we can discuss the rest. Yes, as you wish. Dismissed. Numerous elders walked out of the holy temple and sent people to various top clans to notify them of the news. On the other hand, Ling Yunzi had already traveled a long way back to the Qingyun sect. What do they say? Qing Yunzi asked. He was relieved to see that Ling Yunzi had returned safely. Ling Yunzi was furious and said, "These villains, they are still thinking of counting on us, and they are still, according to Zhang Yang's words, they are morally abducting us and making us continue to subdue the devil." I fiercely refuted them. Simply a bunch of assholes. However, the Luangjia Sacred Master has promised to give us resources, so I asked them to send someone to come and discuss. He looked at Qing Yunzi with some concern and asked, "Eldest senior brother, what can we do if they come to cause trouble?" "Smoke them," Qing Yunzi said indifferently. Ah! Several other people looked at Qing Yunzi. Qing Yunzi laughed. It can't be that all the ones coming are old monsters of the transition realm, right? Isn't their sect afraid of problems? Therefore, the high probability that the ones coming are at the harmonization realm, or at most the peak of the harmonization realm. Since that's the case, none of them are my match. What if the transition realm comes? Bai Lingzi asked with a frown. The Green Cloud sect smiled proudly. This is my Green Cloud sect. Even those devils can be suppressed. One or two of the transitional succession realm are not as good as those devils. The other few didn't have a relaxed look on their faces. They were worried about what would happen if the devil ran out when they used the heavenly green extreme cloud formation. If they send someone to negotiate properly and promise to give us resources, how much do we want? Bai Yunzi asked curiously. Qing Yunzi smiled faintly. Let Zhang Yang talk about such matters. The crowd smiled at the thought of Zhang Yang. They felt that Zhang Yang was very good at this kind of thing. It was just that when a few people's divine thoughts saw everything in front of the Great Hall of the Green Clouds, they were speechless and puzzled. How does this ideological education seem rather hokey? In front of the Green Cloud Hall, Zhang Yang had all the disciples, all sitting in a big circle, all sitting cross-legged on the ground. 90 disciples, plus Zhang Yang, Situ Mingyue, Zhang Jiqiu 3 Jindan, and a spectator Chun Shao. A total of 94 people. Everyone's eyes were on Zhang Yang, waiting for Zhang Yang's arrangement. Today is the day they give their summary report. Zhang Yang glanced at the crowd and said slowly, through 7 days of reflection, everyone should have a deep enough understanding of every aspect of this secret trip. Now, I would like to ask the one who has the deepest feelings to be the first to come forward to speak and tell us all about your feelings. Everyone has to make a report. Who will go first? Immediately a few hands went up. According to Zhang Yang's instructions, when it comes to assemblies, you have to speak by raising your hand first. Alright, Zhang Changshan, you go first. Zhang Yang looked at one of the disciples among the several people. Zhang Changshan was one of those few who became fanatical and very active after ideological education. The talent is also very good. And I'm already thinking about concluding a dowsing species at the moment. When the Dao seed was successfully concluded, the cultivation of the foundation establishment stage would be completely completed. Many thanks, eldest senior brother. Zhang Changshan pulled out a few sheets of paper and said with a serious expression, on this trip to the secret realm, I entered the secret realm and met the Foundation Establishment Stage disciples of other sects. The Foundation Establishment Stage disciples of these sects completely disrespected our Qingyan sect. Between their words, they treat us with great contempt. It pains me to think that my Qingyan sect, a 5,000-year-old ancient sect, is actually despised by a small sect that was created no more than 100 years ago. Aside from the pain, I'm also angry. I wondered why my Green Cloud sect had fallen to such a state. I thought of a saying that my eldest brother said, lagging behind will be beaten up, and if you are weak, you have no power of speech. He flipped through the pages and gave his summary report. Finally, as the younger generation of the Qingyan sect, the future of the Qingyan sect is in our hands. We shall take up the heavy responsibility of revitalizing the Qingyan sect, and we shall all work together to create a better tomorrow for Changyun. Zhang Changshan put away the summary report and solemnly sank in. Long live Qingyun. The crowd couldn't help but follow. Long live Qingyun. Chapter 93, Sitting on the Well and Watching the Sky. The few people from Qingyunzi looked at each other in dismay. They always felt that the group of children in front of the Qingyan Great Hall were playing house. The biased guys had style and a touch of sanctity in their ridiculous behavior. Eldest senior brother. What will become of our Green Cloud sect in the future? Ling Yunzi was a little worried. Qing Yunzi was also frowning. He could not see what Zhang Yang would do to Qingyun sect with this group of people. However, he could conclude that the Green Cloud sect in the future would definitely look completely different. If the original ancestor could see the scene, he really didn't know what to think. Sins. Qing Yunzi sighed. Alright, since we agreed to let Zhang Yang manage the affairs of Qingyun sect, let him be. You guys go into seclusion to enlighten the mysteries of the harmonious Tao realm, and leave the other matters to me. Within the near future, I will be exclusively responsible for keeping an eye on the affairs of the Qingyun sect. Ling Yunzi and the others had gone ahead and closed their doors. Before the Green Cloud Hall, Zhang Yang one by one let everyone stand out to give a summary report, during which he really harvested some surprises and pleasant surprises. Some of them, and they really think about it a little bit. Of course, it is obviously impossible to say how mature these ideas are. However, the ideological education that he has implemented is very effective. This time, even a sleeper like Chowing spoke positively about the reform of the Qingyan sect. His stance was already on the side of the Qingyan sect. After everyone had finished their summary reports, Zhang Yang stood out in a huge map, visualized in front of everyone's eyes. While we are revitalizing Qingyun, we also need to understand the changes in the world and know what's going on out there. Today, I'm going to properly explain to you the situation between the continents. Zhang Yang instantly transformed into a geography and history teacher and started to teach everyone. This map in front of you is the map of our entire world. This location near the center is the location of our Qingyan sect, and this continent is called the Qingyun continent. Why is it called the Green Cloud continent? Because the Green Cloud sect was founded here 5,000 years ago, and during its heyday, the entire continent was my Green Cloud sect's territory. Hence, it was called the Green Cloud continent. After the sect encountered a change of heart 1,000 years ago, the power of the Qingyun sect suffered great damage, and in the end, the territory was reduced to the current territory of 300 miles. Therefore, strictly speaking, the current boundaries where the Cloud Mountain Empire and the Cloud Tang Empire are located, as well as some scattered clan gatherings in the north, are all the boundaries of the original Green Cloud sect. Otherwise, where do you think the clouds of the Cloud Mountain Empire and Cloud Tang Empire came from? Therefore, all of us in the Green Cloud continent are family. He was further twisting the minds of Chowing and the others. The implication is that even the territory of your empire is mine. The Qingyun sect. Should you have anything else in mind? A few words made Zhang Changshan, Wang Baiol, and other die-hard loyalists become even more fervent and very excited. It also made Chowing and the others reveal a thoughtful look. Zhang Yang glanced at the others and pointed towards the northwest of the Qingyun continent. This place, that's where the Langya Holy Land is located. This time, when we were in the secret realm, we met the people from the Langya Sacred Land, right? They called on dozens of Jindan disciples to try to siege those of us from the Qingyun sect, but they were beaten to death and crippled by me. Senior sister Mingyue, senior brother Jiang, and the others who joined forces. However, they are definitely not convinced, and sooner or later, they will take another shot at us, so we have to be wary of them. Zhang Yang continued with his education of his mentors and siblings, and at this moment, in the Tianxian sect, Daoist Tianxian called Su Mingyang and the others in after a few days of thinking, and talked about the situation of the Qingyun sect before saying in a deep voice, in this matter, we really should lend a helping hand. Therefore, later on, let Ziyin fetch 2 million spirit stones, as well as some spirit herbs and materials, and send them over to the Qingyun sect. He thought about it for a few days, but decided to send the resources there first, because if the devil that even the Qingyun sect couldn't resist, if he really ran out, their Tianxian sect would perish. Tianxian Taoist had managed to create a foundation for hundreds of years, and had spent a great deal of resources to build a protective array and so on. Wanting to relocate was incomparably difficult. Since he couldn't give up his foundation, of course he had to make sure that those devils couldn't come out. On top of that, notify the other clans that are familiar with each other and ask them to consider it as well and send some resources over appropriately. Taoist Tianxian said with a serious expression. No matter how much, it's best to show a token of appreciation. In this matter, we really have to take on the favor of the Qingyun sect. On what grounds? Su Mingyang was unconvinced. They, the Qingyun sect, have enjoyed the love of the people in the Qingyun continent for thousands of years, so they should take the responsibility. Suppressing the devils is originally what they should do. Taoist Tianxian glanced at Su Mingyang and said, they've been holding down the fort for 1,000 years. When he saw that Su Mingyang still wanted to speak, he said in a deep voice, in this matter, this is the arrangement. Zi Yen, you do as I say. Yes, Master Ancestor, Zi Yen replied. As for Su Mingyang, although he didn't dare to continue to retort, but, looking at the condition of his eyes moving about, he clearly had other thoughts. While Zi Yen was sending resources to the Qingyun sect, the second-rate sects on the Qingyun continent also received messages from the Tianxian sect. The many clans were in an uproar. They didn't expect that there was actually a devil being suppressed under the Qingyun clan. All of these sects were created by the Qingyun sect after a change of heart. It was because after the Green Cloud sect's power had weakened, many people had picked up the opportunity to make the current sect. They had only heard that the Qingyun sect was strong, but they didn't know how strong, and they couldn't imagine how powerful the Qingyun sect was. Therefore, not only did many clans not feel nervous because of the Qingyun sect's suppression of the devil, there were even many clans that had other ideas. In their opinion, if they deliberately destroyed the Qingyun sect's grand formation and allowed these devils to break the seal, wouldn't these devils possibly deal a heavy blow to the Qingyun sect? After the Qingyun sect was heavily damaged, they would then destroy the Qingyun sect. Wouldn't everyone be rich? As for those devils, the big deal was that when the time came, we would all join forces and suppress them. As a result, quite a few clans were foolish. Qingyun sect, Ziyan arrived with the resources of Tianxian sect. Although her ancestor almost sold her into the Green Cloud sect last time, she didn't feel the same embarrassment after coming to the Green Cloud sect again. Fellow Daoist Zhang, this is a small token of appreciation from our Tianxian sect. Ziyan handed the prepared resources to Zhang Yang. Although our Tianxian sect is not rich, but when it comes to such a big event, how can we not do our part? Zhang Yang took the spatial ring and looked at the resources inside. He despised it inwardly. How many years has the Tianxian sect been lying on its back sucking blood from the Yunshan Empire? To actually give away 2 million spirit stones and some herbs and materials of similar value? These things were nothing more than the funds from the last time the Cloud Mountain Empire redeemed the Flying Dragon Army. The resources that even the Cloud Mountain Empire could afford to take out. This was a drop in the bucket for the Tianxian sect. Even so, Zhang Yang expressed his gratitude for the Tianxian sect's attitude and said, "Thank you very much. Say hello to Senior Tianxian for me, and our Qingyun sect thanks the Tianxian sect for their generosity. Fellow Daoist is polite. Then I'll go back first." Ziyan finished delivering the resources and returned to the Tianxian sect. Zhang Yang had just sent Ziyan away when guests from other clans arrived again. He thought it was the group that was sending resources, but he didn't expect that the words of a Yuanshan realm opening his mouth would make people flame up. I heard that the Qingyun sect is suppressing demons? It can't be a lie to us, right? Facing such a Yuanshan realm, Zhang Yang sent him a word. Get out. Chapter 94. Yuanshan realm collapsed by fear. Yao Qingshan gazed at Zhang Yang coldly, undisguised killing intent in his eyes. He was the same Yuanshan realm that had sent the word to inquire about Zhang Yang. This time, when he came to the Green Cloud sect to seek proof of the devil's matter, although he had other thoughts in mind, but the fact that the Green Cloud sect sent a Jindan stage to receive him, in his opinion, this was naked contempt, and he was already dissatisfied in his heart. I didn't expect that this tiny Jindan stage would dare to tell him to get lost. Are you still not rolling? Zhang Yang looked at Yao Qingshan and asked nonchalantly, if you don't roll, I'm afraid you won't be able to roll later. The Qingyun sect had suppressed demons for 1,000 years, and this damn thing actually came with a line about cheating them out of resources? In the face of such insults, of course, he countered with insults. Anyway, his master had said that he could talk to those people however he wanted on his own land. Yao Qingshan saw that Zhang Yang had actually become more aggressive and snapped. How dare you insult me? Little? Didn't your elders teach you how to respect people? Respect for people comes before respect for others. Before Zhang Yang could finish his sentence, Yao Qingshan, who had been flaunting himself in front of him, was suddenly grabbed by a big hand. This sudden turn of events caused Zhang Yang to freeze for a moment, and immediately reacted to the fact that it was Master who had made the move. He shook his head and said, "If you offend me, I can't do anything to you even if I spray you with a few words on my mouth at most, but you offended my master." Finished. Qin Yunzi spent his life suppressing those devils. Qin Yun clan even paid a painful price. Yao Qingshan came up with a deceptive. Then may I ask what is the thing that Qin Yunzi has done in the last 1,000 years? At this moment, Qin Yunzi was expressionless as he grabbed Yao Qingshan and shoved him directly into the heavenly green extreme cloud formation, saying, "Go and experience it for yourself and see if it's a lie." Yao Qingshan was ingested into another space and immediately knew that it was Qin Yunzi who had struck. His heart was horrified and he hurriedly begged for mercy. However, before he could even say the words to beg for forgiveness, he saw a pair of scarlet gazes gazing at him, and a towering demonic shadow standing in front of him. Roar! A huge demonic shadow opened its mouth, and waves of annihilation rolled towards Yao Qingshan. Yao Qingshan, who was in the big formation, could not escape, and watched as his body was destroyed in the annihilating ripples, and his heart and mind fell towards the abyss. Suddenly, Yao Qingshan, who had disappeared, reappeared in front of Zhang Yang. However, at this time, Yao Qingshan, lax eyes, pale face, shivering non-stop, could not say a word. "What's wrong with you?" Zhang Yang asked groggily. "Are you okay? Don't kill me." Yao Qingshan screamed and frantically fled. "Master, what's his situation?" Zhang Yang asked curiously. Qin Yunzi said disdainfully, "I brought him to see if the devil is real or fake, but I didn't expect a phantom devil to scare him into breaking down. Now he should know if it's real or not." Zhang Yang was speechless. "You might as well just kill him." Looking at Yao Qingshuan's appearance just now, he felt that Yao Qingshuan's whole life was ruined, not to mention that his cultivation could not advance. He was afraid that he would have to live in nightmares for the rest of his life. But for this kind of person to get this kind of end, he didn't pity him at all. That's the kind of person who deserves it. At this moment, a few hundred miles away from the Qingyan sect, the Yuanshan realm of several other sects that were preparing to conspire against the Qingyan sect, saw Yao Qingshuan's fearful appearance and hurriedly asked, "What happened?" Yao Qingshan stared wide-eyed, unable to speak for half a day. It was only after a long time that he finally settled down and suppressed his fearful mind, saying, "What a terrifying devil. It's too terrifying. Don't ever release it. It's too scary." The other few Yuanshan realms looked at each other in disbelief. What did it mean? Could it be that Yao Qingshan has met those demons? What do those devils look like? A Yuanshan realm hurriedly asked. "It's terrifying." Yao Qingshan swallowed. "The eyes are bigger than a human head and reddish in color. The body is bigger than a mountain. It's terrifying." He was repeating that it was too scary, and the other Yuanshan realm's expressions became very bizarre. Is this guy telling the truth? Something that's scary? Bigger than a mountain? Are you kidding me? Why don't we go to the Green Cloud sect to try and test the waters again? A Yuanshan realm suggested. However, seeing Yao Qingshan crumble in fear, and it didn't look like an act, who dared to go? Although they hadn't tested the situation of the Qingyan sect, they weren't prepared to give their sect's resources to the Qingyan sect either. It was the reserves that they had gathered over many years, so how could they give it away so easily? In the Green Cloud sect, Zhang Yang practiced as usual, occasionally giving his junior siblings a thought session. Seeing Zhang Yang acting so normally, Qin Yunzi asked curiously, "You don't seem to be disappointed that the other sects didn't send resources?" For the sake of those resources, he felt that Zhang Yang didn't even want to lose his face, so he should show something in any case. Zhang Yang smiled and said, "Master, just by saying a few words, we were able to make Tianxian sect send over a few million spirit stones of resources, which is already earned. As for the other sects, if they are not willing to send resources, we won't force them. However, if there is a day when our Qingyan sect is strong and powerful, after resolving those devils, it is certain that we will have to take back our original boundaries. At that time, these sects will naturally not be allowed to exist within our boundaries, so I hope they won't come crying to me either." He had already made a note in his heart for these clans. Qin Yunzi looked at Zhang Yang strangely. "You want to take back the frontier? Why don't I take back the territory of my Qingyan sect?" Zhang Yang asked back as a matter of course. Qin Yunzi was actually unable to refute it. He said with some hesitation, "They've been creating clans for hundreds of years." Zhang Yang said indifferently, "Shouldn't they be feeling grateful that we haven't approached them to collect rent for the past few hundred years? My Qingyan sect's heavenly cyan extreme cloud formation covers the entire Qingyan continent. This is the evidence of my Qingyan sect's territory, so I think they can't refute it. As for those like the Tianxian sect who are sensible, they can be allowed to stay on the Qingyan continent." Qin Yunzi laughed bitterly inwardly. He felt that if the Green Cloud sect wanted to regain the prestige it had 1,000 years ago, He was afraid that it would be difficult. However, he thought of Zhang Yang's chaotic golden pill, and after Zhang Yang's realm had been elevated, there might really be a slight chance. You see to it, Qing Yunzi finally said. Zhang Yang smiled and said, Master, don't worry if you leave the Qingyan sect to me. I will definitely make the Qingyan sect unify the Qingyan continent and regain the prestige it had 1,000 years ago. Why do you always think about unifying the continent? Qing Yunzi shook his head. Zhang Yang was stunned. Was there a reason for this? Why not harmonize? Qing Yunzi, who was speaking, looked into the distance and said indifferently, those people from the great sects are already here, so get ready and talk to them. Zhang Yang's complexion was complete as he hurriedly asked, Master, are you ready to fight them? When fighting with these great sects, Qing Yunzi was the absolute backbone of the Qingyan sect, and there was a certainty that nothing could go wrong here. Qing Yunzi said indifferently, I'm always prepared. Chapter 95, The Harmonization Realm can't stand it any longer. The various representatives sent out by the top sects in the heavens ascended the Green Cloud continent from all directions. The representatives sent by these clans were all strong, all of them above the harmonious Tao realm. After they ascended to the Green Cloud continent, they unabashedly released their aura, fearing that the Green Cloud sect wouldn't know that they had come. Moreover, they premeditatedly did not quickly fly towards the Green Cloud sect, but rather, they looked unhurried and rushed towards the Green Cloud sect at a speed that was far lower than that of the harmonious Tao realm. What surprised them was that they had put up such a battle, and the Green Cloud sect acted as if they didn't know about it, and didn't have any movement, nor did they send anyone to come and intercept, or meet the meaning of it. In the puzzled mood of a few people, this group of people had already approached the 300-mile range of the Green Cloud sect. Even so, the Green Cloud sect still didn't seem to have any changes, just more white clouds in the sky. What's the situation? The many harmonious Tao realms couldn't help but send messages from their divine thoughts. They had come to the Green Cloud sect this time, certainly to discuss the issue, but if the Green Cloud sect was not worth discussing with them, that would be another matter. Originally, they wanted to give the Green Cloud sect a hard time, but now that the Green Cloud sect was acting like they didn't know anything about it, it was a bit embarrassing for them. Although they were embarrassed, they had to continue traveling to the Green Cloud sect. The Qingyan sect had all postured to withdraw, and now they were the ones who had taken the initiative to come to the Qingyan sect to negotiate. So how could they negotiate without traveling to the Qingyan sect? The closer they got to the Green Cloud sect and faced the speechless Green Cloud sect, the crowd began to feel an inexplicable pressure. When they saw the 7 peaks of the Qingyan from afar, they realized that the Qingyan sect actually still didn't have anyone to show up, so they only had to transmit their divine thoughts to the Qingyan sect, the Langya Holy Land, the 10,000 Spirit sect, the Guiyuan Temple, the Shuyiguan, and others have come to visit the Qingyan sect. Although the Green Cloud sect looked undefended, the group of people did not dare to underestimate the Green Cloud sect. They all knew how powerful the Qingyan sect of 1,000 years ago was, and frankly speaking, if it was the Qingyan sect of 1,000 years ago, they would have had to show their salute the moment they first stepped into the Qingyan continent. It was only after they had transmitted their voices that they saw a Jindan stage cultivator, flying slowly from Qingyan Peak to the front of the mountain gate, waiting for the crowd. The many harmonization realms frowned straight away. They were at the harmonization realm, and they were the head of a large sect sent to negotiate, but they actually sent a Jindan stage to receive them? At this moment, the hearts of the people could not help but feel anger. Seniors, don't stand so high. Hurry down. Zhang Yang smiled as he looked at the many harmonization realms. You guys mustn't try to fly into the Green Cloud sect. I won't be responsible for anything that happens at that time. When he saw this group of powerhouses standing arrogantly in the sky, with an attitude of looking down on the green clouds, he became angry in his heart. Bunch of two-biters. What's the point of pretending? The many harmonization realms were furious in their hearts and wanted to force their way into the green clouds on the spot. But then they thought about the fact that this was the last place of an ancient sect, so who knew how strong the defenses were? So, one by one, they endured their anger and came to the mountain gate. One of the harmonization realm looked at Zhang Yang coldly and asked, We have traveled a long way, and the Qingyan sect actually sends you to greet us. Is this the Qingyan sect's way of hospitality? Zhang Yang spread his hands and said helplessly, All of you seniors should already know, right? The devil fetus has been leaked, and those suppressed devils are stupidly stirring up, and my master and uncle are busy suppressing them. Master really doesn't have the means to manage the affairs of the Green Cloud sect, and has entrusted all of the sect's affairs to me, now that I'm the acting head of the Green Cloud sect. Besides me, there's only my senior sister, and some Foundation establishment stage disciples. We've prepared the ceremonies to welcome all the seniors, and they're all waiting in the Great Hall of the Green Clouds. The many harmonious Tao realm chests were clogged, and they couldn't even find an excuse to be angry if they wanted to. People are busy suppressing devils, The acting sect leader has personally greeted them. What more do you want? It's hard to let a bunch of Foundation stage dolls run to greet a Taoist priest with a feathered crown, wearing a black Taoist robe and holding a duster, smiled and said to Zhang Yang, "Little Taoist friend is joking. We are guests and hosts. Seniors, please." Zhang Yang bent down and respectfully invited the crowd up the mountain. Then, with a respectful attitude and a serious look, he led the way step by step in front of him, making a full gesture. The many harmonization realms took a deep breath and followed Zhang Yang, walking up the mountain with the same steps. They were now confused as to whether this kid was really saluting his seniors or whether he was doing this on purpose. Then, the crowd walked for a meal before finally arriving at the Great Hall of the Green Clouds. 90 Foundation Establishment stage disciples stood solemnly in front of the Great Hall of Qingyun, divided into two columns. Seeing Zhang Yang arrive with many harmonization realms, the 90 Foundation stage disciples immediately clapped and applauded neatly, chanting, "Welcome, welcome, warm welcome." The many harmonious Tao realms had goosebumps all over their bodies. However, they had nothing to say. The dolls looked very serious and they were truly welcoming. But, they're in the harmonization realm. A bunch of Foundation stage dolls are so screwed up. It's very hard for them. Seniors, please. Zhang Yang also invited the many harmonization realms with a serious face, leading them through the welcoming queue and into the Qingyun Grand Hall. Then, the many Foundation establishment stage disciples left. The harmonization realm that was seated inside the Great Hall saw those Foundation establishment stage dolls leave, and they breathed a sigh of relief out of thin air. "Senior sister, serve good tea," Zhang Yang shouted loudly. Sita Mingyue also had a serious face and a cup of tea for everyone. It's just ordinary tea, the kind with no aura at all. She wasn't pretending. Facing a group of harmonious Tao realm, she was extremely nervous in her heart. In particular, the arrangements made by eldest senior brother made her heart even more nervous. A harmonization realm picked up the tea and took a sip, and spewed it out in one gulp, the tea turning into mist just as it exited. This is still his quick reaction, knowing that this mouthful of tea sprayed out in disgrace, and hastily vaporized it with Tao magic. "Good tea," the harmonization realm said with a stiff face against his will. When the other harmonization realms saw such a situation, their divine thoughts probed the teacups, and then they all stopped drinking. They had thought that even if Qingyun's sect was poor, with so many harmonization realms coming, they would have to serve some spirit tea. "I didn't realize it was served up with some water soaked in ordinary leaves." Seeing the many harmonization realms, Zhang Yang asked with some trepidation, "Seniors, but is this tea not to your liking? This is all made from the usual tea leaves that I personally pick. My craftsmanship is not fine, so I have disappointed you seniors." The monk in robe smiled and said, "Little Taoist friend, don't need to be polite. Poor monk outside of the square, long ago cut off the red dust, have no desire for these earthly things." The other harmonization realms were suffocating. Facing a Jindan stage, they had the suspicion of bullying if they were too strong, especially since this Jindan stage seemed to be respectful and polite to them. What else could they do? "Are you seniors here in my Green Cloud sect for something?" Zhang Yang inquired with feigned confusion. An old man in a red robe frowned as he looked at Zhang Yang and asked, "Didn't your master and the others tell you? Didn't you know about the demon fetus as well?" "Demon fetus, I know." Zhang Yang nodded. Uncle Ling Yunzi also said roughly that you guys promised to send us some resources over. You are all good people. You are too good to us. Over the years, our Green Cloud sect has been so poor that I even had to make my own tea. No spirit stones, no pills, just gave me a few magic treasures, and none of them can be used. Speaking of which, I am not afraid of your seniors laughing. Our Green Cloud sect is so poor that we don't even have housing. If it wasn't for the fact that not long ago the Cloud Mountain Empire sent someone to repair some houses for us, it's simply laughable that all of these newly accepted disciples don't have houses to live in. If my master hadn't been so kind to me, I'd want to leave this hole. When my master took me in, he even said that the Green Cloud sect was an ancient sect, and it was only after I went up to the mountain that I realized that I had been cheated. Alas, I should not have agreed to my master so easily in the first place, but now it's fine. I've been trapped and can't run away." He rambled for a while before suddenly asking, "Seniors, is it true that you promised to send us resources? How many resources are you prepared to send?" Chapter 96, This Kid is Evil. The many harmonization realms of the top clans looked at Zhang Yang silently. Is the Green Cloud sect really that poor? Is this kid telling the truth? Also, why does this kid look a little evil? The many harmonization realms were a bit speechless by this hand of the Qingyun sect. Even if they gave the Qingyun sect resources, they would definitely have some conditions and requirements. However, now that the Qingyun sect's old one didn't come out, they sent a young one out. Talk about it. I'm afraid it won't achieve the result they want. If they don't talk about it, the Qingyun sect will really release the devil, and everyone will be in trouble. As for saying out of hand, all of them are at the harmonization realm. Everyone is watching. All of them have to show some face. It's breathless. The Taoist priest took a deep breath and squeezed out a smile as he looked at Zhang Yang. Little Taoist friend, we have some important things to talk to the elders who want you. Is it better to go and report to your elders? Zhang Yang hurriedly waved his hand. They must not be disturbed, or else something will go terribly wrong. Some time ago, the whole Qingyan sect had an earthquake in general. The ground shook, and since then, Master and a few of his uncles had gone into seclusion, with strict instructions not to disturb them. I would be able to notify them, but if they show up and something goes terribly wrong, no one can afford to take responsibility. Of course, if you guys have to make me go and inform my master before you promise to give the resources, I can go and do that too. When something goes wrong at that time, and the others ask me how the devil got out, I'll just be honest and say that you guys let it out. The Taoist priest waved his hand hastily. That's better. He wiped his forehead. It was sweating. It's really because he can't afford to take the blame for releasing the devil. Zhang Yang took out the Green Cloud Sect leader token and said seriously again. Master said that I am the next generation of the sect leader and have the right to decide on the matters of the Green Cloud Sect, so if you guys have any matters, just talk to me. The crowd looked at that sect leader token and laughed bitterly inwardly. They knew very well that the sect leader's token was real, but what could they do when the time came for the Green Cloud Sect to deny it? Little fellow, I'll be blunt. The Luanjia Sacred Ground Harmonization Realm said fiercely. We can indeed give you some resources, but you also have to pay some conditions, right? Zhang Yang was not happy and looked at the Luanjia Sacred Ground Harmonization Realm and said, I don't like to hear this from Senior. Suppressing the demon head was originally not just a matter for my Green Cloud sect. We have been suppressing it for 1,000 years, and generations of our predecessors have been reduced to withered bones, and some of their corpses have even been left intact. Even so, we didn't ask for anything. Now that we can't hold the fort any longer, and as we prepare to evacuate, the master has sent someone to inform you that we've been as kind as we can be. Now you are willing to give resources. It's equivalent to paying us to help you suppress the devil. Why are you still talking about conditions? Are the other seniors commenting on this? The monk smiled and said, all of you from the Green Cloud sect have labored hard. This is something we all see in our eyes. The matter of suppressing the demon head is indeed not the business of any one person either. Therefore, this time, we didn't just send someone. My intention is that the poor monk will join the Qingyan sect from today onwards, and help the sect to suppress the demons in the future. As for what the other Taoists are planning, I don't know. Zhang Yang was stunned. This monk was serious? This guy got into the game with his body. That's a pretty shady move. If this monk became a member of the Green Cloud sect, wouldn't he rightfully intervene in everything in the Green Cloud sect? At that time, the secrets of the Green Cloud sect would have to be opened up. Even more, the access to the heavenly green extreme cloud formation would have to be given out. Otherwise, the matter of the Green Cloud sect not being able to suppress the devils would become a joke. Zhang Yang's mind was spinning rapidly as he looked at the monk with surprise on the surface. Master has really decided to join my Qingyan sect? Poor monk naturally. The monk said in a serious manner. The Buddha said, if I don't go to hell, who will go to hell? This time, the poor monk is determined to give up this body and fight the devils. Then will Master be a member of Qingyan in the future? Or will he be a member of another sect? The day the devil is not resolved, the poor monk will be a member of Qingyan. The monk said solemnly, after the demon is completely resolved. If the poor monk is still alive, we will discuss the rest then. The other harmonious realm's eyes lit up as they all understood what the monk meant. At this moment, a few chimed in. We intend to do the same. They looked at Zhang Yang and wanted to see what he had to say. Zhang Yang slowly said, if all of you seniors agree to help, that would really be the best thing. As the acting sect leader, I am very much welcome to all of you seniors, and I can even promise right now that you will already be a member of the Qingyan sect. Since you've already joined the Green Cloud sect, I'd like to ask you, when you say you're willing to give our sect resources, just how much are you giving? The monk smiled and said, 10 million spirit stones, and the various refining materials add up to no less than 10 million spirit stones. As for the pills, most of the people in the Green Cloud sect are low-level disciples, so we are willing to give 1,000 spirit pills used at the foundation establishment and Jindan stages. These resources, of course, cannot make up for the consumption of the Qingyan sect for so many years. However, with a poor monk of the harmonization realm joining the Green Cloud sect, it should be almost enough. Several other clans followed suit and said, we're probably the same way. Zhang Yang's brows furrowed as the various clans gave 10 million spirit stones, which was nothing to these top-tier clans. As for pills and materials, there wasn't much value in them. However, these things were instead particularly important to the current Qingyan sect. If there is this batch of resources,
those disciples of the Green Cloud sect will get a huge leap, and in a very short period of time a number of batches of Jindan stage, and even Yuaning stage will emerge. However, a few harmonization realms joining the sect would be a huge scourge. Zhang Yang was contemplating in his mind that if he could restrain these harmonization realms so that they would only be loyal to the Qingyan sect and would not dare to leave it, these conditions could definitely be agreed upon. What about making them take an oath? However, Zhang Yang's past experience tells him that swearing is really reliable. Just because he didn't know whether it was reliable or not, he was torn for a moment, not knowing how to respond to the conditions put forth by these few harmonious Dao realms. Just when Zhang Yang was hesitating, Qin Yunzi appeared in front of the crowd abruptly. Zhang Yang. Qin Yunzi looked at the crowd and asked, "Who are they?" Wouldn't he know what it was? Just looking for an excuse to show up. "Master, have you finished suppressing the demons? Are those seals alright?" Zhang Yang inquired in tandem. Qin Yunzi sighed and shook his head. "Difficult. By the way, what are they?" Zhang Yang hurriedly said. "Master, they are here to give us resources. Each of them has promised to give 10 million spirit stones, 1,000 spirit pills, and 10 million spirit stones of weapon refining materials. On top of that, a few seniors have also promised to join our clan." Qin Yunzi smiled coldly. "This little bit of stuff, it's practically for sending out beggars, isn't it? Do you really think we haven't seen money before? Rather, it was you few who agreed to join Qingyun." Showing a bit of sincerity. "I, as the current generation's headmaster, can promise you this. After joining the sect, you'll definitely have to participate in suppressing those devils, which involves the top secret of my Green Cloud sect. Therefore, draw out half of your Yuanshin and confine them to me. As long as you don't do anything to jeopardize Qingyun, I won't do anything to jeopardize you either." The many harmonious realms all froze. By restraining their Yuanshin, wouldn't they be under the control of Qin Yunzi? Are you kidding me? Chapter 97, Not an Enemy. The many harmonization realms gave the Qingyun sect a hard time, and right after that, Qin Yunzi gave them a hard time. No cultivator above the Yuanshin realm was willing to hand over the Yuanshin prohibition to someone else. It's like putting your life at the mercy of someone else's life and death. Who would agree to such a thing? This should be the Green Cloud sect leader. Fellow Daoist Qin Yunzi, right? The Daoist priest looked at Qin Yunzi. Fellow Daoist's request is excessive. There is no way we can agree to it. Qin Yunzi laughed coldly. Your demands are not excessive? I know what you're up to. Aren't you just after our immortal weapons? I promise you that as long as you worship the Green Cloud sect and hand over the Yuanshin ban to me, I will give you control of the immortal weapon. How about that? I've been generous enough, haven't I? Or are you deliberately snubbing my disciple until I come out? The red-robed harmonization realm sneered. Qin Yunzi, I respect you as the sect leader of Qingyun, but in reality, you are nothing more than a junior. I have a lifespan of more than 300 years, and I am a person of the same generation as your master. So you dare to make such a request to me? Speak for yourself. Would you give your life and death to someone else to control? Qin Yunzi snapped. Shut up, old piker. Are you worthy to mention my master? He's just an idiot who's been around for years. What has he accomplished in his life? And my master has stood on top of the heavens and given his life to suppress the many devils. How dare you compare yourself to my master? The red-robed harmonization realm was so reprimanded by Qin Yunzi that he became furious on the spot. Junior, how dare you disrespect me? Qin Yunzi laughed coldly. Do you have anything worth honoring? Or rather, do you have something worth honoring? It's impossible for you not to know the dangers of so many demonic powerhouses. But, you are blind to it. What's even more outrageous is that not only did you guys not help and that's it, but you're even counting on our Qingyan sect behind our backs. This time, we just couldn't hold on any longer and were ready to retreat before you guys were finally willing to take out a little bit of resources and let us continue to subdue these demonic powerhouses. Even so, who are you showing a face of charity to? And you want to join my Green Cloud sect to help us hold down the fort? I'm willing to give immortal artifacts. Why don't you guys just hand over the Yuanshin restraint? As for your life and death. Speaking of this, Qin Yunzi laughed fiercely. If I didn't want to completely turn my back on you guys, killing you guys would be similar to pinching a chicken. He had started out just trying to fake it, but, the more he talked, the angrier he got. He's been in the Green Cloud sect for over 900 years, seeing with his own eyes how many seniors went to their deaths, seeing with his own eyes the decline of the Qingyan sect, and seeing with his own eyes the faces of these great sects. This scene constantly impacted him. So, he's really angry now. The red-robed harmonized Dao realm also laughed sardonically. Listening to you, you still want to fight us? Ha! Qin Yunzi let out a cold laugh, and the space around them suddenly changed, and everyone realized that the people around them had disappeared, and were already in a dark starry sky. Around them, heaven and earth were no longer visible, not even a trace of the laws of heaven and earth.
Every harmonious Dao realm was startled and hurriedly operated their own Dao power to escape from this space. They knew very well that they had already been brought into Qing Yunzi's Dao domain, and if they didn't escape, they would all be in danger. However, no matter which direction they fled in, they were the only ones in the entire space, and no one else was seen traveling with them. At this moment, the hearts of the crowd were even more shocked. They had never thought that Qing Yunzi's strength had actually reached such a level. Suddenly, the light of the sky brightened, and they once again regained sight of the sky, realizing that they themselves were still within the great hall of the green clouds. Only, Qing Yunzi had already grabbed the red-robed harmonious Dao realm's neck with one hand and gazed coldly at the crowd. Didn't Tan Xiaoshui tell you guys not to fight me easily? Qing Yunzi looked at the crowd with disdain. 40 to 50 years ago, I gave him the opportunity to make a few moves. Did I not give you guys confidence instead? The many harmonious realms looked at Qing Yunzi incredulously. Subconsciously all sorts of protective treasures were lit up. Wary of Qing Yunzi, the red-robed harmonization realm, who had been grabbed by Qing Yunzi, completely disbelieved the scene in front of him as he asked incredulously, "When did you possess such strength? In a few hundred years, you can cultivate to such a level?" Qing Yunzi smiled coldly. "Do you know who my opponents have been over the past few hundred years? Since 300 years ago, he had completely taken over the heavenly green extreme cloud formation and sat in on those demonic powerhouses. In fact, he had been involved in this matter for hundreds of years before and after that. How terrifying those suppressed demonic powerhouses were. One could imagine it by looking at the decline of the Qing Yun sect over the past 1,000 years. In other words, the 300 years that Qing Yunzi had spent suppressing those demons was equivalent to engaging that group of demons in an alternative way. It was just that this was separated by the heavenly green extreme cloud formation. Faced with such a situation, Qing Yunzi could only think of every possible way to improve himself and suppress those demons. Under constant compulsion, the current Qing Yunzi was realized. Get lost. Qing Yunzi threw away the red-robed harmonization realm and said coldly, "Our Chingyun sect doesn't accept alms. Take your things and hurry up and get out. 3 months later, you guys are ready to face that group of devils." "Oh, there are no more 3 months. You only have 2 months to prepare." "Wait," the Taoist priest hurriedly shouted. "Fellow Taoist Qingyun, don't be impulsive." Yes, the monk mustn't be impulsive. We have something to discuss." After realizing that Qing Yunzi's strength was terrifying, they immediately changed their attitudes. First of all, the few of them couldn't beat Qing Yunzi, and what they were plotting couldn't be done. I'm afraid that in order to beat Qing Yunzi, they would have to go back and invite the ferrying ancestor. But the real fight, those devils run out. These transitional ancestors were the greatest reserves of every clan, and if they were damaged, their clan would be in shambles. I'm afraid. Another scenario was that it took so much effort to suppress the devils with such a terrifying strength of Qing Yunzi. So how terrifying were these devils? So many demons released. We definitely have no other intentions. We are just making a little compensation for the losses that the Qingyun sect has suffered over the years. The Luanjia Sacred Ground Harmonization Realm smiled companionably and said, "This is all a little bit of our intentions. Please don't be impulsive, fellow Daoist Qingyun. Or, if fellow Daoist has other conditions, we can also talk." Qing Yunzi said indifferently, "From the beginning to the end, it wasn't us who wanted your resources. It was you who took the initiative to give them away. So you need to get it straight." Yes. The crowd nodded, smiling on the surface, their hearts breaking, obviously blackmailing them and claiming they offered to give it away. However, they couldn't deny the fact that the Green Cloud sect had never demanded resources from beginning to end. Qing Yunzi said indifferently, "I'm going to be busy suppressing devils. Right now, the affairs of Qingyun sect are handled by my disciple, so you guys can just talk to him. But whoever bullies my disciple, then don't blame me for not being polite." After that, he left. The other harmonization realms steeped in relief. Facing Qing Yunzi, they were under a lot of pressure. It's still easier to talk to Zhang Yang. 98. Township fees. The harmonization realm powerhouses who sat down again had a much more casual attitude. Even the red-robed harmonization realm, who had just been crushed by Qing Yunzi, didn't take it seriously. "Young Taoist, we are all very sincere," the Taoist priest said to Zhang Yang with a smile. Zhang Yang snorted coldly in his heart. He had seen the sincerity of everyone. If his master hadn't taught the group a lesson, I'm afraid the sincerity of the group wouldn't have been so much. Sure enough, strength is the way to go. He understood through 5,000 years of history in another world that what you can't grab, you can't negotiate for. Although he was despising this group of harmonization realm in his heart, Zhang Yang was all smiles on the surface. "I have already felt the sincerity of your seniors. It is very sufficient." The faces of the many harmonization realms couldn't help but stiffen. The monk smiled and said, "In order to express a little bit of our feelings, Our Guiyuan temple is prepared to give 50 million spirit stones, 7 pills that can be used at the harmonization realm, 20 pills for the Yuanshan realm, 200 pills for the Yuaning realm, 500 pills for the Jindan stage, 2,000 pills for the foundation stage, and in addition, we're going to give no less than 20 million more spirit stones of weapon refining materials. So what do you think, young Taoist friend? This was the real resource given by their Guiyuan temple, and the ones just now were just a test. Moreover, Qin Yunzi had just said that a little bit of resources was even, and they did have to be a little more sincere. Otherwise, I'm afraid Qin Yunzi won't be satisfied. Let's do the same for our Shou Yiguan. The Taoist priest smiled and said, in addition, I, Shou Yiguan, also have a unique heavenly thunder liquid, so I can also send a copy of it to the Qin Yun sect. This thing has a miraculous effect on suppressing demons. The other sect's powerhouses couldn't help but look at the Taoist priest who spoke. Shou Yiguan was actually willing to give heavenly thunder liquid? Now that's real sincerity. The other sects, one after another, made offers, and each one's offer was no less than that of the Guiyuan temple. Zhang Yang was excited inside. He also did not expect that these sects had actually given so many things. Sure enough, opening a chamber of commerce or something is too slow. You still have to rob it. There won't be any conditions this time, right? Zhang Yang looked at the powerhouses tentatively. The Taoist smiled and said, it's only right that we compensate the Qinyan sect for the 1,000 years that they have been guarding the devil. With these resources, naturally, there will be no other conditions. It was as if they had forgotten that they had to join the Green Cloud sect just now. However, it is a great pity that the Qinyan sect, as an ancient sect, has given so much and is not known by all. The Taoist priest said seriously. In many people's eyes, the Qinyan sect has declined, and many people are even afraid that they think that the Qinyan sect no longer exists. Therefore, I feel that it is necessary for the Green Cloud sect to remind everyone of this matter. 3 years later, the heaven's remarkable battlefield opened again. This is an event where the true geniuses of each continent interact with each other, and it will also be of great help in enhancing the reputation of the Green Cloud sect. I hope that the Green Cloud sect will be able to participate in this heaven's remarkable battlefield. I wonder what young Taoist friend thinks. Zhang Yang blinked and asked, any benefits? Ha ha, there are definitely benefits. The Taoist nodded with a smile. First of all, each participating clan will have to take out a portion of their reserves to reward the Celestial Pride participating in the Celestial Pride battlefield this time according to their rankings in the Celestial Pride battlefield. Secondly, the Heaven's Pride battlefield was a place that had existed for many years since the ancient times. It was pregnant with all sorts of heavenly chances and had endless benefits in itself. In the end, it's a great opportunity to make a name for yourself. Zhang Yang understood that this was a bit like a betting agreement between all the sects, a game for all the disciples. He was a bit hesitant and said, our Qingyun sect is very poor, although the seniors are willing to send us some things. All of these things have to be used to suppress the devils. Participating in the Heaven's Pride battlefield will also have to fund a portion of it. It's too difficult for us. The many harmonization realms were speechless. This kid was too stingy, right? What are the billions of these things they just gave away? So much goes into your pocket that you can't give some of it away? However, what they coveted wasn't this much, but they needed the Qinyan sect to participate in the Heaven's Pride battlefield. For this reason, the red-robed harmonious realm simply said, we are all aware of your Green Cloud sect situation, so you don't need to fund the Heaven's remarkable battlefield this time around, and it's just a matter of us from the other several continents helping you share it. But, I am only at the Jindan stage. Zhang Yang frowned. The realm is just too low. Going in is simply no match for your disciples. The Taoist priest said with a serious look. You don't have to worry about that. Since it's the Heaven's Pride battlefield, it must be the true Heaven's Pride that can enter. The Heaven's Pride battlefield stipulates that only cultivators under the age of 30 can enter. So many sects enter cultivators with a realm roughly similar to yours. Zhang Yang smiled as if he had confidence. How many people entered each clan? People under 30 participate, right? He cultivated it properly. There were many people within all those young disciples who had entered the Jindan stage, so maybe he could take his chances. Whatever, anyone who wants to enter can, the Taoist priest replied. Zhang Yang instantly understood that there must be something else fishy about this Heaven's Pride battlefield, and he would have to ask his master about it first after the group left. Alright, our Qingyun sect is participating. Zhang Yang finally agreed. At least, he had confidence in himself. Seniors, are there any other requests? Zhang Yang asked. The other harmonious Dao realms glanced at each other, and the Luanjia Holy Land harmonious Dao realm asked, then, your Qingyun sect will continue to suppress those devils, right? Zhang Yang sighed with emotion. Senior, if we didn't have no choice, how could we possibly let those devils go? That's the enemy of our clan. So many seniors died in their hands. If we don't take revenge, will we be worthy of those senior spirits in heaven? It used to be that I was just too poor to do anything about it. Now that we have so many resources, we can support ourselves for at least 10 years. The many harmonization realms were speechless. So many resources, just to hold down the fort for 10 years? Doesn't this mean that they will still have to pay the guardian fee after 10 years? They were suffocating. The Qingyan sect had been in town for 1,000 years and hadn't received any money. Now they're actually charging for it. However, many of the harmonious realm thought that 10 years later, they might have already settled the Qingyan sect, so the crowd recognized it. Then, the monk from the Guiyuan temple handed out a spatial ring and placed it on the table at hand. This is the resources we have prepared. The other powerhouses, one after another, took out their spatial rings and placed them on the table. Zhang Yang looked around at those space rings and thanked everyone. He didn't move those spatial rings. On one hand it seemed too urgent. On the other hand he was worried that this group of powerful people had something fishy going on. Afterward, Zhang Yang personally sent this group of powerful people out of Qingyun and watched the crowd go away. Only after the group of people had all disappeared into thin air did he run back to the Great Hall of the Green Clouds with impatience. He had to hurry back and take an inventory of how much money the Green Cloud sect had made this time. When he returned to the Great Hall of the Green Clouds, the 7 sons of the Green Clouds were already there. The crowd looked, but instead of the laughter of getting a large amount of resources, they looked at Zhang Yang with a grave expression. Brat, you promised them to enter the Heaven's Pride battlefield. This is going to be troublesome. Chapter 99 3 Great Dangers of the Heaven's Pride Battlefield. Seeing Qing Yunzi mentioning the Heaven's Pride battlefield with a grave expression on his face, Zhang Yang hurriedly asked, Master, what's wrong with this Heaven's Pride battlefield? In fact, Ling Yunzi and the others also looked at Qing Yunzi curiously. They also didn't know what was going on in the Heaven's Pride battlefield. Qing Yunzi took a deep breath and slowly said, the Heaven's Pride battlefield has existed for a very long time, dating back to 3,000 years ago. The predecessor of the Heaven's Pride battlefield was said to be a huge meteorite that fell from beyond the heavens. This meteorite had an incomparably powerful force of heaven and earth, and when it first appeared, it startled cultivators from all over the world, and everyone went to explore it. However, everyone realized that as long as they were near this meteorite, the power of the great Tao and longevity would be sucked away. There is a disbelieving ferrying stage, must rely on the great Tao lofty, longevity long, forced into this meteorite, and finally in full view of the public, living smoke. Since then, this meteorite has been designated as one of the forbidden places. Later on, it was only when a small cultivator inadvertently approached the meteorite and actually broke into it that everyone started to take it seriously again. It was only after constant testing with human lives that it was finally determined that this meteorite only allowed young cultivators to break in, roughly between the ages of 20 and 50, not 30 as those people had said. Now that the mystery of the meteorite has been discovered, of course everyone wants to break into this meteorite to find out what's going on. The great clans at that time organized teams, and only after entering the meteorite did they discover that the meteorite was pregnant with unimaginable heavenly treasures. The whole world went crazy. Everyone swarmed in and kept breaking into that meteorite. You can imagine how many people were killed because of the competition for heavenly treasures after countless young cultivators broke into that place. Zhang Yang couldn't help but drop his jaw when he heard this. The Qingyun sect engaged in a secret realm, and if it wasn't for Qin Yunzi looking after it, I'm afraid that hundreds of people would have died, not to mention the heavenly treasures that drove the crowd crazy. Qin Yunzi said in a serious and incomparable manner. After experiencing a tragedy, many great sects in the world stepped in and joined forces to stifle such a situation. Since then, this meteorite has only allowed true geniuses to ascend to it, because those ordinary cultivators going up there are just looking for death, without the slightest effect. Through constant evolution, this meteorite became a place where the heavenly prides of the world competed for heavenly treasures. It was agreed that it would be opened every 300 years, and only those under 30 would be allowed to enter each time. However, an agreement is an agreement, and there are always people who secretly conceal their age and go to the Heaven's Pride battlefield to look for opportunities. Therefore, the benefits of entering the Heaven's Pride battlefield were certainly enormous, but it's also pretty much 9 to 1. When Zhang Yang heard that the Heaven's Pride battlefield was so dangerous, he was not the least bit scared and said with a smile, Master, don't worry about it, even though I'm at the Jindan stage, even if it's the average Yuaning stage, it shouldn't be a match for me. His so many spirit weapons were not vegetative. Plus, after his golden Dan devoured more and more spirit stones, his spirit power was getting deeper and deeper, and he was completely capable of harnessing a spirit weapon. Qin Yunzi smiled bitterly and said, don't even think about relying on those spiritual weapons. When entering the heavens' remarkable battlefield, apart from living people, anything with mana could not be brought in. All of it would be absorbed by that meteorite. In other words, If you bring so many spirit weapons into the Heaven's Pride battlefield, all of those spirit weapons will be swallowed up by the Heaven's Pride battlefield. You can only rely on your own realm, as well as the blessings you received at the Heaven's Pride battlefield, to fight against others. Zhang Yang froze for a moment. So many of his spiritual weapons actually can't be used? This was extremely bad news, weakening him by half out of nowhere. You can't bring up any of the treasure weapons and magic weapons? Zhang Yang asked hurriedly. Xing Yunzi shook his head with a bitter smile. The spatial rings and spirit stones can't be brought up there. That's the first place I'm worried about. Your spirit power is strong, but, in that place, you don't have much of an advantage. Zhang Yang frowned and said, then starting tomorrow, I'll have to work out the situation of fighting without a spirit weapon. He had to adapt to the life of the Heaven's Pride battlefield in advance, knowing that the Heaven's Pride battlefield is so dangerous. You still want to go? Xing Yunzi looked at Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang smiled and said, the Heaven's Pride battlefield breeds the wonders of heaven and earth, so there is no reason for me not to go there. My white plate Jindan is troublesome, so maybe I can only go to the Heaven's Pride battlefield to stimulate a new Didao prototype. The 7 sons of Qingyun looked at each other, none of them nudging Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang then added seriously, since a few big clans have mentioned the Heaven's Pride battlefield, if I don't go there, they definitely won't be satisfied. Instead of them constantly interfering with us, why don't I agree to go to the Heaven's Pride battlefield and buy 3 years of peaceful development time for our Qingyun sect? The moment these words came out, the 7 sons of the Green Cloud were all somewhat silent. With their powerful cultivation, they actually rely on Jindan stage disciples to sell. Only after a moment did Qin Yunzi continue. Just now, I only talked about the first danger. Then I'll talk about the second danger of the Heaven's Pride battlefield. Master, please. Qin Yunzi's face became very serious as he slowly said, the Heaven's Pride battlefield. It also involves the saying of Qi luck in the underworld. Chakra? Qin Yunzi nodded slightly. Qi luck is invisible and untouchable. Even those ascended ancestors of the Qingyun sect couldn't figure it out at all. However, everyone believes that Qi luck should exist. This was especially evident in the Heaven's Pride battlefield. Those who came out alive from inside the Heaven's Pride battlefield became the topmost powerhouses in this heaven and earth. The one who wins the laurels can even be said to suppress an era. Therefore, if one loses in the Heaven's Pride battlefield, the consequences will be very serious. Zhang Yang froze again, and after a moment, he bared his teeth and laughed. Master, I don't know if the Qi fortune claim is true or not, but, Master, you think about it. Those who enter the Heaven's Pride battlefield are the geniuses of the world, and those who are able to come out alive among the many geniuses killing each other, who are not talented and capable people. What's so strange about such a person becoming a powerhouse between heaven and earth sooner or later? As for the person who won the laurels, he suppressed all the geniuses, so he'll have to suppress an era, won't he? Xing Yunzi was stunned. The saying of Qi luck could still be explained in such a way? They felt that there were a few things that made sense, but, after all, this was something that had been passed down for thousands of years, and they still couldn't relax. In short, if you want to enter the Heaven's Pride battlefield, when try to plunder other people's Qi, Qing Yunzi said seriously. Zhang Yang laughed. If that's the case, then just win a championship back. You have confidence? Ling Yunzi asked. Zhang Yang shook his head. No confidence, but, for anything, with or without confidence, set out first with the confidence that you will win and then prepare well. I think the consequences should be good. Good. Qing Yunzi raised his voice and said, since that's the case, we're going to start training you harshly in sparring next. At the same time, we have to prepare for the third danger. What is the third danger? Zhang Yang asked. Qing Yunzi narrowed his eyes and said slowly, how to safely pick you up from the Heaven's Pride battlefield. Chapter 100. Can't spend it all. Can't spend it all at all. As soon as Zhang Yang heard Qing Yunzi's words about the third danger, he instantly understood. This group of great clans definitely didn't have good intentions when they asked him to go to the Heaven's Pride battlefield. I'm afraid that what these old shady bastards wanted was to resolve him inside the Heaven's remarkable battlefield, so that the Qingyun sect would all be speechless. Even if they couldn't solve it, plundering the next generation of the Qingyun sect's fortune, I'm sure that group of people would be very willing to do so. However, in case Zhang Yang not only came back alive from the Heaven's Pride battlefield, but also achieved very good results, I'm afraid that this group of people would have to flip out on the spot. How to return home from the Heaven's Pride battlefield? That became a dangerous matter for the Green Cloud sect. Qing Yunzi, the strongest person in the Qingyun sect, would undoubtedly have to suppress those devils. Ling Yunzi's few people are only at the Yuanshan realm. They are not a match for the harmonization realm at all. Even if they are holding a top-level spirit weapon, could it be that the other great sects don't have top-level spirit weapons? So, this becomes a big problem. Qing Yunzi said with a cold and stern expression. This group of damned things want to kill my Qingyun sect every day. This time, we must think of a well-thought-out plan. We must not do what they want. Ling Yunzi said in a deep voice. Eldest senior brother. We will definitely enter the harmonization realm within 3 years. They could only let Chang Yunzi free his hands if they entered the harmonization realm. Chang Yunzi looked at the spatial rings sent over by several large clans and said, it's just as well that they're sending resources. You guys have to break into the harmonization realm no matter what. After a pause, he added seriously, everything, focus on smoothness. No major problems. The current Qingyun sect can no longer afford to have any more problems. Yes. The crowd nodded their heads. It hadn't been long since they had broken through the Yuanshan realm, and it was too hard for them to smooth out and break through again. However, even Zhang Yang was willing to risk his life for the sake of the Green Cloud sect, so how could they, as senior uncles, not contribute? Qin Yunzi looked at Zhang Yang and revealed a smile as he said, all these resources are equivalent to what you asked for back for Qingyun sect. Now that the things have arrived, how do you see to utilize them? He was only so happy with Zhang Yang as his disciple now. After discussing the most pressing matters, the focus of several other people went to resources. Ling Yunzi smiled and said, Zhang Yang, you are truly a blessing to our Qin Yunzi. Compared to you, the 2 disciples in front of eldest brother. I only have 1 disciple. Qin Yunzi said flatly, oh yeah, there's also Mingyue. I haven't had a disciple before. Next to her, Sita Mingyue had some grievances in her heart. She was outstanding compared to her eldest senior brother, but she also tried her best. However, when she thought of Zhang Yang gouging out so many resources from those big clans, she had nothing to say. Zhang Yang looked at the 8 space rings and his heart was also very excited. So many things. In the future, Chengyun sect would not be short of money. Without a doubt, all the pills above the Yuanshan realm will be given to Master and a few of his uncles. Zhang Yang looked at Chang Yunzi, especially Master, who is the cornerstone of our Qingyun sect, is most important. Speaking of which, Master, give us an update on what level your realm and strength is at, so that I can arrange the next things. Qin Yunzi was silent for a moment before he said faintly, the peak of harmonization. But, because of some circumstances, I can fight even if I've just entered the transition realm. The crowd couldn't help but stare. He can actually fight at the transitional realm? The transition realm was the topmost battle power in this heaven and earth. It was a heavenly rift, and those who entered this realm were unimaginably powerful. Zhang Yang took a deep breath and said, although Master has great strength, Master is currently still counting at the harmonization realm for the time being. In these 3 years, if Master is able to go further, then our Qingyun sect will have nothing to fear. The peak of the harmonization battle transition. Entering the transition, wouldn't that strength be doubled? Qin Yunzi was silent and did not reply. Zhang Yang then added, the goal of my senior sister and I is to become Yuaning realm within 3 years. Especially for senior sister. It's more important to go all out to impact the Yuaning. Now that the sect has resources, we can all use them openly. Even if we pile them up with resources, we have to pile up a realm out. His Jindan didn't have a Degdao fledgling, and he didn't have the certainty that he would become a Yuaning within 3 years. Eldest senior brother, don't worry. I've been in the Jindan stage for a few years now. Becoming a Yuaning shouldn't be a problem. Sito Mingyue seriously assured. An opportunity that no one can afford to miss. Zhang Yang looked outside the Green Cloud Hall and said, as for that group of disciples, we'll have to be a little more attentive. In 3 years' time, they should all be able to enter the Jindan stage. Our Chengyun sect, with dozens of Jindan stage, will be completely different. However, I hope that a few uncles, or even masters, will give them a sermon every once in a while. Don't be afraid that they'll have problems. I'll always be in charge of the ideological education piece, ensuring that they'll be the color of Qin Yun from the inside out. Qin Yunzi nodded. Alright, just do as Zhang Yang said. It won't waste much time for us. Ling Yunzi and the others nodded silently. They were again trying to impact the harmonization realm and preaching. This was even more stressful for them. Zhang Yang contemplated for a moment. His eyes revealed madness as he looked at Qin Yunzi and said, Master, I'm going to do a big job. I hope Master will agree. Qin Yunzi was stunned. What do you want again? As soon as he saw Zhang Yang's appearance, his heart tightened. What kind of heavenly move is this brat going to make again? Zhang Yang pointed at the spatial rings and said, these resources, our Chinyan sect simply cannot use them up in a short period of time with the current disciples. And currently, our Chinyan sect has 2 big hurdles in front of us, one of which is the 3-year period, and the other is the 10-year period. I am certain that even if we survive the 3-year period, the other sects will definitely not allow us to survive the 10-year period. They will never allow us to blackmail them once more after 10 years. With 10 years of preparation, they should be sure to take us down as well. In that case, it's useless for us to keep this pile of resources. We only have one goal, and that's that we have to spend all of these hundreds of millions of spirit stones, as well as tens of thousands of pills, and hundreds of millions of refining materials within 10 years. Can't spend it all. Sito Mingyue looked at Zhang Yang. Can't spend it all at all. How can you spend 100 or so? Pills are not just useful when they are knocked down. They have to be refined. It takes time to absorb the aura of the spirit stone, and it takes even more time to refine the refining materials. It is simply not possible to spend it all. Right. It's impossible to spend it all just by us, Zhang Yang exclaimed. So, I'm going to pick 3 to 5 of the most common and easiest foundation building techniques from the Tibetan scripture cabinet, make many copies of these techniques, and give them to all the villages near our Qingyun sect, and even to everyone in Qingyun town, so that each and every one of them can try to build up their foundations. As long as one succeeds in building the foundation, he or she can report to our Qingyun sect to receive resources in advance to become a Jindan stage. In this way, after 3 years, my Qingyun sect will have a sizable number of Jindan stages. Do you guys remember the Flying Dragon Army? 3,000 of the most garbage talented foundation stage had that kind of power. How can the foundation establishment stage selected by my Green Cloud sect be considered a talent? 3 years from now, my Qingyun sect will have an army of over 10,000 foundation establishment stage, and within 10 years, my Qingyun sect will have an army of over 10,000 Jindan. Think about it, over 10,000 Jindan fighting together. What is that concept? One person with a lightning technique can kill the harmonious Dao realm in seconds, right? Chapter 101, Crazy Qingyun Sect. Crazy. The crowd of Qingyunzi looked at the incredibly excited Zhang Yang and felt in their hearts that Zhang Yang had gone crazy, to actually teach the Green Cloud Sect's techniques to everyone, and to give the resources to others to cultivate. What was this not madness? Zhang Yang, Qingyunzi said with a complicated expression. The Jindan stage is just useless with many people, not to mention the harmonization realm. Even if it's your senior uncle and the others, as long as they're prepared. 100,000 Jindan stages are useless. The spells they casually wielded landed on the Jindan stage's head, and the Jindan stage would have to go up in smoke. It was true that countless Jindan stages kept attacking the harmonization realm, and if the harmonization realm stood and didn't run, it would definitely be the harmonization realm that lost. However, the harmonization realm would run. Therefore, your idea cannot be realized. This was the reason why so many sects, why they did not focus on cultivating the Jindan stage. Unless it was a particularly talented disciple, they would bet their eyes on it. As for the rest, wait until they became Yuaning realm or Yuanshan realm. However, Zhang Yang was not discouraged at all. Instead, he was getting more and more excited. Master, we are not going after those harmonization realms at the moment, but we need to defend. If it was a group of Jindan stages and the harmonization realm encountering each other, the harmonization realm could take out a group of Jindan stages by flying a kite. But our primary goal, at this point, is to defend the offense. Besides, even if these powerhouses of the harmonious realm would run away, couldn't we attack their clans? The clan can't run away, can it? Moreover, this was still the case when everyone was only at the Jindan stage. What if this group of Jindan stages raised their realm again and became Yuaning stages? Is it really that easy for the harmonious realm to run away even if they have to? Qingyunzi was speechless. And attacking other people's clans? The clan is protected by a clan protection array. Don't look at the tattered and torn appearance of the Qingyun sect. When the heavenly green extreme cloud formation demonstrated its power, could 100,000 Jindan stages attack in? Master, we need to change our thinking, Zhang Yang said with a serious look on his face. Everyone else is rolling realms with us. If we roll realms with them as well, with the current state of the Qingyun sect, we can definitely only follow the others' asses and eat dust. We have to bend the rules and fight them in another way that is different from theirs. Master, let me put it politely. Even if all of you become transitional succession realm, if the other sects are determined to deal with us, can you resist by relying on just a few of you? Couldn't resist at all. That's what I said at the beginning. To reform, the first innovation is thinking. When you think differently, the way changes, and the way is more and more alive. With a few words, he said that Qingyunzi was speechless. Even the rest of the Qingyun sect could not refute it. Has the reform of the Qingyun sect been effective? Of course there is. With just one hand of reform, Zhang Yang had managed to get back hundreds of millions of spirit stones to Qingyun sect. It had only been not even a year since the reform, and he had achieved such results. This is, in the usual way, unthinkable. Thinking of this, Qingyunzi could only say helplessly, "Alright, you go get it." Anyway, all these resources were earned back by Zhang Yang, and squandering them would just be a return to his former penniless self. It's still the same. If there's anything you need our help with, just come to us, Qingyunzi said seriously. He could not refute Zhang Yang's proposal until he had a better solution. We have the same attitude. Come to us if you need us. The other 6 took a stand. Senior brother. I wonder what I can do. Sito Mingyue was also looking at Zhang Yang expectantly. As a young person, she was more receptive to Zhang Yang's program than others. For this big senior brother, she admired him from the bottom of her heart. After all, the business model that their family had made their name on had been all but subverted by her, the eldest brother. Since this was the case, turning the other sect's cultivation methods upside down was nothing. Now, of course, is the time to inventory the resources in our hands. Zhang Yang looked at Chang Yunzi. Master, let's go. Let's take these to the storehouse. Right. Senior sister, you follow us. In the future, you might have to take up the duty of managing the accounts. The kind of person like Bai Yunzi who almost bankrupted the Qingyun sect should not meddle in the accounts. The crowd couldn't help but look at Bai Yunzi, who pursed his lips and ultimately didn't speak. Qin Yunzi took a few spatial rings and led Zhang Yang and Sita Mingyue into the empty, almost spotlessly clean storehouse of the Qingyun sect, transferring all the things inside the spatial rings into the storehouse. Upon seeing the billions of spirit stones filling up the coffers, as well as the countless pills and materials, Qin Yunzi was overcome with emotion. Once upon a time, in the Qingyun sect, the piles inside the treasury could be filled with top-grade spirit stones, high-grade spirit medicines and high-grade materials. Now, it's all plain stuff. Master, take away all the pills above the Yuanshan realm. Go and divide half of them among the several senior uncles, and leave the other half at Master's place. These potions, open to use. Senior sister, these 8 spatial rings are obviously bigger than both mine and your previous ones, so take one of them, and in addition, pack away 30 million spirit stones, as well as 2,000 foundation establishment and Jindan stage pills. All of these things, use them on those disciples outside. Don't use the things in the treasury for a short period of time. Sito Mingyue followed Zhang Yang's orders and removed the items. Zhang Yang took a space ring for himself and packed away another 10 million spirit stones, as well as 1,000 pills. Master, you take away another 20 million spirit stones and refine the supplemental grand formation. For a short period of time, you won't have to spend your mind on the grand formation, and when the time comes, there are some things I'll have to trouble you to take care of. Qin Yunzi hesitated for a moment and took away 20 million spirit stones as well. He actually felt that he couldn't use that much, but, now that Zhang Yang had set out to do something big, he was a little worried that he wouldn't be able to take care of the heavenly green extreme cloud formation. Therefore, it was better to get more spirit stones to rely on. The rest of the material, all of it, is sealed in the vault. Then, the 3 of them left the clan treasury. Immediately afterward, Zhang Yang dragged Qin Yunzi to the Tibetan scripture cabinet. Master, take a look at those feats that are the most usual and most suitable for most people to build their foundations. Really give out the gongfu. Ha! Qin Yunzi was torn. No shedding. It must be given. Zhang Yang said insistently. Alright. Qin Yunzi laughed bitterly inwardly. He only hoped that when the ancestors found out, they wouldn't scold them for being a bunch of losers. This everlasting skill is most suitable for most people to cultivate, as long as they have a bit of cultivation talent. There's also this thick earth skill as well. And yes, there's also this. Enough, master. With these books, he took out a jade slip and began to copy those feats, making dozens of copies of each. Well, things are all ready to be completed, so I'll go and get busy first. Oh yeah, master, it'll be a while before I go there for the cultivation thing there. Qin Yunzi waved his hand, signaling that he knew. He couldn't say anything more as he saw that Zhang Yang was busy like this. The Green Cloud sect, once again, was busy. Chapter 102 Village People Cultivating Immortality. Outside of the Green Cloud continent, those harmonization realms from the top clans that had left from the Green Cloud sect had once again gathered together. The crowd looked a little heavy. Qin Yunzi has transited. The red-robed harmonization realm said with certainty. If he hadn't transited, it wouldn't be so bad that old me wouldn't even be able to fight back. The rest of the crowd nodded slightly, although Qin Yunzi did not strike at them. At that moment, they were the ones who felt that vision of Qin Yunzi striking. They were also at the harmonious Dao realm, and this kind of vision was something that was simply beyond their reach and beyond their imagination. Because of this, the red-robed harmonious Dao realm was powerless to fight back. The Luanjia Sacred Ground Harmonization Realm and the 10,000 Spirit Sect Harmonization Realm looked at each other and said with bitter smiles, he didn't cross the tribulation. The might of a harmonious realm transition could not be hidden at all. Both of their clans, not far from the Green Cloud sect, were absolutely able to sense the terrifying might of the transitions. As for the claim that Qin Yunzi had left the Qingyun sect, they didn't believe it, because for hundreds of years, Qin Yunzi had never left. They had every reason to suspect that Qing Yunzi had to hold down the heavenly green extreme cloud formation and was unable to leave the Qing Yun sect. Otherwise, how could the green cloud sect have declined so far? There's no harm even if he transmigrates, the monk of the Guiyuan temple said calmly. This time, the Qing Yun sect extorted many materials from us. They are already satisfied and will definitely continue to suppress those devils. We have enough time to prepare how to deal with those demons, as well as deal with the green cloud sect. Although they promised us to hold down the fort for 10 years, I reckon it won't be 10 years before they renege again. This time, we'll have to lay it out properly, and we definitely can't give them the chance to blackmail us again. The crowd nodded, all feeling so. There's also the Heaven's Pride battlefield, the Taoist priest also said. The Heaven's Pride battlefield 3 years from now can also weaken Qing Yun's qi. It will be much easier to deal with the Qing Yun sect again after chipping away at what's left of their qi. On top of that, I also suggest continuing to send people into the Qing Yun continent to scoop up the entire continent's underpinnings. A continent's underbelly lies in its talents. We can give them the conditions, and after we move all the clans away, only the Green Cloud sect will be left, with just the few people from the Qing Yun sect. What waves can they make at that time? Yes, this one is especially important. This time, the Green Cloud sect has gotten many resources, and if they contact other sects, they could potentially get many boosts. This opportunity must not be given to their Qing Yun sect. Then it's a deal. After we return, dispatch our disciples to the Green Cloud continent. After that, the crowd was ready to split up and leave. However, the Taoist priest traveled to the south, in a completely different direction than Shi Yiquan. Fellow Daoist, are you going in the direction of the Cloud Dreaming Marsh? The crowd asked curiously. The Taoist priest smiled bitterly and said, I want to go to the Cloud Dream Zephyr. As you all know, there are rainbow fish in Yunmengze. The old Taoist has no other hobbies, but he loves this bite. But I don't know which Taoist is so bored that he actually dug up that spiritual lake. Speaking of which, I'd like to ask you guys if you did it. If it's you guys, could you give the poor man a few rainbow fish? Most of the heavenly harmonization realms were in a few top clans, and ordinary people didn't have the means to move a spirit lake, so the Taoist priest seriously suspected that it was the people from these clans who had done it. The people from the other several sects looked at each other in dismay. None of them had heard of this matter. They were all high-level people of the harmonization realm now. The rainbow fish was no longer of much help to them. They could eat it if they had it and it didn't matter if they didn't have it, and they would be even less likely to move a spirit lake. Seeing the looks of several people, the Taoist priest sighed. Then I'll just have to go to Yunmeng's again to look properly to see if there are any other rainbow fish. Alas, it really is. I don't know who did this kind of thing. The other few people also shook their heads and returned to their respective sects. In fact, if they made some good inquiries about the people who had participated in the Green Cloud sect's secret realm this time, they might know some clues about the rainbow fish. If they knew the clue of the rainbow fish, they would be able to know that Qing Yunzi could leave the Qing Yun sect, and perhaps their attitude towards the Qing Yun sect would be completely different. Unfortunately, not many people had seen the rainbow fish, as in the case of Zhou Hao and the others from the 10,000 Spirit sect, who had only seen the demon fish and were unable to determine that it was a rainbow fish, while Li Qi and the others who personally ate the rainbow fish, they didn't dare to say anything at all. The fact that there were rainbow fish in the Green Cloud Mystic realm wouldn't be known by more people for a while. Several top-tier great sects were plotting against the Qing Yun sect, and at this time, everyone in the Qing Yun sect was frantically busy. From today onwards, all of the resources of the Green Cloud sect are open for all to use. Situ Mingyue looked solemnly at the many disciples in front of her. As long as you are short of spirit stones or pills, you can come to me immediately to ask for them. However, for every resource you receive, you will need your quest points. Eldest brother said that each of us is working hard to revitalize the Green Cloud sect, and those who have more points have undoubtedly put in more effort. Therefore, no one should be greedy when they get more. On top of that, every 7 days, we have to gather in front of the Great Hall of Green Clouds to learn about the great history of our Green Cloud sect. After each study is completed, you wait until the next time you come to study and turn in a summary report. You will be given points for each study and summary report, so you don't have to worry about points. In the end, the first person to break through the foundation establishment stage will be heavily rewarded by eldest brother. And then there are also major missions arranged to allow everyone's abilities to be fully utilized. Situ Mingyue, as per Zhang Yang's orders, personally sat in the Qing Yun sect, taking on the responsibility of distributing resources, as well as temporary ideological education. She also didn't understand the purpose of the content and just did as she was told. Her task was to spend the 30 million spirit stones and several thousand pills within half a year to a year. After all the foundation establishment stage disciples got their benefits, each one of them became excited. They can finally improve themselves quickly. As for the summary report and all that, They've all been studying for more than half a year now, and they've long since gotten used to it. After Sita Mingyue distributed the resources, she took her own copy and cultivated. Her goal was to impact the Yuaning stage. Zhang Yang, on the other hand, was not even in the Qingyan sect at this time. He walked through the villages near the Green Cloud sect and began to teach the Gong method to all of them. This is the secret of eternal life. It is possible to cultivate immortality. Zhang Yang looked at the white-haired old man in front of him. Call all the people from your village. Each of them can receive a spirit stone and each of them can personally read the immortal cultivation technique once. Then, if you are able to sense aura and have the talent to build a foundation, you can report to the Green Cloud sect, or you can wait for our Green Cloud sect to come and gather you. At that time, we will have more resources for you to cultivate, regardless of whether you are young or old, male or female. As long as you are able to cultivate, our Green Cloud sect will have resources to reward you. At that time, we will also pass on your higher realm techniques and even magic treasures. A group of villagers looked at Zhang Yang dumbfounded before they knelt down and chanted the name of Qingyan sect. At this moment, the three words Qingyan sect surpassed everything in the hearts of countless villagers. Chapter 103, Practical Exercises. As Zhang Yan walked through each and every village, all of them went into a frenzy of cultivation. This may be the only opportunity for the villagers, so who would not treasure it? All the villages near Qingyan sect remembered Qingyan sect and Zhang Yang deeply. How could these ordinary villagers possibly think that they would actually be given free immortal cultivation secrets, spirit stones, and even have these things delivered to their homes on a certain day? What's more, if it's determined that those who can cultivate immortality are to be vigorously cultivated? At this moment, Zhang Yang was the savior in their hearts. All of them, while praying devoutly for the Green Cloud sect, began their cultivation. Zhang Yang, on the other hand, had already spent half a year just delivering the secret books and spirit stones to all the villages. In the past half a year, apart from giving secret books and spirit stones to those villagers, Zhang Yang definitely did not stop his own cultivation. Every single day, he was taking pills and absorbing the aura from the spirit stones. In half a year's time, he had taken hundreds of pills and devoured 4 to 5 million spirit stones. However, in addition to his Jindan becoming thicker and thicker, there is still no Dao prototype within the Jindan, and there is not even the slightest feeling of the Dan broken baby born. Zhang Yang was speechless in the face of this situation. By the end of the day, he had stopped taking pills and refining spirit stones. He was sure it was no longer effective. Together with the spirit stones and pills that he had refined earlier, he was now consuming over 10 million counts of resources. Resources that far exceeded the resources required to cultivate a Jindan stage. Even for most Yuaning stages, it was unlikely that any sect would pay so many resources to cultivate them. Consuming so many resources was not without its benefits. At this moment, Zhang Yang's spiritual energy could be described as vast. Even for a spiritual weapon like the immortal refining cauldron, he could use his spiritual energy to catalyze it for a short period of time. On top of that, because of the majesty of his spiritual energy, it was obvious that he was able to use spells much faster than the other Jindan stages, and the power of his Dao spells was also much stronger. However, Zhang Yang was still unsatisfied. His goal was to enter the Yuaning realm. A few hundred years of life at the Jindan stage is not enough. Besides, the wonders of the Yuaning stage were not comparable to the Jindan stage. Half a year later, Zhang Yang returned to the sect. He couldn't help but smile when he saw many more people up and down the clan shaking and flying in imperial qi. After more than a year of reforms, a new Jindan stage had finally appeared in the Qingyan sect. Genius coupled with an unlimited supply of resources is starting to yield power. Eldest brother is back. Those disciples who were flying saw Zhang Yang from afar, and with a shout, countless figures converged from all directions. Some of them are flying, and others can only be used to run. Zhang Yang stood in front of the square of the Qingyan hall, smiling at the automatically gathered crowd and said, "There are still 20 to 30 people who have not entered the Jindan stage. Can you please look for your own reasons? Is it because you didn't work hard enough?" Eldest senior brother. "We'll break through soon," Xiaoying stated with a flushed face. For some reasons, she didn't cultivate properly at all in the beginning, and later on, she was so tormented by Zhang Yang's ideological education that she couldn't cultivate even if she wanted to. By the time she later completely fell back to Qingyun and came back to catch up with her other brothers and sisters, she had already fallen behind by a large margin. Zhang Yang nodded his head and said with a smile, "Senior brothers and sisters who have already become Jindan stage, I am happy for you. However, senior brothers and sisters who have not become Jindan stage, you should not be discouraged either. The more capable you are, the more responsibility you naturally have to take on. When you were worshipping in the sect, I said that we have encountered a great change that has not been seen in 100 years. Still, I underestimated the change. This change is the biggest change in the Qingyun sect after 1,000 years. He looked serious as he slowly said, 1,000 years ago, my Qingyun sect was one of the top great sects in the world, and the Luanjia sacred land or whatever could only look up to us. However, 1,000 years ago we encountered a great disaster that led to the decline of the Green Cloud sect, and 1,000 years later, we stand once again at the point of destiny. If we are able to lift ourselves up, then our Green Cloud sect will regain its glory and even become number one in the world. If we cannot survive this calamity, then our Qingyun sect will perish, and as for you, you will also be annihilated in this catastrophe. We have no way back but to go forward. So, everyone must give me all the power they have to deal with this Holocaust. Regarding the ideological education of the Green Cloud sects returned to the heart. He had been doing it for more than a year. Even if it's a stone, put it in the temple and smoke it for a year. It's still scented. So, he simply stopped worrying about the minds of these people and told the weight of the task directly. Besides, he'll continue his ideological education later and won't relax. The crowd watched Zhang Yang silently without speaking. However, no one had any intention of backing down and waited with enthusiasm for Zhang Yang to distribute the tasks. Zhang Yang looked at the crowd and nodded heavily. No one is backing down. Very good. Worthy of being our senior brothers and sisters who have come together. In that case, I'll give you all a one-time benefit. The secret realm of the Green Clouds would be open to everyone for 10 days, allowing them to enter the secret realm to explore the opportunities once. Inside these 10 days, you have to be able to search for heavenly materials and treasures in the secret realm at will, and the heavenly materials and treasures that you obtain are also completely owned by the individual. But I have just one reminder that this time, the secret world will be very different. It just so happens that there are 90 of you, so you can split up into groups of 30 and wear different clothes and markings to enter the secret realm. The clothes are your identity and the markings are your life. If the mark is snatched by someone else, then your lives will be equivalent to losing them, and my master will pull you out of the secret realm. Therefore, when you enter the secret realm, you should try to eliminate your opponents while grabbing heavenly materials and treasures. But we're all in the same clan, and we can use everything we have to grab the markers, but we can't really lay our hands on them. I will judge your behavior and decide what you will do next based on your performance in the secret world. So, once you enter the secret realm, unleash your abilities to the fullest. He set up a practical exercise for his siblings while determining the group's abilities. The 90 men were then divided into 3 groups, and red, yellow and blue clothing and markers were distributed to each. The many Green Cloud disciples were again new and somewhat excited. Eldest brother and sister are really different, coming back with new tricks. Master, I have a favor to ask your old man to show himself. Zhang Yang did not directly call out for master in front of the many senior brothers and sisters. Qin Yunzi appeared as expected and looked at Zhang Yang strangely, wondering what Zhang Yang was up to again after just returning. Master, please send them all into the secret realm, but don't scatter them in each group. Zhang Yang pointed at the many disciples. Qin Yunzi waved his sleeve, and all 90 disciples were sent to the secret realm before he asked strangely, what do you kid want to do again? Zhang Yang smiled and said, Master, we'll know in 10 days. I also have to trouble you to project all of their doings for me to see. Qin Yunzi was speechless, but he still acted as a humanoid projector. Chapter 104, Scattered into a Sky Full of Stars. Zhang Yang looked at the image conjured up by Qin Yunzi in front of him and took out a piece of paper to silently record it. At this moment in the secret realm, the 3 squads had just landed, and everyone was a bit bewildered. Again, we have to fight for the heavenly treasures and grab the markers of other groups. No one has experienced this before and they don't know what they should do, but some people are just born with leadership skills. In this situation, someone stepped up and started organizing the team members to do something. Some, on the other hand, are good at coming up with ideas and planning some actions. Others, just get used to doing what they're told. Then, the 3 groups sent out scouts to check out the surroundings, searching for heavenly materials and treasures while confronting the other groups. Brat, they are fighting and you don't care? Qin Yunzi looked at Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang gazed at the phantom sight without even turning his head back. It's all about letting them fight so that they can hone something. Master, I have a rough idea of their demeanor. Now, throw a few demonic beasts over to them to see their prowess. Qin Yunzi shook his head speechlessly. He didn't toss his senior brother and sister like this back then. It's a sin for these boys to have such a big brother. Although he thought so, he still listened to Zhang Yang's words. Under his drive, the demonic beasts in the secret realm inexplicably approached the battlefield from all directions. In no time at all, one by one, the disciples were dragged out of the secret realm by Qin Yunzi, as their lives would be in danger if they didn't come out. How could this group of novice Jindan be a match for so many demonic beasts? After the crowd had exited, everyone was a bit aggravated to see Zhang Yang glaring at them with an ugly face. They were obviously fighting well and had too much bad luck. Who knew that a group of demonic beasts suddenly came and attacked them? Your performance has disappointed me, Zhang Yang said in a deep voice. Although I have given you confrontational tasks, you must first realize that you are fellow disciples. When it comes to other dangers, we have to be united. How are we going to face other enemies if we can't put our backs into the hands of reliable brothers? Therefore, those who chose to sneak attack while the other masters and brothers were dealing with the demonic beasts will be marked down once. Exactly those people who sneak attacked behind the scenes, I think you all know in your hearts, so I won't name them to give you some face. This is the kind of thing that can never be forgiven. May I remind you that anyone who makes that mistake again, then don't blame me. Several people in the crowd bowed their heads in shame. Obviously, they were the ones who were just focused on the mission. Next, I will formally arrange your tasks. Zhang Yang looked at the 90 people in front of him. Zhang Changshan, you lead the 30 senior brothers and sisters in blue to form the blue-clothed squad of Qingyan Sect. The task of the 30 of you is to go to all the villages to the north of the Green Cloud Sect to recruit villagers who have already cultivated, and accept them as your disciples, or senior brothers and sisters. And these people, from now on, will be under your command. Then, teach them all of the things that you carry out on a daily basis, including learning about the history of the Qingyan Sect, and the mission of our Qingyan Sect. Tell them all about it, and then, grow your team. Just how much power your Blue Coat Squad will be able to exert in the future depends on how many people you recruit. Can you understand if I say that? Understood, Zhang Changshan said loudly. Zhang Yang nodded his head and said, appoint senior sister Chaoying as your deputy. She comes from a noble family. There are some things you need to learn. In addition, your Blue Clothes Squad will give you 2 space rings. It is up to you to decide who is in charge. Inside this spatial ring, it contains 1 million spirit stones and 300 pills, which are your resources within the near future. I want you to do more with these resources. Yes, Zhang Changshan replied first before asking, eldest senior brother, can we teach the gong method to those villagers? Zhang Yang smiled and said, I already taught them half a year ago, so your task now is just to go and see how many people have built their foundations and take them into your team. But you guys have to remember that no one is allowed to bully those villagers. Anyone who does such a thing will be expelled from the Green Cloud Sect for the lesser offense, and executed for the greater offense. Yes, we won't, Zhang Changshan said hurriedly. Well, go on. Zhang Changshan took 30 people and hurried down the mountain. After descending the mountain, Zhang Changshan immediately had a few Jindan stages fly to the north first. Inside their group, there were still some people who couldn't fly, so they had to let a few people go ahead and recruit people. Wang Baol, take the red-clothed squad and head to the south of Qingyan Sect. Zhang Yang then instructed, your mission is the same as Zhang Changshan. For the other resources, you are also the same. In addition, dispatch Li Er as your deputy. Li Er has seen little, but, being from the mountains, his abilities can be put to good use in the wilderness. Yes, eldest brother. Wang Baol also led the people away. Zhang Yang looked at the yellow-clothed squad and looked at the woman at the head and smiled. Senior sister Liang Yi, the yellow-clothed squad is all yours. Don't worry, eldest brother, we won't have any problems either. Liang Yi clenched her fist heavily and saluted. She was all heroic and martial. And although a woman, she was very competent with her pilled hair and short-beat clothes. Zhang Yang smiled and nodded. You will go to the west side of Qingyan Sect and you will be given the same resources. In addition, I have to arrange 2 escorts for you on your side. Shinju and Hao and Mei Chou Lian to assist you and make it easier for you to deal with problems. Many thanks, eldest senior brother. Liang Yi nodded. If there's nothing else, I'll take them and set off. Go on. Zhang Yang waved his hand and watched the crowd leave. Within moments, there were only a few people left in the Green Cloud Sect. The Green Cloud Sect had returned to its usual tranquility, making the people on the Green Cloud Sect a little uncomfortable. Eldest senior brother, why did they leave? Situ Mingyue asked. Zhang Yang smiled and said, they've gone to develop and grow. It won't be long before there are more of us in the Qingyan Sect. Senior sister, you need to go out too. I'm leaving too? Situ Mingyue was surprised. Zhang Yang nodded slightly. The Green Moon Chamber of Commerce has been operating in Qingyan Town for a year now, and all the various business aspects have matured. Now, the Green Moon Chamber of Commerce should open additional branches. Your trip to the Yuntung Chamber of Commerce this time is dedicated to this matter. When the time comes, Uncle Qin will travel with you. With a Yuan Shen realm following, Situ Mingyue probably wouldn't have any problems. Situ Mingyue nodded slightly. Alright then, I'll go back to Yuntung. She had been away from home for a few years and it was time for her to go back and see her mother. She was ready to go back with her new business model and show her father the potential of the Green Moon Chamber of Commerce. Ready to have a good competition with her father. Qin Yunzi sighed. All gone. Master, it won't take them long to come back. Zhang Yang said with a smile. Besides, I have to go out for a walk. Qin Yunzi looked at Zhang Yang. You're leaving too? I am going to make a trip to Yunshan Empire. Zhang Yang said seriously. In the Qingyun continent, those clans don't care much. But the Yunshan and Yunting empires are the ones that have to be treated properly. These two empires, each with billions of people. These populations are too important to our Qingyun sect. One could even say bluntly that how powerful the Green Cloud sect will be in the future is directly related to them. Since senior sister has gone to Yunting, I naturally have to make a trip to the Cloud Mountain Empire. It's too dangerous for you to go alone. Qin Yunzi frowned. Zhang Yang smiled faintly. Master, although I am only at the Jindan stage, I am not weak with so many spirit weapons on me. More than half a year has gone by for the 3-year planning of the Green Cloud sect. We still have 2.5 years left, so we must speed up our pace. Master, don't worry. It won't be long before I come back to see you. Qin Yunzi looked at Zhang Yang and threw him a jade pendant, saying, when in danger, crush it. Thank you, Master. Zhang Yang put away the jade pendant, bid farewell to his master, and went to the Cloud Mountain Empire. Qin Yunzi looked at the distant Zhang Yang for a long time. Ling Yunzi suddenly appeared and said, it's safer for me to follow, lest someone lay a deadly hand on him. You're also going to impact the harmonization realm. Qin Yunzi laughed bitterly. He realized that everyone in the Green Cloud sect had a heavy task ahead of them. Ling Yunzi smiled and said, Zhang Yang is the most important thing to us. Without him, I don't know when the Qingyun sect will be relieved. As for my harmonization realm, if I can achieve it, and if I can't, it's not something that can be broken through by shutting up and dying. You, Qin Yunzi looked at Ling Yunzi. Ling Yunzi smiled openly. Eldest senior brother, you've worked hard all these years. It's about time we did something for you. Don't worry, I'm fine. Qin Yunzi watched the crowd leave, and after a long time, Qin Yunzi seemed to have made a big decision. I should also cross the threshold. He clearly could have entered the transition realm a long time ago, but he didn't dare to break through. Transitioning the tribulation was incomparably dangerous, and no one was sure of it. If something went wrong with his tribulation, the Green Cloud sect would be completely finished. Therefore, he was delaying it again and again, hoping that after someone from the Green Cloud sect was able to take over, he would then go for the tribulation. Even if something went wrong, the Green Cloud sect would still be able to continue. However, the various senior brothers and sisters were going all out to impact the harmonization realm. Ling Yunzi had even made the move of sacrificing his life at a critical time, and the disciples were all running for Qingyun, so it was time for him, the sect leader, to show his performance. Qin Yunzi said fiercely to himself inwardly, it's time for me to cross the tribulation. This time, I'm bound to succeed. Chapter 105, let's let go. South of Yunmeng's, overseas, deep in the clouds, Qin Yunzi stood proudly between heaven and earth as the heavenly thunder furiously rushed down on him. This is the necessary thunderbolt that a cultivator must undergo after entering the transition stage, a test of the heavenly Tao. It was difficult to cultivate immortality. It was even more difficult to cross the tribulation, and it was even more difficult to ascend. This was common knowledge in the immortal cultivation world. For those who entered the strongest stage of the tribulation period, there were 3 tribulation difficulties that they had to break through, which were the 3-9 heavy tribulations in the early stage, the 6-9 great tribulations in the middle stage, and the 9-9 great tribulations in the late stage. Qin Yunzi had only just entered the stage of transitioning to the tribulation stage, and at most, he would be able to withstand the 39 heavy tribulations just fine. However, the robberies and thunder in the heavens and earth continued to pour out, as if they wanted to erase Qin Yunzi, a foreigner. Qin Yunzi was resisting the calamity lightning with all his might while roaring up to the sky. Thief heavens, you let those devilish powerhouses appear and didn't destroy them. I just borrowed a little bit of their devilish laws. Why did you rain down such a heavy calamity? The heavens and the earth were speechless, with only the constant striking of the robber's thunder. Qin Yunzi was very unconvinced, but he was also helpless, and could only rely on the indignation in his chest, as well as his powerful cultivation to go through the tribulation. Why is he afraid to cross the threshold? Aside from the fact that there was no one sitting in the Green Cloud sect, the other reason was because he had the power of the Devil Tao from those demonic powerhouses that had been subdued in his body. This was the real reason why he was able to crush numerous harmonization realms and even able to battle the transition realm even though he was at the peak of harmonization. He was a mixed Golden Dan, and over the past few hundred years, in the fight against that group of demonic powerhouses, those demonic powerhouses were his enemies and his teachers in another aspect. Therefore, he relied on the properties of the mixed golden pill and practiced a little bit of the laws of the devil's path. However, it seemed as if the heavenly Tao did not allow the laws of the devil's path to appear on Qin Yunzi, and the thunder that exceeded the 999 heavy tribulation continuously struck at Qin Yunzi. What kind of Taoist friend is here to cross the threshold? The Shui Guan Taoist priest was surprised as he looked at the raging thunder in front of him. He negotiated in the Green Cloud Sect and came to the depths of the Cloud Dreaming Marsh to look for rainbow fish, but unfortunately, after searching the entire Cloud Dreaming Marsh, he didn't see any other rainbow fish appear. On this good bite of him, for the time being, also do not want to go back to the Shui Guan along the Yunmeng's waters to find toward the overseas. I did not expect that in this rare place. There are actually some people to ferry the robbery? He frowned in disbelief. In the world, when did a new transitional powerhouse appear? The emergence of a powerful transitional successor signified that the world would have one more party to talk to. He immediately thought of the Green Cloud Sect and immediately counted on his fingers. The Green Cloud Sect is falling, and a new transitional stage is appearing. This is a change in the pattern of the world. The Taoist priest counted for a long time and felt that if he pulled in this new transitional stage, he might be able to solve the problems of the Green Cloud Sect. He stood by and silently waited for the end of the robbing thunder. And at this moment, at the center of the thunderbolt, Qin Yunzi used all his means to resist the thunderbolt. He absolutely cannot go wrong, or else the Qingyun sect will surely perish. And if the demon race comes out of the seal, the world will be in chaos. Suddenly, it was as if he saw an immense and incomparable figure descending from the sky. Figures that were so similar to those demonic powerhouses that had been subdued under the Green Cloud Sect. Qin Yunzi was startled. From the looks of these figures, the strength of this group of demonic powerhouses was feared to exceed those demonic powerhouses that the Qingyun sect had subdued many times over. If these demons descend, who could live? Could it be that he had a vision in the midst of his transmigration? Just as he was in a state of shock in his heart, the robbing thunder stopped. He had also finally stood firmly in the transition realm. Even though he had only just entered the transition realm, the entire heaven and earth was already completely different in Qin Yunzi's eyes. He could clearly see those laws of heaven and earth, see the existence of those great Tao, and could skillfully borrow the power of those great Tao. At this time, he also finally understood why an ordinary harmonization realm was not a match for the transition realm. When Cheng Yunzi's transmigration was complete, he immediately spotted the Shui Guan Taoist priests who were standing guard 100 miles away. His brow furrowed, debating whether or not to simply destroy the Taoist, because he hid to cross the tribulation. He didn't want those top clans to know about his strength, and then he would be able to strike only at the critical time. Once the other top grade clans knew that he had become a transition realm, I'm afraid that Zhang Yang's trip to the Heavens Remarks battlefield this time would be more than 100 times more dangerous. Therefore, Qin Yunzi must not expose his realm at the moment. However, both sides had no grievances or enmity, and to kill that Taoist priest for no reason, Qin Yunzi couldn't do anything about it. Just as he was still hesitating, the Taoist priest actually came closer. Qin Yunzi frowned and invoked the powerful power of the Great Tao, shrouding his figure and face to prevent the Taoist priest from seeing his true appearance. And he should be fine. Congratulations, senior. The Taoist priest bowed at Qin Yunzi. As of today, another senior has stood at the top of the Great Tao. He had watched Qin Yunzi's tribulation and knew that Qin Yunzi's thunder tribulation was definitely not a 3-9 heavy tribulation. However, he couldn't tell whether it was a 6-9 great tribulation or a 9-9 great tribulation. Even if it was the 6-9 great calamities, that was a strong person in the middle stage of the transitional calamity realm, someone who could be counted on one hand under the sky. This kind of character was not to be disrespected by the Taoist priest. Qin Yunzi silently looked at the Taoist priest without saying anything. He could not figure out the Taoist priest's purpose right now. I haven't yet asked for senior's name. The Taoist priest continued. Qin Yunzi asked rhetorically. The one who cultivates the Yellow Court Sutra and guards a view? Shui Guan Song pays his respects to senior. The Taoist priest remained polite. Something's wrong? Cheng Yunzi continued to ask. Song smiled and asked. Senior doesn't seem to be from a few big clans? Those outside the square have not walked in the world for a long time. I wonder if senior has the idea of founding a dojo and passing down the Great Tao. Song smiled faintly. If senior is interested, the Qingyun continent would be suitable for senior. Qin Yunzi's eyes were stern. These guys are really... He kind of wanted to slap Song to death and forget about it. He said indifferently. The Green Cloud Sect has been in the Green Cloud continent for thousands of years. I don't want to touch the Green Cloud Sect's mold. He disguised himself as an old monster who hadn't been in the world for a long time, pretending that he didn't know about the problems of the Green Cloud Sect, wanting to set a set of Song's words to find out what this group of people were fighting for. Song shook his head. Senior has been in seclusion for a long time and doesn't yet know that the Qingyun sect is no longer the original Qingyun sect. After 1,000 years of change, there are only a few disciples left in the Qingyun sect, and the highest cultivation level of the disciples is only at the peak of the harmonization realm. This time is the best period for seniors to enter the Green Cloud continent. Qin Yunzi couldn't hold back any longer. He simply revealed his true face and looked at Song faintly. Then look at who I am. Song Song took a closer look and was immediately dumbfounded. It's you! Aren't you not allowed to leave the Green Cloud sect? Qin Yunzi smiled coldly. I couldn't leave because I was willing to sit in the Qin Yun sect, in order to suppress those devils. A few hundred years of self-imprisonment only. I didn't expect that the old man's behavior would make you guys count endlessly in succession. Do you think I should kill you now? Song Song man was numb, counting to the front of the rightful owner. He couldn't say any reason now, especially since Qin Yunzi's true strength was actually so terrifying. He couldn't even escape now. Dead. Especially since this was overseas. Even if he was killed, no one would be able to trace any trace. Senior, it would be better to kill me just like that than to let me go and fight those devils. Song Song looked at Qin Yunzi pitifully. I am willing to ban my Yuan Shen in Senior's hands. Please believe in my sincerity. It's his only chance to live or die. Qin Yunzi looked at Song Song coldly. It's a pity that you have all the power of the Great Tao. Come back to Qin Yun with me. This body of the power of the Great Tao for his disciple to swallow. Will it just be Yuaning? Chapter 106, Father's Kindness and Son's Filial Piety. Zhang Yang disguised his face and arrived at the imperial capital of Yunshan Empire. After the opening of the Green Cloud Sect's secret realm, he had almost become a celebrity in the world. And leaving the Green Cloud Sect in this situation would definitely be extremely dangerous. Even if he was carrying the life-preserving talisman given by his master, it was better to do more than less. After all, his master couldn't easily leave the Green Cloud Sect. Therefore, he disguised himself as an ordinary cultivator and entered the Cloud Mountain Empire's imperial capital. Worthy of being the capital of a country, although it was not as prosperous as those metropolises he had seen in the past, it was far more prosperous than a city like Anqing City. People come and go, traffic flows. Although Zhang Yang's costume was ordinary, still, no one dared to underestimate Zhang Yang as he was a cultivator. Even the city gate officials of the imperial capital respectfully let Zhang Yang into the imperial capital. Excuse me. How do I get to the residence of the third prince? Zhang Yang instead stopped the city gate official and inquired. A year had passed, and he was ready to come and see how well the chief disciple had used his power. You also want to go and join the third highness? The city gate officer looked Zhang Yang up and down. His third highness is now the wise king of our Yunshan Empire. There are too many people who want to join his third highness, and his third highness can't look at ordinary people. Zhang Yang smiled and said, I'm at the Jindan stage. Oh, then you're in luck. The city gate official was surprised. The third highness is also seeking immortality, and as a Jindan stage immortal master, you will surely be able to secure an errand in the third highness residence. The city gate officer was much more enthusiastic, and could almost be said to know everything. Zhang Yang not only knew where the third prince's residence was located, but also had a general idea of what happened when the third prince returned to the imperial capital. Then he went to the third prince's residence. When he heard of the visit of the immortal master, the third prince rushed to greet him, so to speak, falling on his feet to welcome him, inviting Zhang Yang into his residence. The third prince looked at Zhang Yang with a smile. Where did you come from, fellow Daoist? A casual cultivator. Not worth mentioning. Seeing that there were other people around, Zhang Yang did not tell the third prince his identity directly. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he then spiritually transmitted his voice and told the third prince his identity. The third prince's expression froze, followed by looking at Zhang Yang with great excitement. He forced himself to calm his mind and said to the people on his left and right, all of you stand down. This king is going to have a good talk about immortality with this Taoist friend today. The other guards had the sense to back away. But, not completely. Only after no one was around did the third prince whisper, Master, what brings you here? He still honored Zhang Yang as master. It was really because he respected Zhang Yang like a heavenly being in his heart. In the old days, he and a few of his brothers had fought for the throne, being tied up in all sorts of ways, and had no chance of winning at all. However, after going through Zhang Yang's training in Qing Yin sect, his situation had completely changed. After returning from the Green Cloud sect, he had lived a glorious life. First, he took the fall for the emperor and then took the initiative to go to the immortal cultivation. The emperor, who was already fond of the third prince, thought that he had broken this son's heart and felt guilty. In the follow-up process, the third prince even followed Zhang Yang's teachings and said whatever he had to say to the emperor, showing that he was honest. On top of that, he had no thoughts about power. Such behavior made the emperor very fond of the third prince in his heart, and almost whatever the third prince wanted, he agreed to it all. In an instant, the third prince became the absolute red man in front of the emperor. Secondly, it was also because of his cultivation of immortality that several of his brothers, who were originally very hostile to him, all gave up their hostility. Even because the third prince had gained the emperor's favor, and was even in charge of the Flying Dragon army, not only were several of the emperors not hostile to him, but they came to draw him in. giving him all the secrets. However, the third prince acted in an unbiased manner, very close to each of his brothers, and advised several brothers to love each other, even though every prince did not think so in his heart. Everyone was very respectful when facing the third prince. More importantly, in a party dispute, the ministers in the court are very dangerous. The result of standing on the wrong side is not only the end of oneself, but also the end of one's family. In the old days, every minister had no choice but to defect to any one of the princes. However, the third prince was no longer involved in the battle for the throne because of his immortal cultivation, so all those ministers who really didn't want a party fight defected to the third prince. It could be said that the third prince had become the greatest authority under the emperor. And all of this was just for less than a month of further training with Zhang Yang. Under such circumstances, how could the third prince not respect Zhang Yang? If not for the fact that the Green Cloud Sect and the Cloud Mountain Empire had conflicts, he would have wanted to openly travel to the Green Cloud Sect to pay Zhang Yang a visit. Now that Zhang Yang had personally come to his door, this was too happy for the third prince. Master, I am now in possession of tremendous power. The third prince looked at Zhang Yang sincerely. It can almost be said that I will be able to become the emperor of Yunshan Empire as soon as my father leaves. Now I would like to ask Master, what should we do next? Just continue with the current situation, Zhang Yang said casually. The third prince was a bit distressed. Master, you don't know. Ever since I started cultivating immortality, Father found many spirit medicines to help me temper my body. With the help of many elixirs, I'm on the verge of refining my body. Next, it was time to open up the spirit sea. I'm a little worried that I'm going to become a Jindan stage before my father's death. Zhang Yang looked at the third prince and said, You are really a good son to your father. He asked indifferently, You don't think that cultivating immortality is really that simple, do you? You're already in your 20s and you've only started cultivating, and you haven't even succeeded in refining your body in over a year. This is still due to spending a lot of resources. So, you think that opening up the sea is simply accomplished? I conservatively estimate that it will take you at least 2 to 3 years to open up the sea. That's still a case of getting lucky and expending a lot of resources. However, the hardest part is actually the level of the Taoist seed. You have your heart set on becoming an emperor, and you have no thoughts of cultivating immortality. That is to say, you don't even have the Taoist heart to cultivate immortality. In such a situation, the emergence of a Tao seed would be even more difficult. So, you don't have to be in such a hurry at all. Or what I told you when I first told you, fight for power. Steady as you go. You've pretty much converged on the great power now, and one day, you'll realize that even if you don't want to be the emperor, someone will be begging you to be the emperor, and that's the supreme means of competing for power. When the third prince heard Zhang Yang's words, his impatient mood, once again, stabilized and he respectfully gave Zhang Yang a bow. All thanks to Master's guidance. Only then did he ask, Is there something that Master has come to see me about? Zhang Yang smiled. This time when I came to the Imperial City, I had other things to do. I just brought along to see you. I wonder if there is anything I can do to help. The third prince asked again. Zhang Yang pondered for a while and said, You can really help too. And even said that this matter is closely related to you. I am going to meet the emperor. There are some things that I have to know after I have met him. Chapter 107, Source of Chaos. Seeing that Zhang Yang didn't specify what it was about, the third prince didn't pursue the matter, and after exchanging pleasantries for a few moments, he suddenly thought of something and lowered his voice to ask mysteriously, Master, I heard that the Qingyan sect is suppressing demons. Is that true? Zhang Yang frowned and asked, Where did you hear about this? Could it be that the Tianxian sect had passed this news to the Yunshan Empire? I don't know. The third prince shook his head. This matter has almost spread throughout the entire top levels of the empire. It's causing a lot of panic, and Father Emperor and the others are still discussing how to deal with it. How long did it happen? Zhang Yang inquired. It only happened in the last half a month, and the news was rumored to have a nose for it, claiming that the Green Cloud sect suppresses countless demons, and that if these demons were to come out of the world, they would surely destroy this continent of ours. Therefore, if you want to be safe, you can only flee to other continents. The third prince spoke the news he had heard. Even the state master has returned to the sect, and hasn't shown his face in the empire for many days, which is very rare. Also, there were significantly fewer casual cultivators in the empire. Father has summoned his ministers to confer and discuss about this news for several days now, without a definite solution. Zhang Yang's eyes could not help but narrow as he felt as if there was something wrong here. It was already 7 or 8 months ago when Tianxian sect got the news about those devils, and at that time, many other sects even went to Qingyun sect in person to ask for proof, and were taught a lesson by Qingyunzi. If it was news coming from these sects, could it be that there had been some recent changes in these sects? He was now genuinely annoyed with a few elders who actually didn't know anything about what was going on out there. And with such an obvious turn of events, if he hadn't personally run to the Cloud Mountain Empire, I'm afraid that he would still be in the dark right now. You can help in this matter. Zhang Yang looked at the third prince seriously. Help me investigate where the source of this news came from. Also, what is the attitude of the surrounding cultivators, as well as your father in them? Do things quickly. Now is the time to see how much power you can mobilize. Yes, master. The third prince was thrilled. He finally had a chance to help his master. And when the time came, his master couldn't help but teach him a few more moves. What he'd been taught before had gotten the best of him. But who could ever have too much skill? While the third prince was investigating the situation, Zhang Yang was also contemplating the relevance of this news. He wasn't afraid that the news of the Green Cloud Sect suppressing the devil would be known by more people, because this matter would be known by the whole world sooner or later with the conflict between the Green Cloud Sect and those big sects. However, he had just now moved to integrate the entire continent when this news came, hindering his plans. When he thought of the actions of those great sects, his heart couldn't help but sink. Could it be that these great sects knew of his intentions and made the damage in advance? If these great clans were allowed to stir up all the hearts and minds of the Qingyan continent, it would be very unfavorable to what the Qingyan sect would follow. Let's wait until the third prince has investigated the matter. Then, I'll personally go talk to the emperor. Zhang Yang had decided in his mind that for this matter, he would have to resort to the power of the Yun Shan Empire, or even the Yun Tang Empire, in order to get this matter resolved. When he went to meet the emperor, his identity was definitely about to be leaked. However, now that there had been a change of heart, he had to do the same. Then, he waited in peace for the third prince's investigation. It was only 3 days later that the third prince returned to his mansion and said to Zhang Yang, Master, I have mobilized all my forces and I finally have some clues. There are 3 sources that started spreading the news in the first place. One of them is the Tianxian sect, and the other 2 are the Seven Treasures sect and the Locking sect. Almost on the same day, they all had people spreading the news in the imperial capital. These people have been to the imperial capital before, and there's no mistaking that someone knows them. Zhang Yang was a bit strange. If Tianxian sect wanted to spread the news, why didn't they spread it half a year ago, instead of now? What kind of forces are the Seven Treasures sect and the Fallening sect? Zhang Yang asked. The third prince smiled and said, they're all end-of-the-line clans, supported by just 2 Yuaning cultivators within the clan. And if they hadn't defected to the empire early, they would have long been flattened by us. Zhang Yang's eyes snapped. Now that they're spreading rumors in the empire, why don't we just root them out? He had a feeling that there was something wrong with this and that he would have to find out first. To finish them off? The third prince froze for a moment. They spread rumors. This is an opportunity. Master, wait a moment. This matter still needs to be consulted with father. If he wanted to move these 2 clans, he could only use the Flying Dragon Army. That's the emperor's treasure. I'm sure I can't do it without consulting the emperor. Zhang Yang nodded and instructed the third prince. You must talk to your father and try to take down both sects. And make sure to inquire about the source of this information. He was now helpless. The Hall of Green Cloud sect could only rely on a mundane prince to spy on the news. This was still the disciple that he had accepted on a whim in the Green Cloud sect back then. Or else he wouldn't have been able to find out any information now. The third prince went to the palace to see the emperor. Father, recently someone has been spreading rumors in the imperial capital, fearing that it will be detrimental to us. I sent people to investigate carefully and found that it was the work of people from the Seven Treasures sect and the Fallening sect, and the 2 sects are intentionally spreading rumors at this time of the year, causing panic and disrupting our dynasty. Their intentions are punishable. I also ask Father Emperor's favor to allow me to lead the Flying Dragon Army and make a punishment for them. The third prince looked at Emperor Li Shiqing sincerely, with a look of loyalty. In addition, I also ask Father to calm the rumors. If people start a riot because of this matter, it will be even more troublesome for our dynasty. The emperor glanced at the third prince and nodded. Permission granted. He was already very fond of this son, and with the third prince proposing something feasible, how could he not agree? Besides, by eradicating these clans, the resources of these clans could be used to cultivate the Flying Dragon Army, and he had long wanted to do it, but there was no sufficient reason to do so. Now that the reason was sufficient, he certainly had no qualms about it. Afterward, the third prince immediately led the Flying Dragon Army and flew at the 2 clans. By the time they arrived at the 2 clans, the people of both clans were already empty, and the entire old site of the clan was clean. Not even a single elixir was left behind. The third prince, who had pounced, returned to the imperial capital with a grave expression. He had a feeling something big was going to happen. Otherwise, why would the 2 clans run? He went into the palace first to see the emperor, and said with a somewhat distressed expression, Father, they knew their sins and escaped in advance. Now it seems that these two sects really did have a premeditated plan. Emperor Li Shiqing's brows were furrowed, and he too felt that something was out of the ordinary. Could it be that the news from the Green Cloud sect was true? He signaled the third prince to stand down, and was contemplating the matter himself. If there really was a devil in the Qingyan sect, how would they be able to live with themselves in the Cloud Mountain Empire? The third prince, who had left the palace, found Zhang Yang at the first opportunity and said with a gloomy expression, "Master, they've escaped." Ran away? Zhang Yang froze. They took away all the sect disciples, all the sect resources. On top of that, it is rumored that they also took away some new disciples who were just recruited. The third prince looked at Zhang Yang with a serious expression. "Master, will those devils really run out?" Zhang Yang took a deep breath and said, "Don't worry about what happens next. I'll go see your father first." He left the third prince's residence, then flew directly to the palace. Chapter 108, Can I see the emperor with this and this? Zhang Yang had just flown to the palace when a purple-robed eunuch instantly flew out and stopped in front of Zhang Yang, saying solemnly, "The palace is an important place. No trespassing." Zhang Yang didn't force his way in, but said to the purple-robed eunuch, "Report to your emperor. Zhang Yang of the Qingyan sect is visiting." The purple-robed eunuch frowned slightly and transmitted his voice to a small eunuch, who hurriedly went to report to the emperor. The emperor was struggling with the matter of the demons of the Qingyan sect, and now that he heard that the people from Qingyun had arrived, he immediately tried to order the eunuchs to bring the people in. However, when he thought about the flying dragon army falling into the hands of the Qingyan sect, he said fiercely, "Tell him that I'm busy, and tell him to wait." The little eunuch rushed out and shouted loudly, "Eunuch Hong, His Majesty is busy with something major and is not in a position to see guests for the time being." Eunuch Hong looked at Zhang Yang and said softly, "Did you hear that? Please follow us to the side hall and wait. His Majesty will naturally see you when he is done." "Are you at the Yuan-Ing realm?" Zhang Yang asked rhetorically. "Or the Yuan-Shen realm?" "Peak Yuaning," Eunuch Hong said indifferently. Zhang Yang smiled. "If you are at the Yuan-Shen realm, I will wait with you. But if you're just in the Yuaning realm, then don't blame me for not giving you face." He dryly took out the heavenly luo net, catalyzed it, and asked, "Can we see the emperor with this now?" Eunuch Hong's eyes turned cold. "Young man, I advise you not to act rashly." Without saying a word, Zhang Yang took out another sword. Silently, he put on the bright light armor and took out another bunch of talismans, quietly looking at Eunuch Hong. "I'll take you to meet His Majesty," Eunuch Hong said dryly. With the magic treasure on Zhang Yang, he could no longer help Zhang Yang, and if he fought, I was afraid that the palace would have to be refurbished. That was why he had to promise Zhang Yang that he was willing to take him to the emperor. As he led Zhang Yang towards the inside of the palace, he had already sent a spiritual message to the eunuch long ago, informing the emperor of everything. The emperor was furious when he heard the news report. Although he was angry in his heart, he was not so much that he lost his mind. Even Eunuch Hong had compromised, and there was nothing he could do. Zhang Yang followed Eunuch Hong to the Hall of Nourishing Heart and was met by the emperor looking like he had just woken up. Before the emperor could say anything, Zhang Yang said indifferently, "Your Majesty is still sleeping when the country is about to fall. Your guts are not ordinary." Li Shiqing froze for a moment and hurriedly asked, "The devil ran out?" He was really panicking in his mind. If the devil ran out, shouldn't he run away too? So what if the devil ran out? So what if they didn't? Zhang Yang gazed at the emperor and slowly asked, "Each one of those devils has the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. Does your Majesty, in a mortal body, still want to take care of these devils?" Li Shiqing became furious and shouted, "Isn't this the responsibility of your Qingyun sect? You let the devil escape and you still want to come and blame me? Qingyun sect's responsibility?" Zhang Yang laughed coldly, "Your Majesty, if this is your attitude, then the Cloud Mountain Empire will perish. I am going to travel to the Yuntang Empire to see if there are any smart people who can rule over the people of the world." Li Shiqing stared angrily at Zhang Yang for a long time before he squeezed out a smile. "It was me who made a mistake in my speech just now. The devil has escaped. It is the responsibility of each and every one of us. Immortal Master Zhang, please take a seat. It is time for us to discuss how this matter should be resolved." Only then did Zhang Yang sit down. Then, he said, "Although the devils are dangerous, they are still suppressed and unable to move in Qingyun sect. Your Majesty may be focusing on the demons and ignoring the other crisis." When Li Shiqing heard that the devil didn't run out, he couldn't help but feel relieved in his heart and asked, "Please also ask Immortal Master Zhang to tell us explicitly, what crisis is there that I haven't noticed?" Zhang Yang slowly said, "Not many people know about the fact that the Qingyun sect is suppressing demons, but I've heard that a lot of people on this side of the empire know about it. That means that someone is deliberately spreading the news to create panic." Li Shiqing hurriedly said, "Yes, yes, yes." My third prince reported this to me not long ago, when he led his men to track down the 7 Treasures sect and the Fallening sect. The people from both sects actually escaped. Immortal Master Zhang, is the crisis you mentioned related to this matter?
Oh, Zhang Yang pretended to have just found out about this.
Looks like it's just as I expected. What do you mean?
Li Shiqing asked in surprise.
Zhang Yang said indifferently. Your Majesty,
the 7 Treasures sect and the Fallening sect escaped and also took all their resources and some of their disciples with them.
I think that some of the other sects, too, will make such a move. So, what can they run to?
From the rumors spreading out from these clans, they were afraid that they had escaped to other continents.
These people, how many resources will they take away? How many immortal cultivation geniuses will be taken away? More importantly,
these actions would affect the people of the world, especially if they are provoked by someone with a heart.
They will be thrown into panic,
and the order of the entire world will be disorganized. If there is a person who takes the opportunity to stand out and lead this group of chaotic people, at that time, I'm afraid it will be difficult for the Cloud Mountain Empire to not perish.
Li Shiqing took a deep breath. He was so focused on the rumor itself that he didn't notice the subsequent situation. Because, these things haven't happened yet, and they won't even happen until some time later.
Zhang Yang said indifferently, when the escape of other clans begins, I'm afraid that some of the ministers of immortal cultivation and some of the powerful cultivation families within your country, especially those that are capable of doing so, will have to escape as well.
I would like to ask, how will your Majesty command the Yunshan Empire next? Is His Majesty still His Majesty without the officials and without the people?
Li Shiqing's face changed drastically.
He finally understood why many ministers within the empire were unconcerned about this matter. These people, I'm afraid, really have other plans.
He looked at Zhang Yang with a much more sincere attitude.
Immortal Master Zhang, what should I do?
Although it is not true that a devil is a devil, it is also true that someone is causing trouble,
Zhang Yang slowly said. As a kingdom in this continent,
Yunshan Empire has the duty of shepherding the world, and should also assume the duty of shepherding the world.
I would also like to ask your Majesty to order that the situation within the empire be regulated, and that every effort be made to stop those officials and families, and even clans, who wish to leave. In addition, patrol the world, strictly control the order. If anyone dares to make trouble, kill. In this way, only then can the world be made smooth and the order of the people not be disorganized.
When the world was not in chaos, the Qingyun continent would be peaceful and stable, and the Qingyun sect would have a constant supply of immortal cultivation talents to replenish.
Li Shiqing smiled bitterly and said, Immortal Master Zhang,
our Cloud Mountain Empire's flying dragon army does not yet have enough strength to accomplish such a task.
Also, is it proper for us to act like this? Those big family forces and clans won't revolt, right?
After I return to my sect, I will send a team of people to assist your Cloud Mountain Empire.
The people I send will only be stronger than your flying dragon army,
Zhang Yang said slowly.
Before that, you are needed to act first. Chapter 109, The Emperor's Ambition.
Li Shiqing looked at Zhang Yang with some surprise. He didn't expect that this acting sect leader of Qingyun sect would have such harsh tactics. This kind of overriding tactic was in no way inferior to those of them who were emperors.
He pondered for a moment and said, Immortal Master Zhang, of course it's no problem to deal with them. However, our Cloud Mountain Empire is weak, so if they come after us afterward, this is a bit difficult.
Zhang Yang glanced at Li Shiqing and said, the resources we get from dealing with these people can be split in half with your Yunshan Empire.
Besides, wouldn't it be better if your empire's resources are more centralized in the future?
With your own resources and cultivating your own power,
are you still afraid of others looking for trouble?
Now that the Cloud Mountain Empire had the Flying Dragon Army,
it was clear that the Cloud Mountain Empire was also forming its own cultivation force.
Once an organization has grown in strength,
the pursuit of power is almost inevitable.
Other clans might still be afraid of the growing power of the Cloud Mountain Empire, but Zhang Yang did not have the slightest idea of worrying about it. Each of the 3 squads of the Green Cloud sect would pull together a very large force.
On top of that, the top-level power of the Qingyun sect could suppress the entire continent,
making the Yunshan Empire and Yuntang Empire not dare to think otherwise even if they had a strong power.
More importantly,
the Cloud Mountain Empire's Flying Dragon Army relied entirely on its large numbers to exert power.
In Zhang Yang's hands, there are far more advanced models than this.
Therefore, he was happy to see the Cloud Mountain Empire grow in power.
Obviously,
Li Shiqing thought as Zhang Yang thought, and when he heard that Zhang Yang was willing to distribute the resources to their Yunshan Empire,
he was very excited.
He even considered simply taking out all those small sects and robbing them of their resources.
I'll immediately set the operation in motion.
Li Shiqing's complexion was complete.
Immortal Master Zhang, the problems of the other sects are fine. What about the Tianxian sect side? From my understanding, the Tianxian sect is much stronger than the other sects. Zhang Yang pondered for a moment before saying, "Our clan will send someone to the Tianxian sect to understand the situation. Also, if those clans that don't want to flee this continent, especially the clans that are willing to form an alliance with us, don't make a move against them. Even if you do, we won't help. So don't blame me for not reminding you if you get into trouble." Naturally, Li Shiqing replied with a smile. However, he felt that he would have to wait and see what happened later on whether he should do it or not. The Cloud Mountain Empire is still too weak now. If it is strong enough, Zhang Yang glanced at Li Shiqing and visualized a map, saying to him, "This is the map of the entire Qingyun continent, with the expanse of 10,000 miles of territory. In the center is my Qingyun sect. On this side of the location, it was the boundaries of the Cloud Mountain Empire. On the other side, it was the Cloud Tang Empire. In the future, your two empires will be bounded by my Green Cloud sect, and the wells between them will not interfere with each other. As for the 300 miles of territory in the center, that belongs to my Green Cloud sect." Li Shiqing glanced at the map with a somewhat disbelieving expression. Zhang Yang looked serious and said slowly, "Your Majesty, I am not discussing with you, but rather informing you. In fact, 1,000 years ago, the entire continent was my Qingyun sect's territory. If our Qingyun sect wants to take it back, there is nothing you can do about it. After all, our Green Cloud sect hasn't traveled outside for 1,000 years, and you've been building a nation in this land for a few hundred years, so we recognize your existence as well. However, if you underestimate our Qingyun sect because of this, Your Majesty, to put it politely, even if I were to sit in the Qingyun sect, I could destroy your imperial capital from a distance of several thousand miles. Do you believe me?" Li Shiqing did not believe it at all in his heart. Even he felt that Zhang Yang was deliberately threatening him, and there was still anger in his heart. However, he had been an emperor for so many years. He still had this bit of urbanity, and said blandly, "All I know is that our Cloud Mountain Empire was created a few hundred years ago. But of course, with regards to the Green Cloud sect, we are still very respectful, and are willing to listen to the mediation of the Green Cloud sect." Zhang Yang did not bother to discern how much sincerity there was in Li Shiqing's words, and he did not explain the fact that the heavenly green extreme cloud formation had enveloped the entire Qingyun continent. Anyway, he has explained everything. If this emperor really doesn't know what's good for him, the third prince might be a suitable emperor. My purpose of coming to the Cloud Mountain Empire has been accomplished, so I will now go back and arrange other things. If anything happens, you will send someone to come to the Green Cloud sect to notify us." After Zhang Yang finished speaking, he left. The emperor watched Zhang Yang leave and waited until he had disappeared before he slammed the table fiercely. This group of immortal cultivators, relying on their powerful cultivation, actually dared to disregard me. When I master a strong power, I will definitely make them look good. Eunuch Hong hurriedly reminded from the side, "Your Majesty, you still need to be careful of them." The emperor glanced at Eunuch Hong and contemplated for a moment before commanding, "Go and call Lao San to me. He is in charge of regulating the Flying Dragon Army. This time it's a good time for him to go out and sweep away those disobedient clans within the empire. Use these resources to break through all of our Flying Dragon Army to the Jindan stage. As long as the Flying Dragon Army all breaks through to the Jindan stage, I will no longer have to worry about those clans." Eunuch Hong smiled and said, "Your Majesty is wise." Then he sent for the third prince. Moments later, the third prince arrived. Li Shiqing briefly explained what he had just exchanged with Zhang Yang, then said seriously, "This time, we are considered to be cooperating with the Qingyun sect, and it will be of great benefit to us as well. I know that you have been humiliated on Qingyun sect, however, you have to keep these humiliations in your heart and not show them. The current cooperation will be of great benefit to us, and I hope that you can exercise restraint." The third prince hurriedly said, "Father, don't worry, I definitely won't have any other thoughts. My son knows that only when I am strong will I have room to talk to them as equals. Until then, even if they humiliate me again, I will accept it with a smile. You have indeed matured a lot." The emperor nodded appreciatively. The state master hasn't returned for so long already, and on the side of the Tianxian sect, I'm afraid that there has been a change of heart. The Tianxian sect is much stronger than the other sects, so leave it to them, the Qingyun sect, to deal with. As for you, you'll just clear out all those small sects. Whatever the reason, simply clear out all of them. He did not take Zhang Yang's reminder to heart at all. No matter what, he wanted to get a strong immortal cultivation team out. Yes, the third prince nodded in agreement. Then he marched out with the Flying Dragon Army. On the other hand, Zhang Yang had just left the imperial capital when he was stopped by a yuaning stage. The matter of him entering the palace was still known by some people after all. After this yuaning recognized Zhang Yang, he was ecstatic when he thought of the spiritual weapon on Zhang Yang's body and had been waiting for Zhang Yang outside the imperial capital. Seeing Zhang Yang's appearance, The Yuaning stage showed his trace and stopped in front of Zhang Yang, saying with excitement, "Junior, lend you your spiritual weapon for a while." Chapter 110 Yuaning Realm delivers warmth. The greed in Yuaning Realm's eyes could not be hidden at all. In looking at Zhang Yang urgently, "You have so many spirit weapons. I don't want more than one. Just one. That's more than enough for you." Zhang Yang looked at the Yuaning Realm in front of him, who kept on swallowing his saliva, somewhat disgusted and amused at the same time. This guy wants to borrow a spiritual weapon. Where did he get the nerve to do that? However, he knew very well that the weak were the strong, and that was the truth of the immortal cultivation world. Borrowing your spirit weapon is no problem, as long as you can take it. Zhang Yang looked at the Yuaning Realm without fear. He was going to have to hone himself, and now was the time. "Junior, even if you have deep spiritual power, how long can you drive a spiritual weapon?" The Yuaning stage glared fiercely at Zhang Yang. If the old man had stepped in, I'm afraid the situation wouldn't have been so easy to resolve. It wasn't that he was afraid of Zhang Yang, but he was afraid that the fluctuations of the battle would draw the attention of others. If people knew that he had a spirit weapon on him, others would have to come and rob him. "Please," Zhang Yang gestured. The Yuaning stage was furious. "Originally, I only wanted a spirit weapon, but I didn't realize that you simply don't know what's good for you. In that case, I will fulfill you." He reached out his hand and pointed towards Zhang Yang. A stream of air bounded towards him. At the same time, he drew the sword in his hand and a heavenly thunderbolt fell from the sky and struck at Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang suppressed the spirit weapon on his body and did not let it defend itself automatically. At the same time, with a stroke of his left hand, his spiritual power invoked the laws of heaven and earth, and a stream of air slammed into the Yuaning stage's spell, counteracting the Yuaning stage's binding spell. Immediately afterward, he propped his right hand towards the sky, and the power of the wind laws formed an air shield, blocking it above his head. Splat dash! The lightning spells bombarded on top of the air shield, which continuously stirred up ripples but never shattered. Zhang Yang, who was originally a bit worried, was greatly relieved. He used to directly crush them with his spirit weapons, and after knowing that he was going to enter the Heaven's Pride battlefield, he began to study other spells. Now it seems that his spell power is fine. Seeing such a state of affairs, the Yuaning stage couldn't help but change its face. How is that possible? He was at the Yuaning stage, one realm above Zhang Yang, and cultivated a much stronger Dao power, and the power of his spells was far more powerful than that of the Jindan stage. But, his spells were actually resisted by a Jindan stage spell? "You catch one of my lightning spells too." Zhang Yang mobilized the lightning law with his spiritual power and slashed down towards the head of the Yuaning stage. The Yuaning stage snorted coldly as he followed Zhang Yang's example, a chi shield blocking the top of his head. Even Zhang Yang can block it. He can't? But he got one thing wrong. Zhang Yang's spiritual energy was as deep as the sea, far more than the average Yuaning stage. After all, it would only take a few breaths for an average Yuaning stage to catalyze a spiritual weapon. And Zhang Yang had no idea how deep his spiritual power had become after constantly pouring his Jindan with spirit stones, and even absorbing the demonic fetus, as well as a large amount of demonic chi. He used his lightning technique with all his might, and the bucket-thick lightning fell from the sky, and one blow blasted through the Yuaning stage's chi shield, splitting on the top of the Yuaning stage's head. Yuaning stage cannot have a spiritual weapon to protect the body. Other defense spells cannot be activated in time, and then was chopped a head bloom. In the end, he was a Yuaning realm cultivator, and he was still alive even though his head was split open. He looked at Zhang Yang incredulously, unable to figure out how Zhang Yang could make such a powerful lightning spell, but he understood that he could not survive anymore. "Kid, I'll waste you even if I die." A Yuaning broke out of his body and rushed towards Zhang Yang. The Yuaning flickered and swooped into Zhang Yang's body. However, Zhang Yang was only a Jindan cultivator and his violet mansion was not yet opened, so his Yuaning could only pounce into Zhang Yang's Dantian to destroy Zhang Yang's Dao seed in Jindan, and waste Zhang Yang in such a way. With this sudden move, Zhang Yang could not even react in time. It was really because he had never fought with the Yuaning realm before, and he did not understand that the dying blow of the Yuaning realm was like this. Then, he watched as the Yuaning swooped inside his Jindan and disappeared. This sudden change made even Zhang Yang freeze. There was a demonic fetus sending warmth in the front, and now there's a firstborn sending warmth? Zhang Yang came back to his senses before he saw Ling Yunzi standing next to him with a serious look on his face. "Senior uncle, why are you here?" Zhang Yang asked in surprise. Ling Yunzi looked at Zhang Yang with a strange expression and did not speak. He was hiding in the dark to protect Zhang Yang, and just now when that Yuaning suddenly entered Zhang Yang's body, he was shocked and instantly came to Zhang Yang's side, worrying that something had gone wrong with Zhang Yang. This is the treasure of the Green Cloud Sect. Nothing can go wrong. However, he immediately thought that the devil tire has been swallowed. and a Yuan baby. In terms of mysteries, the devil's fetus is much more mysterious than a Yuaning. Even so, his divine thoughts entered Zhang Yang's dantian, and then, he watched as a Yuaning was swallowed. This chaos golden Dan was also too perverted. Ling Yunzi was overwhelmed with emotion in his heart and asked verbally, "Are you alright?" Zhang Yang laughed. "I'm a white plate golden Dan and I don't have a Digdao prototype. These guys keep rushing at my Digdao prototype to deal with me. They are destined to pounce on it. Senior uncle, I think the white plate golden Dan is the most powerful golden Dan. More useful than Master's mixed golden Dan." He really felt so, and was pleased with himself. The corner of Ling Yunzi's mouth twitched, and after a moment of speechlessness, he still nodded his head and said, "In that case, it does seem so. Senior uncle, will this delay your seclusion?" Zhang Yang looked at Ling Yunzi. He knew very well that Ling Yunzi was not in seclusion in the Qingyun sect and must have secretly come to protect him. He was touched in his heart, but was worried that it would affect his senior uncle's breakthrough. Ling Yunzi had a relaxed face and said proudly, "I'm the one who has followed eldest brother for the longest time, even longer than the other junior siblings who have followed eldest brother, and I've learned the most. The harmonization realm is a matter of water to me, closed or not. It's not that important to me. Instead, your safety is important to us, so eldest brother has asked me to come and protect you here. Don't worry, I'll definitely be at the harmonization realm in 3 years." Zhang Yang nodded his head and smiled. "That would be great. Since we have senior uncle by our side, let's make a trip to Tianxian sect." He did not suspect that Ling Yunzi's words were watered down. After all, Ling Yunzi did follow Qing Yunzi earlier than the earliest. Ling Yunzi hesitated for a moment, but still nodded and said, "Go, I'll accompany you to visit the Tianxian sect." He was actually a little worried about Daoist Tianxian. That was the harmonious Dao realm. Moreover, the Tianxian sect had other Yuanshan realms. However, he relied on his top-tier spirit weapon to withstand Daoist Tianxian for some time. As for Zhang Yang, he had the same spiritual weapon on him. If a battle did occur, such an intense exchange would be enough to startle Qing Yunzi. With Qing Yunzi's strength, with such a short distance, he could quickly arrive. Therefore, there was nothing for him to worry about. Zhang Yang picked up the space ring of the Yuaning and after taking everything, a flame spell burned the Yuaning to ashes before departing to rush to the Tianxian sect. As a first-class sect, Tianxian sect had a mountain gate with a guardian elder. Ling Yunzi of the Qingyun sect, with his nephew Zhang Yang, visits elder Tianxian. Ling Yunzi said politely to the mountain guarding elder. The Tianxian sect's mountain guarding elder's face changed, and he hurriedly passed the message in, while warmly receiving both Zhang Yang and Ling Yunzi. Chapter 111, Separation of Families. In the Tianxian sect, a heated deliberation was taking place. Inside the Great Hall, the atmosphere was grave. The leader, Daoist Tianxian, had a tangled look on his face as he frowned. "Senior Tianxian, there is no need to reconsider." The Yuanshan realm sitting at the bottom smiled and said, "The demonic fetus of the Qingyun sect has already broken the seal. The entire Qingyun is in danger, and the Qingyun continent is about to be destroyed in one fell swoop. If Senior Tianxian made a decision before it was too late and took away the Tianxian sect's disciples, he would still be able to preserve the foundation of the Tianxian sect. Otherwise, it will be too late to repent until the day the devil descends. We, the 10,000 Spirit sect, really do not want to see the entire Tianxian sect suffer from this catastrophe, so we are willing to give up a piece of precious land for your Tianxian sect to settle. You guys can completely rest assured that that treasure land is definitely no less than where the current Tianxian sect is located." Su Mingyang and Tong Lu, among others, were also looking at Daoist Tianxian, somewhat anxiously waiting for Daoist Tianxian to make a decision. "Master, what is there to hesitate about?" Su Mingyang said eagerly. Their Qingyun sect is hiding such a big thing, and they were already harboring evil intentions. Now that things are out of reach, it is abominable that we are asked to send resources to help, and we are not allowed to participate in the suppression of the demon head. If that's the case, don't blame us for not getting involved in this matter, and let them maneuver with the devil themselves. The Tianxian sect is a foundation that you, Master, have spent thousands of years of hard work to be able to create. The sect has lasted for hundreds of years, and there are hundreds of disciples, so they can't all be buried here. Tong Lu also hurriedly said, "Master, this matter is something that should be considered clearly. The main thing is that their Green Cloud sect's head is unenlightened. It's obvious that they can't do it themselves, yet they don't want others to intervene. It's really hateful. Those spirit weapons, if they could be in the hands of our Yuanshan realm, how much power should they exert? Therefore, we can't continue to stay here, or else we will be in great trouble." The other middle-level disciples had different looks. However, they could not intervene and could only wait for the decision of the senior management. Just then, the mountain guarding elders sent the news of Zhang Yang and Ling Yunzi's visit. Su-Ming Yang was furious and said, "Master, look, I told you that they are insatiable. They must have come to ask for resources again. The shameless face of their Green Cloud sect has already been exposed. So master, aren't you going to make a decision sooner?" The Yuanshan realm of the 10,000 Spirit Sect smiled grimly. "Since they've sent them to the door, it's perfectly fine to take them down. I heard that they all have quite a few spirit weapons on them, so this is a rare opportunity." Su-Ming Yang and Ton Lu's eyes lit up as their urgent eyes looked towards Taoist Tianqian. If their master was willing to make a move, taking down Ling Yunzi shouldn't be a problem. With a few of them at the Yuanshan realm, they could take down Zhang Yang as fast as they could before quickly leaving the Qingyun continent, and the Qingyun sect would be completely helpless. Although Qin Yunzi was powerful, he was in charge of suppressing the demons and simply couldn't leave the Qingyun sect. As for the rest of the Green Cloud sect, they were not worth mentioning. When Taoist Tianqian heard that Zhang Yang and Ling Yunzi had arrived, his expression could not help but change, and his originally hesitant mind quickly came to a decision. "Alright, stop it," Taoist Tianqian said in a deep voice. "Old me was born in this place and grew up in this place, and now that this heaven and earth is in danger, how can old me abandon it?" Hearing Taoist Tianquan's words, the Yuanshan realm of the 10,000 Spirit Sect, as well as Su-Ming Yang and Ton Lu's faces became extremely ugly. Taoist Tianqian took a deep breath and slowly said, "This is my personal choice, yet I cannot dominate your thoughts. I can understand whatever decision you young people make. If you really don't want to stay here, leave." He looked at the young middle-level disciples and continued, "The same goes for all of you. Those who wish to leave can follow them. If you don't want to leave, stay with me in the Tianqian sect. If the devil really comes out, we can also do our part." The Yuanshan realm of the 10,000 Souls sect had some regrets in his heart that he hadn't actually persuaded Taoist Tianqian. This was a strong person in the middle stage of the harmonization realm, but being able to take Su-Ming Yang and Ton Lu and the others, he felt that it was almost enough. "Fellow Taoist Su and fellow Taoist Ton, you guys make your decision before it's too late," the Yuanshan realm of the 10,000 Spirit Sect said solemnly. "What we promised you still counts and we will never go back on our word." Su-Ming Yang nodded heavily. "Good. In that case, those who are willing to follow us and relocate to the 10,000 Spirit Sect, stand on my side." Many people looked at each other and quickly stood on Su-Ming Yang's side, and there were quite a few disciples who remained in place, looking at Taoist Tianqian with a tangled expression. Inside these people, there was Ziyan. "Ziyan, aren't you going to go to the 10,000 Spirits continent with us?" Su-Ming Yang looked at Ziyan in surprise. "You have such an outstanding talent. You will definitely have a better development. Staying in the Green Cloud continent wastes your talent. This is his disciple, and he's not going with him?" Ziyan was silent, looking at Taoist Tianqian without speaking. The Yuanshan realm of the Wanling sect sized up Ziyan and suddenly said, "For the Heaven's Pride battlefield 2 years from now, if Miss Ziyan is willing to go, our Wanling sect can give you a spot." Of course, there is no need for me to say more about the dangers of the Heaven's Pride battlefield. If you agree to go to the Heaven's Pride battlefield, you must be mentally prepared. When the time comes to go out with our 10,000 Spirit Sect's Heaven's Pride, the danger will be much less. Before Ziyan could speak, Taoist Tianqian decisively said to Ziyan, "You go to the 10,000 Spirits continent. The Heaven's remarkable battlefield is your best chance. Don't let it go. Mastermind, listen to me and follow your master and the others to leave." Taoist Tianqian smiled and nodded. He then looked at Su-Ming Yang and the others and said, "You can take half of the resources in the sect's treasure trove." He still left hope for the clan's descendants. Su-Ming Yang was overjoyed. "Many thanks, Master." They weren't starting from nothing when they went to the 10,000 Spirits continent with half of the clan's resources. The Universal Spirit Sect's Yuanshan realm had an inexplicable smile on its face. At Taoist Tianquan's insistence, Ziyan also agreed to follow Su-Ming Yang and the others to the All Souls continent. Then, the crowd quickly went and picked half of the resources and left the Tianqian sect. Taoist Tianqian waited until the crowd had left before sending a message to the mountain guardian elder to bring Zhang Yang and Ling Yunzi up the mountain. "Please bear with me. Just now the ancestor master had important matters to attend to, and that's why I bothered you two honorable guests to wait for so long. Now that the ancestor master is finally free, please both of you follow me to head to meet the ancestor master." The mountain guardian elder warmly invited Zhang Yang and Ling Yunzi to the mountain. Although he had waited for a long time at the bottom of the mountain, Zhang Yang did not show any impatience. This was the normal situation of worshipping a harmonious realm. Take for example, Qin Yunzi, right on Qingyun Peak. How many people can see him? While going up the mountain, Zhang Yang had something strange in his mind. How did he feel that the disciples of Tianqian sect were scarcer than expected, and those disciples that were left were listless and completely devoid of energy? What was even weirder was that after entering the Tianqian Great Hall, Taoist Tianqian sat in his seat and froze, as if he hadn't even seen them arrive. Ancestor! Ancestor! Qingyan's 2 honored guests have arrived. The mountain guardian elder alerted Taoist Tianqian in a loud voice. Only then did Taoist Tianqian come back to his senses and looked at Zhang Yang and Ling Yunzi. Please have a seat. What brings you guys here? Is there something wrong? Chapter 112, Broken Roots. Although Zhang Yang felt that Taoist Tianqian was weird, he still gave Taoist Tianqian a very polite salute. In fact, even Ling Yunzi had to be polite. Taoist Tianqian was in the middle stage of the harmonization realm. 700 or 800 years ago. Both his cultivation and age were worthy of respect. Only after the salute was completed did Zhang Yang say, "This time I came to see Senior because the other big clans seem to have moved other minds towards us on the Qingyun continent, and it feels as if they are inciting our Qingyun continent's cultivators to leave." Before he could finish his sentence, Taoist Tianqian smiled bitterly and said, "I know." Zhang Yang froze, suddenly understanding something, and asked, "The Tianqian Sect's people have left as well? Let's go," Taoist Tianqian said with emotion. Zhang Yang looked at Taoist Tianqian again speechlessly and helplessly. "Senior just watched them leave? Then what can I do?" Taoist Tianqian asked rhetorically. "Most of the disciples have moved on. Do I kill them all?" Putting aside whether or not he had this determination, even if he did, wouldn't the Tianqian sect only have so many people left? Zhang Yang was speechless. He felt that this old man was as stupid as those seniors of Qingyun sect. But then again, he had to admit that sometimes these silly people were, well, admirable. It's that brain. Why don't you grow up smarter? Why hasn't Senior left? Ling Yunzi asked. Taoist Tianqian looked at Ling Yunzi and asked rhetorically. Your Qingyun sect has suppressed so many devils, and the moment those devils came out of the seal they wanted your lives. Why didn't you leave? Ling Yunzi was also silent. Taoist Tianqian said indifferently. I can't stop those young people from leaving, nor can I control their thoughts, but I can control mine. Although the majority of the Tianqian sect has left, but I am still here. And a portion of the disciples who are unwilling to leave are still here. The Tianqian sect is still here. Old me although I'm old. It's good to know that I still have some Taoist skills, and I would like to see what those devils are really like. Senior's heart is something that I respect. Ling Yunzi rose and saluted. Taoist Tianqian waved his hand and shook his head. Old me is ashamed. I really can't help much. However, since I have chosen to stay, those disciples are also willing to stay. And if there is anything that we can help with, we will definitely spare no effort. He knew very well that since the Green Cloud sect had sent someone to pay a visit, there must be something important. Zhang Yang collected those miscellaneous thoughts and looked at Taoist Tianqian as he inquired. Senior, can I assume that Senior is already willing to coexist with the Qingyun continent? Naturally. Taoist Tianqian replied affirmatively. Zhang Yang frowned and asked. Senior should be able to tell that these great clans are deliberately spreading rumors and abducting people from various clans. At some point in the future, these people who left the Qingyun continent will most likely join the cultivators from other continents to kill their way back to our Qingyun continent once again. I would like to ask Senior, if you encounter those disciples of yours again, how would you choose? They shouldn't come back, Taoist Tianqian replied. Zhang Yang smiled. Senior actually knows very well that they will definitely come back again. Therefore, can Senior give me a definite answer? Otherwise, to put it politely, it's a joke for Senior to stay in the Qingyun continent and claim to live and die with it. Taoist Tianqian gazed at Zhang Yang for a long time. Ling Yunzi hastily apologized. Then, he glared at Zhang Yang and droned. Why don't you hurry up and apologize to Senior? In his opinion, wasn't this forcing Taoist Tianqian to make a heavenly Tao oath? How rude is that? Zhang Yang did not flinch and also looked straight at Taoist Tianqian, waiting for his reply. You can't be vague at this point. You have to have a definitive answer. Only after a long time did Taoist Tianqian say decisively. I, Tianqian, hereby make an oath to the heavenly Tao that I will definitely live and die with the Qingyun continent in this life. However, I will not strike against those who belong to the Tianqian sect. What does Senior mean? Is he willing to resist people from other continents? Zhang Yang, however, had no intention at all to let Taoist Tianqian off easily. He did not feel that making an oath was really effective. The heavenly Tao was ethereal and boundless, and there were too many loopholes to be exploited within the oath. Therefore, he wanted a word from Taoist Tianqian. As Taoist Tianqian was being pushed again and again by Zhang Yang, he asked with some annoyance. I don't think that the people from the other great clans are not exactly here to deal with the rest of us in the Qingyun continent. Are they? Didn't the people from the other big clans end up dealing with the Qingyun sect? Therefore, did he think that Zhang Yang had to tie him to the Qingyun sect's warship? Senior's words are a bit unreasonable. Zhang Yang's expression became serious. This continent is called the Qingyun continent because thousands of years ago,
The Qingyun sect was named after it used its strength to gain the respect of the other great sects. To put it politely, for thousands of years, the people of this continent are not easily abused and oppressed by the cultivators of other continents is because of the existence of Qingyun. Does Senior think that I am right in saying this? Daoist Tianxian was silent and didn't retort. In fact, he couldn't refute it. Zhang Yang gazed at Daoist Tianxian and continued. When the Qingyun sect was not in decline, cultivators from other continents, not to mention bullying the cultivators of the Qingyun continent, even after they set foot on the Qingyun continent, I think they would definitely behave themselves. In other words, the beings of the Qingyun continent had enjoyed the Qingyun shelter for thousands of years, and this was even more so for the individual cultivators. Thousands of years ago, the Qingyun sect declined, and the status of the Qingyun continent fell with it. If it wasn't for the fact that the Qingyun underpinnings still existed, Senior could imagine what the current Qingyun continent would be like. I think that the great cultivators of the various sects would have rushed up to the Qingyun continent long ago and carved it up, right? In fact, aren't those big clans already doing that now? They sent people to pillage our roots, trying to decimate our underpinnings. If my guess is correct, these great sects must have other means to deal with us constantly. It's because we have our Green Cloud sect in front of us to block the way. So the disasters that fall on the heads of ordinary people just aren't that many. Under these circumstances, Senior actually still thinks that this matter is only a problem for the Qingyun sect? To even think that it was the Qingyun sect that caused the trouble? Daoist Tianxian was silent for a long time before he said with a bitter smile. Old me admits that I can't speak to you. Zhang Yang said with a straight face. Senior can't talk past me because I have the upper hand. Daoist Tianxian pondered for a moment before saying, what exactly is the reason for your coming to me? We came to find Senior because we thought that the Tianxian sect, as a famous sect in the Qingyun continent, should set an example at such a critical juncture. Zhang Yang couldn't help but smile bitterly as he said, I didn't expect it either, but the Tianxian sect has indeed set an example, only a negative one. Next, I'm afraid that more clans are going to be persuaded by other big clans to flee the Qingyun continent. In other words, soon, the cultivators in the Qingyun continent would be drastically reduced, especially when these clans left. They would take away some good seedlings for immortal cultivation and most of the resources for immortal cultivation, which meant that the Qingyun continent's underpinnings were all plummeting. In the face of such a situation, it would be even more difficult to fight against the other great sects. I have to say, this hand of these great sects is still quite vicious. In the eyes of the other sects, the Tianxian sect had fled, so why didn't they hurry? So there is bound to be an avalanche effect. When thinking of this situation, Daoist Tianxian was speechless. Ling Yunzi was also frowning, not knowing what to say. Chapter 113 Tianxian Shuzun. Zhang Yang's analysis made Daoist Tianxian's heart incredibly complicated. As a great cultivator who had lived for hundreds of years and created this foundation of the Tianxian sect, he certainly did not want the Tianxian sect to perish just like that. He was aware of the matter of the Green Cloud sect's demonic fetus breaking the seal. Therefore, he also determined inwardly that the Green Cloud sect would definitely not be able to suppress these devils, and it would be sooner or later that these devils would break the seal. As the founding ancestor of the sect, he certainly wished to pass on his Taoist lineage. Therefore, when he knew that the other disciples wanted to leave the Green Cloud continent and travel to other continents, he did not object. Of course, as the founding ancestor of the sect, he still had the vigor to take on those devils. In his opinion, even if he died in the process of suppressing those devils, his Dao lineage had at least been passed down. He did not have the means to put all of his centuries of hard work on the Qingyun sect being able to fend off those demons, so naturally he made such a choice. Now, after hearing Zhang Yang say that, their Tianxian sect had even started a counter-program, making him still feel a little guilty in his heart. What should we do now? Daoist Tianxian inquired. Is there anything that old man can do? Zhang Yang pondered for a while before saying, in the current Qingyun continent, with this wave of clan relocations, the number of immortal cultivation saplings will be drastically reduced in the last 100 years. Among them, there are even many geniuses. This kind of loss is too great for our Qingyun continent. The first thing we should do is to try our best to retain these clans. As long as they stayed in the Green Cloud continent, they represented the underpinnings of the Green Cloud continent, which were very important. Secondly, we must protect those in the general population. The entire Green Cloud continent was hundreds of millions of people, and it was simply impossible for these great clans to finish tapping all of these seedlings capable of cultivating immortality. As long as we protect them, we can have a steady stream of good immortal cultivation saplings, and we must not have another massive population decline. If there's no one there, all the dharma and resources are just empty talk. In the end, the clans that could be looked at by those big clans were definitely clans with a bit of strength, and those clans that were looked down upon,
such as the end-of-the-line clans that only had Jindan stage and Yuaning stage cultivators sitting around. The odds were that they wouldn't be looked up to by other continents. This group, we've got to pull them together. Unite them. This is a war of all the other continents facing the Qingyun continent. We have to unite all the forces we can. Otherwise, the Qingyun continent is in danger. Daiwas Tianxian smiled bitterly and shook his head. I'm afraid it's too late. For a foundation stage cultivator to be trained to become a Jindan stage cultivator, a short one would take a few years, a long one would take a few decades, and even a poorly qualified one would take hundreds of years. It would be even more difficult to cultivate cultivators of the Yuanshan realm and harmonious Dao realm. I think that since these great sects have made such a move, they definitely won't give the Green Cloud continent too long. At most 10 years, those great sects will make their move. Zhang Yang said with a serious look. Even this time is greatly likely to be less than 10 years. My prediction is around 7 or 8 years. Dawas Tianxian let out a long sigh. These great sects, why do they just have to do it? It wasn't that he didn't understand. He was just simply lamenting. Zhang Yang said indifferently. I don't care why they want to do it. The only thing we have to do is to go all out to resist. As a harmonization realm, Senior may be able to head to other sects to commiserate and become an elder or something. However, we from the Green Cloud sect will never back down. This time, we will definitely think of every possible way to survive this calamity. Daiwas Tianxian snorted coldly. If I were willing to submit, would I still be waiting to see you? Even a harmonization realm like Senior stayed behind. So it's not like we don't have any chance at all. Zhang Yang said with a smile. Difficult. Daiwas Tianxian shook his head back and forth as he looked at Zhang Yang. Even old man doesn't see any hope. But how come you don't seem to be discouraged at all? Zhang Yang spread his hands. Because we have no way back. Instead of being discouraged, we should do everything we can to face the challenges. Daiwas Tianxian looked at Zhang Yang with an appreciative gaze. It's a pity. If you were born in the Qingyun sect 1,000 years ago, with this kind of Taoist heart of yours, you would definitely become a famous figure in the Qingyun sect. Senior, don't speculate on those things. We have to face the current problems. Zhang Yang waved his hand very nonchalantly. Since Senior chose to stay, would you like to join our Qingyun sect and fight a great battle? Honestly speaking, although Senior's other abilities are not good, Senior's strength at the harmonization realm is still very important to us. Daiwas Tianxian said without a trace of anger. You mean the old man is nothing but a realm? No one has said that about him in centuries. Ling Yunzi hurriedly said beside him. Senior, don't blame me. My senior nephew has been used to not being big and small since he was a child. Even my eldest senior brother can't do anything about him. You guys can stand him too? Daiwas Tianxian looked at Ling Yunzi. Ling Yunzi smiled and said, other than his personality, everything else is fine. We're all very happy with him. Zhang Yang also smiled and said, Senior, if a few words of verbal flattery can satisfy you, I can actually do it. However, I know that Senior has been listening to flattery for so many years, so I am afraid that your ears would have gotten calloused a long time ago. Therefore, it would be better to say something truthful. That's true. Daiwas Tianxian nodded. I was indebted to your master's guidance back then to achieve the cultivation I have today, so I originally owed the Green Cloud sect favors as well. Now that I've encountered such a great event, it's only right that I contribute to the entire Qingyun continent. Say, what do you need me to do? Zhang Yang slowly said. I need Senior to personally go out and contact those small clans to consolidate all the forces in one place to face the difficulties in a few years. On the side of the Cloud Mountain Empire, I have already greeted them and they will respond. On the Yuntang Empire's side, my senior sister has already gone there, and I think there will be a harvest as well. In addition, my Green Cloud sect has some preparations. The other sects are preparing, and so are we, so we really may not be afraid of them yet. Daiwas Tianxian hesitated for a moment and nodded. No problem. His hallowed harmonization realm put aside his dignity and went to personally talk to those small clans, thinking that those small clans would have to give him face anyways. After a pause, Daiwas Tianxian asked, what was your master's attitude when facing those great sects? My master is certainly prepared to meet those experts. Zhang Yang said seriously. As for the rest, Senior can always head to the Green Cloud sect and go communicate with my master. Daiwas Tianxian nodded slightly, pondered for a moment, and said, I have some questions and am about to pay a visit to Elder Qingyun. So let's talk about it later after we pay a visit first. Although Qin Yunzi had claimed to have handed over the Qingyun sect to Zhang Yang to handle many issues, it was still more trustworthy for Daiwas Tianxian. Zhang Yang smiled and said, feasible. Then Senior come with us and head to Qingyun. Daiwas Tianxian arranged the affairs of the sect, then followed Zhang Yang and Ling Yunzi and headed to Qingyun sect. Back in the Qingyun sect, Zhang Yang and Ling Yunzi directly took Daiwas Tianxian up the mountain. When they saw that Song Song was in the Qingyun sect, Both Zhang Yang and Ling Yunzi froze. Isn't this guy from a big clan? Why are you in the Green Cloud sect? Although Daoist Tianxian didn't recognize Sang Song, but, sensing Sang Song's powerful aura, he inquired with a grave expression, "Who is Daoist friend?" Sang Song smiled and replied, "Poor Taoist Shou Yi Guan Sang Song." Daoist Tianxian turned his head abruptly and looked at Zhang Yang, a harmonization realm from Shou Yi Guan, appearing on Qing Yun sect? What the hell? Zhang Yang was a bit nervous. Could it be that these big clans had already taken down Qing Yun sect? Master! Zhang Yang shouted at the top of his voice. Qing Yunzi steeply appeared in front of everyone, glanced at Sang Song, and said, "He thinks that our Qing Yun sect has a nice view, and is prepared to stay here and not leave. Don't worry, he's fine." Cthulhu smiled a little awkwardly, but didn't say anything. His Yuanshan was forbidden at Qing Yunzi's place, so he dared to say anything? Chapter 114, The Evil Dragon. Zhang Yang looked at Sang Song for a few moments and did not pay any more attention to Sang Song. He knew very well that the one who could make Qing Yunzi assure him that he was fine was either Sang Song being restrained or Sang Song defecting. "Master, Elder Tian Xian has some words to converse with you. Let's go. Everyone, don't stand around. Go to my place." Zhang Yang invited the crowd to his villa and even Sang Song followed. Only after everyone sat down did Qing Yunzi look at Daoist Tianxian and asked, "What do you want to ask?" Daoist Tianxian looked at Sang Song and said, "The great sects are making moves against us. I wonder how Senior will respond." Qing Yunzi, on the other hand, looked at Zhang Yang, who was the one who took all these ideas. Fighting he's good at. These things his apprentice is good at. Zhang Yang did not avoid Sang Song and said directly, "Master, the other sects are depleting the heritage of our Qing Yun continent and abducting many of them. When these clans left, they took away clan resources and disciples, and in the next few decades, I'm afraid that the cultivators of the Qing Yun continent will be broken." Qing Yunzi frowned. This was the idea of Guiyuan Temple's pure virtue. Sang Song said hurriedly from the side, "At that time, I just wanted to weaken your strength. The original plan was to finish it within 3 to 5 years. I didn't expect them to do it so quickly. What other cruel tricks have you guys come up with?" Zhang Yang simply asked Sang Song. Sang Song helplessly laughed. "Those devils are suppressed in your place. Really want to mess with you. We are not also worried that you put the devils out well. Therefore, we can only start from the periphery, and do not dare to howl. Don't worry, the most is to move the hand segment. There will not be other direct action on your intention." "Yeah? I don't believe it." Zhang Yang inclined his head and looked at Sang Song with a skeptical look. "Why don't you still believe it?" Sang Song hurriedly said, "The price you guys spent to suppress those devils, we've all seen it in our eyes. Frankly speaking, no clan would be willing to give up that kind of cost to suppress the devils. And from that point of view, we actually admire you guys." Zhang Yang deflated. "Your admiration is to destroy our Chinyan sect? Won't. Absolutely not." Sang Song shook his head repeatedly. "With sect leader Chang Yun here, no one will be able to destroy the Qing Yun sect." What he was saying now was the truth. A transitional stage personally sitting in the heavenly green extreme cloud formation. I'm afraid that it would have to require every major clan to put out a transitional stage to fight for their lives. No one was willing to pay such a price, and no one dared to exterminate the Qing Yun sect, at least as long as Qing Yunzi existed. "Aren't you guys asking me to participate in the Heaven's Pride battlefield because you want to destroy me? As I recall, this idea was still your idea." Zhang Yang looked at Sang Song with disdain. Sang Song had an aggrieved look on his face. "How can you think of the poor Taoist that way? Every one of our clans participating in the Heaven's Pride battlefield has to pay a large amount of resources to do so, and in order for you to participate in the Heaven's Pride battlefield, we've all promised to pay resources for you. That is the place where all the heavenly prides in the world are willing to go. Your cultivation has increased. Is not it better to lead the Qing Yun sect and suppress those devils? We are doing this for your own good. For the good of the Green Cloud sect." Zhang Yang laughed and looked at Chang Yunzi. "Master, since this person is living in our Qing Yun sect, he must be absorbing the aura of our Qing Yun sect. Isn't it only right that I ask him to do something for me?" "Of course," Qing Yunzi said indifferently. "Old Taoist, let's go. Go out with me and do something." Zhang Yang pointed towards the door and said to Daoist Tianxian again, "Senior, you and my master can discuss this." Sang Song was helpless inside, but on the surface, he casually followed Zhang Yang. His Yuan Shan was now forbidden, and Qing Yunzi wanted to kill him just with a thought. Moreover, no one would know even if he died in the Green Cloud sect. Who would have thought that a harmonization realm, who ran overseas and was captured, especially this person who captured Sang Song, or Qing Yunzi. Everyone knew that Qing Yunzi never left the Qing Yun continent for hundreds of years. After Zhang Yang and Sang Song left, Qing Yunzi looked at Daoist Tianxian and inquired, "What is your business?" After he became the transition realm, his mindset became even more transcendent. Of course, so far, no one other than Sung Song knew that he had become a transition realm. He was prepared to give the other great sects in the world a hard time when it mattered. Senior, the other great sects are targeting us so much. Does Senior have any methods? Daoist Tianxian inquired. Qing Yunzi laughed helplessly. I am not good at this kind of thing. All of them are Zhang Yang's responsibility. This disciple of mine has a lower cultivation level, but he has talent in this area and we all trust him more. If he tells you something, you can totally trust him. Daoist Tianxian was a bit surprised. He was truly surprised that the huge Qingyun sect was actually really given to Zhang Yang to take charge of. It's a travesty of the world. Qing Yunzi looked at Daoist Tianxian and said sincerely, he is the hope of our Qingyun sect. Several of my senior brothers and sisters listen to him. There are even times when I listen to his advice. At a time like the current one, it was unlikely that he would hand over the details of Zhang Yang's chaotic golden pill to Daoist Tianxian, not even saying that he had crossed the threshold. However, revealing something to Daoist Tianxian was still possible. Daoist Tianxian already knew Zhang Yang's position from Qing Yunzi's words. He took a deep breath and asked, Senior, do we have hope, or will the devil break the seal? Qing Yunzi gave Daoist Tianxian a meaningful look and said faintly, there is no hope. One must resist. My Green Cloud sect has been passed down for 5,000 years. It can't just perish in my hands. Whoever dares to touch my Green Cloud sect, I'll fight him to the death. You founded the Tianxian sect for hundreds of years, so you should be able to understand this kind of mood of mine, right? I understand. Daoist Tianxian replied with a straight face. Qing Yunzi then added, as for the matter of the devils, they have been suppressed for 1,000 years. I don't think that they would just run out all of a sudden. Besides, after Zhang Yang's series of reforms, our Changyun sect is getting stronger and stronger, so how could they easily run out? I understand what senior means. Daoist Tianxian nodded heavily. So, the crisis we're facing is still a crisis brought about by the other great sects. Qing Yunzi nodded slightly. That Zhang Yang kid doesn't know you. I know you. You are not a person who is willing to submit to others. Surely you won't go to other continents and attach yourself to other sects. Otherwise, back then, when I invited you to come to Qingyun sect, you came. Over these centuries, you have been able to develop the Tianxian sect to such a scale. You are indeed capable. On the contrary, we, the Green Cloud sect, have a lot of problems that need to be solved. It's a good thing that my Qingyun sect has produced an evil dragon. This evil dragon has a good head on its shoulders and can bite people, causing our Qingyun sect to be different. I'm here to tell you honestly, if you can help him, you won't regret it in the future. Daoist Tianxian looked at Qing Yunzi in shock. He heard so much from these words. He pondered for a long time before he said heavily, hundreds of years ago, my predecessor was willing to step in and instruct me even though he was not due to my origins, and only then did I become what I am today. Even if I am not as capable as senior, I still have no problem helping Zhang Yang. From today onwards, I ask senior to watch me perform. Outside the door, Zhang Yang pulled Song Song and exchanged pleasantries as if he were a friend. Old Tao, what are you doing here in our Changyun? Chapter 115, The Secret World Retreat. Song Song was speechless. Was the Qingyun sect something he wanted to come to? He smiled and said, poor Taoist Mrs. Qingyun. So he came to take a look. Zhang Yang glanced at Song Song, turned around and walked to the poolside chaise lounge and lay down. Seeing that Sang Song didn't move, he patted the chaise lounge next to him. Come on, lie down and talk. It's quite comfortable. The corners of Song Song's mouth twitched. He felt very strange. But, still, he obediently laid down on the recliner and said in passing, it is indeed quite comfortable. Zhang Yang smiled. Since you miss our Qingyun so much, why don't you simply stay? Our Qingyun has beautiful scenery, beautiful landscapes and kind people. It's well worth staying. Oh, yeah, Cthulhu echoed. Zhang Yang gave Song Song a sideways glance and asked, I've entertained you so warmly. Why don't you tell me how you're all planning to deal with us? You're overthinking it, little fellow Daoist. Haven't we already reached a settlement? How could we possibly deal with you? Song Song had a normal smile on his face, as if he was speaking from the heart. Zhang Yang deflated. Anyway, no matter how you are planning to deal with us, we are prepared. Oh, Cthulhu asked in surprise, tell me, what have you all done to prepare? He was genuinely a bit curious. Zhang Yang gazed at the pale pine and did not speak. Is there something wrong with the poor Taoist? Sang Song asked in surprise. Zhang Yang slowly asked, Old Tao, have you figured out how to live? Zhang Yang sat up and sat cross-legged on the recliner facing the pale pine and said seriously, in a year or so, I will be heading to the Heaven's Pride battlefield. Regardless of what you have prepared at the Heaven's Pride battlefield, my master will definitely find a way to fetch me back. And when that time comes, my master and uncle and the rest of them will definitely be out in force. With your harmonization realm cultivation, staying on Qingyun Peak is a big problem, so my master will definitely deal with you before leaving. Because of that, I'm asking if you figured out how you're going to live. Cthulhu sat up as well, silent and unspoken.
Zhang Yang gazed at Song Song.
In this year or so, you can try to convince my master and dissuade him from killing you so that you can live. Of course, you can also try to convince me so that I can convince my master instead of you. Either of these two. If you do, you will live. Otherwise, dead.
Song Song glanced at Zhang Yang and asked, why are you saying this to the poor Taoist?
A harmonization realm. It's a shame to die.
Zhang Yang said indifferently. I'm afraid you're not smart enough to think you can fool my master by pretending to be confused.
My master has been suppressing demons for hundreds of years.
His heart has long been hardened like iron.
Killing a harmonization realm is nothing to him. People, can be roughly divided into three kinds. One does not know why to live. One is to live for themselves. One is to live for the sake of the world. My master was typical of the third type, which is the realm of the saints. Heaven and earth are unkind and take everything as ruminants. And sages are unkind and take all living beings as ruminants. So he kills you without mercy. It's about time you thought about it. If you don't even know what you're living for, you're not going to live ironically.
Song Song looked at Zhang Yang in a daze.
This kid actually knew such great principles of heaven and earth? And what do you live for? Cthulhu asked rhetorically.
Zhang Yang smiled frankly.
I'm a wall rider. Sometimes I live for my own sake. And sometimes I can do something for the world.
Seeing that Taoist Tianxian had already walked out of the room, he knew that the room had already been discussed,
so he patted Song Song's shoulder with an encouraging look. Think about it. Song Song's balls hurt. This kid is really,
at least no one has dared to pat his shoulder like this for thousands of years.
Senior Tianxian, how is your discussion with my master going?
Zhang Yang asked with a smile.
Taoist Tianxian smiled faintly. I'm going to contact the other sects in the world right now, so if you have something on your side, you can contact me. Alright, thank you senior. Zhang Yang thanked. I'm leaving. Taoist Tianxian flew away. Song Song, who was standing next to him, had a heartbeat. So that's what the plan was. He was a little curious, but didn't dare pursue the matter. At this point, he's still alive or dead. After Zhang Yang watched Taoist Tianxian leave, he entered the house and met Qing Yunzi. Qing Yunzi looked at Zhang Yang with a smile. Brat, old man hasn't reached the realm you're talking about. Obviously,
he had heard what Zhang Yang and Song Song had just said.
Zhang Yang smiled. It's a good deal to fool him. If I can convince him, even if it's just to influence his mind a bit. Master, forget about him. You will send me into the secret realm later. I'm going to go on a training retreat. You've finally given up on practicing. Qing Yunzi looked at Zhang Yang without any good humor. Zhang Yang smiled and took out many spiritual weapons from his body and placed them in the room, even leaving his space ring behind. Qing Yunzi, helpless and worried, asked, You're not bringing anything? While Zhang Yang was preparing, he said seriously, In the secret realm, there is still master watching, but the Heaven's Pride battlefield can only rely on me. Therefore, I have to adapt to the killing in the Heaven's Pride battlefield in advance. Go! Qing Yunzi was very satisfied with Zhang Yang's answer. With a wave of his hand, he sent Zhang Yang into the secret realm, and then, focused his mind on the situation inside the secret realm. Zhang Yang entered the secret realm with his bare hands and nothing but his spiritual energy. He had just entered the secret realm and found himself standing in front of a huge tiger demon. Obviously, Qing Yunzi directly fulfilled him and sent him to the demonic beast. The tiger demon, who was sleeping, suddenly felt something appear in front of him and opened his eyes. Upon seeing that it was a person in front of him, the tiger demon revealed a look of surprise. Sleeping and having meat delivered to your door? Zhang Yang hemmed and hawed and slapped the tiger on the face. Sleep your ass off, get up and get high. Ow dash. The tiger snarled and snapped up into a forward lunge. It is now incredibly angry. Clearly sleeping well, this human actually came to beat itself. It just wanted to tear this human apart. Zhang Yang followed the demonic winds and royal wind spirit spells, and quickly retreated. At the same time, the fingers of his left hand guided, and a thunderbolt descended from the sky, splitting towards the tiger demon's head. The tiger deflected his head and the lightning struck the air, sidestepping a 3-meter-long tail that lashed at Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang swiftly floated up and dodged the tiger's tail strike. His right hand used his spiritual energy as ink and quickly drew a talisman on the laws of heaven and earth, mobilizing the laws of gravity, and the gravity in the entire spatial area was steeply raised by a few times, pressuring the tiger's body to sink towards the ground. Then, with his left hand, he once again sent a thunderbolt, slashing at the tiger. The tiger became significantly slower under the pressure of gravity and was struck by lightning. The tiger demon had thick skin and flesh, and although his head smoked from the splits, he was fundamentally fine. It roared up to the sky as a sound wave shook the space and quickly rolled towards Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang's complexion changed. He would not think that this sound wave could be resisted by covering his ears. Instead, he quickly used the water shadow technique. A huge curtain of water blocked in front of him, followed by another layer of water curtain. The 3 consecutive water curtains finally dampened much of the power of the tiger's sound waves. And even so, he felt his body's chi and blood tumbling and his chest tightening. Good guy. You've got something. Zhang Yang was excited. This was a good opponent to hammer his combat killing skills. Chapter 116, Enlightenment. Zhang Yang's clothes were tattered and torn, and he carried 2 wolves in his hands as he arrived at the place he had named Tiger Mountain. Hey, dinner! Zhang Yang threw the 2 wolves onto the hill and the tiger looked at Zhang Yang with reddish eyes and slowly walked out. This wretched human being. Again! It has been fighting with this abominable human for 7 or 8 days, and every time it is half dead from exhaustion, but it can't do anything about the human in front of it. It's angry. However, this human actually left after fighting it for 7 or 8 days straight. Having finally sent this plague away, he was hungry and wanted to go out to find something to eat, not realizing that this human had actually brought him food. I just fought them. Eat. Zhang Yang pointed at the 2 wolves. Let's keep fighting after we're full. This tiger in front of him was indeed very powerful. He had been fighting this tiger for 7 or 8 days in a row, and he still couldn't do anything with this tiger. Various spells fell on the tiger and nothing happened at all. It was also fortunate that the tiger could not fly yet. Otherwise Zhang Yang was worried that he was afraid that he would be chased to escape from the secret realm. Of course, after 7 or 8 days of fierce battle with the tiger, Zhang Yang clearly felt that his level of killing was rising. These 2 wolves, which were the proof of his increased battle power, were taken away on the fly after he had decapitated them hard from inside the wolf pack. Zhang Yang saw that the tiger was staring at the 2 wolves without moving his mouth, so he didn't care and found some branches for himself, used a spell to build a fire, and then used a spell to cut off a wolf leg and roasted it. He was at the Jindan stage and could usually do without food. However, after fighting continuously for 7 or 8 days, he clearly felt hungry and also felt the loss of his spiritual energy. If the spatial ring was around, he would have already taken various elixirs to replenish it. However, in order to adapt to the life of the Heaven's Pride battlefield in advance, he would have to use the most primitive way to recover his strength. Seeing the wolf's leg gradually roasted and emitting a burst of meaty aroma, the tiger let out a fierce roar and pounced towards Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang, who seemed to have been paying attention to the roasted wolf leg, saw the tiger move and he instantly flew away. What? Trying to rob it? Zhang Yang lifted the wolf's leg and sat cross-legged in the air, eating it piece by piece in front of the tiger demon. The tiger demon raised its head and glared at Zhang Yang for a few moments before pouncing on the 2 wolves and tearing them up viciously. Eat my food and you'll be with me from now on. Zhang Yang looked at the tiger demon in a good humor. I'll give you a name. You'll be called Wang Kai from now on. The tiger demon didn't know if it didn't understand or just ignored it, and in a burst of swallowing, he ate the 2 wolves, his stomach bulging a little bit. After the food, it's time to get to work. I'll strike first this time. Swamp Art. Zhang Yang pointed a spell at the tiger demon's feet, and the ground quickly became thin and wet, turning into a swamp. This was the experience he had gained from fighting the tiger demon during this period of time, when the water laws and earth laws were mobilized together. The result would be a swamp. However, the tiger demon also fought out of experience. The ground had only just begun to change when it instantly lunged forward, leaving the range of the swamp, and opened its mouth and blasted a ball of air towards Zhang Yang like a cannonball. This was also the experience it had gained from the recent fight, as it could only dry roar in the past when facing Zhang Yang flying in the air. Now it's hitting something new, too. Zhang Yang was startled and hurriedly pushed out with both hands, using his spiritual energy to gather into a stream of air with all his might, forming an air shield and blocking it in front of him. Then, he felt a powerful pushback sensation, and his body was sent flying far away by the air cannon. Zhang Yang quickly flew back and looked at the tiger demon in surprise. Wang Kai, it's okay yo, you've developed new tricks too. A tiger demon with enlightenment. It looks like this kind of battle is very favorable to us all. Continue. A man and a tiger, fighting again. After half a day of fighting, Zhang Yang flew away again, and the tiger demon was so angry that he pawed the ground with both paws for a while before returning to the mountaintop to sleep. It hates itself right now. Why can't it fly? Zhang Yang flew to the other side of the mountaintop and sat down to regulate his breathing, while at the same time, he was also thinking back to the fight just now, constantly referencing the power of the laws of the heavens and the earth, combining all the abilities he had learned in the past, all of them, when Qing Yunzi was teaching Zhang Yang. Apart from teaching Zhang Yang various principles of the Great Tao, he would also unintentionally teach Zhang Yang some other skills. On top of that, the other 6 sons of the Green Cloud would also teach them their mastery. Ling Yunzi's way of the sword, Dan Shenzi's way of the Dan, Bai Lingzi's way of the formation, Painting Spirit's way of the talisman, Fire Spirit's way of the weapon refiner, and Bai Yunzi's way of the mind. That's right, Bai Yunzi cultivated mind power, and because of that, she looks ever so innocent, and her skill was that she could use her power of the great Tao to influence the state of mind of others. Zhang Yang had learned a few things from Bai Yunzi, but he had not been able to do so, but he had also combined Bai Yunzi's teachings to come up with his own talking attack. Then, he is now taking what he learned in the past and all of it has to become his own. Otherwise, he would only be able to follow a few elders and copy them. Qin Yunzi, who had been keeping an eye on the secret realm, naturally saw the change in Zhang Yang, and he was filled with a smile that he couldn't even hide. He was very satisfied with Zhang Yang's chaotic golden pill. He was very satisfied with Zhang Yang's resilience in being able to spend more than a decade to consistently communicate with those spiritual weapons, and now he was even more satisfied with the fact that Zhang Yang had already attained enlightenment. He knew very well that it was very important for cultivators to know when to reach this step. In fact, this is a step that for many people should be done at the time of the word seed, because only when one first realizes the Tao can one have the Tao seed, and then one can walk out on one's own path. He had thought that Zhang Yang had already attained enlightenment. After all, he had done his best to teach Zhang Yang, and it would be difficult for Zhang Yang not to attain enlightenment. It just didn't occur to him that Zhang Yang had actually made a chaotic golden Dan without his own Dao prototype. Qin Yunzi was a bit curious. Now that Zhang Yang had begun to realize the Dao, would he have the beginnings of his own Dao? Senior, what is it that makes you so happy? Song Song looked at the smile that Qin Yunzi could not hide on his face and could not help but ask. He prepared to talk to Qin Yunzi while he was happy. After all, he did have to think about staying alive. Qin Yunzi glanced at Song Song and asked, "What are you trying to say?" Song Song asked tentatively, "Senior, is it possible for our several great clans to revert back to the kind of pattern that existed in the ancient times and live together peacefully? Wouldn't he be fine if everyone was at peace?" Qin Yunzi asked rhetorically. "You guys are ready to give up the idea of coveting our immortal weapons?" Song Song thought for a moment and said, "If everyone knew that Senior had crossed the threshold, they might consider it carefully." Qin Yunzi smiled faintly. "So what if I'm transiting? My Qin Yun sect suppresses devils. Until these devils are resolved, can this transition of mine be taken seriously? At that time, maybe you guys will even deliberately undermine me." It was really a complete mismatch between the strength of the Qin Yun sect and the number of immortal weapons. This is the source of inviting disaster. Aoamatsu opened his mouth and didn't know what to say again. He realized that he was afraid that it would not be that easy to convince Qin Yunzi. How about trying to convince the kid? Chapter 117, why don't you guys finish yourselves off? In the Green Cloud's secret realm, Zhang Yang sat 3 feet away in front of the tiger demon. Although both parties were already familiar with each other, he still didn't dare to get too close to the tiger demon. In Zhang Yang's hands, he was grilling a fish. Not a rainbow fish, but a common fish caught inside other lakes. The tiger demon, on the other hand, was quietly lying 3 feet away, eyeing the grilled fish in Zhang Yang's hand. "Wang Kai, don't move anyone until it's roasted," Zhang Yang admonished the tiger demon. The tiger demon did not move, though the Hadako flowed straight. The two sides have been cooperating for almost a month, and we all have a tacit understanding. After a long time, the grilled fish gave off an aroma and was in place. The tiger demon couldn't help but stand up and stare straight at the grilled fish. "No need to grab it. Here you go." Zhang Yang threw the grilled fish to the tiger demon. The tiger demon took a bite of the grilled fish and looked at Zhang Yang with a still surprised expression. "This human actually gave it grilled fish?" Zhang Yang smiled and said, "After a month of training, it's almost time for me to leave. Thanks for cooperating with each other over the past month. I'll grill a fish for you as a farewell. By the way, I don't know if you are a male or a female, or else I can still catch a mate back for you." The tiger demon was too lazy to care about Zhang Yang's nagging and swallowed a fish in a few bites. Zhang Yang waved his hand, tilted his head and shouted, "Master, I have to go out." Then, the tiger demon watched Zhang Yang disappear in front of it, and it felt surprised and at the same time a bit despondent. On the other hand, Song Song saw Zhang Yang appear in front of him out of nowhere and wondered in his heart what Zhang Yang had done. Why were his clothes tattered and torn, and his body carried a stern aura after a long fight? "Master, I'll go wash up first before I come back to pay my respects." Zhang Yang greeted and quickly went back to his villa, cleaned up, changed his outfit, and then wore back his spirit weapon and spatial ring. Only then did he go to pay his respects to Qin Yunzi, sitting in front of him and asking, "Master, where did that tiger demon come from?" "Captured," Qin Yunzi said casually. "You're still quite good for being able to fight it back and forth. It actually opened its spirit and awakened some talents. Its strength is still pretty good." "Enlightened?" Zhang Yang was a bit surprised. "Then when I spoke to it, it actually ignored me?" This Wang Kai, When I have some free time next time, I'll teach it a good lesson. Qin Yunzi glanced at Zhang Yang, naming a tiger Wang Kai? You weren't satisfied with the name I gave you at first, were you? After this period of time, you have indeed grown a lot. Qin Yunzi looked at Zhang Yang seriously. However, you still need to continue working hard if you want to survive the Heaven's Pride battlefield. You should be clear that those who are able to enter the Heaven's Pride battlefield have outstandingly talented cultivation levels that have already reached the peak of Yuaning. Moreover, they all came from large clans, and their understanding of the various Dao techniques is completely unparalleled to yours, and they are even said to surpass you in terms of various cultivation resources. Therefore, your opponents will be even more powerful than imagined. If you want to get benefits in the Heaven's Pride battlefield, you have to put in more effort. Yes, Zhang Yang nodded. He had to acknowledge his master's words, which were objective factors. Qin Yunzi pondered for a while and said, your control and familiarity with the various laws of the heavens and earth have improved by another step compared to before through this period of enlightenment. Now, you will go back to that place from before and cultivate properly for a while. After saying that, he sent Zhang Yang directly to the depths of the heavenly green extreme cloud formation. When Song Song saw that Qin Yunzi had sent Zhang Yang away again, he was even more curious about how many secrets were buried inside this Qinyan sect. Where exactly was Zhang Yang practicing? Only when Qin Yunzi didn't tell him, he didn't dare to just ask. In the heavenly green extreme cloud formation, Zhang Yang had only just appeared when he sensed the demonic aura of this place, which was even more dense than the last time he had practiced. Upon closer inspection, it was not at all where he had last existed. Upon further careful sensing, he felt that even the laws of the heavens and earth around him were completely different from the laws of the heavens and earth outside. If the laws of the heavens and earth outside were soft and docile, the laws of the heavens and earth here were furious and overpowering, similar to the power in the demonic fetus he had devoured in the beginning. Magic powers. Zhang Yang instantly understood. Kid, how dare you come to this place when you're so weak? The ghostly voice surged towards Zhang Yang's heart. Devil. Zhang Yang instantly understood. His heart tightened and he carefully guarded himself. He hadn't expected that Master would actually send him directly to the deepest part of the heavenly green extreme cloud formation. Zhang Yang forced himself to calm down and said with a smile on his face at the gray space, hello seniors, ha ha ha, GGG, this little brat actually called us seniors? Little brat, are you willing to be our juniors? Or else, if you release us, this honored one will surely satisfy you. This brat is quite polite, much cuter than the previous one. All sorts of garbled voices came from all directions. Zhang Yang smiled faintly. The way of the great Tao is for those who reach it. And although the great Tao that you seniors are practicing runs counter to the great Tao that we are practicing, from the height of the great Tao, it is not too much to address you all as seniors. While respecting the fruits of your seniors' great paths, it was also necessary to settle the seniors. Of course, if all of you seniors are willing to cooperate and finish yourselves off, the late generation will definitely be very grateful. The miscellaneous sounds stopped. A pair of scarlet eyes flickered in the depths of the gray space. Numerous devils are a bit shocked. This little kid is also too thick-skinned. Come up and tell them to self-destruct. Never seen such a brazen person. Kid, do you want to die? A tyrannical voice came. Senior, don't you have a brain? Zhang Yang asked rhetorically. If you guys could threaten me, Master wouldn't have sent me here. So, what's the point of saying these useless words? Piss me off. Damn brat. I'll eat you alive when I get out. Let's wait until you come out then. Zhang Yang replied casually. Then, he sat down seriously and began to absorb the demonic chi and demonic power. All of this power was the power that leaked out when the heavenly green extreme cloud formation suppressed these demons. When Zhang Yang started to cultivate, his chaotic golden Dan was like turning into a sponge, absorbing those demonic chi and demonic laws at a rapid pace. These things were simply a great tonic for his Jin Dan. His golden Dan, which had not moved after absorbing millions of spirit stones in front of him, began to grow stronger again after absorbing a large amount of devilish Dao laws. Those devils, who were the possessors of the devil Dao laws, quickly got a sense of what was going on, and each of them looked at Zhang Yang in disbelief. This brat can actually absorb their power? Chapter 118, Light After 1,000 Years. The many devils looked at Zhang Yang in shock. They couldn't figure out how this immortal cultivator wasn't afraid of their devil Dao laws. Not to mention that Zhang Yang was just a small Jindan stage. Even if someone like Qin Yunzi came, he could only repel and refine these devilish laws. There was no such thing as direct absorption. And now that iron law is broken, instantly, they had a sense of crisis and hurriedly put back their demonic chi and demonic power. For these devils, the demonic chi and devilish power they dispersed was meant to weaken the heavenly green extreme cloud grand formation. Under the onslaught of their devilish power, the heavenly green extreme cloud formation might have the possibility of being broken through. Therefore, even if they were refined by Qin Yunzi, it didn't matter to them. as they could weaken Chang Yunzi's power anyway. However, now someone doesn't need to be refined and directly absorbs their power. This was not what they wanted at all. They were subdued in the heavenly green extreme cloud formation, and if their devilish power kept being absorbed, even if they had the characteristics of a devil race, it would be a matter of time before they were subdued to death. It was for the sake of their own safety that they withdrew their devilish power and demonic energy. As the power of the many devils was withdrawn, the gray and cloudy condition of the entire Qin Yun Sect's ruins gradually dissolved, as if the sky had finally brightened. The long-lost light finally filled the entire formation space, and Zhang Yang finally got a good look at the original appearance of the Qin Yun Sect 1,000 years ago. It's been 1,000 years. Qin Yunzi suddenly appeared by Zhang Yang's side and said with great emotion, "Finally, I've seen the light again." He was truly overwhelmed with emotions in his heart, and the devilish Tao laws within the entire heavenly green extreme cloud formation were like dark clouds accumulating in his heart. It's been 1,000 years and it's never dissipated. And now, finally, the light. Zhang Yang, who was still waiting to absorb the magic power, opened his eyes with some shock. He was taking the tonic well. How come it's suddenly gone? Master. Zhang Yang looked towards Chang Yunzi. Qin Yunzi laughed helplessly. Their power. They didn't get it out of thin air. You directly absorbing their demonic power is equivalent to sucking their blood. It would be strange if they were happy. That won't do. Zhang Yang shook his head back and forth in indignation. For nearly 1,000 years, they have wielded their power with abandon. Why should they take it back when I come? He looked into the depths of the heavenly green extreme cloud formation and droned. You'd better send out the demonic power, or I won't let you off easily. The group of devils were stifled and angry again. It was always them who forced the people of the Qin Yun Sect. When did the people of the Qin Yun Sect actually turn around and force them? They didn't know what was going on with this kid. But if they continued to be absorbed continuously, they were screwed. Kid, if you're capable, open the big formation and we can fulfill you. A devil said sorrowfully. Zhang Yang looked at Chang Yunzi, who shook his head. There's no way. They were suppressed together in the first place. There is no way to release only one of them. And to do so, they will have to release all of them together. But when the time comes for them to rush out, no one will be able to withstand them. Zhang Yang was speechless. Qin Yunzi was also speechless. Had he ever thought that one day these demons would take their power back? These devilish powers were in existence that had made him wary for hundreds of years, and were also an incomparable headache. Zhang Yang pondered for a long time before suddenly asking, Master, can you show me where they were suppressed? Qin Yunzi said with a serious expression. You should not easily approach that place, although they can't come out. The power of their demonic path is so powerful and weird that it might affect you even through the seal. He knew these devils very well and was the most perceptive. Zhang Yang smiled and said, Don't they dare not to spread their devilish power out now, so it's a good time to go and take a look. If they dare to release their power, Master will just leave with me. The main thing is that I want to go and see where they are and think if there is any way to deal with them. Qin Yunzi's brow furrowed in contemplation for a while before he slowly said, Then keep your mind tightly guarded and don't let them scare you. As for the rest, you don't have to care about all of it, leave it to me. Yes. Zhang Yang meditated and let his master lead him to the deepest part of the heavenly green extreme cloud formation. Soon, he found himself standing before a space crystal wall formed by the power of the formation, and across the space crystal wall, he could see a looming figure, a pair of scarlet eyes, and some shadows that were constantly twisting in an enchanting manner. Zhang Yang was just thinking about saying that those shadows had actually become so enchanting, and instantly, the intimate level fighting positions that he had learned in the past immediately surfaced in his mind, and at the same time, a face of one of those women from the past surfaced, and even the faces of Situ Mingyue, Bai Lingzi, and Bai Yunzi kept surfacing. Zhang Yang's change was seen by Qin Yunzi next to him. Realizing that Zhang Yang had been struck, Qin Yunzi's face changed. However, he did not take Zhang Yang away immediately. The main thing was that although Zhang Yang's body had changed, however, Zhang Yang's eyes did not fall into a crazy, or even broken look. After a moment, Zhang Yang sighed. It's been a long time since I've seen it, so thanks for letting me relive it. However, that's all it is. I have to say, Senior, your tactics are too low. Though the primal desires of human beings are powerful, it is not something that anyone would indulge in. His eyes became clear, and the churning qi and blood in his body gradually calmed down, and the abnormalities in his body naturally disappeared. Qin Yunzi sighed in relief. He felt that Zhang Yang was able to communicate with those spirit weapons for 10 years as one day. His mind should not be that fragile. Sure enough, he was right. Roar. With a loud roar, the sky was heavy with ghostly shadows and countless undead rushed over. Oh, switched to horror movies? Zhang Yang asked rhetorically. Watching hundreds of them. Senior, your formula is too old. It's not good. Change the disc. The demon that was roaring froze. Which, next to him, Qin Yunzi looked strange. He couldn't understand Zhang Yang's words either. But how come this kid wasn't afraid at all? Of course, these demons didn't radiate demonic power, so the images weren't as intimidating. Even so, it's not something the average person can afford. A blood-red figure appeared. A mass of blood shadows gazed at Zhang Yang and said coldly, "Kid, you don't dare to put us out, so you can't do anything about us. Also, don't think that you can suppress us for too long. Sooner or later, our exalted one will realize that the situation is not right and will surely descend. At that time, you guys will be finished. I advise you to let us go as soon as possible, or else, when my clan's honored one descends, none of you will survive." Qin Yunzi instantly thought of the shadows descending as lofty as mountains that he had seen in a trance when he was crossing the threshold, and he instantly changed his face. There's a follow-up demon coming? Thousands of years ago, no one knew why these devils appeared. If another devil was to come in 1,000 years, what would they use to fend it off? Especially listening to these devils, the ones descending later are going to be even more powerful. How can they resist? Chapter 119, Who is the Devil? Zhang Yang's focus was not at all on whether or not those demon venerables would descend. You can't even solve these demons in front of you, and you're still thinking about the future? Qingyun clan in recent years there is also a great calamity. Crossing but all have to finish, also do not even have to consider the future. I don't know if your honored ones are coming or not, but if you don't send me the devilish power, I am going to be impolite. Zhang Yang stared at the devils and said seriously, "Ha ha 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 ha." The many demons laughed wildly. "What are you going to do to be rude? Kid, do you dare come in? Do you dare let us out? At a young age, with no hair on his head, he dares to talk big. My father is not intimidated either." As if they had heard the funniest joke, the many devils laughed at Zhang Yang nonchalantly. Zhang Yang's expression became strange. "It's true that I don't dare to come in or release you, but is there no means to deal with you?" He turned his head towards Qin Yunzi and said, "Master, is it possible to build a fence to enclose this place within the formation space?" "It's possible, but it's not much use." Qin Yunzi looked at Zhang Yang doubtfully. "This is originally the space formed by the formation. The power to suppress them is the strongest. It definitely cannot be moved there. However, it doesn't matter if the outer space is slightly altered, but even if we surround them, they can't get out by themselves, and they can't see the rest of the scene." Pointlessly, Zhang Yang hemmed and hawed. "Master, then please modify it and surround them with a big fence. I'm going to load some stuff." Although Qin Yunzi was puzzled, he knew that Zhang Yang had a lot of ideas, so he followed Zhang Yang's request, and a large enclosure wall surrounded the space crystal wall of the subdued devil's head, forming a large pool. "Now what?" Qin Yunzi asked. Zhang Yang smiled brightly. "Our Changyun sect will have many more foundation establishment disciples soon. If they can't dispel the grain, they will have to defecate, and I am going to use this place as a cesspool. This group of devils are fearless and disgusting, so having them soak inside the dung is very suitable." Qin Yunzi instantly froze. The group of devils who were laughing maniacally also froze in their expressions. Yes, that's right, they practiced the laws of the devil's way, and some of the devil's way powers were so bloody that they looked disgusting, but that is all the power of the Tao and manifestation and a way of carrying power. And the turd, that's totally low and dirty and just plain disgusting. The many devils couldn't tense up even the most disgusting devils at the thought that they would have to be immersed in something like this all day long in the future. "Kid, you seek death. If you dare to do that, this father will not refine you a little bit. You disgusting thing, if you dare to do this, I will surely curse you with my entire lifestyle." Who is the devil? A group of demons cursed furiously. If they were not able to pop out from inside the space crystal wall, they would have strangled Zhang Yang to death as soon as they could. "Curse again." Zhang Yang pointed at the group of devils. "Do you believe I'll go prepare a turd for you right now and drown you all?" The images of the many devils were violently tossed about, and there were also some devils with faces, their mouths twisting constantly, but no information came out. Obviously, even if they cursed again, they could only do so quietly. The blood shadow stared at Zhang Yang angrily for a long time before he said fiercely, "What exactly do you want? Send me your demonic power, and demonic chi, I want to use it." Zhang Yang said with a straight face. The blood shadow roared, "You want to devour our power and weaken us? Aren't you asking us to die?" "No way." Zhang Yang said coldly, "Let me tell you plainly, your deaths are certain. I will definitely find ways to finish you off, so don't have any chance of escaping. However, whether you will die from the odor and disgust of the turd or some other way of death, that is something you can choose." After a pause, Zhang Yang added, "I say you devils are really brainless. Think about it, can a power as weak as mine devour a power as strong as yours? What's more, you have so many demons? Even if it could, how long would it take to devour it? Just now you guys also said that your whatever honored one is going to descend again, right? In case you hold out until then, won't you be saved? On the flip side, think about it. If I soak you all in a turd, you'll be a joke even if you make it back alive, right? Immediately afterward, he said viciously, I'm warning you guys, don't think that you can rest on your laurels just because you can't touch these turds inside the space crystal wall. You should be clear that since your devilish power can penetrate through the space crystal wall, then the power of the other great Tao must be able to penetrate in as well. When the time comes, I'll ask my master to use the power of the great Tao to refine all these turds and send them in along with the power of the great Tao for you to really drown you inside the turds, and then it will be too late to repent. I'll only give you a month's time. If within a month, you don't send out the demonic power, I'll do it. By the way, this month is the time for me to go to those Foundation establishment disciples, not for you to consider. Only after threatening the many devils did Zhang Yang turn back to Qin Yunzi and said, Master, let's go. Hurry up and go to get those Foundation establishment stage disciples back for. Don't you go. Get back here. Damn you brat. Stop right there. Countless devils roared up, but they could only watch as Qin Yunzi left the formation space with Zhang Yang. The many devils looked at each other in disbelief. They simply shuddered when they thought of the consequences that Zhang Yang had said. It's already disgusting enough to be soaked in through the space crystal wall, but you have to use the power of the great Tao to refine the great Tao and send it in. What kind of top devil idea is this? This damn brat is simply more disgusting than the most disgusting person in my clan. Legend has it that having a maggot demon is disgusting enough. I think he is even more disgusting than a maggot demon. A devil head broke into curses. However, the numerous devils felt that they couldn't let go of their face if they compromised just like that. Is it really just a matter of hanging tough and waiting for this kid to overwhelm them with? In fact, our power is very strong, and restraining our power is very laborious. If we can't restrain it, and the power of the devil's way penetrates out, there's nothing we can do about it, right? The many devils froze for a moment and quickly reacted, nodding their heads in succession. Right, right, right. There are even devils that simply say, oops, I can't restrain my power. I can't restrain it either. A path of devilish power gradually dispersed from the spatial crystal wall into the formation space. The formation space, which had originally regained its brightness, became gray and foggy again. Only this time the gray fog was even thicker than before. Apparently, these demons are really intent on restraining their power. Chapter 120, so he really is a devil? You won't really do that, right? Shang Yunzi looked at Zhang Yang with a complicated expression. Shame on the Hall of Green Cloud sect for using such tactics. Shame on him for being a ferryman. Especially since Zhang Yang also wanted him to refine the turd. He absolutely could not accept such behavior. Zhang Yang said with a serious look, Master, if you want to deal with the devil, you have to use everything. They are our enemies, and we have to find a way to destroy them. As for the means used, it's not really important. Qin Yunzi looked at Zhang Yang speechlessly and said that it was right. Right, but the tactic is really, my Qinyan Sect's face will be disgraced by you sooner or later. Qin Yunzi glared at Zhang Yang fiercely. You've already disgraced yourself by threatening the other big clans and claiming to release the devil. And now this. If the ancestor knew we were doing this, we'd all be scolded. Zhang Yang smiled. I do think that if the ancestors know about it, they should be very happy. I don't care how you get it, but don't even think about asking me to refine your turd or anything. Qin Yunzi snorted coldly. Zhang Yang thought about it and said with a smile, Master, letting Songson to refine it is actually possible. Qin Yunzi looked at Zhang Yang blankly, not really knowing what to say. You don't have to worry about it, Qin Yunzi said with a complicated expression. His look of disbelief was tinged with shock, and some speechlessness and helplessness. Zhang Yang looked at Qin Yunzi in confusion. Those devils have sent out their devilish power, so you can go back to practicing again, Qin Yunzi said to Zhang Yang. In his mind, he had mixed feelings. This had given him a headache for hundreds of years, and it had never been a demon that had pressed him, that was pushing him. He's been holding it together by the skin of his teeth all this time, and this disciple of his, after entering the space of the formation, forced those devils to first collect the magic Tao power, and now forced those devils to take the initiative to release the magic Tao power out. Those devils wouldn't be unaware of what releasing the devil Tao power out meant, but those devils did it anyway. Obviously, these devils are compromised. It's been 1,000 years, and these devils have actually compromised? And it's clearly forcing those devils to commit chronic suicide, and those devils have to agree? At this moment, Qin Yunzi really didn't know what to say about Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang's eyes lit up and he hurriedly said, Master, my Jindan hasn't absorbed enough yet. Let me go in to train and cultivate again. Those devilish powers helped his Jindan too much. Go! Qin Yunzi sent Zhang Yang into the formation space once again, keeping a close eye on Zhang Yang's situation. As soon as there was the slightest thing wrong, he would pull Zhang Yang out. Zhang Yang once again came to the depths of the heavenly green extreme cloud formation. Looking at the grayish space crystal wall, he bowed and saluted. Thank you all for your cooperation. Since all of you are so sensible, we will definitely have a great time getting along in the future. Then he sat down to practice. The hearts of the many devils that had been lifted were finally put down, and they even felt a bit relieved. This brat is quite polite, huh? Not bad. A polite young man indeed. The many devils were talking. Don't you guys think it's strange? Why is this kid able to absorb our power? Strange indeed. Those immortal cultivators immediately died as soon as they were tainted with our power. And this kid, look at how much breath and how much demonic power he's absorbed. Check it out. A devil tried. A strand of devil soul power escaping the space crystal wall with great difficulty, probing towards Zhang Yang's body. The demonic soul power had only just appeared when Qin Yunzi instantly appeared beside Zhang Yang, gazing at those demons inside the space crystal wall. As for the wisp of demonic soul power, he didn't care. Since Zhang Yang had devoured a demonic fetus last time, a little bit of demonic soul power was something he was not afraid of at all. Now these devils had compromised under Zhang Yang's pressure, so it was evident that Zhang Yang's threat was effective. Since this was the case, he was not afraid to let these devils know that Zhang Yang could devour the power of the devil's soul. Although the many devils saw that Qin Yunzi had appeared, the strand of devil soul power still extended towards Zhang Yang. The devil who had escaped the demonic soul power did not care about this strand of demonic soul power at all. They just wanted to know how Zhang Yang could devour their demonic power. The power of the demonic soul entered Zhang Yang's body and Zhang Yang did not feel it at all. The main reason was that the demon soul had not yet gone to detect the Jindan. Therefore, it did not cause Zhang Yang's alarm. In reality, every move of this demonic soul force in Zhang Yang was all in the eyes of Qin Yunzi. As long as there was anything wrong, Qin Yunzi would strike. However, the demonic soul force didn't seem to notice anything, and then it retracted inside the space crystal wall. When Qin Yunzi saw that the many devils did not discover the secret of Zhang Yang's golden elixir, he was instead relieved and left the formation space. And at that moment, within the space crystal wall, a demon head was frozen motionless. What's wrong? What exactly did you find out? Hey, you talk, why don't you move? It took a long time for the demon to react and wailed. Quick, send our power out for him to absorb. You're crazy. The other demons looked at the one who was wailing. You know, just do as I say. Send the power out quickly so he can absorb it. What did you find out? The other demons were in a hurry. The devil seemed to smile and cry as he looked at the crowd and said, actually, His Holiness has already come. No way. The many devils jumped up and looked outside incredulously. That kid is an honored one? Are you kidding me? Isn't that a ING immortalist? Although it could devour their power. Proper cultivators? That was for sure. Besides, what kind of existence was their exalted one? How could they be so weak? The demonic head that escaped the demonic soul hurriedly said, it's me who didn't make it clear. Although our honored one didn't descend, he should have sent someone over. On his body, there is the aura of our clan's legendary holy body. And you should know clearly what this holy body means. So, I'm sure he must be the one that His Holiness sent over. The many devils were shocked. They possessed such great power, and naturally had a low status in their clan. The legendary sacred body, which they had also heard of, was actually right in front of them? Suddenly, a devil said solemnly, he's still too weak. We must not expose his identity or the other brat will threaten him. When he grows up, we'll have a chance. In the future, we'll have to fulfill all his demands and pretend to confront him before compromising with him. In short, he must be allowed to grow quickly, and he must also take complete control of this great formation. When the time comes, we'll have our chance. Ha 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 ha, GG. The many demons laughed madly. Chapter 121 The Blue Brigade. Zhang Yang was cultivating in silence and was unaware of the situation that had happened to these devils. In fact, even Qin Yunzi couldn't figure it out. He also did not dare to enter the space crystal wall that sealed those devils. At most both sides exchanged blows across the space crystal wall. And across the space crystal wall, the many devils were suppressed by the heavenly green extreme cloud formation, was simply not able to dissipate much power, and also missed some information. This time, Zhang Yang cultivated exceptionally freely. All sorts of devilish powers and devilish chi were absorbed by his Jindan. The Jindan once again became a little bit bigger, and the Jindan shell also became a little thicker. However, the inside of the Jindan was still empty. Nothing. Of course, although there was nothing inside the Jindan, Zhang Yang's spiritual energy was now unknown to be as deep as it was. Zhang Yang didn't know how long he had been practicing. He just felt those devilish powers and demonic chi, as if they were no longer helpful to his Jindan, and woke up from his meditation. Upon sensing more and more dense devilish power and devilish aura inside the space, Zhang Yang glanced at the space crystal wall. He felt that these devils were quite sensible. You have to know that all this demonic power is the power of those devils, and the devils will die if they are drained. Qin Yunzi, who had been keeping an eye on Zhang Yang, saw that Zhang Yang had woken up and brought him out of the formation space and asked, "How was it?" Zhang Yang looked a bit torn and said, "Master, still no Dao prototype has appeared. Why is it so difficult to break through this yuaning of mine? I have long heard that it is difficult to break through the white plate Jindan, but this is too difficult for me, right?" Frankly speaking, he had absorbed more cultivation resources than he knew what to do with. Even heavenly treasures like the rainbow fish had been eaten. All kinds of spirit stones and spirit pills had been eaten. And even the power of the devil Dao had been absorbed. And it was still useless. Qin Yunzi calmly said, "It's fine. You're not without benefits. If it's just about the depth of spiritual energy, I'm afraid that you're the number one in the world when it comes to everyone in the Jindan and Yuaning stages combined. But, if you can't break through Yuaning, there's no way to cultivate the subsequent power." Zhang Yang sighed. He felt that his spiritual power was deep, but could it still be compared to the Yuanshan realm or the harmonious Dao realm? Qin Yunzi said seriously, "Anyway, we don't have any experience with white plate Jindan, so just pile on the resources as hard as you can and you'll always be able to make a breakthrough. As for the Yuaning stage, you really don't need to be in such a hurry." The difference between the Yuaning and Jindan realms was definitely there. The essential difference was not. For the Yuaning stage, the Yuaning could perceive more laws of heaven and earth, mobilize more laws of heaven and earth to generate power. However, the power of its spells is still more or less the same as spiritual power. With the depth of your spiritual energy, it is completely possible to erase that gap. After a pause, Qin Yunzi continued, "Only when a cultivator enters the Yuanshan realm and refines the void to become a god will there be an essential difference in the perception of the laws of heaven and earth. Therefore, as long as you don't encounter a Yuanshan realm cultivator, you don't really need to be that careful. Of course, I'm referring to inside the Heaven's Pride battlefield. If you possess a spirit weapon to protect you outside of the Heaven's remarkable battlefield, an ordinary Yuanshan realm won't be able to do anything to you." Zhang Yang nodded his head slightly. "I understand what Master means. It means that even though I am at the Jindan stage now, my strength has already reached the Yuaning stage?" Qin Yunzi shook his head slightly and said solemnly, "What I said is the general situation. But, in the Heaven's Pride battlefield, it's impossible to say. Anyone who was able to enter the Heaven's Pride battlefield could not be underestimated by anyone. On top of that, the Heaven's Pride battlefield itself had ferocious dangers. That was for sure. Another situation is to never underestimate anyone who has a few life-saving tricks up their sleeve." "Yes, Master, I know." Zhang Yang nodded his head. He no longer dwelled on the issue of the Jindan breakthrough, but inquired, "Those young disciples of Zhang Chanshan and Wang Bail, does Master know if they have an eyebrow? This group of people have been away from the Green Cloud sect for so long. How's the recruiting going?" Qin Yunzi revealed a smile. "All good. They are already on their way back. Each squad has brought back over 1,000 disciples to Qingyun sect. The 90 disciples that were collected in front of them, all of them are even at the Jindan stage." Zhang Yang was also excited when he heard that the Green Cloud sect had many more disciples and he hurriedly said, "Master, I'll go and check them out." Qin Yunzi nodded slightly and watched Zhang Yang leave. He was actually excited in his heart. The Green Cloud sect was really declining and flourishing. A few years ago, there were only 8 of them in the Green Cloud sect, so poor that they only had 100 or so spirit stones. And now, the Green Cloud sect had hundreds of millions of spirit stones, as well as thousands of disciples. If we were to just talk about the number of people, it would already be more than the most in the history of the Qingyun sect. With so many disciples growing up, it was not impossible for the Green Cloud sect to restore its glory. He sighed in his heart. If the Qingyun sect was given 100 years, why would the Qingyun sect be afraid of other sects in the world? Unfortunately, various large sects were eyeing the Green Cloud sect, and it wasn't that easy to pass through 100 years in peace. Zhang Yang left the Green Cloud sect and soon saw a large number of people advancing towards the Green Cloud sect and immediately flew there. Looking at the color of the clothes, it should be Zhang Changshan's blue-clothed squad, and at this moment, among the blue-clothed squad, when they suddenly saw someone flying from afar, a Jindan stage immediately reported to Zhang Changshan. "Report, someone is approaching. On guard." Zhang Changshan droned. "Jindan realm, pay attention to cover the foundation establishment stage. Everyone else prepare spells and use all your power." Eldest senior brother. He was still arranging for people to be on guard when he realized it was Zhang Yang after seeing the person approaching. "The guard is lifted," Zhang Changshan ordered before he greeted them and looked at Zhang Yang with a smile. "Eldest brother, what brings you here?" Zhang Yang laughed. "I came to see you guys after hearing Master say you guys are back. Just now, I saw you guys put up a guard formation. Is there something else going on with this trip?" Jiang Changshan smiled and said, "You once said, eldest brother, that when you see someone approaching, regardless of friend or foe, it is always right to be on guard. Normally, we follow the rules you taught us, eldest brother, to train everyone, so everyone's reaction is not slow." It was immediately afterward that he reported the situation. This time we traveled through 54 villages and found a total of 1,532 people who could build foundations, the oldest being over 50 years old and the youngest being only 10 years old. According to eldest brother's orders, we have recruited all of them into our team and distributed resources to them for cultivation. Of course, normally, we would also pass on to them those theoretical knowledge that eldest brother taught us, so that they would know the history of the Qingyun sect and the mission of revitalizing Qingyun. The only place where there were surprises was when our group entered the west. We encountered a small force called the Blood Sword Villa, who were ready to rob our resources and kill our people. We fought back, and after a few moments of fierce battle, we destroyed the Blood Sword Villa and seized their resources. All of these things, we brought them all back to the clan. Zhang Yang smiled with satisfaction. This was the team he wished to form. What's the use of being a good boy? Once the team was formed, of course they had to show their fangs, and if someone dared to bully, then they would tear them apart. Chapter 122, Receiving Sister. Zhang Yang accompanied the Blue-Clothed Brigade as they continued towards the Qingyun sect. This group of new disciples all had to go to the Qingyun sect to be baptized. At the same time, a portion of them were also able to receive the Jindan stage and the Foundation stage techniques, and had to return to the sect to do so as well, especially those new disciples, who didn't even have any impression of the Green Cloud sect. How could they return their hearts to the Green Cloud sect? 2 days later, Zhang Yang smiled and said to the backbone of the Blue Knight Brigade, "You guys continue your journey to the Green Cloud sect. When 6th uncle comes out of the gate, I'll ask his old man to get you guys an exclusive flying boat, so you can fly directly from now on. Also, we must all delve into the question of how to work together in the future. With the cultivation of each of us, we can't fight against cultivators of the Yuaning realm, Yuanshan realm, and so on. However, if we pool our strengths together, we may not be without a chance. In the future, it's very likely that our enemies will exist cultivators of the Yuaning realm, Yuanshan realm, or even the harmonization realm, and we have to find ways to eliminate them at all costs. As long as we can kill them, that's a good way." Zhang Changshan, Chaoing and the others were listening to Zhang Yang's instructions. "Eldest senior brother, if our methods are too despicable and brutal, will this be somewhat bad for our clan's reputation?" A Jindan stage cultivator inquired. Zhang Yang glanced at the Jindan cultivator who had spoken and said indifferently, "Someone else has put a knife to your face and you're still asking if the reputation is good? When you are finally alive, you can then consider the question of whether the reputation is good or not. The power of any one of the several great clans is now greater than ours, but they have shamelessly joined together to make a move against us. May I ask, have they considered their reputation? You need to reflect on that. I don't want to hear questions like that next time." He looked to Zhang Changshan and the others. "Help him, make him recognize reality. Don't worry, senior brother. We will definitely help senior brother Feng," Zhang Changshan said hurriedly. Zhang Yang nodded. "Your actions this time were very good, so I decided to assign you missions ahead of time. After you return to the sect, finish receiving the resources and secret books you are supposed to receive, and then, lead the team to help out in the Cloud Mountain Empire. You need the discipline of war. You need to kill to validate your achievements. Most importantly, you need more resources to cultivate. These are things that have to be figured out ahead of time." Chaoing raised his hand and said, "Eldest senior brother, my father is the king of An, sitting in the Cloud Mountain Empire's Taizhou. Perhaps we can go get some resources from him." Zhang Yang nodded slightly. "Not a bad idea. However, your father has always served in the Yunshan Empire, so you should still go and discuss with the emperor and try to coordinate." "Yes, alright, next you guys continue your journey to the clan. I have to go somewhere else." After Zhang Yang finished speaking, he turned around and flew off to the other brigades. This group of Foundation Establishment stage disciples still had to walk slowly to the Green Cloud sect. He didn't have that much time to wait. However, he was happy with the group he had trained. When he thought about it, a mole like Chaoing had come with the purpose of subverting the Qingyun sect. Now she was ready to send the resources of Taizhou to the Qingyun sect, showing that the ideological education was successful. In the next few days, Zhang Yang personally ran to the Red Clothes Brigade to find Wang Bail, and then went to the Yellow Clothes Brigade to meet Liang Yi and communicate the situation separately. From the conversation, Zhang Yang understood that Wang Bail still had not given up the hatred of Ding Wangfu, and Zhang Yang did not care. The Ding Wang house had exterminated people's entire family in the first place just because their own prince had been beaten up. With such a style of acting, Zhang Yang had nothing to say. If one day the Ding Wangfu was exterminated, It would all be the Ding Wanfu's retribution. After running 3 teams in a row, Zhang Yang returned to Qin Yun's sect. Then, he went to look for the fire spirit son, Sect's senior uncle. We need a few large flying boats. Zhang Yang looked at fire spirit Z. I wonder if senior uncle can take some time to cast them for the senior brothers and sisters? As for the scale of the flying boats, they cannot be smaller than those of the Cloud Mountain Empire. With the financial power of the Cloud Mountain Empire, they are able to build them, so it shouldn't be a problem for us as well. Fire Spirit Z was disdainful. Those flying boats from the Cloud Mountain Empire are crude and not worth mentioning. Don't worry, I'll get it out after spending a little bit of time on it while attending to the Great Tao. Well, after you get it out, 6th senior uncle, send the flying boat to 4th senior uncle and 5th senior uncle, and in addition to having 4th senior uncle set up the guarding array at the same time, you should also have 5th senior uncle get the defense rune pattern on it as well. After you're done with it, then hand it over to the senior brothers and sisters. Alright, these are all minor issues. Fire Spirit's son nodded. He had been in closed-door enlightenment for so long and still hadn't seen the first signs of the harmonious Tao realm. Although he was also anxious inside, he knew very well that it was useless to be anxious. Building a couple of flying boats in your spare time is not much of a problem. As for a few others, I think it should be the same. Zhang Yang came out from the Fire Spirit Sun and was about to go busy with other things when Qin Yunzi's voice came. Zhang Yang, come to me for a moment. Zhang Yang's heart froze as he hurried to Qin Yun Peak. Master, what's the situation? Zhang Yang asked. Qin Yunzi glanced to the west and said indifferently, your senior sister went to the Yuntang Empire for so long and never came back. You make a trip to Yunting and fetch your senior sister back. It dawned on Zhang Yang that he remembered that Sita Mingwei had gone to Yunting for a couple of months and actually had not heard a word from her. He pondered for a moment, looked at the wandering Sangsong outside, and shouted toward the outside. Old Tao, come in. Sangsong walked in, not understanding why Zhang Yang was looking for him. You happen to be fine. Come out with me. Zhang Yang looked at Sangsong. You stepped on my Qin Yun sect's ground for so long and absorbed so much aura. It's time to do something for Qin Yun. Sangsong looked at Zhang Yang a bit dazed. What kind of reason was this? He looked towards Qin Yunzi, wondering if Qin Yunzi would allow him to leave. Don't you look at my master. Zhang Yang said lightly to Sangsong, this trip with me is your chance. If you perform well, you'll be able to survive. However, on this trip with me, you must not show your true face or identify yourself to anyone. As for taking a shot at me, that's even more impossible. Master, he's at the harmonious realm. I can't sense his divine thoughts. Please also supervise him, Master, and kill him directly whenever there is any fidgeting of his divine thoughts, or any possibility of him leaking information to anyone. Good. Qin Yunzi glanced at Sangsong without saying anything superfluous. Sangsong's heart tightened and he hurriedly said, don't worry, I promise I won't make any moves. He hadn't satisfied Qin Yunzi for so long, and now that he had managed to grab a chance, he had to cherish it. Afterwards, Zhang Yang took Sangsong and left the Qin Yun sect for Yunting. Having just left the Green Cloud sect, Sangsong became entangled. Should he quietly deliver the message? He had only just moved at that thought when he dismissed it, because he didn't dare. Although Qin Yunzi hadn't appeared, Sangsong still had a bit of a concept of just how terrifying a transitional stage could be. If Qin Yunzi was hiding in the shadows, he would definitely not be able to hide his divine thoughts from Qin Yunzi whenever he moved. Moreover, he had been in the Qin Yun sect for a few months now and had seen how much importance Qin Yunzi attached to Zhang Yang. Now that Zhang Yang was out of town, how could Qin Yunzi not be concerned? Upon figuring this out, Sangsong sighed in his heart and honestly escorted Zhang Yang to Yunting. Chapter 123. As if Sangsong was one of his own, Zhang Yang did not even bother to be on guard and went straight to the Yunting imperial capital with a smile on his face. Facing a harmonization realm, it was useless even if he was on guard. Might as well leave all the security to the master to worry about. It's still his master who works for this kind of thing. The Green Cloud sect was far from Yunting, slightly farther than the Cloud Mountain Empire. Old Taoist, this trip to Yunting is to hide your identity. What should I call you? Zhang Yang asked Sangsong with a sideways glance. Sangsong looked at Zhang Yang with a smile. What do you think? He's been traveling without changing his name for over 1,000 years, and in his old age he still has to change his name. Zhang Yang looked at Sangsong's transformed face, which was no longer a Taoist priest's attire at all, but a kindly old man. He thought for a moment and said, why don't we just call you Longbrow, or White Eyebrows? Pale Pine touched his disembodied eyebrows. Where had they grown? Where did it go white? He gave Zhang Yang a helpless look. Whatever. It didn't matter that it had been stooped to the point of being a bodyguard anyway. Good. I'll call you White Eyebrows. Zhang Yang laughed. Let me tell you, Elder White Eyebrows is a legend. It's already great that you can be called that. Sangsong asked suspiciously, Are you really not afraid of something happening? Old me and you aren't that close, right? Besides, there's still a conflict between old me and your Qingyan sect. Zhang Yang smiled. What I believe in is my master's strength. And I also believe that you are not that stupid. If you were really that stupid, you wouldn't have cultivated to the harmonious realm, would you? It's you, old Taoist. Have you thought about how to live? White eyebrows? Time is getting short. Song Song was silent for a moment and shook his head with a bitter smile. To be honest, no one wants to die. The old man has cultivated to the harmonization realm and has lived for more than 1,000 years. That's all the more reason why he doesn't want to die. Especially since the old man's qualifications are still good, and he's preparing to cross over and ascend in the future. Why don't you join our Qingyan sect? Zhang Yang looked at Song Song. Sang Song looked at Zhang Yang without any humor. Don't joke. I'm not kidding. Zhang Yang looked at Song Song seriously. Song Song kindly smiled. Then I might as well die early and dry, saving me from leaving behind a curse. In his opinion, it was absolutely impossible for the Green Cloud sect to survive the persecution of several large sects, and if he joined the Green Cloud sect, he would be betraying. At that time, when the Qingyan sect was destroyed, he would have to die as well, and he would also fall into the name of a traitor. How unprofitable was that? You don't think highly of Qingyan sect that much? Zhang Yang smiled. You stayed in Qingyan sect for at least a year, right? Think Qingyan sect is really useless? Song Song looked at Zhang Yang sincerely and said, the fact that Qingyan sect is able to make it to this point today is already far more than anyone expected. However, you still don't have much of a chance, and I always trust my judgment. What will you use to resist the crushing of several top great sects? A clan that puts out 1 transition realm and 2 harmonization realms will be able to crush your Qingyan sect to the point where you have no place to turn around at all. Zhang Yang asked rhetorically. Then why don't you guys do it? Song Song shook his head with a bitter smile. I have to say, you Qingyan thought of a wonderful trick. Actually thought of releasing those demons. Although we guessed that the probability was false, we didn't dare to gamble. You guys are barefoot and not afraid of the shoes. We are. But that's all a step back when we're not prepared for it. This time, your move of claiming to release the demon head has likewise given us an excuse and helped us make up our minds. Therefore, when we are fully prepared, we don't care if you release the devil or not. Zhang Yang raised his eyebrows and asked, then what if we do release the devil? Song Song laughed. Even if these devils were released, they would first deal with your Qingyan sect. Besides, these devils have been subdued for 1,000 years. Their strength shouldn't be as good as it was back then. After being weakened twice, it will be easy for us to deal with them again. Zhang Yang looked at Song Song, who was smiling smugly, and slyly continued, what if we work with the devil? Song Song instantly froze. Then, he immediately burst out laughing again. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The devil has been subdued for 1,000 years, and his hatred with you guys is almost undying. Your successive generations of ancestors also died at the hands of the devil, and the hatred is equally monstrous. How can cooperation be possible under these circumstances? You can't work together at all. Zhang Yang did not refute Song Song's words and continued to ask, what if I tell you that those demons will still descend? Are you guys still complacent? Song Song's face instantly turned ugly as he looked at Zhang Yang incredulously and asked, how could the devil still descend? Zhang Yang said indifferently, 1,000 years ago, we didn't figure out how these devils were going to descend at all, and then we fought those devils. However, some time ago, through talking to the devils, they claimed that there are still honored ones to descend. Think of the consequences. Those devils are already terrifying. And with another venerable, I'd like to see how everyone will live then. Cthulhu was silent. He subconsciously suspected that Zhang Yang was telling lies, but it was true that no one knew how these demons descended 1,000 years ago. It was never even said to be a concern. Just an accident. After all, after this accident, only the Green Cloud sect was destroyed, and the other sects were not damaged at all. Looking back on this 1,000 years later, one realizes that it is far from simple. Not long ago, I asked you a question about why you are really alive. Zhang Yang looked at Song Song and said slowly, under this kind of catastrophe, as a harmonization realm, aren't you prepared to do something for the world? The spirit weapons and immortal weapons of the Green Cloud sect, were they really that important? What's the point of having spirit weapons and immortal weapons if everyone is dead? Besides, it's not like our Green Cloud sect didn't have the intention of giving out spiritual and immortal artifacts. We just asked you to join my Green Cloud sect, so why are you disagreeing again? Compared to you guys, our Qingyan sect is simply noble. You're all despicable people. Song Song glared at Zhang Yang. Wasn't that scolding him to his face? He shook his head. I admit that your words have some truth to them. Anyway, I just won't join the Green Cloud sect. Zhang Yang looked at Song Song and suddenly said, why don't we make a bet? What's the bet? Cthulhu asked. Zhang Yang slowly said, Let's bet on whether I can come back alive from the Heaven's Pride battlefield. If I can come back alive, then it means that the world's fortune is in my Qingyin sect. At that time, you will join my Qingyin sect. If I don't come back alive from the Heaven's Pride battlefield, Master will let you leave the Qingyin sect. Song Song looked at Zhang Yang strangely and said decisively, bet you. He knew very well that there was no way that several big clans would let Zhang Yang come back alive from the Heaven's Pride battlefield. So why not gamble? The Qingyun sect's qi. They will exterminate it. Chapter 124, Sister was bullied. The Yunting imperial capital has arrived. Zhang Yang did not cover his tracks at all and landed directly towards the imperial capital. With a harmonious realm by his side and a master in the dark, what did he have to worry about? What kind of person dare to trespass into the Yunting imperial capital? A cultivator in official uniform flew to intercept Zhang Yang. Qingyun Zhang Yang came to the imperial capital to look for his senior sister. Zhang Yang said as he looked at the Yuaning realm in front of him. Someone from the Qingyun sect? The Yuaning cultivator's eyes couldn't help but shrink for a moment. Even if you are someone from the Qingyun, you still have to abide by the rules of my Yuntang Empire. However, on account of you not knowing, let's forget about it this time. But next time, we will not be lenient. Oh, Zhang Yang responded and asked, where does Sito Haonan live? The Yuaning cultivator gave Zhang Yang a strange look and said, I'll take you there. After saying that, he led Zhang Yang and Song Song to a big luxurious mansion. However, upon seeing the situation around him, Zhang Yang's brows could not help but furrow. In the surroundings, countless cultivators gathered, tightly surrounding the entire mansion. Zhang Yang finally understood why Sita Mingyue did not return to Qingyun sect for so long. So something had happened. When he arrived at the entrance of the mansion, a Jindan stage cultivator appeared and stopped the crowd. The Yuaning stage wearing the official uniform of Yuntang waved his hand and the Jindan stage made way for Zhang Yang and Sansong to be able to enter within the compound. The Yuaning stage didn't enter Situ's house, but instead transmitted a voice to the Jindan stage, go report to His Majesty. The Qingyun sect has come. Yes. The Jindan stage quickly flew away. Kid, something is wrong with the situation yo. Song Song glanced at Zhang Yang, the cultivators around. More than 4,000. Well, most of them are at the foundation establishment stage. Among them, there are about 10 at the Jindan stage and 2 at the Yuanying stage. He had become much more easygoing even after he had settled the bet with Zhang Yang. Anyway, we'll see how it all turns out when we wait a year. Zhang Yang asked rhetorically, for you to snap your fingers, you still care about so many people? Song Song dryly coughed twice and said, it's better if I can keep my hands off or else I'll leak my identity and you guys will find me in trouble again. Che! Zhang Yang snorted. Don't worry, you don't need to do anything below the Yuanshan realm. He stomped into the Situ family, and when the Situ family saw that someone had actually barged in, those guards were very grave. They didn't know what was going on. They didn't dare to stop Zhang Yang at all, and they met Zhang Yang's footsteps and kept retreating. Soon, the move outside startled the Situ family, and the Situ family members quickly gathered, each with a look of grief and indignation. Everyone froze when they saw Zhang Yang. Not an official of the Yuntang Empire? It's you! Situ Hanan looked at Zhang Yang in surprise. Eldest brother. Sita Mingyue also looked at Zhang Yang with great excitement. Seeing how she was cheering, if it wasn't in public, she would have rushed up for a hug. Zhang Yang scanned the crowd in the hall before looking at Sita Mingyue. Didn't I tell you to finish your business as soon as possible and return to the sect? You haven't gone back for so long. Master asked me to come and pick you up. Pack up and come back to the sect with me. Sita Mingyue lowered her head in aggravation. I can't leave. Qin Yushu walked over inside. Things are a bit troublesome. We can't leave easily. Can't I see trouble happening? What exactly happened? Zhang Yang asked. Situ Haonan hurriedly said. Sit quickly. Allow me to tell you in detail. The others who are fine, don't gather around. Hurry up and leave. The rest of the Situ family, while sizing up Zhang Yang, exited the hall. A few moments later, inside the hall, there stood Situ Haonan's father and daughter, as well as a woman who bore some resemblance to Situ Mingyue. Who should be Situ Mingyue's mother? Other than that, it was Qin Yushu and a few guest ministers. Tell me, what exactly happened? Zhang Yang looked at Situ Haonan. Isn't your Yuntang Chamber of Commerce claiming business dominance over the Yuntang Empire? Is that all the strength you have? Situ Haonan said with a bitter smile. Our Yuntang Chamber of Commerce is powerful, but how can we fight against the Yuntang Empire? It's the Yuntang Empire that intervened? Yes. Situ Haonan smiled bitterly. We didn't expect to encounter such a thing either. For hundreds of years, our relationship with the royal family has always been close, as good as blood brothers. However, they made a move against us this time. Of course, I know that they had no choice. What compulsion again? Zhang Yang laughed coldly. I have to say, you are really naive. I am skeptical.
How did you manage to make the Yunting Chamber of Commerce so large scale? You're such a big man, but your ideas are so naive. Eldest brother. Sito Mingyue looked at Zhang Yang and huffed. Don't talk about my father like that. And you are also stupid. Zhang Yang nonchalantly reprimanded Sito Mingyue. You have to remember that you are a member of the Qingyun sect, and with the entire Qingyun sect standing behind you, what are you afraid of? We have one master and 6 uncles. In this Qingyun continent, we should just walk sideways, and they're lucky if we don't go bullying others. Come to you and actually get bullied. What a joke. Oh, got it. Situ Mingyue lowered her head defiantly. Although Mr. and Mrs. Situ Haonan that saw their own daughter being reprimanded, not only were they not angry, but they were somewhat relieved. He said with a bitter smile, this time, it is indeed us who have dragged down Mingyue. The Luangjia Holy Land had once again stepped in, and they demanded that Mingyu marry into the Luangjia Holy Land. This time, they forced the Yuntang royal family, and if the royal family dared to not agree to this matter, they were going to exterminate the Yuntang royal family, with nothing else to do. The Yuntang royal family also pressured our Situ family. Mingyue could have left with the help of Elder Qin, but the emperor let slip that if she dared to leave, he would slaughter my Situ family's entire clan. She's not willing to agree to marry into the Luangjia Holy Land, so she's stuck here. Zhang Yang snorted coldly and looked at Situ Mingyue. And you say you're not stupid? You should have immediately left the Yuntang Empire under the protection of Elder Qin at that time, and at the same time, put out the word to the imperial family that if anything happened to one of the Situ family, you would bring your clan's people over to exterminate their imperial family. Under such circumstances, would the imperial family dare to touch your Situ family? This time, the news of the Green Cloud Sect's opening of the secret realm spread all over the world, and the people knew that the Green Cloud Sect had 6 Yuanshan realms and 1 harmonious Dao realm. Under such circumstances, was the Yuntang Empire really not afraid of extermination? Sito Mingyue glared at Zhang Yang. She wanted to say I am not you. Can I shout at those master uncles? She said fiercely. This time, the Luangjia sacred ground has also come. And the one who came is Nangong Qishue. It's Nangong Qio. He said that master couldn't leave the Green Cloud Sect, and that the rest of the Green Cloud Sect is worthless. So what can I do? She emphasized Nangong Qio twice, which was a reminder of Nangong Qio's identity. Zhang Yang didn't have so many scruples and his eyes lit up. The one who came is actually our traitorous senior brother. This time, one has to meet him properly. Right at this moment, a Yuaning realm flew in from outside, entered the Situ family, looked at the crowd and said loudly, His Majesty has asked the people from the Qingyun sect to go to the palace for an audience. Zhang Yang's eyes snapped. An audience? He turned his head to Song Song. Let's go. See the emperor. Song Song smiled slightly. Before meeting the emperor, I'll give you a gift. He suddenly struck out and grabbed one of the Situ family's Yuaning guest ministers and violently threw it in front of Zhang Yang. This is my gift to you. Chapter 125 Emperor Yunting's Mighty and Overbearing Spirit. Song Song suddenly stepped out and grabbed a Yuaning realm, causing the crowd to freeze. The Situ family didn't understand why the people brought by Zhang Yang wanted to arrest their guest minister. Had they offended them in some way? Instead, Zhang Yang did not suspect Song Song and inquired. He has a problem? Song Song said indifferently. He was still transmitting in his spiritual sense just now, revealing information to this Yuaning sent by the emperor. But it can't be hidden from my perception. The crowd's faces changed at those words. The Situ family looked incredulously at the captured Yuaning. They couldn't figure out why a good guest secretary would betray them. You old piker wrongly accused me. How did I ever transmit a message to anyone else? The captured Yuaning wailed, with a look of grief after being wrongly accused. If I sent a message with my spiritual sense, how come Haksai Qin, as a Yuanshan realm, didn't have any half-sense? The Yuaning sent by the emperor also looked very unimpressed as he said coldly, although I don't know what exactly your Situ family is up to, if anyone wrongs me, don't blame me for being impolite. Situ Haonan looked at the captured Yuaning with a serious expression and turned his head to Qin Yushu. Senior Qin, did you sense that he sent a message to the others? Qin Yushu honestly shook his head as he hesitated for a moment and said, however, my Tao is not as profound as this senior's, so perhaps senior will be able to discover what I have not. Although he was only capturing a Yuaning, but to leave the Yuaning realm defenseless, this kind of lifting of weight was something that Qin Yushu thought he couldn't do. Situ Haonan sensitively grasped the word senior in Qin Yushu's mouth, and stared blankly at Song Song unable to speak. Instead, the Yuaning realm that was grabbed, angrily shouted out. Everyone heard it. Hakai Qin as a Yuanshan realm cannot even perceive the situation. Why can this person perceive? As he spoke, his expression froze. Just now, Qin Yushu called this old man senior? Yuanshan realm appellation seniors. Hedo realm. As soon as this thought came out,
Cold sweat instantly broke out at the Yuaning realm, and he hurriedly said aloud, Lu Qian save me. The Yuaning realm that the emperor had sent likewise realized Song Song's realm. His face turned white and he didn't dare to talk at all. A harmonization realm was personally present, and if he had any dissent, there would likewise be no other outcome. Zhang Yang glanced at the Yuaning realm lying on the ground and looked at Sita Mingyue and said indifferently, it's a pity to kill a Yuaning just like that. Tie it up for me and I'll bring it back to the clan to see if it's useful or not. If it's not useful, then I'll take it and feed it to the fish. Those fish of mine like to eat cultivators. A Yuaning realm might be able to catch one out. Yes, eldest senior brother. Situ Mingyue smiled happily. This time, eldest senior brother had brought the harmonization realm to save her, so she definitely had no other problems. Zhang Yang looked at Lu Qian, who was sent by the emperor to the Yuaning realm, and instructed, let's go. Your emperor is still waiting for my audience. Please. Lu Qian couldn't help but bend down to guide him, no longer having the condescending demeanor from earlier. On the way to the palace, Sun Song looked at Zhang Yang and swallowed his saliva, asking, like to eat the fish of cultivators. It's not the rainbow fish, is it? Rainbow fish is in your Qingyun sect? The rainbow fish that he had been searching for so long turned out to be brought back by the Green Cloud sect? When he thought of Qingyun's crossing, plus the deep pit in the depths of the cloud dreaming marsh, he cried and laughed in his heart. Who would have thought that the rainbow fish had been scooped up by Qingyunzi and returned to the Qingyun sect? Zhang Yang glanced at Song Song and asked, you're such a profound Taoist, but you still can't give up your appetite? Song Song hemmed and hawed. It's really delicious. Old me ate it once, and I can't get it out of my head. How about going back and giving some to old me? Good deal. Finish my errands for me and go back to fish for you. Zhang Yang promised. Led by Lu Qian, Zhang Yang and Song Song entered the palace and met Emperor Lu Bingyan of the Yuntang Empire at the palace hall. Lu Bingyan gazed at Zhang Yang and asked coldly, how dare you, Qingyun sect, trespass into our Yuntang Empire? Lu Qian frantically gave the emperor a wink. Nay, the emperor would not even look at him. He didn't dare to spiritually transmit his voice in front of the harmonization realm, so he could only politely say, Your Majesty, this is Qingyun's heir Zhang Yang, and Qingyun's seniors. He had hinted so obviously. The emperor should be able to understand, right? Lu Bingyan smiled coldly. I know that they are all from Qingyun. Are people from Qingyun able to interfere in our Yuntang Empire's affairs? He had already heard from Nangong Chiyo that other than Qingyunzi, the Qingyun sect was not worth mentioning at all. As for Qingyunzi, he could not leave the Qingyun sect, so he did not need to worry at all. In that case, what's the point of being polite to the Green Cloud sect? So, he gave Zhang Yang a hard time on the spot. Zhang Yang glanced at the emperor, looked sideways at Lu Qian, and said indifferently, I'm going to watch how he performs. If you dare to make a move, die. Lu Qian's cold sweat instantly emerged, and he lowered his head, not daring to speak. Seeing such a state of affairs, Lu Bingyan became furious and slammed the table fiercely. How dare you threaten my people? You really don't put me in your eyes. Your Qingyun sect is indeed very powerful, but this is not the past anymore. This is my Yuntang Empire. Whoever dares to act recklessly, I will definitely make him pay. With the angry voice of the emperor, 3 Yuaning ghostly shadows appeared in front of the crowd, forming an encircling position and standing beside Zhang Yang and Song Song. Zhang Yang gazed at the emperor for a moment before faintly asking, Your Majesty, do you remember what this continent is called? I know that this is called the Qingyun continent. So what? Lu Bingyan laughed coldly. Now, it's up to me to rule this place. It's my kingdom. Zhang Yang sighed and said, I have no intention of disowning your Yuntang Empire. What I want to ask is that the Luangia sacred land is from other continents. They came to us with the intention of scourging us. Do you understand? Lu Bingyan laughed. You're talking about the Situ family, right? A small Situ family. The hot dogs that my royal family keeps. They should listen to my royal family's orders. Besides, it was their good fortune that the Luangia Holy Land was able to look at their Situ family's daughter. Not only do these dogs and thieves not know what's good for them, but they actually want to disobey my orders. So naturally I won't have to be polite to them. Zhang Yang's face sank as he said indifferently, that group of people from Situ's family has a problem with their brains. They deserve whatever you do to them. However, Situ Mingyue is a disciple of my Qingyun sect. For thousands of years, my Green Cloud sect has never interfered in your mundane affairs. And we have even been more than helpful when you have begged us. Rather, I didn't expect that you have a lot of guts. Not only do you dare to meddle in my Qingyun's affairs anymore, but you even really think that you, the emperor, are the best in the world? Lu Bingyan stood up violently, pointing at Zhang Yang and drinking. Qingyun sect is just a joke that has lasted for 1,000 years, never to be seen again. Besides, we, Yunting, are ready to defect to the Luangia Holy Land. with our backs to the Langya Holy Land. What can your Qingyun sect do to me? Chapter 126, Traitorous Senior Brother. Zhang Yang deadpan Emperor Lu Bingyan of Yunting. He did not expect that this emperor had actually decided to defect to the Luanjia Holy Land. He was barely able to accept cursing the Qingyun sect. However, to defect to the forces of other continents, wasn't this drastically weakening the strength of the Qingyun continent? Most importantly, if the Luanjia sacred land ever attacked Qingyun, the Yuntang Empire would definitely be the pawn. Obviously, he is from the Qingyun continent, but he has made such a decision. In an instant, a killing chance arose in Zhang Yang's heart. He gazed at Lu Bingyan. I'd like to see what gave you such guts to have the confidence to make such a move. Take him, Lu Bingyan said decisively to the surroundings. Lu Qian's heart went cold. He knew it was over. He looked up sharply and bellowed, Your Majesty must not. However, it was too late for him to stop it, as the other three Yuaning stage, who had driven their magic treasures, struck out at Zhang Yang and Song Song. Song Song stood calmly in his place, with no intention to make a move at all. He wanted to see how Zhang Yang would respond. The three Yuaning realm Daofa rolled towards Zhang Yang as if they had ignored Song Song. Zhang Yang smiled coldly as the immortal binding rope flew out towards one Yuaning realm, while at the same time, the heavenly nets pedaled towards another Yuaning realm. As for himself, he was clad in the bright light armor, facing the frontal Yuaning realm. With the bright light armor protecting his body, he didn't have to think about defense at all, and he could just go all out against the Yuaning realm. Flash spell. A dazzling white light suddenly appeared from the great hall. Everyone was caught off guard. They only felt a blackness in front of their eyes, and then they could not see anything. However, cultivators still had their spiritual sense to sense the surrounding situation, and the Yuaning realm hurriedly extended their spiritual sense rapidly, automatically checking the surrounding. They could indeed sense the fluctuation of the power of the laws of heaven and earth. However, they were still not as flexible as usual, and could only fight Zhang Yang's various Dao laws stiffly. Gravity. Everyone felt their bodies sink as if they were carrying several people. The cultivators were still mobilizing the power of the law to fight against it, and the emperor who was immortal directly knelt down. Thunderbolt. A ball of spherical thunderbolt rolled head-on towards the Yuaning cultivator. Chained fireballs. Dozens of fireballs connected into a string and swept towards that Yuaning realm. Gas explosion technique. The air around them suddenly contracted and then violently exploded away, creating a huge impact. Tigers roar in the mountains. A huge sound wave, cascading out. Where the sound wave passed through, everyone's body shook tremendously. Even the cultivator's body was in the middle of the sound wave's impact. As for Emperor Yuntang, he was already bleeding internally. Spell after spell was continuously sent out from Zhang Yang's hands. By the time that Yuaning realm on the opposite side finally regained his sight, his body had already been attacked by an unknown number of spells on his body. Although he had a defensive magic treasure, with the power of the Yuntang Empire, it was just a 5th-grade magic artifact vestment that had long since shattered in the bombardment of various forces. The Yuaning realm glared viciously at Zhang Yang and collapsed with blood flowing from his 7 orifices. The other 2 Yuaning realms, although they were not facing the direct impact of Zhang Yang's Dao, they had to face the spiritual artifact binding rope and spiritual artifact heavenly luonet. Moreover, they likewise received shocks from flash spells, gravity spells, air blasts, and sound waves. In such a situation, both Yuaning stages were caught by the binding rope of immortality and the heavenly luonet. 3 Yuaning stage, take them all. You're used to being pampered. You haven't had a good fight, right? Zhang Yang looked at the 3 Yuaning realms. They know how to use magic treasures. They know how to bully Jindan stage based on their high realm. Bah! 3 newbies. Song Song, who stood beside Zhang Yang, was completely unaffected by Zhang Yang's Dao as he was at the harmonization realm. The moment the flash spell appeared, the power of the law removed the power of the light he had been subjected to with a single movement of his mind. He then spectated the whole process, looking at Zhang Yang as if he was a monster. It's just as well that your spiritual power is so deep. What kind of messy Dao power have you comprehended? Song Song looked at Zhang Yang messily. What kind of Dao power are you practicing? Why can't he read it? Zhang Yang hemmed and hawed. How can there be any fixed Taoist power with the experience of fighting? He hadn't fought the tiger demon for nothing, and he had even stolen 2 of the tiger demon's best moves. Looking at the emperor who was spitting out blood on the ground, Zhang Yang walked over, lifted the emperor up and said indifferently, Is this your arrogant skill? By the looks of it, it's not much. You said that the Green Cloud sect is a joke. I see you as a clown. The emperor could not speak at all. He was already seriously injured, and if he didn't hurry to be treated, he would surely die. Please also spare his majesty. Lu Qian hurriedly pleaded for mercy. The Yuntang Empire can't live without his majesty, or else the world will surely be in chaos. His words are right. It's better to let go of his majesty the emperor. My good master, A huge pressure came in from outside the hall, and at the same time, with the words, the young man dressed in silver walked in. Above the silver-clad man's head hung a long streamer. It was this long streamer that emitted a powerful pressure. Soul suppressor. When Song Song saw the streamer, he couldn't help but take off. He took a deep breath and sent a divine message to Zhang Yang. Kid, this is one of your Qingyun sect's top spiritual weapons. One that is almost about to become an immortal weapon. I'm not afraid of it, but if I want to deal with him, I have to go all out to do so, and that will inevitably reveal my identity. But as powerful as the soul suppressor is, I still have no problem taking you away, so I advise you to take what you can get. Zhang Yang's eyes, dead set on the silver-clad man who entered. He knew from the silver-clothed man's words that this was the traitor Nangong Chiyo of the Green Cloud Sect. As for the soul suppressor, it was thought to be one of the treasures that Nangong Chiyo had taken away from Chang Yun. Shameless, Zhang Yang droned coldly. As an elder, willingly aiding and abetting the evil and bullying the juniors of the Qingyun sect. If the ancestors of the Qingyun sect knew about this, I'm afraid that they would all be so ashamed that they wouldn't even be able to face the ground. Nangong Chiyo looked at Zhang Yang in a good humor and said with a smile, Junior brother, do you know what is being suppressed underneath Qingyun sect? If you knew, I believe you would have made the same choice I did. Zhang Yang didn't even answer Nangong Chiyo's question and coldly continued, how dare you still have the face to defect to the enemy and help them? Where is your sense of shame? If I were you, I would have killed myself a long time ago. Nangong Chiyo raised his eyebrows. Junior brother, it's not proper to speak to senior brother like that, is it? Zhang Yang violently took out his sect leader token, activated it, and droned. Now, in the name of the sect leader of the Green Cloud Sect, I demand that you return to the Green Cloud Sect. Nangong Chiyo kindly smiled. Junior brother, I realize that you are really too naive. Since I chose to leave the Green Cloud Sect in the first place, it's impossible for me to go back. Zhang Yang didn't even care about Nangong Chiyo's words and snapped. Just because he practiced the soul disordering technique, so you follow him? Do you know that although he has taken away the soul disordering technique, the true copy of the soul disordering technique is still in the Qingyun sect? As that true immortal senior who created the soul disordering technique has long since ascended to the immortal realm. If one day he were to know that the master you are following is actually a traitor to the Qingyun sect, what would he think? You've accompanied him all your life. He left you to protect the clan's descendants. Is this how you repay him? You're a top-notch spirit weapon. Even if you don't recognize him, what can he do to you? So, you have forgotten your responsibilities as a member of the Green Cloud Sect, and this is your betrayal. Now that you've met the heir to the Qingyun sect, do you want to continue your betrayal? When the day comes that you meet your master again, what are you going to say to him? I can always help you find the person who cultivates the soul disorder technique. That is the true heir to my Green Cloud Sect, and this man you're following now is just a traitor. Look at these seniors around me, doing so much better. This is the one that my Green Cloud Sect truly recognizes and loves. I hope you can change your ways and not be confused and end up not only with a lifetime of hatred, but even one day end up in life and death. Zhang Yang was a man of many words. He stood on the moral high ground, and from the four aspects of caring for his offspring, from the Qingyun inheritance, from the master's companionship, and from the Nangong's strange betrayal of the Qingyun sect, he spewed out a frenzy at the soul-suppressing streamer. This spewing frenzy made Cthulhu next to him look dumbfounded. This kid has a bad mouth. Also, what's the point of cursing furiously at a spirit weapon? Nangong Chiyo also finally realized that Zhang Yang hadn't been talking to him at all from the beginning to the end, but was talking to the soul suppressor? He said with great amusement, Junior senior brother, you are really stupid and cute. That's my spirit weapon. He has chosen to recognize me. Do you understand? Zhang Yang fiercely took out a spiritual weapon and even put back the immortal binding rope and the heavenly luo net. Immortal refining cauldron, immortal binding rope, sky luo net, dragon king basket, bright light armor, forbidden breaking flag. One spiritual weapon after another was emitting powerful fluctuations. Then, Zhang Yang said to the soul suppressor with a serious expression, Senior, come back. There are your companions here. There are your Dao friends here. There are your juniors that you have to guard. And there are also those you truly want to follow here. Only here is where you belong. Nangong Chiyo looked at the many spirit weapons and laughed out loud in excitement. Junior brother, you are sending me treasures, right? Since you sent it, don't go back. I also didn't expect. Master, his old man is really generous. Actually gave you so many treasures. As he was speaking, the powerful and incomparable pressure of the soul suppressor hanging above his head suddenly began to diminish, getting smaller and smaller, and finally putting the fluctuations back in completely. Nangong Chiyo, who was laughing maniacally, suddenly couldn't laugh anymore as he looked at the soul suppression streamer with his jaw dropped in utter disbelief. It's his spirit weapon. All had struck at his command. So why did he not have his own orders and had reigned in the fluctuations? Suddenly, the soul suppressor shook violently and disappeared through the air. No! My soul suppressor! Nangong Chiyo screamed miserably and ran out after the soul suppressor. Chapter 127, The Dog with a Broken Spine. My soul suppressor! Zhang Yang yelled back. From the way he looked just now, it was obvious that he had all but persuaded the spirit of the soul suppressor. When it was time to harvest, the township ran away. Stop howling! Qing Yunzi's voice rang in Zhang Yang's ears. I've retrieved the soul suppressor. Wait until you return. What you did this time has satisfied Master. 2 of the Qing Yun sect's heavy artifacts had been taken away by 2 rebellious disciples, one of which was the soul suppressor. This was a top-tier spirit weapon. Even if he wanted to forcefully suppress it, it would take quite a bit of time to do so. This was originally a heavy weapon of the Qing Yun sect, and he couldn't afford to part with it if he damaged the soul suppressor. Originally, he thought that he wouldn't be able to get any of these things back and was still harboring a grudge in his heart. But he didn't expect that after being sprayed by Zhang Yang, the soul suppressor would actually stop resisting. Zhang Yang was finally relieved to hear that his master had taken it back. He smiled happily and said, Master, I got this back. It was promised to me. Who would have too many of such a powerful spiritual weapon as the soul suppressor? Song Song, who was next to him, looked at Zhang Yang with an incredulous expression. That's a top-notch spirit weapon. And it was convinced by this kid with a single call? Admittedly, this was originally a spiritual artifact of the Qing Yun sect, but there was no such thing. Was there? How did you do that? Cthulhu couldn't help but ask. He was genuinely curious. Zhang Yang glanced at Song Song and asked, You have a spiritual weapon, right? Of course. The harmonization realm definitely had spirit weapons. Zhang Yang asked rhetorically. Then how do you treat spiritual weapons? Song Song froze. He didn't know what Zhang Yang meant. Zhang Yang said lightly, Everything has a spirit. Spiritual weapons are called spiritual weapons precisely because they have a spirit. However, I have found that many people treat spiritual tools as tools to be used. They can think, mobilize the power of the Tao, and cooperate with people to show the power of the Tao. Is this a tool? To me, they are a different kind of being. I treat them as equals. I kiss them with friendship, and I value them as elders. When I need their help, how can they not contribute? Just now, what really made the soul-suppressing streamer collect its fluctuations was none other than those spirit weapons of mine. It was them that helped me convince the soul suppressor. Cthulhu was silent. It's not that no one doesn't understand this, but no one has ever thought of it that way. Cthulhu asked himself why that was. Soon, he understood. As an immortal cultivator, when the higher the realm, the stronger the strength, and then looking at other beings, it was natural to be in a state of looking down. How can it be taken seriously in this state? It was just that he didn't understand why Zhang Yang had such a philosophy of treating people as equals existed. Suddenly, he looked beyond the imperial city and said with a serious expression, That brat is back. Looks like he's all pissed off. Do you want to hide? Hide? Zhang Yang snorted coldly. Without the soul suppressor, I'm still afraid of him? I'm going to kill you, you damn thing. Taking away my soul suppressor. You're dead. Nangong Chiyo furiously rushed into the palace. Before the person arrived, his powerful cultivation at the Yuanshan realm imperiously moved the power of the laws of heaven and earth, and suppressed it towards the entire palace. Rumble! In the roar of the laws of heaven and earth, the palace hall became ruins. He was already furious, and he no longer had any qualms about striking out. Soul suppressor, one of the strongest magical treasures under the immortal artifacts, together with the chaotic soul technique he cultivated. He had a place inside the world's Yuanshan realm. Now that the soul suppressor was gone, his strength would plummet, becoming an ordinary Yuanshan realm. How could this not make Nangong Chicho crazy? The palace hall collapsed, and the emperor, who had been seriously injured, died beyond repair. Even the Yuaning stage that was seriously injured died under the laws of heaven and earth. Lu Qian and the other 3 Yuaning stages that were not seriously injured were in a state of serious injury under Nangong Chiyo's strike. The 3 Yuaning stages were terrified and fled quickly while pulling out pills to save their lives. They were fearful and angry in their hearts, and they were afraid that the Yunting royal family would encounter a major setback this time. On top of the ruins of the palace hall, there were still 2 people standing. One was Zhang Yang, who was topped with the bright light armor, and the other was naturally Song Song. Why don't you die? Nangong Chiyo threw out the long sword in his hand and once again, the sword imperialized the laws of heaven and earth and slashed down towards Zhang Yang. However, when the sword slashed at the defense of the bright light armor, the light shield of the bright light armor faltered for a moment and resisted. Waste! Zhang Yang gazed at Nangong Chiyo and said coldly, Ungrateful thing, a dog is even better at being a human being than you. He was spraying spirit weapons just now, but only now was he spraying Nangong Chicho. When Master and the others first took you in as disciples, not only did they do their best to cultivate you, they also gave you a magic treasure like the soul suppressor. And this is how you repay them. It's understandable that you're scared and running away in your heart. But do you have the face to leave with a magic treasure like the soul suppressor? What's even more shameful is that it's just a defect to other sects, and then turn back against Qingyin sect. Where's your pussy face? Still holding the clan's magic treasure and coming to flaunt it with me. What kind of thing are you? And you deserve it? Nangong Chiyo was sprayed with a dog's blood and was furious. His Yuanshan realm strength was in full swing as he continuously bombarded Zhang Yang. When he thought about it now, he only wanted to kill Zhang Yang to vent his anger. Besides, Zhang Yang had so many spirit weapons on him. If he could snatch a few of them over, he could make up for his loss. A dog with a broken spine, still snarling and barking at me. I have never seen such a brazen and shameless person. Zhang Yang looked at Nangong Qigong disdainfully and turned his head to Sangsong. Elder white eyebrows, tell him to get lost. Sangsong waved his sleeve violently towards Nangong Chiyo. Kid, get lost. The overwhelming power of the Great Tao rolled up Nangong Chiyo and flew directly out beyond the Yunting imperial capital. Without the soul-subduing streamer, Nangong Chiyo could not be a match for Sangsong at all, and did not even have the ability to make Sangsong jealous for a moment. As for Nangong Chiyo, he woke up with a jolt only after he flew out of the imperial city without being able to help himself. Hedo realm. The Green Cloud sect actually had other harmonious Tao realms? With a shock in his heart, he no longer dared to head to the imperial city to look for Zhang Yang's trouble and turned back towards the direction of Langya Holy Land. Within the palace, Sangsong looked at Zhang Yang strangely and said, I thought you would let me step in to help you take him down and kill him to vent your anger. Zhang Yang smiled coldly. From now on, he's worse off alive than dead. So what's the point of killing him? Oh, he has a soul-suppressing streamer, which is why the Luenjia sacred ground valued him. Now that he doesn't have the soul-suppressing streamer, he's just an ordinary genius Yuanshan realm. Although it's not bad, it's just SOSO for the Luenjia Holy Land. From now on, his status in the Luenjia Holy Land was in tatters. This great sense of falling would consume him every moment. Every day he lives, he suffers, especially since he was recruited over by the Luenjia sacred ground. And now that he was not valued, he would hate the Luenjia sacred ground in his heart. Until the day he couldn't stand it anymore. He did unimaginable things, and the hatred would eventually burn into him and the Langya Holy Land. So why would I kill him? Sangsong looked at Zhang Yang, who was calmly analyzing the situation, and a chill could not help but rise in his heart. Chapter 128, Change of Emperor. Let's go senior. Go pick up senior sister and let's go back to the Green Cloud sect. Zhang Yang greeted Sangsong and stepped out of the palace full of wreckage. It wasn't until after they left that cries and wails came from the palace, and many people went to dig up the emperor's body on top of the ruins of the Great Hall. Others, on the other hand, darted out of the palace, delivering the news that the emperor was dead. A few moments later, the entire imperial capital was in turmoil, with numerous forces gathering around the several imperial sons of the Yuntang Empire. A great chaos was imminent. When Zhang Yang and Song Song arrived at Situ's house, those armies of cultivators that surrounded Situ's house had already retreated. The Situ family, naturally, was the first to feel this change. They're happy the crisis is over. However, they were somewhat puzzled as to what was going on in the palace. The huge battle fluctuation that came from just now, they could sense it from a long distance away. Could it be that there was a big battle in the palace and these armies of cultivators went over to support them? Uncle Qin, our eldest brother and the others all right? Situ Mingjue anxiously asked Qin Yushu. These cultivator armies have passed. Should we go help? Qin Yushu smiled helplessly. Missy, that senior beside Zhang Yang is at the harmonization realm. There's a harmonization realm that wants his help? Not to mention the army of cultivators that surrounded the outside of the Situ family. Doubling it would be useless. Situ Haonan frowned and said, now that the imperial capital has undergone a change of heart, we really need to consider our situation. Although we have survived the crisis this time, we may not have such a chance later on. This time it was equivalent to tearing the emperor's face off. And even if their Situ family could survive, they would still be a thorn in the emperor's side. So, he's thinking of a way back. He was still about to say something when he saw Zhang Yang walk in and hurriedly went forward to ask, how is the situation? The emperor is dead. Zhang Yang replied casually and looked at Situ Mingyue. Senior sister, pack up, let's go back to the sect. The crowd had long been shocked by the sentence and were staring at Zhang Yang in awe. This guy went and killed the emperor? Eldest senior brother, you killed the emperor of Yuntang? Situ Mingyue asked hurriedly. Zhang Yang shook his head. I didn't kill it. Originally, I wanted to kill it too and was robbed of my head. This kind of emperor who had defected to the Luenjia Holy Land and didn't know the heights of heaven should have been damned. But, isn't the Green Cloud sect not meddling in the affairs of the secular world? Sito Haonan looked at Zhang Yang strangely. Zhang Yang said without a trace of humor. Thousands of years ago, the entire continent was owned by the Qingyun sect, and at that time, people from the entire continent, even emperors, had to make a pilgrimage to the Qingyun sect. Over the course of 1,000 years, the Qingyun sect contracted its sphere of influence before empires like Yunshan and Yuntang existed. We can recognize their existence, but if they have to go against us, then I won't be polite. So we just don't have the need to meddle in the affairs of the world, and we can still meddle if we have to. In actuality, over the past 1,000 years, the Qingyun sect had been busy suppressing devils, so how could they have much energy to care about other things? Sito Haonan didn't know what to say. Zhang Yang glanced at Sito Haonan and asked, "The emperor is dead, and you can still sit still?" Zhang Yang said indifferently. After this incident, the Sito family will either leave Yunting completely or simply take charge of Yunting. There is no second way out. Now that the emperor has suddenly died, perhaps those imperial sons are preparing to gather an army to seize the throne. Your Sito family, your Yuntang Chamber of Commerce, are actually watching from the sidelines? Can't even catch this kind of opportunity. Uncle Sito, I think you should simply stop being the head of this family, and leave the Yuntang Chamber of Commerce alone. Find a place to retire. Sito Haonan and the rest of the Sito family, all of them stayed put. Immediately afterward, light sprang up inside the eyes of the Sito family's crowd. Yes, the emperor is dead. Isn't this an opportunity? Senior sister, we have to go. Zhang Yang greeted Sito Mingyue. There are still a lot of things to do back at the sect, so we have to hurry back. By the way, Uncle Qin will stay in Yuntang. According to our plans, we're going to open the Green Moon Chamber of Commerce in Yuntang. You guys have been here for so long, so I guess you don't have the facilities, right? This is something that needs to be arranged in a hurry. Yes, eldest brother. Sito Mingyue gave Zhang Yang a strange look and said to Qin Yushu, "Uncle Qin, help my father." She wasn't really that stupid. How could she not know Qin Yushu's purpose for staying? A single Yuanshan realm was enough to deal with the power of the entire Yuntang royal family. Besides, their Sito family has other powers, although it wasn't as powerful as the royal family. But now that the royal family had been hit hard, coupled with Qin Yushu, it was enough. Afterwards, Sito Mingyue bid farewell to her parents and called on Chun Xiao to follow Zhang Yang as he prepared to return to Qingyun sect. Mr. and Mrs. Sito Haonan enthusiastically sent Zhang Yang and the others away, and then, they called Qin Yushu and went to start the great cause of rebellion. Eldest brother, I didn't expect you to make our Sito family rebel. Sito Mingyue looked at Zhang Yang strangely. Zhang Yang glanced in the direction of Yunting and said indifferently, "From the moment the Yunting royal family decided to defect to the Luanjia sacred land, they had already perished. On the contrary, your Sito family has you in the Qingyun sect. How come you should be close to our Qingyun sect as well? Besides, your Sito family has only one way left to rebel. Can you live without rebelling?" Sito Mingyue nodded. "Indeed. Don't worry, eldest brother. In the future, if our Sito family is truly able to dominate the Yuntang Empire, we will definitely have a close relationship with the Qingyun sect. However, the Yuntang imperial family has been passed down for hundreds of years. They are not weak. Even with Uncle Qin's presence, it wouldn't be that easy to take down the Yunting imperial family. I'm afraid it's a bit not so good if it drags on for too long." Zhang Yang nodded slightly, and that was indeed the case. If they let the great chaos in Yuntang go on, it would give even more opportunities for other great sects to plague the Green Cloud continent. It's even more difficult to develop it. He thought for a moment and said, "Go back and ask Wang Bail to take his red-clothed brigade and make a trip to Yunting. Just the thing to hone that group and gather resources along the way." After thinking about it, he added, "Make a trip to the Cloud Mountain Empire before returning to the sect." After what happened with the Yuntang Empire defecting to the Luanjia Holy Land, he had to be wary of the Yunshan Empire. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he went to give a warning to the Yunshan Empire, lest it also go haywire. A few people rode the flying boat and arrived at the Cloud Mountain Empire's imperial palace, and without stopping, they directly barged into the palace. Su Bai, the commander of the Flying Dragon Army, stepped in to intercept and relaxed when he saw that it was Zhang Yang and asked, "What is your business?" Currently, Cloud Mountain Empire and Qingyun sect side were still quite friendly and had a lot of cooperation, so I thought that Zhang Yang should not have any malicious intentions. "I want to meet your emperor right away, and after that, I have to go back to Qingyun," Zhang Yang said seriously. Su Bai hesitated for a moment, but still said, "Please." He accompanied himself and took the crowd to the emperor. When he met the emperor, it happened to be the great court, and the inside of the great hall was full of people. Zhang Yang walked towards the emperor and said while walking, "Yo, where's the meeting?" "Just in time. While everyone is here, I'll tell you something important." Chapter 129. This is a warning. Emperor Li Shiqing of the Yunshan Empire. His brows furrowed as he gazed at Zhang Yang, who walked into the grand hall. He was annoyed. It's not over, is it? You think he owns the palace? Come and go as you please? However, the Cloud Mountain Empire had been trained by the Green Cloud religion in the end, and wasn't as unaware of the heights of heaven as the Cloud Tang Empire. In the face of the sudden situation, the palace hall was dead silent, and no one dared to speak rashly. A big official standing in the front row saw the bad situation and just stepped out and asked, "What do you want to say?" Zhang Yang walked to the front and looked back at the crowd before turning to look at Emperor Li Shiqing. "I just came to tell you that Emperor Yunting is dead. I killed him." Although he didn't kill them, he simply took the credit for it. Emperor Li Shiqing stood up in a flash and stared Zhang Yang dead in the face, a shocked look all over his face. The court loyalists, moreover, were so shocked that they could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. Eunuch Hong, who did not show his face easily, instantly appeared on top of the main hall and stood beside the emperor, looking at Zhang Yang with a guarded look on his face. He had just killed Emperor Yunting, and now he had come to the Cloud Mountain Empire to kill the emperor as well? Li Shiqing had the same suspicion in his mind that Zhang Yang was here to kill him. Otherwise, why did he break into the hall so directly? Or at the time of the great court meeting? The minister, who stood in the front row, though trembling with fear, inquired, "Is this the news you have come to tell us?" Zhang Yang's gaze moved away from the emperor and looked at the many ministers as he slowly said, "Emperor Yunting decided to defect to the Luanjia sacred land and make a move that would jeopardize the Qingyun continent. So I simply took them all out. It shouldn't take long for the Yun Tang Empire to change its royal family. After this happened, I'm a little worried that the Cloud Mountain Empire doesn't know what's at stake. In case the Cloud Mountain Empire made the same move and defected to the great sects of other continents by then, I'm afraid that they would have to follow in the footsteps of the Cloud Tang Empire. Therefore, I kindly came to give a reminder that in the future, in the event that it happens that a clan from another continent comes to persuade your Cloud Mountain Empire to defect, think carefully about what will happen to the Cloud Tang Empire." The minister who spoke hurriedly laughed. "We are all from the Qingyun continent. We would never make such a confusing decision. Your Majesty, we would never do that. Is the micro-minister right?" He was reminding the emperor that this was the time to take a stand. Seeing that Zhang Yang was not here to kill himself, Li Shiqing's hanging heart was instantly released and he slowly sat down and said seriously, "Elder Master Pang is right. I, Yunshan Empire, would never sell out the Qingyun continent. Besides, our Yunshan Empire's flying dragon army, which has already cooperated with the Blue Clothes Brigade of the Qingyun sect, how could it possibly do such a thing?" Zhang Yang nodded slightly and said, "I'm glad that your Majesty is able to think this way because the other continents aren't that kind to us, and the only reason why they're pulling you in is because they're trying to deal with me. Qingyun sect, let me put it politely. It is the Green Cloud sect that has protected everyone so that we can all stand here in peace for the meeting. I'm sure you've all heard a rumor that the Green Cloud sect suppresses demons, and I can tell you unequivocally that it's true. These demons, we've been suppressing them for thousands of years. The Green Cloud sect had sacrificed generation after generation for this. We don't ask for gratitude, but how should we not backstab us? Since someone has committed the act of backstabbing, then don't blame me, Qingyun sect, for striking back with the most vicious attitude." After a pause, Zhang Yang then added, "We, Qingyun sect, will not interfere in the internal affairs of the Temple Hall of Yunshan Empire. If you do not manage the imperial court well, someone will naturally come to overthrow you. This is the law of historical development. However, if any cultivator bullies you, or finds a demonic beast that you can't solve and so on, you can write to the Green Cloud sect in the future, and we'll help solve it." After he finished speaking, he didn't care about the attitude of the people of Yunshan Empire and turned around to lead his people to leave. Inside the palace, it was quiet and no one dared to talk nonsense. It was only after Zhang Yang had disappeared for a long time that Li Shiqing, as if returning to his senses, commanded, "The matter just now will be handled in accordance with the outcome of the deliberation, and retire from the court." He really couldn't continue with this court meeting. He turned away. Numerous ministers also left with complicated looks. Zhang Yang, on the other hand, had returned to the Green Cloud sect with his people. Having just returned to Qingyun sect, Zhang Yang immediately reached out towards Cheng Yunzi. "Master, where is my soul suppressor?" Qing Yunzi shook his head helplessly and handed out the soul suppressor. "You're all that much of a spirit weapon, if it wasn't for me, the soul suppressor wouldn't have come back, so what's wrong with giving it to me?" Zhang Yang was very excited to receive the soul suppressing streamer. "Senior, welcome back to the clan. Don't worry, I will definitely help you find an heir to cultivate the soul messing technique in the future, and I promise to satisfy you, but until we find a successor, how about asking Senior to follow me?" The soul suppressor didn't react. Nothing moved. Qing Yunzi's divine thoughts were also communicating with the soul suppressor. This kid is the future of the Qingyun sect, and his existence is vital to the Qingyun sect. I'm not worried about anything else, but I'm afraid that someone will injure his divine soul so that I won't be able to make a move in time at all. So I want you to protect him for a while, as a transitional stage, or a very powerful transitional stage. His perception of divine thoughts was naturally very powerful, but even he can't guarantee that there won't be moments of negligence. As for the divine thoughts of Yuan Shen realm cultivators and above, sometimes it was too late to defend even if they discovered it, let alone when they didn't. That was why Qing Yunzi had stepped in to help Zhang Yang persuade the soul suppressor. However, the soul suppressor still did not respond, obviously not recognizing Zhang Yang. Faced with such a situation, Qing Yunzi could do nothing. It was true that he could subdue the soul suppressor, but if the soul suppressor really didn't recognize Zhang Yang as its master, did he obliterate the soul suppressor's spirit? Therefore, he simply handed the soul suppressor to Zhang Yang. Take care of it yourself. Anyway, the immortal refining cauldron was persuaded to recognize its owner in the first place, and the soul suppressor thought that it could as well. Zhang Yang could also see that the soul suppressor was unwilling to recognize its owner. He took the soul suppressor and put it away. Obviously, this was not the time to persuade. Besides, there's no rush. Master, thank you for sending eldest brother to fetch me. Situ Mingyue then stepped forward to pay her respects. Qing Yunzi smiled and said, good thing. I also didn't expect that your eldest senior brother, who went to pick you up, actually retrieved the soul suppressor. It was the most satisfying thing about him. He looked at Zhang Yang and said, there isn't much time left for the Heaven's Pride battlefield, so you should continue to go cultivate. Yes. Zhang Yang nodded his head as he was once again sent to the formation space to continue absorbing the demonic power and demonic qi. Only after sending Zhang Yang away did Qing Yunzi instruct Situ Mingyue, you should also go and cultivate properly. As a cultivator, don't forget the pursuit of the great Tao. Yes, master. Situ Mingyue nodded heavily. She finally felt the importance of her master. Then, she excused herself and went back to her closed-door cultivation. Only after everyone had been sent away did Qing Yunzi look at Sangsong and said indifferently, I also recognize your bet with Zhang Yang. Senior, you are so optimistic about Zhang Yang? Sangsong asked in surprise. In his opinion, if Zhang Yang wasn't bound to win, wouldn't Qing Yunzi have agreed? Qing Yunzi smiled faintly. If he dies in the Heaven's Pride battlefield, I will truly open the Heavenly Cyan Extreme Cloud Formation, thus taking revenge on several of your great sects. What does it matter if I let you go at that time? If Zhang Yang was all gone, the demons of the Qingyun sect would be completely unresolved. What will he care when the time comes? Chapter 130, Fight a Fish. Zhang Yang sat cross-legged at the place where the demonic power was the strongest, with the soul suppressor inserted around him, and began to cultivate. However, there was something very unfocused about this cultivation. One might even say that the heart's defenses are wide open. Come on, come and get on me. Zhang Yang chanted silently in his mind, expecting those devils to part with their demonic soul power to victimize him. By that time, he would be in a very dangerous situation for his divine soul to convince the soul suppressor to recognize his master. It's a pity not to recognize the owner of such a good spirit weapon. Anyway, with master watching, he felt sure that he wouldn't have a problem. However, the demons within the space crystal wall were quiet. Not only was there no movement, there wasn't even any noise. Numerous demons, communicating quietly. He's practicing. Let's not disturb him. Right. His realm is too weak. He can't even guarantee his own safety. He must be allowed to grow up in a hurry. It's really damned this spatial crystal wall trapped us, or else let us go out and help him. How could we cultivate so slowly? That bigger brat didn't even try to teach. How can someone who can be valued by his holiness, or a sacred body, be so slow? We have to find a way to help him. Zhang Yang was depressed. He had been practicing for half a day. How come these devils didn't move at all? He was somewhat unable to sit still and began to try to absorb the demonic qi and the power of the devil's path. However, even if he cultivated with all his heart, the improvement to him was incomparably tiny, let alone this kind of inattentive cultivation. After 2 days of meditating, he couldn't hold on any longer and raised his head to shout, Master, take me out. He took the soul suppressor with him and was brought out of the formation space by Qing Yunzi. Why is he gone? All the previous visits have been practicing for so long, and this time it's just for a little while. Is it unsatisfactory? The many devils were torn, and the fact that they couldn't pass the message out made them miserable. Zhang Yang was also in some pain as he took out his soul suppressor and rambled and started talking to the soul suppressor. After he had seen the powerful might of the soul suppressor with his own eyes, he was bent on getting his hands on it. Unfortunately, the soul suppressor was indifferent. Although Qing Yunzi looked at it, he never cared. In fact, more than a decade ago, when Zhang Yang first got his hands on a spiritual weapon, he was much crazier than now. However, more than a decade of traveling down this path proved that Zhang Yang's way of communicating with the spirit vessel was correct. Otherwise, a Jindan stage is also worthy of letting so many spirit weapons recognize their masters? Song Song was also watching from the sidelines. He was truly surprised that Zhang Yang was actually really treating a spiritual artifact as an object of communication, talking, getting close, and even asking for advice. He asked himself if he couldn't do it. Just Song Song also anxious. He read so long Rainbow Fish, see in the Green Cloud Clan, but cannot eat. He waited until Zhang Yang had finished communicating with the soul suppressor before he came over with a smile on his face. Are you done, old Taoist? Do you have any way to make the soul suppressor recognize its owner? I don't have any good ideas about that. How about hitting a fish? And then how about we take our time and think about it? Soul suppressor doesn't eat fish either. Ha? Do you think spirit weapons eat things too? Old me has lived for more than 1,000 years, and I have yet to see a spirit weapon that eats fish. But as a living person, old me would like to eat it. How about hitting a fish? Living too long is also troublesome. None of them are easy to handle. The immortal refining cauldron was so hard to handle, and the ones that lived even longer than the immortal refining cauldron are even harder to handle. If you've lived a long time, you've seen a lot. Why don't you shoot a fish and I'll tell you more about it? Right. If I know what happened to the owner of the soul suppressor back then, and I go and imitate his owner, will he feel close to me? That's over 3,000 years old. No one knows. Better hit a fish and go? It's been over 3,000 years. Where do you find this historical information? Let's forget about those things and go shoot a fish first. The old Dao couldn't help but shout out. He's cracking up. How come he can't hear when he talks? Ha? Zhang Yang came back to his senses and asked, you're talking to me. Fighting fish? Oh, you're talking about rainbow fish, right? The old Tao nodded frantically. Right. Old Tao has been studying this for many years and is very good at rainbow fish. As long as you help old Tao fight a rainbow fish, old Tao will guarantee that it will be unforgettable for you to eat it. Moreover, rainbow fish that has been fired by old Tao is also very beneficial to the divine soul. Can't manage it. Zhang Yang shook his head regretfully. Rainbow fish are very smart. I managed to catch 2 of them last time with the heavenly nets and binding immortal ropes, and a group of them came after me behind. Let me go. The old Taoist hastily pointed to himself. Zhang Yang glanced at the old Taoist. That's my Qing Yun secret realm. Only Jindan is allowed to enter. Won't you burst the secret realm by going in at the harmonization realm? Then it's okay for you to go. The old Taoist hurriedly said. I have experience in dealing with rainbow fish. You don't want to use the binding immortal rope and the heavenly nets. These things aren't that suitable for catching fish. I took a look at your spiritual weapon. You should use the Dragon King basket. That's the one that has a great suppression effect on all kinds of water spirits. I even wonder if that senior had the same hobby as me back then before he refined this thing, specifically for catching scaly dragons. Ha? The Dragon King basket is specialized in catching scaly dragons? Zhang Yang looked at the old Taoist. He used it all to hold things or as a defense magic treasure. The old Taoist looked at Zhang Yang. You have so many spiritual weapons. You don't know how to use them. I've heard of ways to use them. I'll teach you. He couldn't wait to teach Zhang Yang how to use the Dragon King basket. After learning how to use the Dragon King basket, Zhang Yang also said excitedly, I didn't realize that the Dragon King basket was used in this way, but I was the one who was confused. Wait, I'll make a trip to Yunting and grab a few cultivators from their royal family. The old Taoist was a bit confused. What are you doing going to Yuntang to capture cultivators? Fishing. Rainbow fish like to eat cultivators. Otherwise they won't take the bait. You've been eating rainbow fish for so long and you actually don't know? Zhang Yang looked at the old Taoist. The old Taoist looked straight at Zhang Yang, and he said to himself that this kid has a really wild path. No need to go to Yuntang. The old Taoist took out some bug corpses that contained powerful auras and were crystal clear and handed them to Zhang Yang, instructing, rainbow fish like to eat beings that contain auras. The more abundant the aura, the better they like it. This is a kind of spirit insect that I carefully searched for. It's the rainbow fish's favorite spirit insect to eat. If you put it inside the Dragon King's basket, there will definitely be rainbow fish that will come running, and then you can catch them. Fishing with a cultivator. It's really thanks to you to think of it. Zhang Yang took the fishworm and shouted, Master, open the door, and he entered the secret realm. He also saw rainbow fish playing in the spirit lake from afar, but when he got closer, the spirit lake was suddenly calm, and not a single fish could be seen. I came prepared this time. Zhang Yang took out the Dragon King basket, threw 2 fishworms inside the basket, and directly sunk the basket into the spirit lake. Then, he communicated with the artifact spirit of the Dragon King's basket and quietly waited for the rainbow fish to take the bait. Sure enough, a few moments later, Two rainbow fish finally couldn't resist the temptation and broke into the Dragon King's basket all at once. Having just broken into the Dragon King's basket and swallowed the fish and insects, the power of the great Tao contained inside the Dragon King's basket instantly suppressed the rainbow fish, making it impossible for Rainbow to move. Ha ha, it's really good for catching fish. Zhang Yang was overjoyed and retrieved the Dragon King basket. Looking at the two rainbow fish confined inside the Dragon King basket, he heatedly laughed. It's actually still a good thing. You won't be able to run away now. Master, open the door. Zhang Yang carried the Dragon King basket and shouted to the waiting Song Song. Old Tao, got two fish. You're responsible for getting it right. Just watch. When the old Taoist saw the two rainbow fish, the Hadashi flowed out at once, all unconsciously using honorifics. Chapter 131, The Poisoning Controversy. Zhang Yang stood by the side and silently watched Song Song make the fish. He found that this guy really has a set, with a full set of equipment, pots and pans, all kinds of spices also have, all emitting a strong aura fluctuations, obviously are spiritual materials. Old Taoist, these things of yours won't be poisonous, right? Zhang Yang looked at Song Song suspiciously. Sang Song concentrated on cooking the fish without even looking at Zhang Yang. You can doubt me at all other times. This time you don't need to doubt at all. You say you're in the harmonization realm. Why are you so attached to a fish? Did you have a grudge against rainbow fish in your past life? Maybe. The old Taoist stared intently at the pot, and in some cases used his Taoist skills to harmonize everything in it. It smells so good. Zhang Yang, what are you kid up to? Dan Shenzi dashed over. Zhang Yang looked at Dan Shenzi in surprise and asked, Third uncle, aren't you in closed door breakthrough? I was originally in seclusion for a breakthrough when I suddenly smelled a strange aroma emanating from you, as if it was the flavor of a potion, so I hurried to come and take a look. Dan Shenzi looked at Song Song's pot and asked with some fascination, Senior, it seems like you used the lotus seed of the soul-cleansing lotus? Song Song looked back at Dan Shenzi. You're quite knowledgeable, unlike this kid, who is uneducated and actually suspects me of poisoning. He glanced at Zhang Yang and turned his head back to the pot. Dan Shenzi also glanced at Zhang Yang and continued to look at the pot, discussing with Song Song. Zhang Yang found it strange how he didn't smell any strange fragrance when he was beside him. Is it still related to the power of the great Tao? Dan Shenzi is a Dan Dao. So, he can sense it? Zhang Yang waited silently, standing by the side listening to the two discussing and also looking at the pot of fish. Song Song, too, has completely lost the state of craving for fish, but concentrated on cooking. For two fish, it took 3 hard days to finally sear them. Finally, with a little bit of pollen taken from the heavenly fragrance tree sprinkled on, this pot of fish is a complete success. Song Song looked as if he had accomplished a great task. Looking at the pot of fish, Zhang Yang hurriedly picked up the bowl and spoon and said eagerly, You've worked hard, old Taoist. Quick, I'll hurry up and help you serve a bowl. He fish soup, fish meat, fish bones, and all kinds of spirit material, scooped up some for Sang Song and eagerly handed them to Song Song. You kid is finally polite to me for once. You should have seen what I can do. Song Song was satisfied as he took the bowl with a satisfied look. Qin Yunzi suddenly appeared and glared at Zhang Yang, saying without a trace of humor, Give me a bowl too. Master, wait first. Zhang Yang looked at Song Song. The chef has been busy for 3 days and he hasn't even eaten yet. He's worked the hardest. We have to honor him. We can't eat until he eats first. You're welcome. You're welcome. Song Song was going to be polite and courteous, but suddenly, he froze and looked at Zhang Yang dumbfounded, saying somewhat sadly, You actually still suspect me of poisoning. He had thought that this kid was very respectful to him today, but he didn't realize that it turned out to be this. Qin Yunzi shook his head and took the spoon from Zhang Yang's hand as soon as he could, and took another bowl to scoop up the fish soup and fish meat himself. Master, are you sure it's alright? Zhang Yang looked at Qin Yunzi. Qin Yunzi sighed and said, Zhang Yang, you've been observing for 3 days and you see this? Don't you think that Song Song's attitude and technique of concentrating on burning the fish for these 3 days has something to learn from you? Although he is a rival of our Qinyan sect, the process of these 3 days is still worthy of respect. Also, I don't know if it's poisonous or not, but I can read the power of the way. Therefore, this pot of fish soup is indeed very beneficial to the divine soul. Inform your senior uncle and the others so that they can have some as well. Song Song said fiercely. Everyone else can eat it, but that kid shouldn't eat it, lest he be poisoned to death. Zhang Yang smiled as he personally went to invite the other senior uncles to come and eat fish. The truth was that he wasn't at the harmonization realm, so who knew what kind of tricks there were above the harmonization realm? If the entire Green Cloud sect was let down by a pot of fish soup, that would truly be a great joke, so he can't be wrong about how careful he is. Ling Yunzi and the others were not in death seclusion, so they came to Zhang Yang's villa at his invitation. Zhang Yang turned his head and went to call Sita Mingyue and Chun Xiao, who were in closed-door cultivation, and also personally ran a trip to Qingyun Bazaar to call Jiang Jiqiu as well, since the master had verified that nothing was wrong. Of course everyone had to get a taste of this good thing. It's just that the portions are so small, or he'd be ready to call those thousands back. Jiang Jiqiu looked at Zhang Yang with great gratitude, not realizing that his eldest senior brother was still thinking of him after such a good thing, especially when he had only just drank half a bowl and was immediately covered in chaotic surges of spiritual energy and trembling of the divine soul. He couldn't wait to call eldest brother his father. He knew very well that after drinking the fish soup this time, his Yuaning would be able to break through immediately. That was a realm he had dreamed of years ago. The fish soup was really effective. Not only did Sita Mingyue and Chun Xiao react to it, even Ling Yunzi and the others, after drinking the fish soup they all hurriedly went to the closed door to refine it. Zhang Yang satisfied the crowd before he started to go for the fish soup himself. The truth is that he drank a lot in front of him, so these two fish will satisfy the others first. When Sun Song saw Zhang Yang going to ladle the fish soup, he couldn't help but snort coldly and asked, "Not afraid of poisoning you, Wao? Old Tao, you can't be so petty as a human being." Zhang Yang laughed, changing places. "Do you think it's too much for me to be careful? You are not a member of my Qingyun sect, and you are still against us at every turn. I am taking some precautions against you because I recognize your ability, so I have you to thank for this?" Asuka was speechless. "Who are we to each other?" Zhang Yang smiled and pulled Song Song. "I admit, it was my fault for doubting you just now. I apologize. When you become one of us, I won't be like this anymore. Besides, you asked me to fish for you, so didn't I go?" "Humph." Song Song snorted coldly and turned his head away, not wanting to bother with Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang didn't care before he picked up the fish soup and drank it all. Instantly, he felt a huge spiritual energy that surged chaotically all over his body. There was even an inexplicable power that relaxed all emotions and gave the entire person a feeling of spiritual transparency. At this moment, he even felt a sense of resonance with the laws of heaven and earth, as if he had listened to the whispers of the various great Tao paths in heaven and earth, pouring out the mysteries of heaven and earth to him. "Well, poisoned, right?" Song Song looked askance at Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang lazily ignored Song Song and continued to feel everything around him. "The feeling of a growing divine soul is great, isn't it?" Song Song glared at Zhang Yang. "This is a feeling that can only be experienced at the Yuanshan realm. It's really cheap for you to feel it at the Jindan stage. You kid." Lao Fu spent so much collected spiritual materials, but also studied for hundreds of years to come up with this delicious mouthful, actually suspected Lao Fu of poisoning. Truly a good heart doesn't know a donkey's liver and lungs. It was only after a long time that Zhang Yang was able to detach himself from that feeling of his divine soul resonating with the laws of heaven and earth. He felt that when he looked at the whole heaven and earth again, it was much clearer. "Old Tao, can yo?" Zhang Yang gave Song Song a thumbs up. "I have to say, you made this pot of fish. It's really a masterpiece." "That's right." Song Song had a haughty face. "Your senior uncle and the others have all finished their fish soup and gone into seclusion. You're not going into seclusion? If you go into seclusion and cultivate a bit, you might be able to make a breakthrough." "What closure?" Zhang Yang shook his head. He didn't even have the fledgling form of the great Tao, so what's the point of shutting down? What he was thinking about now was how to get a path that would be the most appropriate. "Old Tao, do you still want the rest of the fish soup and fish meat? I'll put it away if you don't want it. And the fish bones? I'll take them and feed them to Wankai." Zhang Yang looked at Song Song. "Who's wanted?" Cthulhu asked suspiciously. Zhang Yang smiled. "A tiger demon inside the secret realm. We became friends without fighting. Master opened the door. Go by yourself. The secret realm key is in your hand. Just go straight to the back mountain and get in." Qing Yunzi simply told Zhang Yang the location of the secret realm. "He's the gatekeeper, not the keeper." Chapter 132. Tiger Demon comes out of the mountain. "Wang Kai, there's something good. Come and eat. Sip it." Zhang Yang entered the secret realm and came to Tiger Mountain, and when he saw the tiger demon, he picked up a fish bone and shook it. The tiger demon stood up with a prancing sound when he saw someone approaching. Realizing that it was Zhang Yang, it plopped down again and glanced at the fish bones in Zhang Yang's hand, looking at Zhang Yang with disdainful eyes. It's as if to say, "That's it? This fish bone is not the same as the one in front. Give it a taste." Zhang Yang laughed and threw the fish bone far away to the tiger demon and came to the tiger demon. The tiger demon tossed his head and bit the fish bone over, feeling as if it was indeed different from the previous ones, and swallowed it in a few bites. Inside that fish bone, there was the same essence of various spiritual materials, and it even contained a unique substance from the rainbow fish. Therefore, when the tiger demon swallows it, it will also be of great benefit. "How is it? It tastes good, doesn't it?" Zhang Yang stood in front of the tiger demon and stroked its head. In the front, he didn't dare to get close to the tiger demon either. However, he was now carrying many spiritual weapons to protect his body, so he wasn't afraid of the tiger demon at all. The tiger demon had been experiencing the benefits inside the fish bones. When it was suddenly touched, it showed its teeth and was about to bite towards Zhang Yang. Then it paused again and turned to try to bite through again. Hurry up and eat. It's not now if you want to fight. Zhang Yang simply took out the fish soup and fish meat. Come on, open your mouth. He grasped the tiger demon's mouth. So he took the fish soup and fish meat and poured it into it, confusing the tiger demon. What is this? I save a bite for you when I have something good to eat. It's good for you, right? Zhang Yang smiled and patted the tiger's head. Hurry up and eat. There's something good in here. It'll be good for you to refine it when you're done. He took a few steps back and sat down in front of the tiger demon to put it off its guard. Sure enough, the tiger demon relaxed quite a bit and silently refined it. Obviously, the tiger demon had gained a lot of benefits, and even Zhang Yang was able to sense some unusual aura appearing on the tiger demon. It was only after a long time that the tiger demon opened her eyes and looked at Zhang Yang, who was sitting in front of her, her eyes softening considerably. Tasty, isn't it? Zhang Yang looked at the tiger demon with a smile. How about following your buddy in the future? We're kind of not friends, and now that you've eaten my fish, then we're even friends. It's true that you're having a good time as you dominate inside the secret realm, but the secret realm is just too small. Why don't you follow me and venture out into the outside world? He didn't even know that the tiger demon wasn't an original product of the secret realm at all. The tiger demon silently watched Zhang Yang without any indication. I'll take it as a yes if you don't say anything. Zhang Yang smiled as he approached the tiger demon and reached out towards the tiger's head. The tiger demon subconsciously showed its teeth, but it didn't bite this time. Wang Kai is so good. Zhang Yang kept stroking the tiger head and rubbing the tiger demon's neck. He's happy, jerking off a tiger. It's a great feeling. I'll take you out for a walk, but first things first, no biting. Zhang Yang said seriously to the tiger demon. You can't beat any of the people outside the secret realm. If you annoy them, they won't be as nice as I am and they might pick your skin then. After you get familiar with it, I will take you to the Heaven's Pride battlefield. Taking the tiger demon to the Heaven's Pride battlefield was Zhang Yang's true purpose. The tiger demon itself was not weak, and more importantly, as a demonic beast, the tiger demon's spiritual blood itself carried spiritual power. When the time comes, let the tiger demon contribute a little bit of spiritual blood. He can directly draw a talisman. The tiger's skin is fine, so let's save some face for Wang Kai. I don't know if the tiger demon understood or didn't understand, but anyway, the tiger demon closed its eyes with great enjoyment. Go, I'll take you out. Zhang Yang did as he thought and led the tiger demon out of the secret realm, appearing at the back of the Green Cloud Sect. Entering another unfamiliar environment, the tiger demon was immediately on guard. It looked from side to side, the muscles in its body tensed. Don't be afraid. This is my house. You'll be fine as long as you don't run around. Zhang Yang calmed the tiger demon and brought it back to his villa. Yo, I didn't expect to get out another tiger. Song Song was a bit surprised. This tiger is quite big. It can be stewed in a big pot. It's still a male. Not bad. It can boost the power of chi and blood. The tiger demon faced Song Song as if he was facing a natural enemy. A chill came over him and he couldn't help but growl. This can't be eaten. Zhang Yang said to Song Song with a straight face. It's Wang Kai, my good friend. Song Song looked at Zhang Yang somewhat breathlessly. Befriending a demonic beast. Wang Kai, ignore him. He won't do anything to you. Zhang Yang led the tiger demon to his villa and pointed to the lawn next to the pool and said to the tiger demon. From now on, you'll live here. You can go out and sneak around, but you're not allowed to hurt anyone or you'll be finished. Zhang Yang cautioned the tiger demon once again before heading to the brushstroke peak to find Painting Spirit Z. Senior uncle, I'll learn the rune Dao from you properly, so you didn't study it properly before. Painting Spirit Z looked at Zhang Yang. I drew so many talismans for you and you didn't study them carefully? Those talismans are all auxiliary functions. What I want to practice are talismans that kill. Zhang Yang smiled and said, teach me a few powerful talismans, master, preferably ones that I can learn in a short period of time. By the way, master, you can't bring anything else with spiritual energy into the Heaven's Pride battlefield. Is it okay for me to bring live demonic beasts in? Qing Yunzi froze. He had thought that Zhang Yang had brought out the tiger demon from the secret realm to raise a mount or something, but he hadn't expected that it was actually an idea like this. For these thousands of years, it wasn't that there weren't people who tried to find ways to bring things into the Heaven's Pride battlefield, but the first thing that came to mind was to bring things like magic treasures and pills, or to bring other weapons in. Has anyone ever thought of directly bringing demonic beasts in to take the spirit blood, and then use the spirit blood to draw talismans? Because that was the Heaven's Pride battlefield. It's a place where Heaven's Pride enters. And they actually bring demonic beasts in? How can a demonic beast be worthy of being compared to a heavenly pride?
Qing Yunzi smiled bitterly inwardly and pondered for a while before replying.
The only thing we know so far is that other than living people, other magic treasures, pills, and materials with spiritual power fluctuations cannot be brought in. Demonic beasts are, in a sense, similar in nature to humans, so they should be able to enter. That's good. Zhang Yang was relieved and said to Painting Spirit Z, "Senior uncle, quickly teach me to draw a few powerful talismans." Painting Spirit Z then understood why Zhang Yang wanted to learn talismans specifically. He said helplessly, "Talisman Dao is a great Dao, and when practiced to a high level, the power is terrifying. You kids should really learn it properly from the basics. With your whimsical ideas, you might be able to create some rare talisman patterns in the future. I will learn it well in the future. I don't have time now," Zhang Yang said with a smile. Painted Spirit Sun nodded. "That's true. Then watch this. I'll teach you the most common explosive flame talisman first." Painting Spirit Z taught Zhang Yang the rune patterns he understood hand in hand. No mystery was hidden from Zhang Yang. The tiger demon, who was wandering around in Zhang Yang's villa, suddenly felt a bit cold all over and wondered where the problem was. "There are still 2 months to go before the Heaven's Pride battlefield. Why don't you seem to be in a hurry at all?" Song Song looked at Zhang Yang suspiciously. He had been in the Qingyun sect for quite some time, but then, he had rarely seen Zhang Yang practicing seriously, always running a little here, a little busy there. Zhang Yang glanced at Song Song. "Where do you see that I'm not in a hurry? Haven't I been making preparations all along?" He entered the formation space to absorb the demonic gas and the power of the devil's way to prepare, went to the secret realm to abduct the tiger demon to prepare, and practiced the talisman to prepare. You only see the schoolmaster playing, don't you? Chapter 133, Sneaking a Shot at Him. Song Song looked at Zhang Yang and shook his head with a helpless expression. "Looking at you, you should be in the late Jindan stage, right? With a little effort, becoming a Yuaning is not a problem. Isn't your priority to become a Yuaning?" Zhang Yang was speechless. Is that because he doesn't want to become a Yuaning? God knows how much he had paid and how many resources he had devoured, but the Didao prototype just didn't appear inside that Jindan of his. How was he going to become a Yuaning? He had always heard that it was difficult to break through the white plate Jindan, and he had never thought that it would actually be so difficult to break through. The absorbed spirit stones are several million. The magic power is not known how much has been swallowed. The rainbow fish have eaten 4. Old Tao, you are not right. Oh. Zhang Yang looked at Song Song strangely. Are you afraid that I won't be able to survive the Heaven's Pride battlefield if I don't become a Yuaning? Could it be that you are ready to become one of my Qingyun? No, absolutely nothing. Song Song flatly denied it. How could I, a big shot of the Shou Guan, become Qingyun's man? It's just that we've been together for so long, and you've also quenched my rainbow fish craving, so I'm only slightly that concerned about you. Otherwise, wouldn't it show that I have no conscience? Zhang Yang nodded heavily. You do have a conscience. Lao Dao. I have felt it deeply. Asuka was speechless. I'm not going to nag you anymore. I still have to go to my 6th uncle to further my training today. Zhang Yang turned around and walked away, preparing to head to the weapon refining peak. He took a few steps, then turned back to Song Song and said cautiously, Old Taoist, thanks. After saying that, he flew towards the refining peak. This brat. Song Song couldn't help but laugh. And then, his expression became despondent. Zhang Yang came to the refining peak. 6th uncle. I'm going to trouble you to teach me how to refine a magic treasure in the fastest way possible. The grade of the magic treasure is not important. The size of its power is not important. All I need is to be fast. It's best to be able to use the most common materials to refine a magic treasure in the fastest way possible. Fiery Spirit Sun looked at Zhang Yang in consternation. Are you here to test me on the basics of refining weapons? He was in the Yuan Shen realm, and he still had to go back and use the most minimal of basics. I want to refine this thing. Zhang Yang raised his hand to visualize a handful of the strongest firepower he had known in the past for long-range shooting. Nah, look this is the tube. This is the excitation. I want to use spiritual power as the propulsion base, and through the transformation of the runic pattern, put some arrows and marbles to be able to shoot out from. The runic pattern has already been solved by the 5th master uncle. Now I have to trouble you to get the body of this thing out for me. Then, you can teach me the method of refining this. What are you doing with this? Fire Spirit Sun was speechless. How much power does this thing have? It was true that mortals had enough, but they were cultivators. The power of refining a 9th grade magic weapon was stronger than this thing. Zhang Yang said seriously, I don't know exactly how the situation is inside the Heaven's Pride battlefield, but this thing might be able to work in some special places in the Heaven's Pride battlefield. By the time I enter the Heaven's Pride battlefield, I can rub one in my hand. As soon as Fire Spirit Sun heard that Zhang Yang was preparing to bring it to the Heaven's Pride battlefield, he immediately paid attention to it. Zhang Yang's entry into the Heaven's remarkable battlefield was the biggest thing for them in the near future, more important than their breakthrough to the harmonization realm. Fire Spirit Sun pondered for a long time before he began to start refining with ordinary iron and copper ores. He even considered if it was hard spirit wood. Instead, after a few busy days, Zhang Yang left satisfied with carrying a golden-colored beret on his back. Gold beret. There were no mana fluctuations, and all of them were ordinary materials. This was refined for him by his sixth uncle. He was going to bring it to the Heaven's Pride battlefield first to take a look at it. If he could bring it in, then of course it would be great. If he couldn't bring it in, it was just ordinary material anyway. Even if it was swallowed up by the Heaven's Pride battlefield, it wouldn't be much of a loss. Sang Song was dumbfounded when he saw Zhang Yang walking over with Barrett on his back. If you're not practicing, why are you doing this, old Taoist? Come and help me try how powerful this thing is? Zhang Yang asked Sang Song. Oh, get ready. I reckon this thing is not small in power. Don't let me finish it off at once. Zhang Yang said seriously to Sang Song. I'm at the harmonization realm, and I'm afraid of something like you that doesn't even have any spiritual power fluctuations? Sang Song was disdainful. Seeing that Sang Song had said so, Zhang Yang was not polite and raised his hand to give Sang Song a shot. Spiritual power inspired. Not even a sound. Truly muffled. Sang Song's face changed and he grabbed the bullet with a lift of his hand, looking at the burning stick in Zhang Yang's hand with a serious expression. As a harmonious Tao realm, he wasn't afraid of this thing, but the power of this thing was somewhat out of his expectation. Conservative estimate. The power of a peak Jindan strike. Sang Song said seriously. There is no sound. The speed is faster than normal spells, and the power is indeed not bad. However, it's useless. As long as the Jindan stage is prepared, you can't hurt the Jindan stage at all, let alone the Yuaning stage. The Yuan Shen realm is even more so. Don't even think about it. The spells are formed instantly with a single movement of the divine mind. Zhang Yang glanced at Sang Song strangely and said, Are you stupid? I still have to get them prepared? However, he felt that the power of a peak Jindan strike, this thing was truly out of his expectation. Also, this stuff works on a point to kill. He froze for a moment and hurriedly shouted towards the refiner's peak. Senior uncle, when you have time, get me a few thousand, tens of thousands out. This is not going to be much spiritual energy. We'll be able to play out the power of the peak of the Jindan 1 strike. To those foundation stage disciples ready on this. No time. Fire Spirit Sun directly refused. He was completely uninterested in refining something that could not even be considered a magic weapon. As a great man of the Yuan Shen realm, he was studying how to refine even more powerful spirit weapons, or even immortal weapons. That was what he was pursuing. Then I can only get it after I return from the Heaven's Pride battlefield. Zhang Yang shook his head regretfully. Then, he dismantled the beret and carefully erased all the runes on it. In case the rune pattern caused fluctuations in the Heaven's Pride battlefield, it wouldn't be cost-effective to be devoured. Putting away the beret, Zhang Yang headed to Qingyun Peak again and found Cheng Yunzi. Master, I'm going to go into the formation space to communicate with those devils. Later, Qin Yunzi gave a large number of jade slips, and there were even various beast skins, wooden boards, and stone blocks. There were things recorded on them. These things are the information about the Heaven's Pride battlefield that our Qingyun Sect's generations of predecessors brought out from inside after entering the Heaven's Pride battlefield. You're about to enter the Heaven's Pride battlefield, so make sure to study these things clearly and have a general understanding of the conditions inside the Heaven's Pride battlefield in advance. Yes, Master. Zhang Yang did not dare to be slow and silently browsed through the various information. Zhang Yang skimmed through all the jade sketches. As for the information recorded on those wooden boards and stones, he watched them repeatedly, making sure not to miss anything. However, this information was all recorded by previous generations, and everyone's view of the Heaven's Pride battlefield was different, as well as their observations of the situation were also different. Therefore, the recorded information is also fragmented, and even some information is still contradictory. Qin Yunzi slowly said, I know that the content of this information is incomplete, and even some of the seniors' observations are contrary, but these are all clues. What you need to do is to go and summarize your own path based on these clues. Inside the Heaven's Pride battlefield, I can't help you. You can only rely on yourself. As for how to go to the Heaven's Pride battlefield and how to come back from the Heaven's Pride battlefield, you don't have to think about it. I'll take care of it. Chapter 134, Concern from the Devil. Zhang Yang felt his master's concern and was touched in his heart. Thank you, master. Qin Yunzi's expression eased and he smiled. I know that you have made quite a few preparations in order to enter the Heaven's Pride battlefield. Even your own spiritual power? I don't have to worry about it at all.
so I believe that you will definitely be able to walk out alive from the Heaven's Pride battlefield. Zhang Yang said seriously. Master, you're asking too little, aren't you? Just getting out alive is worth the effort? Xing Yunzi gave him a sideways glance. Could it be that you still want to win the championship? Or else? Zhang Yang asked rhetorically. Xing Yunzi was speechless. Zhang Yang smiled. Master, actually I am not that sure. Just that the goal should always be set higher. Dreams should still be had, in case they are realized. Xing Yunzi said without any good humor. If you are able to win the championship, in the future, you will have the final say in the Qingyan sect, and I will listen to you. If he really won the championship, he would undoubtedly be burdened with great fortune, and his strength would even crush a generation. He had watched Zhang Yang again for so many years and knew Zhang Yang's heart, so in that case, why not let Zhang Yang go for a toss, just to make Master listen to me? I will definitely come back with the championship. Zhang Yang laughed. Come on, Master, let's go talk to those devils. Xing Yunzi turned his hand and sent Zhang Yang into the formation space before going on guard. Within the spatial crystal wall, the many devils were originally anxious and uneasy, but when they suddenly saw Zhang Yang appear, the many devils instantly became quiet. They hadn't seen Zhang Yang for so long and were afraid that something had happened to him. However, Zhang Yang came, and they became entangled again. How do you face this? Everyone, put away your demonic aura and demonic power. How about we sit down and have a good chat? Zhang Yang smiled as he looked at the space crystal wall. A devil deliberately growled. I'll take it if you tell me to. How can it be that easy? Zhang Yang raised his eyebrows. You guys mean I'm restarting the cesspool program? Yeah, that's what you're trying to threaten us with. The many devils were very satisfied, and one of them hurriedly urged peace. Don't. We'll take it. I don't want to lose face if you say you'll take it. Ha! I don't want to take it. I told you to take it or you're going to make us soak in the cesspool. I'm not taking it. Numerous demons argued. Within the space crystal wall, the numerous devils pretended to beat up the one who claimed not to receive it. And then, the numerous devils put back their devil chi and devil Dao power. Then, a pair of scarlet gazes gazed eagerly at Zhang Yang through the space crystal wall. Facing the pair of scarlet gazes, Zhang Yang felt a lot of pressure. These devils were murderous. It was better not to push too hard lest it would backfire. You guys have been locked up here for thousands of years. Even if you are a prisoner, you should have the right to be let out properly. Zhang Yang forced himself to calm down and put on a smile. Of course, letting you guys out is unlikely. However, your demonic fetus can serve as the bearer of your consciousness. There's really no problem if you let your demonic fetuses out to hang out, eat, and enjoy life. A group of devils rejoiced. Did they have a chance to get out? However, they still had to appropriately sing the opposite tune. Humph. You want to trick our demonic fetuses into going out? Do you really think we don't know? Last time, that brat master of yours, he tricked some of our demonic fetuses out of us, and even wiped out our demonic fetuses. Try to fool us again. No way. We're smart enough to never fall for that again. Zhang Yang said seriously. Whether it's me or my master, we keep our promises. Last time, your demonic fetus, which was inside our secret realm, was wiped out by people from other sects, and it has nothing to do with us at all. When my master promised to let you out, he didn't say that he would guarantee the life and death of your demonic fetus, right? Besides, I'm honest as a person. I never say things like I'm going to let you guys off the hook. I'm going to finish you off for sure, but I can still promise to keep you comfortably locked up here for now. The many devils were truly speechless. Do they even have to pretend? See how well their demonic father played the man he sent? What are you trying to say? A demon asked. Zhang Yang smiled and said, I'm going to make a trip to the Heaven's Pride battlefield recently and won't be practicing here for a short while, so don't let your devilish powers and demonic aura bubble up. If you are able to do so, I promise you that when you come back, you will let your demonic fetuses out to enjoy life outside. Every month, a demonic fetus has the chance to come out and enjoy life. After enjoying life, wait until the demonic fetus returns to the space crystal wall, and the next demonic fetus comes out again. That way you won't have to worry about us depleting your power, right? As he headed to the Heaven's Pride battlefield, Xing Yunzi would definitely go to fetch him back. When the time comes and there is no one to suppress the Green Cloud sect, these devils will cause a lot of trouble. If they were able to make these devils a bit more peaceful, it would be a lot easier for the people guarding the clan. Of course, the devil might guess that Xing Yunzi would leave the sect. However, these devils did not know when Xing Yunzi would leave. This, coupled with the temptation promised by Zhang Yang, might make the devils settle down a bit. After all, after being locked up for thousands of years, who wouldn't want to come out and take a look? The many demons fell silent. After a long period of silence, a devil asked, Are you true to your word? Of course. Zhang Yang nodded seriously. If you guys need my master's assurance,
I can also call my master here. A devil said seriously. He has lied to us. We don't trust him, but we can try to trust you. But, you're going to the Heaven's Pride battlefield. What if you can't come back? What they really wanted to say was the last sentence. Another demon head chimed in. Yes, we've all been locked up for 1,000 years, so it's good to let even one demon fetus go out to see the outside. But what if you can't come back? I want to get out too. I want out. The group of devils began to stir. They looked as if they were really convinced by Zhang Yang's suggestion. Zhang Yang said smilingly, I will definitely come back. You guys can totally rest assured. The Blood Shadow Fiend sneered and said, with that little power of yours, I'm afraid it's very difficult to come back from some heaven's remarkable battlefield, isn't it? If you can't come back, won't our hope of going out be gone? What exactly is this Heaven's Pride battlefield? Tell us about it, and maybe we'll be able to let you come back alive with a few more points of certainty. Zhang Yang was a bit stunned. These devils looked like they were really off mad? Actually giving him ideas? But think about being locked up for 1,000 years and suppressed in such a small place. He still maintained his sincerity to the devils and said with a smile, okay, I'll briefly tell you about the Heaven's Pride battlefield. This Heaven's Pride battlefield is a meteorite that landed from outside the sky, and powerful people will be sucked out of their lifespan and spiritual energy when they enter, and only people of a certain age can enter. Ah, Creation Spirit Pool. It's the spirit pool of creation. Countless demons hissed and roared madly, and the entire formation space began to shake. Qin Yunzi instantly appeared, his expression grave as he suppressed the entire space. There was also a look of shock in his eyes. What was the spirit pool of creation? Chapter 135, Spirit Pool of Creation. Zhang Yang looked at Qin Yunzi with a somewhat white face. He was truly surprised that these devils would be so terrifying after they really got violent. These guys had been suppressed for 1,000 years, and for 1,000 years, their power had been weakening, and they actually still had such terrifying power? At this time, he somewhat understood why the Green Cloud sect had fallen so far. Suppressing so many powerful demons and not perishing was impressive enough. The countless devils went berserk for a long time before the many devils finally came to a halt. A pair of scarlet gazes glaring fiercely at Qin Yunzi. They really could not wait to kill Qin Yunzi before taking Zhang Yang with them to the spirit pool of creation. Of course, they know these are delusions of grandeur. If they didn't know that they couldn't hide their demonic thoughts, they would have immediately told him Zhang Yang's true identity and then asked him to let them go. What is the spiritual pool of creation? Qin Yunzi asked seriously. Is it the Heaven's Pride battlefield? Do you guys know the truth about the Heaven's Pride battlefield? Bah! What Heaven's Pride battlefield? That's the spirit pool of creation. A devil said nonchalantly to Qin Yunzi. Zhang Yang asked curiously, how do you guys know about the Heaven's Pride battlefield? Know about the spirit pool of creation? A devil said with a bitter smile. We came here to pursue the spirit pool of creation. They were tempted to say, Demon Father sent you here. I'm afraid you're here to find the spirit pool of creation as well. Qin Yunzi and Zhang Yang's master and disciple looked at each other in dismay. They had never known how these devils had suddenly come to this place, and now they had finally figured out the reason for the arrival of these devils. You didn't come here to deal with our Qin Yun sect? Qin Yunzi asked rhetorically. The Blood Shadow Demon head said angrily. Back then, we had only just descended, and before we could speak, you guys wanted to kill us. If we didn't resist, did we wait to die? What is wrong with us? They had just pierced through space to arrive here back then. And the people from the Qin Yun sect immediately laid down their killers, so they could only resist. A great war broke out. When Qin Yunzi heard the words of the Blood Shadow Fiend, he also said angrily, after you fiends descended, countless people from our Chung Yun sect's laws were disorganized, and the great Tao clashed with your fiendish path, killing countless people. If we don't kill you guys, are we waiting for you to get all of our people killed? We've only cultivated the devil's way. Is that our fault too? Countless devils roared. Zhang Yang raised his hand and said to those demons, it is right for you to practice the devil's way, but it is your fault for coming out and running around. The many demons were stunned, and they actually felt so reasonable. However, they were sent over by the demon lord back then, and who knew that they happened to land in the Green Cloud sect? Zhang Yang turned back to Qin Yunzi and said, Master, calm down and ask for clarification first. It's been 1,000 years of grudge, a deadly feud for sure, and he didn't think about letting these devils go. He had originally exchanged words with the devils, but he didn't expect to actually figure out the reason for the arrival of these devils, and he also figured out the true predecessor of the Heaven's Pride battlefield. Seniors, what is the spiritual pool of creation? Zhang Yang inquired. The Blood Shadow Demon sneered. We can talk to you, but we don't want to talk to that bigger brat. Humph. Qin Yunzi left with a cold snort. He couldn't hear the exchange even if he wasn't standing here? These devils are ridiculous. What he didn't know was that this group of devils were also calculating. They were purposely showing that they wanted to have a conversation with Zhang Yang so that Qin Yunzi wouldn't come and talk to them directly in the future. They couldn't get out now, so they could only hope that Zhang Yang would hurry up and grow up and release them as well. Seniors, my master is not here anymore. How can we talk? Zhang Yang looked at the many demons with a smile on his face. The blood shadow fiend hummed before saying, all you need to know is that the spirit pool of creation is not something from this place. Moreover, you need to know that the spirit pool of creation is an incomparably magical place. A place that is capable of transforming powerful forces into wonders of the heavens and the earth for the descendants of each race to grow. Seniors, tell me in detail. Zhang Yang simply took out the bit of rainbow fish soup left in front of him and placed it in front of him. Can you seniors feel the food? I still have some rainbow fish soup here. Would you like to try it? We are not in a hurry. Let's talk slowly. A trace of blood-red mist permeated very slowly from the space crystal wall, spreading towards the bowl in front of Zhang Yang. These devils knew very well that Qin Yunzi's person was not here, but the divine thoughts must be here. Therefore, they would not disclose any information to Zhang Yang, let alone act in a way that would harm him, as if they were really here to try the fish soup. The blood-red mist invaded the fish soup, and the essence inside the fish soup quickly disappeared. The blood-red mist returned to the space crystal wall, and the blood shadow demon said with some intoxication, it's been 1,000 years, and I can finally taste what's outside. Half of him was really emoting, while half of him was pretending. In order to confuse Qin Yunzi, I will often get some over for seniors in the future. Zhang Yang smiled. Seniors, can we talk about the spiritual pool of creation now? The blood shadow fiend looked satisfied and said briskly, alright, let's talk about the spirit creation pool. In here, there are some bigger secrets involved, so I won't tell you, and it's not something you can understand right now. All you need to know is that the spirit pool of creation is a place that immortals, demons, and ghosts of all races are incomparably eager to enter. Why this place was formed, I'm afraid only the oldest of those existences know. All we know is that some powerful cultivators who enter the spirit pool of creation will be deprived of everything and transformed into the wonders of heaven and earth. For this reason, every once in a while, several parties would fight a great battle. On the one hand, hunting each other's strongest people to put into the spirit creation pool, and on the other hand, they would fight for the quota of each clan to enter the spirit creation pool. One day, the spirit pool of creation underwent a huge change, and we don't know exactly what happened. However, the most central part of the creation spirit pool, the creation spirit hall, was missing. Afterwards, the Devil Father used great magic power to break open the space and let us look along the direction where the spirit hall of creation disappeared, and we came to this place. Then we were suppressed by you for 1,000 years. We are ashamed of our demonic father. Zhang Yang was a bit stunned. You guys didn't say anything related to the spiritual pool of creation either. What he wanted to understand was what exactly was inside the Heaven's Pride battlefield, so he could prepare in advance. The Blood Shadow Fiend said in a grave tone, the Heaven's Pride battlefield you mentioned is most likely the location where the spirit creation pool is located. Just now, you also said that 3,000 years ago, the Heaven's Pride battlefield would deprive those powerful cultivators who entered of their longevity and cultivation, which is very much in line with the characteristics of the spirit creation pool. This is especially supported by the fact that it deprived cultivators of high realms and allowed young people to enter. The spiritual hall of creation was the most important part of the spiritual pool of creation, and the most important chance of the entire spiritual pool of creation was also in the spiritual hall of creation. However, in order to open the spirit hall of creation, more than half of the participants in the four directions of immortals, demons and ghosts must be present to open it. In this part of the world, you shouldn't be able to gather all the immortals, devils, demons and ghosts, right? Looks like you guys want to get the benefit of the doubt. You'll have to let at least one of us out. Chapter 136, 3,000 Years of Luck. Zhang Yang looked grave, not realizing that the Heaven's Pride battlefield had such a secret. Are these devils telling the truth? That what the Heaven's Pride battlefield? Is it really the spirit pool of creation? Is there really a spirit temple of creation in it? Could these devils be saying this on purpose in order to escape the seal? In reality, he had no idea that the Blood Shadow Fiend had said that on purpose. They were simply ecstatic when they learned that the Heaven's Pride battlefield was the spirit pool of creation. This is the immortal cultivation world. Immortal is already there, while Zhang Yang's essence is demon. And if there is one more demon missing, the spiritual hall of creation will be opened. How much good will this do? When Zhang Yang grew up, they would be able to get out of the trap. The Blood Shadow Fiend said with a heated smile, I'll also tell you that inside the spirit hall of creation, there is one thing that is of the utmost importance, and that is Qi. For countless years, everyone who entered the spiritual hall of creation had each received great fortune from heaven and earth. You guys should know very well how terrifying the final achievements of those who receive great Qi are, right?
The blood demon was about to say something else when Zhang Yang abruptly disappeared from in front of the space crystal wall.
Qin Yunzi brought Zhang Yang out from inside the formation space.
Then the master and disciple looked at each other,
not knowing what to say.
Even though Qin Yunzi had already become in the transition realm, he still felt extremely shocked. No wonder the immortal cultivation world had been helpless against the Heaven's Pride battlefield for so many years.
So that meteorite had such a terrifying origin?
However, in order to enter the Heaven's Pride battlefield you have to let a devil out.
He was absolutely unable to do so.
Master, I'm afraid those devils are just making things up because they want to be let out, Zhang Yang said with a serious look.
We can't fall for their tricks, much less let them out. Qin Yunzi nodded. I know.
He pondered for a moment and looked at Zhang Yang and said,
that tiger demon of yours is considered a demon. The demon is already there.
Where to find a devil?
He frowned, torn. Master, you really believe it?
Zhang Yang looked at Qin Yunzi in surprise. Qin Yunzi said seriously, the arrival of these devils was originally a bit inexplicable. If something like the spirit creation pool didn't exist, it wouldn't make sense for them to come to this place with such a powerful cultivation.
Furthermore, you've already read the information recorded by the ancestors.
A great hall does exist inside the Heaven's Pride battlefield. Over these 3,000 years, everyone has tried their best to open that great hall, but it has never been opened. His expression became strange as he gazed at Zhang Yang, his voice unconsciously lowering a lot. Brat, there's 3,000 years worth of chi luck accumulated in there. If you get it, just think of how great the benefits will be. The thought of all 3,000 years of chi fortune being placed on Zhang Yang excited Qin Yunzi to the point that his Taoist heart stirred. So, no matter if what the devil said was true or not, he had to find a way for Zhang Yang to try. If they really captured 3,000 years of chi luck, what would the Qin sect have to fear?
Zhang Yang smiled bitterly and said, Master, even if this is the case, it's useless. We can't find the devil.
It was true that he had no concept in his mind about the saying of chi, but a great hall that had not been opened for 3,000 years, with heaven and earth wonders inside it. He also wanted it very much. Maybe if he ate those exotic treasures,
his Jin Dan would give birth to a Yuaning? Master, why don't we ask those demons to get a demonic fetus out? Or, how about using their demonic blood? Anyway, what about the spiritual hall of creation which senses bloodlines and opens with a drop of demon blood? Zhang Yang was also frowning to think of a solution. No way.
Qin Yunzi shook his head. Under the suppression of the heavenly cyan extreme cloud formation, it takes a long time for them to even penetrate the great Tao and demonic chi. It's still a matter of attaching their power to the operation of heaven and earth's yuan power before they can penetrate some of it.
As for flesh and blood, that is simply impossible to escape. Then why don't we just try it with the demonic fetuses? Zhang Yang then added, with their demonic power,
they might be able to open the spiritual hall of creation.
Qin Yunzi shook his head. I think it might not be the power of the devil Tao. Think about it, even if those demon clans' heavenly pride were, no matter how demonic they were,
they wouldn't be able to cultivate the power of the demonic Tao at the age of a few dozen.
Right? So, my feeling is still that the blood and flesh of the demon race is the way to go. Alas, where on earth to find some devil's blood and flesh? When the ancestors suppressed the devils back then, the ones they killed were long ago refined into flying ash, and not a single bit of it can be found.
Zhang Yang was also torn.
It's hard to know the treasure trove and not be able to open it. Immortals have it, demons have it,
but there is a shortage of those suppressed demons. Qin Yunzi was silent for a long time before slowly saying,
you are good at chatting. Go and talk to those devils. You can allow them to send out a devil fetus. No matter what, we have to try before we can do so. But the power of this demonic fetus cannot be stronger than the Jin Dan stage. Also, tell those devils to be honest. If the power of the devil's soul is too much, I'll exterminate them.
Although your divine soul has been enlarged,
you still can't resist the demonic soul power if it's too strong.
The fact that he was willing to let a demonic fetus go for the sake of that 3,000 years of chi was already his lowest bottom line.
Of course, this demonic fetus is too strong for that.
Zhang Yang returned to the space crystal wall once again and was satisfied when he realized that those devils had not infiltrated their demonic aura and the power of the devil's way out.
Well, have you guys thought about it? The blood shadow fiend hemmed and hawed. Ready to let any of us out?
Zhang Yang smiled and shook his head.
Seniors, letting you out is absolutely impossible. However, when we heard you guys talking about the spiritual hall of creation, we are indeed very interested, so we would like to discuss with you seniors. Why don't you guys send out a demonic fetus and we'll go and try to see if we can open it? Of course, the demonic fetus should never be too strong,
not exceeding my strength, or else I would have to worry about my well-being. The other situation is that there can't be too much magic soul power,
and I was worried about you guys taking over me.
The many devils were a bit surprised.
Although they were forcing the Qingyun sect to send them out, they actually knew that they couldn't get out. Besides, Zhang Yang had already gone. What were they worried about? They hadn't thought that there was actually a demonic fetus that could go out? You guys discuss and see which senior can comply with the conditions and send a demonic fetus. After all, this is a rare release, so don't miss it. After Zhang Yang finished speaking, he waited silently. Instead, within the space crystal wall, it was already in an uproar. These devils have been locked up for 1,000 years. Who wouldn't want to go out and have a look? Moreover, it was a chance to go to the spirit pool of creation, which everyone longed for. Gentlemen, don't even think about it. None of us can enter. The blood shadow demon head said coldly. Have you forgotten that we have long surpassed our age? Even if it's our demonic fetus, we can only die if we enter the spirit creation pool. Therefore, our mission in sending the demonic fetus out was to inform him of the truth, not to enter the spirit pool of creation. And, in order to keep the news from leaking out, after informing him of the truth, it would have to be self-annihilated, leaving absolutely no trace of it. Hearing the blood shadow fiend say this, the many fiends were suddenly enlightened. How old are they? Still want to enter the spirit pool of creation? Everyone looked at each other in dismay, and a devil stood out and said, then I'll go. Anyway, my demonic soul power is not strong, but the rest of me is fine, so it just fits their requirements. Alright, then you go. The many devils agreed. Then, a pitch-black figure, standing in front of the spatial crystal wall, said to Zhang Yang, I promised you what you asked for. Is the demon fetus being sent out now? Chapter 137, The Devil Fetus Emerges from the Cage. When Zhang Yang saw that the devil had really agreed to send out a demonic fetus, he was a bit nonplussed instead. Why don't any of these devils struggle a bit? Could it be that being locked up for 1,000 years really makes you so hungry for the outside? Common sense dictates that he sees no problem. However, these are demons, which in themselves are outside the norm. Master, do you think there is a problem? Zhang Yang asked Qingyunzi. He was unable to perceive some of the perverse behaviors of the superpower realm, and could only rely on his master to judge. Qingyunzi also felt that these devils had agreed too quickly. But, thinking about that 3,000 years of qi, he was truly unable to calm down in his heart. The words of the spirit pool of creation. He believed these devils. After all, this heaven and earth would not be attractive to these devils except for something like the spirit pool of creation. Therefore, he felt that the reason why these devils were so eager to enter the Heaven's Pride battlefield could it be related to the spirit pool of creation? He pondered for a long time before saying firmly, let them release the demonic fetus. He lifted all of his mind and focused on those demonic fetuses with all of his might, absolutely not letting them get too strong, especially the power of the demonic soul. It must be strictly controlled, not even a little bit stronger. Only then, after these devils opened the spiritual hall of creation, Zhang Yang would be able to destroy the devil child without any problems. Even the demonic fetus had been taken out. It was impossible for these demons to get the benefits of the spirit creation pool, so the benefits would have to fall on Zhang Yang's head. In fact, it was no wonder that Qingyunzi was not calm. These devils, and the Qingyun sect have been entangled for 1,000 years, and within this 1,000 years, the Qingyun sect has also endured many grievances. Now that Zhang Yang was in possession of the Chaos Golden Dan, he could take care of these demons. The only thing missing is the ghost and demon, which are the bloodlines of immortals and demons. They didn't know where the ghosts were, but the demons were right in front of them. As long as they gathered the power of the 3 clans or more, they would be able to open the spirit hall of creation, receive heavenly benefits, and solve all their problems. Therefore, there was no reason for Qingyunzi not to get a demonic fetus to try. Under the devil's control, the devil's fetus came out. A mass of gray gradually penetrated the space crystal wall and escaped beyond it, only to discover that it was a gray mist-like thing. This gray mist was rolling around, gradually coalescing into a concrete shadow. The gray mist was still coalescing, gradually solidifying. And within the spatial crystal wall, the blood shadow fiend was instructing the pitch-black fiend, after entering the spirit pool of creation, your power will soon dissolve, and at the same time, this little bit of your fiendish soul power will soon disappear as well. Therefore, you must pass the information to my clan's sacred body the moment you enter the spirit pool of creation. The pitch-black demon inquired, do we need to tell him his identity? The many devils were torn. They were worried about exposing the trail after letting that holy body know about their true identities. By then all the scheming will be ruined. A devil slowly said, there's no harm in telling him. We've been observing him for so long, and he seems to be very resourceful as well. So there's definitely no problem hiding his identity. Okay, then tell him who he really is. The pitch-black demon nodded in agreement. In addition to that, some of my clan's gongfu information was passed on to him. As my clan's holy body, how could he not cultivate my clan's gongfu? Anyway, He has absorbed so much of our demonic power, and his demonic chi has also absorbed quite a bit of my clan's characteristics, so I guess it's fine. Didn't that bigger brat also cultivate our power? The pitch-black demonic head pondered for a long time and said, that strand of my demonic soul power, why don't I just completely integrate it into his divine soul when I entered the Heaven's Pride battlefield? That way, whatever information he wants to know, he can go and get it from the memories of that wisp of my demon soul. The many devils nodded their heads, and then the pitch-black devils incorporated the information they wanted to pass on to Zhang Yang into that faint strand of devil soul and sent it into the devil's fetus. Then a dark figure, standing in front of the space crystal wall, possessed a face and opened its eyes. Qin Yunzi appeared beside Zhang Yang and gazed at the demonic fetus. In his eyes, the strength of this demonic fetus had indeed reached the Jindan stage. However, with the bizarre power of these devils, I'm afraid that they would have to be considered at the Yuanying stage. However, Qin Yunzi wasn't worried because that strand of demonic soul power was really too weak, like a candle in the wind that could be extinguished at any time. Such demonic soul power was not as powerful as those demonic fetuses inside the secret realm, and it was something that could not possibly cause harm to Zhang Yang at all. Qin Yunzi was much more relieved. In reality, the one that those devils really had to guard against was Qin Yunzi, so how could they possibly send out their powerful devil soul power? Zhang Yang looked at the dark demonic tire and inquired, how is Senior addressed? The mouth of the face that the demonic fetus conjured up moved. Names mean nothing to me, just call me whatever you want. He is the messenger of certain death, and cannot exist for long. Zhang Yang smiled and said, it's still easier to have a name to call you normally. How about we just call Senior Strutai? Harmony of the Devil's Tire. Zhang Yang also had to remind himself that this was a demonic fetus and could not be trusted too much. No problem. The devil's fetus readily accepted good advice. Let's go. Let's take Senior Strutai out now and get a good feel of the outside. However, the outside is my Qin Yun Sect's territory, so please respect yourself and don't run around. How about it? Zhang Yang looked at the demonic tire. The devil fetus nodded. Don't worry, since I've come out, I'll definitely cooperate with you guys. If I break the cooperation with you guys, the other clansmen are afraid that they will have to beat me to death. Zhang Yang's eyes lit up. He felt that by deliberately sabotaging the cooperation and letting those devils kill the owner of this devil tire, wouldn't it be one less devil? However, he was about to set off for the Heaven's Pride battlefield, so lest there be any accidents, he would not do so for the time being. When we return from the Heaven's Pride battlefield, we will come back to deal with this group of devils properly. Qin Yunzi brought Zhang Yang and the demon fetus and appeared on Qingyun Peak. The devil's fetus couldn't help but take a deep breath as he felt the heaven and earth outside the formation space for the first time. It's just that he's a demon child, and these actions mean nothing to him. Qin Yunzi glanced at the demon fetus and said indifferently, you can move freely around this mountain, but if you leave this mountain, I will immediately exterminate you. Don't worry, don't worry. The devil fetus floated and strolled around the green cloud peak. Qin Yunzi glanced at the demonic fetus, isolated the heaven and earth around him, and whispered to Zhang Yang, when he opens the creation spirit hall, finish him off. This strand of his demonic soul power is very weak, no stronger than a newborn baby, so it will be effortless for you to deal with him. Use thunder magic, just a little bit of thunder magic, and his demonic soul power will be annihilated. No matter what, don't let him and you share the chi of the spiritual hall of creation. Also, these demons are treacherous. Don't believe even a word they say. Master, don't worry, these devils have lived for thousands of years. I know that they are all very cunning and won't fall for it. No good. Zhang Yang glared at Qin Yunzi and said with a stifled expression, Master, they have lived for thousands of years. Chapter 138, An Orc is Never a Slave. Qin Yunzi also froze as he reacted from Zhang Yang's words. He was only thinking about the 3,000 years of chi luck, as well as immortals, devils, demons, and ghosts anymore. But he didn't pay attention to the fact that the original bodies of these demonic fetuses had lived for over 1,000 years. Zhang Yang was a bit speechless. He was not doing it for the 3,000 years of chi, but he was thinking about the things inside the spiritual hall of creation that had not been opened for 3,000 years. Master, do you think it's possible that these demonic fetuses were just born, with their ages counting from now? Zhang Yang suddenly asked. Qin Yunzi laughed bitterly. Although he longed for 3,000 years of chi, he felt that this argument was too much of a ripoff, wasn't it? What do you mean the age of the magic child starts now? He dwelled on it for a while before saying, no matter what, those demonic fetuses have come out. You have to find a way to try. Even if it's 1 in a billion, you have to try. Once it succeeds, the benefits will be simply too great. Zhang Yang nodded. He felt that he still needed to think more about it and see if there were any other ways to solve the problem. Then, he bid farewell to Qin Yunzi and returned to his villa. Wang Kai, Have an elixir. Zhang Yang threw a chi-nourishing elixir to the tiger demon. The tiger demon caught it with its mouth open and swallowed it whole before looking at Zhang Yang. I'll give you another one, Zhang Yang said with a smile, but you have to listen to me. He threw another elixir to the tiger demon and beckoned it over. The tiger demon swallowed the elixir and shook his head as he walked over. He's just cooperating, and there are constant resources for him, so why not? A tiger that is literally gradually being domesticated into a wannabe. Sun Song watched Zhang Yang taming the tiger demon from the side and was somewhat speechless. This kid does not cultivate is just. Every day the tiger is a dog to raise. Is really not worried about the matter of the Heaven's Pride battlefield? Suddenly, his eyes glazed over as he saw a dark shadow float in through the front door, especially when he sensed the kind of aura on the demon fetus that was out of place with the surrounding heaven and earth. He was even more alarmed in his heart and stared at the demon fetus with a deadly stare. Zhang Yang also sensed Song Song's nervousness and glanced at him, saying, "Old Taoist, never seen a demon tire before? What are you nervous about? Demon fetus." Song Song was on the verge of breaking his voice. The Green Cloud sect suppresses demons, and they're not even worried when the demon fetus escapes? He hurriedly condensed the heavenly thunder and struck down towards the demonic tire, while anxiously saying to Zhang Yang, "Quick, the demon has broken the seal. What should I do to help?" The lightning that struck at the devil's tire split empty and disappeared, and the devil's tire remained unharmed. Zhang Yang rolled his eyes at Song Song. "I know he is a demonic fetus. Don't you need to use your brain to think it through?" Song Song's expression froze when he saw his heavenly thunder being blocked by Qing Yunzi and Zhang Yang's attitude. "What's going on?" Zhang Yang said indifferently. "These devils have been locked up for 1,000 years. I see them as quite pitiful, so I let them come out with their devil's fetuses to let off some steam. I'm going to pull some strings with them while I'm letting off steam. When a few of your big clans are about to attack completely, I'll talk to the demons and release them to finish you off." He was purposely using the demon fetus to scare Song Song. Song Song was genuinely stunned. In his eyes, what can Zhang Yang not do? Even fishing with a cultivator is done, and the tiger demon is raised as a pet, and the top spirit weapon is cursed to turn back to. Colluding with the devil is not surprising. He took a deep breath and looked at Zhang Yang as he slowly asked, "You wouldn't really do that, would you?" Zhang Yang spread his hands. "I don't want to do this either, but you guys are bullying people too much. You just see that my Qingyan sect is weak and want to strike at my Qingyan sect. Can I strike back? Wow? Don't worry. Give me 3 years at the most and I'll be able to persuade all those devils. When the time comes, I'll hold a devil in my left hand and a devil in my right hand, and I'll see how you fight. Piss me off and I'll release the demons." Song Song swallowed his saliva. He felt that Zhang Yang's joke was not funny at all. He only felt chills at the bottom of his heart. "What if they don't attack you?" Cthulhu asked. Zhang Yang spread his hands. "That devil is our undying enemy of Qingyan sect." Song Song gave Zhang Yang a deep look and his brows furrowed. He felt that if a few big clans could not exterminate Zhang Yang in the Heavens Remarks battlefield, he really should think about other issues. This kid is too evil. In case he really leads the devil out, it's unbearable. For the next few days, Zhang Yang wasn't cultivating, he was just constantly patrolling the mountain with the accompanying demon fetus and then feeding the tiger demon. After being fed with constant pills and elixirs, the tiger demon completely lowered his noble head and offered his back. "Wang Kai, today we're going to 4th Senior Uncle's place to learn Formation Dao. If you run faster, I will give you another body tempering pill later," Zhang Yang said as he sat on the tiger demon's back and patted it. The tiger demon let out a wail and immediately charged towards Biyun Peak. "Wang Kai is so good. This body tempering pill is yours." Zhang Yang threw out an elixir and told the tiger demon to wait outside while he went to meet Bai Lingzi. The tiger demon narrowed his eyes and began to refine the body tempering pill. He was enlightened long ago. He just can't talk. During this period of time, he had been living a joyful life in the Green Cloud sect, and the spirit materials he had obtained in just a few months were more than the benefits he had obtained through fighting in the depths of the 100,000 mountains in the past. Orcs are never slaves unless they manage food. This law applies perfectly to tiger demons. Coupled with the fact that Zhang Yang really did not take the tiger demon for granted, he really gave in. While Zhang Yang was asking Bai Lingzi for advice on the Tao of formation, Sita Mingyue had finally broken through to the Yuanying stage after her constant subcultivation. Her qualifications weren't bad in the first place, and she was a Xianin Dao species, and after practicing the Xianin technique, the technique was even more matched. Coupled with the various spirit medicines from the Green Cloud sect, as well as Song Song's pot of rainbow fish, it was only natural for her to break through. After breaking through the Yuanying stage, she came to Qing Yunzi's place first to report her joy. "Master, I've reached the Yuanying stage." Qing Yunzi smiled and nodded his head, saying, "Finally living up to your hard work. You have reached the Yuanying stage. I will give you the techniques of the Yuanying stage now. Your eldest senior brother doesn't have the Yuanying stage yet,
and won't be able to enter the Yuaning stage layer of the scripture pavilion. After speaking, he handed a jade slip to Sito Mingyue. Sito Mingyue received the jade slip, but didn't rush to peruse the technique, but inquired, "Master, why doesn't eldest brother he break through?" She had broken through and thought how Zhang Yang should break through as well. Qin Yunzi smiled and said, "He is in a special situation and is not in a hurry to break through, but if my guess is right, this trip to the Heaven's Pride battlefield should be his chance. You peruse the Yuaning stage techniques, take them and cultivate them properly." Sita Mingyue was still in no hurry to peruse the feats. She hesitated and said, "Master, I also want to go to the Heaven's Pride battlefield. Is that okay?" Chun Yunzi looked at Sita Mingyue. "I want to go help eldest senior brother," Sita Mingyue said shyly. "Although he is very strong, he is only at the Jindan stage, and I'm already at the Yuanying stage, so I should be able to help him." Qin Yunzi sighed and said with a serious expression, "It's good that you have this heart." However, the Heaven's Pride battlefield wasn't entirely based on cultivation, but rather on battle prowess. Your eldest senior brother's battle power is stronger than many Yuaning, even much stronger. So, moreover, the Heaven's Pride battlefield was too dangerous. Although you are at the Yuaning realm, you have only just broken through, and your battle power is insufficient compared to the others. Sita Mingyue is also a little speechless. She is a Yuaning stage. Even a Jindan stage cannot match. "Master, I feel so useless," Sita Mingyue said with a bitter smile. "I wanted to help eldest brother, but I can't help at all." Qin Yunzi gazed at Sita Mingyue and said gravely, "Sooner or later, people of our generation will leave, either to ascend, or to die when their lifespan runs out, or even when they can't wait for their lifespan to run out. Therefore, in the future, the Green Cloud sect will still have to depend on you guys. If you really want to help your eldest senior brother and aren't afraid of danger, you can go to the Heaven's Pride battlefield to compete for a chance, but the dangers in between are unpredictable, so you can only rely on yourself." "Master, I'm not afraid," Sita Mingyue said hurriedly when she saw her master agree. Qin Yunzi smiled up. "Go find your eldest senior brother. If he's willing to take you there, I'll promise you, I'll go now." Sita Mingyue immediately turned around and left. Qin Yunzi sighed as he looked at the departing Sita Mingyue. He hoped that these two children would not follow their old path. Chapter 139, Demoness. Must break my Taoist heart. Zhang Yang had just come out from learning the Tao of formation at Bian Peak when he met Sita Mingyue head-on. "Eldest senior brother, I'm at the Yuaning stage." Sita Mingyue first reported her realm before saying, "I'm going to go to the Heaven's Pride battlefield to help you." "Help me?" Zhang Yang couldn't help but raise his voice, squinting his eyes up and down at Sita Mingyue. "What can you help me with? Where do you see that you can help me? A tiny Yuaning stage, or just entering the Yuaning realm, is simply a liability. Without a spirit weapon, you're a blank slate Yuaning with no combat experience at all. Any Yuaning can finish you off, and I'll have to go through the trouble of saving you then. Great idea and commendable, but don't take it seriously. You people are not fit to go to the Heaven's Pride battlefield." Sita Mingyue was furious in her heart. She said to herself that I was kind enough to help you, but if you don't accept it, that's all. You're still mocking me? However, she knew that if she got angry at this time, she was afraid that she would be even more unable to follow Zhang Yang to the Heaven's Pride battlefield. She forced herself to suppress the anger in her heart and squeezed out a smile. "Actually, eldest brother, I want to follow you to the Heaven's Pride battlefield to get some chances. You also said that in the future, the Green Cloud sect will still have to rely on us, so if I'm stronger, I'll be able to help you better in the future." "No? Then you don't have to go. I will bring back the heavenly treasures from the Heavenly Pride battlefield." Zhang Yang still rejected Sita Mingyue unceremoniously. He was alone, with a tiger and a gun, coming and going freely in the Heaven's Pride battlefield. Bringing a woman with you, a weak one at that, is of little use and adds to the chaos. Sita Mingyue completely couldn't hold back. She said to herself, "I've been so condescending." She said fiercely, "I'm going to go. I'm at the Yuaning realm. My realm is higher than yours. You can go. Why can't I go? You, a weakling Yuaning realm, are worthy of comparing with me? I've killed several Yuaning realms, okay? My realm is just stronger than yours. Then why don't we have a contest? No comparison. My realm is stronger than yours. I'm at the Yuaning realm. Do you believe me when I whip you? Then I'm still in a higher realm than you." Zhang Yang glared at Sita Mingyue. Looking at Sita Mingyue's stubborn face, he said fiercely, "There are so many men in the Tianjia battlefield. You're so pretty. Go in and fall into their hands. And when the time comes, then I'm still in a higher realm than you. You're a Jindan and I'm a Yuaning." Zhang Yang broke his defense and twisted his head. He was already obsessed with the fact that he couldn't break through this Jindan, and now he was still being stared at by Sita Mingyue, who kept on talking about the sore spot. "It's none of my business.
You can go or not. If you go, you'll be responsible for the consequences. It's obvious that I'll bring back those heavenly materials and treasures, so I have to follow. It's just like you don't know what's good for you and you don't know what's good for you. Zhang Yang cursed and left. Sito Mingyue is also very aggrieved. She has not seen such stubborn people. Obviously her realm is higher. Why can not go? Bai Lingzi walked out, shaking his head and sighing as he looked at the two young men. She waved towards Sito Mingyue. Come in. Sito Mingyue hesitated for a moment and followed into Bai Lingzi's residence. Seeing Bai Lingzi's simple room, Sito Mingyue admired in her heart, the fourth senior uncle is really a high person. Not like red makeup and love Taoist clothes. Bai Lingzi glanced at Sito Mingyue and said with a smile, I'm also a woman. I usually like to dress up. Nay, after worshipping in the Green Cloud sect, I've just focused on fighting for my life, and I usually don't have the chance to go shopping. Earlier in the year, eldest senior brother also gave us some spirit weapons, which could barely be adorned, but this was not taken away by Zhang Yang. Ah, Sito Mingyue looked at Bai Lingzi with some days. Bai Lingzi laughed out loud. I'm a woman too. That kid Zhang Yang is just tough talking, but his heart is still good. He's been a weirdo since he was a kid, and he's never been mean to anyone. You didn't see him when he was a kid, the way he pestered me and called me a fairy every day. We have watched him grow up from a doll to now. We know him deeply. After laughing for a while, Bai Lingzi then looked at Sito Mingyue and said, You guys are different from us. When we entered the sect, it was the worst of times, so we didn't even have the heart to think about anything else. After Zhang Yang started reforming the Qingyan sect, it seemed like we all became relaxed. Of course, it was only slightly easier than it had been, and then you had to face new problems. So, in the beginning, none of us could care about anything else. Sito Mingyue didn't know why Bai Lingzi was suddenly talking to herself about this. She didn't know how to answer. Bai Lingzi's words changed and asked, You like eldest brother too? Ha? Sito Mingyue looked at Bai Lingzi. There was some tension in her mind, and at the same time, she was a little curious. What do you mean? Too? Bai Lingzi sat on the futon and beckoned Sito Mingyue to sit down before she continued. Actually, there's nothing I dare not say. I just like eldest brother. Back then, the eldest brother was good looking, had a high cultivation level and acted in a domineering manner. Do you know how devastating this was to the teenage girl me? It's mesmerizing. Sito Mingyue asked curiously. Fourth master uncle. Then Yuan master. He's old, Bai Lingzi said without a trace of humor, so he doesn't dare to show anything at all. This old man. Do not understand the mind of young girls, just like to treat us as children. Really infuriating. Of course, I understand him better. He has indeed given his entire life for the Green Cloud sect, guarding the devil day and night, not seeing a future or hope at all, and it's also bitter for him. So, you guys are left with no results? Sito Mingyue asked. Bai Lingzi laughed and said, What need is there for any results? Isn't it good to fight with him when there's nothing to do? I'm telling you this to tell you to do what you want to do before it's too late, lest you regret it then. We've watched that Zhang Yang kid's behavior for more than a decade, and he has an inexplicable obsession with immortal cultivation. There really doesn't seem to be much interest in the affairs of men and women. If you can get him interested in you, we are happy to see it. Of course, if it really doesn't work out, you'll have to figure it out before it's too late, lest you develop a grudge. She was persuading Sito Mingyue as a person who had been there before. Sito Mingyue's shoulders collapsed, and she said sadly, It's because I want to help him that I want to follow him to the Heaven's Pride battlefield. I actually dislike me for being a liability and wouldn't let me go. Bai Lingzi laughed. His strength is indeed much stronger than the average Yuaning stage. Plus the Heaven's Pride battlefield is indeed dangerous. So maybe he's concerned about you if he doesn't let you follow? Sito Mingyue's eyes couldn't help but light up. Senior uncle, if you want eldest brother to take me with him, do you have any methods? Sito Mingyue asked. Bai Lingzi didn't know what to say. She had watched Zhang Yang for so many years, and couldn't figure out how Zhang Yang could think of the proper way to do it, given his behavior. She pondered for a moment and said, You have to let him see that you can indeed help him by entering the Heaven's Pride battlefield, and he might agree. Sito Mingyue was bereft again and said with her head lowered, I do have low strength, Bai Lingzi said without a trace of anger. You are at the Yuaning realm, or the Shen vagina species. Work hard from that aspect. Well, it's because I see that you're a bit like me back then that I'm bugging you for a few words. You hurry up and go pester your elder brother. I still have to cultivate. Oh, thank you senior uncle. Sito Mingyue left Bian Peak and followed Bai Lingzi's enlightenment to find Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang crossed his eyes and silently looked at Sito Mingyue. Sito Mingyue didn't care about Zhang Yang's attitude and said seriously, Eldest senior brother, I am a Xianin Dao seed, practicing Xianin Kung Fu, and I have the power of supreme coldness in heaven and earth. This power of supreme cold is very rare and will most likely help you in certain places in the Heaven's Pride battlefield. In addition, the cultivation of my Shanin Dao seed requires some special resources that are most likely only available in the Heaven's Pride battlefield. So, just let me follow you, okay? Zhang Yang's brows furrowed as he had to admit that Sita Mingyue was right. Although Sita Mingyue's strength was not good, however, the Shanin Dao species was indeed rare, and might be able to play a miraculous role at certain times. In addition, if there were really any heavenly treasures to enhance her battle power in the Heaven's Pride battlefield, the safety issue could also be guaranteed at that time. Only when he thought of this did he faintly say, "Then I'll say it first, don't blame me if something goes wrong. To be honest, I can't even fully guarantee my safety when I enter the Heaven's Pride battlefield, and it's all going to have to be a fight to the death." "No problem," Sito Mingyue agreed in a single breath. "Alright, go and cultivate, and try to comprehend as much as you can on the Xianin Dao seed aspect of the spell," Zhang Yang instructed Sito Mingyue. Only after Sito Mingyue left did Zhang Yang smile bitterly. "Women are just troublesome. They have to break my Taoist heart." Chapter 140. Arriving at the Heaven's Pride battlefield. All the people of Qingyun Sect looked very serious as today was the day when Zhang Yang and Sita Mingyue were heading to the Heaven's Remarks battlefield. "Eldest brother, it's a shame that we still haven't entered the harmonious Dao realm yet." Ling Yunzi, a few people, had complex expressions. They knew very well that if they entered the harmonization realm, the Qingyun Sect would handle it differently. "It's fine, don't worry everyone, there will be no problems." Qin Yunzi comforted the crowd. He said in his mind that although you guys didn't break through, it's fine if I do. This time, senior brother Lingyun will be in charge of leading the way to the Heaven's Pride battlefield, and later on, I'll send a message to Tian Xian so that he can accompany you all along. Qin Yunzi then added, "Everyone doesn't need to worry, just go to the Heaven's Pride battlefield properly, the sky can't collapse yet." He looked at Zhang Yang again and said seriously, "Brat, when you go to the Heaven's Pride battlefield, be careful in everything." Zhang Yang laughed loudly, "Don't worry, Master, this time when I go to the Heaven's Pride battlefield, I will definitely suppress all of them. I will let them get to know me well and let them know that any Heaven's Pride is nothing more than a defeat under me." "Master and uncle, just wait, I will definitely get you a first place back," Painted Spirit Sun said in a bad mood. "First place or whatever is not important, just come back alive. It has to be. Set off." Qin Yunzi waved his hand and casually handed a jade pendant to Ling Yunzi. Zhang Yang brought Sita Mingyue, as well as the tiger demon Wang Kai and the devil tire, and followed Ling Yunzi to board the flying magic treasure and flew towards the south. Song Song, who was also seeing him off, realized that the demon fetus had actually followed, and his eyelids jumped straight up. To actually bring a demonic fetus to the Heaven's Pride battlefield, what the hell is this brat up to? He was no longer so worried about whether Zhang Yang would come back alive or not, and was beginning to worry for the others who had entered the Heaven's Pride battlefield. Zhang Yang and their flying boat had not yet left the Qingyan continent when Taoist Tian Xin joined the group halfway to the Heaven's Remarkable battlefield. "Zhang Yang, Ziyan might also enter the Heaven's Pride battlefield this time. How about you go in and see her, and if possible, help her out?" Taoist Tian Xin said to Zhang Yang with a smile. "Also, bring her back." Sito Mingyue could not help but look at Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang frowned and said seriously, "Senior Tian Xian, what I am considering now is not the issue of bringing back Ziyan, but the issue of whether or not I will be an opponent. She is participating in the Heaven's Pride battlefield as someone from another continent, yet you are asking me to help her. This is not a sincere attempt to harm me." Taoist Tian Xian couldn't even speak. He mused for a moment and said slowly, "If you run into her, you can ask her if she wants to come back. If she doesn't come back, just do whatever you want with her." Even if he was thick-skinned, there was no way he could ask Zhang Yang to show mercy to Ziyan. Zhang Yang nodded his head and said, "If she is still from the Qingyan continent, we can work together." "Okay," Taoist Tian Xian replied. The flying boat cut across the sky and kept flying towards the south. The location where the Heaven's Remarkable battlefield was located was tens of thousands of miles away from the Green Cloud continent, and even with the swiftness of a flying boat, it would still take quite a bit of time. 2 days later, the crowd saw a huge object, suspended between the skies. "That's the Heaven's Remarkable battlefield." Taoist Tianxian pointed ahead. "This place has been guarded by several great sects powerhouses setting up prohibitions, and only one portal can enter. The beautiful name is to protect the Heaven's Pride battlefield, lest someone breaks in and loses their life. But in reality, it has already become a self-retained place for various great sects to cultivate Heaven's Pride." He glanced at Zhang Yang and said slowly, 1,000 years ago, your Qingyan sect was also involved in dominating the pattern of the Heaven's Pride battlefield. After so many years have passed, the other big clans have long since ostracized your Qingyan sect. This time,
They must not have good intentions when they let you participate in the Heaven's Pride battlefield, so be careful after you enter.
Zhang Yang smiled and nodded.
Of course he knew that the other big clans did not have good intentions,
but the outcome of who was counting on whom is yet to be seen.
Get to work. Zhang Yang patted the tiger demon and threw 2 pills to it.
This is the last of the pills.
After we enter the Heaven's Pride battlefield,
there will be no more. At that time, we will all have to fight for our lives in order to stay alive.
Also, the other sects only promised me a spot. We have to disguise ourselves so that they can't pick out any faults at all.
The tiger demon swallowed 2 pills and stood up in high spirits.
Zhang Yang jumped onto the tiger demon's back and sat down cross-legged.
Senior sister, come up.
Zhang Yang patted the tiger demon on its back,
signaling Sita Mingyue to sit on it as well. Sita Mingyue followed and sat on top of the tiger demon,
looking at Zhang Yang's back with nervousness and excitement in her heart.
Put all the spirit weapons in your space ring and give them to Senior Uncle Lingyun.
Zhang Yang took off his spatial ring and spiritual weapons while instructing Sita Mingyue at the same time. Of course, he pulled out that barret and slung it over his back.
Then, he gazed at the demon fetus and slowly said, "Hide within my body and don't move." The demonic fetus running out was scary.
Bringing it into the Heaven's Pride battlefield, the other clans would have to be scared to death, and there was absolutely no way they would agree to the demonic fetus entering the Heaven's Pride battlefield. Therefore, it was impossible for him to let the demon fetus be known by others. The devil fetus vaporized and entered Zhang Yang's body to hide. After making all the preparations, Zhang Yang and the others approached the Heaven's Pride battlefield. At this moment in the Heaven's Pride battlefield, the Heaven's Prides from various sects had already gathered at the entrance. This was a major event for the entire immortal cultivation world, and there was no one who didn't take it seriously. The group of people who entered the Heaven's remarkable battlefield could very well be the masters of an era, and there was no one who didn't care.
Why haven't they from the Green Cloud sect come yet? Tan Xiushui frowned. This time,
the leading figure of the Luanjia Holy Land was none other than him. The people from the Green Cloud sect won't be coming, right? Heaven's Pride battlefield opens. The Qingyun clan will certainly not be able to resist. It is likely that the road is delayed. After all, these years, the Qingyun sect is poor, and the flying boats are not available.
Ha 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 ha. I mean, they're not walking here, are they? Ha 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 ha. A group of people were making jokes about the Green Cloud sect. Walking is definitely impossible. However, the Qingyun sect a few old ones to suppress the devil. I'm afraid that only that Jindan stage could fly over, tens of thousands of miles away. It does take time for the Jindan stage to fly over. We don't need to worry about whether or not the Green Cloud sect's people are coming, but rather we should discuss what we should do after entering the Heaven's Pride battlefield. What else can we do? Just that kid from the Green Cloud sect. Can he be a match for so many of us? The crowd that was talking suddenly looked to the north.
A luxurious flying boat stopped, and a huge tiger,
striding over from the flying boat. This scene was greatly unexpected by everyone. Which clan is this that acts so uniquely? Who else could it be? Isn't it the Green Cloud sect that was mentioned just now?
Zhang Yang rode a tiger and carried a golden barret on his back as he walked up to the crowd with his senior sister and looked at them with a smile.
Hello everyone. I didn't expect you guys to be quite enthusiastic, with so many people lining up to welcome them. Everyone doesn't need to be so polite. Anyway,
after entering the Heaven's Pride battlefield,
either you all will beat me to death or I will beat you all to death. Being polite is totally unnecessary. Chapter 141. This is reasonable, isn't it? The crowd of countless sects had stunned expressions.
They were never expecting that the heir to the Qingyun sect would actually appear in such a manner,
riding a tiger, carrying 2 sticks of some kind, and a beautiful woman. Who welcomed you guys?
A celestial pride said coldly.
Just waiting for you, Qingyun sect. So half a day to come, dilly-dallying, and still have the nerve to speak loudly? That's right, a Jindan stage. Really thinks he's a character. Ma doesn't know the length of his face. This kind of person who doesn't know the heights of heaven.
Hurry up and finish him off when you enter the Heaven's Pride battlefield. Every time someone enters the Heaven's Pride battlefield, even if they aren't at the peak of the Yuaning stage, they've at least entered the Yuaning stage, a Jindan stage. Where does one force their face to enter? Facing the mockery of the many celestial pride, Zhang Yang was not angry at all and looked at the crowd with a smile.
I can understand your feelings. After all, you are all used to the scenery within the clan. As soon as I came here, I stole the limelight from you all, so it is normal for you to be jealous. But just being jealous won't help. In the end it's all about hard power. A celestial pride jumped out violently, pointing at Zhang Yang and shouting, "What strength do you have? Come down and compete." Looking at the fluctuation of spiritual energy all over him, it was obvious that his strength was not bad. Zhang Yang shook his head. I haven't entered the Heaven's Pride battlefield yet. There is no benefit at all in competing with you. I am too lazy to compete with you.
Tell me your name so that I can greet you after entering the Heaven's Pride battlefield.
The heavenly pride who spoke revealed a gloomy expression. Then remember, I am Jiang Wu of the Cloud Palace, and I will take your life. In Jiang Wu's eyes was undisguised killing intent. They had all been ordered to enter the Heavens Remarks battlefield, and as long as they saw someone from the Qingyun sect, they would kill them. No matter what, they were going to extinguish the Qingyun sect's qi this time. Now that he had seen Zhang Yang being so flamboyant, Jiang Wu felt that he would not let Zhang Yang go even if there was no order from the sect. Another celestial pride stepped forward and looked at Zhang Yang and said sorrowfully, "Good, you're finally here. I can finally take my revenge." Zhang Yang took a closer look and said in surprise, "Aren't you that Tan Yaguang?" The lower half of his body was blown up and he actually recovered? He was genuinely surprised that Tan Yaguang, who had all thought that Tan Yaguang was wasted if not dead, had actually recovered. The level of medical beauty in this cultivation world can be. Yo! Tan Yaguang smiled proudly. The strength of my Luangjia holy land is not something you can imagine? Zhang Yang looked Tan Yaguang up and down for a while and suddenly asked, "How is your recovery going down there? Can it still function? Will you have to carry it with your hand even to pee? Or else you'll have to change your shoes every time?" What? Tan Yaguang froze at the sudden question. He quickly reacted. His face turned iron blue as he pointed at Zhang Yang and said angrily, "I will kill you. You're dead." He pointed at Sita Mingyue behind Zhang Yang again and droned. "And you? This time I'll see where you'll run to." Zhang Yang smiled faintly. "Last time I only blew up half of your body. This time I'll cut you up and feed you to my Wangkai." "Alright, shut up." Tan Xiaoshui stepped out and gave Zhang Yang a cold look as she asked, "We only gave your Qingyun sector quota. What do you mean by bringing them with you?" Zhang Yang said in a serious manner, "The celestials coming from your clan are all in the status of disciples, while me, as the acting sect leader of Qingyun sect, how can I have some privileges, right? It's reasonable for me to have a mount as the honorable acting head of an ancient sect, right? What about her?" Tan Xiaoshui pointed at Sita Mingyue. "As the honorable acting sect leader, it's only reasonable for me to go out with a personal assistant, right?" Zhang Yang looked at Tan Xiaoshui with a smile. "Our Qingyun sect strictly adheres to the rules, and I am indeed the only one with a quota to enter the Heavenly Pride battlefield." Tan Xiaoshui was furious. You're stirring up trouble." Zhang Yang raised his eyebrows. "Without a mount, I can't walk. Without the care of a personal assistant, I can't take care of myself. If you won't let me bring my mount and personal assistant, then I won't enter the Heaven's Pride battlefield." Tan Xiaoshui's mouth opened. Unable to speak, how could they promise the Green Cloud sect to quit? Monk Jingxian of Guiyuan Temple walked out and said with a smile, "As the acting head of an ancient sect, there's no harm in the young Taoist friend having a bit of privilege. Elder Tan, there's no need to be angry, just let them go in. It is still this master who is reasonable." Zhang Yang smiled and bowed to Monk Jingxian. "Last time when we parted ways in Qingyun sect, it seems that master was not that satisfied with our Qingyun sect's tea. This time, I have brought the good tea of Qingyun sect, which I personally picked, and I guarantee to satisfy the master." Monk Jingxian smiled faintly. "Thank you for your kindness, but this time, we all came here to enter the Heaven's Pride battlefield, so it's better to ask little fellow Taoist to hurry up and enter. When young Taoist friend comes back from the Heaven's Pride battlefield, we can have a good chat again, and there's no harm in having a cup of tea." "Okay, no problem," Zhang Yang replied with a smile, seeing that the crowd did not make things difficult for his tiger, nor did they make things difficult for Sita Mingyue, especially since they did not find the demonic fetus on his body. Zhang Yang was quite relieved. While Zhang Yang was facing the group, Su Mingyang also brought Xian to meet Taoist Tianxian. "Master, why are you here?" Su Mingyang looked at Taoist Tianxian with some surprise. "This time, we have someone else entering the Heaven's Pride battlefield?" Taoist Tianxian looked at Su Mingyang and Ziyan and shook his head with a somewhat complicated expression. "This time, it was Senior Qing Yunzi who entrusted me with the task of escorting Zhang Yang for a ride, rather than having any disciples to enter the Heaven's Pride battlefield." Hearing this, Su Mingyang's expression couldn't help but sink. "Master, aren't you unwilling to defect to the 10,000 Spirit sect? Why are you still defecting to their Qingyun sect?" "I'm not defecting to anyone," Taoist Tianxian replied. "Just doing my duty." "Ziyan, you're entering the Heaven's remarkable battlefield this time. There are some issues you need to think about." Before Ziyan could reply, Su Mingyang said decisively, "Master, we have already gained a foothold in the 10,000 Spirits continent and are no longer from the Qingyun continent. There won't be any problems for Ziyan to follow the All Souls sect's Heavenly Pride into it this time. Moreover, the All Souls sect side has also said that if Ziyan performs well this time, it is possible for her to marry the All Souls sect's Heavenly Pride. Therefore, there is nothing for her to consider." Taoist Tianxian smiled bitterly and said, "Whatever you guys want." There was some bitterness in his heart. Ziyan looked deeply at Taoist Tianxian. but did not say anything more. Suming Yang bowed towards Daoist Tianxian and took Ziyin with him and left without saying anything more.
The time to enter the Heaven's Pride battlefield has arrived. After so many years of the Heaven's Pride battlefield, everyone actually knew the rules of the Heaven's Pride battlefield a long time ago.
I shouldn't have said much.
Tan Xiaoshui looked towards the side of the Qingyan sect with a strange look on his face. But this time, there are clans that haven't participated in the Heaven's Pride battlefield for more than 1,000 years, and are afraid that they don't remember the rules. So I'll just say it again. He even paused deliberately when he said this, and there was a roar of laughter from within the crowd.
Ling Yunzi didn't say anything with a cold face. Zhang Yang, on the other hand, gazed calmly at Tan Xiaoshui, muttering inwardly, when we enter the Heaven's Pride battlefield, I'll beat out all the Heaven's Pride vectors of the Luanjia Sacred Land. Chapter 142, Fatal Roll Call. Tan Xiaoshui continued, every time the Heaven's Pride battlefield opens, each clan will provide some resources to reward the Heaven's Pride who have performed outstandingly in the Heaven's Pride battlefield. Among them, we, the Luanjia Holy Land, the Guiyuan Temple, the 10,000 Spirits Sect, and other sects that are loved by the world. Each of them gave 100 million spirit stones, 1,000 pills, and 1 spirit weapon as rewards. In other words, the resources awarded to the many heavenly prides this time exceeded 900 million spirit stones, 9,000 pills, and 9 spiritual weapons. Therefore, I hope that all the Heaven's Pride who have entered the Heaven's Pride battlefield will definitely fight hard to build up their respective clans. The Heavenly Pride of every great sect was extremely excited. If they were able to fight for more chi luck for the sect, a good portion of these things were going to belong to them. The other small sects, on the other hand, revealed envious eyes. How much do they wish that these things could be given to them? Tan Xiaoshui continued, the opening of the Heaven's Pride battlefield has a total of 1 year, and after the 1 year is up, even if you don't want to come out, the Heaven's Pride battlefield will bring with it a power that will expel you from outside the battlefield. Therefore, when searching for heavenly treasures, you must pay attention to the time. In addition, when you arrived here, everyone has already given you an identity mark, which is your identity for entering the Heaven's Pride battlefield, and also represents a piece of chi. Entering the Heaven's remarkable battlefield, while searching for heavenly materials and treasures, one was also competing for chi. When the time comes for everyone to return here, they will calculate how much chi each clan has in their hands. The clan with the most chi luck would receive 1/3 of the total amount of resources accumulated by each clan this time around, which meant that it would receive at least 300 million spirit stones, 3 spirit weapons, and 3,000 pills. The clans that rank second and third in terms of chi luck would jointly share 1/3 of the total amount of resources equally. The clans with the 4th, 5th, and 6th rankings in terms of chi luck would share the final third equally. Therefore, everyone had to try to plunder the chi for their respective clans for the sake of their respective clans while searching for heavenly materials and treasures to make great achievements for their own clans. All the rules are here. If there are no objections, hurry up and enter the Heaven's Pride battlefield. Where was the other objection from the crowd that had already waited impatiently? Everyone quickly flew up towards the Heaven's Pride battlefield. Let's go too. Zhang Yang patted the tiger demon. Senior sister, lend a hand and carry this fellow into the Heaven's Pride battlefield. The two of them carried a tiger demon and entered the Heaven's Pride battlefield as well. Zhang Yang had only just approached the Heaven's Pride battlefield when the demon fetus hidden in his body immediately sensed the loss of power. At this moment, the demonic fetus could no longer take any chances. If he didn't hurry up and pass on the message, this strand of demonic soul power would immediately disappear. And at this time, there weren't any cultivators above the Yuanshan realm who dared to extend their divine thoughts to detect the Heaven's Pride battlefield. It was the right time to pass on the news. My lord, please don't resist. We are of the same clan. A strand of the demonic soul of the demon fetus passed a message to Zhang Yang first, and then this strand of the demonic soul quickly pounced on Zhang Yang's sea of consciousness. Zhang Yang's attention was always on the demon tire. He also had to be careful when he brought a demonic fetus out with him. Now that the devil's fetus moved, he coldly grunted in his heart. This devil's fetus came to the Heaven's remarkable battlefield and really wanted to make things happen. What with the same people? He didn't take it seriously at all. The divine soul in the sea of consciousness immediately went on alert, resisting the power of the demonic soul with all its might. However, this demonic soul power was not meant to attack him, but to be devoured by him. As a matter of course, the power of the demonic soul was integrated into Zhang Yang's divine soul, and all the memory information contained in the power of the demonic soul was passed on to Zhang Yang. That huge amount of information made Zhang Yang, who was carrying the tiger demon to the Heaven's Pride battlefield, lose his concentration. When Sita Mingyue realized that Zhang Yang was not moving, she asked anxiously, "Eldest brother, what's wrong with you?" She fought to lift the tiger demon, keeping an eye out for anything that might go wrong at Zhang Yang's place. Soon, Zhang Yang had already adapted to the huge onslaught of information and quickly came back to his senses, once again carrying the tiger demon and rushing into the Heaven's Pride battlefield. Eldest senior brother, what happened to you just now? Sito Mingyue asked with a concerned expression. Zhang Yang shook his head. It's fine. The demonic tire is acting up. He laughed coldly in his heart. These devils were really naive. I can't believe you're saying he's a demon too. Are you kidding me? He practiced the immortal cultivation technique, and his soul was from another place. Even if this body was a bit odd, he couldn't be a devil. However, these devils were strangely nice and taught him many devilish techniques. At this time, he also noticed that the power of the devil Tao that the devil fetus had left on him had actually not been swallowed up by the Heaven's Pride battlefield. He quickly understood that for living beings, the Heaven's Pride battlefield targeted the divine soul, or even said that it targeted the consciousness. This is the very essence of the living. That's why, after the power of the demonic soul disappeared, the power of the demonic path left behind by the demonic fetus was not devoured. With a movement of his mind, the power of the devil Tao that remained in his body quickly converged towards the center of his hand, quickly becoming a bead that shone with an ebony light. This was the devil Tao technique that the devil's soul had imparted over, and he actually knew how to use it now. Am I really the devil? Zhang Yang muttered in his mind. Eldest brother, what is this? Sita Mingyue looked at Zhang Yang strangely. It's most likely the key. Zhang Yang responded indifferently. Whether he's a demon or not, he won't admit it. This magic pearl is the magic that opens the spiritual hall of creation. While speaking, they had already entered the real Heaven's Pride battlefield and landed on the ground. Having just entered the Heaven's Pride battlefield, all Zhang Yang's distractions were all cleared. Whether it was the devils go back and talk about it, now kill the enemy first. Wang Kai, give me your blood quickly. I need a few drops. Zhang Yang quickly removed the barret against the projectile, and when he saw that the tiger demon actually hadn't moved yet, he couldn't help but chortle. Heartless thing, why don't you hurry up and fetch some spirit blood out? Do you see those people who are waiting for us? They are all here to kill us. If you don't give me the spirit blood, all your flesh will be eaten by them. The tiger demon looked at Zhang Yang with a stifled expression. He told him how he kindly brought him here. So it was for his blood. With his gaze, he looked a few hundred meters away, where Tan Yaoguang and the others from the Luwenjia sacred land were watching the entrance to the Heaven's remarkable battlefield with grim expressions. For others, entering the Heaven's remarkable battlefield, of course, was to grab the heavenly materials and treasures first. Even if they wanted to plunder the Qi, they would have to wait until after they had grabbed the heavenly materials and treasures and boosted their power. However, for Tan Yaoguang and the others, grabbing the Qi was secondary. They were more interested in taking revenge. Therefore, they stood guard at the entrance of the Heaven's Pride battlefield, waiting for Zhang Yang and Sita Mingyue to show up. They want revenge. The tiger demon realized that the situation was not good, and he ruthlessly took a bite on an unimportant part of his body, suffocating the wound towards Zhang Yang. Don't be aggravated. When I snatch the heavenly materials you can use, you'll be strong. Your dedication is definitely rewarded. As Zhang Yang spoke, he took the spirit blood and started inscribing runes. On Barrett, there were originally runes that he had erased in order to enter the Heaven's Pride battlefield. Now with the tiger demon spirit blood, reinscribing it on was quickly accomplished. With the rune activated, Zhang Yang quickly half-crouched into a half-kneeling shooting position, looking through the scope at Tan Yaoguang who was 700 to 800 meters away. It's now! He pulled the trigger. 700 to 800 meters away. The 70 to 80 geniuses from the Luwenjia Holy Land who had entered the Heaven's Pride battlefield this time around were standing by. The rules that bound other sects could not bind these top great sects, and each top great sect was overrepresented in terms of the number of people entering. Please, everyone must help me. I must take them down this time. Tan Yaoguang said fiercely. I'm already at the Yuaning stage. When I take down Sita Mingyue's dual cultivation, I'll be able to go straight to the Yuanshan realm in a very short time. As long as I become a Yuanshan realm, no one in the entire Heaven's Pride battlefield will be our opponent. This time, in the Heaven's remarkable battlefield, our Luwenjia sacred land will definitely come out on top. This one era is ours. It doesn't matter. We will definitely help senior brother Tan and take care of their Green Cloud sect people. As for Situ Mingyue, if senior brother Tan likes it, just take it. The other disciples flattered. For most of the ordinary disciples, it was having to kiss Tan Yaoguang's ass. Who let the Tan family have a harmonization realm elder? There were only a handful of people with impatient looks on their faces. Don't delay too much. We still have to go and grab the heavenly treasures. Tan Yaoguang hurriedly smiled and said, Don't worry several senior brothers. We will soon take care of it. His head exploded before he could finish a sentence. The crowd around them, who were splattered with blood, were completely stunned. What's the situation? Just before the crowd could recover, another head exploded. At this time, the The crowd also finally saw a yellow thing flying over. Enemy attack. Everyone on guard. The direction is in the direction of the entrance to the Heaven's Pride battlefield. Let's kill there and take revenge. All of you make defense spells. Bang. With an explosive sound, a bullet blasted on top of a Yuaning stage's defense spell, and the defense spell shattered. Immediately after that, there was another crunching sound. A yellow bullet that blasted off half of the Genin's body. Dead. It's a magic treasure. The many Yuaning stages were stunned. Isn't it true that you can't bring a magic treasure into the Heaven's Pride battlefield? How is it that someone just entered the Heaven's Pride battlefield and has a magic treasure to use? Also, this magic treasure attacked from such a long distance and was so powerful? Retreat! The leading Yuaning quickly ordered a retreat towards the depths of the Heaven's remarkable battlefield. At such a distance, the power of the magic treasure was still so great, wouldn't it be even greater if it got closer? They didn't dare to go to the entrance of the Heaven's Pride battlefield anymore and turned around to run towards the depths of the Heaven's Pride battlefield. Very good. Zhang Yang wore a smile on his face and started to call a roll. How stupid is it to not find cover and expose your back to a sniper to escape? Chapter 143, I'll stock up on guns while others stock up on food. Zhang Yang faced this group of unarmed cultivators and went on a killing spree. Situ Mingyue and Tiger Demon, who were standing next to them, had long been stunned. They finally understood why Zhang Yang had brought such a thing into the Heaven's Pride battlefield. The power was actually so strange? It was just that they couldn't figure out why the power was so great when there was clearly no mana fluctuation. The Tiger Demon thought about it and quickly realized. Turns out it's my blood. He looked at the wounds on his body in shock. My blood is actually this horrible? As for Situ Mingyue, looking at Zhang Yang who was half kneeling and shooting, her heart was shocked along with admiration. How can one not be enamored of such a big brother? Zhang Yang kept his firing position until after he could no longer see anyone in his field of vision. He put away his beret and stood up. Let's go. It's harvest time. Zhang Yang greeted and slowly walked towards the Heaven's Pride battlefield. He didn't hear footsteps behind him and turned around to see the two demented still standing in the same spot. This is the Heaven's Pride battlefield. Zhang Yang droned. If you don't raise your concentration again, are you looking for death? If you don't focus your attention for me again, then get out while you can. He's in front of the gun and two assholes don't know to be on guard? Oh. Situ Mingyue came back to her senses and followed up with a red face. Don't worry, eldest brother. I won't. The Tiger Demon, after figuring out that his blood was very powerful, towed the line. Don't rush. Be on guard. Zhang Yang did not directly rush over to harvest the loot. Wang Kai, you are responsible for guarding the left rear. Don't make a sound even if you find someone. Just use your claws to plow the ground. Sister, you are in charge of guarding the right rear. And let me know if you notice anything strange. I'm in charge of the front. This Heaven's Pride battlefield. Anyone is our enemy. Don't trust anyone. Although he didn't really believe in chirography, nay, other people did. So, there will definitely be people who will come to kill them in order to plunder their chi. In that case, he kills people when he sees them. However, when they came to the place where Tan Yaoguang died, still no other enemies appeared. In reality, the others would have rushed into the depths of the Heaven's remarkable battlefield long ago. Who would stay at the entrance? The group from the Luanjia Holy Land wouldn't have guarded the entrance if they weren't out for revenge. Zhang Yang went on guard while searching for Tan Yaoguang's body. First, they searched out the marks on Tan Yaoguang's body. Then they searched out a sharp short knife forged from ordinary fine iron from Tan Yaoguang's body, as well as some ordinary medicinal powders, and they didn't know what they were for. Take it. Zhang Yang gave the short sword and the seal to Situ Mingyue. He then proceeded to search the other bodies. On everyone's body, they all carried swords and knives. These things, when everyone didn't have magic treasures, were good self-defense weapons. Along a bloody path, Zhang Yang continuously harvested 11 seals, 11 swords, and various medicinal powders. This also meant that the Luanjia Holy Land had only just entered the Heaven's remarkable battlefield, and 11 people had died. I'll take 11 lives first. This is the price for mocking my Qingyan sect, Zhang Yang said fiercely. Eldest senior brother, I recognize this kind of medicinal powder. It's the highly poisonous machine pulling dispersion. Situ Mingyue pointed at one of the yellow medicinal powders. My family sells this kind of drawing machine powder, although it's just an ordinary poison. However, this kind of poison acts on the body, and it's very easy to lose one's life even if one is struck by the Yuaning realm. Give it to me. Zhang Yang took the drafting machine scatter. This is the kind of thing that will be of great use in his hands. Anyway, in this Heaven's Pride battlefield, anything that had a killing power, he had to collect it. Zhang Yang took off a piece of clothing from on top of the corpse, tied the sword to the Tiger Demon's back, and pocketed the seal, handing it over to Situ Mingyue. Situ Mingyue took the sword, but when she left, she set fire to Tan Yaoguang's corpse, dryly burning Tan Yaoguang to a charcoal. no longer able to see a bit of his human form. After passing through the entrance, it was the real Heaven's Pride battlefield. Follow me. Curb your spiritual power fluctuations and don't make any noise. Zhang Yang's spiritual sense transmission reminded Sita Mingyue and the tiger demon. He entered the front area gingerly, crossing a meadow. We came upon a wooded area. In the woods,
Zhang Yang stopped after checking and finding no danger.
After checking around,
he selected a tree of the thickness of a combined hug with spiritual energy. Then he took out his short knife and dug into the tree.
He then dug out dozens of palm-sized pieces of wood,
then took his knife and carved them. Looking at those lines on the wooden block, the tiger demon started to get a bad feeling again.
Sure enough,
after the patterns on the wooden block were carved, Zhang Yang looked at the tiger demon and commanded,
"Quickly, give me spirit blood."
The tiger demon stumbled a bit,
really using him as a blood bank.
He glared hard at Zhang Yang as if to say that he would never trust you again next time. He stifled his unhealed wounds and turned them toward Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang took a bit of tiger demon spirit blood and carefully inscribed it on the wooden block.
This rune was the rune of the explosive flame talisman.
He had drawn it in the Green Cloud Sect, but inscribing it on a wooden block was also his first time.
After a few moments,
the runes on the wooden block finally stabilized.
Feeling the powerful fluctuations on the wooden block, Zhang Yang smiled reassuringly. He began to carve a second block of wood. The tiger demon was dumbfounded. So many wooden blocks. Eldest senior brother, aren't we going to look for heavenly materials? Sita Mingyue asked curiously.
The tiger demon clawed the ground. He also felt like hurrying to find the heavenly material.
Don't carve it. Zhang Yang smiled and said, let them find it.
They're stocking heavenly treasures.
We're stocking talismans. However, the tiger demon is very panicked. His body is big, but, so bleeding cannot be suffered.
Zhang Yang glanced at the tiger demon and said with a smile,
each talisman doesn't use much of your spirit blood, so you don't have to worry at all. Don't worry, since I brought you in, I will bring you out alive. In the future,
we'll be brothers in life and death,
and we'll face other enemies together.
Those heavenly treasures, I'll let you eat them first after I get them.
If what those demons said was true, and the spiritual hall of creation really did have 3,000 years of chi inside it,
and also involved immortals,
demons, and demons, then the tiger demon,
having absorbed the 3,000 years of chi of the demon race,
would surely be formidable in the future.
Therefore, this brother Zhang Yang had to take. The tiger demon was impressed. He thought this big brother was really nice, but when big brother was asking for his spiritual blood again, the tiger demon looked at the sky with both eyes, hopelessly turning his wound towards Zhang Yang, who no longer dared to look at it.
Zhang Yang, 2 men and a demonic beast,
had been waiting at the entrance of the Heaven's Pride battlefield for 3 days. Within these 3 days, Zhang Yang had created a total of 23 talismans. This was still the case of the tiger demon's strong protests before 23 pieces were made.
Otherwise there would have been more. Now, finally, I have the capital to maneuver around them.
Zhang Yang strapped the numerous talismans onto the tiger's back and started the exploration of the Heaven's Pride battlefield with the tiger.
Chapter 144, Want to run away after scolding me?
According to the records left behind by the clan seniors, after the Heaven's remarkable battlefield enters and goes to the right, there is a large mountain, and on that large mountain, there is a lot of heavenly treasures. Now, let's go straight to that mountain.
Zhang Yang chose to proceed to the right. However, those information left behind by the clan's seniors were fragmented,
and Zhang Yang was not sure if the information was correct.
After traveling 4 or 5 miles to the right,
Zhang Yang was much relieved when he actually saw a mountain.
However, seeing that mountain,
Zhang Yang was a bit speechless again. It's just a small mountain that's more than 10 feet tall.
And the sect seniors actually said that it's a big mountain?
He looked at the mountain with his scope,
and there were already many cultivators fighting. In order to fight for a little bit of heavenly material, as well as chi luck, all of them were fighting to the death.
You guys slow down. I'll go over there first.
Zhang Yang quickly lifted up his barret, gave a greeting to Sita Mingyue and the tiger demon,
and hurriedly rushed towards that mountain. While rushing over, he was still looking for a suitable sniping spot. He had to kill as many opponents as he could while everyone had yet to find a defensive magic treasure. He had no doubt that within the geniuses that entered this time, there were definitely refiners. Therefore, after this group of refiners refined the magic treasures, the probability was that his barret wouldn't be able to exert much power. And now, it was only just 3 days after entering the Heaven's remarkable battlefield, and even if the other refiners wanted to refine a magic treasure, they simply couldn't do so. Zhang Yang chose an excellent sniping position and then started to let off cold shots, and on both sides of the battle that was raging, some people suddenly realized that their opponents were dead and thought that they were killed under the chaos of several parties. When the other side saw their teammate die, they thought it was the other side that was the one that killed them,
and no one cared too much about it. However, after 4 or 5 consecutively fell on both sides, someone finally noticed the end. Someone else in the shadows? Both parties are on guard against sniping and fishing. Zhang Yang frowned slightly. It would be inappropriate for him to let off cold shots when both sides stopped fighting. Eldest senior brother. Sita Mingyue and Tiger Demon also quietly touched over. Did you get it? Don't talk. Wait. Zhang Yang waited up quietly. He wanted to see if those two gangs could really hold back. The two gangs on the hill were panicked and stifled. Who is the enemy in the shadows? In what way did they kill their men? The crowd had to guard against each other while preventing people in the shadows, and with the desire for heavenly treasures in their hearts. After a half-day's truce, everyone became restless. When both sides are restless to the extreme, coupled with the fact that the one in the shadows hasn't made a move for so long, is he gone? The great battle broke out instantly. 20 to 30 people from both sides immediately engaged in a melee. Zhang Yang waited silently, and after waiting for a day, the dust finally settled from the heated battle between the two sides. One side had finally died out, and the other side that had won had its aura depleted to the point of exhaustion, and its body was still battered and bruised. Eldest brother, they're done fighting. Let's go finish them off. Situ Mingyue said excitedly. Zhang Yang was also a bit excited. This time it was a real gain. But, just as he was about to move out, another group of people rushed up the big hill. Although there were only 7 or 8 people, however, everyone was exceptionally powerful. Zhang Yang was frozen. He was still trying to pick up the slack, not realizing that there was someone next to him trying to pick up the slack as well. Zhang Yang took a closer look at the 8 men in the scope and his eyes lit up. Wasn't this the Jiangwu kid from the Cloud Palace? He aimed silently, waiting for his chance. At this time, the 7 or 8 stronger Yuaning of the Cloud Palace were facing the Yuaning with depleted spiritual energy. It was certainly a lopsided slaughter. At a slight cost, the Cloud Palace finished the game. The Cloud Palace had won the fight, and a few people naturally let their guard down, when suddenly, one of their bodies flew out. Li Yuan, what's wrong with you? The 7 people were shocked and hurriedly attached themselves to check. When they saw the large hole on Li Yuan's chest, the other 7 instantly understood. Get on alert. There's someone else hiding in the shadows. As soon as the words fell, a yellowish projectile blasted onto the shield of a Yuaning stage. The shield shifted and resisted. Immediately after that, another yellowish projectile flew in, finally breaking through his shield. However, the others had already reacted and used their full strength to make a shield, blocking the Yuaning whose shield had shattered, and the Yuaning whose shield was shattered got a little bit of buffer time and immediately put up a shield again. When Zhang Yang saw such a situation, he stopped shooting. After all, he didn't have many pellets with him this time when he entered the Heaven's Pride battlefield, just a few hundred, so one was one if he could save it. Most importantly, he only had 2 barrels, so he had to save them. The 7 Yuaning stage on the mountain didn't dare to slack off at all, supporting their shields and waiting for the enemy to appear, but it was quiet all around. Jiangwu raised his voice and shouted, "Which clan are you from? To strike in secret is truly a villainous act. If you have the ability, come out and fight me for 300 rounds. Zhang Yang was indifferent. Are you afraid to come out? Didn't your ancestors teach you not to sneak around? Come out if you have the guts. I'll let you have one hand. 7 Yuaning stage, standing on the mountain, cursed angrily. They were all peak Yuaning. Their strength was terrifying, and they wanted to curse out the one in the dark and finish him off with frontal strength. Eldest brother, let's take the talisman and finish them off. Situ Mingyue said angrily, daring to scold her eldest brother, really looking for death. Zhang Yang waved his hand towards Situ Mingyue, signaling her to be quiet. He was counting the minutes, waiting for the moment to strike. He wanted to see how long these few Yuaning stage could support the defense shield. Do you really think the defense shield doesn't need spiritual power? Do you really think anyone's spiritual energy is as free as his? Anyway, the Heaven's Pride battlefield had a whole year, so he didn't have to worry about wasting a day or two at all. Half a day later, the several Yuaning stages who were still cursing profusely, their complexions became very ugly. It is true that they are at the peak of Yuaning, however, this defense shield just like this, and their spiritual power cannot hold up. However, that enemy lurking in the dark just doesn't make a sound, and may even hide a group of enemies. If they were to slack off, what if that yellow projectile came flying? They all saw it just now. With their shields, they could only withstand 2 of them, and one more would kill them. Count on you. All these benefits are yours. Jiangwu said fiercely. I'm Cloud Palace Jiangwu. Tell me your name if you're capable. Zhang Yang remained silent. He was a mature sniper. How could he reveal his position? Jiang Lu saw that the person in the darkness had been silent, and while breaking into a rage, he greeted the other 6 brothers and sisters as they retreated. They didn't even dare to take the identity seals. and they didn't dare to take the heavenly treasures on the mountain, just for fear that they would run out of spiritual energy and then be attacked by the enemies in the dark. However, just as they retreated, Zhang Yang immediately instructed Sita Mingyue and the tiger demon, "Go to the mountains and collect all the things, and all the heavenly materials and treasures are hurriedly gathered. As long as they are suitable for you to eat, eat them immediately to enhance your strength. Keep the ones you don't recognize until I come." Eldest senior brother, "What about you?" Situ Mingyue asked. Zhang Yang sneered, "You want to run away after scolding me? There is no such cheap thing." He carried Barrett and chased down towards the 7 Jiangwu people. Chapter 145 Don't Want Money, Just Life. Zhang Yang gathered all the fluctuations in his breath and slowly approached the 7-peak Yuaning of Cloud Palace with a cat's back inside the woods. Judging from his observations along the way, he realized that these Yuaning who entered the Heaven's Pride battlefield were truly not weak. After all, these people are cultivated by various sects, entering the Heavens Remarks battlefield to compete for heavenly materials and treasures. Competing for luck, but also involves a betting agreement of various sects. So these geniuses must have been carefully nurtured. However, Zhang Yang had also discovered that these geniuses had very powerful drawbacks. They might be experienced and strong in sparring, but most of them were not that strong in terms of wilderness survival experience. In other words, the environment in which the group had trained in the past was most likely within the clan. Even when they went out, they were under the tight protection of the clan, and their real experience of killing in the wild was very poor. For example, a few people from Jiangwu actually stood on the mountain and shouted, "This is the attitude of entering the Heaven's Pride battlefield to kill?" Zhang Yang decided to give these few heavenly prides a good lesson today. No money, just lives. He watched the 7 Jiangwu closely and waited silently with his Barrett in hand, just waiting for a few people to put away their shields. The 7 men finally put away their shields when they were 4 or 5 miles away from the big mountain and felt that they were out of danger. They would lose their spiritual energy drastically if they kept holding on like this. However, Zhang Yang, who had been waiting for an opportunity, raised his golden Barrett the moment they put away their shields. Put! With a crunching sound, the head of a peak Yuaning exploded. The remaining 6 instantly changed their faces drastically, immediately supporting their shields again with all their might. "You come out if you're capable." Jiang Wu was on the verge of going mad. A close mentor and brother was actually killed again in front of them. This is the peak of Yuaning. Even in the big clans, the peak of Yuaning had a bit of a status, because further on was the Yuanshan realm. What's more, these were all heavenly prides that actually died so easily. "You scumbag. What kind of skill is it to only sneak around? You damned thing. Go for. Can you only hide in the shadows and sneak around?" Jiang Wu was furious. It was true that he had never hated such a person before, but the mountains were left to his yelling, and the silence was terrible. Zhang Yang finished firing a shot and waited silently. It's good that these people are enraged. The faster they consume their spiritual energy, the faster they will die later. At this time, one of the 6 remaining people, a peak Yuaning, hurriedly said, "Senior brother Jiang, we have to hurry and join up with the others. As long as there are more people, we can cover the surrounding 2 to 3 miles with our spiritual sense. He definitely won't be able to run away." There were only 6 of them left, and their spiritual sense had checked the surrounding area, and there was no one in a 400 to 500 meter radius. So, they were actually a little frightened in their hearts. Who wouldn't be afraid of something that can kill someone from 700 or 800 meters away? That is critically undefendable, and that can kill you if you let up? Jiang Wu cracked his mouth for a while longer before flying away with the 5 men. They dare not fall back on their strength. Zhang Yang saw that the 6 people had completely flown away before he regretfully got up from the lawn and returned with Barrett on his back to look for Sita Mingyue and the tiger demon. If he were to rely on hard power, he alone would not be able to beat a few peak Yuaning, and chasing after them would also expose the trail, so there was no need to chase after them anymore. Therefore, it was still necessary to hurry up and search for heavenly materials and treasures to boost his strength now. When he returned to that small mountain, Sita Mingyue had already collected all the identity seals with the assistance of the tiger demon, collecting a total of 42 pieces. They had already gotten more than 50 identity seals after entering the Heaven's Pride battlefield for 4 or 5 days. On top of that, of course, there were all sorts of ordinary swords and knives harvested, as well as many ordinary medicinal herbs. Eldest senior brother, the things are all here. Sita Mingyue pointed at a bag of things in front of her. Those corpses were all thrown to the other side by Wang Kai, and then Wang Kai has already gone to look for heavenly materials. She thought that Wang Kai was the name of the tiger demon and followed it. Zhang Yang looked at the things on the ground and instructed, "You also go and pick the heavenly materials and treasures. Don't leave anything with spiritual fluctuations and bring them all back. I'll keep watch here. Come and report back to me if there are any surprises." He got branches and attached those clothes together and stuck them in a prominent place on the hill to show that the place was occupied. Then he catapulted himself to another vantage point and looked around on guard. Sita Mingyue obediently went in search of heavenly materials. Half a day later, someone saw the mountain and ran towards it. When he saw the flag planted on the hill, he couldn't help but stop in his tracks. But the mountain was quiet, and it looked like no one was there at all. So the man approached slowly towards the hill again. Zhang Yang frowned. Was there really someone who wasn't afraid of death? He wasted no time in aiming a shot at the visitor. Dang dash! With a loud bang, the figure that had just approached the hill flew out. However, after the guy flew out, he tumbled a few times and climbed back up, coughing violently. Just as Zhang Yang was about to fire the second shot, the guy nimbly ducked behind a big tree and then yelled out, "Fellow Daoist, don't do it, I don't mean any harm." Zhang Yang didn't care if there was any malice or not, still aiming at the edge of that tree, waiting for that guy to reveal his body. "I'm Cheng Su from Shui Guan. Which sect are you from?" Qingshu coughed a few times, and then continued, "What exactly is the thing that you, Taoist friend, used, almost killed me? My carefully prepared armor was almost pierced by you. The magic treasure in your hands is remarkable." Qingshu was panicked when he saw that there was no sound of response. He looked down at the dent in his chest, and the yellowish projectile, and felt shocked. What is it? So powerful? It was after knowing that he was going to enter the Heaven's Pride battlefield that he repeatedly tempered and fused it with various mortal irons, and only then did he finally come up with such a treasure-like body armor. "I didn't expect to meet my match, fellow Daoist. Since you won't allow me to approach, is it alright if I leave?" Qingshu asked bitterly. "If you agree, give me a sign. Otherwise I wouldn't dare venture out, lest I be killed by you." Zhang Yang was also muttering that it was actually someone from Shui Guan. Although he heard Qingsu's words, he didn't have any reaction. However, he looked at Song Song's face and slightly dampened his killing intent a little. "Fellow Daoist, you should at least gesture. Are you going to let me go or not?" Qingsu was distressed. "Or, how about we cooperate? Little Dao is willing to be a pawn for fellow Daoist, only asking for a way out. If you don't feel confident, I can swear with my ancestor that I won't betray." Before Zhang Yang could reply, the tiger demon had already returned furtively with that mouth bulging, not knowing what it contained. Seeing Zhang Yang, the tiger demon grinned as if he was laughing and spat out many fruit-like things, but they were all bitten by him. Then, his tiger paw pointed at the fruits, signaling Zhang Yang that he could eat them. Zhang Yang looked at the dog-eaten fruit, his face twitched and said, "You can just eat it. I won't grab it from you." "Oh, don't get busy eating it first. There's someone hiding down there. Go bring him to me." Chapter 146. Qingshu hid behind a tree. Panicking, he gave the name of the Shuchi Kanto and willingly bowed his head again, neither letting the other reveal his location. How could he not panic in the face of such an unknown enemy with a big killing weapon and a patient look? Suddenly, he heard the sound of footsteps, and with a joyful heart, he immediately ran his spiritual energy, waiting until the other party showed his face. Then he would give the other party a hard blow. He calculated in his heart, "Let you hide and sneak attack Xiao Dao. This time Xiao Dao sends you to hell. Don't blame Xiao Dao for being ruthless." Seeing that the footsteps were getting closer and had come behind him, he jumped out violently, and then he saw a big tiger more than 1 person tall and more than 10 feet long staring at him. Qingshu was confused. It was actually a tiger? And at this moment, the tiger demon sensed Qingsu's killing intent and let out a low roar. His body became 3 times bigger, showing his teeth as he watched Qingsu. His low roar continued, ready to call out with a slap at any time. Qingshu felt the oppressive and amazing tiger. The aura raised in his body dissipated, squeezing out a smile and said, "Don't be angry. Take me to see your master. I know you are from the Qingyan sect. Let's talk things over. Why fight and kill?" Who didn't know about Zhang Yang riding a tiger to the Heaven's Pride battlefield? So, Qingshu knew it was Zhang Yang when he saw the tiger. It was just that he couldn't figure out why the Green Cloud sect had such a powerful killing weapon that could be brought into the Heaven's Pride battlefield. The tiger demon glanced coldly at Qingshu and his body shrunk, leading Qingshu towards where Zhang Yang was hiding. Seeing Qingshu coming, Zhang Yang walked out with Barret in his hand and looked at Qingshu and said indifferently, "Seal off the violet yuaning and we'll have a good talk. Otherwise I'll kill you now." Qingsu was still about to say something when Sita Mingyue also returned at this time. Seeing that the situation was not right, Sita Mingyue immediately joined the fray, and the 3 of them finished in a zigzag formation, surrounding Qingshu in the center. "I admit it," Qingshu said hurriedly, "we people of the Shui Guan cultivate the heavenly Tao, and we dislike fighting and killing the most. You guys have to believe in my sincerity, so don't make a move." He smiled bitterly and closed his violet mansion. Then, he sat on the ground and looked at Zhang Yang accusingly. "I've done what you said. Can we talk now?" Zhang Yang searched for a tree vine and gave Qingshu a five-way tie before he finally let his guard down. Little Taoist, now you can say it. What's the value for me to keep you? Zhang Yang gazed at Qingshu. Say it well and keep you alive, say it poorly and I'm afraid you'll have to meet your ancestor. Don't make a move. Qingshu hurriedly shouted before he held his tongue. I didn't hurt you guys, so why are you trying to kill me? Zhang Yang asked rhetorically. My Qinyan sect is doing fine. Why are you, Song Song of Shou Guan, counting on our Qinyan sect? I don't know anything about my master. You're Song Song's disciple? Authentic apprentice. Zhang Yang glanced at Qingshu and said indifferently. You've already saved half of your life. And there's still half. Keep up the good work. Come on. Reflect your value and show me your loyalty and trustworthiness again. He had a bet with Song Song. And for Song Song's sake, he temporarily saved half of Qingshu's life. Qingshu looked at Zhang Yang, his mind calculating. His master Song Song's name was so good. Continue to use it for a while? Don't think too much. Your master is all locked up in my Green Cloud sect. Zhang Yang said indifferently. Whether he can live or not will have to wait until I return. However, we were on good terms during the 2 years he was imprisoned in Qinyan sect, so I'll give him some face. However, if you don't show your worth and can't make me believe you, I will kill you as usual. Cheng Su's jaw dropped. Master was captured by your Qinyan sect? He said how his master didn't come back to the clan for a few years and thought he had traveled the world in the clouds. I didn't realize that it was actually locked up. Zhang Yang gazed at Cheng Su and did not say anything. There was no need to hide the fact that Song Song was imprisoned in the Qinyan sect after he returned this time. So, it didn't matter even if Qingshu knew about it. Qingshu was a bit unconvinced by Zhang Yang's words. How could a master as powerful as him be arrested? However, no matter what, he did encounter a life and death crisis now. He pondered for a moment and said, I can refine weapons, and this armor I'm wearing is something I got myself. I will too. Zhang Yang said indifferently. I have a very high level of refining. Qingshu said hurriedly, look at my armor, so light and thin, yet it defended against that projectile of yours. You'll know how good my level is. Zhang Yang surveyed the armor on Qingshu and nodded. Count it as an article. Continue. Qingshu smiled bitterly and added. I'm a peak Yuaning so I can at least contribute a little, right? Go on. I'm so useful. Why did you kill me? Wouldn't it be fine to keep me to do something? Cheng Su were speechless. Zhang Yang asked rhetorically. Why don't we talk about why you have acted alone? Why weren't you with the rest of the Shui Guan? Aren't you Taoist priests emphasizing on tranquility? Were you also ostracized? Qingshu looked at Zhang Yang helplessly, thinking who told you that Taoist priests are quiet? If it's all quiet, what am I practicing for? Qingshu shrugged and said, I'm just a silly Taoist who has a bit of talent, likes refining weapons, and doesn't like dealing with people. None of my senior brothers and sisters are willing to deal with me, so I'm left to go it alone. Alas, I originally thought that with this armor and the Shou Guan's identity, anyone would give me some face. I didn't expect to meet you guys. It's just bad luck. His two pieces of dependence did not work with Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang stood up and said to Qingshu, I have a bet with your master. If I go back from the Heaven's Pride battlefield alive, your master will have to join my Qinyan sect. As for him leaving the Green Cloud sect alive, that was impossible. You Shou Guan and our Qinyan sect are hostile. We managed to catch a harmonization realm with great difficulty. How could we not let it go? As your master's true disciple, you'll have to follow suit and join my Green Cloud sect in the future. So you'll have to cooperate with me. We'll team up together and take out the others. He untied the ropes from Qingshu's body and graciously helped Qingshu up. Qingsu was all confused. What was all this? How did he become a member of the Qinyan sect and cooperate to take out the others? Are you kidding me? Can I not join the Green Cloud sect? Qingshu asked. So you want to die? Ugh, let's cooperate and see first. Qingsu lowered his head helplessly. Zhang Yang pointed at those fruits that the tiger demon had gotten back, as well as the things that Situ Mingyue had gathered back, and affectionately said to Qingshu, don't you claim to be a professional? Come and see how these things are going to be used up. Saying that, he didn't unlock Qingsu's Violet Mansion's prohibition. Chapter 147, Poisoning. You guys did find some good spirit materials. Taoist Qingsu didn't care about the fact that the Violet Mansion hadn't been unlocked. Instead, he fiddled with those heavenly materials brought back by the tiger demon and Situ Mingyue. These spirit fruits are golden body fruits, which have already been proved to be able to enhance the strength of the physique. It can be taken directly without any other disadvantages. There are also these grasses that are called silver thread grass, very tough and a weapon refining material. Zhang Yang looked askance at Taoist Green Void. You're not lying to me, are you? These things, how come I don't recognize them? Qingshu glanced at Zhang Yang and asked, the last time your Qinyan sect entered the Heaven's Pride battlefield was more than 200 years ago. And the time when the Heaven's Pride battlefield was formed was only about 3,000 years ago. Therefore, your Qingyun sect is missing almost half of the time to study the Heaven's Pride battlefield, especially after the great change of the millennium. Your Qingyun sect has even less heart to study these things, right? The things I just mentioned are all information that our various great sects have researched. Therefore, there is no share of this information for our Green Cloud sect. Qingshu asked rhetorically. You, Qingyun sect, can't even participate and can't provide any information, so why should we share it with you? Zhang Yang smiled. It's okay, you understand all this, right? Qingshu couldn't help but freeze. He silently examined those heavenly materials, then said, there aren't many good things. After all, it's just a small mountain that a big clan can't look at. However, I found that some of the weapon refining materials in here can refine some magic weapons out of it. At a conservative estimate, it can be refined into an 8th grade magic weapon. As soon as Zhang Yang heard it, he realized that there really weren't many good things here. An 8th grade magic weapon was pretty much the worst magic treasure. Gather up your things and get ready to run. Qingshu's next words caused Zhang Yang and the others to be a bit surprised. Run? Isn't this little mountain unattended? I don't think anyone powerful will come. So if that's the case, why run? Qingshu looked at Zhang Yang and the others breathlessly and said, if you don't run, the people from the Cloud Palace will come later. When the time comes, you'll definitely take me for a ride. I don't want to die with you. The Heaven's Pride battlefield has been over 1,000 years in the past, and you guys are still coming to the Heaven's Pride battlefield with information you learned over 1,000 years ago. I really don't know if you guys are bold or if you're just looking for death. Zhang Yang's complexion changed and he immediately instructed the Tiger Demon and said to Mingyue, bring the stuff. Let's go. Indeed, they are over 1,000 years behind in their information. After more than 1,000 years of development, these great sects must have had another change in the Heaven's Pride battlefield. With a roll of his tongue, the Tiger Demon swallowed several fruits, and then, carrying a bunch of swords and knives, as well as a bunch of materials, he quickly withdrew in the direction of the entrance to the Heaven's Pride battlefield. Zhang Yang was about to leave with Qingshu when he suddenly thought of something and hurriedly pulled down the flag inserted on the mountain, then carefully hid a packet of the machine retrieving powder inside the flag, and finally fixed it with a weak talismanic pattern, so that the machine retrieving powder wouldn't be scattered so quickly and could be slowly spilled out. It can be spilled out slowly. What are you doing? Cheng Su asked curiously. Zhang Yang hemmed and hawed. A kind of highly poisonous machine-pulling dispersal used by ordinary people, specializing in poisoning the flesh. Even Yuaning cultivators, after being poisoned, will find it hard to expel it. Didn't you say that the people from the Cloud Palace will come? I'll prepare it for them and give them a good reception. Qingshu looked at Zhang Yang strangely, thinking that you actually poisoned him? Go! Zhang Yang grabbed Qingshu and chased after him in the direction where Sita Mingyue and the Tiger Demon had left. They had only just left a short while ago when Jiang Wu indeed rushed over with a dozen Yuaning stage. Just after arriving at the hill, Jiang Wu immediately said fiercely, surround me and carefully search with your spiritual sense. Everyone should be careful. This person is very well hidden and has a very powerful magic treasure in his hands that can kill people from a long distance away. Therefore, everyone must be careful. Then, the crowd's spiritual sense extended out towards the mountain, carpet searching the entire hill. The small mountain, which was already small, was searched through by a group of Yuaning stage in a matter of moments. Senior brother Jiang. No one else was found. Only many corpses. Even the heavenly treasures are few and far between. I'm afraid they've already been picked away. Jiang Wu was furious in his heart, but he couldn't give vent to it. They had been killed several times, and they actually didn't even know who their opponents were, and now they were even letting them escape. They searched carefully for miles around and still couldn't find anyone, knowing in their hearts that it should be hopeless. The group of people put away their shields. After all, shields required spiritual energy, and since there were no enemies, it wouldn't do to consume it so much. However, the toxin of the machine-pulling scatter was slowly evaporating, and it was already on the verge of staining those Yuaning cultivators. This damn thing, don't let me find him, or I'll make his life worse than death. Jiang Wu cursed profusely. He took one look at the flag planted on the hill and felt it was such an eyesore that he kicked it out. A white mist that spread out quickly. The crowd froze and quickly snapped out of it. Quick defense. Not sure what it is though. Defense is quasi-correct. All the Yuaning cultivators hurriedly used their spiritual energy to hold up their shields. However, they weren't at the Yuanshen realm, and it took a little bit of time to make a shield. In this little bit of time, several Yuaning stage were contaminated with the poison of the machine-pulling powder. Among them was Jiang Wu. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief, and it felt as if it was okay, too, didn't it? They hastily used their spells to invoke a gust of wind that blew away the smoke. Senior brother Jiang, since it's fine, shall we go back? A Yuaning stage suggested. Go back. Jiang Wu nodded. No, senior brother Jiang, just go back. What are you laughing at? I'm not laughing. What's so funny? The crowd looked at Jiang Wu's weird smile. Your face is like this and you're still not smiling? What are you guys looking at me for? Jiang Wu was puzzled. Rather, senior martial brother. What are you laughing at? And senior brother Qin. What's so funny about you? It was at this time that everyone realized that a few of the smiles were just too weird. It's that leathery smile with the muscles pulled together. Gradually, Jiang Wu realized that he couldn't speak well. His body was stiff and incomparable. His body was hunched over, and he collapsed on the ground at once. Ah, poisoned. Quick! Senior brother Jiang and the others are poisoned. At this time, anyone understood that the Jiang Wu few had been poisoned. Under great alarm, the other Yuaning stage hurriedly grabbed Jiang Wu and the others and flew away. Jiang Wu's body involuntarily contracted. Both eyes looked straight up at the sky, and his eyes couldn't help but shed tears. It wasn't that he wanted to cry. He was completely out of control. At this moment, his heart was filled with hatred and he vowed to catch that person. When in his life had he ever been so humiliated? A long way up the hill, Zhang Yang saw what was happening on the hill through his scope and laughed. Qingshu saw Zhang Yang's inexplicable seizure and wondered what Zhang Yang was laughing at. Here, let me show you. He only handed the scope to Green Hollow. Of course he had to have someone to share this kind of thing with to be happy. When Qingshu saw those geniuses from Cloud Palace being poisoned into that miserable state, his jaw dropped and he couldn't speak. How about that? Wonderful, isn't it? Zhang Yang retracted his scope. Qingshu looked at Zhang Yang like a monster. The famous Cloud Palace genius Jiang Wu, humiliated like that, and said this is still wonderful? You might as well just kill them. Chapter 148 Who doesn't know how to brag? Zhang Yang and Qingshu stayed behind to watch a good show before catching up with Sitamingyue and the Tiger Demon. They returned to the entrance of the Heaven's Pride battlefield. There weren't any heavenly treasures here, and it was only a few days after entering the Heaven's Pride battlefield. So who would come to this place? That thing of yours is quite interesting. It can see things that far away so clearly. Qingshu looked at the scope in Zhang Yang's hand. Normally, to see that far away, unless one is born with divine eyesight, or some other elixir that strengthens the eyes, either that, or a great cultivator of the Yuanshan realm directly perceives with divine thoughts. What is this thing of yours? 8 times lens. Zhang Yang replied casually. Ha! The new word froze Qingshu for a moment and immediately responded. Quite an image. He curiously surveyed the barret in Zhang Yang's hand and asked, is this made by your Qingyan sect? My conception. 5th uncle designs the talisman pattern based on my conception, and 6th uncle refines it. Zhang Yang didn't hide Qingshu either, showing what it meant to treat people with sincerity. Because he wanted to pull out new information about the Heaven's Pride battlefield from Qingshu's mouth. After my observation, you are not an introvert. Zhang Yang looked at Cheng Su. If that's the case, why were you ostracized by the other fellow disciples? Qingshu was silent for a moment, pointing at the Tiger Demon and looking at Zhang Yang. He asked, can you communicate with him? It will. Zhang Yang nodded. That's my Wang Kai. I've raised it for a long time. Qinghua was speechless as he glanced at Sitamingyue and his gaze quickly moved away. Next to him, Sitamingyue glared fiercely at Qingshu. What did this guy mean? Qingshu simply pointed to a stone and asked, do you know how to communicate with these stones? It will. Zhang Yang nodded his head. Wasn't his communication with those spirit weapons equivalent to communicating with the stones? Qinghua was speechless, not knowing what to say. Zhang Yang smiled. I see what you mean. You are unable to communicate with them? Qingshu laughed bitterly and shook his head. It's not that they can't communicate. It's just that it's exhausting to communicate. Their heads, it's like they're stuffed with stuff, completely devoid of brain marrow. Do you understand that feeling? Zhang Yang's eyes lit up and he hurriedly asked, is it true that many of your ideas are beyond the comprehension of those fellow disciples of yours, and they even think you're crazy? Right. Qingshu nodded. Isn't it true that there are many truths that you clearly understand at a glance, and how those of your fellow disciples can't learn them? Qingshu looked at Zhang Yang with a strange expression. How did you know? Is it that they always come and ask you questions, and they can't understand how you explain it? It's so hard to get them to understand, and they blame you? Qingshu looked at Zhang Yang silently. Is it that after you answered their questions, you still asked them with a look of contempt that they couldn't know such a simple thing? Is it that those fellow disciples of yours hate you while still having to come to you for advice? Or even some of your senior uncles, who also come to you? Isn't this a typical high IQ guy? Tech guy? Straight guy? Stuffy guy? Aggregate? Qingshu looked at Zhang Yang dumbfounded, and after a long time, he suddenly asked, do you know the legendary Tathagata? If not, how do you know these things? Zhang Yang was happy in his heart. He knew how to deal with Qing Su. He slapped his thigh hard and said with a big smile, because I had the same experience in the Green Cloud Sect. You had that experience too? You didn't communicate with a tiger, but also with a rock? Qingshu looked at Zhang Yang in disbelief. Zhang Yang pointed at the tiger demon and said, "This guy who can't even speak, do you think it makes sense to communicate with him? I'm just looking for an unspecified object to organize my own thoughts by way of conversation. So, it makes absolutely no difference whether the object is a tiger or a rock." Next to them, Situ Mingyue and the tiger demon looked at each other. They couldn't understand. However, Qingshu's eyes lit up, and he was a bit excited. It can still be like this? Yes, communicating with them is too tiring. Why don't I communicate with myself? It's communicating with myself anyway. What difference does it make if the opposite side is a thing? This way I won't be offended. Zhang Yang shook his head and said bitterly, "You simply can't believe how much I suffered in the clan. To tell you the truth, my master and uncle, they are all brain dead. They are simply clueless. Can you imagine that? An ancient sect with a history of 5,000 years was actually managed by my master and uncle and they almost perished. And in the end, there were only 100 spirit stones left." Being from the same ancient sect, Qingshu thought back to the heyday of Shui Guan, and then thought about Qing Yun sect's pitiful 100 spirit stones. He looked at Zhang Yang incredulously. How did this group of people leave the Green Cloud sect with only 100 spirit stones? Is there such a stupid person in this world? Zhang Yang didn't talk about the details, the reasons and what happened. Only the result, he said fiercely. 10 years ago, they abducted me to the mountain, saying that it was an ancient sect. I was very small and inexperienced at that time. I thought that ancient sects were all kind of raggedy and shabby. No matter how they said it, they still gave me 2 spirit weapons when I entered the door. After I worshipped the mountain, they taught me to cultivate. When I know what is the spiritual qi, I was successful in collecting qi in a breath of time. The next month of refining the body. This is still the case without using any medicinal herbs. 3 months to open up the sea, half a year on the road seed, a year on the conjugation of the Dan. Only after I had formed the Dan did I realize that the clan was so poor that it couldn't afford it. I was so angry that I asked my master to give me the position of sect leader and I'll overhaul the Green Cloud sect. After I took over the Green Cloud sect, I got back over 100,000 spirit stones in 2 days, scaring my master and the others silly. He half-truthfully told Qingshu about his experience. Because, to communicate with a genius, you must not act stupid. You must show the ability of a genius for them to be interested. Qingshu was really interested and hurriedly asked, "What happened afterward?" "Then I got back 1,000,000 spirit stones in a month's time." Next to Sita Mingyue silently glanced at Zhang Yang. "This matter she is clear. Get is her 1,000,000 spirit stone well. After another half a month, I got back another 4,000,000 spirit stones through my ability." Sita Mingyue took a deep breath. This matter was also clear to her. The Cloud Mountain Empire was suppressed by his master and was extorted for 4,000,000 spirit stones. After having a few million spirit stones, I made a huge profit of 30,000,000 spirit stones by releasing the secret realm of the Green Cloud sect and utilizing various means. Inside the secret realm, I fought against the Jindan cultivators of a dozen other sects, killing dozens of them and knocking them all down. Then later on, I used this matter of the Green Cloud sect suppressing the devil to openly demand from every major sect in the world that they hand over their spirit stones. Each of the big clans dutifully sent 50,000,000 spirit stones to our Qing Yun sect, as well as countless spirit pills and materials. Qingshu listened to the excitement. He nodded repeatedly. "This thing I know. We keep a view to go as my master." His old man left the clan and did not come back. "Oh, caught by you guys?" Zhang Yang continued to brag. "Yes, your master was also caught by my design. Of course, I was too weak and it was my master who really did it." He nonchalantly grabbed the credit on himself before continuing. "After having 100,000,000 spirit stones, I started recruiting, and the entire sect now has several thousand foundation establishment stage disciples. Give me a little more time and the Green Cloud sect will definitely surpass its most glorious time." He pressed Ching Su's shoulder and said with a sincere face, "So, geniuses should be with geniuses. Let's work together. Let's not talk about how we can work together in the future. Let's just lull this kid over and make good use of his abilities." Chapter 149 High Laborer. Zhang Yang was frantically abducting Qingshu and pulling him in. He and Situ Mingyue, plus a tiger, were still a bit weak in the Heaven's Pride battlefield, and Qingshu's ability, as a highly intelligent technician, just look at that armor on him. Light, thin, tough, and strong defense. It was still made of ordinary materials. What if it's a smithing material? Is this guy going to come up with more defensive armor? Therefore, Zhang Yang exerted 10% of his power to abduct Taoist Green Void. Qingshu was also excited. However, he swallowed hard but did not directly agree. Instead, he looked at the barret in Zhang Yang's hand and inquired, "Can I see this thing?" Zhang Yang graciously handed over the barret. "Look, feel free to look." Qingshu's purple mansion was sealed and was not strong enough to break Barrett. As for Barrett's secret, if this kid still won't listen, get him killed so the secret doesn't get out. Qingshu examined the Barrett, and the more he looked at it, the more amazed he became. This thing, it's really a genius design. The most subtle thing is this rune. To understand it is to understand it, and if you don't understand it, it's just too hard to figure it out. This explosive rune, coupled with the barrel's spiral design and the projectile. He looked at Zhang Yang with shock. What kind of genius head came up with this? Zhang Yang smiled proudly and waved his hand. It's no big deal. This kind of thing, just think about it and you'll be able to do it. I also have an idea of a magic treasure. Two incompatible law powers, normally separate them, and when these two law powers collide, they will be able to explode with the power of a Yuaning strike, or even a Yuan God strike. There's also a huge magic treasure that can fly for tens of thousands of miles and then erupt with heaven-destroying power, completely inferior to the power of a single strike from the harmonious Tao realm. He's blowing smoke without any boundaries, and he just says these things according to proper principles anyway. As for how to implement, isn't that the technician's job? And there was a self-proclaimed genius technician right in front of us. Qingshu was really shocked by Zhang Yang's uninhibited thoughts. How come he didn't have this kind of thinking? This armor or whatever, it can only defend, not attack. Imagine if he also researched the kind of killing weapon that Zhang Yang had. Who would dare to bully him? Qingshu was excited, but stuttered a bit. Zhang Yang held Qingsu's hand and said firmly, no need to think about it. Join us. This Heaven's Pride battlefield is the beginning of our good cooperation. You should know very well that this is where Qi is plundered. If we plunder all of their Qi and return with the world's Qi, who would dare to look down on us? At that time, the magic treasures you've researched will shock countless people in the world, and no one will dare not admire you. Qingshu took a deep breath and said fiercely, it's settled. We'll work together first. As for the matter of joining the Green Cloud Sect, I can't make the decision alone. If you can convince my master to join the Green Cloud Sect as well, then I will have no worries at all. Don't worry, your master can't run away. Zhang Yang nodded heavily. He'd say yes first, and as for the rest, take his time to figure it out. Qingshu revealed a smile and said, it's actually quite simple to deal with my master. He has two major flaws. One is gluttony and the other is fear of death. As long as you deal with him from these 2 points, he is guaranteed to succumb. Ha ha, I know. Zhang Yang was all smiles, completely relieved in his heart. They've already started scheming to get the master to defect, and they're still running? Our Green Cloud Sect has rainbow fish. Last time I fought 2 of them for him. His old man was very satisfied. Oops, Qingshu exclaimed. My master craves for rainbow fish the most. Every time he reads about it for a long time. Now he really can't run away. So we are destined to be a family. Humph. Qingshu nodded heavily, and he was completely relieved in his heart. Master had joined the Green Cloud Sect. Wouldn't it be natural for him to join the Green Cloud Sect? Sito Mingyue looked at Qingshu dumbfounded, thinking that you are really a good disciple of your master. She looked at Zhang Yang again, her heart shaking inexplicably. Taking down Green Hollow so quickly? She looked at Qingshu with pity. She looked quite smart. How could she be so easily fooled? She quickly reacted to the fact that it wasn't Qingshu who was easy to fool. It was eldest brother who was more powerful. Quickly, unlock my purple mansion ban. I'll study this magic treasure of yours and see how to enhance its power. Qingshu rubbed his hands. It's best to be able to study it. It's best to take out a Yuaning stage with a single projectile, even if the defense is useless. Zhang Yang also did not hesitate to unlock Qingshu's Violet Mansion's restriction. But secretly, he told Sito Mingyue and the Tiger Demon to be careful and on guard. But he was overthinking it, and Qingshu was indeed scrutinizing it. This rune is unable to move. I'm not at a high enough level right now to enhance the power of this rune. Qingshu looked at the energizing rune regretfully shaking his head. I can only think of a way from elsewhere. How about thinking on the projectile? Zhang Yang suggested from the side. If we can make the projectile stronger and carry penetrating runes on it, wouldn't it be able to break through other people's defense shields, or even magic treasures faster? Also, inside this tube, I think we can add some spinning runes to make the projectile spin faster. That curve can't be moved though. Why rotate faster? Qingshu was a bit puzzled. Zhang Yang explained. Spins faster, flies farther, and flies smoother. He took one of the projectiles and spun it in his hand, signaling it to Green Hollow. It's scientifically verified on the other side, and it's absolutely infallible. Oh, so that's it. Qingshu understood. That's easy. Carve the blast rune inside this tube. It should be able to speed up the rotation. He looked at the tiny tube, a little torn as to how he was going to inscribe the rune into it. This stuff is simple to envision. It's all about how it's realized. Change the projectile first.
Qingshu said as he grabbed some swords and knives made of fine iron and started to hand-roll the projectiles with the flame Dao method, while adding the refining materials and refining them. Half a day later, a bullet with spiritual power fluctuations was refined. Feeling the fluctuation of spiritual energy on the bullet, Zhang Yang shook his head. No, he was firing quietly now, and when this bullet with spiritual power was shot out, the powerful spiritual power fluctuation was sensed from a long distance away. Most importantly, the bullet was likely to blow up, and if that happened, his beret would be ruined. Qing Su's brow furrowed as he meditated on how to solve it. However, this was the Heaven's Pride battlefield, but Zhang Yang did not have that much time for him to think slowly. Go back and think about it. Zhang Yang patted Qingshu's shoulder. Since all these things have spiritual power fluctuations, help me refine a bow and arrow. It might come in handy in critical times. Qingshu glanced at Zhang Yang. Your physique is too weak to pull. Zhang Yang smiled slightly. Do you know about pulley sets? Do you know about compound bows? When Zhang Yang spoke out the concept of compound bow and pulley set, Qingshu was shocked beyond compare. How did this thing come up again? How is it possible to pull a bow that strong with so little force? He was convinced and was completely reduced to a laborer, carefully refining a compound bow for Zhang Yang. Chapter 150, Sect Strongholds. Zhang Yang, along with Qingshu, began to refine the magic treasure. Zhang Yang had originally learned these things from Fire Spirit Sun, and had even specialized in the casting of some simple magic treasures in order to enter the Heaven's Pride battlefield. They melted down those swords and added those spirit materials they just found to refine a composite bow, a long sword, and a hammer. All three of them were magic weapons, just entering the 8th grade of magic weapons. Of these 3 magic weapons, the composite bow was given to Zhang Yang, the long sword to Situ Mingyue, and the hammer to Qingshu. Now, we can go and rob the strongholds of some ordinary sect heavenly prides, Qing Su said with a smile. Strongholds? Zhang Yang asked rhetorically. Those places in the Cloud Palace, are they their strongholds? Qingshu nodded gravely. Yes, there is a large mountain several hundred feet tall in that direction. That is their Cloud Palace's stronghold. The Heaven's remarkable battlefield had fixed strongholds for each sect since 900 years ago. As for the other sects, they could only pick up the slack outside the areas of these large sects. For example, the area where we keep a watch is a huge lake, and there are many islands in that area that contain countless heavenly treasures. The stronghold of the Langia Holy Land, on the other hand, is a huge heavenly pit near the central location of the Heaven's remarkable battlefield, which similarly contains many heavenly materials and treasures. Zhang Yang frowned and asked, inside these strongholds, it's not just as simple as heavenly treasures, is it? Qingshu looked at Zhang Yang approvingly and nodded. Every time they are near the end of the Heaven's Pride battlefield, they will leave those powerful magic treasures they have refined inside the Heaven's Pride battlefield, so that they can continue to use them until after the people who come after them enter. In addition to the magic treasures, there were also some pills, various materials, and so on. Generally speaking, they don't bring out anything that isn't particularly precious. Most importantly, everyone had entered the Heaven's Pride battlefield for so many years, and had long had a mature program. They would organize a lot of people and bring along refiners, alchemists, and even some people who possessed other abilities. All of these people were auxiliary, specializing in assisting the few heavenly prides that those sects were particularly optimistic about. And the thing that Heaven's Pride had to do was to break through with all his might. They only come out when they are really needed. After he completely convinced Zhang Yang, he told all the various information he knew. Zhang Yang took a deep breath. Now it seemed that the Heaven's Pride battlefield was much more difficult than he had imagined. But it's pretty dumb that it took so many people thousands of years to figure it out. Do you know who the heavenly pride of these clans are? Zhang Yang inquired. Qingshu shook his head. The true Heaven's Pride of each clan is a top secret, just for fear of being sniped by other clans. Of course, by the time the Heaven's Pride battlefield came to an end, those Heaven's Pride also showed themselves. Where is the core heavenly pride of Shou Yiguan? Zhang Yang asked. Qingshu hesitated for a moment, but still said, there are 3 in this generation of Shou Yiguan. All of them are at the peak of Yuaning, the kind that are close to breaking through. They are all disciples of the Void character generation, Purple Void, Empty Void, and Spirit Void. I advise you that even if you know who they are, you'd better not touch them. On the one hand, they're really, really powerful, and you're not always a match. The second is that if you move them, the entire Shou Yiguan's other people in the Heaven's Pride battlefield will surely be immortal with you. Zhang Yang looked at Qingshu with some consternation. What the hell is this emptiness? He smiled and said, don't worry, I won't go to them without the right opportunity. When there's a sure thing, he'll go for it. Qingshu visualized an incomplete map and pointed at it and said to Zhang Yang, these are the strongholds of the various great clans in the Heaven's Pride battlefield. Currently the closest to us is that cloudy mountain of the Cloudy Palace,
followed by the Luangia Sacred Grounds Luangia Blessed Land. That sinkhole has already been named by them as the Luangia Blessed Land. Next is our Shou Iguan's Tianji Lake, and then the Wanling Sect's Misty Forest. This is the location of the strongholds of the 4 great clans relative to our half of the Heaven's Pride battlefield, and the other few strongholds on the other side of the Heaven's Pride battlefield. In between these strongholds were those small strongholds that the various small sects fought each other over. However, these small clans often can't hold their strongholds and have lost them quickly. Zhang Yang completely understood the pattern of the entire Heaven's Pride battlefield. To put it simply, this Heaven's remarkable battlefield had been held by several large sects. In a sense, these strongholds were the clans of several large clans in the Heaven's Pride battlefield, and were also the underpinnings of each clan in the Heaven's Pride battlefield, as well as a representative of their fortune. Because of the elimination of their strongholds, in the future, if their pride wanted to enter the Heaven's Pride battlefield, they would have to start from scratch. More importantly, with even the strongholds being taken out, the acquisition of heavenly materials and treasures this time would definitely be greatly reduced, and even the heavenly pride would die. From that point on, the chi loss would be too great. Zhang Yang cursed those big clans in his heart. No wonder they wanted him to enter the Heaven's Pride battlefield. It would be too difficult for him to survive in this situation. Zhang Yang pondered for a long time before saying, "For now, let's avoid the strongholds of those big clans. We should not mess with them easily and wait until we have the chance to deal with them. And now all we have to do is to build up our food and then slow down to claim the throne. Let's go. Let's go around from this direction to capture the heavenly materials." A few people entered the Heaven's remarkable battlefield once again, this time choosing to enter on the left side. There were no strongholds of great sects in this direction. By the way, what is everyone's attitude towards that hall in the Heaven's Pride battlefield? Zhang Yang inquired carelessly. Qing Su laughed helplessly. That great hall has existed for more than 3,000 years, and countless people couldn't open it by all means. Therefore, everyone actually doesn't pay that much attention to that great hall. However, everyone knows that that great hall is bound to have mysteries. So, just about every time you enter, you will definitely send someone to that hall to check out the situation. After those true Heaven's Pride have finished acquiring the Heaven's material treasures, everyone will also converge on that hall and try to open it, as well as have a true Heaven's Pride competition to end this Heaven's Pride battlefield. Then how about we go directly to the main hall? Zhang Yang's complexion became strange. Qingshu looked at Zhang Yang in surprise. What's the point of going to the Grand Hall? It's not like there are many heavenly treasures there, and the Great Hall can't be opened. And it's also easy to startle people from other big clans. What if I can open it? Qingshu looked steeply at Zhang Yang. You can open it? Do you know something? Zhang Yang smiled proudly. What other people can't think of? I can think of. What many people can't do, I can do. In that case, is this Great Hall just waiting for me to open it? Qing Su was speechless at that. He knew Zhang Yang was smart, but were there no smart people in these thousands of years? Who can open it? Chapter 151. A Kingdom. It's useless to go. The various great sects have people guarding them. Qing Su shook his head and said, the various great sects won't easily let anyone near that hall. Even if they can't get it, they won't let anyone try? Zhang Yang frowned. This was indeed a trouble. It's fine. Let's build up our strength first and figure out what to do when the time comes. Zhang Yang changed direction. Soon, Zhang Yang's group discovered a stronghold. About 7 or 8 people, gathered by the side of a river, were picking through the heavenly treasures they had retrieved. There were 2 more next to them. One was refining magic weapons and one was refining pills. There were more than a dozen people in the entire stronghold. Zhang Yang handed the scope to Qingshu. See if you recognize any? He didn't recognize this group of people anyway, and he hadn't seen them when he was outside the Heaven's Pride battlefield. Qingshu held the scope for a long time and shook his head. I don't recognize a single one of them, and I can't tell where they came from, so I think they should be a temporary combination of teams from other sects in which continent. But I took a look and they also found some good stuff. One of them is a golden spirit bamboo, a heavenly treasure that is very good for breaking through from the Jindan stage to the Yuaning stage, and it hasn't been seen outside for a long time. If you get that golden spirit bamboo, you'll most likely break through to the Yuaning stage. Sito Mingyue immediately looked at Zhang Yang. Eldest brother, kill? She knew that Zhang Yang's Jindan had an oddity, so she needed this kind of heavenly material to break through, and now that she had come across it, she certainly could not let it go. Zhang Yang frowned and said to Qingshu, why don't you go out and greet them and see if their golden spirit bamboo can be exchanged? You are wearing armor. Your defense is stronger. Don't worry, just go and I will kill them if they dare to make a move. If this group of people could work together, they might be able to deal with those great sects together. Qingshu understood what Zhang Yang meant as he revealed his figure and walked towards the river. The few Yuaning stage that were busy were on guard when they saw someone approaching. Don't be nervous. Several people, I am Shou Guan Chang Su. I came here this time because I want to discuss with you guys. Can I exchange that golden spirit bamboo with you guys? Xing Su said as he looked at a few Yuaning stage. A few Yuaning stage looked at each other in dismay. And a Yuaning stage asked, "What are you going to exchange with us for the golden spirit bamboo? Isn't your Shou Guan not on this side?" Xing Su smiled and replied, "I acted alone and was not with them. As for the golden spirit bamboo, it's definitely a heavenly treasure equal to your golden spirit bamboo, so you don't have to worry." Just as he finished speaking, several Yuaning stage looked at each other, and instantly 4 or 5 Yuaning stage pounced towards Qingshu. All sorts of Daolaws fell towards Qingshu's head. This is the genius of the Shou Guan. There's a lot of qi on him, falling alone, and there are heavenly treasures in the body. Isn't this a benefit delivered to the door? Xing Su were frozen. He had exchanged them very sincerely, and this group of people still made a move? He hastily mobilized his mana and put up a defensive shield. Then his spirit power urged the magic weapon, and with a flourish of the hammer, a fire ray shot out. There's still magic treasures. Great! A few Yuaning stage went even more frantic. In the current Heaven's Pride battlefield, what was most lacking was magic treasures, which was the most direct thing to enhance strength. Even the most ordinary magic weapon was quite an advantage when facing other Yuaning stages. Therefore, they were even more moved to kill Changhua for sure. What about the people who guarded the first watch? This Heaven's Remarks battlefield. How many Heaven's Remarks of great clans have been buried? The 5 Yuaning stages that were surrounding Qingshu didn't even notice that behind them, the Yuaning stage that was refining pills had its head suddenly explode. Someone had noticed something strange though, and before they had time to react, the head of the Yuaning who was refining the weapon also exploded. There's someone else. Look out! The 2 remaining Yuaning stage shouted loudly and hastily put themselves on guard. Just at this time, a huge tiger and a woman in black clothes also killed out. At the same time, a bow and arrow that shone with lightning flew directly towards one of the 5 Yuaning stages that surrounded Qingshu. Zhang Yang and Situ Mingyue, all of them, had come to support them. "It's you guys. You're from the Green Cloud Sect." As soon as they saw the unique tiger, the group of Yuaning all reacted. The fact that Zhang Yang rode a tiger into the Heaven's Pride battlefield had almost spread, and it had become a unique symbol. A prize for a correct answer. Zhang Yang bent his bow again and shot another arrow. Jin Dan stage. The Yuaning stage looked at Zhang Yang disdainfully. "You can't hold this magic treasure. It's better for me to use it." He simply rushed towards Zhang Yang, unafraid of that bow and arrow with the support of his defense shield. As expected, the bow and arrow fell to the ground after touching the defense shield, merely causing it to falter for a moment. Even the Jindan stage dares to enter the Heaven's Pride battlefield to seek death. Your Qingyun sect is truly a joke. Hand over your magic treasure and I'll teach you how to use it. The Yuaning stage looked at Zhang Yang with disdain. Zhang Yang really threw his bow aside. The Yuaning stage was overjoyed, not expecting to actually get a magic treasure so easily. He was just about to pick up the magic treasure when Zhang Yang struck. Gravity, binding spell, swamp magic, gas explosion technique, shock jutsu, and finally, I'll give you a serial heavenly thunder dunking. A bull-thick heavenly thunderbolt descended from the sky, and 4 or 5 consecutive heavenly thunderbolts bombarded the immobile Yuaning stage, blasting that Yuaning stage to death. Only then did Zhang Yang pick up his bow and arrow and walked over to kick the charred Yuaning stage away. "I'll let you be arrogant to me." 10 Yuaning stage. 3 dead in an instant. The other Yuaning stage were shocked. These 3 people and a tiger. How are they so powerful? Run! The other Yuaning stage realized something was wrong and turned to run. However, the 3 Yuaning stage that were entangled by Situ Mingyue, Qingshu, and the tiger demon could not run away instead. The other 4 Yuaning stage also didn't care about their companions at all and quickly fled. Zhang Yang picked up his barret on his back, grabbed his compound bow and chased after him. "Now that you've done it, don't spare any of them." He didn't even want to start a killing spree. Natch. Looking at the fleeing Yuaning stage in front of him who actually did not deploy his defense shield, Zhang Yang was nonchalant and quickly switched his composite bow to a barret, flinging his hand to fire a blind sniper shot. It didn't hit the main guy, but blew off the arm of a Yuaning stage next to him. That Yuaning stage screamed miserably and fainted in pain. The other 3 Yuaning stages were scared out of their wits and hurriedly unfolded their defense shields to continue their escape. Zhang Yang nonchalantly made up for it and continued to chase the other 3 Yuaning stage. He picked up the composite bow and shot one arrow after another towards the 3 Yuaning stage. The 3 Yuaning stage didn't even dare to fly up into the mid-air. It would only become a living target. But how fast can they be to escape on the ground? The 3 Yuaning stage could only split up and escape when they saw the situation. When Zhang Yang faced this situation, he could only stare at the Yuaning stage directly in front of him in pursuit. That Yuaning stage is crumbling. Why don't you go after him instead of the others? Another situation was, Why was this Jindan stage at the back so deep in spiritual power? He couldn't even hold on to his Yuaning stage. But why were the arrows shot by that Jindan stage still powerful? His defense shield finally couldn't hold up, and then he was shot through the head with an arrow and died. The other two Yuaning stage, under the frantic escape, broke into the other's stronghold. Quickly help! Someone is chasing us! The two Yuaning stage shouted. The dozen or so Yuaning stages in the stronghold looked at each other, and all of them poured out their strength, directly drying out the two Yuaning stages on the spot. The Yuaning stage inside the stronghold sneered. Help you? We took your life. We took your chi. Chapter 152, I'm going back to dig for a corner. When Zhang Yang returned to the river, the fight between Sita Mingyue and the others was still going on, especially Sita Mingyue. She had only just become a Yuaning stage not long ago, while he was facing a late Yuaning stage 1, a difference of 2 small realms. If it wasn't for the fact that she had a magic treasure in her hand, she wouldn't have been able to resist her opponent. Zhang Yang joined the fray and quickly helped Sita Mingyue settle her opponent. Subsequently, the other 2 Yuaning realms were also resolved. After taking the stronghold, Sita Mingyue and the Tiger Demon immediately began to clean up the battlefield, returning those heavenly treasures collected from the stronghold one after another. They've all helped clean up the battlefield twice now, with a light touch. Xing Su, on the other hand, was looking at the 2 corpses whose heads had been blown off with a chill in his heart. If Zhang Yang had hit him on the head in the first place, would he have become like this? After all, it was only after he was shot that he reacted in the first place. He had the feeling of a ghostly walk. While Sita Mingyue and the Tiger Demon were cleaning up the battlefield, Zhang Yang was silently guarding his surroundings and observing what he might find. It's times like these that are the easiest to sneak up on. Only after Sita Mingyue and the Tiger Demon finished cleaning up the battlefield and gathering all the heavenly materials and treasures, and they automatically took over the responsibility of acting as the guards, did Zhang Yang relax and started to deal with those heavenly materials and treasures. Don't froth after battles in the future. Zhang Yang glanced at Qingshu. Times like this are the most important times to be alert. We've sneak attacked many people this way. We can't plant our heads on it. Aha! Qingshu nodded. He glanced at what the refiner was refining, and took it over to refine it again. Zhang Yang, on the other hand, also looked at the elixir that the alchemist had made and realized that it was just a furnace of yuan recovery elixir. So he also took it over and started to make it. Simply these pills, he was able to refine them. I just realized that your spiritual energy is very deep. It doesn't look like a Jindan stage spiritual energy at all. Qingshu asked Zhang Yang while he was busy. Zhang Yang nodded. If it's just about spiritual energy, I guess there's no one deeper than me at the Jindan stage and Yuaning stage everyone combined. Oh, Xing was surprised. Zhang Yang smiled. My Jindan is a bit special, and I'm currently consuming close to 10 million spirit stones, as well as countless other resources. Green Void opened his mouth, unable to speak. He had thought that Zhang Yang's claim of being number 1 in the world in terms of spiritual power was an exaggeration. But now it seemed that spiritual power was really an exaggeration. Just 10 million spirit stones would be perfectly enough to make a Yuaning stage breakthrough, not to mention other resources. His complexion shifted and he hurriedly said, with such a deep spiritual energy, you're perfect for one of the magic treasures I'm studying. What kind of spell? It is a tower-type magic treasure that I have researched. There are 5 layers in total. It is a magic treasure that is made from the 5 elements. Qingshu said here, a little embarrassed. To utilize this magic treasure, it requires immense and incomparable spiritual energy. A Yuaning stage can't even support it. How powerful is it? That was what Zhang Yang was concerned about. The power. It's just the power of a single strike from an ordinary Yuanshan realm. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and refine the magic treasure. Zhang Yang was overjoyed. Qingshu glanced at Zhang Yang. This magic treasure requires quite a lot of high-level materials, and at the same time, the amount of spiritual energy needed to activate this magic treasure is incomparably huge. And anyway, the spiritual energy of a Yuaning stage would not be able to sustain it. At that time, when I researched it, I was ridiculed by my fellow disciples for a long time. In their opinion, after consuming so many materials to come up with such a magic treasure that could only be used at the Yuanshan realm, why not refine a spirit weapon? More critically, this magic treasure can only exert the power of a single strike from the Yuanshan realm. Which Yuanshan realm would rare it? Zhang Yang froze a bit. Such a thing was indeed a bit impractical. But this is the Heaven's Pride battlefield. The power of the Yuanshan realm appeared, and it was a supreme killing weapon. As for the issue of spiritual power, how could he prepare more Yuan recovery pills to drive the magic treasure while recovering his spiritual energy? How could it be enough? Thinking of this, he smiled. There is no such thing as a completely useless person. The key is to see where it is used. Similarly, there is no such thing as a completely useless magic treasure, even if it's a big turd. At some point in time,
it can also exert an incomparably great power. Didn't he use a turd to bring those devils to their knees? I do think that these genius ideas of yours can have a counterintuitive effect at certain times. Zhang Yang continued to compel Qingshu. Those fellow disciples of yours are just some ordinary people. How can they understand the ideas of geniuses? They don't understand you. I understand you. You list the materials for that magic treasure now, and we'll strive to find it in the Heaven's Pride battlefield and make him. Aha! Qingshu nodded fiercely, a feeling of meeting a confidant arising leisurely. I need secret silver, earthen essence, Tai Gang Jin, dense copper, and inferno crystal stone. As Qingshu reported one piece of material after another, Zhang Yang's eyelids jumped. This asshole actually used so many high-grade materials to refine that one contraption? No wonder it was ridiculed. It's just too much to take for granted. Although he felt eggheads, he nodded and said, let's try to find it. These things first play a role in the Heaven's Pride battlefield, and then bring them back to let Sixth Uncle properly refine a spirit weapon. Zhang Yang recalled the collected materials and said, so far we have the dense copper. Qingshu suddenly said, why don't I go back to the Thousand Chance Lake and see if there are any materials that can be used on the Shoiguan side? They have a lot of people over there and it's a whole stronghold, so they might be able to get a few precious materials. Zhang Yang was stunned. This asshole wouldn't be trying to escape, right? He looked at Qingshu's serious expression and had some difficulties in his heart. What a good hitter. Just put it back? However, if you don't put it back, you can't completely subdue Qingshu's heart, and it won't be convenient to use it in the future. He weighed the pros and cons, but said, there's no danger of you going back, is there? It's not like anyone saw me with you guys. I'm still a member of the Shoiguan now. Qingshu said rightfully. Besides, my master is at the harmonious Dao realm, so even if they ostracize me, they wouldn't dare to do anything to me. Alright, we'll escort you to the side of the Thousand Chance Lake, and then you'll go back and give it a try. If it doesn't work, don't force yourself. Zhang Yang nodded heavily. He agreed because if it worked, it would be a great deal. Even if it fails, at best it's the loss of an efficient hitter, plus a few leaks. The most crucial Barrett. Without Qingshu knowing that key rune, he couldn't get it out at all either. As for the rest, there doesn't seem to be much more to lose. Thanks. Qingshu thanked earnestly. As a highly intelligent person, he certainly knew how much trust Zhang Yang's willingness to let him go back contained. He was even willing to take the risk of sending him to the vicinity of the Thousand Chance Lakes. This kind of behavior was a far cry from his fellow disciples. He decided that he must go back and find a way to get a few more materials out. Chapter 153, Escorting Qingshu. Zhang Yang stayed by the river for 3 days and refined some of the lower-order elixirs that he could, obtaining more than 20 qi-nourishing pills, 7 yuan recovery pills, 5 body-tempering pills, and some golden sore pills for treating injuries. The materials were all refined as well, melting and casting all of those swords in front of them, plus those materials that were found, to refine 3 9th-grade magic weapons. All of them were spells like swords, which were somewhat useful but not that useful. As for the most important defense magic treasure, there was not even a single one. Alright, we've scavenged all the heavenly treasures in this place. Now we'll escort you in the direction of the Thousand Chance Lake. Zhang Yang looked at Qingshu seriously. However, we don't know where the Thousand Chance Lake is, so we need you to lead the way. No problem. You guys just follow me. Qingshu nodded. They once again returned to the entrance of the Heaven's Pride battlefield, and then proceeded from the entrance of the Heaven's Pride battlefield towards the right side of the center. We will pass by the edge of the Cloud Palace and try to hide our tracks as much as possible so that we can't be discovered by them. Qingshu glanced at Zhang Yang with a meaningful meaning. If they know about us, the Cloud Palace will come after us like crazy. Zhang Yang coughed dryly as he thought of what happened to Jiang Wu and the others when they were hit by the drafting machine dispersion. This matter couldn't be known to the Cloud Palace for the time being, or else they would have to start fleeing. At this point in the stronghold of the Cloud Palace, Jiang Wu and others have crooked faces and slanted mouths, and they are still drooling. They had been hit by the machine pulling scatter, and when they were rescued back to the stronghold, their lives were finally saved through the efforts of many alchemists. However, the alchemists who entered the Heaven's Pride battlefield were limited in their abilities, and they really couldn't clean up the poison of the drafting machine scatter, nor could they help Jiang Wu and the others to restore their physical condition, and these few people became in such a state. Jiang Wu and the others were so hopeless that they thought how good would it be for them to simply die. A few people who were originally handsome in appearance were now all ugly. If they didn't still expect to return to the clan in their hearts and wait for the rescue of the clan elders, they might have simply cut themselves off. Jiang Wu and the others' hearts were naturally filled with hatred. And why wouldn't the others in the Cloud Palace be furious? As one of the top great sects, no one had ever dared to offend them easily. And now, a few Heavenly Pride disciples of the Cloud Palace were poisoned like this? What's even more aggravating is that there's no telling who did it.
Gong Beihai, one of the absolute heavenly prides of the Cloud Palace and one of the three most central people who entered the heavenly pride battlefield this time, gazed at Jiang Wu and the others for a long time before he said coldly, "Send people to that small mountain to carefully track down and figure out who did this. Don't let any traces slip through. After I figure out who the other guy is, I'll go meet him myself. I'd like to see what kind of curmudgeon has such despicable means, actually using such tactics as poisoning." After a pause, Gong Beihai said faintly, "Send more people." He was not at all worried that someone would come to sneak attack the stronghold of the Cloud Palace. In this place, the Cloud Palace had entered 3 times before and after. After so many years of preparation, not to say that it was solid as a rock, but it was also not something that could be easily sneak attacked. Unless the same other big clans were pouring in, there might be a slight possibility. The people from the Cloud Palace have come out in force, and at this moment, Zhang Yang and the others were heading to the Thousand Chance Lake, to pass by the edge of the Cloud Palace. From a long distance away, he saw a large number of Yuaning stage from the Cloud Palace flying around. "They're out." Zhang Yang frowned. He looked at the living targets flying around and said, "What a shame. If he were to knock one down at this time, I'm afraid that the other Yuaning stage would be rushing over in a swarm, so it would not be good for him to make a move." Qingshu said hurriedly, "I'm afraid they've discovered something. We'd better hurry and get away from them to be safe." That was the power of a top-tier great sect in the Heavens Remarks battlefield, and they definitely wouldn't be an opponent. Zhang Yang nodded slightly, deliberately deviating from the Cloud Palace range, preferring to take a little detour, and at this moment, the many Cloud Palace Yuaning stage that had gone through a carpet search on the hill suddenly cried out strangely, "A clue has been found." All the Yuaning stage hurriedly leaned in, and then, they saw several huge tiger claw marks. Demonic beasts have never appeared in the Heaven's Pride battlefield before, and the only person who entered the Heaven's Pride battlefield this time was a tiger. Green Cloud Sect. All of the Cloud Palace's Yuaning stage began to clench their teeth. The district Qingyun sect was on the verge of extinction. They hadn't gone after the Green Cloud sect and actually dared to mess with them? "We're going to extinguish the Qingyun sect's qi ourselves anyway, so since we dare to mess with us, let's finish them off in advance." Dozens of Yuaning stage all clamored. A Yuaning stage frowned. "The crux of the matter is, where are they hiding? They're just 2 people, a tiger, and there's a Jindan stage among them. It's just hard to move an inch in this Heaven's Pride battlefield." Jiang Wu and the others weren't careful. That's why they got caught in the crossfire. With their strength, what can they do? "So, they certainly won't go far enough to give me an extended search. When you find it, notify immediately. I mean, they wouldn't be hiding at the entrance, waiting for the Heaven's Pride battlefield to open its doors to directly escape, right? Go a few people and look at the entrance to the Heaven's Pride battlefield." Immediately, a few Yuaning stage flew at the entrance of the Heaven's Remarkable battlefield, while the others began to carefully search in all directions. One of them, a Yuaning stage, searched in the exact direction of Zhang Yang and the others, getting closer and closer. Zhang Yang and his men, who were cautiously advancing towards the Thousand Chance Lake, noticed that someone was approaching. Zhang Yang immediately picked up his scope and looked at them, recognizing them from their clothes and dress as people from the Cloud Palace. Zhang Yang immediately aimed up. "I can't believe I've been sent to the door. I'll be polite then." He didn't strike at the first moment. Instead he searched around with his scope, and when he was sure that there was only one Yuaning stage, he activated the rune. The Yuaning stage, who was searching for Zhang Yang's traces with his spiritual sense, felt something flying fast in his spiritual sense and he felt that the situation was not good. However, his first reaction was actually to activate the defense shield at full strength. Instead of getting down, before the defense shield could fully activate, half of his body was gone, and his body flew out a long way, collapsing and not moving. "Go!" Zhang Yang scored a hit and immediately urged Qingshu to hurry up. As soon as Qingshu took a look at Zhang Yang's actions, he knew that another Yuaning stage had fallen. He secretly shook his head. Those inside this Heaven's Pride battlefield are all geniuses. And when did it die so unexplained? This time in the Heaven's Remarkable battlefield. I'm afraid that it's going to create the most number of dead geniuses. He led the crowd around the direction of the Cloud Palace and entered the boundary of the Shoui Guan, and his entire body relaxed much more. "This is our territory. You don't have to be so nervous." Qingshu spoke with a smile. Zhang Yang smiled and nodded his head, more alert in his mind. "Since we have already reached the boundary of the Thousand Machine Lake, there is no problem with your safety." Zhang Yang pointed to a nearby mountain and said, "After you go back and get your stuff, come and find us on that mountain. We'll wait for you there. Wait for me for 5 to 7 days. I will definitely return." Cheng Su nodded heavily, then swaggered off in the direction of the Thousand Chance Lakes. As for Zhang Yang, after witnessing Qingshu's departure, he instead reversed into the boundary of the Cloud Palace and found a place to hide. looking at the mountain in the boundary of Shuyiguan from afar. There was also some uncertainty in his mind. Would Qingsu come back? Chapter 154. Qingsu entered the boundary of Shuyiguan, and within a short while, he encountered his fellow disciples who had come out to search for heavenly treasures. However, that fellow disciple just glanced at Qingsu and turned his head away. What are you doing? Green Hollow asked. If it was normal, he would never have asked. However, he was now a little weak and inquired. However, that fellow disciple had a cold attitude. It's not like we can loiter like our senior brother, searching for heavenly materials and treasures. Qingsu couldn't help but pause for a moment before continuing into the Thousand Chance Lake. When they arrived at the Thousand Chance Lake, the Shuyiguan's disciples became more numerous, and the lake was filled with Yuaning realm flying around, looking for heavenly treasures. If one had to divide the Heaven's Pride battlefield, this was equivalent to the first half of the Heaven's Pride battlefield, where everyone was busy searching for heavenly materials and treasures, accumulating resources, refining magic treasures and elixirs, as well as raising their strength. And in the second half, it's time to fight for Qi and for the mark. I'm afraid Zhang Yang is the only one who has started to do both things together. Although the people of Shuyiguan saw Qingsu return, the crowd didn't take it seriously. It was a nuisance anyway, though he would help out if he begged for it once in a while. The big thing was just to put up with a few taunts. Qingsu, who had just enjoyed the warm treatment from Zhang Yang, then turned around to see the indifference of his fellow disciples. He felt a little sour in his heart. You guys aren't usually like this when you beg me. Even though I mocked you a little bit, didn't I help you solve your problems? He silently flew back to the most central island, the largest island in the entire Thousand Chance Lake now. This place, the Shuyiguan's true stronghold in the Thousand Chance Lakes, was easy to defend and hard to attack. Dressed in a purple Taoist robe, Zisu was a female Taoist. Although the figure was covered by the Taoist robe, the body was as enchanting as it could be. Seeing that Qingsu had returned, Zisu smiled. Senior brother, you've come back just in time to help see what kind of magic treasure these materials can be refined into. This is your specialty. Hurry up and get busy. It won't be long before we all go to war. Oh, Qingsu looked towards those heavenly treasures, his heart incomparably excited. Those materials he wanted to refine the magic treasure. There were so many of them here. He didn't say much to Violet Void either, so he started picking and choosing. Zisu looked at Qingsu and smiled, and without Qingsu counting more, she went to busy herself. A few of their top-tier heavenly prides were among the few who wouldn't be taunted by Qingsu, and their relationship with Qingsu could only be considered good. However, Qingsu's reputation in the same sect was too bad, and they didn't want to go overboard to befriend Qingsu, a genius who specializes in refining weapons. Then just do a good job of refining weapons. This time the Shuyiguan entered the Heaven's Pride battlefield with not only Qingsu, but there were actually 5 other refiners. With so many fellow disciples, if we just rely on Qingsu alone, how long would we have to refine it? The other 5 refiners were also picking and choosing their materials to refine their magic treasures. Here is where their merit comes into play. Don't move that material. I have use for it, Qingsu said as he pointed at the material in the hands of a refiner. That refiner frowned. This Inferno Crystal Stone is a good material for refining fire-type magic treasures. I see that all those materials in your hand, senior brother, are not for refining fire-type magic treasures, right? Qingsu smiled proudly. Are you trying to compete with me in refining weapons? Or do you want to teach me the basics of weapon refining? You only see the mismatch between the Inferno Crystal Stone and the materials in my hand. How do you know that these materials, themselves, are in the genus of the 5 elements and can be mutually exclusive? No wonder your level of weapon refining is still so poor after so many years of cultivation. That refiner was disliked with fire in his heart. Knowing that you have a high level of refining, you can't talk so nonchalantly, right? Give me the Inferno Crystal Stone. Qingsu reached out and looked at the refiner nonchalantly. That refiner endured and endured, but in the end, he threw the Inferno Crystal Stone at Qingsu and left in a huff. The other fellow disciples beside him saw Qingsu shaking his head. That's why Green Void has attracted so much hate over the years. Qingsu got the Inferno Crystal Stone, then picked out some more materials, returned to his place, and started refining the weapon. His own intelligence was not low, and he knew that leaving with these high-level materials at this time would definitely not work. Therefore, he had to properly refine a few magic treasures for the others before he could leave. On the other hand, Zhang Yang waited silently. He told Situ Mingyue and the Tiger Demon not to move around, and he himself patrolled around every day for fear of other problems. This was the junction of the Cloud Palace and the Shuyiguan. If he was discovered, then he would be in huge trouble, especially if it was discovered by the Cloud Palace. It would be even more troublesome. One day passed just like that. Seeing that 6 days had passed, Situ Mingyue shook her head and said, "Eldest senior brother, why don't we leave? This place is in a dangerous situation. It's best to stay away from their great sect. Zhang Yang frowned. He was now unsure if Qing Su had appeared otherwise or if this Qing Su kid had shaken him up. There is still one more day. We have to wait, Zhang Yang said slowly. Even if we have to leave, we have to wait until after tomorrow. Since I promised to wait for him for 7 days, I must find a way to wait for him for 7 days. The next day was the appointed time with Green Hollow. Zhang Yang brought Sita Mingyue and the Tiger Demon and once again entered the Shou Yiguan territory. In the past few days, Zhang Yang wasn't just wandering around, he had already picked the direction of retreat. In case there was a problem, he could retreat in time. You guys just stand guard here. If something happens, retreat towards the Cloud Palace. Zhang Yang instructed Sita Mingyue and the Tiger Demon. Then, he picked himself a place nearby with an open view and used his scope to look far in the direction of the Thousand Chance Lakes. From early morning to sunset, Zhang Yang's frown was getting tighter and tighter and there was some helplessness in his heart. It looks like it was shaken up by this kid, Qingshu. He was a little speechless. As dusk approached, he was ready to retreat, and it looked like Green Void wasn't going to come. Just as he was about to retreat, he noticed figures appearing in the scope. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Green Void. However, there was actually someone beside Qingshu. Zhang Yang hurriedly raised his scope and looked further behind Qingshu, as well as to the left and right. After searching for a long time, he found that there was just one person accompanying Qingsu, or a female Taoist. Zhang Yang pondered. What kind of situation was this? He contemplated for a long time. Qingshu and that female Taoist had already entered within range, and were only 700 or 800 meters away from that mountain. Zhang Yang instantly raised his barret and aimed at the female Taoist, activating the rune. A projectile shot towards the female Taoist. At this time, he didn't care how pretty that female Taoist looked, or what relationship that female Taoist had with Qingshu. He would first take a shot. Chapter 155, Fighting Off the Purple Void. Senior brother. It's getting dark. What are you doing running out alone? Zisu looked at Qingsu with great confusion. She felt that there was something strange about Qingsu. Qingshu suddenly disappeared for many days, and no one could find out where it went, and then it suddenly came back. When he came back, he helped everyone refine a few magic treasures before going out again. Now that we've collected a lot of materials, we need to hurry up and refine the magic treasures out before we can do so. Violet Void was exhorting Qingsu. Your refining level is the highest. We're still counting on you to use those high-level materials and refine a few treasures out. Qingsu frowned and pointed at the mountain in front of him, saying, I have to go to that mountain. In fact, he wanted out 2 days ago. However, it was too conspicuous for him to leave with those high-level materials. Therefore, Qingshu had to disguise himself and spend 2 days to slightly refine those high-level materials into ordinary magic treasures to carry on his body. However, when it was time to leave, Violet Void actually followed him out. It made him a little nervous about what to do next. If Zisu knew the truth about him, he couldn't beat Zisu. Is there anything on that mountain? Violet Void looked at the mountain and frowned slightly. Could it be that you've discovered some heavenly treasures? Yes, I noticed an anomaly with a heavenly material earlier, and I just remembered it now. Qingsu replied. This lie of his does not stand up to scrutiny at all. After all, this was the Shou Yiguan's territory, and the Shou Yiguan disciples had definitely patronized that mountain. Of course, it was possible that Qingsu, as a refiner, might have found something. Therefore, Violet Void was not suspicious. Let's hurry to see if the heavenly material is still there, and hurry back after we get it. Violet Void was also indifferent. Anyway, it wasn't far away and she was strong enough, so what was there to be afraid of? Suddenly, Zisu felt a fear rise from the bottom of his heart, and with a thought, a magic treasure was activated. Dang dash! There was a loud bang as a yellowish projectile collided on top of a mirror. Sparks flying. Someone! Senior brother, be careful! Violet Void cleared her throat and a glittering vestment robe surfaced over her body, enveloping her. Bang! There was another muffled sound. The shield shook, and Zisu finally got a good look at the yellow projectile. Her expression became serious as she droned towards Qingshu. Senior brother, don't go to that mountain. Retreat back to the Thousand Chance Lake. I'll go first to see what kind of person dares to come to my Shou Yiguan range to spread their wildness. Her peak Yuaning strength, coupled with her defensive magic treasures, and a few more magic treasures in her hand, she chased after the projectiles towards the place where they were shot from. Zhang Yang saw that 2 consecutive projectiles did not work and his expression became serious. He also finally saw the strength of the top disciples of these great sects, which was hardly much different from the outside world. With so many magic treasures and the power of a Yuaning peak, even outside, it was still a hot figure, let alone in the Heaven's Pride battlefield. Zhang Yang composed himself and shot a projectile towards Violet Void. However, The peak of Yuaning coupled with a treasure artifact level defensive magic treasure was really not something that an ordinary mortal iron could break through. With a distance of 7 to 800 meters, he had only just shot 5 projectiles, and Violet Void had already arrived within 100 meters. Zhang Yang snorted coldly, put down his barret and picked up his compound bow, bending his bow and stringing an arrow. Spiritual energy was madly injected towards the bow and arrow, and the arrow sparkled with lightning as it shot towards the Violet Void. However, the bow and arrow was still helpless against Purple Void's defense. This kind of magic treasure can't help me. Zisu droned out. Which clan are you from? Seeing that your strength is not bad, stay and work for my Shou Guan, and let you go after leaving the Heaven's Pride battlefield. Zhang Yang had only shot 3 arrows, and Purple Void was already approaching the 20-meter range. That's if Violet Void was carefully wary of bows and arrows and the inexplicable projectile. Otherwise it would have been close. Zhang Yang looked at the approaching Violet Void and put away his bow and arrow as well. Then, he silently poured in his spiritual energy and mobilized the laws of heaven and earth. In the absence of bows and arrows and projectiles being fired, Violet Hollow slowed down instead. Judging from the 2 previous tactics, this opponent hiding in the shadows was not simple at all. If she hadn't obtained the magic treasure left behind by the previous Heaven's Pride battlefield seniors, she might have died from the first blow just now. Therefore, while she mobilized her power and prepared to fight, she slowly approached while saying, I am Shou Guan Zisu, one of the people in charge of Shou Guan in this Heaven's remarkable battlefield, and I use my reputation to guarantee that all of the conditions that were promised to you are all valid. We at Shou Guan don't like to fight. You can completely trust us. Zhang Yang looked at Zisu with some surprise. Did this female Taoist have a bag in her head? How can you be so naive at a time like this? It was good to be naive. He could use more spiritual energy to mobilize more laws of heaven and earth. Finally, Violet Void stepped into the grass where Zhang Yang was, just 7 or 8 meters away. Zhang Yang snorted coldly. Is the Purple Void of Shou Guan great? Are we, Cloud Palace, inferior to your Shou Guan? Stupid woman, how dare you come so close to me? Suffer death. He released all the power of the laws of heaven and earth that he had mobilized for so long. Rumble. There was a loud bang, and instantly heaven and earth changed color. A bullthick thunderbolt densely descended from the sky, indiscriminately covering all the space within a 30-meter radius. Violet Void was shocked, completely unable to believe the scene in front of him. This sight of turning into a sea of thunder. I'm afraid it's not touching the Yuanshan realm, is it? Everyone had just entered the Heaven's Pride battlefield not long ago, and it was simply impossible for there to be a Yuanshan realm, which meant that the opposite side had a very terrifying magic treasure. This also meant that the person hiding was most likely one of the most important people in the Cloudsoar Palace. The most central Heaven's Pride of the Cloudsoaring Palace was ambushing here. Wouldn't it be just one person? The more Violet Void thought about it, the more scared she became, and with great fear in her heart, she turned her head and ran. She activated her defensive magic treasure with all her might and retreated dramatically as a bullthick lightning bolt kept falling under the defensive shield, and the light of the mirror in her hand, along with the magic robe she was wearing, were all weakening. Finally, she was out of the minefield. Just as she was breathing a sigh of relief, a burning rocket shot against her defense shield, sputtering sparks. It was followed by arrow after arrow. Violet Void, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, was startled in her heart when she realized that the light of her defensive vestments and the mirror in her hand were getting weaker and weaker. If the magic treasure was destroyed, wouldn't she be dead? Originally, she had thought that there was an ambush from the Cloud Palace here, and now that such a situation had occurred, Zisu instantly didn't dare to stay any longer and flew away in the direction of the Thousand Chance Lake. Zhang Yang lowered his bow and arrow, and by the time he shot the second pellet, he could no longer see Zisu's shadow. Only after seeing Violet Void fly away did Zhang Yang pick up his barret on his back, pick up his compound bow, and go in search of Green Void. Qingshu actually took one look at the yellowish projectile and he knew that it was Zhang Yang who had struck. He was worried about how to get away. And now that Zhang Yang had appeared and lured away Zisu, he immediately hid his figure. While hiding his figure, he was also a bit worried. Zisu was so powerful. Could Zhang Yang handle it? However, he was truly stunned by that next scene. The thunder and lightning in the sky was like rain falling down. This is the kind of Dao that a Jindan stage can make? He was especially dumbfounded when he saw that Zisu was beaten away by Zhang Yang even with his magic treasure. That was one of the top heavenly prides of Shou Guan. Seeing Zhang Yang walking over, Qingshu revealed her figure and looked at Zhang Yang enviously. How exactly do you cultivate? Teach me, will you? Chapter 156 Misunderstandings. Zhang Yang retreated towards the Cloud Palace with Qingshu, and even left some traces on purpose, which looked like they were accidentally left behind. Especially Zhang Yang also from the Qingshu body. Get some unimportant belongings. pretending to unintentionally dropped on the ground. Once they entered the Cloud Palace area, they circled out from the Cloud Palace area again and advanced towards the front. It was only after he completely broke away from the area of the two big clan strongholds that Zhang Yang relaxed and happily patted Qingshu and asked, "How was it? Did you get it?" "Look." Qingshu took out a few magic treasures. "I just refined those materials inside the magic treasures, which is why I was delayed for 2 more days. Don't worry, none of these materials were damaged, and they can continue to be used afterwards." Great. Zhang Yang was happy. On the one hand, Qingshu really came as promised, which meant that Qingshu could be trusted in the future. On the other hand, Qingshu actually did get the materials. Those were the materials that the show audience had carefully searched for, and some of them were even very precious top materials. Qingshu's expression was a bit torn. There is still one more material missing, so I can start refining it. I've looked at it carefully, the show Guan doesn't even have it. It has to be somewhere else. What materials? Zhang Yang inquired. Thunder Crystal Stone. Qingshu looked serious. This is a very important piece of material. One could even say that the amount of power exerted depends on the quality of the Thunder Crystal Stone. This thing is rarely seen outside, let alone in the Heaven's Pride battlefield. Zhang Yang said smilingly, "It's okay, so many materials have found a way to prepare it. It's not just a piece of Thunder Crystal Stone, there is definitely a way to solve it." Qingshu's brows furrowed and he contemplated for a moment before saying, "I've thought about it carefully. In the entire Heaven's remarkable battlefield, only the stone forest controlled by Guiyuan Temple can possibly produce Thunder Crystal Stones anymore. However, Thunder Crystal Stones are very precious, and I'm afraid they wouldn't take them out even if they had them. The stone forest of the Guiyuan Temple is on the other side of the Heaven's Pride battlefield, and it's several hundred miles to get over there, in which you have to pass through the strongholds of the other great sects." Zhang Yang pondered for a while before asking, "How is the relationship between Shi Guan and Guiyuan Temple? Can you go to them for an exchange?" "It's probably difficult." Qingshu shook his head. Shui Guan and Guiyuan Temple can only be said to have no conflicts, and it's impossible to say how close they are. Moreover, we don't have the heavenly materials to exchange for Thunder Crystal Stones. Zhang Yang laughed. "We have dozens of ID tags." Qingshu froze for a moment and looked at Zhang Yang with some surprise. "Actually willing to part with those ID cards?" Zhang Yang shrugged. "Exchange it to them first, then we'll go and grab it back. Then let's go to the stone forest first." Qingshu nodded. Zhang Yang agreed and decided to rest for a night before advancing. He took a return to origin pill to allow his spiritual energy to continuously recover and remain in a perfect state at all times. And at this time in the Thousand Chance Lake, several core figures of the show Guan sat together with serious expressions, looking at the somewhat wretched Zisu. "I was careless this time," Violet Void said fiercely. "I really didn't expect that the Cloud Palace actually had such a powerful character." The two long-range attack magic treasures in his hands are comparable to flying swords, although the power is only the weakest flying sword. However, the materials are very common. In addition, there was also an incomparably powerful magic treasure that could mobilize the laws of the heavens and earth on a large scale, forming a sea of thunder. Conservatively estimated, the power is around a 5th-grade treasure weapon. She thought that the burst of thunder sea was formed by a magic treasure. Spirit Void, who had a thin face, slowly said, "The Cloud Palace does have enough depth to have such power. However, I'm afraid that the one who can exert this kind of power is also one of the most central figures. How is it that people like this are out in force now? By the way, senior sister Zisu, why did you go to that place?" Zisu said helplessly. Xingsu said that he found some precious spirit material on that mountain and had to make a trip. "Seeing that it's getting late, I'll just have to follow and make the trip." She looked at the crowd and said, "I know that none of you really like Green Hollow, but his abilities are really what we need. By the way, what about Green Hollow?" The crowd looked at each other. "Yeah, where's Green Void?" However, when it was time to look for Qingshu, he realized that Qingshu had disappeared. Everyone usually didn't care much about Qingshu, so no one reacted to the fact that Qingshu wasn't actually here for a long time. "He should have returned when I was attacked." Zisu frowned. "Go see where he lives." Soon after, word returned that there was no one. Everyone froze. How come it's still gone? He left for many days last time, so he's not running off somewhere this time, is he? Spirit Void said. "This matter is afraid that it's not simple." Violet Void frowned. "An important person from the Cloud Palace appeared at the place where we meet, and Qing Void discovered that there are treasures in that place. Is there some connection?" After deliberating for a long time, the people decided to go to that mountain tomorrow to have a look first, or at least to find Qingshu before doing so. However, by the time they went to search, they only found traces entering within the Cloud Palace stronghold, and Qingshu was nowhere to be found. After a careful search, they found Qingshu's belongings. Then, Shou Yiguan sent someone into the Cloud Palace stronghold and went to ask the Cloud Palace for someone. But where can the Cloud Palace hand them over? The atmosphere was tense as the two great clans became wary of each other. On the other hand, Zhang Yang's few people were walking in a barren area. Through this area, in front of us is the stronghold of the 10,000 Spirit Sect. Qingshu pointed ahead. There is a huge forest in that place, and there are a lot of heavenly treasures in it. It's the misty forest of the 10,000 Spirit Sect. According to the rumors, the 10,000 Spirit Sect has laid down formations in the maze forest, and those who don't know the entrances and exits can easily get lost in the formations and end up in the hands of the 10,000 Spirit Sect. Oh, Zhang Yang was a bit curious. Are their formations powerful? Very powerful. Qing Su nodded. This was set up by a formation genius 600 years ago, and that formation genius is the current harmonization realm elder of the 10,000 Spirit Sect, Li Fangzhou. Zhang Yang nodded. I've heard it from fourth uncle. That was one of the formation Dao practitioners that Bai Lingzi wished to discuss. So, this misty forest is troublesome. Qingshu pointed at the woods in front of him in a radius of over 10 miles. Such a large forest. If we were to go around from the side, we don't know how many days we would have to go around. So much time would have to be wasted. Zhang Yang looked at the misty forest. It was really hard to go around such a big forest. As for flying over, do you really think that the group of people from the 10,000 Souls sect are blind? If someone dared to fly over their stronghold, I'm afraid that the people of the 10,000 Spirits sect would kill them. Zhang Yang pondered for a moment and suddenly said, 600 years ago, Arc Li's level of formations. I don't think it should have been much more powerful, right? Chapter 157, Meeting an Acquaintance. Zhang Yang suddenly remembered that this formation was laid 600 years ago. 600 years ago, Li Fangzhou was only a genius in the Dao of formation. Even if his level was high, how high could it be? I've also studied the formation. So let's try how powerful the Misty Forest formation is before deciding whether or not to go through it. Zhang Yang approached the woods cautiously. He was actually afraid that the formation would be too strong and he would fall inside the Misty Forest. After all, Formation Master Li Fangzhou was too famous. At the very beginning, Zhang Yang did not feel any traces of a formation. He was worried that it was because Arc Li's formation level was so high that he didn't see it and backed away. Only after making sure there were no formations did he begin to gradually go deeper. Soon, he sensed traces of the formation. So it's just a simplest illusion formation. It really scared me. Zhang Yang was speechless. Perhaps there are powerful formations in the depths of the Lost Forest. But it wasn't as if they were entering the depths of the Misty Forest now, but rather, they were just trying to scrape the edges to get through the Misty Forest. Once again, he returned to the edge of the Misty Forest and said to the crowd waiting outside, "Let's go. There's no problem getting through the Misty Forest. Follow my footsteps and don't wander off." The two men and the tiger behind them followed. "Don't go askew. Otherwise it would be a joke if we go straight into the depths of the Wanling Sect's stronghold." Zhang Yang reminded the others and was himself paying attention to the route forward. But even Zhang Yang couldn't be sure that the direction hadn't gone astray. Because they had entered the depths of the Misty Forest, the trees that were as thick as a hug covered the sky, and it was impossible to see where they were going. At this point, one would have to risk flying up into the treetops to quietly watch for the correct direction. After entering the Misty Forest for a good half a day, suddenly, the tiger demon stepped forward and gently pickpocketed Zhang Yang with its paw before pointing at a huge tree with its paw. He smelled the scent of the living, coming from inside that tree. Zhang Yang looked stern and raised his hand to give that big tree a shot. But in the end, he did not. He felt strange. Who was hiding within the area of the 10,000 Souls sect and what did they want? He signaled towards Qingshu, Situ Mingyue, and the tiger demon. And the four of them surrounded the large tree. Then Zhang Yang's spiritual sense probed towards the inside of the tree and found that no one was there. Could it be that the tiger demon sensed it wrong? He said coldly, "Come out. If you don't come out, I'll burn the whole tree." Zhang Yang. The sound came out of the tree. And then there was a loosening and uncovering of the bark. And a man came out of the tree. It turned out that someone had hollowed out the trunk of the tree and was hiding inside. Zi Yan. Zhang Yang frowned and asked, "Why are you here?" He looked at Zi Yan warily. Not negligent because Zi Yan was an acquaintance. "I'll leave with you guys." Zi Yan didn't reply. Instead, she was a bit anxious. Zhang Yang looked at Zi Yan who was unmoved and asked back, "You still haven't told me why you are here?" Zi Yan was in a hurry. "Hurry up and leave this place before we talk. I will tell you guys about it when the time comes. Right now, the people from the 10,000 Spirits sect are looking for me. If it wasn't for the fact that I know some secret techniques for hiding, they would have already found me." She was a bit puzzled. She had hidden it well, but she didn't expect to be found out by Zhang Yang and the others. Since Zhang Yang and the others were able to find him, the rest of the All Souls sect would be able to find her as well. Zhang Yang smiled coldly, Didn't you all defect to the 10,000 Souls sect?
This group of cultivators who had left the Qingyun continent. Zhang Yang was disgusted from the bottom of his heart.
Even when Daoist Tianxian had greeted Zhang Yang and asked him to take care of Ziyan,
Zhang Yang did not take it seriously. He'd been polite enough not to go straight for the kill. He didn't care what entanglements there were between Ziyan and the 10,000 Spirits sect, and didn't want to interfere in this matter at all. Ziyan glanced at Zhang Yang and explained with a bitter smile. When my master and the others traveled to the 10,000 Spirits sect,
I did not want to go. However,
the 10,000 Spirits sect promised conditions that as long as I went to the 10,000 Spirits sect, they would give me a spot to enter the Heaven's Pride battlefield. Because of this, Master Ancestor insisted that I go to the 10,000 Souls sect. When I went, my Master Ancestor secretly instructed me that the Heaven's Pride battlefield is a very rare opportunity, so I must grasp the opportunity. It was the insistence of Master Ancestor that I went to the 10,000 Souls continent. In fact, the one who really treats me well in the Tianxian sect is Master Ancestor, who is training me as the inheritor of the Tianxian sect. Zhang Yang was silent for a moment before asking, why are the people from the All Souls sect looking for you now? He slightly changed his opinion of Ziyan a little bit. However, he didn't completely believe Ziyan's words either. This Heaven's Pride battlefield. Anything could happen for the sake of heavenly treasures. Let's leave here first, shall we? Ziyan said with a bitter smile. Even you guys were able to find me. I'm afraid it won't take long for the people of the 10,000 Spirits sect to find me as well. It's not us who found you. It's Wang Kai who smelled you. Zhang Yang said indifferently. Besides, if the people from the 10,000 Souls sect are looking for you, it's just the right time to kill them. Ziyan looked at Zhang Yang speechlessly. That was the pride of the 10,000 Spirit sect. Who was killing who? However, she now also finally understood how she was found. Obviously she had used secret methods to avoid spiritual sense detection. It turned out to be a smell leak. Seeing that Zhang Yang insisted on asking for clarification, Ziyan could only say, I don't know if you've heard of Zhou Qing of the 10,000 Souls sect? Before Zhang Yang could reply, Qingxiu, who was next to him, nodded and said, I've heard of it. It's said to be a famous lecher who specializes in making a move on female cultivators. Ziyan glanced at Qingxiu and then looked at Zhang Yang, saying, this Zhou Qing cultivates the yin-yang harmony technique, a unique technique of the 10,000 Souls sect, in which dual cultivation of a female cultivator is required. Zhang Yang frowned and did not say anything. Qingxiu was beside him and said again, I have also heard of the yin-yang harmony technique. It is said that dual cultivation is also beneficial to the female cultivator's side. Whether this is the case or not I don't know. Ziyan couldn't help but ask, who is this fellow Daoist? I am guarding. Before Qingxiu could finish, Zhang Yang interrupted Qingxiu and said, he is a mountain guardian Taoist priest. So, Zhou Qing took a liking to you and you ran away? Zhang Yang always felt that this seemed a bit mysterious. Ziyan said fiercely, this time, when I followed my master and them to the 10,000 Spirits continent, their 10,000 Spirits sect didn't pay any attention to us at all. Rather, it was my master and the others who were still bent on flattering the All Souls sect. It was also my master who took the initiative to contact the All Souls sect after hearing about Zhou Qing. This time, when he entered the Heaven's Pride battlefield, Zhou Qing moved. I think that they of the All Souls sect are really disgusting, and I am going to take advantage of this meeting to leave the All Souls continent. So, after following their All Souls sect operation for a few days, I found a chance to take one of their heavenly treasures and escape. Anyway, with my secret technique, all I have to do is hide inside the trees, and I can completely wait until the end of the Heaven's Pride battlefield before going out. She didn't say specifically what the heavenly material was. Zhang Yang looked deeply at Ziyan. He knew that things were not that simple. How about I can give you the heavenly treasures and you take me away? Ziyan looked at Zhang Yang. Sita Mingyue took a wary glance at Ziyan. Her gaze turned to Zhang Yang and said, eldest senior brother, I'm afraid it's a bit inappropriate for us to bring her with us. Zhang Yang pondered for a moment before slowly asking, it's fine to follow us. You have to contribute. However, we won't guarantee your life or death. Also, all the chances you encounter on the way have nothing to do with you. He saw that Ziyan was about to speak and his attitude cooled down. Since the moment you left the Green Cloud continent, I no longer trust you guys. However, I will give your master ancestor face and try to bring you out alive. Of course, if you don't know what's good for you, I don't care if you die. Even if it goes against my principles, it's not impossible for me to directly step in and finish you off. Ziyan nodded her head slightly as she agreed to Zhang Yang's conditions. Situ Mingyue didn't say anything else. The crowd once again traveled through the misty forest. Only this time there was one more Ziyan. Zhang Yang, on the other hand, did not bother to ask Ziyan what was the heavenly treasure that she stole from the 10,000 Spirits sect from the beginning to the end. Chapter 158, Why don't you go and rob it?
The addition of one more person to Zhang Yang's team didn't make much of a difference, and the extra Ziyan didn't blend in with the group.
She herself was aware of the situation and followed silently without speaking.
Only Situ Mingyue, in the dark, kept sizing up Ziyan. She had heard that this Ziyan had almost become eldest brother's Taoist couple.
It took 2 days before Zhang Yang and the others carefully crossed the misty forest and reached the other end. What lay across the crowd was a 100 or 200 meter wide, bottomless crack. Facing this crack, Qingshu's expression turned serious as he said, "Everyone should be careful not to fall inside. According to the records of various great sects, those who fell in have never been seen coming out again." Throughout the Heaven's Pride battlefield, there were several such cracks that could roughly divide the Heaven's Pride battlefield into 4 major regions.
Where these cracks come from, no one knows,
but the dangers of these cracks have been proven over 3,000 years.
Zhang Yang looked at the cracks.
He knew where those cracks came from, because the Heaven's remarkable battlefield did not belong here in the first place, but was part of the spirit pool of creation. And the spirit pool of creation is the place where immortals, demons, and ghosts obtain their chances. It just so happens that these cracks divide the whole area into 4 main zones. However, the information about the spirit pool of creation was known to the devils, except for Zhang Yang and Qing Yunzi.
Zhang Yang looked towards the opposite bank,
which looked like a wilderness area, with no silhouettes in sight.
However, he still took out his scope and scrutinized the opposite bank, and sure enough, he saw that there were indeed some sneaky cultivators hiding on the opposite bank.
The Heaven's Pride battlefield had been around for so many years, and many people who were familiar with the Heaven's Pride battlefield had already come up with all sorts of ways to deal with the Heaven's Pride battlefield. And for most of the less powerful, hiding at the edge of a deep ditch and waiting for a sneak attack is a good option. Zhang Yang used his scope to silently look for people hiding on the opposite bank, and he only found 5 cultivators hiding in the wilderness area.
He didn't find more for a while. Then,
Zhang Yang looked at the people around him. The tiger demon couldn't fly for the time being,
so only 2 people could grab and fly there. After contemplating for a moment, he then said to Ziyan, "You go over first. There are 5 cultivators hiding on the opposite side. Be careful as you fly over. I'll meet you at the back." Ziyan's heart sank. There were 5 Yuaning cultivators hiding on the opposite side. Letting her fly over? Wouldn't you be dead if you were knocked off the crack? Zhang Yang did not care about Ziyan and said to Qingsu, "After she sets off, you follow closely. When you reach the opposite side, grab a position in case more people are hiding among them. Other than that, leave it to me." "No problem." Qingshu trusted Zhang Yang 100%. Zhang Yang took out his barret, aimed across the room, and instructed Ziyan, "Now go." Ziyan coldly glared at Zhang Yang as the ground flew towards the opposite side.
She had no other choice.
The few cultivators hiding on the opposite side,
seeing someone flying over, instantly prepared their attacking spells and waited until the person flying over landed to blast him in one fell swoop.
Immediately afterward, they saw that someone else actually flew over from the opposite side.
The few Yuaning stage that were hidden were overjoyed. Today it looked like they were going to get rich. The prey they've been waiting for so long has finally taken the bait.
The attention of several cultivators was all on Ziyan and Qingsu, only thinking of killing the 2,
harvesting their identity cards, and harvesting their chi luck. It was just that they hadn't even imagined that there was something that could take them out without any aura fluctuations from a distance of several hundred meters. The body of a Yuaning stage that was about to strike flew out,
dying horizontally on the spot. Another Yuaning stage ready to strike dies again.
After Ziyan and Chengsu slowly flew across the rift, the 200-meter distance flew for more than 10 seconds. And in more than 10 seconds, the opposite side's attention was all attracted to the Yuaning stage. And one by one, they died horizontally on the spot, not even knowing how they died until they died. Ziyan, who was originally harboring resentment in her heart and was ready to meet the battle, simply couldn't believe it when she reached the opposite side peacefully. "Where did the monks go? What are you waiting for? Be on guard." Qingshu glanced at Ziyan. "The heavens gave you pretty looks. Why don't they give you more brains?" Ziyan only now realized how this Taoist priest's mouth was a bit poisonous. She held back her anger and suspicion, and also became wary. It was only at this time that Zhang Yang and Situ Mingyue grabbed the tiger demon and crossed the rift.
Zhang Yang and Situ Mingyue brought the tiger demon across the rift peacefully and put the tiger demon down.
Zhang Yang pointed at the tiger demon's head and said,
"Wang Kai, remember this well. If it wasn't for me,
not only would you not be able to get any benefits in this Heaven's Pride battlefield,
you would have died long ago. After you go out, if you dare to show your teeth to me again, I will skin you and cut your whip."
The tiger demon's head rubbed against Zhang Yang's body for a while,
indicating that he understood. And Ziyan, who was next to her, muttered in her heart, "Is this pointing at me?" She silently walked to the side,
and then she saw the corpses.
It was only at this time that she finally understood why those cultivators didn't make a move.
She stared blankly at the corpses, not understanding why a Yuaning cultivator had his head knocked off.
What are you looking at? Don't you know to pick up the marks and useful things on them? Zhang Yang said to Ziyan without any humor. Look at the others. How diligent are they? Situ Mingyue and the tiger demon.
Both had already finished cleaning up the battlefield. The two of them realized that the only thing that was given to them to do was to clean up the battlefield,
and they couldn't help with anything else. Oh, Ziyan endured her nausea and searched out the seal and some of the things on that Yuaning's body. Then, the people put their things on the tiger demon's back and stepped into the wilderness to enter a new area. At this time, Ziyan realized how strange this team was. Obviously Zhang Yang is a Jindan. Why do people listen to him? Why don't people have the same tension they had at the Heaven's Pride battlefield? Also, what was that thing with no aura fluctuation on Zhang Yang's back? How did those monks die just now? Many questions that were bothering Ziyan.
After walking inside the wilderness for more than 10 miles, they finally saw a small stronghold with only 5 or 6 people.
5 or 6 Yuaning stage. Seeing someone approaching, immediately went on guard.
When Zhang Yang and the others realized that there were only 5 or 6 Yuaning stage,
they didn't make the first move, but went forward and asked, "Where are you guys from?" "We come from the snow region," one of the Yuaning stage replied.
Zhang Yang smiled and asked,
"Are there any heavenly treasures here?"
The 5 men shook their heads,
and one of them, a Yuaning stage, said, "We aren't strong enough, so we can only pick up the pieces in places like this. Unfortunately, it's all ordinary stuff that can be found outside."
They were still very honest when they saw Zhang Yang and the others strutting over, and there were about the same number of them, especially since a few of them were obviously carrying magic treasures.
Zhang Yang smirked and asked, "Are you guys willing?"
A Yuaning stage asked in surprise.
"What do you mean?"
Zhang Yang smiled and said, "Everyone is entering the heaven's remarkable battlefield to look for a chance. Everyone else is picking up heavenly treasures while you,
on the other hand, can only pick up garbage in a place like this. Are you willing to do that?"
The 5 Yuaning stage laughed bitterly.
"So what if they were unwilling? Why don't you go and rob them?"
Zhang Yang smiled as he looked at a few Yuaning stage.
"Why don't you join my team and let's go rob those big clans together?" Chapter 159. Who are you calling a coward?
Zhang Yang had entered the Heaven's Pride battlefield for such a long time, and he was also considering the question of how to get greater benefits. Undoubtedly, the greatest benefits were in 2 places, one being the Spirit Hall of Creation in the center, and the other being the strongholds occupied by those great sects. However, all of these places were already held by several large sects. After thousands of years of operation before and after, these strongholds are not to say impregnable, but almost. The Spirit Hall of Creation in the center was similarly guarded by those great clans joining forces, so if they wanted to take it down, there was no chance for a moment. With no way to raise his cultivation level very quickly, Zhang Yang thought of the only way to combine his efforts. This Heaven's Pride battlefield, in addition to those large clans, scattered clans gathered, is also a very remarkable power.
The 5 Yuaning stages of the snowy domain looked at Zhang Yang dumbfounded,
thinking that this was a madman,
right? Want to go besiege the strongholds of those big clans?
Not to mention the question of whether or not they could take it down.
Even if they did,
they had messed with those great clans, so how would they live after they left the Heaven's Remarks battlefield?
"We won't go."
The 5 Snow Regions Yuaning stages shook their heads. Zhang Yang smiled as he looked at the 5 Snow Regions Yuaning stage and said, "I know that you guys have concerns, but you are afraid of messing with those big clans.
But what if they don't know your identities? Besides, if we join forces and kill them all, won't there be no problem at all?" The 5 Snow Domains Yuaning stage looked at the little cutie,
looking at Zhang Yang like,
"What strength do you have that you actually want to kill those people from the big clans?"
Zhang Yang smiled proudly.
"To be honest, asking you to join us is giving you a chance.
During the time we entered the Heaven's Pride battlefield,
we were doing one thing, and that was in uniting the others.
So far we have contacted more than 20 strongholds, the larger ones with more than 10 people,
and the smaller ones as you have, with only 4 or 5 people. In other words, our combined Yuaning stage has now exceeded 100 people." The 5 Snow Domains Yuaning stage looked at Zhang Yang with a suspicious expression.
Zhang Yang was a bit angry. "What kind of eyes do you guys have?
Do you think I am cheating you? Look, how many identity marks do I have here?
These seals were handed over to me from each stronghold as a defection.
Even you are the same. If you are willing to join us, then hand over a seal of identity as your sincerity. How else am I supposed to trust you guys?"
The 5 Snow Region Yuaning looked at the pile of seals in Zhang Yang's hands and their scalps tightened.
If we follow Zhang Yang's words, wouldn't we really contact dozens of strongholds? As for killing so many people, the 5 Yuaning looked Zhang Yang and the others up and down. 3 Yuaning, 1 Jindan, and 1 Tiger Demon. How could they not beat dozens of Yuaning stage? Their brows couldn't help but furrow. obviously already pondering the possibility of this matter. Zhang Yang smiled mysteriously. Besides, we still have insiders inside some big clans. For example, the one next to me is from the All Souls Sect, and she has already figured out all the arrangements of the All Souls Sect. And this other one was from the Shou Iguan. We're currently already planning to make a move on one of the strongholds. And when that happens, we'll have a constant supply of heavenly materials and treasures. And if you guys share these heavenly materials and treasures, I'm afraid it won't be long before you break through to the Yuanshan realm. The 5 Snow Region Yuaning brows furrowed and stretched. So repeatedly, obviously in an uncertain state of mind. If there was a chance to obtain heavenly treasures, who could easily let it go? However, the consequences of offending those big clans are something they can't afford. Zhang Yang looked at the 5 Yuaning who were still hesitant and smiled coldly. 5 cowards, since you are unwilling, forget it. Everyone else enters the Heaven's Pride battlefield to snatch the Chi-Luck, and they all do it to snatch the heavenly treasures. And the few of you are actually hiding like rats picking up trash in the Heaven's Pride battlefield. Your clan went to great lengths to cultivate you, and gave you the resources to enter the Heaven's Pride battlefield, just so you could come and pick up trash. Ha! He turned back to Qingshu and the others and said, let's go find those who are bold and don't have much contact with this kind of garbage picker. After a rousing round, the 4 men and the tiger were ready to leave the 5 snow domains Yuaning stage. Although they had cultivated to the Yuaning realm, they were in the end young people. Being provoked by Zhang Yang, a wave of anger could not be held back in his heart. Actually calling them cowards? How dare you call them garbage collectors? As they thought of the high hopes the sect had placed in them, they couldn't help but stand up angrily. Who is timid? Are you the only ones who are bold? Isn't it just besieging those big clans? Who doesn't dare anymore? Zhang Yang looked askance at the 5 Yuaning, although he did not say anything. However, his attitude was already revealed. The 5 Yuaning were even so angry that they jumped up, pointing at Zhang Yang and shouting angrily, how dare you belittle us? We can join you. However, we are going to duel with you, and this is the price you pay for belittling us. There are 5 of us. You can choose any one of us to duel with. Zhang Yang agreed. After a moment, the 5 Yuaning stopped talking and stood in front of Zhang Yang with a stifled expression. They were puzzled as to why a Jindan's spiritual energy was so deep. However, when they saw those magic treasures in Zhang Yang's hands, they felt that this team was quite something. In their opinion, it was absolutely impossible for a small group of a few people to gather so many heavenly materials and treasures. So there's really a whole bunch of people behind these guys. One of the first of the 5 snow domain Yuaning stood out and gave his seal. We agreed to join you, but you just said that you have a way to hide your identity. It's not that we're afraid of those big clans, we're just worried about getting into trouble with the clan. So I hope you can understand. Understood. Zhang Yang took the seal casually. Then, he instructed Qingshu, Daoist, show them your level of weaponsmithing. Zi Yen, show them the secret method of evading spiritual awareness. Qingshu cooperatively demonstrated the level of weaponsmithing, and Zi Yen hesitated for a moment before obediently demonstrating the secret method of evading spiritual awareness. Then, Zhang Yang said seriously, when the time comes, we will refine many masks, each of which can hide our identities, so we can all charge those people from the big clans with confidence and boldness. No matter what happens, you don't have to worry. You have my Green Cloud sect at the front. You guys are afraid of those great sects, but I am not afraid at all. This time, I am going to take down all of their strongholds. At that time, we will divide all the heavenly treasures inside the stronghold together. Good. The 5 snow region Yuaning got excited. When are we going to move? Zhang Yang said seriously, we are going to contact more people before we act together. The main reason is that those big clans have too many magical treasures in their hands, and we have too few to be able to fight it all without being prepared. Right now, we are mainly at the stage of collecting materials and contacting others. If you know anyone, you can also pull them together and join us. At that time, you can share one more heavenly material treasure. The snow domain Yuaning hurriedly said, we have a few friendly clans that are also from the snow domain that have good relations, so we can contact them. They aren't far away either. They are nearby. Zhang Yang raised his eyebrows. That's fine. You'll be responsible for liaison on this side. You can use my name to contact. By the way, if you just go and liaise like this, the others may not believe you. This way, you take a few identity seals over there and show the others the power. After he finished speaking, he gave 10 seals to the snowy domain primordial infant. These things, to him, really don't matter. If he wasn't still thinking about trading thunder crystal stones with the Guiyuan temple, he could have given them all out. The 5 snow region Yuaning, this time, were completely convinced. Who doesn't know the importance of an identity seal? This was an important item that represented Qi, and it was actually given to them just like that. Don't worry, we will definitely persuade them and join us. The 5 Snow Region Yuan said excitedly. Zhang Yang nodded. You guys start contacting people, we will continue to contact the others as well. By the way, I just focused on conversation just now and didn't ask for your name. The leading Yuan smiled enthusiastically. Ba Qingyan from the Snow Region greets you. My name is Zhang Yang. Zhang, the longest bow. The Yang of divine splendor. Zhang Yang waved his hand and led a few people away. Chapter 160, Invisible? Are you sure that the few Yuan from the snow domain will definitely follow you? Ziyan looked at Zhang Yang in disbelief. Those identity marks of yours should have been hard to come by. If they roll away, won't you regret it? She really didn't understand why Zhang Yang did that. That was a seal of identity that represented Qi, and it was actually given to someone else 10 copies so generously? Zhang Yang glanced at Ziyan or explained. I just sowed a seed casually. Whether it can take root and sprout I don't know. If the 5 snowy domain metahumans really pulled together a gang, the payoff would be too great. Even if the 5 snowy region primordial infants rolled away a few identity seals, so what? These identity seals they had gotten were not easy, but they were not that difficult either. It was too cost-effective compared to the rewards. Then how many people have you pulled together elsewhere? Ziyan asked again. What do you guess? Zhang Yang asked rhetorically, not telling the truth to Ziyan. It's you. You've heard it just now, right? Those Snow Region Yuan are afraid of revealing their identities, so we need to allay their fears. This involves your secret method of avoiding psychic detection. If you're willing to give it out, give you a big credit. When there's a big favor, you can have a share. There were quite a few formations and magic treasures that evaded spiritual awareness. However, it was difficult to realize the formation, especially on top of a small mask. As for the magic treasure that evaded the detection of spiritual sense, the level of that magic treasure must not be low, and Zhang Yang could not possibly use so many materials to refine a mask. Therefore, the method of avoiding spiritual sense fell on top of that secret method of Ziyan's. Ziyan hesitated and didn't answer for a long time. Zhang Yang didn't rush either and was still continuing to lead the team forward. Ziyan waited and considered for a long time before finally saying, I can hand over the secret method. What conditions? Zhang Yang asked. Ziyan slowly said, bring me back to the Tianxian sect in the Qingyan continent. Although she was now dodging the trouble of the 10,000 spirit sect, if she left the Heaven's Pride battlefield, Su Mingyang and the others would definitely bring her back to the 10,000 spirit continent. At that time, she would be in huge trouble. Although the ancestor was just outside the Heaven's Pride battlefield, she did not feel that the ancestor would be able to resist the people of the 10,000 Souls sect. To counterbalance the 10,000 spirit sect, one would still need an ancient sect like the Green Cloud sect to be able to do so. She believed that Changyan sect had such strength. Otherwise, it would be impossible to send Zhang Yang and Sita Mingyue to the Heaven's Remarks battlefield. Zhang Yang glanced at Ziyan, considered for a moment, and nodded his head in agreement. This is a secret method I obtained from a piece of turtle armor. Ziyan handed over her secret method. On that side of the turtle armor there was a piece of arcane pattern that allowed spiritual sense to pass through that pattern unhindered. I later realized that by forming that piece of pattern with my spiritual energy, I could evade the detection of my spiritual sense. And that's where the entire secret method came from. Taoist priest, try it. Zhang Yang said to Qing Su. Qing Su began refining on the spot. He simply refined a mask, and then branded the piece of graphic pattern on the mask. After he put on the mask and activated the graphic pattern, when Zhang Yang and the others used their spiritual sense to check Qing Su's face, the spiritual sense directly passed through the area covered by the mask and did not even touch Qing Su's spiritual sense. Zhang Yang felt that this piece of graphic pattern was indeed magical, and he curiously asked Qing Shu, did you sense it when your spiritual sense passed through that piece of graphic pattern? Yes. Qing Shu nodded as he removed his mask and looked at the tattooed face. The mystery it held was of great interest to him. Zhang Yang, on the other hand, was not interested in the mysteries in the pattern. He was more interested in the pattern itself. He said to Qing Shu with some excitement, if all of these patterns are refined within a pair of armor, when the armor is worn, wouldn't it be invisible to the senses of the average cultivator? If that's the case, then this piece of chartreuse is going to play a big role. In truth, after a cultivator has spiritual awareness, in the vast majority of the time, they are very trusting of their spiritual senses, especially when they couldn't see, or couldn't see with their eyes. They often used their spiritual sense to check. Now wouldn't an armor that could hide from auric detection be the equivalent of invisibility? Then at night, when those cultivators couldn't see it, a person wearing graphic armor appeared, and I'm afraid that when he walked up to most of the cultivators, they didn't even notice. This is simply a counterintuitive tool for dark assassinations. Qing Shu's eyes also lit up as he quickly realized what Zhang Yang meant. That's really a pragmatist. He was still trying to figure out the mysteries of the tattoos, and this man had directly utilized them. I have to try. Qingshu was a bit excited. If we succeed in our research, when the time comes, we'll directly kill the other strongholds within their lairs and stab them one by one. Qingshu took down those materials on the tiger demons back on the spot and started drumming them up. Zhang Yang turned back to Ziyan and said, if our research is successful, apart from definitely bringing you back to the Qingyan continent, there are great benefits that you are allowed to take twice. Thank you. Ziyan hurriedly thanked him. Her mood now is really a little complicated. Is the gap between people really so big? She'd been given this piece of chartreuse for years, and had only come up with one means of hiding it. And Zhang Yang actually thought of refining armor with this stuff and then was going to go and sneak up on other people with this armor. How did this come about? She felt that there were a lot of mysteries in Zhang Yang and was silently watching Zhang Yang, wanting to see him clearly. Next to him, Sita Mengyue saw Ziyan's appearance and had some misunderstanding. Her eyes flamed as she looked at Ziyan. Instead, it was Zhang Yang, who was looking at Qing Su in excitement. If this armor could be successfully researched, their stealthy battle team was going to get it. After he returned to Qing Yun, he would directly mass-produce it and get a stealth unit. It is best to be able to make the flying boat also get such a pattern, and directly make the invisible flying boat. If one could research invisible flying boats that could not be detected by spiritual sense, then one would be completely invisible. When the time came to fly directly to the other sects, I'm afraid that none of the other sects would be able to discover it, so that would be great. Qing Su refined a pair of armor and then inscribed the turtle armor pattern on it. At this point, the question arises. It was just a mask-sized area where the tortoise armor pattern was very effective. However, if the area is too large, the turtle armor pattern fails. Qingshu shook his head. The graphic patterns are too scattered to circumvent spiritual senses detection. What if we put the armor together in pieces the size of a mask like the turtle armor? Zhang Yang made a suggestion. Qing Su immediately changed the structure of the armor, and this time, the effects appeared. However, a new drawback also appeared. The gap between each armor piece is also impossible to block the perception of spiritual sense. It still doesn't work. There's a spirit pattern fault between the armor pieces. It can't connect into pieces and block the spirit sense from penetrating. Zhang Yang's brow furrowed as he looked at Ziyan and asked, have you found any other tortoise shells? Have you found any runic connections between the tortoise shell and other tortoise shells? Or, why don't you just give me that piece of turtle armor and we'll study it? Ziyan laughed helplessly. Outside of the Heaven's Pride battlefield, going out can give you. Zhang Yang was excited. Okay, go out and give it to me. I'll give you another big credit. If it can be researched, invisible forces will really appear. Chapter 161, A Handful of Knives. After determining that there was a problem with the connecting runes between the tortoise armor, Zhang Yang and Qingshu stopped studying the invisible armor. The Heaven's Pride battlefield had limited time and could not spend time studying these things that could not be determined. They headed in the direction of the stone forest of the Guiyuan temple and kept going. It didn't take long to come across another stronghold. It's a bit of a crowded stronghold this time around. The 12 Yuaning cultivators at the stronghold could not help but be on guard as Zhang Yang's men approached. Hello everyone. Zhang Yang smiled as he greeted the Yuanings in the stronghold. What part of the world are you all from? The Yuaning at the head said coldly. We are from the Luanjia continent. We know of you. You are from the Green Cloud sect. That's neighbors. Zhang Yang sized up the crowd and said with a smile, did you all gain anything from entering the Heaven's Pride battlefield this time? By the way, you guys are from the Luanjia continent. Why don't you follow the Luanjia sacred land? I heard that the Luanjia sacred land got a stronghold that is rich in heavenly treasures. What business is it of yours? The other Yuaning said impatiently. They would like to flatter the people of the Luanjia sacred land. But unfortunately, the Luanjia sacred land doesn't want everyone. Otherwise, they would have run here and chosen this stronghold? Zhang Yang smiled and said, if you all haven't found any better heavenly treasures, you can totally join forces with us and go after the strongholds of those big clans. We can let you hide your identities. And if something goes wrong, we, Qingyun sect, will be at the front. You just need to attack with us, and we can all take the benefits together. The leader Yuaning sneered. With just a few of you, you want to attack the strongholds of those great sects? Of course it's not just a few of us. We have contacted many people. Zhang Yang smiled faintly. I can't tell you their identities for now, but if you are also willing to join us, then we'll add up to more than 200 people. He started by blowing up the bull. In a big way. There are nearly 200 of you? The eyes of the head Yuaning couldn't help but shrink, and he subconsciously looked around. His look of wariness even stronger. Zhang Yang waved his hand. There is no need to panic. They are all still practicing in their strongholds waiting for my signal. As soon as I give the signal, they will gather and lay siege to the stronghold of a big clan. If you are also willing to join us,
You can hand over a seal as a token of sincerity for agreeing to join our alliance.
You want to cheat us out of our seals?
The other Yuaning sneered. Zhang Yang took out more than 20 seals and showed them to the people in the stronghold.
Do I need to lie to you?
These are the identity seals given by the strongholds that have agreed to join our alliance. The many Yuaning in the stronghold.
Their eyes couldn't help but widen. I can't believe there are so many marks. Did it really contact so many people?
The head Yuaning took a deep breath and said to Zhang Yang.
We need to discuss this. Zhang Yang nodded. No problem.
You guys just discuss.
Subsequently, the many Yuaning within the stronghold began to discuss.
Zhang Yang watched as those Yuaning who were discussing looked back this way from time to time.
Their eyes were still a bit off.
He turned towards the tiger demon and handed the dozen or so talismans carved from spirit wood that the tiger demon was carrying on its back to Sitamingwe.
Xingxiu and Ziyan also gave 3 pieces, and spiritually transmitted. This is a talisman. Spiritually activated. Ziyan looked at the wooden block in her hand strangely.
She had never seen a talisman this big and rough.
However, judging from the spiritual power fluctuations of the talisman, the power was not small. She was puzzled. Wasn't she persuading the group? Why did she feel that Zhang Yang was preparing to make a move? On the contrary, Situ Mingyue and Xingxiu, who had already fought in tandem with Zhang Yang many times, had already prepared their spiritual energy and silently watched the 12 Yuaning in the stronghold. Zhang Yang, on the other hand,
clasped 2 talismans in his hand and unclasped his barret and compound bow in his hand,
ready to be taken at any time. Inside the stronghold, the 12 elemental babies were exchanging spiritual awareness, not making a sound at all.
The Green Cloud Sect and the Luangia Sacred Ground have a great deal of conflict.
I'm afraid that we'll offend the Luangia Sacred Ground if we join their team. I thought they said they were hiding their identities? How to hide? Unless we kill them all.
But, look at these people from the Green Cloud Sect.
Can they be a match for the Langia Holy Land? They even ran in at the Jindan stage. How strong can they be? Then won't we miss this opportunity?
I do think this is a perfect opportunity for us. There are only 4 of them, and one of them has a Jindan stage, and one of their mounts isn't very strong,
so it's the right time to deal with them. If we are able to take them down,
and hand over those chi luck on them to the Luangia Holy Land, and then tell them the news that they are contacting the people and preparing to sneak up on the Holy Land,
the Luangia Holy Land will definitely accept us. The crowd colluded.
They all felt that instead of going against the Langia Holy Land,
it was best to take out the few people in front of them. After deliberating, the 12 Yuaning stages struck out without hesitation.
They had taken the stronghold for some time now, and had also obtained some materials to refine 2 9th-grade magic weapons. As for the rest of the Yuaning stage, it would be using the Dao with their bare hands and out of thin air. The 12 Yuaning stages had just rushed towards Zhang Yang and the others when they saw the 4 Zhang Yangs, each of them instantly appearing a wooden board in their hands, and they wondered what the plank was. Then, a plank was seen to burst open, and either a ball of lightning flew out or exploded into a ball of fire. Using the Dao through talismans could be much faster than a Yuaning cultivator running his spiritual energy and then invoking the laws of heaven and earth to use it. 4 people, throwing out a dozen planks. That's a breath of time, equivalent to a dozen Yuaning cultivators who had long been prepared to strike. A mass of flames and lightning, splitting their heads toward the 12 Yuaning inside the stronghold. Splitting the 12 Yuaning dumbfounded. They were looking for a surprise, but they didn't expect to be taken by surprise instead. The 12 Yuaning, their hands were busy fending off the spells. Zhang Yang lifted his barret and opened fire towards the Yuaning who had no defense shield. At such a close distance, aiming wasn't even necessary. One shot blasted a Yuaning stage's body into 2 and flew out, and another shot blasted a Yuaning stage whose defense shield was broken by a talisman. Then, he quickly took a shot at a Yuaning stage who was resisting 2 talismans. Finding that it did not break the defense shield, Zhang Yang added 2 more shots and finally managed to blast that Yuaning stage to death. Meanwhile, Situ Mingyue and Xingxiu, after throwing their talismans, rushed out with their 2 magic treasures, each facing an opponent. Although there were 12 Yuaning stage on the opposite side, except for 2 of them who had magic treasures, none of the others had any. Facing Situ Mingyue and Xingxiu who were holding 2 magic treasures, coupled with the talismans at their head, the 2 Yuaning stages were completely powerless to fight back and only focused on escaping. Even the tiger demon pounced out and wrapped around a Yuaning stage. Only Ziyan was confused. She was truly surprised that this group of teammates were so fierce. One moment they were smiling and inviting people to join the team, and the next moment their hands were unrelenting. Chapter 162, The Excessive Taoist Priest. Run! Run! The one in the stronghold who was the leader of the Yuaning stage hissed angrily at the crowd. He had thought that the 4 men and the tiger were weak, especially Zhang Yang. A Jindan stage was just too confusing. However, who would have thought that these guys were actually hiding a dozen or so special talismans?
Who would have thought that this group of people on the opposite side had 6 or 7 pieces of just magic treasures on them? Especially the golden-colored one in Zhang Yang's hand. The killing power is so powerful that it is completely unlike anything else, actually directly tearing people into 2 pieces. The most detestable thing was that such a powerful magic treasure did not have any spiritual fluctuation at all, so it was simply undefendable. A few had died just after the exchange of blows. How could this make the stronghold's Yuaning not be terrified? The leader of the Yuaning gave the command escape. The whole team was in complete chaos. Everyone no longer had the heart to resist, and instantly fled the stronghold. In their opinion, they didn't even want the stronghold, so Zhang Yang's men should just focus on grabbing the stronghold and shouldn't be chasing them. But they got it wrong. Zhang Yang and Situ Mingyue,
Qingshu and Tiger Demon were in hot pursuit.
Ziyan looked at those things in the stronghold, hesitated, and followed after. Zhang Yang was carrying a barret on his back and holding a compound bow, shooting arrows while chasing after them.
Situ Mingyue and Qingshu were also chasing after the Yuaning stage while using their magical treasures to make spells, which were constantly slashing at the Yuaning stage in front of them.
The Tiger Demon, on the other hand, pounced a few times,
and then launched an air cannon towards those Yuaning stages.
The few Yuaning from the Luengia continent that escaped collapsed. They couldn't run away if they resisted the spells, and if they just ran away, the defense shield wouldn't last more than 2 hits. And without the defense shield, either Zhang Yang's arrows and bullets or Situ Mingyue and Qingshu's spells could kill them.
In a short span of 2 to 3 miles, the 12 Yuaning stage of the Luengia Sacred Land died to the point that only the 2 Yuaning stage with magic treasures were still escaping.
Don't chase them, Zhang Yang shouted.
Let's go back to the stronghold and utilize the heavenly treasures they collected.
By the way,
pick up their identity seals and anything on them that can be used.
He said so, but he removed his barret and got down on the ground to aim at the 2 fleeing Yuaning stage. The 2 Yuaning stage with magic treasures were finally relieved when they heard Zhang Yang shouting that they would not chase after him. After they had escaped 400 to 500 meters, they stopped breathing heavily. Glancing back, they realized that Zhang Yang and the others really did not chase after them anymore and naturally withdrew their defense shield. He had just retracted his defense shield when one of the Yuaning stage flew out of thin air. The other Yuaning stage was shocked and hurriedly used his magic treasure to defend himself with all his might while looking to the back. However, he did not see Zhang Yang and the others, so he hurriedly turned around again and pointed his magic weapon in another direction, ready to strike at any time. He simply hadn't seen a magic treasure that could hurt someone from 700 or 800 meters away and still didn't have any aura fluctuations at all, so he thought that the sneak attacker must be not far away from his side, exposing his back out of thin air. Then, Zhang Yang stood up and said to the Tiger Demon, Wang Kai, go and pick up their magic treasures, and by the way, don't forget the identity seal. Zi Yan, who was next to him, had long been stunned. She was never expecting that the most lethal thing was actually the thing with no mana fluctuation that Zhang Yang was carrying. Moreover, the 4 of them, 1 tiger, actually took out 12 Yuaning. Of these, she was still only stalking 1, and all the rest were killed by Zhang Yang and the others. She finally realized that there was a reason why these few people were strutting around the Heaven's Pride battlefield. By this time, the Tiger Demon had run back with 2 magic treasures in its mouth, as well as 2 identity seals. Only then did the crowd return to the stronghold, picking up all those identity seals along the way, giving out 10 identity seals and getting back 12 more. Originally, I was afraid that there was no way to trade with the Guiyuan Temple, but now I shouldn't have to worry about it. Qing Su smiled reassuringly. He was eager to trade the Thunder Crystal Stones from the Guiyuan Temple and refine that particular magic treasure. That's what he's got, and he's going to validate his results. At the same time, with that one great killing weapon, they wouldn't have to fear anyone in the Heaven's Pride battlefield for a short period of time. Back in the stronghold, looking at the heavenly treasures that had yet to be disposed of, Zhang Yang instructed, Daoist, see what you need and take them all away. By the way, refine a magic treasure for Zi Yan as well, so that she can exert some strength as well. Wang Kai, come and take your medicine. These elixirs, all for you to eat. The Tiger Demon was very excited. Actually, so many spirit medicines were given to him? He was happily nibbling on the elixir when Zhang Yang smilingly patted the tiger's head. Eat more. Give me some spirit blood later and I'll carve some more talismans out. The Tiger Demon immediately felt that those elixirs didn't smell good at all, but thinking that even if he didn't eat it, he would have to give the spirit blood, he ruthlessly rolled the elixir into his stomach in 3 bites. While Qingshu was refining the magic treasure, Zhang Yang chopped down a spirit tree next to it and got it back to start carving talismans again. The Tiger Demon looked at the pile of wooden blocks, and he lay on the ground lifelessly, not wanting to move. Despite this, he cooperated and contributed his spirit blood. After all, he himself knew best that after entering the Heaven's Pride battlefield, as long as there were no elixirs that had not been refined, all of them were given to him to eat. Even some pills that quenched the body were given to him to eat. What he craved the most right now was to hurry up and improve his strength so that he could evolve the ability to speak. Otherwise, there was so much he wanted to say that he couldn't. Ziyan, who was next to him, finally realized how those talismans were made. As for Qingshu, after he finished refining the magic treasure, he looked at Zhang Yang who was taking the spirit blood to draw a talisman. Then his heart was moved and he said, "Give me some of it, so that I can also enhance the power when I am refining the magic treasure. It's best to take a bone out." The tiger demon did not hesitate to turn around and growl. Taking his spirit blood is excessive, but also taking bones. Zhang Yang smiled and said, "Just use his blood to carve talismans. Forget the rest." This time, I carved 25 talismans, all of which are explosive inflammation talismans and lightning talismans. With what we have in our hands now, we will have no problem dealing with 1 or 2 dozen Yuaning stage without magic treasures. These talismans of theirs were fast to throw out to take effect, while the Yuaning stage without magic treasures would have to be much slower in comparison to invoking the power of the laws of heaven and earth. That's the advantage. After emptying one of the strongholds, Zhang Yang and the others once again hit the road and rushed towards Stone Forest. Ziyan looked at Zhang Yang with some curiosity and asked, "How did you know that those people were going to make a move just now when they hadn't even made a move yet? Or were you already prepared for it?" Zhang Yang didn't answer. He was not a precognizer, but he was just defending himself. "What do you know?" Sito Mingyuan nonchalantly droned. Eldest senior brother is called being forewarned and saving for a rainy day, knowing their actions in advance, and thus, being ready to wait for them. Ziyan was even more surprised in her heart. Could it be that Zhang Yang was really that powerful? Chapter 163, Luck to You. Zhang Yang and the others passed through a stronghold and arrived outside the stone forest of the Guiyuan Temple. Along the way, they had persuaded 3 or 4 more strongholds just like the snowy domain genius. As for how much harvest there would be if these seeds were sown, Zhang Yang was not sure at the moment. Of course, they had also encountered many naive cultivators who wanted to murder their wealth. Therefore, the identity seals they had gotten had exceeded 70. Other materials and spirit medicines were also harvested. A big bag full of them was placed on the tiger demon's back. The tiger demon who had already eaten a lot of spiritual medicine willingly took on the role of a cow and horse. He was willing to do all the dirty work, and he also released some spiritual blood from time to time. After all, he used to have to kill himself if he wanted to eat elixirs. Now it's delivered straight to your door. The crowd stood outside the stone forest, looking at it with serious expressions, not stepping into it easily. Zhang Yang looked at the stone pillars in front of him. The tall ones were dozens of feet tall and the shorter ones were 1 or 2 feet short, staggeringly covering a radius of more than 10 miles. On top of those stone pillars, some of them could clearly see traces of heavenly materials. Zhang Yang looked at the place for a long time before turning his head to look at Qingshu. "We can't enter a place like this or it will be too dangerous. For now, it seems that we can only borrow Shui Guan's identity to strike this deal." Cheng Su also nodded slightly. He also felt that it was too dangerous to enter such a stone forest. No one knows what's really inside, or where those monks from the Guiyuan temple are hiding. "I will give you 40 identity seals. You have to claim that you are guarding a view of 40 people's fortune. There might be a slight possibility that you can trade for thunder crystal stones." Zhang Yang gave the seals to Qingshu. "Of course, you should not enter the stone forest and pick a place with a wide view to trade. I'll be lurking at a distance, looking out for you. If there is a confrontation, you retreat in my direction." Then, he said to Sita Mingyue and Ziyan, "You guys take Wang Kai and retreat 2 to 3 miles once again. Do not get close, and keep a careful watch. If a fight breaks out on our side, you guys will be responsible for picking us up. The talismans that were carved out, you guys take away 30 of them and leave the remaining 15 for me. Eldest brother, be careful." Sita Mingyue glanced at Zhang Yang worriedly and turned back to greet Ziyan, leading the tiger demon backward. She had witnessed many of Zhang Yang's deeds and had great trust in his arrangements. Then, Zhang Yang and Qingshu picked around the stone forest and looked for a place with a relative high point. Only after determining the location did Zhang Yang signal Qingshu that he could go and contact the people from the Guiyuan temple. Zhang Yang first set up early warning prohibitions around him before. Only then, he began to use his scope to watch Qingshu heading to the stone forest. He was actually very worried when he asked Qingsu to make this deal. Although this guy was smart, he was really not good at dealing with people, and he was a little worried that the deal between Qingshu and the group of monks from the Guiyuan temple had not been reached, but had instead annoyed the people from the Guiyuan temple. However, other than the identity of Qingshu Shui Guan, there was no other way for him to deal with Guiyuan temple. As long as the people from the Green Cloud Sect showed up, this deal would never work. Holding the 40 identity seals, Qingsu came to the edge of the stone forest and shouted loudly towards the inside of the stone forest. "Shou Yiguan Chengsu has come to visit all of you from Guiyuan temple. He was nervous and excited in his heart. Excited because if he traded the Thunder Crystal Stones, his magic treasure could be refined. Nervous also because he was worried that the Guiyuan Temple wouldn't trade and had other things in mind. After Ching Su shouted out loud several times and even threw a spell towards the stone forest, a muscular monk finally came out from inside the stone forest and looked at Ching Su and said indifferently, "What's the matter? I'll use 40 identity seals to find you guys to trade for a Thunder Crystal Stone." Ching Su didn't hide it at all and directly stated his purpose and bottom line. While speaking, he also signaled the identity seal in his hand. The monk from the Guiyuan Temple gave Ching Su a strange look, then looked at the bag of identity seals in his hand and asked, "What are you guys doing with the Thunder Crystal Stones?" Ching Su's brows furrowed as he forced himself to hold back his impatience and said, "Apart from refining magic treasures, is it hard to believe that Thunder Crystal Stones are also used for eating? Are these people out of their minds, asking questions like that?" The monk from the Guiyuan Temple didn't get annoyed, but asked, "Why should we exchange the Thunder Crystal Stones to you? Chi Luck." Ching Su lifted the identity seal in his hand. "There are 40 identity seals of Chi Luck here, belonging to our Shui Guan." Based on this, his heart couldn't help but beat faster. Lying was a little less than adept for him. The monk of the Guiyuan Temple frowned and said, "You Shui Guan sheds?" Ching Su could only say, "This is all the fault of the Cloud Palace. If it wasn't for them, we wouldn't have wanted to trade Thunder Crystal Stones." He was so nervous in his mind that his face was red and his lies were a little sloppy. However, looking at him, it rather seemed as if he was angry because of the Cloud Palace. The monk of the Guiyuan Temple looked at Ching Su thoughtfully and said, "Wait, we need to discuss this." Then he returned to the stone forest and hid himself in it. In the center of the stone forest, a group of people are discussing the Shui Guan's location, and the Cloud Palace are indeed right next to each other. Did they clash? I don't think it's as simple as just a conflict. I'm afraid that a huge conflict has occurred. Otherwise they wouldn't have given 40 identity seals. We do have a few pieces of Thunder Crystal Stones. Would you like to exchange them? I think it can be exchanged. While the other people's chi is easy to obtain, the Shui Guan's chi isn't so easy. We can use the worst piece of Thunder Crystal Stone to exchange the chi luck of 40 people from Shui Guan. It's still feasible. It's just that I don't know if these identity seals belong to the Shui Guan. It should be. Even if it's Shui Guan, they'd have to send out quite a few people if they wanted to obtain 40 identity seals. Now that there is a conflict with the Cloud Palace, it would be even more difficult. Moreover, Ching Su, a Taoist I Taoist have heard of, has a bit of status in Shui Guan, and doesn't have a good relationship with his fellow disciples. It's only natural for him to take the identity seals and trade them. After discussing for a long time, the people of Guiyuan Temple still felt that it was cost-effective to trade 40 identity seals with Thunder Crystal Stones. After all, they had a surplus of Thunder Crystals that didn't seem so precious to them, and the identity mark on the opposite side was the chi that belonged to the Shui Guan. Even if it wasn't the chi of the most central heavenly pride, this chi would be earned by their Guiyuan Temple if it was plundered by them. Ching Su had waited outside the stone forest for half a day, and had gotten impatient before he finally waited for the monk from earlier. "I can agree to your deal. Bring me the identity seal and this Thunder Crystal Stone will be given to you." Ching Su looked at the flickering laying stone in the hands of the monk from Guiyuan Temple. The excitement in his heart simply could not be held down, and he directly threw out the 40 identity seals. Zhang Yang from afar looked on and shook his head. This kind of person is still saying that others have no brain? Chapter 164, Green Void Pagoda. In fact, Ching Su's actions caused that monk from the Guiyuan Temple to freeze for a while, giving Ching Su a strange look and throwing the Thunder Crystal Stone to Ching Su as well, before taking a bunch of identity seals with him to once again hide in the stone forest. "Got it." Ching Su took the Thunder Crystal Stone and excitedly flew towards Zhang Yang's bearing, and the hidden monks in the stone forest, who saw this scene, returned to the center of the stone forest with understanding and reported. They thought, how could the people of Shui Guan not send such a person to come and trade? So it turned out that there was someone else on guard. Zhang Yang stayed on guard and made sure that no one came out of the Guiyuan Temple before taking Ching Su to join Sita Mingwei and the others. "Find a place. I'm going to hurry up and refine the magic treasure," Ching Su said with some excitement. "After we refine the magic treasure, we won't be afraid of anyone." Zhang Yang was also a bit excited. He wanted to see what the treasure that was valued so much by Ching Su, the one that could exert the power of a single strike from the Yuanshan realm, was. They returned to one of their previous strongholds and settled in. "Taoist priest, just refine the magic treasure and leave the rest to us," Zhang Yang commanded. Then, he took Situ Mingyue, Zi Yen, and the tiger demon on guard duty. During the alert, he also went to peel a few pieces of spirit wood back from time to carve out some talismans. The reason why he didn't carve talismans all the time was purely to give the tiger demon the psychology to recover.
Not to say that carving a large number of talismans all at once would overwhelm the tiger demon. In fact, what's a little bloodletting for such a big tiger? Every time this bastard asked for a little bit of his spirit blood, it was almost as if he wanted to die, with a lifeless look on his face. Although speechless, Zhang Yang was still mindful of the tiger demon's psyche and could not completely piss it off. This time, refining the weapon took a bit longer, taking almost a month. A month's time to refine a magic treasure wasn't really that long, especially when refining a strangely powerful magic treasure. The time spent was often very long. However, for the Heaven's Pride battlefield, a month would be quite a long time. Well, it finally worked. Come and try. Qingshu greeted Zhang Yang excitedly and called him over. You recognize the master first and I'll teach you how to use it. The others simply did not have deep enough spiritual energy to activate it, so they could only let Zhang Yang recognize the owner and use it. Zhang Yang looked at the magic treasure in front of him. It was a tower-shaped magic treasure with a bead of flickering thunder light polished out of thunder crystal stone on top of the tower, which looked very strange. Does this thing really have the power of a single blow from the Yuanshan realm? Zhang Yang muttered in his mind. He used to use high-grade stuff like spirit weapons. This kind of low-end stuff, he had not used it yet. He did not know how powerful it was. Oh, something like a compound bow wasn't even a magic treasure in his mind. After Zhang Yang dripped blood and sacrificed it, he successfully recognized the magic treasure, then looked at Qingshu and inquired, how do I use it? Qingshu pointed at the magic treasure and introduced it. Nah, look, this base is made up of earth-based spiritual materials and is the base of the entire magic treasure. On top of the base is the tower body which contains the four materials of gold, wood, water and fire. When your spiritual energy is injected towards the base of the magic treasure, the spiritual energy will activate the first layer of the tower body. After activating the first layer of the tower body, doubling the spiritual energy injection will activate the second layer of the tower body, and the power will be doubled. After activating all the tower bodies, all the power will be poured into the thunder crystal stone, creating a huge surge of power out. Zhang Yang glanced at Qingshu as he muttered in his mind, isn't this a bit like a power amplifier? Layer by layer, the power is amplified and then He tried to inject his spiritual energy towards the magic treasure, but it didn't move at all. As I have already said, this magic treasure requires an incredible amount of spiritual energy. Qingshu looked at Zhang Yang with some concern. If even Zhang Yang's spiritual power could not activate this magic treasure, then I am afraid that he would have to come from the Yuanshan realm. And the Yuanshan realm? Who looks at this thing? Zhang Yang frowned, no longer caring about the problem of spiritual energy loss. His spiritual energy surged madly towards the magic treasure. Sure enough, under his massive injection of spiritual energy, the magic treasure finally reacted, and the spiritual patterns on the tower were activated. Are you still holding on? Qingshu looked at Zhang Yang worriedly. Zhang Yang did not reply and just injected spiritual energy regardless. Then, the layers of the tower were gradually activated, and the thunder crystal stone finally lit up, containing a power that terrified everyone around it beyond measure. With this kind of power, Zhang Yang had no hesitation in believing that it had the power of a single strike from the Yuanshan realm. It worked! Qingshu exclaimed happily. I told you that there would be no problem with my magic treasure. It's those people who are too bad to use my magic treasure. Alright, it's been verified successfully. So hurry up and take back your spiritual energy. Don't waste it. This magic treasure consumes a lot of spiritual energy. You'll be in trouble if you don't have the spiritual energy to use it next time. After Zhang Yang slowly withdrew his spiritual energy, he then said with a serious look, the spiritual energy consumed by this magic treasure is really amazing. I won't be able to support it after using it twice at most. What? Qingshu let out a strange cry as he looked at Zhang Yang in shock. Can we do it again? He looked at Zhang Yang incredulously. Just how much spiritual power do you have? Only he knew best how much spiritual energy this magic treasure of his consumed. Originally, he had thought that even Zhang Yang, being able to activate it once with his entire body's spiritual energy was already quite something. I didn't realize that it could be used once. Not much, just a little bit better than average. Zhang Yang replied with a smile. Is that a little bit stronger? Qingshu was speechless. Zhang Yang smiled as he put away the magic treasure, and he was happy in his heart. With such a great killing weapon, he could do something good. Although Barret was also a great killing weapon. However, Barret needed specific conditions to work, whereas this tower-type magic treasure, as long as the spiritual energy was deep, there was absolutely no need to be concerned about other conditions. He glanced at Qingshu and said, since you researched it and refined it, why don't we just call it the Qingshu Tower? How is this good? Qingshu rubbed her hands together somewhat restrainedly, a smile on her face that she couldn't hide. Zhang Yang laughed. When we return to the clan, you can totally research a more powerful green void pagoda out. When that time comes,
we will sit in the Green Cloud Sect and directly blast those Yuanshan, harmonization, or even transition or whatever across a continent. Remember I told you that there is a powerful magic treasure that can blast enemies across tens of thousands of miles, right? When we go back, let's study it. Aha! Qingshu nodded heavily. He was getting a little excited. Zhang Yang patted Qingshu's shoulder before looking at the others. Since we have the Qingshu Pagoda, we can now go and do something great. Let's go. Let's go to that big hall at the center of the Heaven's Pride battlefield now and see if we can open it. He gave Ziyan a meaningful look and said, inside the Great Hall, there are obviously good things. Although you have made a great achievement. But, with your merit, it is not enough to get the heavenly treasures inside there. There's something in there that we can only access if we're on our own. You have to think hard now, how to make us believe in you. As long as you are able to integrate into our team, you will have a share of the benefits in there. Otherwise, we can only share the heavenly treasures with you when we attack other strongholds in the future. He still didn't trust Ziyan, who had already escaped once. Who knew if Ziyan would escape again after getting the benefits? Inside that spirit hall of creation was something that immortals, demons, and ghosts all looked forward to with immense anticipation. Without a doubt, that was the topmost thing in heaven and earth. And the benefits were simply unimaginable. How can such a thing be given to someone who is not sure? Chapter 165. Arriving at the Spirit Hall of Creation. Ziyan knew very well that she had never actually been integrated into this team of Zhang Yang's. There is no doubt that the centerpiece of this team is Zhang Yang. Whether it was Sita Mingyue or Qingshu, even the Tiger Demon, all of them were dominated by Zhang Yang. However, Ziyan really can't be like Sita Mingyue. Unconditionally believe in Zhang Yang's arrangement. She also can't be like the Tiger Demon, willing to pay for the blood of the spirit and work hard, and can't be like Qingshu, like-minded with Zhang Yang. She has to think more, and with more thoughts comes a natural inner complexity. Favorably, she didn't have that kind of intelligence. So far, the relationship between her and Zhang Yang as a team was more like a deal. There was a large hall at the center of the Heaven's Pride battlefield that she had also heard of. However, she had only heard of it, and that was still mentioned once by the crowd of the 10,000 Soul Sect when they were arranging it. So, she didn't actually know what goodies were inside the Great Hall. Of course, something that could make everyone want it was definitely not that simple. However, to just make her willingly and bow down to Zhang Yang's orders in general, she was still somewhat unable to do so. In her opinion, even though Zhang Yang was the heir of the Qingyan sect and came from a noble background, wasn't he still a Jindan stage? What's the point of having some novel ideas, some means? The immortal cultivation world, on the other hand, was still honored by strength, which was dependent on the realm. Coupled with the fact that the Qingyan sect is in a state of flux, there is no telling when it will perish. Under these circumstances, it was difficult to get her to follow Zhang Yang's orders. Zhang Yang also did not care what Ziyan thought. He had already managed to treat people with sincerity. He had reminded all that should be reminded. And even more so, he had taken care of Ziyan. And even at Tianxian Daoist, it was all justified. For him, if Ziyan was able to integrate, he brought Ziyan into the Spirit Creation Hall. Otherwise, Ziyan would just have to watch from the outside. It's that simple. As he got closer and closer to the spiritual hall of creation, Zhang Yang's heart, too, began to get nervous. He was a little worried about being able to enter the Spirit Creation Hall. Immortal and demon. These two conditions are certain. Where's the devil? Can the magic pearl in his hand be used as a key to open it? If not, is he really a devil? Is it possible to open it? If he really opened the spiritual hall of creation, would that not verify that he was really a devil? Are the words of those devils worth believing or not? Or did those devils deliberately send out so much information just to compel him? He was torn. Because, if he was verified as a demon, I'm afraid that returning to the Green Cloud sect would be a bit troublesome. At this time, his mind was constantly filtering through the information of those materials sent out by the demon Tyre. Through this information, he knew that there were as many as 17 devils suppressed in the Qingyan sect, and at the same time, he also knew the names and identities of those devils. Also, he knew some of the techniques used by the devils, some of the mysteries of the devil's way. With a strange mood, Zhang Yang's few people had arrived at the center of the Heaven's Pride battlefield and saw a majestic ancient building from afar. That one is the Great Hall. Qing Su pointed at the majestic building. It's been 3,000 years and has never been opened. This time, we have a magic treasure with Yuanshan realm power in our hands, so we might be able to have a chance. Zhang Yang nodded slightly. Gotta try. Before we can open the Great Hall, we have to take care of those people from the great sects around the hall. Qing Su said seriously. There are 4 people from each of the great sects, and the 9 great sects people combined make a total of 36 people. These 36 Yuaning stage, entering the heavens remarkable battlefield, went straight to the Grand Hall and came here to guard it. They were looking for a chance to enter the Great Hall, and at the same time guarding it, determined not to give that chance to anyone else. After all, who knows what's inside a Great Hall that hasn't been opened in 3,000 years? Zhang Yang looked at the Great Hall and pondered for a long time before turning back to Ziyan. You'll be on guard here. With that secret technique of yours, you can hide in the trees and won't be noticed anymore. If we are able to open the Great Hall, we will give you a share after we get the heavenly treasures. Of course, if you find someone from a great sect approaching here, you'll have to alert us in advance as well. Ziyan nodded silently. Zhang Yang was not polite and took Sita Mingyue and Qingshu, as well as the tiger demon towards the spiritual hall of creation to touch it. Ziyan had not behaved positively at all along the way. Since this was the case, Zhang Yang did not intend to bring Ziyan into the spiritual hall of creation. After seeing Zhang Yang and the others off to the main hall, Ziyan hurriedly searched for trees to hide her figure. It was clear to her that she still didn't fit in with the team. However, she actually had no desire to enter the Great Hall. It was unknown if that Great Hall could be opened, and she had to mess with the 9 top great sects. She couldn't afford this kind of consequence, and it was best if she could stay out of it. On the other hand, Zhang Yang and his men were already close to the Spirit Creation Hall, only 4 or 5 miles away. When he saw the condition around the Spirit Creation Hall, Zhang Yang was speechless. Surrounding the Spirit Creation Hall was a huge square with no cover except for some statues. His intention to snipe those genjutsu with his barret could no longer be realized. As for the yuaning stage of those big clans, they surrounded the entire Spirit Creation Hall in a circle, and approaching the Spirit Creation Hall from any direction was a delusion. By the looks of it, we'll have to do it the hard way this time. Zhang Yang took out those talismans that he had sculpted. During Qingshu's refining of the Qingshu Tower, he carved dozens more, and now all the talismans added up to close to 80 talismans. All of them? Don't let any of them go. They have to be dealt with as soon as possible. Zhang Yang gazed at the yuaning stage of each major clan. You guys use talismans first, to attract them all over. Then I will use the Green Void Pagoda to finish them off completely. After we finish them off completely, we will then enter the Grand Hall to get the benefits. I'm afraid it's not that simple. Qingshu shook his head with some worry. Zhang Yang looked at Qingshu and said seriously, Taoist priest, after entering the Great Hall, you'll have to hang out with me from now on. Ha? Qingshu looked at Zhang Yang. Isn't it settled already? What's the point of explaining? Zhang Yang said with a strange expression. Inside this hall, it contains 3,000 years of chi luck. Think about it, if we get this 3,000 years of chi luck, how scary would it be? If the Shou Yiguan knew about it, I'm afraid that they would hate to snatch you back. I'm afraid that you would run away then. Qingshu laughed. It's no fun to keep a view. I'm not going back. He still had to go to the Green Cloud sect to study the large-scale Green Void Pagoda, the kind that blasted a sect across a continent. For this kind of research, I'm afraid only Zhang Yang will support him. Zhang Yang nodded fiercely. Good. I'll activate the Green Void Pagoda. You two take the talismans and go blast those people. Don't be so fierce at first, draw everyone over and then finish them off in one fell swoop.